My name is Chen Mo, a 30-year-old unemployed man whose edges life has just worn smooth. The elevator descended, and on my phone screen, the jarring loan message alongside the bank balance of $375,864 left me feeling suffocated. Car loans, mortgage payments, and children's tuition cost at least $12,000 a month in fixed expenses, forcing me to give up ongoing job interviews and turn to odd jobs instead. At that moment, a dazzling stream of multicolored light flashed across my pupils. The daily intelligence system has finished loading. Today's intelligence report generated. 1. Tellier, stock code, 000025, will be pulled up to 8 yen at 10:15 a.m., current price 5 yen. 2. Popular YouTuber Shong Meng, who lives upstairs and has millions of followers, will be scammed out of all her savings at 12:16 p.m. 3. The company's finance uncle accidentally left his USB drive under the sink. It contains the strategic risk report. Find the USB drive, and the company president will offer a 20,000 yuan reward. You might even get hired as the new corporate venture director. 4. Suyoe's parents are planning to take her away while they have the chance. 5. The milk tea forest near the neighborhood is offering a buy one get one free deal today. I shuddered violently, thinking I was hallucinating from stress. But with trembling hands, I opened my phone and saw the intraday chart of Tellier. At exactly 10:15, the stock price surged from 5 yuan to 8 yuan in a straight vertical spike and was now holding steady. This wasn't a hallucination. It's a real system. I quickly turned my attention to intelligence $3. The company's financial uncle lost the USB drive under the sink. I suddenly realized that the company being referred to might be the one I had just interviewed with. The system refreshes based on the host's observations and experiences. Ding dong. The elevator doors opened, but instead of stepping out, I immediately pressed the button for the third floor. As soon as the third floor arrived, I slipped out sideways and headed straight for the wash basin. A cold female voice came from the CEO's office next door. Rome Venture Capital will verify the Q3 strategic risk report in 10 minutes, and now you're telling me the encrypted USB drive is lost? The sink area was in complete disarray. Clearly someone had rummaged through it. I crouched down, my gaze fixed on the drain pipe. Twisting open the tube, a gentle pry with the key caused the metal filter to fall off, and a silver USB drive dropped into my hand. Found it. The corners of my mouth curled up, my eyes gleaming with excitement. The system was real. Clutching the USB drive, I walked toward the CEO's office. The system promised a reward of 20,000 yuan, and might even hire me. That reward must be genuine. Chapter 2. This feeling is absolutely amazing. Thud, thud, come in. I pushed the door open, and CEO Lin Yan, a young woman, sat behind her desk with an icy expression. In front of her stood Wang Jian from the finance department, flustered and at a loss. I walked straight ahead and placed the USB drive on the desk, found near the wash basin, labeled Q3 Strategic Risk Report. Wang Jian's eyes bulged wide. That's the one. The coldness in Lin Yan's eyes faded, replaced by a flicker of gratitude. You've been a great help. She pulled out a check, wrote down the number, and pushed it toward me. 20,000 was the system's maximum limit. But I will remember this. 20,000. My heart was rocked by huge waves. Pick up a random USB drive and make 20,000 in just 5 minutes. I used to work myself to the bone for 2 months and still couldn't earn this much. Car loans, mortgages, and college tuition all secured. This feeling is absolutely amazing. I folded the check and put it in my pocket, just as I was about to leave. At that moment, the office door swung open. 3 professionals in tailored suits filed in one after another, led by Sui, due diligence director of Rongchuang Investment. After brief pleasantries, Sui immediately launched into the strategic investment review. He pointed out a puzzling anomaly in the Q3 financial report. The company's strategic positioning diverged from industry trends, yet profits had increased by $20 million, demanding an explanation from Lin Yan. Lin Yan asked Wang Jian to explain, but Wang Jian's mind went completely blank from nervousness. Lin Yan tapped the USB drive lightly with her fingertips. Director Wang, let the data speak for itself. Wang Jian reached for the USB drive, his expression abruptly freezing. This USB drive got wet. The air in the office grew thick with tension. Suddenly, I spoke calmly, shattering the silence. This is because Rongchuang Capital miscalculated. I walked over to the smart TV and pointed at the intersection of 2 datasets. You accounted for the projected income of the next 3 years entirely into this quarter's profits. Using the correct calculation method, the profit should be 20% less, which perfectly matches this $20 million anomaly. I turned to look at Lin Yan and Wang Jian. The strategic layout data in this public financial report was deliberately prepared for competitors, wasn't it? While appearing to focus on the youth market, they're actually quietly making moves in the elderly market. What exquisite strategic misdirection. Sui quickly ran calculations on his tablet, then suddenly looked up at me with astonishment in his eyes. Indeed, we miscalculated. He turned to Lin Yan, his tone filled with admiration. President Lin, your company is truly full of talent. This new colleague of yours has an impressive sensitivity to financial data. Lin Yan's gaze lingered on me. Straightening my suit cuffs calmly, I replied in an even tone, apologies for interrupting everyone's work. I merely happened to notice an error, so,
Consider it a small repayment for President Lin's generosity. With that said, I turned and left. This small effort is my way of returning the favor to Lin Yan.
As I opened the door and left, Sui couldn't help but ask, Director Lin, who is this?
Lin Yan didn't answer.
Instead, she hastily pressed the intercom button. Front desk, stop the visitor wearing a black suit today.
Have HR come see me right away.
Sui's male assistant immediately caught the cue and inconspicuously turned to push the door open and exit.
Chapter 3, another 20,000 yuan in less than 5 minutes.
Chen Mo naturally had no idea what had transpired in Lin Yan's office. He rode the elevator down to the first floor, the 20,000 yuan check in his pocket acting like a reassuring pill that eased the tension in his shoulders. For the first time in 3 months, he felt his spine, which had been bent under pressure, straighten up. Through the glass doors, he gazed at the bustling crowd on the street, each person rushing about in the hustle and bustle of daily life. A faint smile crept onto his lips.
Once upon a time,
he too had been part of that rushing torrent, pushed forward by the weight of life's burdens.
But now,
the gears of fate began to turn, and a new chapter slowly unfolded. Sir, please wait. The sound of hurried footsteps echoed behind him.
Chen Mo turned to see Sui's male assistant jogging to catch up.
Clutching a business card in his right hand, he gasped.
Mr. Su is very impressed with you and wants to invite you to join Rong Venture Capital. The starting salary and benefits will be at least this much.
He held up his left hand, palm open, and shook it emphatically.
50,000. Before Chen Mo could respond, Lin Yan's company clerk hurried over as well. Her cheeks flushed, she clutched a piece of paper in her hand. Mr. Chen, Ms. Lin insists you wait. She wants you to join our company.
Both men extended their offers simultaneously, then froze, exchanging glances as the atmosphere grew awkwardly tense.
Only then, Chen Mo finally understood. The Queen of Gemstone Kingdom would send 2 crates of sparkling gems and let him manage the castle. So that's what they were waiting for. He couldn't help but chuckle as he politely declined. Sorry, I'm not interested in working anymore.
According to the system's intel, casually picking up a USB drive like in a game could net him 20 grand.
If he actually took a job, wouldn't that be wasting this golden opportunity? Besides, who knew what even more valuable intelligence or outrageously generous rewards lay ahead?
Chen Mo politely turned and stepped out of the company building, heading toward the nearby bus stop. His life had been tight before, suffocating under the weight of expenses. With gas prices rising monthly, he couldn't afford to drive his car at all. It had been parked in a public lot, gathering dust for ages. While waiting for the number 7 bus, Chen Mo decided to share his good fortune with his wife, Su Yue, during this spare moment. His fingers flew across the phone screen.
Hey, honey, you know how much I made today? Before he could finish typing. Beep. The electronic door unlocked with a beep.
A Mercedes-Benz S-Class pulled up slowly before him. The door opened, and Sui stepped out from the back seat.
With a refined smile, he addressed Chen Mo. Hello, may I have a word with you?
No sooner had Sui finished speaking than a Maserati screeched to a halt with a shrill screech of brakes, blocking the path between him and Chen Mo. Lin Yan stepped out of the driver's seat in her slender high heels. Accompanying her was the HR director from the back seat, pale-faced, cold sweat beading on her forehead, the same woman who had rejected Chen Mo earlier for being too old.
Lin Yan glanced at Sui.
Though her lips still curved in a smile, her long lashes fluttered twice. Mr. Su, your attention to detail regarding Mr. Chen seems rather thorough, more so than your valuation model just now. Her gaze swept past the bus stop sign before she continued. After all, when you said you were just going to the restroom, the distance from the restroom to the bus stop seemed shorter than the 20 million yuan discrepancy in your data.
Sui nodded slightly, replying with a gentle smile.
Ms. Lin, you're quite right.
But compared to a 20 million data discrepancy, your company's youth strategy financial report, that empty city tactic, shows real artistic flair.
It'd be perfect for a spy thriller. Lin Yan let out a soft snort, forcing down the chill rising within her. After all, Rong Capital was the investor, the big daddy, and it wasn't wise to offend them too deeply. She glanced to her side. The HR director who had exited the car with her now approached, hunched over, presenting the risk control director's appointment letter with both hands.
Mr. Chen, I failed to recognize your true worth.
Ms. Lin has already had the risk control director's office prepared for you. The annual salary has also been increased by 50% per Ms. Lin's special directive. Chen Mo lowered his gaze to the personnel appointment letter in the HR director's hands and suddenly let out a soft chuckle.
Everyone, I'm afraid you can no longer offer me what I have in mind.
Everyone froze, none grasping the deeper meaning behind Chen Mo's words. Only Sui furrowed his brow slightly, a flicker of contemplation in his eyes.
But Lin Yan wasn't ready to give up. She reached out and handed over another pre-prepared check. 20,000. For the favor you just did. Plus firing her. This should demonstrate my sincerity. Chen Mo still shook his head gently. Sui's gaze toward Chen Mo grew increasingly meaningful.
Lin Yan was about to say more when the number 7 bus rattled into view.
Gentlemen, I must take my leave. My wife is waiting for dinner at home. Chen Mo stepped aside and boarded the bus.
Unexpectedly, Lin Yan slipped the check directly into his right pocket, along with her own business card. You earned these 20,000 for helping me.
My personal number is on the card. This time, remember me.
At the same moment, Sui strode forward and slipped his own business card into Chen Mo's pocket. Mr. Chen, if you have time, I'd still like to discuss valuation models with you. Squeak. The card door slammed shut. Staring at the two business cards and another check in his pocket, Chen Mo couldn't help but laugh bitterly. That young female CEO was truly decisive. In less than 5 minutes, he'd netted another 20,000. After over an hour of swaying along the way, he finally reached the bus stop near his home outside the 4th Ring Road. Passing by the milk tea forest shop, he didn't forget to buy a milk tea with 1/3 sugar based on the system's intelligence and scored a free full sugar milk tea.
5. Sweet Special Mission.
The honey fairy of milk tea forest rang the golden bell for buy one get one free. Moonlight Princess Su Yue wanted 3/10 sugar, but Sun Princess Chen Xiaoxiao was a sugar addict. Purchase 2 cups of star bubble tea to redeem a double joy gift pack for both princesses. Carrying 2 cups of milk tea, Chen Mo returned to his doorstep. Just as he inserted the key, voices from inside froze him in place. Divorce? Mom, I had the courage to steal the household register and marry Chen Mo back then. I have the courage to keep walking this path with him now.
I absolutely will not divorce him at this moment. Yes, you're right. He doesn't have a job now, and we're struggling financially. But can't you see his character and potential? Give him some time. He'll provide a better life for us. Mom, I know you're trying to protect me, but we need to look ahead. Don't dwell on setbacks. When you were young, Dad was just as poor, yet you never abandoned him. That's how he got to where he is today. The room gradually fell silent. Chen Mo felt a mix of emotions, standing motionless by the door for a long time. After a long while, he summoned the system screen, his gaze settling on the 4th baby game. 4. Guardians of the Fairy Tale Home. Grandpa Panda and Grandma Rabbit, who live in the Cloud Cotton Candy House, are angry. Waving their honey-coated walking sticks, they intend to take away Princess Su Yue. Quickly use the gold coins from the Courage Piggy Bank to untie their angry bows. Each coin you deposit changes the bow. When it transforms into a rainbow bridge, the Cloud House will connect directly to your home, and Princess Su Yue will stay. So Grandpa Panda and Grandma Rabbit are actually my in-laws. Chen Mo murmured to himself, his gaze sharpening as if a flame flickered within his eyes. Fine. Then let me prove to you all that the Chen Mo of today is no longer the Chen Mo of yesterday. Chapter 4. With a wife like this, what more could a husband ask for? The key turned. The moment Chen Mo pushed open the door, his wife Su Yue stood waiting in the entryway. Her hands were clasped in front of her apron, knuckles slightly white, but her brows and eyes immediately softened upon seeing Chen Mo. Behind her, Xiao Xiao was scribbling on the coffee table. Hearing the door open, she tossed aside her crayons and scampered barefoot toward them, her little feet pattering loudly. Daddy! Her little body, smelling of milk, burrowed into Chen Mo's embrace, her head brushing against his chin. Chen Mo lifted his daughter with one arm while holding the milk tea bag in the other. Su Yue watched the father and daughter with a gentle smile, her eyes brimming with love. She opened her arms wide and pulled both her husband and daughter into a warm embrace. The sternness from their earlier call had vanished, yet Chen Mo could still feel his wife's arms trembling slightly. Daddy! Xiao Xiao suddenly whispered in Chen Mo's ear. Grandma called earlier and said bad things about Daddy. Then she immediately made a funny face. But Mommy growled back at her. Su Yue stiffened and hurriedly plucked the koala like Xiao Xiao off Chen Mo. Chen Xiao Xiao. Her voice carried a hint of panic, yet she forced herself to remain calm as she explained to Chen Mo. Mom was just asking casually. Chen Mo's fingers tightened, causing the milk tea bag to rustle softly. He watched his wife's strained smile. 7 years ago, she had stood before his father just like this, stubbornly lifting her chin and declaring, I'm going to marry him. Back then, her eyes still held a spark. Now, only exhaustion remained. Su Yue heard the faint rustle of the milk tea bag and only then noticed the bag in Chen Mo's hand. Her tense shoulders suddenly relaxed. She reached out to adjust his collar, her fingers lightly brushing his collarbone. Wasting money again. Her tone wasn't reproachful, but rather a honeyed scolding. Little Xiao suddenly straightened her tiny back, hands on her hips, repeating in her babyish voice. You're wasting money. Before the last syllable faded, her gaze locked onto the milk tea bag. Standing on tiptoe, she reached eagerly for it. Buying bubble tea isn't wasting money. Snatching the bag, she solemnly cradled the first cup, eyes sparkling as she held it out to her mother. Mommy's with 3/4 sugar. Only then did she clasp her own cup like a precious treasure, plunging the straw in with a pop. Foam instantly coated her nose. Su Yue didn't drink her bubble tea. Instead, she bent down to retrieve slippers from the shoe cabinet and neatly placed them for Chen Mo, toes facing outward, a habit formed during their courtship that she'd never abandoned. How did the interview go? She asked softly. It's so hot outside. You drink first. Chen Mo balanced on one heel while slipping off his dress shoes. Hearing her question, he answered casually. It was okay. Those 2 words made Su Yue press her lips together. Her voice carried a soft urgency. Don't go to Uncle Wang's courier station. He only hires guys in their early 20s. Moving cargo will wreck your back. Don't worry about money. We'll find work gradually. I can still earn. I finished that cross-stitch today and made some living expenses. We can hold out for a while longer. Chen Mo's eyes suddenly stung. Su Yue had misunderstood, but her misunderstanding made Chen Mo realize just how undeserving he was to have married such a devoted wife and mother. From school uniforms to wedding gowns, she'd shared cramped rentals with him, eaten plain noodles, and even argued fiercely with her father to reduce the dowry. In the end, she'd secretly taken the household register and married him. On their wedding day, she wore a veil bought on Taobao, her smile brighter than diamonds. Just moments ago, she had argued passionately with her parents over the phone, defending him. With a wife like this, what more could a man ask for? Daddy! Xiao Xiao suddenly tugged at Chen Mo's pant leg, tilting her little face up with wide, round eyes. Are your eyes sweating? Chen Mo crouched down and ruffled her fluffy hair. It's nothing. Daddy just got sand in his eyes. Su Yue turned to busy herself in the kitchen. While chopping vegetables and cooking, she continued her gentle admonition with a tone of concern. The economy's tough right now, and you're turning 30. It's definitely harder to find work. If it comes to it, I'll just take on more cross-stitch orders. I've noticed you've been rubbing your temples a lot lately. I'm worried you'll wear yourself out. Chen Mo gently rubbed her plump little cheeks and whispered. Why don't you show Daddy what you just drew? As Xiao Xiao skipped off with her milk tea to fetch the sketchbook, he followed into the kitchen. From behind, he gently wrapped his arms around Su Yue, a wave of happiness washing over him. Marrying you is the greatest blessing of my life. You shouldn't push yourself so hard. Taking care of Xiao Xiao is exhausting. From now on, your job is to be as beautiful as a flower, and mine is to earn money to support our family. Su Yue paused mid-chop, turning her head to give him a sidelong glance. Mr. Chen, your daughter can already run errands. How is she supposed to be a beautiful flower? As she spoke, she nudged him gently with her elbow. Move it. Don't distract me from cooking. Instead of letting go, Chen Mo rested his chin on Su Yue's shoulder, his breath brushing her earlobe. Hey, honey, I need to tell you something. This old man here. Chen Mo deliberately drew out the last syllable, pulling the 2 checks from his pocket. He swung his arm around to her line of sight and waved them. Made this much today. The kitchen knife in Su Yue's hand clattered onto the cutting board. Staring at the 2 checks marked 20,000 yuan, her voice suddenly grew hoarse. You robbed a bank? Chen Mo chuckled. Robbing a bank wouldn't be this fast. Su Yue froze for a few seconds before her mind raced, filled with all sorts of terrible thoughts. Her voice dropped as she addressed Chen Mo by his full name. Chen Mo, this money. Soft footsteps pattered across the living room floor as she scooped up the picture book and dashed toward the kitchen. Chen Mo felt his wife's hand trembling. He grabbed Su Yue's hand firmly. Legitimate income. At today's interview with Jianghan Tech, I found their encrypted USB drive. The CEO personally gave me 20,000 yuan as a thank you. Later, I helped them out again, and they gave me another 20,000. Su Yue felt the warmth of Chen Mo's palm against hers, then suddenly pulled her hand away. She stood on tiptoe and twisted his ear. Then why pretend to be unemployed? And do you think I'm our little dumpling, so easy to fool? Xiao Xiao's footsteps screeched to a halt at the kitchen doorway. She burst into tears, sobbing loudly as tears fell like beads. Mama's being mean. Xiao Xiao isn't dumb. Xiao Xiao can recite sympathy for the farmers. Xiao Xiao can also. She sniffled, counting on her fingers, can also help Daddy hide beer bottles. Chen Mo. Su Yue. The couple exchanged a look. Chen Mo pressed his palm firmly against Su Yue's hand. We'll discuss it properly at dinner. It's legitimate income, after all. With that, he turned and walked out of the kitchen to comfort little one. Su Yue stared fixedly at Chen Mo's retreating back, her eyes brightening. She quickly wiped her hands on her apron, then picked up the phone. Her fingers trembled as she dialed the number. The moment the call connected, her voice rang out brightly. Mom! Chen Mo made 40,000 today. See clearly now? This is the man I chose. A long silence hung on the other end, so long that Su Yue thought the connection had dropped before her mother-in-law's deliberately hushed voice finally came through. 40,000? Pride shone in Su Yue's eyes as she picked up the cleaver again, wedged the phone between her shoulder and ear, and resumed chopping vegetables. Yes, just this morning. He solved a critical problem for a major corporation. The CEO handed him the check personally. The faint clink of porcelain echoed through the phone. Her mother-in-law seemed to be clearing dishes to mask her emotions. After a long pause, a barely audible snort escaped her lips. Cutting corners. But immediately, her tone shifted, her speech quickening as if to conceal something. Your father just got 2 boxes of pre-Qingming Longjing tea yesterday. Have your sister Wanqing deliver them to you tomorrow? They're not for you, nor for that guy there, for my precious granddaughter, Xiao Xiao. Su Yue's lips curved upward involuntarily. Mom, Xiao Xiao is so little she can't drink tea yet. I don't care. Can't she save it for when she's older? Ding dong. The phone hung up with a deafening ring. At the same time,
Chen Mo's retinal interface suddenly flashed, signaling a quiet shift in the fairy tale home's guardian mission.
4. Guarding the fairy tale home. Grandpa Panda secretly added an extra spoonful of frosting to the honey jar.
Half a rainbow candy wrapper peeked out of Grandma Rabbit's apron pocket, and her angry bow began to glow with golden edges. Just a little more gold, and the rainbow bridge will be finished soon. Then Princess Su Yue can stay here forever. Chapter 5: The Adventure to Catch the Imposter. The aroma of braised crucian carp filled the living room. Su Yue stirred stir-fried water spinach in the kitchen, a lingering smile at the corners of her eyes. Tears glistened beneath her tiny lashes as she proudly flipped open her sketchbook, pointing to the crooked, colorful lines for Chen Mo to see.
Daddy, this is the rainbow bridge at Grandma's house.
In the corner of the drawing, 3 tiny figures tangled in a coil of thread stood. Little Xiao stretched out her chubby little hand, poking each one as she introduced them. This is Daddy, the one with the birdie on her hair is Mommy, and this round one is Xiao Xiao.
Soon after, Su Yue emerged carrying steaming dishes.
She swiftly set out 2 sets of bowls and chopsticks, then deliberately brought out a separate set of children's tableware. The table held the most ordinary of meals, 3 dishes and a soup. A tempting braised crucian carp, refreshing stir-fried pork slices with green peppers, tender green water spinach, and a bowl of warm tomato and egg soup.
Dinner's ready.
The moment Su Yue finished speaking, Xiao Xiao immediately tossed aside her picture book and lunged toward the table.
Chen Xiao Xiao.
Su Yue acted swiftly, grabbing her daughter by the back of her collar.
Her stern expression couldn't hide the smile beneath. How many times have I told you? Wash your hands before eating.
As she spoke, she turned her head again and glared at Chen Mo.
You too.
Father and daughter simultaneously ducked their heads and slunk off toward the bathroom. Once they returned, Xiao Xiao eagerly climbed onto her special little chair, her eyes fixed on the plumpest belly meat of the crucian carp. Though her little hands clutched her bowl tightly, she turned her head toward Su Yue.
Mommy, you eat first. There's so much fish today.
Su Yue smiled as she picked up a piece of belly meat for Xiao Xiao, but when she looked up, she caught Chen Mo secretly pushing green peppers into his own bowl.
Not a single one of you two is easy to deal with. The ordinary lunch concluded amidst such laughter and cheer.
After eating their fill, Su Yue tapped the rim of Chen Mo's bowl lightly with her chopsticks.
Mr. Chen, may we discuss this in detail now?
Xiao Xiao immediately joined in, clinking her spoon against her empty bowl and gesturing excitedly.
Daddy, tell us a story. Chen Mo wiped the rice grains from Xiao Xiao's face, straightening his back. After being rejected from the interview, I found a USB drive near the restroom, which led to my first check.
Later, during Rhone Capital's audit, Director Wang was so flustered he spilled water on the flash drive. I casually helped out, pointed out errors in their valuation model, and got a second check.
Wow, Daddy's so amazing. Daddy's even better than Peppa Pig's daddy.
Little one's eyes widened, her dark pupils filled entirely with her father's image.
Su Yue's eyes also sparkled with admiration.
She knew all too well the professional expertise her husband had built up over the years. After that, both Rome Venture Capital and Jianghan Technology offered me positions, but I turned them both down.
No sooner had Chen Mo finished his story than Su Yue suddenly looked up. Wow, Mr. Chen, you're something else.
2 companies fought over you, and you turned them both down. Her voice carried a hint of defiance, yet a trace of disappointment lingered. However, she quickly recovered.
It's okay. We'll just keep looking. Those 2 companies?
One messed up their valuation model, and the other has that HR director and finance chief.
Even if we joined, we wouldn't have been able to fully utilize our talents. Chen Mo naturally sensed his wife Su Yue's disappointment. He didn't bother explaining further.
The existence of the system gave him confidence that he could support his family and achieve a leap in social status. Su Yue rose to clear the tableware, saying as she tidied, "You put Xiao Xiao down for her nap later. I need to deliver the cross-stitch to our upstairs neighbor, Xiong Meng Meng. The one I finished today was her order."
Just as Chen Mo was about to agree, his wife added with a laugh.
"You might not believe this, but yesterday when Xiong Meng Meng came over to see the unfinished piece, that little girl who always wears cartoon pajamas around the house turned out to be a million-follower content creator."
Little Xiao immediately echoed. Sister Meng Meng is awesome. But the even crazier part is? Su Yue straightened up and rubbed her waist. She's transitioning into the film industry. Apparently, a production company wants to sign her as an actress. So Sister Xiong is Xiong Meng Meng? Only then did Chen Mo catch on. He summoned the system panel, and the second baby game appeared on his retina. 2. Catch the Scammer Adventure. The cunning fox talent scout is deceiving Bear's sister, saying, "You're perfect for movies." But he secretly wants to steal her coins. Quickly grab the truth flashlight and expose his lies. Each exposed lie makes the fox lose a strand of fur. After rescuing Sister Bear, she'll reward you with her cherished wish candy. Switching to acting? Chen Mo noticed Su Yue massaging her lower back, a hint of concern in his eyes. He reached out to help her, "Just rest at home. I'll go in your place. Besides, I need to go out anyway, cash the check so we can catch our breath." Pay what's due, replace what's worn out. Little Xiao, mimicking her mother, slid down from the children's chair and stood on tiptoes to massage her mom's lower back. Mommy, rub it. You're going? Su Yue hesitated for a moment before nodding. Alright, then you go in my place. Just remember not to ask her for money, she paid everything off yesterday. Then she strode into the bedroom. When she emerged, she held a cross-stitch kit of sunflowers and a box of exquisitely packaged big white rabbit milk candies. She handed both the sunflowers cross-stitch and the milk candies to Chen Mo. The sunflowers were her order. These big white rabbit candies are our family's gift to her, to thank her for helping us during our hardship. Yesterday, I saw her pockets stuffed with these candies when she came to our place. Xiao Zhao's eyes lit up at the sight of the candy, but she sensibly nuzzled Su Yue's calf and murmured softly, "Mommy, candy." Su Yue magically produced another piece from her pocket. "Have one now. After you nap with mommy, I'll give you another as a reward." Chen Mo took the cross-stitch and the big white rabbit candy, retrieved shoes from the shoe cabinet and headed upstairs. "I'll be back soon." Xiong Mengmeng lived directly above Chen Mo. No elevator was needed, it was just a few steps away. Earlier that morning, when Chen Mo left for his interview, he had spotted her heading out to take out the trash. She wore a summer Pikachu pajama set, her makeup flawless, yet her eyes were heavy with sleep. Just moments ago, he'd spotted her standing midway up the stairs, as if waiting for someone. Based on Baby Game's clues, she's being scammed by the Scout Fox. Plus, she's a million-follower content creator with substantial income. The most likely setup for her would be an investment scam disguised as a film crew recruitment, perfect for an offline operation. So she must have been waiting for that talent Scout Fox before lunch. With these thoughts racing through his mind, Chen Mo arrived at Xiong Mingming's door. The moment he reached the door, he heard a low, muffled male voice drifting from inside. "Fund supervision for production teams is an industry standard. You're the lead actress and an investor. This 5 million yuan capital verification payment." Though the deep voice carried a Hong Kong Taiwan accent, every inflection betrayed the distinct flavor of Teeling. Xiong Mengmeng excitedly interrupted him. "Money isn't the issue. Acting has been my lifelong dream, otherwise I wouldn't have become an up creator. Look at Feng Timo, who successfully transitioned from up creator to actress. But honestly, the main draw is getting to share scenes with my idol Daniel Wu in the Maldives. I'll switch right now." Chen Mo's brow suddenly furrowed. Just as he'd suspected. But it seemed a bit too late now. Chapter 6, The Big Fish is Hooked. Chen Mo paused at the door, hesitated, then raised his hand to knock. Knock, knock, knock. Inside, Xiong Mengmeng's excited voice abruptly stopped. "Who is it?" "Mengmeng, it's Chen Mo. Yue asked me to deliver the cross-stitch, and I have something urgent to discuss with you." The door opened a crack, revealing half of Xiong Mengmeng's face, her eyes darting nervously. "Brother Chen. I'm kind of busy right now." Chen Mo feigned urgency, his eyes brimming with impatience. "Just 5 minutes. It's about a surefire investment opportunity." Before she could respond, he pushed his way inside. His gaze swept the living room, pausing briefly on a middle-aged man seated on the sofa. "Sorry, you have a guest?" "This." Xiong Mengmeng's eyebrows furrowed, her cheeks puffing out slightly as she glared at Chen Mo like he'd snatched her favorite candy. "Brother Chen. What are you doing?" Mr. Zhang was just getting to the crucial part. She then turned to the middle-aged man with a thoughtful smile. "Big Boss Zhang, please don't mind. This is my downstairs neighbor. His wife is really nice, and his daughter is adorable." The middle-aged man straightened his back on the sofa, the fleshy roll at the base of his neck jiggling. He flipped his phone screen down, shot a wary glance at Chen Mo, and forced a smile. "Oh, a neighbor? Is it urgent?" Chen Mo rubbed his hands nervously. "I'm really sorry, Mengmeng. I had no idea you had guests. Let me just get this over with quickly." He leaned close to Xiong Mengmeng's ear, his voice low enough to be barely audible to others. "Mengmeng, you know Rongqing's Rong Venture Capital? Their CEO Sui Gang just signed a performance-based agreement with Lin Yan from Jianhan Technology. They've set up a short video traffic incubation fund. It's a key city-supported project. Minimum investment of 5 million, 10% monthly returns. Since you've always looked out for my family, I thought I'd bring you in on this." Xiong Mengmeng showed zero interest, idly twirling a strand of hair instead. Meanwhile, the corner of Zhang the con artist's mouth twitched imperceptibly, a flash of scorn crossing his eyes. "So it's a fellow con artist. The competition these days lacks creativity after all these years, still using such outdated lines? With such pathetic tricks, he dares to compete with me?" Zhang the con artist crossed his legs, sipped his tea elegantly, and spoke with playful amusement. "Mr. Neighbor, 10%, isn't that a bit conservative? Any film project I handle starts at a 15% return rate. And, as far as I know, projects with such backing usually have entry barriers. Ordinary folks like us don't have access to them." He was trying to intimidate Chen Mo into backing down, while also hinting to Xiong Mengmeng that the returns Chen Mo mentioned were nowhere near half of what he could offer. Chen Mo took in every nuance of Zhang the con artist's expression. The fish had finally taken the bait.
He feigned a glance at Xiong Meng, then shot a sidelong look at Zhang the con artist, his expression suddenly enlightened.
So, you don't believe I have connections?
He pulled out his phone and dialed Lin Yan's video call first, the camera angle slightly shifting to capture the con artist in the living room. Lin Yan was in the finance department, with Wang Jian bowing his head in reprimand before her and the backdrop bearing the words Zhanghan Technology behind her.
Mr. Chen? Ms. Lin, the short video traffic incubation fund is still launching next Monday, right?
Lin Yan paused slightly, her eyes darting around.
Yes, Monday's the launch date. Chen Mo pressed further, and the investment deadline is 3 p.m. today, correct? Yes, 3 p.m. sharp. No exceptions. Remember, next time don't discuss confidential matters in front of outsiders. Chen Mo nodded with a smile. Got it. Thanks for the reminder, Ms. Lin.
The call ended. Before 3 seconds had passed, Lin Yan sent a message.
You owe me one.
Chen Mo sighed inwardly, quickly hiding the message, then dialed Sui for a video call.
Unlike Lin Yan, Sui took a while to answer. As soon as the call connected, Chen Mo got straight to the point. Mr. Su, regarding the regulatory account for Ms. Lin's short video traffic incubation fund, is it the financial regulatory special account at the Rongqing branch of XX Bank?
Sui glanced at Xiong Meng and the middle-aged con artist behind Chen Mo, then nodded with a smile.
The account number is. Hold on, I'll send it to your phone. Chen Mo's phone vibrated as Sui sent the account details. XX Bank Rongqing branch key financial regulatory account, JFJCXXXXXX.
The teacup in Zhang the con artist's hand shook violently. He'd come to Rongqing to set up a Ponzi scheme for Xiong Meng. He'd heard of Lin Yan and Sui, seen them in the news. These weren't actors you could just randomly find. A single call from Chen Mo could get them to cooperate with the verification. Zhang's eyes flickered with uncertainty, but he quickly regained his composure. Even if Chen Mo wasn't a fraudster, so what? A 10% monthly return was still too low. He could promise 15%. For a naive, idealistic aspiring actress like Xiong Meng, who would she choose? It was obvious. Xiong Meng, however, hadn't given it much thought. Listening to Chen Mo's phone call, she just wanted to doze off. Money meant nothing to her, she simply wasn't interested. Out of the corner of his eye, Chen Mo caught a fleeting look of shock on Zhang's face. A cold smile spread across his lips. The fish had taken the bait. He continued speaking to the disinterested Xiong Meng. Meng, you might be sleepy now, but what I'm about to tell you will definitely keep you awake. Chen Mo opened the calculator app on his phone. You think the real monthly return is only 10%? Wrong. That's just the surface number. The key lies in this compound interest model. If you reinvest monthly, month 1, 5 million 10% equals 5.5 million, month 2, 5.5 million 10% equals 6.05 million, by month 12, it's 15.69 million at 200% annualized return. He swiped away the calculator and opened Rong Venture Capital's official website, pulling up their annual risk management report. Look here, Rongchuan Venture's maximum drawdown is 0.3%, with a Sharpe ratio of 3.2%. This proves Rongchuan Ventures is practically risk-free. Plus, it has municipal backing, absolute passive income. Xiong Meng yawned, lazily wiping the tears from the corners of her eyes. Making 10 million yuan a year with guaranteed returns, why wasn't she excited? Why was she still dreaming of investing in movies and acting? Quite the opposite. Zhang the con artist's hands trembled slightly as his mind raced. Scamming 5 million would take half a year of planning, constant anxiety, and the risk of failure. This thing actually offers risk-free profits? Chen Mo keenly noticed Zhang the swindler's trembling fingers and decided to deliver the final blow. He lowered his voice again, his gaze growing unusually serious. Meng, have you crunched the numbers? The highest returns actually come from scams. Those guys promise tripling your money in a year, but when the cops show up, the money vanishes and you end up behind bars. This is different. The 10% monthly return is backed by an agreement between Rong Venture Capital and the municipal government. There's zero risk. Funds go into a regulated account. Lin Yan's 30 million has already been deposited. He paused, then suddenly laughed. Best of all, you don't have to lift a finger. Su's team handles everything professionally. The returns come straight to your account when they're due. Xiong Meng blinked. It sounded tempting, but still felt so boring. Clink. Zhang the con artist's teacup crashed onto the coffee table, spilling tea onto his cheap suit. The fat on his face jiggled as he forced an apologetic yet strained smile. My apologies, I need to use the restroom. Watching Zhang the con artist dash into the restroom, Chen Mo's lips curved into a knowing smile. The fish was completely hooked. Chapter 7, From the moment I walked in. 6 minutes and 23 seconds. The cicadas outside suddenly screeched louder, like a string stretched to its limit, only to snap abruptly just before breaking. Zhang the swindler burst into the bathroom and locked the door behind him. He turned on the faucet, letting the roaring water drown out his own voice as trembling fingers frantically swiped across his phone screen. Number 2. Zhang Liang lowered his voice, his Adam's apple bobbing.
Transfer the 4.87 million from the account to my card immediately. Now. The sound of a chair tipping over came from the other end of the line. Are you crazy? That's the life savings we risked our necks to swindle. Besides, large transfers require a USB token for verification. Where the hell would I get one? Zhang the swindler stared at the bulging veins on his neck in the mirror, his teeth grinding audibly. Cut the crap. What about the large payment authorization on that SIM card you activated last year? Anything under 5 million just needs SMS verification. Hurry up. I've got a surefire deal here with a 200% annual return. Once it's gone, it's gone. Drop slid down his temples. Couldn't he tell if they were tap water or cold sweat? Dead silence hung on the line until second brother's trembling voice finally broke it. Boss, this can't be a scam, right? Zhang the swindler suddenly erupted, smashing his fist into the marble countertop of the sink. The impact rattled Xiong Mengmeng's toothbrush and cup. Bull. Realizing he de-raised his voice too much, he glanced warily at the bathroom door before lowering his tone. We're in this business ourselves, for s sake. Who could pull one over on us? Su Yi from Rome Venture Capital, Lin Yan from Jianghan Technology. These are legit figures we've seen in the news. Do you think they'd play dirty tricks like we do? The sound of frantic keyboard tapping echoed on the other end. Boss. I couldn't find that 200% annualized return project you mentioned. How about we stick to the original plan and scam the dumb girl out of her money first? Zhang the swindler's mouth twisted into a sneer, a flash of cruelty in his eyes. You fool! Do you think an internal channel project like this would show up online? I saw the bank's regulatory account with my own eyes and heard Lin Yan mention the project's confidentiality level with my own ears. Of course we'll swindle that dumb girl's money. Over 10 million extra in a year? You think I'd pass up a chance like that? His phone vibrated, its glow illuminating his twisted face. Transfer the money now. I'm not negotiating. I sent you the verification code. Miss today, and you'll never recover. You don't want to spend your life hiding, afraid to even go home, do you? Zhang the conman practically burst out of the bathroom, rushing over to Xiong Mengmeng in 2 strides. His eyes burned with fervor, sweat beading on his forehead. Mengmeng, I just thought it through in the bathroom. You have to listen to Brother Chen. You absolutely must invest in this project. And you have to bring me along. A fleeting, almost imperceptible sneer flashed in Chen Mo's eyes. The drama had finally reached its climax. Hearing Zhang the con artist's words, Xiong Mengmeng froze in place, her chest heaving violently as the Pikachu pattern on her pajamas rose and fell. She stared in disbelief at the suddenly unfamiliar figure of Big Shot Zhang. Just 10 minutes ago, this Big Shot Zhang had been eloquently discussing film investments. Now he was acting like a crazed gambler, urging her to switch her investment to some obscure short video traffic incubation fund. She had absolutely no interest in this. Xiong Mengmeng's eyes widened in shock, and she was so flustered she nearly jumped up and down. Big Shot Zhang. You just said you'd take me to the Maldives to shoot a movie. My money is for investing in your film, not some stupid fund. And Daniel Wu. I was supposed to act alongside Daniel Wu. Zhang the con artist's face twitched violently as he switched to a soothing, childlike tone. Meng, of course we're still making the movie. This money is still counting as your film investment. Rest assured, every promise I made to you will be kept. Think about it, a movie investment worth hundreds of millions, and I'm only putting up 4.87 million. It's a drop in the bucket. Once this project turns a profit, we'll bump Daniel Wu's scenes up to 30. Xiong Mengmeng blinked, twirling her finger around Pikachu's tail as she drew circles. Really? Then, will Daniel Wu really have 30 scenes with me? Absolutely. Zhang the conman declared solemnly. But remember, every penny this fun project earns goes straight to the production team. After all, it counts as your film investment. No problem. Xiong Mengmeng's eyes sparkled with excitement as she nodded repeatedly. After reassuring Xiong Mengmeng, Zhang the conman turned to Chen Mo with an unnatural excitement in his voice. Mr. Chen, I was wondering, would it be possible, could Xiong Mengmeng bring me along to invest in this project? Chen Mo leaned back slightly, furrowing his brow as he feigned hesitation. Mr. Zhang, this isn't appropriate, is it? You heard Mr. Lin's stance. Bringing Xiong Mengmeng along is already pushing it for me. Zhang's smile froze instantly on his face. His complexion drained instantly, turning deathly pale. His voice sounded as if it were being forced out of his throat. Mr. Chen, please reconsider? He abruptly spun toward the coffee table, snatched a stack of contracts, and dashed back. Look, I have connections. I've been in the film industry for over a decade. I know every casting director across all platforms. His excitement grew with every word, his speech accelerating as his fingers tapped nervously on the forged Hui brothers' seal stamped on the contracts. Just take me on this project, and whatever you shoot in the future, I'll make it happen. Then, as if remembering something, he pulled a thick envelope from his suit jacket pocket and shoved it into Chen Mo's hand. He impatiently opened his mobile banking app. Mr. Chen, here's 30 grand in cash. Consider it your tea money. Just nod your head and I'll round up the change from my 70 grand to make it a nice, even sum for you. Chen Mo lowered his head, clutching the envelope to hide the cold smile tugging at his lips. Time to reel him in. He slowly raised his eyes, deliberately slipping the envelope back into Zhang's sweat-dampened hand before patting his wrist. Since Mr. Zhang is so sincere, let's do business together. He pulled out his phone and displayed the account number Sui had given him in front of Zhang. Zhang immediately shoved it under Xiong Mengmeng's nose, urging, "Hurry up and transfer it. I'll get you 30 scenes with Daniel Wu." Xiong Mengmeng held the phone, a smile lighting up her face. Without a moment's hesitation, she transferred the entire 5 million yuan from her account. Seeing the transfer complete, Zhang the con artist exhaled a long sigh of relief before eagerly transferring his own funds. And the moment the transfer succeeded, Chen Mo suddenly chuckled softly. Zhang the swindler looked at Chen Mo in confusion, his eyes filled with puzzlement. "Mr. Chen, what are you laughing at?" Chen Mo lowered his gaze, like a chess player making the decisive move. "I'm laughing because Mr. Zhang taught me a lesson: scammers are most easily deceived by their own familiar tricks." Zhang the swindler glanced down at the still displayed account number, then looked up at the cold smile curling at the corners of Chen Mo's mouth. A chill surged from his feet, sending a wave of coldness through his limbs. You set me up?" Chen Mo didn't deny it. He calmly raised his hand and glanced at his watch. "From the moment I walked in until now. It's been exactly 6 minutes and 23 seconds. Zhang's pupils suddenly contracted to pinpricks, the fat on his face trembling violently. He suddenly roared, snatched a teacup from the coffee table, and lunged at Chen Mo. "Your ancestors." Chen Mo remained utterly still, merely switching the screen on his phone. The screen instantly displayed the interface, 110 call 623. The speaker crackled with the police dispatcher's live instructions. "All teams, take your positions. I suggest you don't make a move. Otherwise, you'll face multiple charges and spend the rest of your life inside." Chen Mo casually opened the transfer details page in his banking app. "Oh, I forgot to show you this. This account code starting with JFJC belongs to the Financial Supervision Unit's dedicated account. The 4.87 million you transferred is currently being frozen and returned." Outside, the rhythmic clatter of tactical boots grew louder as a metal breaching tool pressed against the doorframe. Zhang the swindler dropped his teacup in despair, erupting into maniacal laughter. 6 minutes. Ha ha ha. It took me 6 months to groom a client. And you made me hand over my entire fortune to the police in 6 minutes, and I did it willingly. His laughter abruptly halted, his eyes filling with terror. "Who the hell are you?" Chen Mo adjusted his cuffs, glanced at Xiong Mengmeng beside him, and said calmly, "A good husband, a good father, and a good neighbor, big brother." Xiong Mengmeng finally let out a soft gasp at that moment. She looked down at the crooked Pikachu tail on her pajamas, slowly straightening it before lifting her gaze to Zhang the swindler, now pinned down by the police who had stormed in. For the first time, her eyes held clarity beyond mere confusion. "So?" She nudged Chen Mo's arm. "There never were 30 scenes, right?" Chen Mo nodded. Xiong Mengmeng fished a Daibayu milk candy from her pajama pocket and solemnly placed it in Chen Mo's palm. "This is for you." She pointed at Zhang Liangkai and added, "When he said Daniel Wu would be filming with me in the Maldives, he drooled all over my candy." Her eyes cleared as she took a deep breath. "Thank you." Chapter 8, another 20,000 in the bank. Afternoon sunlight slanted through the blinds as Chen Mo sat on a hard plastic chair, tapping his fingers lightly on the armrest. Across from him, the young officer's ballpoint pen scratched rhythmically across the paper. Suddenly, the young officer snapped his head up, pupils dilating. "So, you felt you couldn't persuade Xiong Mengmeng directly, so you orchestrated the counterattack against Zheng Shirong? Making him voluntarily transfer 4.87 million? Chen Mo met the officer's stunned gaze and smiled faintly. "Yes. Zhang the con artist spent half a year laying the groundwork. Xiong Mengmeng had already been deeply brainwashed. Under those circumstances, any direct persuasion would have backfired." He leaned forward slightly, adjusting into a more comfortable position, and continued. "And the time gap before your officers arrived was ample for the con artist to complete the transfer and collect the funds." The young officer's ballpoint pen clicked onto the witness interrogation record. "I need to go seek instructions." The young officer's fingers trembled slightly. His chair scraped loudly as he stood up. He pushed the door open and jogged toward the command center. "Captain Lee." He arrived at the analysis room, leaning against the doorframe, his chest heaving. "This witness is off." Team leader Lee was flipping through backlogged case files. Hearing the commotion, he didn't look up. "What's the rush?" The young officer pressed down on his wildly pulsing body camera, gasping for breath. "That witness, Chen Mo, his counter-fraud tactics aren't like any ordinary person's. The counterattack scheme he devised perfectly matches the reverse entrapment tactics in the Economic Crime Investigation Manual." Captain Lee instantly grew alert, his brow furrowing. As he took the statement, his right hand reached for his police communicator. After fingerprint unlocking, the screen displayed the identity verification results. It showed Chen Mo had no criminal record whatsoever. Damn, there really are masters out there in the civilian world. Captain Lee tapped the screen with his finger and couldn't help but praise. If this guy wore a police uniform, he'd be sitting in my chair right now. Without professional training, he managed to apply Article 26 of the Anti-Money Laundering Law and the JFJC Regulatory Code with such precision. But just as he closed the device and flipped through the interrogation notes again, his gaze suddenly froze on the name Zhang Shurong. Zhang Shurong? That name. As if recalling something, he hurriedly opened the fugitive database, his fingers flying across the keyboard. A red alert box abruptly appeared before his eyes. National Fugitive Information Match Results Confidential. Name, Zhang Yuda, formerly known as Zhang Shurong. Case number, Public Warrant, 2023, B0477. Case type, Contact Fraud Money Laundering. Reward amount, 80,000. Related cases, 2023 Talent Scout serial fraud case spanning 2 provinces and 5 cities. Characteristics, frequently uses film TV investment scams as cover, possesses 3 fake IDs. Supervising Unit, Economic Crime Investigation Division, Provincial Public Security Department. It's him. Captain Lee slammed his fist on the table, eyes wide with disbelief. He's been caught? That bastard ruined 6 families 2 years ago. He frantically opened the filing cabinet, pulled out a thick folder, and swiftly located a yellowed operation report. Last year we used a reverse entrapment tactic, posing as Hong Kong investors to set a trap for him. But that bastard saw right through it and even sent our investigators a fake arrest warrant. The young officer sucked in a sharp breath. He'd heard about Chen Mo's prowess during the recruitment interviews, but never imagined the real man would surpass his wildest expectations. I take back what I just said, Team Leader Lee remarked, staring at the calm and composed Chen Mo on the surveillance feed. Suddenly, he smiled. If this guy ever puts on a police uniform, he wouldn't just end up in my position. He might even take our Deputy Bureau Chief's seat. If I only had 6 minutes and 23 seconds. Deputy Director Liu had appeared at the doorway unnoticed, holding the signed Witness Rights and Obligations Notice. He chuckled softly. I couldn't match his level of skill. I've already filed with the political department. This year, the Economic Crime Investigation Teaching and Research Office will add a new case study. We'll use this civilian experts version instead. As Chen Mo watched the digital clock in the interrogation room tick from 14:17 to 15:43, the door swung open once more. Deputy Director Liu strode in, a bulging manila envelope clutched in his left hand and a recording police communicator in his right. Mr. Chen, he said, standing before Chen Mo and extending the envelope with a look of appreciation. Thank you for helping us apprehend Class B fugitive Zhang Yuda. Per Ministry of Public Security Warrant B0477, we are to award you 80,000 yuan. Here's 20,000 in advance cash, including 4,000 in taxes, drawn from special intelligence funds. The remaining 44,000 will be processed through provincial finance channels and deposited within 3 days. The envelope felt heavy in his hand. Chen Mo hadn't expected that following the baby game quest to rescue Xiong Mengmeng and incidentally catching the con artist Zhang would net him another 20,000 yuan. Today's earnings had already hit 60,000 yuan, shattering his previous daily record. He could pay off his car loan early. His wife Su Yaowei's coveted coat and Xiao Zhao's long-wished-for Lego set no longer required hesitation. And another 44,000 was on its way. But this probably wasn't the reward the system had hinted at, because the reward for the Catch the Scammer adventure clearly stated, after rescuing Sister Bear, she will give you her beloved wish candy. Chen Mo slipped the envelope into his inner pocket, stood up, and spoke with more urgency than usual. So can I go now? He promised his wife he'd return immediately after delivering the cross-stitch and cashing the check, yet here he was at the police station giving a statement. At this hour, Xiao Xiao would surely have woken from her nap and be asking, "Where's Daddy?" No rush. Deputy Chief Liu pushed over a public service announcement authorization form. The city TV station and police academy both need footage. Then let me call home to let them know I'm okay. Chen Mo pulled out his phone, which had been on silent for ages. 3 missed calls flashed on the screen, all from his wife, Su Yue. But before he could finish, a crowd of officers burst into the interview room. Young officers excitedly surrounded Chen Mo, some even holding up their phones and whispering, "Big shot, taking on apprentices?" Publicity officers followed closely behind, equipment in tow. The lead reporter struggled to push through the crowd to Chen Mo's front, raising a microphone. "Mr. Chen, as a hero in the fight against fraud, what message do you have for the public?" Chen Mo burst out of the police station at 4:22 p.m. He glanced back at the closed door of the interrogation room, where Xiong Mengmeng, as the victim, still had to complete a detailed and lengthy statement. This naive young woman, tricked into believing she could become a star and act alongside Daniel Wu, was probably crying to the police right now about her shattered dream of becoming an actress. He quickly called Su Yue to let her know he was safe. Su Yue sounded utterly shocked on the phone. She never imagined that Xiong Mengmeng's acting dream was just a scam. "Honey, we'll talk more when I get back. I need to cash this check at the bank first, they're about to close." "Okay, be careful on your way." After hanging up, Chen Mo sprinted toward the bank and finally reached the teller window just before closing time.
The teller took the check in the leather envelope, then pushed over an application form with a bright smile. Mr. Chen, your recent account activity meets the gold card criteria.
Chen Mo cut her off immediately. No need. Just deposit it into my regular account.
Watching his mobile banking balance jump from 37,586.4 yuan to 97,586.4 yuan, Chen Mo walked briskly back to the entrance of his residential complex. Just as he was about to step into the elevator, Xiong Mengmeng, who had finished her statement, suddenly peeked out from behind the potted plants beside the elevator. The Pikachu ears dangling from her pajama hood fluttered with a soft flap.
Brother Chen, my place has.
She bit her lower lip and stamped her foot.
Oh, you'll see when you get there.
Without waiting for a response, she grabbed Chen Mo's sleeve and dragged him toward the elevator.
What was this? Xiong's sister's cherished wish candy? The reward from the system prompt? Chapter 9, today's earnings, 90,000. Total earnings, 134,000. The elevator stopped on the 12th floor, and the sweet aroma of honey-baked muffins immediately filled the air.
Xiong Mengmeng's front door stood wide open.
Only now did Chen Mo notice the crooked fluorescent graffiti spelling out Mengmeng's castle on the door.
He hadn't paid it any mind when he came by that afternoon.
Come on in.
Xiong Mengmeng tugged at Chen Mo's sleeve, pulling him into her home. Sunset streamed through the floor-to-ceiling windows into the 5-meter-high duplex loft, which she had transformed from its original insulation layer into a dreamlike gaming paradise. The left side, designated as her live streaming area, looked like a battlefield. A sticky note reading 012 devastating defeat was plastered on the monitor, accompanied by a tearful emoticon. To the right stood a large display cabinet crammed with Pikachu plushies, where she'd casually placed her million-follower creator award from Bilibili among the toys.
Look over here.
Xiong Mengmeng dragged Chen Mo to a room labeled Navigator's Treasure.
With a loud clatter, she flung open the door, sending a mountain of electronics tumbling out like an avalanche.
Barefoot, she stepped over a box labeled Global Limited Edition VR goggles from some brand, then pulled 2 unopened Huawei Mate 60 Pro Plus phones from the depths of the clutter. The manufacturer insisted on sending me a couple's set.
What a pain for a single girl like me. Ha!
Xiong Mengmeng seemed to spot something and dug deeper, bending over to unearth a Zio Oceankai Z9 Peak Edition children's smartwatch.
Aha! Now Xiao can video call me anytime. Chen Mo's arms were instantly stuffed full.
Before he could say a word, Xiong Mengmeng was already tiptoeing to reach the bottom shelf. She hopped left and right, the Pikachu ears on her pajama hood fluttering with each movement. Finally, she pulled down N's Gimi RS10 Ultra projector and, just like before, shoved it into Chen Mo's arms.
Wait! Chen Mo took a half step back. What are you doing?
Xiong Mengmeng blinked her eyes, looking slightly aggrieved.
Of course it's a thank you gift.
Account freezes are such a hassle.
You can use these for now.
Her eyes suddenly lit up as she tugged at Chen Mo's sleeve.
Hey, Chen Gu, why not let Sister Yue pick something herself? She could bring Xiao to play the new Switch I got. I bought It Takes Two but never had anyone to play with.
Chen Mo stared at the electronics in his arms, puzzled.
Aren't these the units manufacturers lent you for reviews?
Xiong Mengmeng's eyes widened instantly. Oh right, you reminded me. She immediately dropped to the floor, perched on her haunches, and began rummaging through the bottom layer of files.
Finally, she triumphantly held up a contract. Ta-da! Found it! I knew there was this clause.
Look, Clause 7, Positive Energy Promotion Agreement. The brand authorizes content creators to use review equipment for public welfare promotions. Brother Chen, you're officially certified as a fraud-fighting superhero now. She slapped the contract onto Chen Mo's chest while simultaneously flashing her phone to show the Police Public Account's latest article, Case Study of Civilian Anti-Fraud Expert Chen Mo selected for Police Academy Curriculum.
So this is a legal gift? Chen Mo hesitated. Better than legal.
Xiong Mengmeng suddenly turned serious. This is called a Police Enterprise Citizen Tripartite Anti-Fraud Demonstration Project.
Oh wow, I just spotted another great hairdryer. Stop it. Chen Mo quickly cut her off. That's enough, this is more than enough.
He finally understood. Sister Xiong's cherished wish candy referred to this pile of electronics he was now clutching worth over 30,000 yuan.
That's not enough.
You helped me recover 5 million yuan in losses. You could take all these treasures home. Xiong Mengmeng pouted, muttering under her breath. When Chen Mo wasn't looking, she slipped another VIP experience card for a high-end parent-child playground into his pocket. When Chen Mo returned home laden with boxes of all sizes, Su Yue was arranging flowers at the entrance while wearing an apron. Seeing the items in her husband's arms, the scissors in her hand froze mid-air with a sharp click. Mr. Chen, she said, enunciating each syllable deliberately as her fingers tugged at his ear, you'd better explain this. Xiao hid behind the shoe cabinet, sticking out her little tongue, daring only to peek with her 2 round eyes.
We didn't buy these. Chen Mo quickly turned his head to dodge her grasp.
Xiong Mengmeng upstairs insisted on giving them to us.
She said it's anti-fraud collaboration, supplies.
Seeing his wife's narrowed eyes, Chen Mo paused before adding.
There's a contract. It's legit. Su Yue took the electronic devices from Chen Mo's arms and fetched his slippers from the shoe cabinet. You mean all these were gifts from Xiong Mengmeng?
Seeing Mom's anger subside, Xiao Xiao immediately darted out from behind the shoe cabinet, stretching her little arms toward Chen Mo.
Daddy, pick me up.
But when she spotted the smartwatch, she abruptly stopped in her tracks and turned her attention straight toward it.
While changing shoes, Chen Mo quickly recounted the afternoon's events to Su Yue. You mean you made another 20,000 yuan this afternoon and another 44,000 will be deposited in 3 days? Su Yue couldn't believe it. So these are the rewards from the anti-fraud campaign plus Miss Bear's generous thank you gifts? So our savings are about to hit 100,000? We can pay off the car loan early? Chen Mo nodded. Theoretically, yeah, that's about right.
Before he could finish, Su Yue threw her arms around his neck, her eyes sparkling.
Honey, can we lure a few more scammers back?
Xiao Xiao chimed in with a muffled voice.
10 of them.
The couple looked down to see that Xiao Xiao had somehow already opened the packaging of the electronic watch and was stuffing it into her mouth, her standard procedure for inspecting all gifts.
Chen Xiao Xiao. Su Yue's scolding and Chen Mo's rescue arrived simultaneously. All that remained was a glistening drool mark on the watchband.
Su Yue took the saliva-stained watch from her husband's hand, wiped it with a damp flower-patterned wipe, then bent down to fasten it for Xiao Xiao. Xiao Xiao, watches are meant to be worn like this, not eaten.
Gurgle. Xiao Xiao's stomach let out a loud protest, as if to say this was the standard procedure for testing gifts. Why had it changed again? Su Yue glanced anxiously at the wall clock and hurriedly stood up. It's already this late, and dinner isn't ready yet.
She hastily stuck the floral shears into the vase and hurried toward the kitchen, but suddenly turned back to grab a Huawei phone.
Let me borrow the recipe app. After a pause, she instructed Chen Mo. Teach her how to use the kid's smartwatch first. Don't let her chew on the strap again.
Once in the kitchen, Su Yue immediately opened her mother's WeChat account and started typing furiously.
Mom, Chen Mo made another 80,000 yuan this afternoon.
They paid 20,000 up front, and the remaining 44,000 will be transferred in 3 days. Oh, and the upstairs neighbor gave him another 30,000 in gifts.
Total earnings today, 90,000.
Then she began vividly recounting how Chen Mo outsmarted the scammers, how the police admired him, how the bank tellers fawned over him, and how Xiong Mengmeng upstairs insisted on forcing gifts on him. After finishing her story, she tossed her phone aside without waiting for her mother's reply. Opening the Huawei packaging box, she hummed a tune while glancing at the recipe and began preparing dinner. Meanwhile, Chen Mo, who was busy teaching Xiao Xiao that inspecting gifts shouldn't involve stuffing them into one's mouth, felt the system prompt flash across his retina once more. 4. Guardians of the Fairy Tale Home. Grandpa Panda's honey jar has about 1/5 of its frosting left. Grandma Rabbit's rainbow candy wrapper is fully exposed in her apron pocket. She's about to unwrap it. The angry Bao's gold trim is staining toward the center. Keep earning more coins. The rainbow bridge is accelerating. Chen Mo turned his head to watch Su Yue's cheerful, bustling silhouette in the kitchen, a smile spreading across his face. Just as Su Yue finished stir-frying the last dish, a call came in from his younger sister, Su Wanqing. Sis, Mom just snuck another bottle of 93 Moutai from Dad's liquor cabinet. She says it's an early gift for Xiao Xiao. She wants me to bring it tomorrow along with the pre-Qingming Longjing tea. Hee, I'm also curious about the brother-in-law who makes 90,000 a day. Su Yue turned off the stove, dished out the food, and replied with a touch of pride. Wrong. Today was just the deposit. The actual total earned was 134,000. Alright, dinner's ready. I'll tell you all about it tomorrow when you come over. After hanging up, she carried the dishes toward the living room. But the moment she stepped out of the kitchen, she spotted Xiao Xiao hugging a family-sized bucket, munching away on fried chicken with ketchup smeared all over his face. Chen Mo stood nearby scratching his head and grinning like an idiot, a corner of a takeout bag peeking out of his pocket. Chen Mo. After a cozy dinner, just as Chen Mo was about to suggest the family go out for a stroll and pick up his wife's coat and the Lego set their daughter had been longing for, Xiao Xiao suddenly started nodding off at the worst possible moment. Her little head nodded slowly as she mumbled, Daddy, tell me a story. By the time Chen Mo had rocked Xiao Xiao to sleep, it was already past 11 p.m. He sighed. His wife's coat and his daughter's Lego set would have to wait for another day. Honey, you've been amazing all day today. Can you be amazing tonight too? Su Yue emerged from the bathroom, her face glowing and her expression tender. Chen Mo swept Su Yue into his arms, his words simple and direct. Let's go. Not the bedroom, just the couch. Little one, in a bit, the little one might wake up. Nearly 40 minutes later, Su Yue lay softly in Chen Mo's arms, tracing circles on his chest with her finger. Her complexion seemed to glow even brighter. Chen Mo held Su Yue close, lost in their shared moment of bliss. And just as the clock struck 12, a new baby game popped up on his retina. Ding! Today's baby game generated. Chapter 10, No Capital? Then borrow the momentum of the future. Late at night, Chen Mo stared at the baby game generated by the system on his retina, while Su Yue had already fallen asleep in his arms. 1. Building block battle. The
The mischievous paparazzi wizard is about to use rumor glue to cement popstar Wang's image building blocks in place. Let's fire up the PR Express and rumble toward the tower, toppling it into our traffic amusement park. Don't forget to hide the Gem Kingdom announcement in the tunnel. It turns dark rumors into sparkling rainbow projections and earns you a full jar of popularity pop rocks. 2. Bubble Rescue Mission. The Dark Cloud Monster will launch a bubble attack on Happy Valley at 10 p.m. Use our Rainbow Bubble Shield to dodge its attacks. Remember to prepare your Rainbow Bubble Shield in advance. What little animals will trade splashy coins for it? Don't forget to save some for the elephant security guard he'll pretend not to see. 3. Candy Market Adventure. The Distant Star Candy Council just announced, starting next month, all electronic pop rocks will lose their magic. But Sun Lollipops will stay sparkling forever. Borrow a huge bag of electronic pop rocks from the Candy Fairy, sell them using the price drop horn, then buy glowing Sun Lollipops. When the pop rocks pop and lose value, return them to the fairy at half price. She'll be so mad her nose will smoke. 4. Fantasy Case Files at Happy Valley Lottery Shop. Hidden in the Rainbow Lottery Shop behind the carousel, the mischievous lucky elf has cast a spell. On the third cloud display shelf to the left of the counter, the Golden Dreams Come True event log has its page 337 enchanted with the honey spell. Whoever finds the honey spell on page 337 can take home the entire lucky high price jar. 5. Sunset Paradise's Puzzle Mystery. The wicked gold coin wizard cast an invisibility spell on the nursing home's love ledger, swapping the elder's longevity bread for glittering virtual stars. At 3 p.m., the villainous gold coin wizard will secretly meet the rainbow fairy in the sweet trap at Home Sweet Home. Catch this bread-stealing thief, and you'll not only receive the golden treasure box specially supplied by the Justice Spirit, but also the grandparents' most precious memory treasures. After yesterday's events, he'd gradually figured out how this system worked. It generates intelligence based on what it observes and hears, then transforms it into childishly playful games. Block Battle. Candy Market Adventure. Chen Mo silently moved his lips, his gaze darting between the two games. The first game's hints Popstar Wang Mao and character building blocks tower perfectly match the recent scandal involving the top-tier celebrity surnamed Wang trending on hot searches. The answer was glaringly obvious. This was an impending celebrity scandal, a prime opportunity to capitalize on the traffic. As for the second, the Distant Star Candy Council was clearly a euphemism for the Federal Reserve, while the diminishing magic of electronic popping candy was an obvious allusion to the impending crash in tech stocks. Sun Lollipops correspond to the new energy sector, forever growing toward the sun. Celebrity scandals, harvesting traffic. Fed rate hikes, tech stocks plummeting, new energy sector holding steady. Chen Mo massaged his temples, a wry smile of resignation curling his lips. So what if he saw the answer? Right now, with the 90,000 yuan in his pocket, he couldn't even afford a single car on the PR Express train, let alone join the Fed's capital feast. Taking a deep breath, he shifted his gaze to the remaining 3 games. Heavy rain alert, lottery win, and... Wait! Lottery win! Chen Mo's heartbeat suddenly accelerated. He carefully withdrew the arm his wife had been using as a pillow, tiptoed over to the messy pile of clothes on the floor, and fumbled for his phone. He quickly searched for the Dreams Come True scratch-off lottery ticket. Only 80,000. Seeing the top prize was only 80,000 yuan, he felt a pang of disappointment. Unaccustomed to lotteries, he'd hoped for a 5 million yuan win. That would let him profit on both ends, first capitalizing on the Fed's rate hike, then exploiting celebrity scandals for another big payday. But 80,000? Wait. Chen Mo suddenly frowned. The system prompt is based on what I've seen and heard. Both capitalizing on traffic and the Fed rate hike makes sense. I've seen Lin Yan and Sui, but this Happy Valley. Chen Mo instinctively looked down and spotted a VIP experience card for Happy Valley's premium family amusement park in his pocket. He'd stumbled upon it while rummaging through his phone earlier. Xiong Meng Meng. Chen Mo realized with a jolt. The only person who could have given him such a card was Xiong Meng Meng. That innocent young lady must have slipped it into his pocket this afternoon when his hands were occupied. He tucked the card back into his pocket, intending to take Xiao Xiao and his wife there tomorrow. But as he withdrew his hand, his fingers suddenly froze mid-air. Did I just mention Lin Yan and Sui? The embers in Chen Mo's eyes reignited. He stared at the cards for Block Battle and Candy Market Adventure for a few seconds before pulling on his clothes and unlocking the door. Without capital, borrow momentum, leverage the future's momentum, and repay the favor. The motion sensor lights in the stairwell flickered on with his footsteps. Dim illumination and the faint glow of his phone simultaneously fell upon his composed face. Beep. Lin Yan's number dialed. Before Chen Mo could speak, a cold female voice came through the receiver. You owe me one. Chen Mo didn't beat around the bush. Lin Yan was straightforward, so he cut to the chase. Paying you back now. That top-tier celebrity surnamed Wang is about to have a major scandal break the day after tomorrow. We've preemptively set up crisis PR and are leveraging a rival star to drive traffic. It'll be enough for you to make a killing. Dead silence fell on the other end of the line. Not even a breath could be heard.
After a long pause, Lin Yan ground out the words through clenched teeth.
You better not be joking. Chen Mo's lips curved into a faint smile. Believe it or not, Zhanghan Tech's headquarters is in Yucheng. You turned down my grandfather's offer and came to the Chengdu branch just to prove yourself. If you miss this opportunity. The call ended abruptly. Lin Yan hadn't given Chen Mo a chance to finish. But, less than a second later, Chen Mo's Alipay app chimed with a deposit notification. Alipay received 20,000 yuan. The notification bar immediately displayed Lin Yan's message. Collaboration deposit. If the information is genuine, we split profits 20/80. Note, this doesn't count as repayment for what you owe me, it's purely a business deal.
Chen Mo stared at the screen and chuckled softly. This decisive Ms. Lin still hadn't given up on recruiting him. Little did she know, his future would no longer be confined to her small subsidiary. Watching the balance in his bank card surge past the 100,000 yuan mark from 97,586.4 yuan to 117,586.4 yuan, a flicker of excitement danced in Chen Mo's eyes. Another 20,000. And in less than 5 minutes. Lin Yan's 20,000 yuan was completely unexpected, a windfall. His plan to leverage the situation wasn't solely for this immediate sum. But since Lin Yan had offered it and it could further ease his family's financial strain at this stage, his wife and Xiao wouldn't be limited to buying their beloved coats and coveted Lego sets. They could have more and better things. Pulling his thoughts back, Chen Mo dialed Sui again. Sui answered promptly this time, speaking first. Mr. Chen, calling so late, is it because you've developed new ideas regarding the financial regulatory account this afternoon and wish to discuss the valuation model? Chen Mo cut him off immediately. Today is August 29th. With just 1 day left before September, the Fed is set to raise interest rates. Tech stocks are plummeting, while the new energy sector is holding up. Sui paused, his tone turning grave. Mr. Chen, the Fed's rate hike carries significant implications. This news. Chen Mo cut him off again. It's a guess. Just a reminder, you only have 1 day left. If you keep questioning me, then your time really won't be long. With that, he hung up. Turning back into the room, Chen Mo let out a meaningful smile. The momentum of the future had been secured. The rest would be left to time. Chapter 11, Operation Bubble Rescue. Morning sunlight streamed through the curtains into the bedroom. Su Yue rubbed her eyes, realizing she was lying on the large bed in the bedroom. Xiao slept soundly in the small children's bed, seemingly lost in some sweet dream. Her chubby little face wore a contented smile, her tiny lips puckered in a smile. I remember being on the sofa last night. Su Yue's cheeks flushed slightly as she turned to look beside her, only to find the spot empty. The sizzle of eggs cooking drifted from the kitchen. Su Yue rose quietly, careful not to disturb her daughter's sweet dreams. She bent down to tuck the blanket around Xiao before pushing open the bedroom door. Awake? Chen Mo, wearing an apron, carried 3 plates of fried eggs out of the kitchen. Golden toast and steaming milk already adorned the dining table. Why did you get up so early today? Su Yue was a bit surprised. Since Chen Mo lost his job, he had always tried to stay positive, but this was the first time she'd seen him look so energetic. Chen Mo glanced toward the sofa out of the corner of his eye, a faint smile touching his lips. Slept pretty well last night. As he spoke, he pulled the Happy Valley VIP experience card from his pocket and waved it cheerfully. Let's take Xiao to play today. The flush that had just faded from Su Yue's cheeks surged back. When she recognized the card in Chen Mo's hand, she asked in surprise. Where did you get that? Chen Mo raised an eyebrow. Xiong Meng gave it to me. She must have slipped it into my pocket yesterday. Su Yue took the card and examined it closely, a hint of worry unconsciously appearing in her eyes. But Xiao has to register at kindergarten this morning. School starts the day after tomorrow. As she spoke, the bedroom door creaked open a crack. Xiao poked half her head through, her eyes sparkling. Daddy, Mommy, are we going to Happy Valley today? Su Yue's heart melted at the sight of her daughter's eager eyes. Ever since Xiao was born, the family's finances had become strained, especially during the past 3 months since Chen Mo lost his job. It had been ages since the whole family had gone out together for fun. Now that the financial pressure had eased considerably, letting Xiao have some fun wouldn't hurt. It would also give Chen Mo a much-needed break from the tension he'd been under these past months. Alright, let's go out today. Su Yue bent down to catch Xiao as she threw herself into her arms, pinching the little girl's chubby cheeks before turning to Chen Mo with a wink. But shouldn't Mr. Chen step up a bit? She gently placed Xiao into Chen Mo's arms, her eyes sparkling with mischief. Like, maybe call her teacher and explain why this reliable dad suddenly wants to be a rule-breaking parent today. After a cozy breakfast, the family got ready to head to Happy Valley. Su Yue waited at the building entrance holding Xiao's hand. After a long wait, the family's Geely Xingrui, already covered in dust from the public parking lot, slowly pulled up. The window rolled down, and Chen Mo offered an awkward smile. The car ran out of gas. Hop in first, and we'll go fill up and get it washed while we're at it. Wait a minute.
Su Yue interrupted, looking at Chen Mo with a mix of exasperation and amusement. Mr. Chen, the gas station is just across the street. You're not seriously planning to drive there, are you? Chen Mo froze in the driver's seat.
Just then, Xiao Xiao tugged at Su Yue's sleeve, tilting her little face up and asking earnestly,
Does mommy want daddy to carry the car to the gas station?
Su Yue chuckled softly, crouching down to gently poke her daughter's nose.
That's a great idea, but mommy doesn't want daddy to get too tired. Let's just drive the car over instead.
After filling up and washing the car, the family was about to head to Happy Valley when Su Yue's phone suddenly rang.
Is that Sister Wanqing?
Chen Mo glanced at Su Yue rummaging through her bag for her phone in the rearview mirror. Yesterday, while Su Yue was talking to her mother-in-law, Zhang Lingyi, in the kitchen, he had learned that Su Wanqing was coming today. His feelings toward this sister-in-law were complicated. He couldn't say he liked her, but he didn't dislike her either. Su Wanqing and his wife Su Yue were polar opposites.
Su Wanqing perfectly inherited her father-in-law Su Juanchuan's business acumen.
Her approach to matters was coolly detached, bordering on cold-hearted. She treated human relationships like business deals, calculating the return on investment for every action and word. Lin Yan from Jianghan Technology was also in business, but at least she had principles, boundaries, and a sense of humanity qualities Su Wanqing almost entirely lacked. Chen Mo knew exactly why she was here, nothing more than delivering her in-law's message, using the pretext of bringing tea and wine to test him, to see if he had truly changed. The moment the call connected, Su Wanqing's laughter as sharp as an actuary's filled the line.
Sis, I'm at Terminal 2 of the airport.
She paused deliberately, letting the airport announcements ring clearly in the background. Come pick me up now, and I might consider upgrading your brother-in-law's evaluation from under observation to promising prospect.
You have 23 minutes to decide.
Su Yue wedged the phone against her ear while expertly buckling the seatbelt for Xiao Xiao in the back seat.
She couldn't help but laugh aloud. Oh dear, our CEO is issuing another ultimatum?
She turned to wink at Chen Mo in the driver's seat.
Did you hear that, Mr. Chen? You're currently on watch list status.
Xiao Xiao, like an excited little sparrow, poked her head between the seats.
Is that Auntie? Auntie, did you bring gifts for Xiao Xiao this time?
Xiao Xiao can ride the roller coaster with you and take beautiful photos for you too.
Su Wanqing's cheerful chuckle came through the phone. Both the roller coaster ride and photo services can be converted into cash.
When you graduate from college, come work at Auntie's company. We'll credit your internship wages at 20% off the market rate.
Wanqing.
Su Yue feigned anger, raising her voice but unable to hide the smile playing at the corners of her mouth. Don't try to indoctrinate our little one with your ideas. She reached out to ruffle her daughter's fluffy hair, her eyes brimming with affection.
Don't worry, sweetie.
Whenever Auntie says things like that, her suitcase is always stuffed full of gifts for you. After hanging up, Su Yue gently nudged Chen Mo's shoulder.
Mr. Chen, plans have changed.
Let's head to the airport first to pick up that clever girl.
She brought you tea and liquor. Our whole family will go to Happy Valley together. Chen Mo turned the steering wheel onto the ramp, silently pressing the accelerator deeper. Simultaneously, he activated Bubble Rescue Operation on his retinal display. The Dark Cloud monster will launch a bubble attack on Happy Valley at 10 p.m. Use the Rainbow Bubble Shield to dodge its attacks. Remember to prepare your Rainbow Bubble Shield in advance. What little animals will trade splashy coins for it? Don't forget to save some for the elephant security guard, he'll pretend not to see. Picking up my sister-in-law at the airport meant detouring to Happy Valley.
Along the way, we passed Century Trade City, where disposable raincoats are sold wholesale. Based on Happy Valley Chengdu's annual attendance of about 3 million visitors, the daily average is 8,000. Even though it's the last day of summer vacation, it shouldn't be too different. If I bought 3,000 disposable raincoats there and sold them at Happy Valley, not only would the whole family have a great time today, but it would also mean tens of thousands in earnings. Chapter 12, Yesterday's Surprise continues. This is the second round. Rongqing International Airport, Terminal 2 exit. Su Wanqing stood in the center of the arrivals hall, one hand gripping her suitcase while the other swiftly replied to emails on her phone. She wore a beige V-neck fitted dress from the latest season, her slightly wavy chestnut hair pulled back, and slender high heels on her feet. Her tall figure exuded an effortless elegance. Passing travelers occasionally shot her admiring glances. Auntie! The sweet, childish call made her lift her head. She instantly switched to a perfect smile, pulling a beautifully wrapped box from her suitcase. The latest talking Elsa doll, she speaks 3 foreign languages. Su Yue walked over and naturally took her sister's suitcase. You've gone and spent a fortune again. Invest early, Su Wanqing stood up, smiling as she squeezed her sister's hand. Early education offers the highest return on investment. Though she used professional jargon, her eyes drifted toward Chen Mo trailing behind, her expression shifting to a standard business smile. Thank you for making the trip, brother-in-law. Despite the polite formality of the greeting, Chen Mo detected a fleeting scrutinizing look in Su Wanqing's eyes, as if he were merely a proposal on the table awaiting re-evaluation. Chen Mo had long grown accustomed to her attitude, or rather, to the attitude of her entire family.
Maintaining his composure, he smiled and asked, "Did you have a smooth trip?" "Yeah, it was fine." Su Wanqing replied casually, then withdrew her gaze. Turning back, she retrieved a sandalwood box and a bottle of exquisitely packaged manhwa liquor from the suitcase. "Mom asked me to bring these." She paused meaningfully. "She said it's for Xiao Xiao to drink." The implication was unmistakable, as if to say, if you keep improving, you can drink it. If not, keep it. Don't touch it. Chen Mo accepted the tea and liquor, tapping his fingertips lightly on the sandalwood box. "Thank you. Actually, I've been researching returns lately. I heard this tea has an annualized yield of 15%. No wonder it's your father-in-law's choice." Xiao Xiao had already unwrapped her gift box, bouncing along while hugging Princess Elsa and nibbling on her. Su Yue watched the unspoken exchange between her husband and sister, shaking her head helplessly. The Geely Xingrui resumed its journey, but first pulled into the Century Trade Center parking lot. Chen Mo opened the door, turned to the Su sisters and Xiao Xiao in the back seat, and smiled. "Wait for me a moment. I'm going inside to buy something." Su Yue frowned in confusion. "We're going to Happy Valley. What else do you need?" "It won't take long," Chen Mo blinked, offering no further explanation. Su Wanqing, elegantly crossing her legs in the back seat, lifted her gaze from her phone. "Brother-in-law, do you have a shopping plan? An investment opportunity?" Xiao Xiao pressed her face against the window, her curiosity evident. "Is Daddy going to buy ice cream?" Chen Mo didn't respond, only smiled. 20 minutes later, when he returned carrying a cardboard box brimming with disposable raincoats, Su Yue pressed down the window in surprise. This many raincoats?" 3,000 disposable raincoats, Chen Mo said casually, patting the box. "Better safe than sorry." Su Yue's eyes widened. "But the weather forecast said it'd be sunny today. Our whole family couldn't possibly wear that many." She reached out to touch Chen Mo's forehead. "Mr. Chen, you didn't get carried away after making 90,000 yesterday, did you?" Su Wanqing narrowed her eyes slightly. "Brother-in-law, what's the rationale behind buying 3,000 raincoats at once?" "The park prohibits unauthorized sales. Violators get escorted out by security." She opened the weather app on her phone, her tone professional and analytical. "According to the latest forecast from the Meteorological Bureau, today's chance of precipitation is only 3.7%. The risk factor for this decision is far too high." Xiao Xiao, sitting in the back seat, curiously rummaged through the cardboard box but accidentally knocked a contract onto the floor. "Is Daddy opening a raincoat shop?" Chen Mo picked up the fallen agreement and slipped it back into the stack of 7 freshly printed documents. Meeting Su Wanqing's unwavering gaze, he curved his lips into a faint smile. "Consider it my venture capital investment." Su Wanqing turned off the screen, a fleeting look of disappointment crossing her eyes. "Well then, I hope my brother-in-law's return on investment will be as pleasantly surprising as yesterday's." Chen Mo chuckled softly as he loaded the cardboard box into the trunk. "Yesterday's surprise has already carried over. This is the second round." Su Yue doubted her own ears and asked uncertainly, "Honey, what did you just say?" Chen Mo slammed the trunk shut with a thud, then pulled out his phone and waved it after settling into the driver's seat. "Just this morning, I tipped off Lin Yan about a Wang surnamed guy whose penthouse is about to collapse. She paid me 20 grand, with a 20-80 split on any follow-up." The screen displayed the transfer record for 20,000 yuan. Below it was a note. "Cooperation deposit. If the tip proves accurate, profits split 20-80. Su Yue's eyes widened. A top-tier celebrity surnamed Wang? The one fans praise as a breath of fresh air in the entertainment industry? Yes. That's precisely why Lin Yan made the sacrifice. Chen Mo glanced at Su Wanqing in the rearview mirror, who had already lowered her head to search Weibo. "Just like this rain." Su Wanqing stared at the Weibo search results. The trending topic #Wang's beach proposal success hashtag jumped out at her. In the grid layout, the top-tier star knelt on one knee, holding a sparkling diamond ring. "But collapse my brother-in-law mentioned." She tapped the screen to zoom in on the proposal close up. Could it be this kind of feel-good news? I suggest reassessing. Otherwise, Mr. Lin's investment might take a hit. Su Yue leaned in to look at Su Wanqing's phone and gasped in shock. "Chen Mo, we can't take this money. That top star surnamed Wang is proposing right now. Aren't you spreading rumors?" Xiao Xiao peered out from her car seat, clutching Princess Elsa tightly as she widened her eyes in disbelief. "House collapsing? Is that celebrity uncle's house going to fall down? Does that mean he'll have to live in an ice castle like Princess Elsa?" Xiao Xiao doesn't want him to live in an ice castle. Su Yue chuckled at her daughter's words, but quickly frowned at Chen Mo. "Even kids know you shouldn't wish for someone's house to collapse." Chen Mo smiled silently, turning the key. In the rearview mirror, Su Wanqing turned her head to look out the window. The scorching sun still beat down outside, and she twitched her lips, forcing down a sarcastic smile. Exactly 9 o'clock. The family finally arrived at the entrance of Happy Valley. Little Xiao excitedly grabbed Chen Mo and Su Yue's hands and dashed inside like a little cannonball, while Su Wanqing trailed slowly behind.
The disdain in her eyes reached its peak as her gaze swept coldly over Chen Mo's empty hands. In her mind, she rapidly calculated the loss rate of this failed investment. Not even laying the groundwork for basic distribution channels, selling products without bringing any. But even if he had brought them, he'd have been stopped. At least he has enough sense to know that. Su Wanqing sneered inwardly. Sure enough, a gambler remains a gambler, and her brother-in-law is still that good-for-nothing brother-in-law. Yesterday's 90,000 profit was most likely just a blind cat stumbling upon a dead mouse. Chapter 13. No, I bet on probability. The sun dispelled the morning mist's haze, casting dazzling golden edges along Happy Valley's steel tracks. The carousel gradually warped in the rising heat waves. After accompanying Xiao Xiao on one ride, Chen Mo turned to Su Yue and said, "Honey, take Xiao Xiao to play while I handle something. We'll meet up later by phone." Su Yue grabbed Chen Mo's sleeve and frowned, trying to dissuade him. It's over 30 degrees out in this blazing sun. Are you really going to mess with those raincoats? We rarely get to hang out as a family, spend more time with Xiao Xiao. Just forget about those raincoats. Before she could finish speaking, Xiao Xiao had already bolted toward the ice cream truck like a frolicking fawn. Daddy, Mommy, I want ice cream. Chen Mo seized the moment to give Su Yue a light peck on her red lips. Trust me this time. Before Su Yue could react, he turned and walked away. Su Yue froze in place, her slender fingers touching her own lips. This man she'd been married to for 7 years had actually kissed her in broad daylight. Her ears grew slightly warm. Mommy, this uncle gave me an ice cream. Xiao Xiao's cheerful voice rang out. Su Yue turned to see the little one holding an ice cream cone, smeared all over his face. Oh. Su Yue could only shake her head helplessly, hurrying toward Xiao Xiao while rummaging through her bag for change. Meanwhile, Su Wanqing watched Chen Mo's receding figure with a cold smile still on her face. She glanced at her wristwatch. How amusing. The most rewarding parent-child bonding time, and he walks out midway to pursue the doomed-to-fail raincoat venture capital. With that, she gracefully lifted her heel and followed after him. She was determined to see how Chen Mo planned to turn things around in the doomed raincoat venture or end up with his head split open. Chen Mo moved with lightning speed. It was already 9:10 a.m., leaving only 50 minutes until the heavy rain warning. He swept into a family-run ice cream shop with sparse customers, pulled a neatly folded paper agreement from his pocket, and slammed it on the counter. Hey, boss, let's make a deal that's a surefire win. Zheng, the owner, who had been idly scrolling through short videos, didn't even look up as he blurted out. No deal. Park regulations forbid this sort of thing. But the refusal froze on his lips as his eyes widened in shock. His phone clattered onto the counter. Holy, it's you. Zheng picked up his phone and darted out from behind the counter. As he moved, he scrolled to the anti-fraud video currently topping Douyin's charts, released by the Municipal Public Security Bureau. On screen, Chen Mo was being interviewed by police officers. Master, turning the tables on a scammer in just 6 minutes. The process was truly breathtaking. How did you pull it off? Chen Mo's lips curved into a faint smile as his knuckles tapped the agreement. Can we talk now? Talk. Absolutely. Boss Zhang snatched the agreement and suddenly lowered his voice. Could we take a photo first? My wife went crazy after watching your interview. 1 minute later. Mr. Zhang stared at the bet agreement in his hand, incredulous. We'll sell disposable raincoats at 30 yuan each. After heavy rain, I take 10 yuan per piece. If no rain, you buy them back at 20 yuan each? His gaze shifted to the blazing sun outside. You're betting on the weather? No, I'm betting on probability. Chen Mo pressed his fingerprint on the agreement first and scanned the QR code to prepay 16,000 yuan. This covers the buyback for 800 units. Got it? Zero risk for you now. Mr. Zhang listened to the payment confirmation chime, frozen for several seconds before swiftly stamping his fingerprint. How about giving me 200 more pieces? If it rains, I'll send every employee out to help you sell them. Su Wanqing, who had followed closely behind Chen Mo, felt her pupils contract sharply as her mind churned with turbulent thoughts. Watching Chen Mo navigate between shops, her sharp business acumen instantly grasped the ingenuity of this model. Leveraging celebrity influence to rapidly build trust, using a mutual guarantee agreement to guide cooperation, and finally employing advance deposits to eliminate concerns. I really underestimated you. Su Wanqing murmured softly, her small mouth pressed into a thin line. Glancing up at the still scorching sun, she let out a soft laugh. Too bad, brother-in-law. Even if you use short videos to screen customers and build an ingenious business model, you can't compete with the absolute dominance of real-time weather. Every agreement you sign now is planting a time bomb for yourself. Chen Mo naturally paid no attention to Su Wanqing behind him. By the time he'd signed all 7 performance-based agreements, the clock had already struck 9:40. Beads of sweat the size of beans formed on his forehead as he rushed out of the garden without pause. Those disposable raincoats were still in the car outside. If he didn't retrieve them before the downpour, everything he'd just accomplished would be for naught. He divided the disposable raincoats from the trunk into boxes, labeled them catering supplies, and hurried toward the employee entrance. The owners of the ice cream shops and snack bars who had signed the agreements were already waiting there, like wolves waiting to divide the spoils. Seeing Chen Mo approach, they rushed over to help, carrying the supplies back to hide them in their respective shops. Of course, while navigating the staff entrance, Chen Mo didn't forget the system prompt: "Don't forget to leave something for the security guard, he'll look the other way." He slipped 2 packs of premium cigarettes and 200 yuan in cash into the guard's hands. This round of risk exposure just added another sunk cost of 2 packs of soft manhwa and 200 in cash. How did my sister end up with such a subpar solution? Su Wanqing, who had been trailing slowly behind Chen Mo, returned to Su You's side. The disdain in her eyes had solidified into outright contempt. In her mind, Chen Mo had been downgraded from under observation to unqualified. She was even considering calling her mother, Jianglingi, right now to report Chen Mo's absurd behavior today, hoping to finally shatter her mother's delusion that he could earn 90,000 yuan in a single day. He hadn't changed a bit. But then, at that very moment, a sudden gale howled in, sending Su Wanqing reeling as she frantically pressed down the hem of her skirt, fluttering in the wind. She looked up in shock to see the sky, which had been clear moments before, now completely obscured by churning dark clouds. Then, a blinding flash of lightning split the sky, its ghastly white glow illuminating her suddenly drained face. A torrential downpour poured from the heavens. Within 30 seconds, the entire Happy Valley plunged into chaos. Chen Mo calmly scooped up Xiao Xiao, took Su Yue by the hand, and headed for the lottery shop behind the carousel to seek shelter. At the same time, 7 snack shops and ice cream stands lit up their LED signs reading "Raincoats 30 yuan." Their staff dashed through the rain, shouting sales pitches and desperately peddling the disposable raincoats Chen Mo had delivered. Su You's face turned pale, her fingers unconsciously twisting the hem of her skirt. How did he know? If he knew all along, then he wasn't just taking risks. He planned every single step. Brother-in-law. She stumbled back half a step. He's terrifying. Xiao Xiao splashed through puddles, running over with a packet of raincoats held high in her little hands. She blinked her big eyes, raindrops glistening on her lashes like twinkling stars. "Auntie. Daddy said this is for you, a rainbow bubble shield. So you can fight off the dark cloud monster's bubble attacks. Daddy also said that once Xiao Xiao gives Auntie the rainbow bubble shield, she can go to the rainbow lottery shop to watch his magic show. Auntie, come with Xiao Xiao to see it." Chapter 14, The Cash Transforming Magic Trick. Torrential rain poured down. Su Wanqing, her high heels squelching wetly, stumbled along as if sleepwalking, mechanically following the bouncing Xiao Xiao toward the lottery shop. Chaos swirled in her mind, filled with astonishment and confusion over Chen Mo's series of extraordinary actions. Her gaze drifted to the shop assistants holding LED signs reading "Raincoats 30 yuan" in the downpour, watching the stock in their hands dwindle at a visible pace. Some people were even chasing after shop assistants waving cash. The scene was almost frenzied. That raincoat scheme she had dismissed as a poor investment was now generating staggering profits right before her eyes. And that middle-aged man she had dismissed as a poor solution was now crafting his own legend, extending yesterday's surprise. Similarly, Su Yue stood by the lottery shop window, watching the torrential rain pour down outside. The shock within her surged as violently as the downpour. However, the difference was, a smile gradually spread across her lips, and a deep sense of joy and pride welled up within her. Her husband, the man once crushed by life's pressures, had now keenly seized a business opportunity and made a fortune. Starting yesterday, he had risen with astonishing grace upon the stage of fate, radiating his own unique brilliance. Xiao Xiaopada returned to the lottery shop, splashing through puddles, followed by a slightly disheveled Su Wanqing. Rain had dampened her hair, and her meticulous makeup was slightly smudged. The lottery shop was now packed to the rafters. Tourists clad in the disposable raincoats provided by Chen Mo still chose to take shelter inside. The rain outside was simply too heavy. Daddy! Magic trick! Magic trick! Little Xiao not only gave Auntie a raincoat, but brought her here too. The moment they entered the lottery shop, Xiao Xiao threw herself into Chen Mo's arms, tilting her little face up at him, her big eyes sparkling. Su Yue gently wiped the rainwater from Xiao Xiao's clothes, her eyes brimming with curiosity and anticipation. "What magic trick are you going to perform?" Chen Mo chuckled, lowering his voice mysteriously. "A big cash-making magic trick." The words "auntie" and "cash" piqued the interest of the men in the shop, while magic trick drew the women's attention. In an instant, all eyes turned toward Chen Mo and his family of 4. Soon, someone recognized Chen Mo. Holy crap! Isn't that Chen Mo, the anti-fraud hero? The shop erupted like boiling water, with many people pulling out their phones to take photos with Chen Mo. But, amidst this wave of enthusiasm, several cold, menacing stares pierced through the crowd. Several men stared intently at Chen Mo, their expressions sour. Because their wives were staring at Chen Mo with eyes aglow. Some even whispered among themselves, "Wow, he's even more handsome in person than in the videos. Is he really 30? My husband is 32, but he looks like 18. My husband is 48. Taking down a fraudster in 6 minutes? That's incredible. If my husband had half his skills, I'd laugh in my sleep."
These words stabbed like knives into the men's wounded pride. What infuriated them even more was this. Behind Chen Mo stood two stunning sisters, each radiating a completely different aura yet equally breathtaking. The gentle and charming Su Yue, and the coldly elegant and proud Su Wanqing. At his feet, a doll-like little girl, as delicate and adorable as a porcelain figurine, squealed in a high-pitched voice, "Daddy's the best." Damn it! A burly, balding man gritted his teeth, his knuckles cracking. What the hell is he playing at? Another man, short and stocky with a lecherous glint in his eyes, stared at Su Wanqing's rain-soaked skirt hem, his gaze dark and sinister. Anti-fraud hero? Ha! Probably used some shady tricks. These men were consumed by jealousy. Chen Mo possessed not only looks and physique but also capability, along with the woman and family they could never attain. And now he dared to perform his magic right in front of them? Oof. Chen Mo naturally sensed the hostile stares, but he didn't even bother to lift an eyelid. He gently parted the crowd and moved to the left side of the counter, where a system prompt appeared on his retinal display. For Fantasy Case Files, Happy Valley Lottery Shop. Hidden within the Rainbow Lottery Shop behind the carousel lies the mischief of the Lucky Sprite. On the third cloud-shaped display shelf to the left of the counter, the Golden Dreams Come True event log has its page 337 enchanted with a honey spell. Whoever finds the honey spell on page 337 can take home the entire Lucky Hive jackpot jar. Page 337. Chen Mo casually picked up the stack of Dream Come True scratch-offs. His slender fingers seemed to flip through them randomly, but his eyes were searching for the one ending with 337. Found it! After flipping through several tickets, the Dreams Come True scratch-off ending in 337 appeared before him. He discreetly tucked it under his hand and resumed his careful selection. "Buddy, is this your magic trick to strike it rich?" The balding man couldn't help but snort derisively. "A fraud-fighting hero, huh? You actually believe in this get-rich-quick scheme?" The short, sleazy man chimed in immediately, "Exactly. Think money just falls from the sky? Looks like you're not much of an anti-fraud hero after all." The others chimed in with their own comments. Better save that money for candy for the kids. All this pretense, you'd think a gambling god had walked into the shop. Chen Mo gave them a dismissive glance, the corners of his mouth curling slightly. Just clowns not worth responding to. But, while he remained silent, Su Yue couldn't hold back. She didn't believe in any magic, nor did she think lottery tickets could win prizes. Yet hearing their sarcastic tones, a spark of anger flared within her. Furrowing her brow, she stepped forward, gently tugging at Chen Mo's sleeve as she glared coldly at the men. "Listen up. My husband bought a few lottery tickets for fun. What business is it of yours?" The bald man flinched under Su Yue's glare, then grinned widely. "Hey, lady, your husband's pulling your leg. Like anyone ever wins with this crap? If he ever scratches off more than $100, I'll..." Su Yue cut him off immediately. "If you're so bored, why not help your wife pick out a raincoat? Look, her skirt is soaked through." The remark hit the bald man right where it hurt. His wife's gaze was currently darting back and forth between Chen Mo and the lottery ticket in his hand, her eyes sparkling with excitement, completely oblivious to her husband's sour expression. Su Yue's fiercely protective stance finally snapped Su Wanqing back to reality. She glanced at the lottery ticket in Chen Mo's hand, her mind swiftly calculating the return on investment. A single ticket cost 20 yuan, with a winning probability under 1% and expected loss rate of 94.1%. Her gaze shifted from vacant to slightly puzzled. If Chen Mo could build such intricate business models when selling raincoats, why couldn't he see the high loss rate in such a risky investment as lottery tickets? News reports and online warnings about rational lottery spending were everywhere, so why was he so confident? Could it be that his previous successes were just flukes? Brother-in-law, still the same mediocre brother-in-law? "I'll take these 10 tickets. Lost in thought, Chen Mo selected his lottery tickets, scanned to pay, and handed half to Xiao Xiao. The ticket ending in 337 was hidden among her portion. He crouched down to meet Xiao Xiao's eye level, tapped the ticket clutched in her chubby little hand, and declared with conviction. "Xiao Xiao, Daddy's going to perform a magic trick. But Daddy wants you to be the assistant. The big prize is hidden right here with you, the assistant." Xiao Xiao blinked her big, watery eyes and asked in a babyish voice, "Really?" Su Wanqing watched Chen Mo's almost arrogant certainty and nearly laughed out loud again. "Brother-in-law, you really are still the same brother-in-law. With a winning rate under 1%, where does this confidence come from? See? Your past successes were just flukes." The owners of those disapproving glances also chimed in with their sarcastic remarks at that moment. Hilarious. The fraud-fighting hero leading the charge in paying the stupidity tax. And you let the kid scratch off lottery tickets? Think this is a fairy tale? Think you're some kind of chosen one? What a show-off. The bald man even deliberately flashed a smirk at Su Yue. "Hey, sis, if your hubby wins this, I'll eat every single lottery ticket in this shop right here." No sooner had he finished speaking. Xiao Xiao suddenly widened her eyes, her chubby little finger pointing at the numbers on the ticket as she exclaimed in a babyish voice. "Daddy! Daddy! Look, look! These numbers match the ones next to them. And there are so many circles underneath. Just like mommy's necklace. Click. The lottery shop fell silent as if someone had pressed mute. The bald man stumbled, nearly sliding to the floor. Su Wanqing's rapid mental calculations abruptly halted, her little mouth slightly agape. Chen Mo simply pinched her tiny cheek. Our little one pulled off the magic trick. That's the most amazing part. Then, he looked up toward the window. Chapter 15, First Prize 80,000 yuan. Rain streaks on the lottery shop's glass window grew intermittent. Su Yue was the first to react. She suddenly leaned forward, staring at the lottery ticket in Xiao Xiao's hand, her lips trembling slightly. 10, 100, 80, 80,000? She grabbed Chen Mo's wrist, her nails digging into his skin. Husband, you check for me, did I miscount the zeros? Her voice trembled in that moment, a far cry from the frugal homemaker she usually was. She resembled the young girl from 7 years ago, the one who'd stolen the household register and stood before the civil affairs office, filled with both anticipation and fear. Before Chen Mo could answer, the balding man snapped out of his daze. He suddenly pushed his way closer, sneering coldly as the stench of tobacco and alcohol wafted from his breath. What a performance! What a performance! Making the kid scratch lottery tickets just for a video? I've scratched these dozens of times, hitting 20 would be a miracle. The short, sleazy man pulled out his phone with a sinister grin. Our fraud-fighting hero's an internet sensation now. How else is he gonna keep the buzz going? And how's he gonna cash in without the buzz? He then pointed the camera at Chen Mo. Come on, bro, I'll help you out. I'll get a great shot. Smile. Hey, keep that lottery ticket far away, don't let it show. If it gets in the frame, you'll blow your cover. Su Wanqing's mind raced through calculations again. Xiao Xiao was 3 years old, with an 83.6% probability of cognitive error. Her older sister Su Yaowei's emotional interference caused a 61.2% misjudgment rate. Therefore, the actual winning probability of this lottery ticket was 0.007%. The conclusion was instantaneous, this was nothing but a farce. Just as she was about to speak, she saw Chen Mo gently pry open Su Yaowei's white-knuckled fingers, pick up Xiao Xiao, and completely ignore the bald man and the others as if they were invisible. He walked straight up to the lottery shop owner. Xiao Xiao, let uncle take a look at what the magic prize is. Xiao Xiao obediently handed the lottery ticket covered in silver powder to the shopkeeper. Uncle, help Xiao Xiao check the money in the circle. The shopkeeper couldn't resist giving Xiao Xiao a playful nudge before slowly feeding the ticket into the scanner. Click. The ticket machine's gears began turning. Beep. A shrill alert blared throughout the shop, and the electronic screen erupted with a shower of gold. Congratulations! First prize, 80,000 yuan. Whoosh! The lottery shop felt like it had been hit by a shockwave, the roar of the crowd nearly lifting the roof off. The crowd swarmed around Chen Mo and his daughter, countless phone cameras flashing with blinding white light. Did you really win 80,000? Holy crap, the anti-fraud hero's words became reality. He said he'd win, and he really did. Hey, I'm filming this for Douyin. I've got the caption ready, anti-fraud hero wins lottery, guaranteed to be today's top trending topic. The bald man's wife shoved him aside, pushing to the front row and holding her phone high. You guys, can you believe this? Witnessing a jackpot win live. Her beauty filter made Chen Mo and Xiao Xiao's faces look deathly pale. Indeed. The bald man's face instantly turned liver pink, his lips trembling as if electrocuted. The creep's phone clattered onto his instep, but he remained oblivious, staring blankly at the numbers on the ticket scanner. Su Wanqing instinctively backed into a corner, her fingers trembling. Her mind raced through the calculations. A 0.007% probability is like getting struck by lightning 3 times in a row. This isn't scientific. Brother-in-law, how did he pull this off? Su You's lips parted, her eyes holding a trace of uncertain days, as if she were in a beautiful, sweet dream. After a long moment, she took a deep breath, pushed through the crowd, and came before Chen Mo. She reached out and pinched him. Does it hurt? Yeah. Ouch. It hurts. It's not a dream. Su Yue couldn't help but let the corners of her mouth curl upward again. Husband, you're simply amazing. Yesterday we made 90,000, and just past midnight today, we got another 20,000. Now we've won 80,000 more. Things are getting better and better at home. The rain outside had completely stopped, and a ray of sunlight pierced into the lottery shop. Xiao Xiao watched the rainbow appear in the sky outside and clapped her chubby little hands excitedly. Daddy, look. When the dark cloud monster ran away, it left its cloak in the sky. It turned into a rainbow. Chen Mo turned his head to glance at the rainbow on the horizon, his voice gentle. Then Daddy will take you under the rainbow bridge to pick up the gem the dark cloud monster dropped, okay? Xiao Xiao suddenly scrunched up her chubby little face, poking her 2 tiny fingers together. But the dark cloud monster ran away. If we pick up its gem, won't we get scolded? A wave of kind laughter filled the shop. Chen Mo gently rubbed Xiao Xiao's chubby cheeks, then produced a coin purse from his pocket as if by magic. Look, this is the treasure bag the dark cloud monster left behind. It said whoever finds the gems first gets to keep them. Xiao Xiao's eyes lit up instantly as she snatched the coin purse. Then Xiao Xiao will pick up lots and lots of gems. To make a necklace for mommy. And buy daddy a super expensive keyboard. Last time daddy played games while mommy was sleeping, he said the keyboard was no good. Chen Mo. Su Yue. Ha ha ha. Laughter filled the store. Chen Mo folded the lottery ticket into a small square and tucked it into the coin purse he'd just given Xiao Xiao. This ticket couldn't be redeemed at the shop, he'd have to go to the city management office. He planned to wait until Su Yue took Xiao Xiao to kindergarten registration that afternoon before heading out to claim it. Let's go. He cradled Xiao Xiao's little bottom with one hand while pointing toward the nearby snack shop with the other. Daddy will take you to collect the Dark Cloud Monster's gem. Su Yue hurried to catch up, suddenly noticing her younger sister still standing frozen in place. She turned and grabbed Su Wanqing's wrist. What are you spacing out for? Her voice carried an unmistakable hint of amusement. Wait till your brother-in-law treats us. We'll make him pay dearly. Su Wanqing stumbled as she was pulled along, her heel catching awkwardly and nearly twisting her ankle. She stared fixedly at Chen Mo's retreating back. The man carrying the child darted between snack shops and ice cream parlors, the beeps of mobile payment confirmations ringing out one after another. Alipay received 8,000 yuan. WeChat Pay received 10,000 yuan. Her faith crumbled completely. She suddenly realized none of her calculation models applied to this brother-in-law anymore. Her brain instinctively, uncontrollably began crunching the raincoat profits. 3,000 units 30 yuan selling price 10 yuan commission equals 60,000 yuan. Minus 3 yuan unit cost 3,000 units equals 9,000 yuan. Minus 2 packs of soft Zhonghua cigarettes 800 yuan plus 200 yuan cash equals 1,000 yuan. Net profit 50,000 yuan. And what was even more terrifying was, Chen Mo seemed to have meticulously planned every step, executing flawlessly while precisely exploiting everyone's weaknesses. He waited for the moment to deliver a fatal blow. We really underestimated my brother-in-law. Su Wanqing trembled as she pulled out her phone and sent a message to her mother, Zhang Lingyi, that would shatter the Su family's understanding. Mom, maybe we were all wrong. A minute later, her phone buzzed not with her mother's reply, but with a message from her father, Su Junchuan. Come home and talk. As the phone screen dimmed, Su Wanqing shuddered. An absurd yet chilling thought struck her like lightning. If even lottery wins could be calculated with such precision, then what my brother-in-law said about a top-tier celebrity surnamed Wang crashing and burning. A small cheer suddenly echoed from afar. Wow, Daddy's an Ultraman. So awesome. Holding the rainbow lollipop she'd just bought, she excitedly pointed at the deposit notification on Chen Mo's phone. 50,000 yuan can buy 100 lollipops, 100 ice creams, and Mom's necklace and Daddy's keyboard. At that moment, Su Wanqing's phone buzzed again in her pocket. It was a push notification from the entertainment account she'd secretly followed while at Century Trade City. Top star Wang's ex-girlfriend demands public apology. Chapter 16, Savings surpass 200,000. Daddy. Higher. Xiao Xiao is almost reaching the sun. Chen Mo held Xiao Xiao by the waist, lifting her high on the amusement park's spinning swing ride. Xiao Xiao spread her arms wide like a joyful little bird. Sunlight bathed her face, casting a golden halo around her. Su Yue stood nearby, holding a nearly melted ice cream cone, a gentle smile playing at the corners of her mouth. It had been ages since she'd seen Chen Mo this relaxed. Ever since their family's finances tightened, the pressure from car and mortgage payments had snowballed. Then Chen Mo suddenly lost his job, causing him to unconsciously furrow his brow and rub his temples. Even when playing with Xiao Xiao, a shadow lingered in his eyes. But today was different. Today, he'd won 80,000 yuan. Even after taxes, he'd still have 64,000 left. And just moments ago, he'd made another huge profit of full 50,000 yuan. This was enough to finally breathe a deep sigh of relief. Yet, beyond the railing, Su Wanqing's face was frozen stiff. Her usually cool, sharp eyes were fixed straight on Chen Mo, her gaze unfocused. Countless emotions churned within her pupils: shock, confusion, bewilderment, and even a faint, almost imperceptible hint of admiration. Auntie, come play. Xiao Xiao suddenly waved at her, his face lit up with an innocent smile. Su Wanqing snapped back to reality, forcing a faint smile. No. I can't. Auntie's skirt makes it inconvenient. Su Yue keenly sensed Su Wanqing's unease. She reached out, grabbed Su Wanqing's wrist, and pulled her toward the starry sky tower. Wanqing, since we're already here, you can still play this even in a skirt. Let me tell you in confidence, the chubby little girl Xiao Xiao will definitely ditch her dad the moment she sees us playing this. She'll come running straight over to stick to us. Look, that little girl has already ditched her dad. Sure enough, Xiao Xiao was stumbling toward them, her chubby little arms flailing. Auntie, wait for Xiao Xiao. Pick me up. The two adults and one child happily played various games until nearly 1 o'clock, when Xiao Xiao's tummy began to rumble in protest. Only then did Chen Mo laughingly scoop her daughter back. Let's go feed this little glutton first. The family had lunch at a family-friendly restaurant near Happy Valley. Xiao Xiao smeared ketchup all over her face. As Su Yue busied herself wiping her face, her phone suddenly buzzed with an alarm. "I almost forgot," she gasped softly. "We have to register at the kindergarten at 2 p.m. Su Wanqing seized the moment to rise. "Well, you two go ahead. I'll head to the airport. I should be getting back." Chen Mo also stood up and scanned the QR code to pay. "I'll drive you there." Su Wanqing shook her head repeatedly, avoiding Chen Mo's gaze. "No need. It's easy to grab a taxi to the airport from here, and I want some time alone." After bidding farewell to Chen Mo's family, Su Wanqing stood at the entrance of Happy Valley and exhaled a long breath. She stood frozen for a long moment before finally waving down a taxi. It sped toward Rongqing Airport. Meanwhile, Chen Mo dropped Su Yue and Xiao Xiao off at the kindergarten entrance before rushing to the lottery management center to redeem his ticket. On the way to kindergarten, he and Su Yue had already teamed up. While Xiao Xiao was distracted by a roadside balloon stall, they quietly stole the lottery ticket from her piggy bank. After deducting the 20% tax from the 80,000 yuan prize, the actual amount deposited was 64,000 yuan. When he emerged from the management center, the total balance in his bank account reached a staggering 231,586.4 yuan. In just 2 days, his savings had surged past 230,000 yuan. Chen Mo's heartbeat suddenly accelerated. His account had never exceeded 100,000 yuan before, and 200,000 yuan had seemed like an unattainable figure. Now, he had effortlessly broken through the 200,000 yuan barrier. Moreover, the 44,000 yuan bounty was about to be deposited, along with the 20% share promised by Lin Yan and potential earnings from Sui. Of course, even if Sui brought no returns, Chen Mo could accept it. Just as he had contemplated early this morning, the momentum he sought to leverage extended far beyond the present moment. Sunlight glinted off his phone screen, making those deposit figures feel strangely tangible. Chen Mo almost wanted to laugh out loud, punch the sky, or jump and spin like Xiao Xiao. But in the end, he took a deep breath and slipped his phone back into his pocket. However, the moment it was tucked away, he pulled it out again. Su Yue's name flashed repeatedly on the caller ID. "Mr. Chen," his wife's voice sounded both exasperated and amused on the other end. "Did you forget two very important things?" Chen Mo froze, scratching his head in confusion. "What?" "First, you forgot to pay Xiao Xiao's tuition. Second, did you forget to check the parent group chat yesterday? This afternoon is the compassion education practice class before the new semester starts, and parents need to accompany their children." Only then did Chen Mo recall the group notification he'd overlooked yesterday. Many kindergartens now scheduled such activities at the start of the semester, euphemistically called life education. "The whole class is at Sunset Garden Nursing Home right now," Su Yue continued. "The director said it's a pilot intergenerational communication project in partnership with the Education Bureau. It even made the local news." Chen Mo was about to say, "Then wait for me at the kindergarten gate. I'll come pick you up right away." But then, the principal's loud promotional announcement blared from his phone. "Let our little angels bring warmth to our grandparents." Suddenly, Xiao Xiao piped up from the phone, "Daddy, hurry up. We're going to perform dig for the grandparents." Chen Mo chuckled helplessly. Right, Su Yue had already arrived at the Sunset Joy nursing home with Xiao Xiao. "Alright, I'll be right over." After hanging up, Chen Mo immediately transferred 50,000 yuan to Su Yue, noting, "Xiao Xiao's tuition plus living expenses." Ding! The transfer confirmation chime barely finished ringing when Su Yue's message popped up. "Big spender, Mr. Chen. May you rake in the cash. Kitty bowing.jpg." Chen Mo watched the plump cat emoji and couldn't help but smile. Just yesterday, he'd been nitpicking over transferring 5,000, but now, casually sending 50,000 felt like a mere drop in the bucket. Indeed, being rich felt bold and exhilarating. He tucked his phone away and strode over to his car. Just as he started the engine, his foot froze on the accelerator. Sunset Garden Nursing Home? Wasn't this the location mentioned in Baby's Quest, Sunset Paradise's puzzle mystery? He quickly pulled up the mission panel, and the familiar childish system text appeared on his retina. The wicked gold coin wizard cast an invisibility spell on the nursing home's love ledger, swapping the elder's longevity bread for glittering virtual stars. At 3 p.m., the villainous gold coin wizard will secretly meet the rainbow sprite in the sweet trap at Home Sweet Home. Catch this bread-stealing thief, and you'll not only receive the golden treasure box specially supplied by the Justice Spirit, but also the grandparents' most precious memory treasures. The nursing home accountant embezzled elderly residents' subsidies to tip a beautiful streamer. At exactly 3 p.m., he'll meet that streamer at Home Inn. Chen Mo's fingers gripped the steering wheel tightly. Embezzling the elderly's money to tip streamers, leaving those lonely seniors struggling to afford food and shelter, is this something a human being should do? This mission, even without system rewards, had to be handled. Who among us won't grow old someday? He glanced at the time. It was already 2 p.m. After a moment's thought, he slammed his foot on the accelerator, sending the car darting towards Sunset Paradise Nursing Home like an arrow. One step at a time. Accounts settled one by one. First, go to the nursing home and see the situation for yourself. Chapter 17, You Deserve to Die. Sunset Garden Nursing Home, 2:15 p.m. As soon as Chen Mo stepped through the gate, he saw Director Yang, a retired employee rehired by the facility, standing amidst a circle of children. Preschool teachers crouched nearby to maintain order, while parents stood in small groups around the perimeter, recording this heartwarming moment with their phones. Director Yang stood hunched over, wrinkles crowding the corners of his eyes. His hands, dotted with age spots, gently waved a small red flag as his hoarse yet gentle voice carried. Remember, children, respecting the elderly and caring for the young is a virtue of our Chinese nation. Daddy! A clear child's voice rang out. Little Eye spotted Chen Mo through the crowd, then bounced excitedly through the gap, arms outstretched, rushing toward him. Su Yue turned her head, her eyes crinkling with a smile. He? A bespectacled parent suddenly gasped, quickly switching to Douyin on their phone. Isn't he the anti-fraud hero who took down that scammer in 6 minutes? Whoosh! All eyes instantly focused on Chen Mo. Even Director Yang paused, waving his little red flag. The children tilted their heads up, curiously studying this uncle who had suddenly become the center of attention. Goodness! It really is him. I knew he looked familiar. Who'd have thought the trending anti-fraud hero attends the same kindergarten as my son? Xiao Xiao's dad is so awesome. Xiao Xiao proudly puffed out his chest in his father's arms, his chin held so high it nearly pierced the sky. That's my daddy. Su Yue also quietly straightened her back, her eyes brimming with pride. Daddy, here you go. Xiao Xiao pulled a single wrapped cookie from his pocket with a look of mystery. The label on the plastic wrapper had faded badly, but the words Sunset Special were still faintly discernible. Xiao Xiao sang for Grandpa Li, and he secretly slipped this to me. Xiao Xiao leaned close to Chen Mo's ear. He said it's a reward cookie only for good behavior. He couldn't bear to eat it himself. Chen Mo pinched the cookie. It felt hard. Through the wrapper, he could see an unnaturally smooth patch on its surface, as if deliberately sanded. But Xiao Xiao frowned, twiddling her fingers. Grandpas and grandmas don't have the best teeth. If the cookies are this hard, won't they have trouble biting them? Chen Mo's fingers paused, then squeezed the cookie again. This wasn't just hard, it was impossibly tough. How could elderly people possibly bite through something like this? Moreover, this time, he fatally felt 2 parallel ridges within the polished area in the center of the cookie. Upon closer inspection, the outline bore a striking resemblance to a bone pattern. A cold wave of absurdity instantly shot up his spine. The reward cookies the elders treasured like precious gems, secretly hoarding to slip to children as treats they were pet biscuits. His heart suddenly grew heavy, as if crushed by a 1,000-pound boulder. Without a flicker of emotion, Chen Mo slipped the biscuit into his own pocket. Maintaining a calm expression, he smiled gently at Xiao Xiao. Daddy will keep this cookie safe for you, Xiao Xiao. When we find cookies that are more suitable for Grandpa and Grandma, we'll come back and give them to them, okay? Soft ones, like the rice cakes Daddy bought for Mommy and Xiao Xiao, Xiao Xiao added earnestly, gesturing with her tiny hands. You two are having a secret conversation again. Su Yue walked over with a smile. She first poked Xiao Xiao's chubby cheeks, then gave Chen Mo a knowing look. Director Yang said parents should take their kids to see the photos from the activity. They're already posted on the bulletin board in the front hall. Other parents mentioned they might have captured Xiao Xiao singing for Grandpa Li. At that, Xiao Xiao immediately wriggled out of Chen Mo's arms, lifted his little legs, and scampered toward the bulletin board. I want to see. Xiao Xiao wanna see. Su Yue took the opportunity to link her arm through Chen Mo's. Come on, let's go over there too. The bulletin board in the lobby was already crowded with excited children and parents snapping photos. But as soon as Xiao Xiao approached, they all kindly parted to make way, a gesture of respect for the anti-fraud hero Chen Mo following closely behind. Daddy, look. This photo is of Xiao Xiao singing for Grandpa Li. Her daughter tugged at her father's shirt tail, shaking him vigorously, her round little face beaming with pride. The surrounding parents couldn't help but smile at her adorable expression. Chen Mo's lips curved upward too. He smoothly pulled out his phone, pretending to snap a picture of Xiao Xiao's photo on the bulletin board. Daddy's capturing this for you too. But the lens focused instead on a photo in the corner showing the elderly dining. In the image, the frail figures of the seniors stood in stark contrast to the lavish meals before them. Chen Mo pinched to zoom in on the screen. The high-definition lens revealed details that made his stomach churn. The greens on the elders' plates bore identical striped patterns, as if copied and pasted. The texture on the beef slices formed parallel lines, utterly unlike natural meat. Even beneath their smart attire, glimpses of their undergarments revealed faintly yellowed, worn collars. Chen Mo's fingers unconsciously tightened around his phone as a burning rage surged within him. Daddy, did you get the picture? Little one tilted her face up, her clear eyes blinking as she asked. Chen Mo forced himself to stay calm as he ruffled his daughter's hair. Yes, sweetie. Shall we go see Grandpa Li again? Grandpa Li isn't in his room. Xiao Xiao shook her head, reminding him, Teacher Wang said earlier she'd take the grandparents to get measured for height. It's blood pressure. Grandpa Li and the others went to the medicine room.
Su Yue naturally took over the conversation, explaining for her daughter, her gaze fixed on her husband's slightly trembling hand.
Honey, what's wrong? Feeling unwell because it's too hot?
Nothing, just feeling a bit chilly from the AC. Chen Mo soothed Su Yue softly, then handed Xiao Xiao to her. Take Xiao Xiao to the west side of the front hall.
It's sunnier there. I'll ask Director Yang where the restroom is and use it.
As his wife turned away, he strode purposefully toward Director Yang.
Director Yang, Chen Mo asked casually, could you tell me where the pharmacy is?
My daughter just sang for Grandpa Li, and he gave her something.
I'd like to return it to him.
The silver-haired man frowned deeply, wrinkles crisscrossing the corners of his eyes like folds. He pondered for a moment before pointing in a direction.
I believe it's over there. Thank you, Chen Mo nodded his gratitude.
As he turned to leave, his footsteps paused. Director Yang, you should visit the nursing home more often.
Upon reaching the medicine room, the faint scent of disinfectant hit his nose. A dozen elderly residents sat quietly on folding chairs.
2 nursing students wearing intern badges fumbled awkwardly as they wrapped blood pressure cuffs around the arms of the front row. The elderly sat with their backs straight as arrows, yet the arms they extended from their sleeves were alarmingly thin and bony. The sharp contours of their wrist bones seemed poised to pierce through the thin layer of skin at any moment.
The round-faced nursing student pressed trembling fingers against an elderly man's arm.
The skin on his hand wrinkled like dried bark, taking several seconds to reluctantly spring back. Tighten it more, child, the old man grinned, revealing 2 white ulcers on his gums.
These old bones of mine didn't fear pain back in the Vietnam War.
Don't be afraid, pull it tight, or you won't get an accurate reading. The round-faced nursing student blinked in confusion.
Grandpa Li, isn't your food good?
Why? Her gaze swept over the old man's empty sleeves, where his bones were so thin you could see their shape. Grandpa Li smiled without answering, merely patting the girl's hand gently with his liver-spotted fingers. This old man was actually Grandpa Li. Chen Mo also noticed that this simple gesture seemed to drain all his strength, his fingers trembling uncontrollably as he withdrew them.
Systolic 168/95.
The round-faced nursing student stared at the blood pressure monitor, her voice trembling slightly.
Grandpa Li, it's time for your medication. Let me help.
Chen Mo stepped toward the medicine cabinet first, but the moment he opened it, he froze in place, his blood suddenly running cold. The expiration dates on every blood pressure medication box inside were heavily stamped over with steel. Even the loose blood pressure medication in the innermost layer bore abnormal grinding marks on its surface, just like the reward biscuits. Chen Mo crushed open a tablet with force. Inside, the cross-shaped indentation of pet vitamins was starkly visible. That beast was treating the elderly like livestock. No, worse than livestock. You deserve to die. Chapter 18, Setting the Trap. At the front desk of the Home Inn, the digital clock read 14:42. Chen Mo sat on the sofa in the lounge area, his fingers tapping lightly on the armrest. The baby game task was clearly visible on his retinal display. 5. Sunset Paradise Jigsaw Mystery. The evil gold coin wizard cast an invisibility spell on the nursing home's love ledger, swapping the elder's longevity bread for glittering virtual stars. At 3 p.m., the villainous gold coin wizard plans a secret rendezvous with the Rainbow Fairy in Home Inn's sweet trap. Exposing this bread-stealing thief will not only earn you the golden treasure box specially supplied by the Justice Spirit, but also the grandparents' most precious memory treasures. Before him lay his own old phone. The Huawei Mate 60 Pro Plus Xiong Meng had gifted him was already in use since yesterday, but now was the perfect moment for the old device. The screen played a livestream by internet celebrity Zhang Miaomiao. The hostess, with her meticulously applied makeup and cookie-cutter influencer looks, giggled coquettishly while riding in a taxi. Hey everyone, stop guessing. I'm just heading to Chengdu for a few days, not to meet some top-spending fan or anything.
Ah. Thanks for the carnival, Golden Abacus brother. Love you.
Beside the old phone lay an open handwritten ledger.
The scrawled entries were messy yet methodically organized.
3 methods for exploiting welfare institution accounting loopholes. 1. Inflate depreciation rate standard 7%, achievable up to 12%. 2.
Use dual contracts, procure brand A, use brand B. 3.
Spread expenses across periods of 500,000 donation can be recorded over 3 years.
Chen Mo kept his gaze lowered, appearing nonchalant, yet his peripheral vision never left the hotel's revolving door.
The revolving door swung open, and a heavy-set middle-aged man stepped inside. He wore a crisp suit, his hair meticulously combed, shoes polished to a mirror like shine, the very picture of a business elite. Chen Mo's gaze sharpened slightly.
Lu Ziming.
The outstanding employee featured on Sunset Paradise's bulletin board, the accountant Lu who loves watching Zhang Miaomiao's livestreams according to the nursing interns, and the gold coin wizard who stole the longevity bread in the baby quest. Chen Mo silently turned the volume on his old phone to maximum, then lowered his head onto the desk, his right hand scribbling over numbers in the ledger. Meanwhile, his left hand seemed to be absent-mindedly rubbing the Coke bottle in front of him. The bottle's surface was slightly dented from his grip, with only a third of the soda sloshing around at the bottom. His fingers brushed the bottle's rim 3 times before retreating each time.
It seemed he couldn't bear to drink that last bit of his beloved soda. As Lu Ziming passed by, his footsteps faltered momentarily. His gaze swept over the half-empty bottle and Chen Mo's worn-out cuffs, a barely perceptible sneer curling his lips. Here was another man in his 30s, yet someone so poor he couldn't even bring himself to finish a 3 yuan bottle of Coke in one go? Just as he was about to walk away, Chen Mo's old phone suddenly blared, its familiar female voice ringing out. Oh my, I really wasn't meeting the top donor. Hey, I'm almost at the hotel. Gotta sign off now, everyone. After sitting on a plane for hours, I'm exhausted. Need to rest. Lu Ziming's neck jerked back as if someone had grabbed his collar. On Chen Mo's phone screen, Zhang Miaomiao blew kisses to the camera, bidding farewell to her fans. Lu Ziming's mouth began twitching uncontrollably, the mockery in his eyes tinged with pity. This broke guy actually watches Zhang Miaomiao's live streams? Ha, he can't even afford a fan light sign. All he deserves is to drool over his goddess on his phone. Meanwhile, I'm about to meet her in person for a date. His gaze drifted downward, and his smile froze abruptly as his pupils contracted sharply. He saw the accounts Chen Mo had prepared. The accounts were impeccably crafted. Those seemingly sloppy numbers were actually interlocked like a chain, even the most problematic loss rate handled flawlessly. Compared to that, his own fake accounts were full of holes. He scrutinized Chen Mo, a thought growing wildly in his mind. If only I could get this man to handle my accounts. This middle-aged man before him must be desperate for money. If I could offer him a small incentive to handle my accounts, wouldn't I be able to rest easy? After all, his greatest fear was exposing any flaws in his accounts. With this thought in mind, he strode toward a nearby vending machine. Returning moments later, he held a bottle of ice-cold cola. Hey, bro, watching live streams? Lu Ziming offered the cola. I watch Zhang Miaomiao's streams all the time too. Chen Mo lifted his head to look at Lu Ziming, a cold smile flashing in his eyes. The prey had entered the trap. It was time to hunt. He set down his pen, bit his lip, hesitated briefly, then took the bottle of ice-cold Coke. Twisting off the cap, he tilted his head back and gulped it down. Drinking too hastily, a few drops of cola slid down his chin, but he didn't bother to wipe them away. Thanks. Chen Mo wiped his mouth, offering an awkward smile. I really do like her, it's just, can't afford the gifts? Lu Ziming finished his sentence, his smile deepening. Totally get it. Just as expected, a broke cheapskate. Well, that made things easier. He smiled faintly, his tone brimming with pride and lightheartedness. Zhang Miaomiao is such a sweetheart. If you can't afford gifts, just show your support. Besides, didn't the top donor already shower her with over $1 million in gifts? Consider it your share paid by the top donor. As he spoke, he casually flipped open the ledger on the table and exclaimed in surprise. Oh? You're in the same line of work? You're an accountant too? Chen Mo's eyes lit up, but they dimmed instantly when he noticed Lu Ziming's sharp attire. My skills barely scrape by. You're too modest. Lu Ziming slapped Chen Mo on the shoulder. I work as an accountant at Sunset Garden Nursing Home. Sigh, I'm the only accountant there. I'm swamped every single day. With skills like yours, would you be interested in doing some part-time work for me? He watched Chen Mo's reaction as he spoke. The penniless accountant's fingers were clenched tightly around the soda bottle. His breath came in ragged gasps, and a glint of greed flashed in his eyes. Part-time? Well, what's the pay like? You're not trying to scam me, are you? Ha! Hooked. Lu Ziming sneered inwardly. Money really was the biggest weakness of the poor. He chuckled softly, handing over his business card. Printed in large, gilded letters were the words, Financial Director, Sunset Paradise Nursing Home. You won't be shortchanged, as long as you keep the book straight for me. Here's the deal, if you think I'm pulling your leg and don't trust me yet, let's start working right now. We'll build that trust as we go. Once you finish, I'll pay you immediately. Chen Mo froze, utterly incredulous. He hadn't expected such a windfall to land squarely in his lap. Right now? Payment upon completion? Lu Ziming strode toward the front desk. Right. I'll book another room now. You come up with me in a moment. Simultaneously, he pulled out his phone, opened Zhang Miaomiao's WeChat, and began typing rapidly. Babe, once you get to home head to the room and wait for me. I've got something to take care of and will be a few minutes late. However, what he didn't notice was the amused smile that had just curled up at the corner of Chen Mo's mouth. Chapter 19, The Elderly Have the Right to Live with Dignity. The air conditioner in room 806 had just kicked on, stirring the stifling air slowly within the room. Chen Mo sat hunched over the coffee table, head slightly bowed. His gaze kept darting toward Lu Ziming before quickly withdrawing, his demeanor perfectly capturing that of a cheap accountant desperate for a bargain yet consumed by guilt. However, if Lu Ziming had leaned in to observe him now, he would have noticed Chen Mo's eyes narrowed, his gaze sharp and predatory, like a hunter waiting for the perfect moment to strike. Lu Ziming, meanwhile, sat casually on the bedside like the room's owner, the air conditioner's cold breeze blowing directly onto his greasy forehead. He took in Chen Mo's expression, snorted lightly through his nose, then unlocked his phone and logged into the Sunset Paradise internal system.
His fingers swiftly tapped through several files on the screen.
Password is 880606.
He tapped send, his gaze drifting to Chen Mo's outdated phone. A wry smile tugged at his lips.
This thing of yours, can it even open Excel? Chen Mo looked down. 3 files popped up in sequence in the list.
Equipment maintenance costs Q1 2025.pdf, employee salaries and social security contributions.pdf, and Sunset Garden 2025 ingredient procurement list civil affairs filing version.xlsx.
Chen Mo couldn't help but sneer inwardly at the sight of these 3 files. Impressive. Even now, they remained cautious.
Not a single one of these documents was fake, they were as legitimate as could be. Lu Ziming pulled his attention away from Chen Mo's phone, tilted his chin up, and said,
"First, verify the data for me.
Calculated according to national standards."
Chen Mo nodded eagerly,
his fingers flying across the screen as he muttered.
Purchase price compliant. Depreciation rate 7%. Invoice numbers sequential. 20 minutes later, Chen Mo sent the 3 documents back, his eyes gleaming with greed. All done.
Everything's verified against civil affairs regulations, no issues.
So, how about the payment? Lu Ziming didn't waste any words either.
He took the documents, gave them a quick glance, and opened the mobile payment page.
WeChat Pay, 2,000 yuan received. That much?
Chen Mo licked his lower lip, swallowing hard involuntarily, his eyes gleaming greedily at the sight of cash.
Thanks, boss. Thanks, boss. So, are there any more jobs like this? Lu Ziming chuckled and shook his head. Not today. If anything comes up next time, I'll contact you.
Chen Mo's face fell with disappointment. He sighed heavily, thanked him again, and turned to leave. Yet his legs felt like they were filled with lead, his steps slow and halting, his reluctance to part with the money plain for all to see.
Sure enough, just as he'd expected. Before he even reached the door, Lu Ziming's smiling voice called out. "Hey, bro, wanna make some serious cash?" Chen Mo whipped around, his eyes blazing with greed and anticipation. How big?
Lu Ziming pulled up a document on his phone, but instead of sending it, he turned the screen toward Chen Mo and chuckled.
Edit it on my phone. 10,000.
At a single glance, Chen Mo's temples began throbbing uncontrollably. That suppressed rage surged back up from the depths of his heart.
Because,
though the file was titled 2025 Special Supply Ingredients Procurement List.xlsx, its contents listed dog biscuits as special supply ingredients and pet vitamins disguised as medications for chronic diseases in the elderly.
This bastard couldn't even be bothered to cover it up properly. Chen Mo forced himself to suppress the rage in his chest once more.
He staggered back half a step, his back slamming against the door. Frantically waving his hands, he protested.
This won't do. We'll go to jail."
Lu Ziming snorted through his nose. He knew this broke accountant would try to jack up the price at the last minute, and he was putting on quite the act. His expression grew icy as he flung out a figure.
20,000. I'll give you the phone. Change it now.
Chen Mo's Adam's apple bobbed violently as his fingers nervously rubbed the seam of his pants.
Finally, he shook his head. "Mr. Lu, I'll be going now. 30,000. Lu Ziming's voice turned icy. Final offer. Chen Mo's hand froze on the doorknob. After a long moment, he turned it gently. "Mr. Lu."
He turned half his face away, his voice deliberately trembling.
"I'd rather take on some proper work." "Stop."
Lu Ziming sprang to his feet, storming to the door and slamming his hand against it. A twisted grin pulled at his lips.
"Why didn't you act so high and mighty when you were cooking the books in the lobby? Now you're playing the righteous gentleman? You just want to jack up the price, don't you?"
Then, he softened his tone. "I can't raise the price any higher. If I do, I'll lose the deal. But I can promise you this, jobs like this won't be scarce for you in the future. At the very least, you'll earn this amount every month."
He waved his 5 stubby, fleshy fingers in front of Chen Mo.
Chen Mo seemed lost in thought, then suddenly snapped out of it.
He opened the electronic teaching materials on his phone. "Oh, you mean that? That's an example from the college accounting textbook. I followed it exactly." "You." Lu Ziming's defenses shattered instantly.
His face twitched violently, his neck flushing crimson.
You bloody well know why you're a broke ass? It's because your ing stuck up. You want it, but you're too scared to ask."
He swiftly pulled a BMW key fob from his pocket and flashed the gleaming Patek Philippe watch on his wrist.
"Look for yourself. I have everything you don't because I dare. Oh, don't you love watching Zhang Miaomiao's live streams? I'm her top patron. Tonight, she'll be kneeling before this watch calling me brother." Chen Mo cowered back, his eyes darting between the keys and the watch. Impossible. An accountant's salary couldn't possibly afford these. Salary?
Lu Ziming let out a strange laugh, looking at Chen Mo as if he were an idiot. He pulled out his phone again, checked a few files, and clicked send.
"Watch this carefully.
This batch of special supply senior protein powder will earn you enough for 10 years. Scrolling through the documents on his phone, Sunset Paradise Special Fund usage details, nutritional meal subsidy distribution records, medical supplies procurement approval forms. Chen Mo casually opened one. The contents were shocking. Special supply beef frozen, unit price, 128 kilograms actual purchase, frozen synthetic mincemeat 9.8 kilograms supplier, frozen goods stall, Rongqing Agricultural Market. Senior thermal underwear, build, 100% cotton heavyweight style 360 set, actual, synthetic fiber thin garments wholesale clearance stock 9.9. Lu Ziming was still droning on, see that? And the markup on that beef alone could buy you enough to buy 10 years worth of toothpaste in there. Chen Mo suddenly chuckled softly. Lu Ziming's sneer froze on his face. What do you mean? Chen Mo suddenly straightened his hunched back and pulled the Mate 60 Pro Plus from his pocket. The screen displayed a call from an unfamiliar number. Deputy Director Lu, did you hear that clearly? He said into the receiver. The special funds for Sunset Paradise have all turned into account in Lu's BMW and Patek Philippe plus Zhang Miaomiao's million yuan tip. Deputy Director Lu was the middle-aged deputy chief who, after Chen Mo finished his anti-fraud statement at the police station yesterday, recommended Chen Mo's case for inclusion in anti-fraud training materials. A deep, resonant male voice came through the phone. Got it. That was brilliant. We're on our way over. You've just given us another vivid lesson, one that's every bit as impactful as your anti-fraud case study. Faint voices of other officers could be heard in the background. Damn impressive. This one's textbook material too. Master, I became your disciple yesterday. Do you remember my voice? Lu Ziming's legs began shaking uncontrollably. His knees buckled and he collapsed to his knees. A pale yellow stain gradually spread across his crotch, the pungent stench of urine filling the air-conditioned room. Clutching his head, he screamed hysterically. I was just making a little money. Those things won't kill anyone. Those old fools won't live much longer anyway. Chen Mo watched him coldly, his finger lightly swiping across his phone. A surveillance screenshot from the nursing home lit up the screen. In the image, Grandpa Li was secretly slipping precious dog biscuits to Xiao Xiao. His emaciated back resembled that of a starving stray dog. Right, they won't kill them. But the elderly have the right to live with dignity. Especially those who once shed blood for our country. Chapter 20, Is My Daddy Super Awesome? Chen Mo sat in the police station interrogation room, his gaze fixed on his reflection in the one-way glass. This was his second time giving a statement in 2 days, an experience he found both absurd and real. Of course. Unlike last time, Deputy Director Lu was personally taking his statement this time. We've already reviewed the sequence of events. Deputy Director Lu patted Chen Mo on the shoulder, his eyes brimming with admiration. These cases are the hardest to investigate. Most elderly people are too afraid to speak up. They have no children, and just being able to eat a bowl of rice is their greatest hope. Lu's accounts were so well hidden. If it weren't for you, who knows how long these parasites would have gotten away with it. Chen Mo shook his head. I just did what I had to do. Just then, the door swung open. A middle-aged man in a dark blue jacket strode in. Deputy Director Lu immediately stood up. Director Zhou. Mr. Chen, correct? I'm Zhou Weiman from Civil Affairs. Deputy Director Zhou exchanged pleasantries with Deputy Director Lu before getting straight to the point. The province is launching the Silver Age Guardian initiative. Your case is too typical. He motioned for the staff member following him to retrieve a document. Pursuant to the Chengdu Municipal Public Reporting Reward Measures, it has been decided to award you a reporting reward of 100,000 yuan. After a pause, he added. This case was specially expedited by higher authorities due to its significant nature, involving over 2 million yuan. This. Chen Mo hesitated. He was reluctant to accept it, knowing that reinvesting this money into the nursing home would allow the elderly residents to live with greater dignity and quality of life. Deputy Director Zhou seemed to sense Chen Mo's concern and explained with a smile. Rest assured, this money comes from a separate allocation. As for the nursing home funds, besides freezing and recovering the involved assets from Zhang Miaomiao's live streaming platform, headquarters has approved an additional 500,000 yuan. The elderly won't be shortchanged. The staff had already prepared the cashier's check and handed it to Deputy Director Zhou. Deputy Director Zhou took the check and handed it to Chen Mo, 100,000 before taxes. Chen Mo stared at the check in his hand. The figure of 100,000 yuan seemed to sway before his eyes. For the first time, he felt the weight of this money. Though it was his largest sum acquired in the past 2 days, after the bank deducted taxes, he was left with exactly 80,000 yuan. After pondering for a long time, he finally folded the check carefully and tucked it into his pocket. A sudden commotion erupted in the hallway. Through the door crack, Chen Mo saw several reporters waiting nearby with cameras, including the officer from the publicity department from last time. Want to do an interview? Zhou Weiman asked. Chen Mo shook his head. All he wanted now was to hurry back to Sunset Garden Nursing Home. After all, he had slipped out under the pretense of using the restroom, and Su Yue and Xiao Xiao were still waiting for him. However, The door opened, and the moment he stepped out, the reporters and colleagues from the publicity department swarmed him.
Mr. Chen, how did you discover the embezzlement by the accountant at Sunset Garden Nursing Home? Mr. Chen, we heard you cracked a fraud case yesterday? Did you take down the scammer in just 6 minutes and 23 seconds? Mr. Chen, you're so skilled they say the police department even has your disciples now. Is that true?
Meanwhile, in the activity room of Sunset Garden Nursing Home.
Ladies and gentlemen, children, this is our final activity for today.
Principal Wang clapped her hands.
Shall we make some crafts as keepsakes for our grandparents?
Xiao Xiao stood on tiptoes, her little hands resting on the table edge, watching Principal Wang's nimble fingers fold colored paper into a small flower basket. She eagerly grabbed a piece of pink cardstock but got stuck on the very first fold.
Mommy, help Xiao Xiao.
Xiao Xiao pouted and tugged at Su Yue's sleeve.
Su Yue smiled and crouched down, but couldn't help glancing toward the door. Chen Mo had been in the bathroom for nearly half an hour. He hadn't fallen into the toilet, had he? Should she buy him a new pair of pants?
As she debated whether to buy jeans or slacks, sirens wailed outside.
3 or 4 police cars sped straight into Sunset Garden Nursing Home.
The residents exchanged bewildered glances, halting their crafts as they watched the officers step out of their vehicles. "What's going on?" asked a bespectacled mother, adjusting her frames.
The activity room fell into an eerie silence, broken only by the soap opera playing on the wall-mounted TV. Suddenly,
the TV screen cut to a news broadcast. Breaking news, anti-fraud hero Chen Mo assists in solving embezzlement case at Sunset Garden Nursing Home. On screen, Chen Mo stood at the door of the interrogation room being interviewed, with Lu Ziming just brought into the police station visible in the background. The camera quickly panned over the Patek Philippe watch on Lu Ziming's wrist before cutting back to the host. Preliminary investigations reveal the case involves embezzlement of nursing home special funds.
Lu used dog biscuits as food for the elderly.
Xiao Xiao pointed at Chen Mo's figure on the TV, jumping up and screaming.
"Daddy! It's Daddy! Daddy's on TV!"
The activity room erupted in chaos. A burly father abruptly stood up and strode toward the kitchen. Minutes later, he returned holding a bag of biscuits labeled Sunset Special.
"Look, everyone!"
He crushed the biscuits in front of the crowd. Among the crumbs, the distinctive bone-shaped indentations typical of pet food were faintly visible.
They really are dog biscuits. Grandpa Li's hands suddenly shook violently. Grandma Zhang covered her mouth, tears rolling down her wrinkled cheeks.
The other elders bowed their heads, their thin shoulders trembling slightly. The young mothers immediately surrounded Su Yue.
"Your husband is incredible. How did Mr. Chen figure it out?
We must have him tell us." Principal Wang, overcome with emotion, had already started a live stream.
"Everyone, look!
This is the father of Chen Xiaoxiao from our sunflower class. An anti-fraud hero who just cracked another corruption case. So come and roll at our kindergarten, be classmates with the hero's daughter." Su Yue froze in the crowd. She watched her husband's composed figure on the TV screen, then glanced down at the powdered remains of the special supply cookies on the ground, her emotions tangled.
But then, her lips curled upward uncontrollably. "Mr. Chen,"
she murmured softly, "you really are always full of surprises. Not just for me, but for all these elderly folks in the nursing home too." Before he could finish, Grandpa Li shuffled tremulously toward her. His parched lips moved, but no words came out. Instead, he gently placed a tin box he had treasured for years into her hands. The lid opened to reveal a faded military medal and half a yellowed ration ticket lying quietly inside. The other residents slowly gathered around. Though their faces were etched with wrinkles, they all strained to straighten their stooped backs. Grandma Zhang offered a hand-knotted Chinese nod with trembling hands, while Grandpa Wan carefully placed a packet of treasured tea leaves she had saved for years. At that moment, the veteran police officer leading the search entered the activity room. Removing his cap, he solemnly extended his hand to Su Yue in the hushed silence.
"Mrs. Chen, on behalf of the entire investigative team, I thank you for your husband's cooperation."
His gaze swept over the special supply cookies on the floor, his eyes darkening slightly.
We've already completed the evidence collection. Next, we'll proceed to the finance office."
Suddenly, Xiao Xiao emerged from the crowd, tugging at the officer's pant leg with her small hand.
"Officer, is my daddy super awesome? Like Ultraman awesome?" Laughter instantly filled the activity room.
Su Yue picked up Xiao Xiao, her daughter's soft little body nestling against her chest.
She glanced out the window.
The police car's roof lights still flashed. Further away, she thought she could see their own grocery shopping cart hurrying along the tree-lined path toward them.
Chapter 21, another 80,000? In just half an hour.
As their grocery-run car, the Geely Xingrui, pulled out of Sunset Garden Nursing Home, Su Yue tapped Chen Mo's arm lightly with her fingertips. Her expression was reproachful, yet her eyes sparkled with pride.
"Well, if it isn't our big hero.
You were sitting pretty in the bathroom, then dashed off to catch bad guys. I thought you'd fallen into the toilet and was wondering whether to buy you a new pair of pants." Xiao Xiao, mimicking her mother, scrambled from the backseat to poke Chen Mo's back with her chubby little finger.
"Big hero daddy fell in the toilet.
Chen Mo smiled, about to speak, but then saw Su Yue's lowered brows and her voice softened.
Don't do that again. Be careful. We worry about you. Daddy, this isn't the way home.
Little suddenly pressed her face against the car window and called out. Chen Mo gently turned the steering wheel, merging onto the elevated highway, a mysterious smile curving his lips.
Who said we're going home first?
He deliberately lifted his chin high.
Made another 80 grand today. Let's go buy those coats and Legos you two have been talking about forever.
Su Yue's eyes widened in disbelief, her fingers unconsciously tightening around the seatbelt.
Another 80,000? In just half an hour?
She studied Chen Mo's profile sharp lines, defined contours still the same Chen Mo, yet suddenly he felt strangely unfamiliar. After all, in just 2 short days, their household savings had already surpassed the 300,000 yuan mark. Chen Mo was making money at an astonishing pace now it seemed effortless, like watering plants.
Xiao Xiao wasn't as shocked as Su Yue.
All she cared about was the Lego set Dad mentioned it was the treasure she'd wanted for ages.
Buy Lego. Xiao Xiao wants too.
The little one danced excitedly in the back seat, kicking the seat with her tiny legs.
Xiao Xiao's antics snapped Su Yue back to reality.
She immediately realized that the 80,000 Chen Mo mentioned must be the bonus from the nursing home.
She hurriedly asked. Chen Mo, is this money the nursing home bonus from the authorities?
We absolutely can't accept it. The elderly there are living in such poor conditions. Before she could finish, Xiao Xiao stomped his feet impatiently in the back seat, his chubby cheeks flushed bright red.
No. I want to buy Gao Gao.
But we also have to buy rice cakes for Grandpa and Grandma, those soft, delicious ones. Chen Mo watched the anxious expressions on mother and daughter's faces, then smiled as he repeated Deputy Director Zhou's words to Su Yue and Xiao Xiao.
So the nursing home has other arrangements? Worry in Su Yue's eyes gradually melted into starlight.
Xiao Xiao tilted her head, propping her chin with a finger as if deep in thought. Suddenly, her eyes lit up. Does that mean Grandpa and Grandma get to eat soft, delicious rice cakes again? The kind Daddy used to buy.
Chen Mo smiled in response, of course they did.
After a pause, his gaze drifted to the distance.
But we can still make Grandpa and Grandma's life even better.
Like buying them some other things.
20 minutes later. Wow.
Xiao Xiao pressed her entire round face against the glass window of the Lego store, her warm breath forming a small patch of white mist on the glass.
I want this one. I want this tall one.
She bounced up and down, pointing at the massive Disney Castle Lego set in the display case, her tiny fingers leaving little prints on the glass. Chen Mo crouched down and lifted his daughter to the display stand.
Take your time, sweetie. Look around. His eyes scanned the price tag, 2,499 yuan.
Just 2 days ago, he wouldn't have splurged on something so expensive it was equivalent to a week's worth of household expenses.
Su Yue tugged gently at her husband's sleeve. It's too expensive. Let's get a smaller one. Or maybe we should come back another time? Didn't you say yesterday you wanted to pay off the car loan in one go? Besides, Wan Qing gave Xiao Xiao Princess Elsa this morning. No. Buy little this one now.
Little turned and hugged Chen Mo's neck, rubbing her cheek against his neck. Daddy said in the car that he earned 80,000 and would buy it. She held up 4 stubby little fingers. Xiao Xiao can go 3 days without ice cream. The shop assistant couldn't help but smile as she approached. What an adorable little girl with such great taste. This is the new magic castle, it even lights up. She pressed the switch beside the display case, and warm yellow light immediately shone through the castle's windows. Wow. Xiao Xiao's mouth formed a perfect O, her little hand instinctively reaching forward before timidly pulling back. She turned to look at her mother. Seeing Xiao Xiao like this, Su Yue's heart melted. Xiao Xiao was already 3 years old, yet aside from the toys Su Wanqing occasionally brought over, she had hardly any decent toys of her own. While other children her age had piles of Lego sets, she hadn't even played with a basic starter set. Chen Mo watched Su Yue's expression shift from heartache to self-reproach, finally settling into a resigned tenderness. Wrap it up, he said, pulling out his phone. But Xiao Xiao suddenly let go of Chen Mo's neck, wriggling her tiny body free from his embrace. She scampered over to the neighboring shelf, tiptoed to reach a small ambulance Lego set, and turned back excitedly. This is for Grandpa Li. He said the ambulances the nursing home calls are all old. The clerk stared in surprise at the little girl, who hadn't even reached the counter's height. Chen Mo picked Xiao Xiao back up. Are you sure? If we buy this, we'll have less money left for the castle expansion set. Xiao Xiao bit her lip in indecision for a few seconds, then clutched the ambulance tightly to her chest. I want this one. The castle. Xiao Xiao can build it slowly. Chen Mo took a deep breath. We'll get them all. And buy our sensible Xiao Xiao a Star Wars set and a Ninjago set too. Daddy's the best. Yeah, he was. After all, having money meant being able to indulge. After leaving the Lego store laden with bags, Chen Mo led his family to the deluxe experience store, where Su Yue had spotted the coat she wanted. As they approached the entrance, the glass doors slid open automatically. Su Yue reflexively tugged at Chen Mo's sleeve. This was the kind of store she'd only dared to window shop before. Welcome to
The store was bustling with people. A salesperson with meticulous makeup approached with a professional smile, but midway through her greeting, her expression froze. "It's you again. Just browsing today?" Chen Mo narrowed his eyes. Su Yue had mentioned visiting this store before and admiring that coat, but she never mentioned the sales staff here looked at customers like this. At the same time, the weight of guilt in his heart grew heavier. How many humiliating moments like this had his wife, Su Yue, endured over the years? She always said, "It's too expensive, no need," but never mentioned the cold stares she endured in stores. She saved every penny from her small toy allowance to buy him shirts while she wore faded, worn-out clothes. So, today, he would let his wife have that beautiful coat she'd always longed for. Ignoring the salesperson's gaze, Chen Mo pointed to the light blue cashmere coat in the display cabinet. "Please bring me a size 38 to try on." The salesperson reluctantly approached, maintaining a professional smile, but her words were sharp. "Sir, this is a new spring-fall style made from imported kid cashmere. The price is a bit. If you'd like, I can recommend some more affordable options." Chen Mo shook his head. "No need. I'll just try this one on." "Certainly." The salesperson's tone was heavy with irritation as she moved to open the display cabinet, only to be interrupted by a shout from the other side. "Hey, you! Over here!" She immediately tossed out a "hold on a sec" before striding away, muttering under her breath as she walked, "Trying things on when you can't afford them? Can't you see how busy the store is? Just adding to my workload." With the salesperson gone, Su Yue visibly relaxed. Chen Mo walked straight to the display cabinet and took down the light blue coat. However, before he could hand it to Su Yue, a sharp voice suddenly rang out from behind him. "What are you doing?" The salesperson who had left had returned unnoticed, her high heels clicking on the floor. She grabbed the coat's hem, her brows furrowed, her tone demanding. "This coat is very expensive. If it gets stained..." Perhaps realizing she'd accidentally overstepped, she paused, then awkwardly backtracked. "What I meant was, you should wait for the professional staff to collect it. You should wait for me to come get it. I'm not refusing to help you. But..." The hurtful words had already been spoken, and no amount of backtracking could undo the damage. Instantly, the shop fell silent. All the customers turned to look this way. A girl wearing a baseball cap suddenly widened her eyes, and the camera's focus shifted to Chen Mo. Chapter 22. Do you really think I can't afford this crappy clothes? The deluxe experience store was deathly quiet, the air seemingly frozen solid in that moment. Xiao Xiao suddenly tugged at Su Yue's sleeve, her voice trembling with tears. "Mommy, that lady is so mean. The sister at the Gaogao store was so much nicer." Her childish voice rang out clearly in the silence. Su Yue instinctively shielded Xiao Xiao behind her. Chen Mo lowered his gaze to the saleswoman before him, silently sighing to himself. It seemed the light blue coat his wife had set her heart on wouldn't be purchased today. Judging by this salesperson's behavior, she was clearly in charge of this section. "If I bought this coat, wouldn't I just be handing this snob a commission for nothing?" He turned to his wife, Su Yue, and spoke softly. "Honey, why don't we check out the store next door?" Su Yue had just calmed down Xiao Xiao. She too was boiling with anger inside. While she had experienced cold treatment before, it had never been as blatant as this. "Yeah, we're not buying from her store." Su Yue snatched the coat from Chen Mo's hands and shoved it into the saleswoman's grasp with decisive efficiency. Then, scooping up Xiao Xiao, she pulled Chen Mo toward the exit. However, to the salesperson, their entire sequence of actions screamed they really can't afford it. Especially since she'd been forced to accept the coat. She glanced at the retreating backs of Chen Mo and his family of three, a flash of contempt crossing her eyes. She snorted coldly through her nose. "Can't afford it, yet you come looking? What are you pretending? You can't buy it anyway. Wasting my time. Can't you see how crowded the store is?" Though she deliberately lowered her voice in the dead silent shop, the sharp words still carried faintly enough to be heard. Snap! Chen Mo abruptly halted, about to turn back, but Su Yue grabbed his arm. Su Yue shook her head softly. "Forget it. It's not worth getting worked up over someone like that." But the salesperson, however, took advantage of the moment to become even more brazen. Though no further verbal attacks followed, her actions now spoke volumes of scorn. With exaggerated flair, she slammed the coat back onto the rack with a loud clang, the hanger clattering against the metal bar with a jarring clatter. After hanging it up, she deliberately pulled out an alcohol spray from her pocket and sprayed it 3 times on the part of the hanger Chen Mo had touched. The pungent smell of disinfectant instantly filled the air. It must be said, this series of actions was flawless. It perfectly conveyed her contempt while leaving no room for criticism of the service procedure. After all, disinfecting tried-on garments was standard store policy. Her actions instantly stirred a commotion in the store. Customers whispered among themselves, their gazes filled with astonishment and disgust. Some shook their heads, others pursed their lips, and a few murmured quietly among themselves. Yet no one stepped forward to intervene. After all, the family in question had already turned to leave. Who would want to meddle in someone else's business? But while they preferred to mind their own business, someone else stepped forward.
The girl in the baseball cap took 3 steps in 2 strides, rushing straight to the sales clerk and pointing her phone at the name tag pinned to her chest.
Everyone, look! This is the service attitude of Deluxe. They dare to bully even anti-fraud heroes and champions of justice. Her words splashed like cold water into a hot oil pan, instantly igniting the entire store. That guy's the fraud-fighting hero? Holy crap, I knew he looked familiar. Chen something, the one who took down the scammer in 6 minutes. Chen Mo. You only remember how handsome and smart he is, but not his name? Wait, what did that girl say? Justice champion? What's going on? Anyone know the scoop?
He caught another corrupt official around 3 p.m. today.
Don't you guys watch the news? It was all over the news.
The saleswoman's foundation cracked visibly on her face, beads of sweat rolling down her forehead along her hairline. She knew Chen Mo, of course. Just 2 hours ago, the workgroup was circulating news about him cracking the nursing home case. Moreover, she knew that Chen Mo's trending topic, #6-minute counterattack against fraudster, had dominated the hot search rankings for an entire day. Her fingers began trembling uncontrollably, her nails digging deep into her palms. If this public humiliation of a hero were exposed. Just imagining the online witch hunt made her vision go dark. The air conditioning in the store suddenly turned bone-chilling cold. Her uniform was soaked through on her back, clinging to her skin. You really think I can't afford this crappy shirt? The girl in the baseball cap's voice shot up as her fingertips jabbed the phone screen. Open your eyes and look at the trending topics. She got 80,000 yuan for cracking a fraud case, another 100,000 for exposing corruption at a nursing home, and apparently 180,000 yuan on the lottery at Happy Valley yesterday. She abruptly turned the phone camera toward Chen Mo's family. What brother Chen's earned these past 2 days? You couldn't make that in 5 years standing behind a counter. She gave a cold laugh. Of course, some people might be about to earn even more soon. Modern netizens love nothing more than watching the fall from grace. Even negative fame is still fame, after all. Chen Mo, Su Yue, and Xiao Xiao, who were about to leave, all turned back at once. Su Yue promptly stopped the girl in the baseball cap. She shook her head at the girl, her eyes sparkling with unhidden amusement. All right, enough. My husband isn't that impressive. Give the girl some face. We won't be buying clothes here anyway. She then turned to the salesperson, who was already on the verge of collapse, and offered a gentle smile. We'll go check out the store next door. We'll leave you in peace. I sincerely apologize for this experience. A woman in her 30s, looking quite capable, suddenly strode out of the VIP room at that moment. She first shot a fierce glare at the salesperson, whose face had turned as white as paper. Go wait for me in the finance office. The salesperson's face drained of color. Her lips trembled as she stumbled back 2 steps. Her high heels gave way, and she collapsed to the floor. Her mouth opened as if to protest, but only a barely audible whimper escaped. Then, the capable woman approached Chen Mo's family, bowed slightly, and spoke sincerely. I sincerely apologize. I am Su Wen, the store manager. This is a failure on our part. As she spoke, she signaled other sales staff to retrieve 2 unopened haute couture coats. One of them was identical to the one Su Yue had admired in the display cabinet. This is our haute couture collection. The sizes are perfect for both of you. It serves not only as compensation but also as a token of our respect for the heroes who exposed the fraud and uncovered the nursing home embezzlement case. Then she produced a black gold card and presented it respectfully with both hands. This lifetime membership card has been pre-registered with your facial recognition data. On your next visit, our newly appointed account manager will personally attend to all your needs. Xiao Xiao stared at the 2 unopened bespoke jackets, tugging quietly at Chen Mo's sleeve with her pouty little mouth. Mommy's new clothes are so pretty. Daddy got new clothes too. But what about Xiao Xiao? Little Xiao Xiao said. Su Wen's eyes lit up. She hurried to the children's section, picked up the princess dress adorned with crystals, and quickly returned. Kneeling down, she ruffled Xiao Xiao's hair and said, Auntie saved the most special gift just for Xiao Xiao. Like a magician, she pulled a small silk scarf from the skirt's hem. Look, it can even conjure a little scarf. Wow. Xiao Xiao's mouth formed an O again, her eyes sparkling. Customers who had gathered in the store spontaneously broke into applause. The clapping seemed like approval for Su Wen's actions, but more like praise for Chen Mo's 2 cases in 2 days. Amidst the applause, Su Yue's fingers traced the black gold card, and she suddenly chuckled softly. Honey, looks like we'll need to add a new category to our household budget. Hero gear. With that, she slid the card into the pocket on Chen Mo's chest. Chapter 23, only half a day's work and another 150,000 earned? Stepping out of the deluxe experience store, Chen Mo carried 3 elegant shopping bags in his left hand while holding Xiao Xiao's hand with his right. Su Yue followed alongside, cradling the 4 Lego boxes Xiao Xiao had chosen. Chen Mo was about to look around for anything else they might need, like another pair of shoes for his wife and daughter. Now that he had the system and had earned money through the baby game, he had finally broken free from the shackles of poverty. It was time to fully enjoy that long-lost shopping experience where he didn't have to count every penny. Suddenly, hurried footsteps echoed behind them. Wait up! Brother Chen! The girl in the baseball cap caught up, panting heavily.
The phone she'd nearly slammed into the salesperson's face earlier dangled from her chest, swaying with her movements.
Xiao Xiao tilted her little head, staring at the eyes hidden beneath the cap's brim. Chen Mo looked at the girl with puzzlement, while Su Yue smiled warmly and thanked her again. Inside the store, the girl's righteous stand had filled Su Yue with genuine pride. For her, this feeling was far more intoxicating than any shopping experience alone, like a warm current flowing through her heart, lingering long after.
That was so satisfying back in the store.
The girl swiftly pulled off her hat, her ponytail bouncing free with the motion.
I'm Lucia, the new intern teacher at Sunshine Kindergarten.
Chen Mo and Su Yue froze simultaneously, while the little girl shook her head vigorously like a rattle.
No way.
You're not Xiao Xiao's teacher. Xiao Xiao saw his teacher at the nursing home this afternoon.
Her name is Wang.
Oh, just Teacher Wang. Lucia hurriedly pulled up her phone gallery.
Look. This is the employment contract I just signed today. The screen clearly displayed Sunshine Kindergarten's employment letter, signed just an hour ago. Actually, Teacher Wang requested maternity leave ages ago. The principal posted the job opening days ago. She crouched down, pinching Xiao Xiao's chubby cheeks.
I'll be teaching Xiao Xiao this semester.
Her eyes sparkled as she turned excitedly to Chen Mo. He.
Honestly, I only applied after seeing Brother Chen's news reports. Taking down a fraudster in 6 minutes, then cracking that nursing home embezzlement case this afternoon, you're just too cool. Lucia grew more animated as she spoke, gesturing wildly. Before leaving, she solemnly promised Su Yue.
Don't worry, Sister Su.
I'll send 30 videos of Xiao Xiao at daycare every single day. With that, she dashed off, her ponytail bouncing up and down.
Su Yue watched her retreating figure, torn between laughter and tears.
She pinched Chen Mo's arm playfully and teased.
Oh, Mr. Chen, you've got yourself a little fangirl now.
Chen Mo sighed helplessly, pressing his hand to his forehead, though he couldn't hide the smile tugging at his lips. I seem to recall there's an international kindergarten near our place. After Lucia left, Chen Mo began shopping freely with his wife and daughter.
Money was meant to be spent, not to mention the substantial funds still on their way.
Even the daily baby games alone were raking in a fortune. Su Yue felt a bit out of place at first. Every time they passed a store, she'd instinctively calculate prices, her lips moving silently as she mentally tallying household expenses.
Occasionally, she'd even worryingly remind Chen Mo. Aren't we supposed to pay off the car loan in one go? And the mortgage isn't finished yet. Relax, we'll have plenty of money from now on. Chen Mo gently squeezed her hand. We rarely get out like this. Just enjoy today.
As the shopping bags multiplied in her hands, their delicate packaging clinked softly against her wrists, producing a pleasant sound. A strange sense of pleasure gradually washed over her heart. Spending money could be this exhilarating, this liberating. Xiao Xiao was undoubtedly the happiest of them all. An ice cream cone in her left hand and a newly bought stuffed animal in her right, her eyes darted eagerly toward the next shop. The child's innocent joy infected her parents, making this shopping spree feel even more justified.
By the time the streetlights came on, all three were feeling a bit tired. Chen Mo led them into a Japanese restaurant.
Xiao Xiao leaned on the table, eyes fixed on the conveyor belt as it carried sushi past. Su Yue rubbed her aching calves, gazing at the pile of shopping bags on the table, a wave of happiness washing over her. It was a sweet taste of fulfillment and being cherished, as if all the weariness of these years had vanished in an instant. Across the table, Chen Mo watched the sparkle in his wife's eyes, and a deep sense of fulfillment as a husband welled up within him. So this was what it felt like to provide a better life for his family. Meanwhile, while the Chen family of three savored their happy moments in the dining room of the Su family villa, Su Wanqing's hand trembled slightly as she held her wine glass, causing the red liquid inside to sway unsteadily.
Sis. Brother-in-law, this morning's first deposit was 20,000 yuan from Lin Yan at Zhanghan Technology for information fees.
Then selling raincoats at Happy Valley netted 50,000 yuan in under half an hour.
After that, we won 80,000 yuan on the lottery. How much? Mother Jiangling's chopsticks froze mid-air, her temples throbbing. 90,000 yesterday, and now another 150,000 earned in just half a day? Father Su Juinchuan's pupils contracted slightly. He set down his chopsticks and spoke in a low voice. Oomph. Nothing but a gambler's luck. It's not luck.
Su Wanqing suddenly raised her voice, then shrank back as if startled by her own outburst. The intricate modeling my brother-in-law used when selling raincoats was meticulously calculated step by step. It was no fluke. Su Junchuan snorted coldly, his face brimming with disbelief. Raincoat distribution might be business acumen, but lottery tickets? Probability events, you actually think that's calculation? What about that top-tier celebrity surnamed Wang? Su Wanqing pulled out her phone and swiped to the entertainment news post. Top celebrity Wang's ex-girlfriend demands public apology. Su Junchuan didn't respond immediately. Instead, he pulled out his own phone, deftly opened the top star's personal Weibo account, then pushed his phone directly towards Su Wanqing. On the screen, the superstar Wang's denial statement stood out prominently.
Jiang Lingyi couldn't bear watching the father and daughter clash like this any longer.
She hurriedly stood up, trying to ease the tense atmosphere.
You two, stop this. However, before she could finish, Su Wanqing's phone screen suddenly flashed a breaking news alert. Top star Wang's ex-girlfriend demands apology again, threatens to release damaging photos. Almost simultaneously,
Jiang Lingyi's phone also received a push notification of breaking news alert. Anti-fraud hero Chen Mo assists in solving embezzlement case at Sunset Garden Nursing Home, awarded 100,000 yuan reward. In an instant, the restaurant fell into a deathly silence, as if time itself had frozen.
After a long pause, Su Junchuan abruptly pushed back his chair. The mahogany legs scraped harshly across the floor as the old man strode toward his study. He halted abruptly at the doorway, his voice hoarse as he said, "It's too late. Everyone should get some rest." After a pause, he added, "Also, ask Yue if she'll bring Xiao Xiao back for your mother's birthday."
Jiang Lingyi stared blankly at her husband, utterly bewildered.
She murmured instinctively, "But I don't have a birthday."
Su Wanqing also froze in place, taking a moment to snap out of it before quietly reminding him.
"Dad, you're not heading to the bedroom, it's the study." Chapter 24, a new day begins with a daily income of 200,000. The clock's hands had already passed 11. Chen Mo cradled the sleeping child and quietly pushed open the front door. Su Yue followed closely behind, her hands full of shopping bags of various sizes, her high heels long since removed and carried in her hand. After settling their daughter, Chen Mo gave Xiao Xiao's chubby cheeks a playful pinch and wiped away the ice cream smeared at the corner of her mouth before returning to the living room. Su Yue had already changed into that blue coat in the living room. Standing before the floor-to-ceiling window, moonlight filtered through sheer curtains, casting a soft glow upon her and outlining her graceful silhouette. Hearing footsteps, she turned, her eyes crinkling with a smile as her red lips parted slightly. "Do I look nice?"
In a daze, Chen Mo felt transported back to his university days, back to the library where he first met Su Yue. That day, she had been dressed in light blue, her laughter as radiant as ever.
"Mr. Chen?" Su Yue waved her phone.
"Our household seems to have spent over 40,000 today, half the car loan."
"Come here." Chen Mo abruptly cut her off, slipping his bank card into her coat pocket as his fingers instinctively hooked around her waist. "That's the 150,000 we earned today, plus yesterday's earnings. Now can you focus on appreciating your wife?" Su Yue giggled, tapping his chest with her fingertips. "Mr. Chen, you sure talk big." But suddenly, she stood on tiptoe, her red lips brushing close to his ear as her warm breath tickled his earlobe. "Shall the boss's wife inspect the goods first?" Chen Mo lowered his head to kiss her, and Su Yue's coat slid off. Half an hour later, Chen Mo gazed at Su Yue sleeping peacefully in his arms, inwardly sighing. Indeed, the older he got, the harder it became. Though he could still perform vigorously now, he distinctly felt a dull ache in his lower back. Could it be that he really would have to rely on goji berries and mulberries from now on? Speaking of which, is there any room for upgrading that baby game system? Besides money, could it reward something else? As his mind wandered wildly, his phone vibrated a call from Sui. Chen Mo tiptoed off the sofa, tucked the thin blanket around Su Yue, then hurried out of the room into the hallway. First came the sound of rapid keyboard tapping through the receiver, followed by Sui's deep, steady voice. "Mr. Chen, the information was accurate. We've completed verification." His tone was gentle, yet carried a barely perceptible edge. "I just made some arrangements in the London gold market, but time was tight, couldn't secure a high credit limit. Transfer 200,000 for now as a deposit." After a 3-second pause, his voice resumed, softer than before yet every word distinct. "Should a similar opportunity arise next time, I've prepared some da hong pao. I'll be waiting for you to share a cup. Of course, I'd prefer the chance to discuss valuation models with you. Otherwise, this favor of yours, I'd find it hard to repay." Call ended. Ding. Chen Mo's phone screen lit up as an Alipay notification popped up. Alipay received 200,000 yuan. PS verified within 24 hours, not a penny less. First installment of gratitude. Remaining balance to be settled within a day or two. Staring at the 20,000 yuan, Chen Mo's breath caught in his throat. His heart surged in his chest, blood rushing to his eardrums, making them buzz. 200,000. And this was just the deposit. Chen Mo swallowed hard, his fingers tapping the screen repeatedly as if to confirm this wasn't a hallucination, but reality, the tangible reality of earning 200,000 yuan in one go. Consider this, last year, his entire family scrimped and saved for 12 months, and their savings didn't even reach this amount. And now, with just one message, Sui had already sent over 200,000. He lowered his head to hide his expression, but the corners of his mouth curled upward uncontrollably. Finally, he gave up hiding it, threw his head back, and burst into unrestrained laughter. This time, not only had he unexpectedly secured a 200,000 yuan deposit, but he also capitalized on the momentum to achieve success. Chen Mo took a deep breath, waiting until the turbulence in his chest had completely subsided before pushing open the door and stepping inside. He glanced up at the clock on the wall, 11:56. 4 minutes remained until the system refreshed. He gently carried Su Yue back to the bedroom, then returned to the living room and leaned back on the sofa, quietly waiting for the system to refresh. Over the past 2 days, thanks to the baby game, he had earned over 400,000 yuan, an amount he had never dared to dream of before. What would today's new game bring? Ding! A crisp sound echoed through the empty room. Chen Mo immediately glanced at the system screen on his retina. The system still had 3 minutes left before refreshing. He turned his head toward his phone. The phone screen glowed with a fluorescent light. Swiping open the phone revealed the university class group chat. Yang Ling, their former class monitor, had posted a message. "Hey everyone, we haven't gotten together since graduation, right? How about we meet up at our alma mater during the National Day holiday?" Before anyone could reply, he immediately shared a photo. On a minimalist desk, a MacBook Pro glowed, flanked by an iced Americano. The corner of the desk held a name tag bearing the dazzling logo of the foreign company Gouting. "Just got promoted to supervisor, laugh if you want. I'll treat everyone to dinner then." Chen Mo's lips twitched slightly, a hint of coldness flickering in his eyes. 8 years after graduation, this group chat had long become an extension of the show-off arena. Those thriving flaunted their jobs, luxury cars, and travels. Those struggling remained silent, occasionally tagged as mere props in posts like "what happened to the top student back then?" Sure enough, Yang Ling's message hit the group like a stone dropped into a pond. "Li Na, can't make it. Buried in work at Morgan Stanley, making a measly 20K a month." Photo. Blurred MA contract.jpg. "Lu Ming, I've gained a lot of weight lately. Don't laugh at me if I come to the gathering. Hey, it's all because Zhongxin's late-night snack allowance went up again. Location, Zhongxin Investment Banking. Xiao Ting, what are you guys talking about? I'm totally lost. Ugh, just finished drinking with clients and can't even find a designated driver, exhausted." Photo, Mercedes steering wheel.jpg. Chen Mo suddenly found it all rather ridiculous. Just as he was about to close the group chat, a new baby game popped up on his retina. Ding! Today's baby game generated. 1. Dream Rescue Plan. Zhou Xiaotu's magic quill is weeping. It has already written 99 imperfect beginnings. The 100th story is sparkling brightly, but the draft fairies are too hungry to fly. Big Bad Wolf Factory Manager has delivered the work contract, assemble plastic stars starting tomorrow. Monthly salary, 3,000 sesame candies. This new book, enchanted with the surefire takeoff spell, will transform into a fairy tale tree showering gold coins. Feed Zhou Xiaotu carrots to stop her from tightening screws on stars. For every basket of moonlight coin she harvests, you get the dancing half. 2. Morning dance party of the Golden Elves. At 10 a.m., the vault sprites begin transporting gold bricks. By 4 p.m., they'll stack the tallest golden spire. Afterward, the tired sprites will turn the gold bricks into pebbles and lie down to sleep. Gold picking secret: sneakily pick up gold dust while the sprites are working. When the tower starts swaying, leave quickly, otherwise, the gold dust will turn into stone dust. 3. Sunset gift. Grandpa Li buried a treasure chest deep within the memory maze, containing a magical key that transforms into a house. Only on the night the moon becomes a small boat will the white-robed lawyer bird deliver this surprise gift. 4. Ancient coin encounter. In the southeast corner of Treasure Gathering Pavilion on the 3rd floor of the antique city, there's a constantly yawning sandalwood coin cabinet. At 621, among the Qing Dynasty Tongbao coins in the top basket, you'll find a single elf coin pretending to sleep. At 9:30 a.m., an old man wearing star-shaped glasses will arrive with a magic magnifying glass to find it. If you locate it before him, you can purchase 150,000 crystal candies. After 10 a.m., the evil mill will mass-produce its twin brothers, and all fairy coins will lose their uniqueness. 5. Shadow's Revenge. The Dark Cloud Gang, defeated by bubble magic, is scattering in flight. Shadow Li, wearing a black mask, will leap from the mouth of a puffing, steaming steel beast at 2 p.m. Armed with a sour lemon magic wand, he specializes in bursting others' happy bubbles. Beware. Chapter 25, Touching the Threshold of Millionaire Status. Chen Mo stared intently at today's baby game, carefully deciphering each line. 1. Dream Rescue Plan. If I'm not mistaken, this most likely refers to an online author. This web novelist had likely flopped dozens of novels, causing their financial situation to plummet. Out of desperation, they were even considering working in a factory to make ends meet. But what he doesn't know is that the new book he's currently preparing will become a massive hit. But who exactly is this little rabbit this week? Have I seen this person somewhere today? Chen Mo furrowed his brow, pondering for a long while without any clues. He could only shift his gaze to 2. The Golden Elf's morning ball. His pupils suddenly contracted. 10 o'clock at the Spirit Treasury, 1600 hours at the Golden Tower's peak. This was clearly the initial transmission effects of the Fed's rate hike, Chen Mo thought, his eyes flashing gold as calculations raced through his mind. With over 400,000 in funds at his disposal, if he poured it into the gold stock market and played his cards right, he could easily rake in another 200,000 to 300,000. His breathing quickened, his heart pounding wildly once more, his fingers trembling slightly. Another 200,000 to 300,000 yuan in profits? That would push his bank balance past 600,000 yuan. This was something he'd never even dared to dream of before. With excitement still coursing through him, he shifted his gaze to the third game, 3, Gift at Sunset. In an instant, the excitement vanished from his heart. This was clearly about Grandpa Lee from Sunset Garden Nursing Home leaving a will to gift his only house to him. Chen Mo felt as if a 1,000-pound boulder had crushed his chest, suffocating him with unbearable heaviness. He glanced back at the piles of shopping bags in the living room. Inside were new clothes and shoes for the nursing home residents, along with new daily medical devices like blood glucose monitors and blood pressure monitors. Xiao Zhao's Lego ambulance for Grandpa Lee was also among them. Scrolling to the fourth game, 4. Ancient Coin Adventure, Chen Mo felt another wave of heat surge to his forehead. This game was also about snagging a bargain to make money, and the amount wasn't small, it was clearly marked at 150,000 yuan. That meant adding the 200,000 yuan deposit Sui had just given him, plus the 200,000 to 300,000 yuan profit he would earn tomorrow, and this 150,000 yuan ancient coin, tomorrow's income would soar to 600,000 yuan? Then the savings at home wouldn't just be 600,000 yuan, it would be over $1 million. Who would have thought that in just 2 or 3 days, he could transform himself and reach the threshold of becoming a millionaire? But this ancient coin should be sold soon, or its value might drop. But it doesn't matter. Buy it today, sell it today, no dragging my feet. It won't stop me from becoming a millionaire. Calm down, calm down. That million isn't in hand yet. And these baby games pop up every day. Chen Mo took a deep breath, suppressing the surging excitement within him, and turned his attention to the final game, 5, Shadow Revenge. The Dark Cloud team? Chen Mo's eyes flashed coldly, a hint of amusement playing at the corners of his mouth. Over the past 2 days, he'd already apprehended the con artist Zhang Yuda and the nursing home's Lu Ziming. If it was a team, then it must be Zhang's gang. Oof. Since you're so eager to come and offer yourselves up, I'll be happy to give you a helping hand. The only question was whether this accomplice counted as a walking ATM. Chen Mo picked up his phone, ready to dial Deputy Director Lu's number and report the swindler's accomplice's exact location. But his finger paused over the dial pad. The lock screen displayed 12:09 a.m. At this hour, Deputy Director Lu is probably asleep. I'll tell him tomorrow. He shook his head, setting an alarm for 7 a.m. Tomorrow, whether it was notifying Deputy Director Lu or making a pile of money, both required an early start. Just as he was about to put the phone down, it started vibrating again. It was still messages from his college class group chat. The conversation had somehow shifted to Chen Mo. After classmate Zhao Ting posted a photo of a Mercedes steering wheel, she added another comment. Zhao Ting, at Chen Mo, what happened to the genius who married our class beauty Su Yue back then? Still stuck as a financial peon at some small company? Yang Ling, dumb grin, heard Chen Mo got laid off. Saw his resume in our company's talent pipeline database last time. Lu Ming, I thought Su Yue's family was well off. At Su Yue, are you coming to the reunion this year? Li Na got fired? The job market's rough these days. Chen Mo's from the countryside with no connections, most good companies won't hire him. Lu Ming, what can you do? We're all getting older. It's just a shame for Su Yue. Chen Mo has no job, no income, and she's suffering along with him. Message bubbles popped one after another, casting shifting light and shadow across half of Chen Mo's face. Before he could respond, mint green text appeared in the class group chat. A classmate with a rabbit avatar and the ID low-income rabbit spoke up. Zhou Xiaodu, we've been classmates for 4 years. Isn't it a bit harsh to talk about her like that? Zhou Xiaodu, the financial report analysis Chen Mo helped revise for the entire department back then is still the teaching and research office's template. In the blink of an eye, Zhou Xiaodu withdrew the message and a new one appeared. Zhou Xiaodu, never mind, forget I said anything. The group fell silent the moment Zhou Xiaodu's words appeared. Chen Mo stared at the pink bunny avatar and suddenly recalled today's first baby game, 1, Dream Rescue Plan. So Zhou Xiaodu was actually Zhou Xiaodu. Chen Mo knew little about Zhou Xiaodu, only that she possessed a sweet appearance and exceptional talent. Had Su Yue not been so dazzling back in the day, the title of campus beauty queen might well have gone to her instead. Unexpectedly, after graduation, she didn't follow the path of most people by pursuing a career aligned with her major. Instead, she threw herself headfirst into the world of novel writing. It seemed her journey had been quite bumpy, and she'd apparently taken quite a few detours. After a brief silence, the group chat erupted like oil hitting a hot pan. Lina, wait, we were discussing the current job market. How did this turn into talking about someone else? Besides, we didn't say anything wrong about Chen Mo. He really hasn't found a job, and he really is under a lot of pressure. Yang Ling, Zhou Xiaodu, heard your new book flopped again? Screenshot of Zhou Xiaodu's novel collection count, 203-inch. Lu Ming, you guys, are you just banding together for comfort? Does Su Yue know? At Su Yue. Zhao Ting, at Zhou Xiaodu, the factory near my office is hiring screw turners. Interested? Zhou Xiaodu didn't respond. Instead, he cleanly and decisively shared 2 links.
Zhou Xiaodu shares video link hashtag 6-minute counterattack against fraudster earns Good Samaritan 80,000 yuan reward. Zhou Xiaodu shared a news link. Anti-fraud hero Chen Mo assists in solving embezzlement case at Sunset Garden Nursing Home, awarded 100,000 yuan.
In an instant, the entire group chat seemed to hit pause.
With a sharp click, it plunged back into dead silence. After a long pause, voices gradually broke the silence. Lu Ming was the first to speak up, his tone tinged with envy.
2 days, 180,000 yuan. After taxes, that's about my annual salary.
Yang Ling chimed in next, smacking his lips with a sarcastic tone.
TSK, this is our genius Chen Mo for you skipping work to chase riches through these schemes. Zhao Ting wasn't about to be outdone, chiming in immediately. Exactly. How stable is that compared to us? We get a steady paycheck every month. His money's gone once it's spent. And even if he solved those 2 cases, wouldn't he still be jobless?
Li Na turned her attention to Zhou Xiaodu, coldly remarking.
Zhou Xiaodu, stop picking on others. Take a good look at yourself. Will you even have money for food next month?
Watching his classmates fire off these sour remarks one after another, Chen Mo could almost smell the thick scent of envy wafting through the screen. He rubbed his chin, pondered for a moment, and made a silent decision. He had to help Zhou Xiaodu, who'd spoken up for him in front of everyone. And while he was at it, he'd also give these sour-faced classmates another taste of their own medicine.
Chapter 26, Investing in Dreams Can Never Go Wrong.
Amidst the sarcastic messages in the group chat, Chen Mo slowly typed a line.
Chen Mo, at Zhou Xiaodu, I really enjoyed your novel The Overbearing Immortal Lord Falls for me, especially the stunning twist in the final act. Chen Mo, if you still hold the rights, I'd like to purchase them and adapt it into a short drama series.
He chose his words carefully, wanting neither to sound condescending nor to make Zhou Xiaodu feel this was charity. After all, the last thing a struggling author fears is being seen as pitiable, especially when that struggling author happens to be a woman. The moment the message went out, the group exploded again.
Yang Ling, oh, Boss Chen's back. Made some money and got big-headed? Starting to dabble in investments now? Zhao Ting, seriously, dude? How out of touch can you be? That 180k only nets you 144k after taxes. How long do you think you can support your family in Chengdu? What's the point of buying the rights? Just to film short videos for yourself?
Lu Ming, lol, a washed-up writer paired with an unemployed finance guy, perfect match.
Zhou Xiaodu stared blankly at the mockery directed at Chen Mo in the group chat.
She felt a bit dazed, wanting to type an explanation but unsure what to say. She knew full well what her previous novels were like. If they were truly good enough to sell the rights, she wouldn't have been forced to work in a factory tightening screws. At the same time, she understood Chen Mo was trying to help her. But she didn't want to put him in such a difficult position. Chen Mo's money hadn't fallen from the sky. He had a wife and daughter to support, car and mortgage payments to make. Currently unemployed, his 180,000 yuan wouldn't last long in Chengdu.
Zhou Xiaodu took a deep breath and typed quickly. Zhou Xiaodu, at Chen Mo, thanks, but no need. My book stats are too poor, it's worthless. If you want the rights, I'll talk to the site later and have them take it down.
Before the message could send, her phone suddenly buzzed.
Ding.
A prominent exclusive red envelope popped up, its cover emblazoned in gold lettering, The Overbearing Immortal Lord Falls for Me, copyright advance payment.
Sender, Chen Mo. Zhou Xiaodu used an old phone with an unresponsive touchscreen. She couldn't afford repairs, so she tried to reject the red envelope.
But instead of opening the rejection button, she accidentally tapped the red envelope itself.
Red envelope claimed.
A golden fireworks display exploded across the screen, revealing the 2,000 yuan amount. Before she could recover from the shock.
Ding. Ding.
9 consecutive notification sounds thundered like explosions. 9 identical exclusive red envelopes lined up in the class group chat. Their crimson covers merged into a single, fiery expanse, like a snarling fire dragon that bathed the entire group chat in a blazing red glow.
Zhou Xiaodu's fingers froze mid-air. Zhou Xiaodu. Zhou Xiaodu, at Chen Mo, you sent 2001 red envelope? That's 20,000 total?
A trembling rabbit emoji trailed behind the message.
The group fell into an instant, deafening silence.
Everyone staring at their screens froze in place.
20,000 yuan wasn't a huge sum for this group of elites, but casually throwing 20 grand at some struggling author? They didn't have that kind of guts. After all, that was equivalent to a month's salary or even more. And most importantly, Zhou Xiaodu's book wasn't worth 20,000 yuan in copyright value. Even if given away for free, it might not find a taker. None of them would make such a money-losing deal. With the current bleak economic climate, everyone was counting every penny.
It took a long while for everyone to snap out of their stunned silence.
Li Na broke the silence first, sending a giggling emoji. Wow, Boss Chen sure is generous. Did he win the lottery? At Su Yue, rein in your husband spending money recklessly without a job? Does he plan to ruin our lives?
Zhao Ting chimed in immediately.
That's a month's salary for me. Coffee emoji, but Chen Mo, how are you going to pay your mortgage next month? Yang Ling's voice message carried a sneer. TSK, I bet someone's gonna blow their unemployment benefits just to show off, huh?
Lu Ming's voice message came with an exaggerated sigh.
Oh my goodness, Mr. Chen, are you venturing into the entertainment industry?
But you picked the wrong time to enter this field. You should have done it while you still had a job, like those of us with stable careers. Otherwise, if you invest this month and run out of cash next month, it'll all go down the drain.
Even Zhou Xiaodu chimed in at this point.
Zhou Xiaodu, at Chen Mo, my book rights don't cost that much.
If you want them, I'll just give them to you. Keep that money to support your family. You don't have a job yet. Chen Mo glanced at the group chat messages, a faint smile playing at the corners of his mouth.
His finger swiped lightly across the screen.
Enough with the pretense. Time to lay it all out. You get to act cool, but I can't call you out? You tag me freely, dragging me along for the ride. Do you really think I'm Hello Kitty? Screenshot sent.
A screenshot of his China merchant's bank balance slammed into the group chat. Balance, 449,286.40.
Chen Mo, I'm truly grateful for everyone's concern about my mortgage and living expenses. After crunching the numbers, it's clear I'm running short.
Please keep reminding me I won't waste money again.
The moment that screenshot appeared, the group fell silent once more.
But this time, it didn't take long before someone spoke up again.
Zhao Ting, it's only 440,000 yuan. If you don't have a job, wouldn't that be gone in a year or two anyway? Right side smirk emoji. Lu Ming, LOL, posting about 440,000?
Like we've never made that much before.
Try posting again in a few months?
Others tried to jump in, but Chen Mo cut them off.
He immediately threw two more screenshots into the group chat.
One was a transfer record of 20,000 yuan from Lin Yan, along with her note, cooperation deposit. If the information is genuine, profit split 20/80. The other was Su Yi's recent Alipay transfer of 200,000 yuan, note, verify within 24 hours, exact amount. First payment as a token of appreciation, remaining balance to be settled within 1 or 2 days. Click. The group fell completely silent. They were all finance majors who had attended university in Chengdu.
Who hadn't heard of Su Yi and Lin Yan? Especially Lin Yan, young, beautiful, and from a powerful family business. She was the dream girl of many.
Both these heavyweight figures had business ties with Chen Mo. Judging by the notes, Lin Yan and Sui seemed to hold Chen Mo in high regard.
With connections like these, landing any job would be a piece of cake. 3 minutes later, Li Na recalled a message. Zhao Ting withdrew a message. Lu Ming has left the group chat. Yang Ling has left the group chat. However,
the group fell silent, but Chen Mo's phone suddenly became anything but quiet.
Lei Ping sent a friend request. Chen Mo, it's Lei Ping. Remember me? Can I add you as a friend? When Manhwa sent a friend request. Brother Mo, you know Mr. Su, right? I'm at his company. Could you put in a good word for me?
Liao Rong sent a friend request. Brother Mo, I have a project on my hands. Chen Mo swiped through the messages, coldly reviewing each one before accepting Zhou Xiaodu's request.
The moment he accepted, Zhou Xiaodu sent an urgent private message. Chen Mo, I can't accept that money. If you want the copyright, I'll go negotiate with the website right now. Chen Mo smiled faintly. Take it. It's only right to pay for what you buy. I genuinely like the book.
After a pause, he continued typing.
People should always have dreams.
Investing in your dreams is never a mistake. Zhou Xiaodu stared at the screen, her eyes stinging slightly. She knew Chen Mo had never intended to make any short films. He was just helping her.
Chapter 27, You Money Printing Machine, You. Early the next morning. The moment the alarm rang, Chen Mo silenced it.
He leaned down to kiss his wife's forehead, then tiptoed over to the crib and wiped away the glistening drool marks from their little one's face. Opening the bedroom door, he headed straight for the kitchen.
Just like yesterday morning, he prepared breakfast for his family.
The difference was that today's breakfast consisted of lean pork and vegetable congee and meat buns. He diced the lean pork, chopped the greens, and kneaded the dough that had been proofing since bedtime last night. As the steamer filled with water, Chen Mo began rolling out the dough. When Su Yue rubbed her eyes and emerged from the bedroom, the hot congee in the clay pot was already bubbling away, and the first batch of steamed buns was rising with steam.
It'll be ready soon.
Go wash up first. Seeing the sparkle in her husband's eyes and feeling his spirits lift day by day since yesterday, Su Yue felt genuine happiness for Chen Mo.
Money truly was a man's best spiritual nourishment.
By the time Su Yue finished washing up, Chen Mo had already set the table. She turned toward the bedroom.
I'll go get Xiao Xiao.
Chen Mo wrapped his arms gently around Su Yue from behind, his voice tinged with mystery.
Wait, don't rush.
I need to tell you something, but you have to promise me first you can't get excited. Su Yue visibly flinched. A flurry of thoughts raced through her mind before she abruptly turned back, rubbing Chen Mo's lower back with eyes brimming with concern.
Then maybe we should do it less often?
You're getting older, and it's time to take care of yourself.
Chen Mo. Chen Mo felt both exasperated and amused. He gently pushed Su Yue's hands away. What on earth are you thinking? Straightening his chest, he drawled. It's your old man here who just raked in another 200 grand this morning. Su Yue murmured with relief. As long as you're okay, as long as you're okay. Then it hit her. Her eyes widened in shock, her mouth gaping. What? How much? 200,000? You're not my husband, you're a money printing machine turned monster. Chen Mo burst into laughter, showing Su Yue the transfer record and message from Sui on his phone, briefly explaining the situation. Su Yue couldn't believe her ears. So, how did you know the Fed was raising interest rates? Chen Mo smiled and tapped his head. Forgot I was a straight-A student in college? At that moment, he seemed to suddenly recall something. He swiped back to last night's group chat and explained to Su Yue. Honey, I spent 20,000 to help out our classmate Zhou Xiaodu. She insisted on signing a profit-sharing agreement with me afterward, saying she'd split half the earnings from her new novel with us. Though the couple trusted each other implicitly, certain matters still required disclosure. Otherwise, hearing about it later from others could lead to all sorts of misinterpretations. Su Yue read the chat log and doubled over laughing. These sycophantic classmates deserved a good slap in the face to teach them a lesson, especially when that slap came from her own husband. Let them flaunt their steering wheels every day. As they spoke, Xiao Xiao poked her head out from the bedroom. The little one had sharp eyes and immediately spotted the meat bun on the table, launching herself toward it. But just as her chubby little hand was about to grab the big meat bun, Su Yue ruthlessly scooped up her entire tiny body. Go brush your teeth and wash your face. After the family enjoyed breakfast, Su Yue began organizing the bags and packages in the living room, carefully selecting the gifts prepared for the grandparents at the nursing home. Xiao Xiao doesn't have school today. I'll take her to the nursing home later to deliver the gifts to the elders. Would you like to come along? Chen Mo shook his head. I have other plans today. You take Xiao Xiao. It wasn't that he didn't want to go to the nursing home. Rather, he needed to rush to the antique market today to snatch up the ancient coin hinted at in the baby game, Ancient Coin Adventure, before that old man with star-shaped glasses could get to it. He planned to scoop it up and sell it as soon as possible. Plus, he needed to invest in the stock market before the 10 a.m. gold price surge to make a big profit. Oh, and I might need to use some of our household money today. Su Yue didn't think much of it. Taking Xiao Xiao's hand as she headed toward the door, she casually replied. Go ahead. The card's with me, but isn't your payment app already linked anyway? After his wife descended the stairs, Chen Mo glanced at the clock in the living room 7:52. Hesitating briefly, he dialed Deputy Director Lu's number. Deputy Director Lu, I suddenly recalled a detail. The day before yesterday, in the restroom, I overheard Zhang Yuda calling someone, instructing them to transfer money. I suspect that person is his accomplice. And I also heard that person say they were coming to pick up Zhang Yuda arriving at 2 o'clock this afternoon. On the other end of the line, Deputy Director Lu slammed his fist on the table in excitement. Really? We've been struggling to catch his accomplices, and now one's practically walking into our hands. This lead is crucial. Beep. Before Chen Mo could ask whether Zhang Yuda's accomplice was also a walking ATM like him, the call ended abruptly. Gripping the still-lit phone, Chen Mo knew time was of the essence. There was no room for delay. Without pausing to rest, he sprinted toward Rongqing's antique market. The antique market was located near the Lottery Management Center. He had passed by there yesterday when he went to claim his 80,000 yuan scratch-off prize. 8:26 a.m. Chen Mo stood at the entrance of the antique market, gazing up at the third floor. The sign for Treasure Pavilion, as indicated in the game prompt, glowed with an aged copper hue in the morning light. He stepped into the elevator, went straight to the third floor, and entered the Treasure Pavilion shop. The interior was dimly lit, with a few rays of sunlight struggling to filter through the windows, casting mottled patterns on the floor. Already, 7 or 8 customers were inside, scattered in small groups, selecting antiques that caught their interest. The sandalwood coin cabinet stood in the southeast corner, its counter strewn with several frames of coins for sale. The owner, a balding middle-aged man, reclined comfortably in a lounge chair. He gently fanned himself with a small fan, humming a tune off key, his eyes half closed in a state between sleep and wakefulness. Chen Mo made not a sound, afraid to disturb the shop's tranquil atmosphere, and walked straight to the coin cabinet. He admittedly knew nothing about antiques, having never encountered them in his spare time, not even through short videos. He could only mimic other tourists in the shop, flipping through the coins. But, even as he tried to mimic the others' movements, his actions betrayed his unfamiliarity. When he picked up a coin, his fingers stiffly gripped the edge as he flipped it over and over, completely oblivious to the crucial details connoisseurs valued: the patina, the rust coloration, the shape and form. The shopkeeper's eyes lit up as he snapped his fan shut. Young man, interested in coins? Chen Mo remained composed, feigning casualness. Yeah, looking for some cheap ones to give the kids as toys. The shopkeeper sprang up from his recliner and edged closer to Chen Mo. Well, you've got an eye for it. This batch of Qing Dynasty Tongbao coins in your hand just came in this morning, 100 each. Perfect for picking out as toys for the kids. A faint snicker echoed through the shop. He was being taken for a sucker. Chapter 28, he wants me to buy it back at over 60 times the price?
Inside the antique shop, the stifling air felt thick and heavy. The faint snickers that drifted over made Chen Mo pause slightly. He glanced at his watch, 8:42. 48 minutes remained before the game prompt's old man with star-shaped glasses arrived.
Plenty of time. He gave a sheepish nod and addressed the shop owner. If I buy more, could you give me a discount?
The shopkeeper's eyes darted around as he tapped the basket of copper coins.
95 per coin.
These are genuine Qing Dynasty Tongbao coins sourced straight from the countryside.
At 98 per coin, I'm only making $2 profit on your purchase.
The other customers in the shop saw this and their snickers grew louder. They began exchanging glances and whispering among themselves.
One of them couldn't stand it anymore. Clearing his throat deliberately, he coughed once. Mr. Wang, weren't you selling these for 20 last week?
These are fresh from this morning, different batch. Mr. Wang shot the man a glare before turning to Chen Mo with a forced smile. If you're buying dozens, 90 each. These coins are small, kids playing with them will lose them easily.
I need to buy more to have enough. Chen Mo didn't reply, instead bowing slightly as he began sorting through the coins.
Watching Chen Mo clumsily rummage through the coins, making them clatter noisily, Mr. Wang muttered under his breath, "Idiot."
Customers in the shop shook their heads one after another. Some even looked at Chen Mo as if he were a fool.
Even the person who had kindly offered advice remained silent, adopting an indifferent stance. Beneath his seemingly clumsy, casual sorting, Chen Mo's eyes scanned sharply and meticulously. Though lacking professional expertise in antique appraisal, his life experience told him that a Qing dynasty coin worth 150,000 yuan must be either extremely rare or a misprinted variant.
Found it. After about 7 or 8 minutes, Chen Mo's fingernail gently scraped the edge of one coin.
Beneath the Manchu character for treasure on the coin's reverse, a tiny metal protrusion barely larger than a pinhead protruded from the lower right corner. This was the defining characteristic of the Qianlong Tongbao back lump edition. Chen Mo's palms instantly broke out in a fine sheen of sweat, his heart racing uncontrollably. To think that such an inconspicuous little thing could be worth 150,000 yuan. He forced himself to remain calm, discreetly pressing the coin into his palm before continuing his leisurely sorting. Seeing his leisurely pace, Boss Wang lay back down on the recliner with impatience, inwardly grumbling once more.
Another middle-aged man fooled by those treasure-hunting videos. Buying this for his kid, huh? Ha!
I inspected this entire batch when I acquired it. Everything was screened.
How could there possibly be any slip-ups?
Ah, the world of short videos, it's all staged. Chen Mo feigned nonchalance as he carefully selected over a dozen more copper coins, packing each one meticulously. He then strolled around the shop, glancing at antique porcelain here, examining faded calligraphy and paintings there. Finally, at 9:27, he approached Mr. Wang.
"Boss, I'll take these."
A flicker of disdain flashed through Mr. Wang's mind.
He yawned and slowly held up his payment code. "You spent all that time picking, and this is all you're taking?" 17 coins, totaling 1,615 yuan. Chen Mo froze, looking slightly taken aback. "Didn't you say 90? How did it become 95 now?"
A cold smile curled at the corner of Boss Wang's mouth as he explained with a hint of impatience. "You must not have been listening carefully. I clearly stated that buying dozens would be 90 yuan each. Since you've only picked a dozen or so, it'll be 95 yuan per piece." Their exchange drew the attention of other customers in the shop once more. Everyone wore expressions of eager anticipation, clearly relishing the spectacle of this big fat lamb Chen Mo being fleeced. Chen Mo merely uttered a quiet "oh" before calmly pulling out his phone and scanning the QR code to pay 1,615 yuan. As the payment confirmation chime sounded, muffled snickers filled the shop. That's enough to buy a whole basket. Though deliberately muted, this snicker was clearer and louder than the earlier chuckles, lingering through the shop.
3, 2, 1. Chen Mo silently counted down in his mind.
At exactly 9:30, an elderly man dressed in a dark brown traditional Chinese robe and wearing gold-rimmed reading glasses hurried in, clutching a magnifying glass in his hand. Mr. Wang, who was reaching for a crumpled plastic bag to pack the copper coins for Chen Mo, immediately set the bag down upon seeing the old man enter and greeted him. In this antique market, this elderly gentleman was none other than the renowned treasure appraiser, Old Master Zhou Molin. Antique items that caught his eye could be instantly assessed for authenticity and value. Merchants throughout the city were eager to curry favor with him, hoping his reputation would elevate the value of their shop's wares.
"Old Wang, where are the copper coins you sifted out this morning? Let me see your stash."
Old Zhou spoke as he walked deeper into the market, but mid-sentence, he abruptly halted. His entire body froze as if rooted to the spot. Then, his eyes instantly flashed with a maniacal gleam. He dashed over to Chen Mo in a few strides, his eyes nearly glued to the coins in Chen Mo's hand, gasping in disbelief.
"Reversed 90 degrees? Snap!" The antique shop fell deathly silent in that instant. Everyone stood frozen in place, staring at Chen Mo in utter disbelief. They knew full well the market value of a 90-degree reverse copper coin. And Chen Mo, whom they had just mocked as a sucker, now stood before them, holding that 90-degree reverse copper coin firmly in his hand. This is a 90-degree reverse coin? Shopkeeper Wang's fan clattered to the floor as he lunged forward to grab it. You've made a mistake. This is our prized treasure. Chen Mo sidestepped, waving his phone. The screen clearly displayed 929 payments successful 1,615 yuan. Voluntary transaction. Money and goods exchanged. Xiao Wang.
Old Joe suddenly barked, his eyes narrowing behind his reading glasses. In the antiques trade, payments settled means settlement. Mr. Wang's neck turned red, his eyes filled with deep regret. But I'll profit 1,600 yuan only to lose over 100,000? Old Joe looked at Mr. Wang, sighed softly, and pulled out a copy of Qing Dynasty coin atlas from his counter. Pointing to a page, he said, "If you're truly determined to have it, you could buy it back from this young man. This piece is a trial cast reverse die from the Baoquan mint in the 23rd year of Qianlong's reign. Its market value starts at 150,000 yuan, with the highest premium reaching 186,000 yuan.
Mr. Wang's eyes locked onto the photograph in the catalog.
The copper coin pictured matched the one in Chen Mo's hand perfectly. The transaction price column boldly displayed 186,000 yuan.
Just then, Chen Mo spoke slowly. If you want it, I'll sell it to you for 150,000. The words sent shockwaves through the entire shop. 150,000 yuan?
That was practically selling it at the rock-bottom market price. A greedy gleam flashed in many eyes, but most forced themselves to suppress their eager urges, mindful of their empty wallets.
Mr. Wang's eyes lit up instantly. Really?
Even old Joe felt a flicker of temptation. If Chen Mo truly offered it for 150,000, he wouldn't object to adding this rare coin to his collection.
Chen Mo took in everyone's expressions and said calmly,
150,000 yuan, but with one condition, you take back the remaining 16 coins as well.
I'll count them as 10,000 yuan.
Mr. Wang's mind raced through the numbers. 150,000 plus 10,000 equaled 160,000. With the 186,000 premium, he could still make a 20,000 profit.
Alright, I'll take it for 160,000.
Mr. Wang gritted his teeth, his heart aching as he slammed his chubby hand down on the glass counter, causing the fake antiques nearby to rattle.
Master Zhou, please bear witness.
Alipay received 160,000 yuan.
The Alipay notification popped up.
Chen Mo tossed all 17 copper coins onto the counter and strode away immediately. Next, he needed to make a killing in the gold market.
And
shortly after he left the shop, a news alert popped up on Mr. Wang's phone.
Warning!
New high-quality counterfeit reverse-engraved master coins flood the market. Experts predict cliff-like plunge in authentic coin values. A thud echoed across the floor tiles. That was the sound of Mr. Wang's knees hitting the floor. I sold him the copper coins at 9 times the price, and he ended up making me buy them back at over 60 times the cost.
Back and forth, I lost over 100,000 yuan. Chapter 29, Honey. Let's close our positions.
After leaving the antique market, the time was already 9:41 a.m. Only 19 minutes remained until the gold price surge predicted by the Golden Elf's morning dance.
Chen Mo immediately opened his futures trading app.
Domestic futures operated on a T+0 trading system, allowing instant buying and selling. Having majored in finance during university, he had already obtained the relevant qualifications and trading permissions. But
an unexpected incident suddenly occurred.
The phone battery suddenly sounded an alarm, only 3% charge remaining, about to shut down at any moment.
Chen Mo frowned. If his phone shut down at this critical moment, he wouldn't be able to send any trading orders. The consequences would be unimaginable.
He made a snap decision and drove straight to the futures exchange. While the mobile app was convenient, on-site trading felt more reliable at this critical moment. It also avoided potential issues like network instability. After all, this transaction could determine whether his family's assets would surpass the $1 million threshold.
Fortunately, the futures exchange wasn't too far away.
Like the antique market, it was located near the Lottery Management Center, one to the east, the other to the south. Racing against the clock, Chen Mo finally arrived at the futures exchange at 9:57 a.m. By then, the exchange hall was already packed. News of the Fed's rate hike had spread by 9 o'clock, and everyone was glued to the fluctuating price charts displayed throughout the hall. A client manager hurried over with a professional smile.
Sir, how may I assist you?
Chen Mo glanced at his phone, which had only 2% battery left, and nodded. I need a power bank with a data cable, my phone's dying. Also, prepare a trade for me. I'm investing 600,000 yuan in futures. Chen Mo's capital had surged from 440,000 yuan last night to 600,000 yuan today. The account manager reacted swiftly, turning to rummage through a service counter drawer. He pulled out a portable power bank with the corresponding model's charging cable, jogged back, and handed it to Chen Mo.
Sir, would you mind sharing the details of your trading plan with me?
Chen Mo plugged in his phone and stared at the display screen in the hall. The real-time quote for Shanghai gold was 360 yuan per gram, still hovering at a low level.
Shanghai gold, 5x leverage, buy 8 lots. Without hesitation, Chen Mo spoke calmly. However,
though his voice was not loud, it drew the attention of those around him.
Swish. Many heads turned in unison. Their gazes brimmed with pity and bewilderment.
After all, in most people's understanding, based on past experience, a Fed rate hike typically causes gold prices to fall. Chen Mo's decision to go against the trend was, in their eyes, nothing short of a risky gamble. This guy probably won't last long before he's forced to sell bitter tea. Even the account manager looked up in surprise, offering a well-meaning warning. Full position? The Fed just raised rates today. Market volatility will be high. Chen Mo curved his lips into a meaningful smile. The rougher the seas, the pricier the fish. The account manager silently shook his head. He'd seen this kind of mystifying confidence before, people pouring their family's life savings into the futures market, only to lose everything in the end. He refrained from further persuasion, swiftly returning to his workstation. He retrieved Chen Mo's account details and balance, verified the information, then printed the trading authorization contract and risk disclosure statement. Holding the documents, the account manager approached Chen Mo again. "Sir, here are the trading authorization agreement and risk disclosure statement. Please review them first. As per procedure, your signature is required for confirmation. Do you have any further questions?" Chen Mo shook his head, swiftly signing both documents. Then, under the account manager's guidance, he clicked confirm on the trading terminal. In an instant, the margin of 596,800 yuan was transferred. The very next second after, the funds were withdrawn. Su Yue's call came through. Her voice trembled, her words stumbling out. Honey, all our money just got transferred out suddenly. Did our account get hacked?" A soft, sweet child's voice chimed in from the other end. "Daddy, are we going to be poor now?" Then Xiao Xiao can eat less and not buy Gao Gao anymore. Hearing his wife and daughter's worries, Chen Mo gently reassured them. "No, I just bought gold futures. With the Fed raising interest rates, I figured gold futures would go up." Su Yue, Chen Mo's college classmate who also majored in finance, had stayed home these past years to focus on raising Xiao Xiao, but her professional knowledge remained sharp. Hearing Chen Mo's explanation only deepened her concern. Gold will rise? Logically, shouldn't interest rate hikes cause it to fall? Even if there's a brief uptick, how could we possibly time that moment? Chen Mo's lips curved upward in a confident, enigmatic smile. "Don't worry, I can catch it. I'm at the exchange right now. If you're concerned, come see for yourself." With baby games alerts, how could he possibly miss the peak? 4 o'clock in the afternoon was the exact moment gold prices would hit their highest point. After hanging up, it was already past 10 o'clock. Gold prices began their rapid ascent right on schedule. 364, 367, 373. In the exchange hall, seasoned investors keenly picked up on this price fluctuation. A faint stir rippled through the crowd. But this stir lasted only a fleeting moment before being suppressed by their rationality. Their gazes toward Chen Mo remained filled with pity. These were all veterans who had spent years navigating the futures market. As Su Yue had said, even if gold prices experienced a brief uptick, the broader trend pointed to a decline amid the backdrop of interest rate hikes. Chen Mo was still blindly gambling. There was no way he could catch that fleeting peak. As 11 o'clock approached, Su Yue hurried to the exchange. Xiao Xiao bounded toward Chen Mo like a playful little rabbit, throwing herself into his arms and calling out in her baby voice, "Daddy." Chen Mo caught his daughter securely and planted a gentle kiss on her rosy cheek. The moment Su Yue stepped into the hall, her gaze was instantly riveted to the massive trading screen. The gold price on the screen was skyrocketing. The rapidly fluctuating numbers brought her no joy whatsoever. Instead, her heart hung in suspense, growing increasingly anxious. Because this meant the price could plummet at any moment. No one could be certain if this very moment wasn't the fleeting peak. Chen Mo sensed his wife's unease and gently took Su Yue's hand, squeezing it slightly to reassure her. At 11:30 a.m., the very thing Su Yue had been dreading finally happened. The gold price suddenly crashed without warning, plummeting like a kite whose string had snapped. 374, 367, 361. Chen Mo's account was instantly engulfed in a sea of red, the loss amount constantly updating. Cold sweat beaded on Su Yue's palms, and her pale calves began to tremble involuntarily. "Honey!" At the same moment, the trading floor erupted into chaos. The seasoned investors erupted in commotion once more. They all felt fortunate they'd resisted the temptation, otherwise, they'd be losing their shirts right now. Their gazes turned toward Chen Mo's family, their eyes brimming with growing sympathy. If Chen Mo didn't close his positions and cut his losses immediately, his wife and child would soon be left to eat. 60,000 yuan was no small sum. The account manager who had processed Chen Mo's trading contract earlier stood nearby, watching the scene unfold. He shook his head helplessly in his mind, already foreseeing Chen Mo's future. Su Yue, filled with anxiety, looked at Chen Mo again, her voice pleading. "Honey, let's close the position." But Chen Mo's gaze was unwavering, his tone resolute. He tightened his grip on Su Yue's hand. "No need. Let's wait a little longer." Chapter 30, a massive profit of 880,000. Time ticked by, and for the first time, Su Yue felt like she was sitting on pins and needles.
Every second seemed to stretch endlessly, longer than an entire year. As the hour hand silently ticked toward 12, the gold price had plummeted to a new low of 353. The margin ratio in Chen Mo's account was now dangerously close to the warning line. This meant Chen Mo had already lost 280,000 yuan up to this point. The account manager hurried over, his expression grave and his tone urgent as he addressed Chen Mo. "Sir, if the price continues to fall, you'll need to add margin. Of course, you could also choose to close your position and cut your losses." Chen Mo remained calm, merely nodding slightly. Su Yue, filled with worry, looked up, her eyes brimming with unease. She murmured softly, "Honey, I don't think we have any extra savings to cover the margin call." Seeing her mother's worried expression, Xiao Xiao's young face filled with concern. She hurriedly offered comfort. "Don't worry, Mom. Xiao Xiao is a little adult now. I'll earn money and support you both." Chen Mo watched his wife and daughter's expressions but couldn't offer much explanation. He couldn't very well tell them he had a system that let him know prices would definitely rise. He could only clasp Su Yue's hand tightly and gently squeeze Xiao Xiao's small hand. The investors in the exchange, seeing Chen Mo ignore his beautiful wife and adorable daughter while stubbornly waiting for prices to rise, watched the pity in their eyes quietly fade. Instead, a complex look of "you reap what you sow" took its place. They shook their heads silently, whispering among themselves, convinced deep down that Chen Mo's stubbornness was only pushing himself and his family into an even deeper abyss. But at this critical moment, a turning point struck like lightning splitting the darkness, suddenly descending. The gold price, which had been plummeting relentlessly, suddenly rebounded like a ball hitting the bottom, its momentum as fierce as a rocket blasting upward. At 12:02, the price jumped to 357. At 12:09, it climbed to 362. At 12:13, it broke through 370. The magnitude of the surge left everyone utterly speechless. Within these few minutes, Chen Mo's account underwent a dramatic reversal. The sea of red losses transformed into a sea of green profits. Su Yue's eyes widened in disbelief. She never imagined the situation could turn around so dramatically from such a desperate position. Overwhelmed with surprise, she quickly tugged at Chen Mo's sleeve, urgently reminding him, "Honey, we should sell now. The overall trend won't change. If we sell now, we won't lose money, we'll even make a small profit. Enough to buy you a couple new outfits and get Xiao Xiao some tasty treats." At the mention of treats, Xiao Xiao's eyes widened instantly beside them, brimming with anticipation. "Can mommy buy extra ice cream? Xiao Xiao absolutely loves ice cream. Bubble tea is fine too." Chen Mo ruffled Xiao Xiao's fluffy hair affectionately and said, "Sure, mommy will buy Xiao Xiao lots and lots of ice cream later, a mountain of it. And of course, lots and lots of other things too." Turning to Su Yue, he smiled and added, "Don't rush. Let's wait and see." Gold prices raced upward like a runaway horse. The crowd in the trading hall, already agitated by the volatility, grew increasingly restless. Investors were torn between reason and impulse. On one hand, they were convinced that against the backdrop of rising interest rates, this bubble of gains would burst sooner or later. On the other hand, the sharply soaring prices kept teasing them, fanning the flames of impulsiveness in their hearts. Even the account manager found himself inwardly debating whether to jump in and test the waters. Chen Mo paid no heed to the turmoil swirling around him. Glancing at his watch, he saw it was already 12:30. Decisively, he grabbed Su Yue's hand, scooped up Xiao Xiao, and said with a smile, "Come on, let's grab lunch first." They had planned to head home after eating, but Su Yue's mind was consumed with worries about the trade. Her feet refused to obey her, and she stubbornly dragged Chen Mo back into the trading hall. At 2 p.m. sharp, the exchange resumed trading after its midday break. At that moment, the price of gold hit a new peak, 375. Whoosh! In an instant, the hall erupted in commotion. Investors could no longer contain their excitement. Like a tidal wave, they surged toward the trading terminals, placing orders to enter the market. Many others hurriedly pulled out their phones, fingers flying across the screens as they executed trades. At 3:30 p.m., gold hit 381 yuan. It was about to hit the daily limit. Su Yue's palms began sweating again. A middle-aged man in his 40s or 50s slapped his thigh and laughed, "What did I tell you? This wave will definitely hit 400. I believe it'll keep climbing tomorrow." By now, the crowd had long cast aside their initial doubts about the price trend, even forgetting that this frenzy had originated from Chen Mo's counter-trend move. At 3:55 p.m., the gold price hit the daily limit, settling at 382 yuan. The trading floor erupted in a deafening roar of celebration, the sheer volume threatening to lift the roof off. Someone even produced a bottle of champagne from somewhere, popping the cork with a loud bang. Golden bubbles sprayed everywhere, transforming the scene into a sea of celebration. "That's enough." Chen Mo slowly rose, strolling leisurely to the trading terminal. With unwavering composure, he began closing his positions in batches. The system alerted that prices would drop at 4 p.m., and judging by the current peak, the decline would likely far exceed the gains. Closing positions now was perfect timing. The investors in the hall naturally saw Chen Mo closing his positions at the terminal. Their eyes betrayed undisguised contempt as they murmured to themselves, Ha, what a coward. Closing positions so hastily now? Past experience shows this rally clearly has room to run. At 4 p.m., Chen Mo completed his exit, locking in a solid profit of 880,000 yuan. Staring at that figure, Chen Mo's pupils suddenly contracted. His throat tightened, his heart pounded uncontrollably, and a surge of excitement raced through his chest. The roar of blood surging through his veins was deafening. 880,000 yuan. This was 2 or 3 times higher than the 200,000 or 300,000 he had anticipated. He hadn't anticipated this himself. His hands trembled slightly, and he desperately wanted to laugh uncontrollably at the sky like he had earlier that morning, releasing the overwhelming joy within him. But reason told him this was the trading floor, surrounded by opportunists who had just pitted him, sympathized with him, and followed him. His wife and daughter were right beside him. He couldn't lose control. He took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down, and buried that excitement deep within his heart. Su Yue couldn't believe her eyes either, staring fixedly at the bank balance displayed on Chen Mo's phone. Her body trembled uncontrollably as she rubbed her eyes repeatedly, as if trying to confirm this wasn't a dream. Her voice trembled with astonishment. 80,000? Our savings have reached 1.48 million? Before Chen Mo could answer, the trading floor erupted from celebration to dead silence in an instant. The price of gold plummeted like a cliff. 382. 379, 368. 357. Each tick of the number felt like a heavy hammer striking everyone's hearts. Every face turned deathly pale in that instant, body swaying unsteadily. The middle-aged man in his 40s or 50s gasped for air, his lips parting like a dying fish. The man who had popped champagne mid-celebration let his bottle clatter to the floor with a loud thud, spilling golden liquid everywhere. Unconsciously, their gazes converged on Chen Mo. Only then did they realize his stop-loss price had been set precisely at the peak of this market surge, achieving a near-perfect execution. Meeting the complex gazes of the crowd, Chen Mo offered a faint smile. I'll be heading out now. I promised my daughter I'd buy her ice cream. Have a good time, everyone. With that, he gently picked up Xiao Xiao and took Su Yue's hand, still in a dazed, dreamlike state, and walked calmly out of the trading floor. Even after returning to their grocery cart, Su Yue remained in a daze. Chen Mo's maneuver had stunned her beyond measure. Against the grim backdrop of the Fed's rate hike, he had managed to pinpoint the absolute optimal exit point with flawless precision. Moreover, using 5 times leverage, he had forcibly earned a massive profit of 880,000 yuan, propelling their household savings past the million yuan threshold to an unprecedented 1.48 million yuan. Daddy, can Xiao Xiao have 2 ice creams? No, make it 3. Mommy wants one too. Of course. From now on, we'll have more ice cream than we can eat. Chapter 31, Daddy's money machine goes wild. Our balance yesterday was 449,000. You just earned another 880,000. Fees were 2,986. This month's mortgage is 4,288 yuan. Car loan is 2,351.8 yuan. Ha? That's weird. How did it come out to 1.48 million? Back in the car, Su Yue held her phone, fingers flying over the calculator keys. Her lips were practically curled up to her ears until she suddenly realized something was off with the numbers. There was an extra 160,000. Chen Mo rested one hand on the steering wheel, a smile playing on his lips as he explained, I scored a bargain at the antique shop this morning, a reverse engraved die that sold for 160,000. What? Su Yue froze, her eyes widening as she stared at Chen Mo's sharply defined profile. After a few seconds of stunned silence, she suddenly launched into a tirade, jabbing her finger at his waist. You're a money printing machine turned monster. Tell me, when did you turn into my husband's form? Was it just the day before yesterday? From the back seat, Xiao Xiao waved her chubby little hands, giggling. Daddy's a money printing machine. In an instant, a joyful atmosphere spread freely throughout the small grocery shopping car. But just then, a text message alert sounded. China Merchants Bank, your account ending in 2396 received a deposit of 46,000 renminbi on August 30th at 1642. Current balance, 1,528,348 renminbi. This was the remaining reward money deposited after the arrest of fraudster Zhang Yuda. Alongside the text alert came a call from Deputy Director Liu. Deputy Director Liu's voice was crisp and authoritative on the other end. The leads you provided were spot on. At 2 p.m., we apprehended Zhang Yuda's accomplice at the train station. He also revealed the whereabouts of other accomplices. You've done us a huge favor again. After a pause, he added. Oh, and this suspect also has a reward on his head, not much, just 30,000 yuan. Once the paperwork's processed, finance will transfer it to you. The phone hung up, leaving the car in silence. Su Yue stared blankly at Chen Mo, her lips trembling. I just received 44,000 yuan, and now, another 30,000? Xiao Xiao poked her little head from the back seat, nuzzling against her mother. In her babyish voice, she said. Daddy's so awesome. He beats monsters better than Ultraman. By Ubu so much money just came pouring in. Chen Mo kept his eyes fixed ahead, glancing sideways at the entertainment news alert that had just popped up on his phone. Top star Wang's ex-girlfriend leaks damaging photos. Wang's public image collapses. Right.
From now on, more and more money will be coming into our household. With that, he pressed down on the gas pedal. Let's go buy Xiao Xiao some ice cream. I promised her 3 for Xiao Xiao and 1 for mommy.
The Century Shopping Plaza was bustling with people in the evening.
Xiao Xiao led the way, clutching 2 ice creams and licking them left and right. Chen Mo pushed the shopping cart close behind, while Su Yue linked arms with him, her eyes sparkling as she took in the surroundings. With their savings now exceeding 1.5 million yuan, the couple had tacitly agreed to furnish their home with new furniture and appliances, while also stocking up on daily necessities.
We just bought clothes yesterday, and toys for Xiao Xiao. Su Yue murmured softly, I never imagined we'd be shopping for major appliances today.
Her voice carried a hint of disbelief. In just 2 short days, their savings had skyrocketed from 5 figures to 1.5 million yuan, a transformation that felt like a dream. Little Xiao suddenly dashed into the color TV section, his excited voice calling out. Daddy, look! This big TV moves. Chen Mo and Su Yue hurried after her, finding their daughter standing before a massive 100-inch screen. The display showed an underwater world, with colorful schools of fish that seemed ready to swim right out. Xiao Xiao tilted her head back, eyes wide with wonder.
A doting smile played on Chen Mo's lips as he declared without hesitation. Buy it. Su Yue gently pinched Chen Mo and whispered. Didn't that girl Xiong Meng give us a projector set? We don't really need this TV. If we're buying something, let's get something more practical. A double-door refrigerator would be great.
As she spoke, her eyes were drawn involuntarily to the screen. Noticing his wife's expression, Chen Mo beckoned the salesperson over. Then let's get both. The projector for the bedroom, the TV for the living room. After a moment's thought, he added. And let's get a dishwasher from the same series. That way you won't have to work so hard. Su Yue opened her mouth to speak, but saw Xiao Xiao already running excitedly around the display area, shouting. New fridge! New TV! She shook her head helplessly, yet a smile quietly blossomed in her eyes. Suddenly seeming to remember something, she hurried away. When she returned, her shopping cart held a large bag of mulberry and goji berry tea.
Chen Mo.
The total on the shopping list kept climbing as more items filled their small home. Even the skincare products Su Yue had always been too frugal to buy found their way into the cart thanks to Chen Mo. For years, Su Yue had scrimped and saved, never buying any cosmetics and using only trial sizes from supermarket promotions. But now, things were different.
After returning home, the shopping mall staff worked swiftly and efficiently, quickly installing the new appliances and furniture.
The living space for the family of 3 was instantly transformed, as if reborn, the entire home feeling brand new. Xiao Xiao was as excited as a little rabbit, bouncing a few times on the new sofa before dashing over to the new color TV. She then leaped to the new standing air conditioner, dancing and shouting with joy.
Unlike Chen Mo and Su Yue, who kept their joy hidden inside, she couldn't contain her excitement. Everything in the house is brand new. Daddy is so awesome.
After playing herself out, she hopped over to Chen Mo's feet, tilted her chubby little face up, and said mysteriously. Since Daddy's so amazing, Xiao Xiao will tell Daddy a secret too. She stood on tiptoes, trying desperately to reach his ear, but no matter how she hopped, she couldn't quite get close enough.
Chen Mo smiled, bent down, and lifted her up.
Only then did Xiao Xiao wrap her arms around his neck and whisper, as if sharing the world's greatest secret. Xiao Xiao and Mama brought Grandpa and Grandma the gift we bought for them today. Grandpa Li told Xiao Xiao that when Xiao Xiao grows up and starts kindergarten, maybe around middle class, he has a gift to give to Xiao Xiao and Daddy.
Chen Mo's heart tightened as 3. Gift at sunset flashed across his retinas.
Grandpa Li buried a treasure chest deep within the labyrinth of memories. Inside lies a magical key that transforms into a house. Only on the day the moon becomes a little boat will the lawyer bird in white deliver this surprise gift.
Chen Mo gently pinched Xiao Xiao's cheek and whispered. Xiao Xiao, before we start kindergarten, shall we visit Grandpa Li more often? Xiao Xiao nodded vigorously. Yes.
After tucking Xiao Xiao into bed, Su Yue also took a bath and retired early.
Even the most capable ox needs a break. Chen Mo lay on the sofa, quietly waiting for midnight to arrive. Ding! Today's baby game generated. Chapter 32, You'll Come Begging for Me.
The bright moon hung high in the sky, enveloping the world in silence. The system prompt's fluorescent glow flickered across Chen Mo's retinas.
1. Shepherd Grandpa's Space Gem.
At the location where the spirit captain of Treasure Pavilion collected spirit coins yesterday, there's an old shepherd grandpa. A lost baby meteor is trapped beneath his kimchi jar. Before the sun god retires, let's use the space telescope to find the star pattern on the baby meteorite and return it to the moon goddess. She'll reward us with a box of glowing space chocolates. 2. The star treasure in the dump. The clumsy giant of radiance spilled glowing stardust into the stinky garbage heap. At 3 p.m., while the giant naps, we'll rescue the star sprites named Rhodium hiding in the trash using dancing bubble potion and sparkling magic powder. Each star fairy will give us a jar of singing honey.
3. The magical bag discovery.
Near Zhou Xiaotu's rabbit burrow lies a clumsy pawnshop. The absent-minded shopkeeper mistook a beautiful bag for a fake and locked it in a glass display case. Tomorrow at exactly 10 a.m., before the appraiser arrives, use the artisan's secret key to unlock the door and rescue the real bag. Take this gorgeous bag to the bag hospital to exchange it for 22 bottles of dancing strawberry jam. 4. Tiny stamps, big adventure. The careless postal bunny drew too few stripes on the tiger stamp. Be the first to dash into the post office castle when the morning sun rises to snag the misprinted tiger stamp. Each stamp summons a shower of gold coins. The more stamps you grab, the bigger the shower. 5. The little sprite in the down jacket. The distant tree company suddenly closed down, returning 2,000 warm goose down jackets meant for them. The aunts and uncles at Dream Factory frowned. What are we to do with all these jackets? These coats are identical to the ones sold in stores for 2,800 coins, except they lack the small tag. Before Sister Moon arrives, buy them for just 800 coins each. Each jacket could be exchanged for a fluffy cloud pillow. The moment the final system message finished loading, Chen Mo shot up from the sofa, eyes gleaming. Today's baby game updates were all major items. Meteorites, handbags, misprinted stamps. His lips moved softly, his voice low yet brimming with excitement. Huiyao is Rongqing's electroplating factory, and Stardust is refined rhodium powder. Plus the clothing wholesaler. As he finished, Chen Mo couldn't help but gasp. His heart surged like waves crashing against the shore, one after another. If we handle things right tomorrow, the profits could easily surpass the total from the past 2 days combined. His words brimmed with shock and anticipation. Though, some aspects might require specialized skills, so we'll need to prepare in advance. Tomorrow's going to be hectic. The night passed in silence. Early the next morning, when Su Yue awoke, the bed beside hers was empty again. Chen Mo's busy figure was nowhere to be seen in the kitchen. All she could see was the breakfast laid out for her on the table, a bowl of tender, glutinous treasure porridge, a perfectly golden brown fried egg, and a steaming cup of milk. On the newly purchased double-door refrigerator sat a sticky note. Hey, honey, little one's starting school today. I won't make it back in time. You'll have to handle things. P.S. I might need some cash today. Meanwhile, Chen Mo, who had risen early, was rushing nonstop to a small private chemical factory in the western suburbs' Huarong chemical plant. He had found this small private factory in the phone book last night and arranged to meet with the factory manager, Dai Jinhai, this morning. Yawning, Dai Jinhai waited at the factory gate. Spotting Chen Mo, he beamed and greeted him warmly. Mr. Chen, right? You mentioned on the phone about renting equipment for metal recycling experiments? Chen Mo nodded and replied politely. That's correct, Director Dai. I'm currently verifying data for my graduation thesis, researching the resource utilization of electroplating waste residue. I need to rent your factory's reaction kettle and ventilation equipment for 1 day. I'll settle the experimental consumables separately. You won't lose out. He then handed over the prepared documents. One was a copy of the Rongqing University of Science and Technology project titled Research on Resource Utilization of Electroplating Waste Residue, and the other was his advisor's signed project approval letter. Both documents, of course, had been prepared the night before on a certain online marketplace. Dai Jinhai glanced at the papers, his expression turning serious. Mr. Chen, electroplating waste residue processing involves environmental regulations with strict procedures. Does your research have the necessary permits? Chen Mo seemed to have anticipated Dai Jinhai's question, calmly producing another document. This is a temporary experimental permit. It has been approved and is valid for 3 days. Dai Jinhai flipped through the temporary experimental permit, his brow slightly furrowed. Environmental issues are no small matter. Chen Mo smiled and agreed. Right. I've filed with the university administration and the experimental scope is very limited. Also, he pulled out his phone, displayed the payment code, and paid a 10,000 yuan deposit. I'll pay double the workers' wages and add extra for equipment. This is the deposit. Dai Jinhai's eyes lit up instantly as he pulled out the contract. Mr. Chen, you're a man of your word. Use the equipment freely, and I'll arrange the workers immediately. After signing the contract, Chen Mo rushed straight to his next destination, the post office. He needed to prepare for the rush to buy misprinted stamps. When he arrived, the counter had just opened. The customer service manager was leisurely organizing paperwork, not even looking up as Chen Mo approached. Any new zodiac stamps arrived? Chen Mo asked, tapping lightly on the counter. Only then did the manager look up, giving him a lazy glance before casually pulling a sheet of stamps from behind him and tossing it onto the counter. Tiger Year Special Edition. Set of 20. How many do you want? Chen Mo looked down. Sure enough, it was the limited edition Chinese zodiac stamps. On the tiger cub stamp, the tail had only 4 stripes. The misprint was unmistakable. Chen Mo's breath caught. Forcing down his excitement, he said calmly, I'll take 100 sets. The manager finally looked him straight in the eye, raising an eyebrow. 100 sets? For collecting, 1 set should be enough. Chen Mo smiled in response. Not for collecting. They're giveaways for my live stream sales. I'm stocking up on clothing and plan to raffle these stamps off to my fans. The manager snorted derisively, lazily rising to his feet. He slowly counted the stamps while muttering under his breath. These internet celebrities nowadays, they'll raffle off anything to their fans. Don't they know buying stamps involves a lot of paperwork? Chen Mo's eyes grew slightly cold, but he said nothing. After a long while, the manager finished counting the stamps and tossed over a notebook. ID number and phone number. Bulk purchases require registration with ID in mobile. Chen Mo remained standing motionless. The manager urged impatiently. Are you registering or not? No registration, no sale. This is standard procedure, we won't bother you with calls. Chen Mo picked up the pen and filled in the information in the notebook, a faint, cold smile curling at the corners of his lips. Right. You won't bother me. But you'll come begging me. Chapter 33, a 220,000 yuan bag sold for 10,000? After leaving the post office, the time was already 9:08 a.m. Chen Mo stuffed the 100 sets of misprinted stamps into the trunk of his grocery cart, then casually opened the chat window for Zhou Xiaodu. He carefully chose his words before sending a message. Zhou Xiaodu, is there a pawn shop near your place? I heard they offer fair prices. I want to look at some second-hand bags. Su Youwei's birthday is coming up. After sending the message, he gripped the steering wheel, idly tapping his index finger. Early yesterday morning, he transferred 20,000 yuan to Zhou Xiaodu under the guise of purchasing novel copyrights. Now, suddenly asking about a pawn shop, would she mistake him for a debt collector? Her phone buzzed almost immediately. Ha? Zhongkai Pawn Shop? That place is totally shady. If you're looking for bags, I know a discount store, I'll send you the address. I'll send you Zhongkai Pawn Shop's address too. Attached was a meme of a rabbit clutching a wallet. Chen Mo chuckled, set the navigation, and drove toward the address Zhou Xiaodu had provided. By the time he arrived at Zhongkai Pawn Shop, it was already 9:45 a.m. Only 15 minutes remained before the appraiser mentioned in 3. Amazing bag discovery was due to arrive. No sooner had he parked than the sound of a cup smashing echoed from inside the shop. A sharp, harsh male voice roared from inside. You bought this bag for 30 grand? And you had the nerve to send photos to Zhongjin, telling them to come appraise it at 10? You won't even have enough to cover the damages with half a year's salary. Immediately, a slightly younger voice offered a quiet defense. From the tone, it was clear this person wasn't exactly a saint either. The customer showed us her ex-boyfriend's electronic purchase records from the boutique. I figured we'd take it in as a high-quality replica. What if the appraisal center says it's real? We'd make a killing. The sharp male voice rose again. What if? Ha! What if it turns out to be fake? Then we'd have to sell it as a knockoff. With a 30,000 yuan investment and 6,000 yuan appraisal fee, are you gonna cover that? What ifs? There aren't that many what ifs. The hidden stitching matches the Guangzhou counterfeits exactly. Are you blind? Hidden mark stitching? Could this be the artisan's hidden mark key mentioned in the system prompt? Then, could they be talking about that genuine bag worth 220,000 yuan that was mistaken for a fake? Chen Mo pushed open the glass door of Zhongkai Pawn Shop without a flicker of emotion. The voices inside abruptly fell silent. The balding owner's face flushed crimson as he frantically shoved the Birkin bag, now slightly deformed from his grip, back into the glass display case. The sharp-featured clerk before him reacted swiftly, stepping forward. Sir, are you here to pawn or to shop? Chen Mo feigned casualness as he approached the counter, his gaze sweeping over the Birkin bag. He noticed the JY mark on the lining of the third compartment, now reflecting a subtle metallic sheen under the fluorescent lights. The bald owner, sharp-eyed, instantly caught Chen Mo's gaze and immediately plastered on a professional fake smile. Young man, you fancy this Birkin bag? Excellent taste. This is a genuine boutique piece, originally priced at 250,000 yuan, now only 100,000. Look at how practically brand new it is. You won't regret buying it for your wife. The sharp-nosed sales assistant paused for a moment before quickly joining Chen Mo, his smile smooth and whirly. That's right. I got this bag from a girl who needed cash fast. She sold it to us for just 100k. See, we bought it for 100k and we're selling it for 100k. Totally fair and reasonable. Chen Mo narrowed his eyes slightly, took a half step back, and let his gaze casually sweep over the other items in the store. Wait, didn't you just say this is a high-quality replica from Guangzhou? Let me look at something else. The bald shopkeeper's expression froze, then he forced a laugh. Misunderstanding. That was just me disciplining my staff. This bag is absolutely genuine. If it's fake, I'll pay 10 times the price. He shot the clerk a fierce glare, and the sharp-nosed employee, sensing the hint, wisely backed away. Chen Mo strolled leisurely around the shop, his eyes casually scanning the merchandise. After circling the store once, he returned to the counter, silent, as if weighing something. The bald boss's heart leapt with hope. Seeing a glimmer of opportunity, he immediately pulled the bag from behind the counter. Bro, your eye for quality is spot on. Take it from me, this bag is a surefire win. Your wife will definitely praise your taste. Look, since you're so serious about it, I'll give you a 20% discount.
80,000. Chen Mo didn't respond. He picked up the bag, flipped open the lining, and pointed to the hidden mark. Still not right. The craftsmanship of this hidden mark looks identical to the high-quality counterfeits I've seen in Guangzhou before. Plus, I just heard you mention the stitching pattern of this hidden mark. Before he could finish, the bald shop owner froze awkwardly in place. He stole a glance at the wall clock. It was already 9:52. The China inspection staff would arrive at 10 o'clock. If it turned out to be fake, the 6,000 yuan appraisal fee would be down the drain for sure, and the 30,000 yuan purchase price would likely be a total loss. If he dared to sell the appraised counterfeit as genuine, he'd face not only hefty fines but also a 48-hour freeze on his shop's funds. The bald shop owner gritted his teeth, forcing a smile that looked worse than crying. 50,000. Let's call it a friendship gift. Chen Mo shook his head and turned to leave. The bald boss panicked, grabbing Chen Mo's arm urgently, his voice tinged with desperation. 3,000. 3,000. That's my absolute bottom line. I can't go any lower, any less, and I'd be working for free for half a year. Chen Mo replied calmly. I heard the inspection team is coming at 10 a.m. boss, you know the situation better than I do. I can only go up to 10,000. Any more than that, and I won't risk it. The bald boss's face twitched. He'd seen price haggling before, but never this ruthless, striking straight at the heart of the matter. He couldn't help but calculate in his mind. Sending it for inspection would mean a 6,000 loss, plus the 30,000 principal investment. There was also the high risk of exposing his history of squeezing customers. Even if he sold it as a high-quality knockoff, it would only fetch around 10,000. But selling it to Chen Mo now would net the same 10,000 yuan without any lingering risks. The bald boss steeled himself and slammed his hand on the table. 10,000 it is. Cash or QR code? Scan code. Chen Mo pulled out his phone, scanned the code to pay 10,000 yuan, then steadily picked up the bag and prepared to leave. Just as he was about to step out. At exactly 10 o'clock, the glass sliding door swung open. A CCI inspector strode in holding his phone, saying as he approached. Mr. Zhou, we've thoroughly examined the bag you sent photos of earlier. It's not a counterfeit. That particular bag is a 2014 limited edition. The oxidation pattern on the JY signature mark is something Guangzhou's high-end counterfeiters simply can't replicate. Its current market value is still 220,000 yuan. Buzz. A thunderous roar echoed in Boss Zhou's head. His face instantly drained of color, his legs buckled, and he nearly collapsed. That Birkin bag was actually genuine? A bag worth 220,000 yuan, and he'd sold it for a mere 10,000 yuan in a moment of recklessness? Not only did he fail to make a profit, but he'd lost 20,000 yuan on the deal. Now the China inspection personnel had arrived. From the sound of it, they seemed ready to issue the appraisal certificate directly without further testing. Didn't that mean he'd still have to fork over the 6,000 yuan appraisal fee? This whole deal had left him utterly bankrupt, bleeding money like crazy. And then, just as Boss Zhou stood there dumbfounded, Chen Mo did something that made his jaw drop. He calmly turned back, smiled politely at the inspectors, and asked, "Excuse me, are you referring to this bag in my hand? Since the appraisal results are ready, could I please have the certificate? I paid 10,000 for this bag and want an authoritative certificate for peace of mind." Chapter 34, The Lost Shooting Star Baby. Chen Mo's words hit like a ton of bricks. The appraiser gasped in shock on the spot. His gaze darted back and forth between Chen Mo and the Birkin bag, his face etched with utter disbelief. Buying a Birkin worth 220,000 for just 10,000? Has Boss Zhou lost his mind? He instinctively turned to look at Boss Zhou, whose face was ashen and legs felt like quicksand beneath him. Catching the inspector's gaze, Boss Zhou snapped back to reality. In an instant, flames of hatred flared in his eyes. Unable to contain himself any longer, he bellowed at the top of his lungs. It's not like that. I made a mistake. I thought it was. But, before he could finish, he froze in place. He remembered Article 67 of the Pawnshop Management Regulations. If a pawnshop infringes upon a customer's rights through improper means, the consequences are severe. This absolutely couldn't be said. Admitting it was a high-quality replica would spell big trouble. The fact that a clerk bought a genuine Birkin bag for 30,000 yuan would be exposed. Wouldn't all the shop's past history of exploiting customers be dug up? That wouldn't just mean frozen funds and penalties, it would be far worse. Chen Mo smiled at Boss Zhou, a hint of amusement flashing in his eyes as he asked with interest. What's the matter, Boss Zhou? Did you sell the wrong thing? What did you think it was? Mr. Zhou dug his fingernails deep into his palm, forcing a smile uglier than crying. No mistake, no mistake. We're friends. This bag was practically a gift. His laughter was as dry as rusted gears. Chen Mo nodded in agreement. Right, we're friends. The bag was practically a gift. Then he turned to the appraiser. The bag is now mine. Could you please issue the appraisal certificate? As for the fee, Mr. Zhou being so generous, he'll cover it. Mr. Zhou felt a sharp pang in his chest, forced to swallow his pride.
Well, since our staff took the photos and sent them for appraisal, the fee will naturally be covered by us.
Whoa! The appraiser sucked in another sharp breath. If Mr. Joe covered all the appraisal fees, that meant Chen Mo had essentially snagged this 220,000 yuan bag for just 4,000 yuan? What kind of divine friendship would make Boss Joe bleed so much?
Clutching the appraisal report in one hand and the Birkin bag in the other, Chen Mo returned to his car and sped north toward a rural village called Majiayo.
In the current 5 babies game, 3. The amazing handbag discovery had reached its final stage. All that remained was to cash in. Similarly, the 4. Tiny stamp, big adventure, was also one step away, just waiting for the post office to call back, offer a high buyback price, and have that account manager apologize. 4. 2. Star treasure at the landfill, the rhodium powder extraction from electroplating waste residue was already prepared. The factory equipment and staff are all ready.
Now, only 2 steps remain. Wait until 3 p.m. to go to Huyo electroplating factory to haul out the waste residue, then purify it and cash it in.
The only tasks left uncompleted are 1. Grandpa Shepherd's Space Gem, and 5. The little sprite in the down jacket. 5. The little sprite in the down jacket is straightforward, just go to Qiming factory and purchase those 2,000 down jackets. The location Chen Mo is heading to now is precisely the meteorite impact site mentioned in 1. Grandpa Shepherd's Space Gem.
The system prompt only mentioned Jubeiakshuan, where the ferry captain collected ferry coins yesterday, the same place where Boss Wang gathered ancient coins yesterday, but it didn't specify the exact location. There was no way he could ask Mr. Wang for that address. Mr. Wang was now itching to tear Chen Mo limb from limb.
Not retaliating by giving a fake address was already showing mercy.
So in the early hours of this morning, he combed through half a year's worth of Rongqing astronomy magazines and news reports. After all, a meteorite small enough to serve as a weight for kimchi jars would attract attention. And indeed, he found 2 pieces of information, one about a major meteor shower 6 months ago, and another about a fireball event at the beginning of last month, early August. Then, he combined this with yesterday's baby game hint. At 6:21, among the Qing dynasty Tongbao coins in the top basket, a sleeping fairy coin will be mixed in. Mr. Wang himself had mentioned that the copper coins were collected that morning. This meant the round-trip travel time could be no more than 6 hours, or a maximum of 3 hours one way.
Chen Mo drew a circle on the map with the treasure pavilion at its center. The circle precisely encompassed the location of the fireball event in early August, Majiado village. He chose this timing because the journey took 40 to 50 minutes, meaning he'd arrive around noon when villagers would be home eating lunch, increasing his chances of encountering someone. After over 40 minutes of travel, Chen Mo arrived at the entrance of Majiado village. Before he could enter the village, Zhou Xiaodu sent a message. Chen Mo, you still with me? Heard the news?
Someone just bought a 220,000 yuan bag from Zhongkai pawnshop for 4,000 yuan today.
Heh, feels so satisfying. Chen Mo tilted his head and thought before replying. You mean this? Photo Birkenbag.jpg. Zhou Xiaodu didn't reply for a while. Just as Chen Mo thought she wasn't responding, the message arrived. So you went to strike it rich. And you didn't even bring me along. Putting his phone away, Chen Mo parked under the old locust tree at the village entrance and walked into Majiayo village. The dirt road of Majiayo village glowed white under the 11 o'clock sun, with several elderly villagers sitting in the shade of the trees.
Chen Mo paused briefly before quickening his pace toward them. With a smile, he asked, "Grandpa, could I have a bowl of water?" His intention was to use the request for water as a conversation starter, hoping to chat with the elders and glean some clues about the shepherd grandfather. But an old man in a blue cotton shirt glanced at Chen Mo with cloudy eyes, then pointed toward a stone house nearby and replied, "Go to old Zhang's place. They have a well there, the water's sweet as can be." This was incredibly warm, hospitable, and down to earth. Chen Mo thanked him and headed toward the stone house. An elderly man was arranging fodder in the courtyard before the stone house. Standing outside the gate, Chen Mo politely asked, "Old man, could I ask for a bowl of water?" "I'll pay." The old man set down the fodder, straightened his back, and smiled at Chen Mo, deep wrinkles creasing the corners of his eyes. "Mountain water costs nothing. Come in. There's mung bean soup cooling on the stove, it'll quench your thirst better than well water." He led Chen Mo through the main hall. As soon as they entered the kitchen, Chen Mo's gaze was drawn to 3 pickle jars in the corner. The middle jar held a dark stone pressed against its rim. The stone's surface was pockmarked with honeycomb-like indentations. Sunlight filtered through the roof, spilling into the holes and refracting a metallic glint. "That pickling stone." "Oh, picked it up from the back mountain," the old man said, ladling out mung bean soup. "This stone's heavier than ordinary rocks, so it seals the jar perfectly without any air leaks." Chen Mo accepted the mung bean soup the old man offered, his eyes flickering. This old man, tending his sheep, he must be the shepherd grandpa from 1. Shepherd Grandpa's Space Gem. And that very stone was the reason for his journey. The lost meteor baby. Chapter 35, Money should still be earned with principles. Chen Mo finished the mung bean soup in his hand, his gaze shifting between the stone and the old man.
With a gentle smile on his face, he tentatively asked. Grandpa, this stone looks rather special. I've been fascinated by unusual rocks since childhood. Could you tell me where on the back mountain you found it? The old man slowly poured more mung bean soup for Chen Mo as he recalled. Around early August, a lot of people came to the mountains like they were prospecting for minerals? I couldn't say. After they left, I went to the back hills to tend my sheep. Down by the old pine grove on the north slope, I looked down and saw it. Back then, I thought it looked strange. I picked it up on a whim, and surprisingly, it worked surprisingly well as a weight for the vegetables. Chen Mo's eyes lit up. He was certain now this was the shepherd grandfather, and that vegetable weight was indeed the lost baby meteor. But he'd initially hoped to snag a bargain, but the old man's simple kindness made him change his mind in that moment. Money should be earned with principles. After a moment's hesitation, Chen Mo gently lifted the meteorite from the jar's rim and spoke sincerely. Grandpa, to be honest, this is a meteorite, a treasure that fell from space. The old man wiped his hands casually on his clothes. What kind of stone? Chen Mo pulled out his phone and pulled up space news. It's like the lunar soil Chang'e 5 collected on TV. This iron-nickel meteorite is top-tier material for spacecraft manufacturing. The Chinese Academy of Sciences buys it year-round, with prices ranging from 50 to 200 yuan per gram. He weighed the meteorite in his hand. Yours here weighs at least 2 kilograms. The old man's wrinkled face suddenly filled with astonishment. His mouth hung slightly open before he finally snapped back to reality. What? This rock is that valuable? It can be used to build rockets? I always thought it was just an odd-looking ordinary stone, perfect for weighing down kimchi jars. Chen Mo carefully continued. Sir, would you sell me this meteorite? I'll pay according to the Chinese Academy of Sciences standards. The old man suddenly waved his hand, his cloudy gaze gently tracing the meteorite's surface. Young man, are you here to collect it on behalf of the authorities? Then take it. If it can truly help the country, that's better than me keeping it to weigh down my kimchi jars. Chen Mo hurriedly swiped his phone to the payment page. That won't do. I must pay you according to the standard rate. The old man took a step back, glancing at the barefoot children playing outside the courtyard. A broad smile spread across his face. What use is money to me? No kids, no family. Just enough to eat and drink is fine. If this rock is as precious as you say, and it can help the country, then old Zheng here won't have picked it up for nothing. You young folks, with your fancy phones for buying things, this old man doesn't understand it, and I don't have a phone like yours either. Chen Mo's Adam's apple bobbed. The meteorite in his hands suddenly felt heavier. He looked at the old man and finally understood the meaning behind the phrase, return it to Aunt Moon, and she'll send us a box of glowing space chocolate. Such a simple-hearted old man deserves more help. Leaving the old man's yard, Chen Mo strode toward his vegetable cart parked under the ancient banyan tree at the village entrance. He placed the heavy meteorite in the trunk, then used his phone to photograph it from multiple angles. Close-ups of the fusion crust, macro shots of the void's ripple marks, video recordings of magnetic reactions. These techniques he'd learned last night while poring over the Rongqing Astronomy Journal. After completing the video documentation, he sent it to the public email of the Chengdu branch of the Chinese Academy of Sciences, attaching precise location coordinates. 3 minutes later, the call came in. Hello, this is Xie Qin from the Science and Technology Department. Preliminary analysis indicates the meteorite in your video belongs to the EH3 subclass. Before he could finish, an elderly, excited voice cut in. Was this found near Majiayo? During last month's fireball event, we conducted a thorough search, even brought metal detectors and combed the entire southern slope, yet we found nothing. And you managed to locate it. Chen Mo glanced toward the distant stone hut. The old man continued feeding sheep in the yard, his hunched back a familiar sight. The blazing sun made his wrinkled skin gleam like a weathered bronze statue. Chen Mo withdrew his gaze and briefly recounted how the old shepherd had found the meteorite. After a long, solemn silence, the aged, excited voice finally spoke. Please return the meteorite to its original location. We will dispatch a professional team. It's not that we don't trust you, but without specialized equipment to maintain it during transport, this type of meteorite is prone to magnetic memory disruption. Subsequently, if testing confirms the presence of rare mineral inclusions. The aged voice softened. Per regulations, the discoverer is entitled to a reward. This sum should sufficiently improve the old man's living conditions. Should he insist on declining it, we will establish an educational fund in his name. You provided the lead, so you'll also receive a reward, though it won't be nearly as substantial. Oh, and one more thing, the voice suddenly brightened. Next month, Majiayo will establish an astronomical observatory. Researchers will be stationed there, roads will be built to the village, and a school will be opened. Their village will get better and better every day. Then, how about naming this meteorite the Shepherd? After hanging up, Chen Mo slipped back to the old man's stone hut unnoticed and carefully placed the meteorite back on top of the pickle jar. He cast one last glance at the meteorite before striding away. With that, the baby game won. Shepherd Grandpa's space gem was essentially complete, lacking only the reward.
Of course, this reward wasn't just for him, it was for the old man too. Turning the key, the Geely Xingrui roared to life. Chen Mo drove toward the Qiming garment factory, intent on purchasing those 2,000 down jackets. He had actually passed by the Qiming garment factory yesterday. It was located behind the futures exchange and the antique market.
Meanwhile, as Chen Mo made his way to the Qiming garment factory, the misprinted stamp incident from 4. Little Stamp, Big Adventure continued to escalate in society at the pace he had anticipated. By morning, the first sharp-eyed stamp collectors had spotted the anomaly. The adorable tiger cub's tail was missing 2 stripes compared to the standard variety. The news spread like wildfire across major philatelic forums and social media platforms. At that very moment, a long queue had formed outside the Rongqing post office. Crowds of citizens prepared to snap up the misprinted stamps, jostling forward under the scorching sun. Security guards' shouts were completely drowned out. Senior postal officials sensed something was amiss and convened an emergency meeting. When technicians projected the tiger stripe details on the cub's tail onto the large screen, the entire conference room fell silent. The stamps issued this morning were a major misprint.
The general manager immediately ordered the immediate suspension of sales for this limited edition Chinese zodiac stamp set, activated the major error contingency plan, and simultaneously requested all purchase records for the day.
As the records were retrieved, the account manager's shirt instantly soaked through with cold sweat.
Only 113 sets had been sold today, and 100 of them were under one name.
Chen Mo. That warning, tinged with amusement, echoed in his ears once more.
Yes, you won't harass me, but you'll come begging.
Chapter 36, a down jacket for 1,200,000?
Driving toward Qiming garment factory, Chen Mo's retinas flashed with 5.
The little elf in the down jacket.
The distant big tree company suddenly shut down. The 2,000 warm goose down coats originally destined for them were returned.
The uncles and aunts at Qiming factory frowned deeply. What are we supposed to do with all these coats?
These coats are identical to the ones sold in stores for 2,800 gold coins, except they lack the small tags. Before Sister Moon arrives, buy them for 800 gold coins each. Each jacket could be exchanged for a fluffy cloud pillow. Before Sister Moon arrives.
Chen Mo murmured to himself.
This probably means Dreamweaver Factory will have no choice but to offload this batch to other manufacturers tonight. At 1 p.m., Chen Mo arrived at the rusty iron gate of Dreamweaver Garments. Inside the security booth, a guard in his 40s was bent over a calculator, repeatedly adding numbers.
Mortgage, 3,200. Son's tutoring fees, 800. Father-in-law's medicine last month, 1,000. Household expenses. If payday doesn't come soon, sigh.
The guard scratched his graying temples in frustration. Watching him, Chen Mo suddenly recalled his own state just 3 days prior.
Unemployed and plunged into a midlife crisis, he feared he'd be in the same predicament now if not for the baby game system.
Perhaps sensing someone had arrived, the guard snapped his head up and noticed Chen Mo standing outside the guardhouse. He awkwardly stowed his calculator away.
Who are you? Chen Mo smiled and replied. I'm here to see Director Feng.
The guard scrutinized Chen Mo, who looked about 10 years younger than him. Dressed in a plain t-shirt and jeans, he didn't resemble the usual slick-haired, powdered-faced middleman who came to collect leftover goods. He pursed his lips uncertainly.
Buying goods?
We've had over a dozen come in these past few days, all trying to drive down prices, and none of them could come up with much cash.
The factory only accepts cash purchases now. Can you verify your funds?
Chen Mo nodded, pulled out his phone, opened the banking app, and handed it over. The man glanced at it casually, then suddenly widened his eyes. The balance displayed on the screen was a staggering 1,432,348.62 yuan. Last night's appliances and furniture had cost Chen Mo nearly 67,000 yuan. This morning, he'd paid 10,000 yuan as a deposit for renting the factory space and equipment. Then, earlier that morning, he'd spent 10,000 yuan on stamps and another 10,000 yuan on a bag. That left him with just over 1.43 million yuan. Staring at that balance of over 1.43 million, the man froze for a moment before abruptly jumping to his feet.
Please, just a moment.
Then, he frantically dialed factory manager Feng's number.
Director Feng. Big client with cash. You're at the warehouse? Great. I'll bring the client over right now. With that, he pulled open the iron gate and led Chen Mo toward the warehouse.
As they traversed the overgrown factory grounds, the man kept glancing back at Chen Mo, several times holding back words. Only when they reached the warehouse entrance did he finally manage to blurt out.
Our factory's down jackets are really high quality.
They sell for 2,800 in department stores, but we do cross-border e-commerce.
Chen Mo gave a soft nod.
The uncle's description matched the system prompt exactly. The warehouse door swung open, releasing a wave of stifling air thick with the scent of goose down and fabric. The 200-square-meter warehouse felt like a steamer basket. Over a dozen workers were sweating buckets as they sorted down jackets. Their uniforms were caked with salt like crystals on the backs, and one young female worker kept wiping sweat dripping into her eyes with her sleeve. Factory manager Feng, this is the boss who wants to buy our goods, he's bringing cash.
Whoosh! All the workers stopped what they were doing and turned to look at Chen Mo, their eyes seemingly lighting up. Factory manager Feng, a slightly stocky man in his early 50s, practically leapt to his feet. In a few quick strides, he was at Chen Mo's side. You really want to buy? Chen Mo nodded as he walked over to the rack, casually picking up a down jacket and examining it closely. All the labels on these down jackets had been cut off, matching the system alert about return goose down coats. The US slapped a 100% tariff on them. The importing company went bankrupt, so this stuff got sent back. The young female worker who had been wiping sweat from her eyes suddenly interjected. The factory hasn't paid wages in over 2 months. Factory manager Feng shot the worker a stern look but ultimately sighed. That's exactly the situation. This trade war, sigh. Zhang's husband was diagnosed with lung cancer last year. They need money. He rubbed his face and continued. If you really want them, I'll give you 800 yuan per piece. Chen Mo closed the down jacket and lowered his eyelids. I'll take them all. But we'll need to adjust the payment terms. The joy on factory manager Feng's face froze instantly. You want to haggle too? Our prices are already below cost, we just need the payment to cover our employees' wages. Chen Mo waved his hand dismissively. No haggling. If you say 800, it's 800. But today I'll pay 1,200,000. The remaining 40,000 I'll transfer to you at this time tomorrow. Also, I'll only take 10 samples of the down jackets. The rest, don't take them away, just leave them in your warehouse for now. A collective gasp echoed through the warehouse. A sweaty female worker knocked over her water cup. But factory manager Feng nervously tugged at his shirt hem. Previous clients only agreed to pay a 30% deposit at most, and the balance wasn't settled until most of the goods were sold. Chen Mo smiled faintly. He knew exactly what Director Feng was worried about. Sign the contract now. Scan the QR code to pay now. You draft the contract, include a breach clause. If the balance isn't settled by this time tomorrow, consider this 1.2 million as liquidated damages. But there's one small condition. All the workers instinctively took half a step forward. Chen Mo gazed out toward the warehouse, where the sun blazed overhead. Everyone in your finance department must join the live stream I specify tonight. Record all orders, then the workers will pack and ship them. The workers visibly relaxed, their eyes lighting up with excitement. Factory manager Feng immediately pulled out his phone. Director Zhang, bring everyone from your finance department to the warehouse immediately. I have arrangements to make. And bring the financial QR code. Now. After Chen Mo signed the contract, scanned the QR code to pay, and was about to leave with the samples, factory manager Feng rushed out and slipped a note into his pocket. Mr. Chen, I know a friend in Yiwu who makes high-quality replicas. Just in case you can't sell them. Chen Mo shook his head and chuckled. Don't worry. After tonight, not a single one of these 2,000 down jackets will remain. After leaving Qiming Garment Factory, it was already 2 p.m. Now, the final step of 5. The little elf in the down jacket remained monetization. Without delay, Chen Mo rushed straight to the Brilliance Electroplating Factory. 2. Star Treasure in the dump had alerted him that at 3 p.m., Guiyao Electroplating Factory would be dumping its electroplating waste residue. While the car was still moving, Su Yaoi's call came in, her voice trembling just like yesterday. Honey, what have you done now? Another 1.2 million yuan of our money is gone. Chen Mo held the steering wheel with one hand, a faint smile playing on his lips. Don't worry. I bought you a down jacket. 1,200,000 for a down jacket? To be precise, I bought 2,000. A long silence hung on the line before a cautious voice finally broke it. Is it meant to last until Xiao Xiao gets married and has kids? Chen Mo. Chapter 37, A Deal Sealed. Double Celebration. At 2:50 p.m., the sun blazed fiercely, threatening to melt the pavement. The scorching heat wave lashed against people's faces, stinging painfully. Inside the security room of Huyao Electroplating Factory, old Zhang sat with his legs crossed, the cool air from the AC gently rocking the tea leaves in his thermos. He glanced sideways at Chen Mo standing outside the window and slowly uttered 2 words. What's your business? Chen Mo pulled out 2 packs of soft Zhonghua cigarettes from his pocket and slid them through the window. Business. Buying some scrap. Old Zhang squeezed the cigarette pack, his brow furrowing slightly. Scrap can't be sold just anywhere. Our factory has designated partners to handle it. That stuff is toxic. Before he could finish, Chen Mo produced 3 documents. They were the research on resource utilization of electroplating waste residue he had previously shown to Dai Jinhai, along with his advisor's project approval and temporary experimental permit. These 3 documents were precisely the ones Dai Jinhai of Huarong Chemical Plant had seen prepared by a certain Duo. Alongside these documents, he produced 2 more packs of soft Zhonghua cigarettes. The wrinkles on old Zhang's face instantly smoothed out. Why didn't you say so earlier? You're doing research. He grabbed the soft Zhonghua cigarettes and quickly stashed them in a drawer. Then he pulled out his phone and dialed a number. Hey, old Lee. Come over right away.
The grad students from Rongqing University need to buy waste residue for their experiments.
5 minutes later.
Oldly, the waste residue manager, shuffled over in his slippers.
Old Zhang enthusiastically introduced Chen Mo. This guy's legit, he's doing research. He brought the paperwork. Oldly eyed Chen Mo up and down, gave a slight nod, and said, "Follow me."
Oldly shuffled ahead in his slippers,
Chen Mo trailing half a step behind.
As they crossed the factory grounds, Oldly suddenly stopped, his gaze fixed on a warehouse in the distance.
How much reimbursement do you graduate students get for buying scrap materials? Chen Mo approached unobtrusively and slipped a red envelope into his hand at the right moment.
Research funds are tight, but my advisor said we can't shortchange the factory. Oldly felt the bulge in his pocket, twirling the warehouse key on his index finger.
You're one lucky bastard. 10 minutes later, and today's slag would have been loaded for the landfill.
Chen Mo smiled, brushing his sleeve against Oldly's work uniform as another red envelope slipped into his pocket.
Thanks for looking out for me, managerly. Did you drive here?
Oldly lowered his voice, but his eyes conveyed understanding.
That stuff's heavy. Need me to have the workers help you haul it away?
10 minutes later, Chen Mo's grocery run Geely Xingrui groaned under the strain. A ton of electroplating waste had nearly flattened its tires. Before driving off, Oldly rubbed his bulging pockets and waved cheerfully.
Come back anytime.
No sooner had he turned than a factory technician rushed over in a panic.
Oldly. The waste residue hasn't been hauled off for landfill yet, has it? The new operator messed up. He dumped 3 whole barrels of rhodium plating solution as scrap. Each barrel costs over 200,000 yuan.
Oldly's legs buckled, and he braced himself against the wall to keep from collapsing.
But what if it's already been sold? Then you'll be waiting for the factory director to suspend you and hold you accountable. The technician dropped the line and ran off.
When Dai Jinhai saw Chen Mo's Geely Xingrui, its body creaking under the weight, the corners of his mouth twitched.
Brother Chen, did you haul the scrap heap from Huayao over here?
Chen Mo chuckled softly, motioning for the workers to put on their protective gear and help unload the car. After all, he'd paid double wages for this. I don't need any of the other heavy metals in this slag.
My research focuses solely on rhodium powder. Just rhodium powder? Dai Jinhai burst out laughing.
Dr. Chen, your research topic is quite interesting. Based on the research materials Chen Mo had provided about electroplating waste residue resources, Dai Jinhai had naturally assumed Chen Mo needed to extract all the heavy metals from the slag. But unexpectedly, Chen Mo only wanted to extract rhodium powder. Dai Jinhai removed his rubber gloves and kicked the waste residue bag. This year we helped Huayao refine rhodium powder.
The copper, nickel, and zinc content in its slag is quite good, but the rhodium, less than 0.0008%.
The workers burst into laughter. Of course, it's feasible for research purposes, Dai Jinhai continued.
But you're hauling in a ton of waste residue just to extract less than 0.1 grams of rhodium?
He pointed toward the workshop.
That reactor? Do you have any idea how much natural gas it'll burn heating this pile of junk?
You could buy 10 grams of rhodium powder with that money. This is nothing but a waste of state-allocated research funds.
An elderly technician wearing glasses, standing nearby, narrowed his eyes and chimed in. Dr. Chen, you've been studying too hard, haven't you? A younger colleague quickly chimed in. Don't talk like that about Dr. Chen, at least he's still doing poverty alleviation work. The workers burst into laughter once more. Facing the mocking laughter, Chen Mo shook his head indifferently, saying nothing more.
He simply reached into his pocket and pulled out a wager agreement.
Here's an agreement.
If the extracted rhodium powder exceeds 160 grams, this time, you'll waive all my fees. But if it falls short of 160 grams, I'll not only pay double all fees, I'll add an extra 100,000 yuan. Refining 160 g of rhodium powder was the minimum value Chen Mo had deduced based on the system's prompts. Today's baby games were all big payouts, each of the other 4 could net over 200,000 yuan.
Of course, the first one won. Grandpa Shepherd's space gem was an exception.
Chen Mo had decided to give that reward to the old man himself. The market price for rhodium powder was 1,200 yuan per gram. Working backward from 200,000 yuan, that equated to 166 grams. So, Dai Jinhai fluttered open the wager agreement.
You're genuinely doing poverty alleviation?
He struggled to stifle his laughter, the corners of his mouth twitching uncontrollably. Turning to the bespectacled veteran technician, he shouted.
Don't just stand there. Hurry to my office and fetch my company seal. We can't let Dr. Chen's goodwill go to waste. Sign the agreement so we can get started right away.
The workers seized the moment to cheer.
Why not up the stakes? Let's make it half a kilo. If you can produce half a kilo, you can use the equipment here anytime you want. Amidst the clamor, the old technician dashed toward Director Dai's office.
Watching the veteran technician's receding figure, Chen Mo turned to Dai Jinhai and said, "Oh, I forgot to mention, to ensure fairness, you need to record all the workers' operations and send them to me.
Otherwise, I won't."
Dai Jinhai replied confidently and casually.
Absolutely. I'll connect you to our surveillance feed right away, full 4K HD, anytime you want to check. And I'll make you another promise, if you hit 160G, I'll personally handle selling it for you. Deal. Double good fortune. Clutching the bet agreement as he stepped out of Huarong chemical plant, Chen Mo exhaled a long sigh of relief. 2. The star treasure of the dump had reached its final stage, purification and redemption. By this point, all 5 of today's baby games had reached their final stages. Now, it was time to reap the rewards. His phone suddenly vibrated. Chen Mo glanced down to see an unfamiliar number. Answering it, a voice trembling with tears came through the receiver. Mr. Chen. I'm so sorry. I was arrogant this morning. Are you available now? I'd like to come over and apologize for my arrogance. It was the voice of the account manager from the post office this morning. Chapter 38. Your sincerity still falls short. On the other end, the account manager's apologies poured out like a tidal wave, tinged with a fawning tremor. Chen Mo leaned back in his car seat, lightly gripping the steering wheel as a meaningful smile curved his lips. He understood clearly what lay behind the apology, nothing more than a desperate attempt to repurchase those 100 sets of misprinted stamps from him as soon as possible. But the trending topic on his phone, #Chengdu misprinted tiger stamps, hit 4,000 yuan per set on black market, fell short of his expectations. Moreover, he was well aware that the official buyback price would be far below the black market rate. What he wanted was far more than that price. I'm a bit busy right now. I'll swing by the post office later to discuss this with you. Chen Mo's voice was cool and detached. Without waiting for a response, he decisively hung up. But a minute later, the vibrations sounded again. The account manager persisted, sending another message with a tone even more earnest and urgent than before. Mr. Chen, I admit I was in the wrong this morning. Please forgive me, a magnanimous heart can hold a ship. I'll be waiting for you in the VIP lounge at the post office. Please come as soon as possible so we can discuss the buyback terms. The desperation in every word seemed to pierce right through the screen. Tossing his phone carelessly onto the passenger seat, Chen Mo started the car and fixed his gaze on the distant horizon. In this game of wits, every minute that passed meant an extra penny in repurchase costs for the post office. Whoever lost their composure first would surrender the initiative. And he had both time and patience in spades. He drove his grocery getter toward his residential complex. Without the ton of deadweight from the Huiyao wreckage, the Geely Xingrui accelerated swiftly. Chen Mo wasn't heading home, but to find Xiong Mengmeng, the silly girl content creator with 1 million followers. This was the crucial link in his entire plan. Quickly cashing in the down jacket and the bag both required Xiong Mengmeng's help. Content creators usually stream live, and the last time he saw her place, there was a full set of streaming equipment. Of course, he could sell them slowly. With his wits, selling them wouldn't be difficult, but the time cost might be too high. What if he needed money for tomorrow morning's baby game? Therefore, enlisting Xiong Mengmeng's help was the optimal solution. However, he didn't plan to let Xiong Mengmeng help for free. He would offer a fair share of the proceeds from the down jacket and bag. Moreover, he discovered that Xiong Mengmeng had just been poached yesterday by Jianghan Technology's Rongqing branch. The reason? While Xiaopozen was still aligning itself with entertainment industry top star Wang, Jianghan Technology had already issued a PR statement completely severing ties with Wang. This was quite interesting. The CEO of Jianghan Tech's Rongqing branch was none other than Lin Yan. Well, that fits that silly girl's persona perfectly. 1 million followers, and she just jumped ship on a whim. Not only has her star power been cut in half, but she doesn't even care about the money. Come to think of it, Xiong Mengmeng hasn't even had her debut stream yet. Well, after tonight, I'll help you get back on your feet. I'll help you quickly build a following on the new platform. Consider it a small token of gratitude for your help. The car sped past, the roadside scenery rushing by in the rearview mirror. Half an hour later, Chen Mo arrived at Xiong Mengmeng's doorstep, carrying down jacket samples and a Birkin bag. The fluorescent bullet-style letters spelling Mengmeng's castle on the silly girl's door had been replaced with an even more crooked Mengmeng's Adventure Island. Oh, brother Chen. Xiong Mengmeng, wearing a luffy pajama set and barefoot with snow-white feet, opened the door. Seeing Chen Mo covered in dust from the journey, she hurriedly tugged at his sleeve, pulling him inside. She didn't even glance at the down jacket sample or Birkin bag in Chen Mo's hands. Come in quickly. There are no scammers at home today. Chen Mo chuckled softly and followed Xiong Mengmeng inside. The dreamy gaming space the silly girl had created with insulation panels hadn't changed much. The live streaming area still looked like a battlefield. The sticky note that had read 012 crushing defeat 2 days ago had been replaced with Mengmeng, keep fighting. You can definitely beat the Jiuqiu people. Brother Chen, my money's unfrozen. I'm gonna send sister-in-law and Xiao a huge red envelope as big as one piece. Xiong Mengmeng grabbed a bottle of Adventure King branded cola and darted back from the fridge, her high ponytail bouncing behind her. Chen Mo took it but didn't open it. Instead, he placed it beside the coffee table and waved it off. No need, no need. Actually, I need your help with something else this time. I'd like to borrow your live stream room. Ha? Xiong Mengmeng's eyes lit up instantly.
She leapt off her gaming chair, snatched a pair of animal ear headbands, and put them on.
Is it to help the police educate people about fraud prevention? I can cosplay as a policewoman.
She produced a pair of plastic handcuffs from somewhere.
Ta-da! Props I bought last week on Mantou. Chen Mo sighed. Neither.
I need to sell a batch of down jackets and this second-hand Birkin bag. Chen Mo briefly explained the situation to Xiong Mengmeng, placing the down jacket samples and the bag on the chair beside the coffee table.
Ha!
Xiong Mengmeng's animal ear headband tilted to one side, and the plastic handcuffs clattered to the floor.
But I just joined a new platform, and my follower base isn't strong yet. I haven't even done my first livestream.
She looked hesitant, but quickly regained her smile, batting her eyes. Suddenly, she grabbed a down jacket sample and the Birkin bag, dashing into the walk-in closet. 5 minutes later, Chen Mo fell silent as he surveyed the completely transformed livestream setup before him. A hand-drawn poster for Mengmeng's down jacket review hung on the backdrop wall, its crookedness rivaling that of the Mengmeng's Adventure Island sign on the door. She herself wore the down jacket sample over her luffy pajamas, clutching a Pikachu plush from the display case while the Birkin bag hung from her shoulder. She stuck a cute chibi chopper sticker on the bag and wrote a line in sticky notes, "Birkin Rich Lady's Happy Bag." How about it? With me working this hard to promote it, it should be a hit, right? She twirled around, the hem of her down jacket fluttering, and lowered her voice deliberately.
My peeps, my fam, this is the real deal, the rich lady's happy bag. After leaving Xiong Mengmeng's place, Chen Mo was both amused and exasperated.
This silly girl refused any commission, even pounding her chest to promise she'd go all out promoting the product during tonight's livestream and find ways to sell more. Her only request was that Chen Mo appear on camera tonight too, which was exactly what he wanted.
He'd said he wanted Xiong Mengmeng to quickly build a following on the new platform.
His phone buzzed again. Chen Mo pulled it out to find that the account manager from the post office had sent 5 messages while he and Xiong Mengmeng were talking. He glanced at the trending topics in Roncheng, #Roncheng misprinted tiger stamp black market price breaks 6,000 set.
Chen Mo's lips curved into a faint smile. It was about time to meet with this account manager.
In the post office VIP lounge, account manager Ma Lining paced back and forth. Though the air conditioner was set to 64°F, he kept wiping sweat from his brow.
Finally, Chen Mo appeared at the doorway.
Ma rushed forward, bowing nearly 90 degrees, his voice trembling.
Mr. Chen, I apologize for my earlier attitude. Management has sent me to discuss the repurchase terms with you.
Chen Mo strolled leisurely to the chair, plopped down casually, and flipped open the stamp album on the desk.
What's the current price for a set? Ma Lining hurriedly stood upright beside Chen Mo, not daring to sit down.
Mr. Chen, we're willing to repurchase at 4,000 yuan per set.
Your 100 sets total 400,000 yuan. What do you think? Chen Mo pushed his phone across with a cold smile.
The screen displayed Chengdu's trending topic, #Chengdu misprinted tiger stamp black market price exceeds 6,000 yuan set.
Ma Lining's face drained of color as he hastily amended his offer.
No, we're willing to repurchase them at 4,200 yuan per set. No, 4,500 yuan per set.
Chen Mo retrieved his phone, rose slowly, and prepared to leave. Looks like your sincerity still isn't enough. Chapter 39, well. Good luck to you then.
Seeing Chen Mo about to leave, Ma Lining broke out in a cold sweat. With a pained expression, he intercepted Chen Mo, hastily pulling out a document and gripping its edge tightly.
Mr. Chen, I've quoted the highest price the post office will allow.
They genuinely only approved 4,500 per set. Chen Mo stared coldly at Ma Lining and spoke slowly.
Then why did you quote 4,000 the first time, and 4,200 the second? Beads of sweat rolled down Ma Lining's forehead and slid past his brow bone.
After a long moment, he clenched his teeth and forced out the words. The system quote had a delay, the latest quote is 4,500. Chen Mo watched him silently, then suddenly broke into a smile.
Without another word, he turned and walked away.
Ma Lining stared at Chen Mo's retreating figure, his face turning ashen. His heart sank to the depths of despair. The misprinted stamp incident was major, especially since only 113 sets had been sold in total. Chen Mo had bought 100 sets alone, meaning the responsibility for recovering them fell almost entirely on Ma Lining. If he failed to recover them, higher-ups would inevitably take over the case. That would inevitably lead to a full investigation into the entire incident. If the surveillance footage showed his arrogant and dismissive attitude this morning, combined with his deliberate price cutting just now, attempting to scheme for this iron rice bowl. Mr. Chen, wait a moment. Ma Lining seemed to have made up his mind, shouting hoarsely. 5,000. Just 5,000 per set. His voice boomed through the VIP room, causing even staff at the neighboring counter to look up in surprise. Forgetting his dignity, Ma Lining hurried forward, intercepting Chen Mo once more. Biting his lip tightly, he declared. Payment on the spot, right now. I'll cover the difference myself. Chen Mo slowly withdrew his hand from the doorknob. He turned, a faint, ambiguous smile playing on his lips. Why didn't you say so sooner? The buyback process was swift. When the transfer successful notification chimed, Ma Li-ming's shoulders visibly slumped. As if drained of all vitality, he instantly looked 10 years older. Chen Mo tucked his phone away and walked slowly toward the door. Just before stepping out, he tossed over a casual remark. Next time, remember, don't act so high and mighty. A higher position doesn't necessarily make you superior. With that, he strode away. And the instant he stepped out of the post office, a surge of joy shot through his mind. 500,000 yuan. He glanced down at his current account balance. 729,948.62 yuan, already minus 1.2 million for the down jacket, 4 packs of soft Zhonghua cigarettes from old Zhang the security guard at Huiguang electroplating factory, and 2 red envelopes totaling 2,000 yuan from old Li the trash manager. He took a deep breath, his chest heaving violently. Finally, he couldn't suppress the smile that curved perfectly across his lips. 4 small stamps, big adventure cash out successful. After deducting 10,000 yuan in costs, a direct profit of 490,000 yuan. This was far more than he had anticipated. This was also the highest single transaction income in the past 2 days, aside from yesterday's gold futures deal. An inexplicable urge to smoke seized him. He hurried to a nearby convenience store, only to remember he'd quit years ago back when Su Yue was preparing for pregnancy. I'll just grab a bottle of water. Chen Mo reached for a chilled bottle of mineral water, but the cool sensation on his hand did nothing to ease the heat within him. Scanning the QR code for payment, he ended up paying 10 yuan. The shop owner handed him 8 yuan in change, grinning as he said, "You're rolling in it, boss. $10 for a bottle of mineral water." Chen Mo gave a faint smile, but before he could reply, another text notification chimed. China Merchants Bank, your account ending in 2396 received a deposit of 50,000 renminbi on September 1st at 16:53. Current balance, 779,938 renminbi and 62 cents. Before the screen dimmed, a message from the Chengdu branch of the Chinese Academy of Sciences followed immediately. The meteorite has been received and preliminary testing completed. It contains rare ruthenium iridium alloy. The elderly man insisted on returning the payment and has established the Shepherd Scholarship in his name. The meteorite has also been named the Shepherd. This is to inform you. Reading the message, Chen Mo gazed toward Ma Jiao, his expression blank and distant. Suddenly, he longed to take Xiao Xiao and Su Yue to meet that old man in Ma Jiao. He wanted to tell Xiao Xiao with his own words. This world certainly has its shadows, but the corners touched by sunlight will always outnumber the shadows. With that, 1. Grandpa Shepherd's space gem was fully completed, yielding a profit of 50,000. Meanwhile, inside the workshop of Huarong chemical plant, Dai Jinhai sat with his legs crossed, leisurely sipping tea while occasionally glancing at the real-time footage on the surveillance screen. Workers were processing the pile of waste residue Chen Mo had brought in according to standard procedures: acid leaching, filtration, extraction, precipitation. Director Dai, are you sure we can actually extract 160 grams of rhodium from this scrap? The veteran technician pushed his glasses up, his tone dripping with skepticism. Dai Jinhai chuckled aloud. 160 grams? With Huyao's waste residue composition, getting even 1 gram would be a miracle. The workers erupted in laughter once more. But before the laughter died down, the young technician suddenly uttered a sharp "huh?" His eyes fixed on the instrument screen, his brow furrowed. What's wrong? Dai Jinhai asked casually. The young technician swallowed hard, his voice trembling slightly. Director Dai, the rhodium content in this slag seems a bit off. Dai Jinhai, holding his teacup, walked over to take a look. A puff of tea instantly sprayed onto the instrument screen. The detector displayed a startling figure, 0.0417% rhodium. Impossible. Dai Jinhai slammed down his teacup, shoved the young technician aside, and personally operated the instrument for a retest. Yet, the second time, the third time. No matter how many times he ran the test, the result remained unchanged. 1 ton of waste residue yielding 0.0417% rhodium content meant 417 grams. That was more than double the 160 grams Chen Mo had bet on. At the market price of 1,200 yuan per gram, this could fetch a whopping 500,000 yuan. This can't be possible? Huayao's slag never exceeds 0.001% rhodium content. Did someone pour the rhodium plating solution straight into it? Cold sweat beaded on Dai Jinhai's forehead as he snapped his head up toward the surveillance screen. From the monitor, Chen Mo's voice came through, calm and detached, tinged with a faint, almost imperceptible smile, as if he had been orchestrating this entire situation all along, waiting for this very moment. Director Dai, you personally tested the slag composition. You were the one scrambling to sign the agreement. Once all the rhodium powder is extracted, as agreed, you'll waive all my fees and sell it for me at market price. The payment you'll transfer to me will be over 510,000 yuan. I guess I was too timid. If only I'd listened to my staff back then and added that clause exceed targets, and the equipment remains permanently at my disposal, how much better that would have been.
The workshop fell deathly silent, broken only by the low hum of machinery. Dai Jinhai's legs buckled and he collapsed onto the young technician. His lips kept murmuring. My extraction equipment is worth $1 million. Labor costs, consumables, I'm losing over 10,000 a day. And he just used my production line for free? Made off with over 500,000 yuan? The veteran technician, Gogo Chonchon, leaned closer to Dai Jinhai. Director Dai, don't think like that. Let's pull an all-nighter to finish refining it for him. Tomorrow we'll raid Huiyao for scrap residue. The guys can make a killing too. Dai Jinhai's eyes suddenly flashed with sharp brilliance. Great idea. Chen Mo chuckled softly. Well, good luck with that. Chapter 40, The Legendary Chosen One? Su Yue absent-mindedly stir-fried green peppers and shredded pork in the kitchen. The edges of the pork strips were slightly charred, but she forgot to turn off the stove. Instead, her eyes drifted once more to the phone beside her. The screen remained lit, displaying the bank app's transaction history. 812 outgoing, 10,000 yuan. Equipment rental. 907 outgoing, 10,000 yuan. Buying stamps. 1346 expense, 1,200,000 yuan. Down jacket purchase. 1641 received 500,000 yuan. Stamp repurchase. 1653 received 50,000 yuan. Chinese Academy of Sciences Award. Chen Mo was out all day today without revealing what she was doing. Xiao Xiao was picked up and dropped off by her alone. Meanwhile, the household bank statements showed transfers of 1.2 million yuan going out one moment and 500,000 yuan coming in the next. It was like an electrocardiogram. Quite thrilling. Midway through the day, she couldn't resist calling Chen Mo. Chen Mo laughed and said she'd bought 2,000 down jackets. She had joked about dressing Xiao Xiao in them until she got married and had children, just playing along with Chen Mo's humor. Of course she knew ED bought those 2,000 down jackets to sell. But how exactly was Chen Mo going to sell them? Setting up a street stall would take him until the year. It wasn't that she doubted Chen Mo's character or abilities. After all these years of marriage, he'd always been dependable, especially these past 2 days when their savings had skyrocketed from 30,000 to over 1.5 million. But today's bill was even harder to stomach than yesterday's. Mommy! A soft, childish voice interrupted her thoughts. Tiny footsteps scurried over, little hands tugging at the hem of her apron while holding up a crooked drawing. Mommy, look! Today Teacher Dear taught me to draw my big hero daddy. Teacher Dear was none other than Yi Lucia, the little fangirl who had been hired by Sunshine Kindergarten because of Chen Mo's outstanding achievements. Su Yue snapped back to reality, forcing a smile as she ruffled her daughter's fluffy hair. Xiao Xiao is so talented. The key turned, the door swung open, and Chen Mo's clear voice echoed, I'm home. Daddy! Xiao Xiao instantly dropped her sketchbook and scampered over to throw herself into Chen Mo's arms. Daddy, pick me up. I listened to Teacher Xiao Lu at kindergarten today. Su Yue wiped her hands on her apron and followed out of the kitchen, retrieving slippers from the shoe cabinet. Though her eyes crinkled with a smile, a trace of worry still flickered in her gaze. Chen Mo. Chen Mo scooped up Xiao Xiao with one arm while slipping on his slippers, flashing her an easy smile. Don't worry, honey. All the money will be back in the house tonight, not just all of it, but maybe even an extra million or so. Whoosh! Su Yue froze in place. Another million? All the money spent would come back? Wait, something didn't add up. Hadn't he bought 2,000 down jackets? Could they all be sold by tonight? Su Yue was about to ask more questions when a burnt smell suddenly wafted from the kitchen. She gasped and rushed back to turn off the stove. At the dining table, Xiao Xiao stirred her rice with a spoon, counting earnestly, 1 for daddy, 1 for mommy, 1 for auntie. Xiao Xiao doesn't want to eat? Shen Xiao Xiao. Su Yue feigned anger, gently tapping Xiao Xiao's bowl with her chopsticks. Xiao Xiao ducked her head, quickly shoveling 2 mouthfuls into her puffed-out cheeks, looking like a little squirrel. So, you're planning to have Meng Meng help promote the products? Su Yue turned to look at Chen Mo, casually wiping a grain of rice from her daughter's mouth. Chen Mo picked a piece of spare rib for Xiao Xiao, then selected a less charred shred of pork for Su Yue's bowl. He shoveled down 2 more mouthfuls before speaking. Yeah, Meng Meng's a content creator and does live streams. Getting her to help would sell everything out fast. As for that 50,000. He picked up a piece of cold cucumber salad and chewed it. I passed by the post office and saw those Chinese zodiac stamps look pretty nice, so I bought a few on impulse. I was planning to tell Xiao Xiao stories about the zodiac animals tonight. Never expected they'd be misprinted. Also, this afternoon I collected some scrap residue from the Huiguan electroplating factory. Su Yue was utterly stunned, her eyes widening in disbelief. Wait. You mean that 500,000 was from selling stamps? She completely ignored Chen Mo's later mention of scrap collection, staring at him as if he were an alien. Honey, isn't your luck just crazy lately? Winning the lottery the day before yesterday, then snagging those misprinted stamps today. Are you some kind of legendary chosen one? Hey, once you and Meng Meng finish your live stream sales, and Teacher Xiaolu wraps up her home visits, we should go shopping. Who knows, maybe we'll find some money lying around. Xiao Xiao puffed out her cheeks, mumbling in agreement with a spoon in her hand as rice grains spilled from the corner of her mouth. Clang clang, cut money. Teacher Xiao Lu? Yi Lu Xia? Chen Mo pondered thoughtfully. After finishing their meal, Chen Mo helped Su Yue wash the dishes before heading upstairs to Xiong Mingming's home. When she left Xiong Mingming's house that afternoon, she had mentioned her livestream would start at 7 p.m. It was now 6:40 p.m. Just before she stepped out, Su Yue grabbed Chen Mo's arm. She shot her a playful glare, then darted into the bedroom and grabbed an exquisitely detailed cross-stitch pattern, shoving it into Chen Mo's hands. Going empty-handed to ask Xiong Mingming for help? That's not proper. It's rude. Chen Mo looked down. It was the cross-stitch Su Yue had always treasured, depicting two cuddling bears with meticulously even stitches. He remembered how, when Su Yue was pregnant with their child, she would sit by the lamp every night, stitching this piece with great care. She had said she wanted to save it as part of their daughter's future dowry. He hurriedly protested. No way. This is meant for our Xiao Xiao. Besides, if I go to Xiong Mingming, who knows who might end up helping whom? Su Yue chuckled softly and gently nudged Chen Mo. Who knows who'll be helping whom? She's a million-follower content creator. If you ask her to promote your products, wouldn't that mean she's helping you? Here, we haven't bought much lately anyway. Just take this. I'll embroider something nicer for Xiao Xiao later. Su Yue had no idea Xiong Mingming had already switched platforms yesterday. She still thought Xiong Mingming was a million-follower creator on Bilibili, believing a simple call could rally countless fans. Xiao Xiao lifted her head from her Lu high school book, happily wiggling her chubby little feet. It's for Bear's sister. Bear's sister is Xiao Xiao's very, very good friend. Chen Mo couldn't persuade the mother and daughter otherwise, so he took the cross-stitch and headed out. As soon as he stepped onto the stairs, cheerful music drifted from Xiong Mingming's home. You have been slain. Immediately after, Xiong Mingming's wails echoed out. Hey, why's there someone in the grass? I've died 7 times already. Clearly, the silly girl hadn't locked the door, as if she'd been waiting for Chen Mo all along. Chen Mo couldn't help but laugh out loud. He reached Xiong Mingming's door in 2 or 3 strides. Just as he leaned in to ask if it was okay to come in, Xiong Mingming appeared at the doorway, holding a game controller. She recognized the cross-stitch in Chen Mo's hand at a glance. Hey, isn't this the cross-stitch sister-in-law said she'd save for Xiao Xiao? Why did you bring it up here, brother Chen? Chen Mo smiled softly. Sis said it's for you, to thank you for helping me with the live stream later. Xiong Mingming immediately shook her little head like a rattle. No way. Last time brother Chen helped me catch that scammer and recover so much of my losses, I never got a proper chance to thank you both. Brother Chen, you really should take it back. Saying this, she tugged at Chen Mo's sleeve and pulled him toward the live streaming area. Brother Chen, I'm all set. Tonight I'll work super hard to help you sell stuff on livestream. I promise to put my heart and soul into selling out all your down jackets and that rich lady's happiness pack too. Chen Mo's lips slowly curved upward into a faint smile. Rest assured, after tonight, you'll be a million-follower creator on the new platform too. Chapter 41. Does this live stream have some serious backing? The innocent and naive Xiong Mingming was ready to go live, but Chen Mo still needed to make some arrangements. He called Qiming Garment Factory directly. Director Phone, have you got the finance staff in place? I need 2 accountants to log into Xiong Mingming's livestream backend system and monitor the data for me. After a pause, he added. They don't need to understand live streaming, just monitor the order amounts and sources. By having the 2 finance staff designated by factory manager Feng handle backend operations, he wouldn't need Xiong Mingming to constantly switch to the backend to check data. At exactly 7 p.m. sharp, Xiong Mingming's livestream commenced. Despite the platform's splash screen promotion, the number of fans who followed her from her small, struggling station was pitifully small. Scattered comments drifted by. +1 from someone who followed since the old platform. Can't get used to the new platform's interface. If it weren't for our Mengmeng, I'd never have downloaded this app. But what stood out most were the blatantly organized trolls and haters spewing hateful comments. One account spammed 5 identical comments. Unfollow, unfollow. Selling out old fans for money. An anonymous account registered just 10 minutes ago declared. I've been a loyal fan for 10 years, and today my heart is broken. Another account claiming insider scoops fabricated gossip. Insider source that Xiong Mingming pocketed 8 million in signing fees. Chen Mo glanced at the back-end data. The numbers were staggering. Current online users, 2,173, including 1,500 bots assigned by the platform. Real-time emotional analysis of bullet comments shows negative keywords at 41%. Traffic from Bilibili, only 5%, 23 percentage points below expectations. Xiong Mingming twisted the hem of her shirt, her eyes darting toward Chen Mo. She never imagined her debut on the new platform would face such a predicament. In the past, she wouldn't have cared at all. Money had never been her priority, nor had follower counts. Back when she made short videos on Little Station, she'd been just as carefree and unfiltered. Unexpectedly, it was precisely this carefree approach that catapulted her to sudden fame. But now it was different. She had agreed to promote products for Chen Mo. Though she warned him of the risks beforehand, she never imagined it would be this bad. This was clearly a malicious attack orchestrated by her former employer and organized haters. Chen Mo, however, remained completely unfazed, as if he'd anticipated this all along. He simply adjusted the camera angle and motioned for Xiong Mengmeng to continue. Truthfully, all he needed to do at this moment was call Lin Yan to completely turn the situation around. Yet he didn't want to reach out to her for help. Both Lin Yan and Sui owed him an enormous favor. Without that debt, Lin Yan's short video platform wouldn't have been able to recruit million-follower creator Xiong Mengmeng. But the favor he'd extended couldn't be repaid so easily by Lin Yan. The price he demanded was far greater than that. The worst approach to settling a debt of gratitude was to demand repayment openly and aggressively, and it certainly couldn't be settled with a trifling sum. What he needed to do now was wait. Wait until the negative keywords plummet below the risk threshold, triggering Lin Yan's attention. Then, wait some more. Wait for those other big shots to appear and help Xiong Mengmeng get back on her feet. Xiong Mengmeng pulled out the down jacket and began enthusiastically describing its features. Folks, this down jacket is identical to the ones in department stores. It's an export model. Retail price is $2,800, but we're offering it for just $1,200. Check out this fabric. But the chat from paid trolls and haters grew increasingly harsh and unbearable. Selling stuff right after switching jobs? That's pretty tacky. Is that old guy beside her a hired plant? Ugh, what a useless plant just sitting there like a rock. Xiong Mengmeng felt beads of sweat forming on her forehead. Though the online viewer count in the top right corner was slowly climbing, the malicious comments were piling up just as fast. Clearly, most of these new viewers weren't her fans either, just more haters and paid trolls. Her voice grew fainter, trembling slightly. This down jacket comes in black and white. Just then, Chen Mo's in-ear monitor relayed the trembling report from the finance team. Mr. Chen, 15 minutes into the livestream, 0 sales. Chen Mo glanced at Xiong Mengmeng's pale face, gently tapped her elbow, and offered soft reassurance. It's okay, don't worry. Things will pick up soon. And then, at the exact same moment, the receptionist at Zhanghan Technology stood before the time clock, ready to clock out. Scrolling through her company's short videos, she muttered under her breath. A monthly salary of 3,200 yuan, overtime every day, meetings every day. I'm just a receptionist. They won't give me a raise or a promotion. Damn capitalism. Suddenly, her eyes widened and she froze in place. On her phone screen was Xiong Mengmeng's livestream. The man in the stream looked strangely familiar to her. This guy, haven't I seen him somewhere before? After a moment of intense thought, it suddenly hit her this was the very man who, just 2 days prior, had not only convinced CEO Lin to offer him a hefty salary but also fired the HR director on the spot. Moreover, Sui, the CEO of Rome Venture Capital, had been fiercely competing to recruit him at the time. He's streaming on our platform? If Mr. Lin provides some resources, we could recruit him. I need to report this to Mr. Lin immediately. My chance for a raise and promotion is here. The front desk clerk dashed toward the elevator. Lin Yan was sitting in her office at that very moment, having just concluded a company-wide meeting. The risk control supervisor turned around and handed her a document titled Top 100 Livestream Room Quality Report, specifically reminding her to look at page 17. She opened the file. The report prominently highlighted that the MM3307 livestream had been running for nearly 20 minutes, with its emotional value plummeting below the risk threshold. It questioned whether it was truly worth nurturing. MM3307 livestream. Xiong Mengmeng, the one who came over from Xiapozen? Lin Yan swiped open her phone just as the front desk clerk knocked breathlessly on the office door. Ms. Lin. Look at this. From both the receptionist's phone and Lin Yan's, Xiong Mengmeng's voice, now severely lacking in confidence, echoed. Family, my peeps, this down jacket is seriously awesome. I'm testing its waterproofing for you right now. Beside her, Chen Mo remained utterly still, his expression calm and composed. 5 minutes later. Boom! A dazzling fireworks effect exploded across Xiong Mengmeng's livestream. A spaceship worth 2,999 yuan spiraled upward from the bottom of the screen, hovering above the viewers' heads for a long time. User Recursive Cat gifted 1 spaceship. User Recursive Cat, the clothes look like they're good quality. Immediately followed by a second, then a third. User Recursive Cat gifted Spaceship 2. User Recursive Cat gifts Spaceship 3. 10 spaceships launched consecutively, forming a dazzling ring of stars at the top of the screen. The deep blue light effect enveloped the entire livestream room. And these 10 spaceships seemed to flip a switch. The viewer count began to surge in an eerie, erratic pattern. 3,000, 5,000, 8,000. The bullet comments suddenly thickened. Hey, it really is Xiong Mengmeng. Holy crap, why are you on this platform? Wait, does this stream have some serious backstage connections? The whole platform is promoting it now. Ha! Speaking of connections, I just noticed something major. That User Recursive Cat who tipped earlier seems to be the platform CEO's alt account. It really is the CEO's alt account. I watched Jiang Han Tech's press conference before Lin Yan used this exact handle. Goddesses. 2 goddesses. Xiong Mengmeng is my goddess, and Lin Yan is my goddess too.
Xiong Mengmeng stared at the rapidly climbing view count, her eyes widening as she looked at Chen Mo, her lips trembling slightly. Brother Chen, why are the numbers keep climbing, and they're not fake accounts or haters anymore? Chen Mo, however, calmly pulled out another down jacket sample.
Now it's time to show everyone the removable inner lining.
In their earpieces, the voice of the finance staff from Qiming Garment Factory carried a hint of excitement.
We just closed a deal. Chapter 42, The Internet is not a lawless zone.
As more and more people flooded into the livestream, the middle-aged uncle Chen Mo, who had been mistaken for a plant, was recognized.
Hey, isn't that the fraud-fighting hero from the other day? The one who took down that scammer in just 6 minutes. Damn, I wouldn't have recognized him either. Yeah, that's him. He even cracked that nursing home embezzlement case yesterday. The trolls and paid commenters weren't about to take this lying down. They immediately launched into their usual barrage of skepticism and abuse. Fraud-fighting hero? Doesn't look like it to me.
I distinctly remember seeing a young guy in the news reports. Suddenly I see a possibility.
Didn't they say the fraud-fighting hero saved your Meng Meng? Now they're appearing together. Could it be that this whole fraud case is just a scripted setup? Now that you mention it, it does seem a little plausible. However, their words hadn't even faded from the screen. Another dazzling fireworks effect exploded in Xiong Mengmeng's livestream. User Rongqing Police Officer Xiao Zhang gifted 1 spaceship. User Rongqing Police Officer Xiao Zhang, Master Chen Mo, remember me? When you were interviewed about that anti-fraud case, I asked to be your disciple.
The moment Rongqing Police Officer Xiao Zhang spoke, the livestream erupted in chaos.
The comments split into 2 camps. Fans erupted in excitement. I knew it. That guy is the anti-fraud hero. Look, even our police officers are publicly acknowledging it now. Not just acknowledging it, they've even taken Brother Chen as their mentor. Meanwhile, haters and paid trolls kept arguing. Just taking the name of a Chengdu cop proves anything? In my opinion, this is all scripted. No police officer would ever take a social media influencer as their mentor, especially when this middle-aged guy isn't even a real influencer. This makes me want to pick a similar ID name too.
Just as the 2 sides were locked in a heated argument. Boom! Another dazzling burst of fireworks ignited in Xiong Mengmeng's livestream, the azure glow illuminating every face in front of the screen. User Rongqing Guangming Street Police Station official verified account gifted 1 spaceship. User Rongqing Guangming Street Police Station official verified account, we thank Comrade Chen Mo for assisting in the apprehension of suspect Zhang Yuda and for providing crucial leads that led to the capture of Zhang Yuda's accomplices. User Rongqing Guangming Street Police Station official verified account, this down jacket is excellent, will purchase 200 pieces for winter uniforms. Additionally, the internet is not a lawless zone, please refrain from spreading rumors and stirring trouble.
Click. The livestream fell instantly silent. 1 minute later, the chat exploded. Did you see that? This is the official verified account. Keep bashing, haters. Come out and face us. Hey, wait. Did you hear what officer said? Brother Chen provided another lead and caught Zhang the scammer's accomplice. Holy crap, Big Brother Chen is awesome. Big Brother Chen, I want to bury your children. Of course.
Among these comments, there were also other voices.
With the anti-fraud hero's endorsement and the cops buying it, I'm getting one too. Seriously, sis? You're being so cautious? I already bought mine, and you're just getting yours now? Haven't you seen how manly our anti-fraud hero is?
He's got that Daniel Wu vibe, guys like that wouldn't scam anyone.
You bought it because he's handsome, not for the quality.
Watching the bullet comments flood her livestream, Xiong Mengmeng felt a momentary daze. She started to feel confused.
Was the explosive growth in her audience and followers really for her, or for Chen Mo beside her? Just then, the timely feedback from the finance team came through their in-ear monitors.
Half an hour into the stream, 372 orders have been placed, including 200 from corporate accounts. Also, the backend shows that malicious attackers and trolls are being swiftly banned.
The platform seems to have started a cleanup. Chen Mo nodded, signaling Xiong Mengmeng to continue. But, before Xiong Mengmeng could speak,
another dazzling burst of fireworks erupted skyward, illuminating the previously subdued trolls and paid commenters in a brilliant azure glow that left them nowhere to hide. User Rongqing Guangming Street Civil Affairs Bureau official verified account gifted 1 spaceship. This time, however, the official account made no further remarks. It simply uttered 1 sentence before purchasing 200 down jackets and departing. User Rongqing Guangming Street Civil Affairs Bureau official verified account, we extend our gratitude to citizen Chen Mo for exposing the corruption case at Sunset Garden Nursing Home. We have purchased 200 down jackets to gift to the elderly residents as a token of our appreciation. The finance staff's voice trembled over the earpiece. Mr. Chen, just now another 295 pieces sold. 200 were purchased through the corporate account. Total sales now stand at 668 pieces, with 400 of those charged to the corporate account. The moment the finance staff finished speaking, she suddenly realized something was off with the live stream's conversion rate. The current conversion rate was 3.6%, yet the viewership was only 20,000. What level was this? This was a level that could rank in the top 3 across the entire platform. While Xiao Mengming's fans were participating in the purchases, anyone with eyes could see that the bulk of the sales were almost entirely driven by Chen Mo. The finance person's heart was pounding wildly at that moment. She couldn't help but recall this year's viral catchphrase, with Chen Mo around, even a little dog tied to the livestream could sell these down jackets. While Xiao Mengming continued her dazed introduction of the down jacket, the finance staff frantically tallied orders in the background as the livestream's viewership skyrocketed. A massive wave of viewers flooded in simultaneously, their comments snowing down like a blinding white blizzard. Hey everyone, hold on. I think I spotted something. Look, isn't that our big brother Chen over there? A comment containing a URL stood out amidst the swirling snowflakes. The live stream audience clicked on the URL in the comment. Whoa! Everyone sucked in their breath in unison. Even Xiao Mengming and the finance staff in the backstage couldn't help but widen their eyes. The URL led to a video of Chen Mo winning an 80,000 yuan lottery jackpot at Happy Valley 2 days prior. The beauty filter in the video made his already small face look deathly pale. Holy crap, Brother Chen really is a man of fortune. He casually buys a lottery ticket and wins 80,000 yuan. Xiao Mengming, can you send me the sample next to you? With Brother Chen having such incredible luck, I want to rub off some of his fortune. Get lost, that's mine. After you guys buy yours, could you ask Brother Chen if he's selling that adorable baby he's holding? Wow, it's so cute. Within just 10 minutes, another 200 down jackets sold out. Xiao Mengming and the backstage finance team were stunned. This was crazier than the Double 11 shopping frenzy. With these 200 down jackets shipped out, the conversion rate shot up even higher. The platform allocated more traffic to her stream, and Xiao Mengming's live viewership surged toward 50,000. Just then, another comment caught everyone's attention. Mengming, is that authentic luxury bag next to your down jackets a Birkin bag? At the same time, a sudden, urgent knock sounded at the door. Xiao Mengming looked at Chen Mo in confusion, then turned toward the door. Who could be coming at a time like this, right in the middle of a live stream? Chen Mo's lips curved into a faint smile. Another heavyweight figure must have arrived. Chapter 43, It's still got to be Brother Chen. That mysterious comment still hung at the top of the screen. If it really is a Birkin bag, I've got another scoop, a massive one. But at that moment, no one was paying attention to it. Everyone's hearts were captured by the sudden knock at Xiao Mengming's door. Chen Mo smiled reassuringly at Xiao Mengming, gesturing for her not to worry and to continue streaming while he walked toward the door to answer it. The door swung open to reveal a bright, lively face peeking out from beneath a baseball cap, none other than Xiao Zhao's new teacher, Chen Mo's little fangirl, Yiluxia. Yep, she really came. Brother Chen. Quick, compliment me. Quick, compliment me. I found you and Mengming streaming in no time, hee hee. I need a down jacket too, now I'm your human product recommender. Yiluxia rushed in without waiting to be invited, squeezing through the door and dashing straight to Xiao Mengming. She grabbed a down jacket and pulled it on. Hey everyone, I'm a huge fan of Mengming and Brother Chen. Hee hee, I'm also Mengming's little teacher now. We're all in the same city, so I'm here to help you guys check out the goods live. Xiao Mengming felt Yiluxia was a bit brash and careless, but her easygoing nature led her to go with the flow. Well, this warrior has excellent taste. The closet's over there. Friendly reminder, your hat got caught in the zipper. As she spoke, she casually grabbed the fluffy hat and put it on Yiluxia. Yiluxia's little head had just popped out from under the lost baseball cap, struggling to emerge from her puffer jacket. But before she could react, another oversized hat came crashing down, instantly obscuring her again. She spun around in circles, completely hidden. The two girls instantly formed a peculiar composition before the camera. One was a laid-back streamer, the other a flamboyant intruder. Ah, this is my ship. Anyone else think this is scripted? Mengming and this girl in the puffer jacket with the hat stuck on, spinning around, they're a perfect match. Screenshot. Screenshot. But then, amidst the flood of comments, a gasp erupted. Wait, that girl. Yiluxia. Holy crap, she's the beloved daughter of Rongqing's real estate tycoon Yi Hongqiu. Whoa. The entire live stream exploded with comments. It really is the Yi family's heiress. This isn't scripted. Who could possibly get the Yi family's heiress to appear? Holy crap. Mengming's got some serious connections, all these big shots are popping into the stream. Following. Hey, you might be mistaken. Looks like everyone's here for our big brother Chen. Who cares? They're all here for Mengming's stream anyway, same difference. Chen Mo's lips curved into a faint smile. Everything was unfolding exactly as he'd anticipated. Ever since encountering Yiluxia at the deluxe boutique that day, he felt a sense of familiarity with the girl. When she introduced herself, the name Yiluxia stuck in his mind. He made a connection on the spot. After looking her up later, he confirmed she was the beloved daughter of Rongqing's real estate tycoon, Yi Hongqiu. And tonight, after dinner, Su Yue casually mentioned the teacher Xiao Lu was coming for a home visit.
Chen Mo smiled inwardly.
Once Yi Luxia found out he was streaming upstairs at Xiong Mengmeng's place, she'd definitely come up.
A hand dealt by fate, how could he not play it?
Yi Luxia finally steadied herself, adjusting her crooked hat. Just as she was about to continue praising the downfill of the jacket, her gaze suddenly fell upon the Birkin bag beside her.
Is that a Birkin bag?
Her eyes lit up instantly as she reached out to pick up the bag. My dad was handling some business at Zhongkai Pawnshop today and overheard a story about Birkin bags. The chat exploded with scoop and breaking news comments, while the mysterious messages interrupted earlier by the knock resurfaced. Seeing this, Xiong Mengmeng perked up her ears. She even pulled out an exaggerated handlebar mustache sticker, slapped it onto her lips, and mimicked the voice of a pawnshop employee. Young lady, you're here to buy our shop's crown jewel. This is the real Birkin bag, the rich lady's ultimate joy. Yi Luxia caught the joke instantly. Her eyes twinkled as she jumped right in, channeling the mysterious buyer her father had mentioned, the one who snagged a Birkin for 4,000 yuan. Mr. Zhou, this bag's original price is 250,000 yuan, but the stitching on the lining looks off.
You're not trying to pull a fast one on me with a knockoff, are you? This isn't worth 100,000 yuan. This little detail made Xiong Mengmeng's mind clear a bit more, and she began to understand what was going on. She might be a sweet and innocent homebody, but she wasn't stupid. She continued to play along, her fake mustache twitching. 80,000. Let's call it a favor between friends. I'll sell it to you for 80,000.
It must be said, Xiong Mengmeng's accidental cooperation perfectly captured the essence of what Boss Zhou had done back then. Even Yi Luxia was caught off guard, nearly cracking up.
80,000? Boss Zhou, that's a bit much, huh? You're asking 80 grand for a knockoff? Hey! Don't go. 5,000, just 5,000. Look at the quality, your wife will absolutely love it.
With Yi Luxia's deliberate prompting and Xiong Mengmeng's wholehearted performance, they perfectly recreated Chen Mo's 4,000 yuan Birkin bag stunt.
After the cosplay, Xiong Mengmeng was stunned herself.
This bag buyer was incredibly charismatic, every bit as captivating as Daniel Wu.
And this moment?
The livestream effect was off the charts. The chat exploded like a volcano, erupting with comments.
Oh my god, I laughed so hard I might get pregnant. This couple is unbeatable.
That acting, they should give this year's Oscar to Mengmeng and Little Deer.
Hit follow. You gotta hit follow. Back-end metrics skyrocketed, surging dramatically.
Viewership hit 300,000 in real time, with cumulative views reaching 800,000 and followers nearing 200,000. Chen Mo never imagined Yi Luxia's card would have such a staggering effect. Amidst the buzzing excitement, Xiong Mengmeng suddenly froze. She stared blankly at the Birkin bag in Yi Luxia's hands, lost in thought. After a long moment, she turned to Chen Mo, her voice trembling. Brother Chen, this Birkin bag you're selling, it's not the one from Zhongkai Pawnshop, is it? At those words, Yi Luxia also whipped her head around to look at Chen Mo. Chen Mo gave a calm smile, flicked the appraisal certificate issued by the Central Inspection Bureau, and spoke as casually as if recounting tonight's dinner. Yeah, I passed by the pawnshop this morning. Noticed the interesting wear on the corners, so I picked it up. Both the live stream and the live venue instantly fell into an eerie silence. Even the faint breathing sounds of the backstage finance staff and the ear monitors vanished. 2 seconds later, the chat exploded. Just picked it up. Brother Chen need a bag-carrying sidekick? Someone who can haul a 250k Birkin bag for a rich lady. Holy. Only Brother Chen could pull this off.
That's my man. Compared to Brother Chen, I feel like my IQ is that of an elementary school kid. Be confident, drop the like part. For this alone, following him and buying his down jackets is totally worth it. Xiong Mengmeng and Yi Luxia were both utterly mesmerized. Their eyes glowed with idol-worshipping admiration as they stared at Chen Mo.
Xiong Mengmeng immediately dashed forward, grabbing Chen Mo's hand and examining it from every angle.
Let me check, is that a magic ring with plus 99 luck on it?
Yi Luxia's voice drifted like a dream.
Chen Gu. It really is my Chen Gu. He's absolutely gorgeous.
Over the earpiece, the finance staff's voice cracked with excitement. Just now, we sold 549 down jackets. Since the live stream started, we've closed 1,619 deals total.
Among them, 226 specifically requested Brother Chen's lucky buff. Chapter 44, Profit of 1.016 million. Exactly 9 p.m. Xiong Mengmeng's livestream metrics exploded.
Online viewers exceeded 600,000, cumulative views hit 1.5 million, and followers surged to 530,000. The down jackets had long been sold out, and the 220,000 yuan Birkin bag vanished the moment it went live. Yi Luxia had intended to buy it herself, but before she could even speak, the bag was gone. Xiong Mengmeng stared at the back-end data bubbling like boiling water. Her mustache sticker had shifted crookedly to one side, her eyes wide and round, her voice trembling.
It hit 530,000 followers this fast?
Even though she was usually carefree and unfazed by money or follower counts, at this moment, beads of sweat formed on her forehead from sheer excitement. Back in the day, it took her a full 3 years to reach 1 million followers on that little platform. But now, in just one night, no, to be precise, in just 2 hours of streaming had pushed her follower count past 500,000. And all of this, naturally, was thanks to Chen Mo. Lucia gently wrapped her arm around Xiong Mengmeng's shoulder and gave her an excited shake. Mengmeng, you're about to hit 1 million followers on this new platform too. You're amazing. Seeing Xiong Mengmeng still in a daze, she glanced at the time, turned to the camera, flashed a V sign, and wrapped up the thanks for her. Thanks to all my family for your support today, hee. Brother Chen lives right below Mengmeng's place, so I'll be dropping by her livestream more often. Next time, I'll sneak some of Dad's treasured 82 motai to raffle off for my loyal fans. The chat exploded instantly with rich lady, feed me, and pick me, mixed with a few comments like Brother Chen, look at me, I'm tastier than Mao Tai. At that moment, 2 finance staff from Qiming Garment Factory slumped in their chairs, staring at the system notification, all items sold out. They exchanged disbelieving glances, you looking at me looking at you. The younger one suddenly jumped up, grabbing her colleague's wrist. Sister Zhao, how many did our factory sell last Double 11? 3. I think it was 4 days, and we only cleared 5,000 pieces of inventory. Both instantly thought of the same thing. Should they call factory manager Feng right now and ask him to sell the factory? No, spit that out, give Chen Mo a share of the stock? That way, Chen Mo could lead everyone toward a moderately prosperous life. Compared to them, however, Chen Mo felt somewhat disappointed. He'd expected Xiong Mengmeng's debut stream tonight to rapidly build her following, reaching the level she'd achieved on that little platform. Little did he know Lin Yan's platform still had such a tiny user base. If it had the massive audience base of Bilibili or Douyin, she could have easily surpassed 1 million followers by the end of the stream. Still didn't meet expectations. Chen Mo sighed softly, pulled out his phone, and motioned for Xiong Mengmeng and Yi Luxia to come over. He was about to distribute the money to the 2 girls. All 2,000 down jackets sold out within 2 hours tonight. With a cost price of 800 yuan each and a selling price of 1,200 yuan, he netted 800,000 yuan. The second-hand Birkin bag priced at 220,000 yuan sold for exactly that amount, no markup. The system displayed 220,000, so that's what he sold it for. That meant in just these past 2 hours, the total revenue was 1.02 million yuan. Chen Mo opened his mobile banking app. Teacher Lu, Meng, you two made the livestream incredibly popular today. Everything sold out. Now it's time to calculate our split. Before he could finish, Xiong Mengmeng grabbed his phone and blinked her big eyes. No way, Chen Gu. Didn't you forget? I promised I wouldn't charge you anything. After a pause, her wide eyes suddenly turned serious. Truth is, we both know tonight's success is all thanks to you. Without you, my livestream might still be flooded with haters and trolls. Yi Luxia waved her hands repeatedly. Exactly. I don't want any money either, I've got enough. But if you really want to thank me, Brother Chen, you could take Xiao Xiao out. Oh, wait, I think I'm supposed to do a home visit at your place tonight. Your wife told me you were streaming upstairs, and I haven't had a chance to do the visit yet. With that, Yi Luxia hurriedly pulled out her phone and tapped away on the attendance system. I'll take a day off. I'll do the home visit next time. Next time, I'll sneak some of my dad's Maotai to give away in a giveaway for Mengmeng's fans. Chen Mo chuckled but insisted on transferring money to the 2 gorgeous girls. Instead, Xiong Mengmeng and Yi Luxia simply left him hanging as they discussed plans for their next livestream. Mengmeng, I'll tell you what, today's approach worked really well. Let's stick with this format for tomorrow's stream. Will you be here for tomorrow's stream? Maybe we should just go ahead and form a real CP like our fans do. Chen Mo sighed in resignation. He settled the remaining 400,000 yuan owed to Qiming Garment Factory, then sent 2,000 yuan each to the 2 backstage finance staff to thank them for their help that night. With that, both 5. The little elf in the down jacket and 3. The amazing bag discovery were fully completed. Combined profits from both games totaled 1,016,000 yuan. The bank account balance now stood at a staggering 2,775,938.62 yuan. Whoa! Staring at the figure of over 2,700,000 yuan in his mobile banking app, Chen Mo felt as if a flame were burning in his chest. The flames made his hands tremble slightly, made his blood boil, made his breathing grow heavy, and made him want to burst out of Xiong Mengmeng's house right now and turn the entire city of Rongqing upside down. Brother Chen, what's wrong? Brother Chen, your face is turning bright red. Do you have a fever? Xiong Mengmeng and Yi Luxia's voices gradually sharpened, echoing in his ears. Chen Mo snapped back to reality. When he looked up again, he had regained his usual composure, though a dark fire still burned in his eyes. Oh, nothing. Just wondering when Mengmeng will hit 1 million subscribers on the new platform. Xiong Mengmeng tilted her head and blinked. 1 million followers? Whatever happens, happens. I'm already super satisfied with where I am now. I started making videos and streaming just for fun anyway. Didn't we have a blast today?
Yi Luxiao chimed in with her usual carefree attitude. Exactly. We had so much fun today.
If Meng Meng ever decides she doesn't want to be a content creator anymore, I'll steal my dad's real estate contracts and buy her a whole building. Chen Mo suddenly wondered if Yi Luxiao was really the best fit to be a little teacher.
After chatting idly for a while longer, Chen Mo got up to leave. Just as he stepped out of Xiong Mingming's room, a text from Lin Yan arrived as if answering the question he just asked Xiong Mingming. The platform wants to put Xiong Mingming in their top streamer incubation program.
They'll be heavily investing resources to cultivate her this month.
What do you think? Chen Mo simply replied with a good.
He retracted his initial disappointment, for with Lin Yan's message, the promise he'd made to Xiong Mengmeng that of a million-follower content creator had effectively been fulfilled.
Now, all that's left is to cash in on 2-star treasure of the dump.
That call from the adorable director Dai should be coming any minute. As he descended the stairs step by step toward home, his phone vibrated once more. As he'd expected, Dai Jinhai's call came through.
Chapter 45. A money printing machine can't even print 1,000,000 in 2 hours.
Seeing Dai Jinhai's name flash on his phone, Chen Mo's lips curved into a faint smile. He strolled leisurely to the stairwell window, deliberately waiting a full minute before answering the call with deliberate slowness. Dai Jinhai's voice immediately filled the receiver, tinged with excitement yet concealing a barely perceptible edge of tension.
Brother Chen, you finally picked up. The rhodium powder, we should finish purifying it all around 3 a.m. As per the agreement, 510,600 yuan, right?
Chen Mo stood lazily leaning against the window, one hand in his pocket, gazing out at the nightscape of Rongcheng.
His tone was flat. Director Dai has a good memory.
He knew exactly what Dai Jinhai was getting at, and he understood all too well what this guy was planning next. He could even guess where the charming factory director was right now. But as long as Dai Jinhai didn't spell it out, he wouldn't call him out on it. A faint, urgent whisper came from the other end of the line. Director Dai, hurry up and ask already.
This new security guard is completely unresponsive.
Dai Jinhai paused, seemingly glaring at the old technician before clearing his throat with a dry chuckle.
He continued to Chen Mo.
But you see, this sum of 510,600 is rather large. It'll be a hassle for my finance department to process it, and besides, it'll put your mind at ease to receive the money first, Brother Chen. So, I'll transfer it to you privately right now.
You can take it for now.
Chen Mo didn't respond, nearly uttering a soft MHM as he waited for Dai Jinhai to continue.
Sure enough, Dai Jinhai quickly added.
If you think it's okay, Brother Chen, could you tell your old buddy how you managed to haul the slag today?
Huiyao's gates are sealed now.
Old Zhang, the security guard, has clocked out. There's a new guy on duty who says no one is allowed to haul waste residue. I'm just curious, how did you manage to haul it out today, Brother Chen?
Chen Mo narrowed his eyes, inwardly sneering. Here it comes. It unfolded exactly as he'd anticipated. Dai Jinhai wasn't acting out of some sudden generosity by transferring the payment early.
He deliberately brought this up to coax the secret of getting into Huiyao's factory to haul waste residue out of Chen Mo's mouth. He knew this well as the factory director. In any chemical plant, the larger the single batch processing capacity of the extraction equipment, the lower the cost per unit. So it wasn't hard to guess, the lovable plant manager Dai was now at the gate of Huiyao electroplating factory, trying to haul out another batch of waste residue overnight. Once he refined the new rhodium powder, he could mix it with Chen Mo's batch and sell it all together. This way, he could not only spread the costs but also sell the entire batch at a higher price. What he didn't know, however, was that due to the excessively high rhodium content in the previous batch of waste residue, Huiyao electroplating had banned all non-contracted entities from hauling away waste residue.
Chen Mo chuckled softly and asked, so, Director Dai is at the entrance of Huiyao right now? I was just passing by. Dai Jinhai stammered.
The old technician's urgent voice came through the speaker again.
Director Dai, you, stop acting like a woman. We've already transferred the money to him. Isn't it his job to tell us how to get into Huiyao? Chen Mo's smile deepened, though his tone remained calm. Alright then. Since Director Dai is so agreeable, let's transfer it now. I'll even round it down for you, just 510,000. Dai Jinhai seemed to breathe a sigh of relief and immediately agreed. Alright. Transferring now.
No need to round down, little brother. Consider that 600 is buying you cigarettes. Seconds later, Chen Mo's phone lit up with a bank notification. China Merchants Bank, your account ending in 2396 received a deposit of 510,600 renminbi on September 1st at 2118. Current balance, 3,276,538 renminbi and 62 cents. Chen Mo glanced at the balance, then spoke meaningfully into the phone.
Director Dai, you're certainly a straightforward man. Then I'll be blunt with you too.
Dai Jinhai perked up his ears.
Chen Mo smiled faintly, his tone relaxed. I only gave him 4 packs of cigarettes soft Zhonghua plus. Dai Jinhai didn't believe a word of it and cut him off impatiently. Impossible. Brother Chen, don't try to pull the wool over my eyes. We just gave them cigarettes to a whole carton and they refused to take it. Chen Mo shook his head silently and sighed. They definitely won't take yours now. Dai Jinhai sensed something was off. He paused, then asked uncertainly. They won't take it now? What do you mean? Nothing else really. Chen Mo replied casually, it's just that after this batch of scrap from Huyao, there might not be as much rhodium powder left.
The line suddenly fell silent, broken only by Dai Jinhai's heavy breathing. After a long pause, his voice suddenly sharpened, erupting into a roar over the phone.
You bastard! Did you know this all along? You used my production line to pocket 500,000 yuan for free, and now you've got me working all night for nothing. Does the car run on air? Do workers work for free? Chen Mo didn't respond. He simply hung up. And so, too.
The star treasure of the dump was completed, successfully cashing in 500,600 yuan.
Over 3,200,000 now? Chen Mo felt as if he were in a dream.
He stared down at the glow of his phone screen, 3,276,538.62 yuan. He checked the number 3 times before finally accepting that this was the cold, hard sum sitting in his bank account right now. He murmured to himself, his fingers trembling slightly.
So, making money really is this simple.
The adult game, it seems, isn't that hard after all. Just 3 days ago, he had been an unemployed middle-aged man with barely over 30,000 yuan in his account, fretting over next month's mortgage, car loan, household expenses, and the modest kindergarten tuition. Now, his account balance had surged to over 3.2 million yuan. And that didn't even include the subsequent payments from Lin Yan and Sui, nor the walking cash cow that was Yu Di's accomplice. The motion sensor lights in the stairwell flickered off, but Chen Mo felt the flame that had burned in Xiong Mingming's home reignite within him. It seared his body brightly, and this time it wasn't just burning, it exploded directly in his chest. Clutching his phone tightly, he gazed out at Chengdu's bustling nightscape of cars and lights. Suddenly, he let out a low chuckle that grew louder and more ecstatic until he finally shouted it out. Finally, the shock of sudden wealth subsided under the release of his intense emotions. Chen Mo lowered his head, took a deep breath, and continued down the stairs. He turned the key and pushed open the front door. In the living room, Xiao Xiao lay sprawled on the sofa, scribbling in a children's picture book she'd received that very day. Su Yue, however, stood frozen beneath the ceiling light, clutching her phone. Usually, when Chen Mo returned, she would rush to greet him, fetching his slippers from the shoe cabinet. But now, she stood completely still, like a statue. Daddy! Xiao Xiao was the first to react, sliding off the sofa and scampering toward Chen Mo with pat-pat footsteps. Chen Mo scooped up the little one as she threw herself into his arms, planting a kiss on her soft cheek. He reached for his own shoes while asking Su Yue. Hey, honey, I'm home. What's wrong? Why are you just standing there like that? Su Yue whipped her head around, her expression frozen in horror, her voice cracking. You're a money printing machine incarnate. No, even a money printer couldn't make 1 million in 2 hours.
You're a money turtle incarnate, laying golden eggs by the second. Chen Mo. Chapter 46, it really is 3,200,000. Seeing Su Yue's expression, Chen Mo chuckled quietly. It seemed his wife had been glued to Xiong Mingming's livestream the entire time, watching Chen Mo's product promotion. After changing his shoes, Chen Mo carried Xiao Xiao straight to Su Yue's side, pulling his wife into his embrace. Holding the big and small figures close, they felt like his entire world. Xiao Xiao giggled, her tiny hands patting the tightly pressed chests of her parents. Through that close embrace, Chen Mo felt Su Yue's heart beating wildly. I told you the money would be back tonight, Chen Mo murmured, nuzzling Su Yue's earlobe before turning his phone screen toward her. And there's over 1.5 million extra. Su Yue could actually see the account changes on her own app, but like the viewers in Xiong Mingming's livestream, she'd been so stunned by Chen Mo that she'd completely ignored the notifications. 10,000. Su Yue's eyes were glued to Chen Mo's phone. When she counted to 10,000, her voice suddenly cracked. Over 320,000? Chen Mo. Did you Photoshop this number? Tell me, did you Photoshop it? Mama, Xiao Xiao will count for you. Xiao Xiao struggled to reach out with her chubby little hand and tapped Chen Mo's phone 1, 2, 3. She got stuck at 6, squirming impatiently in Chen Mo's arms. Oh my goodness, so many. Teacher Xiao Lu taught us this today. Su Yue suddenly felt her legs give way, her whole body threatening to collapse. Chen Mo quickly caught her, guiding her toward the sofa. All 3 of them collapsed onto the cushions. Xiao Xiao seized the moment to climb onto Chen Mo's back for a horseback ride, while Su Yue continued to mutter to herself. Down jacket 800,000. Stamps 500,000. Handbag 220,000. Still not enough. Rhodium powder for 500,000. Didn't I mention during dinner that I bought some scrap from Huayao this afternoon? Chen Mo reminded her, casually lifting his daughter off his shoulders. Plus the 50,000 from the Chinese Academy of Sciences. And then, Su Yue looked utterly incredulous, her mind reeling. Our savings just hit over 3 million? While little Xiao didn't quite grasp the concept, but 10,000 must mean a lot of money. We have little money now. Chen Mo nodded gently. To be precise, it's over 3 million now, but theoretically, it should be over 4 million.
His theoretically naturally included the subsequent funds from Linyan and Sui, plus that walking bundle of cash.
The air froze. Aha!
Su Yue suddenly screamed, throwing herself at Chen Mo and hugging him so tightly she nearly knocked him over.
Over 320,000. Our family has over 3 million now. I feel like I'm dreaming. Honey, you're incredible. Over 3 million. Do you know how heavy that much money would be if you stacked it up? How long would it take an ordinary person to earn that much?
And you made it back in just 2 or 3 days. As she spoke, her eyes suddenly welled up, glistening with tears.
I knew my husband was the best. I didn't misjudge him. My choice was right. My husband just needed an opportunity before he's no less capable than anyone else.
Little Xiao was startled by her mother's mix of laughter and tears. After a moment's pause, she reached out and wiped Su Yue's face with her small hand.
Mommy, don't cry. Daddy's a turtle spirit who's become enlightened. He'll lay lots and lots of golden eggs from now on. We'll have all the money we need. Chen Mo.
Su Yue's tears turned to laughter, but mid-smile, she fished out her phone and opened her banking app.
No, I have to count again. What if I missed a decimal point?
Her finger swiped across the screen, her eyes scanning inch by inch like a minefield, murmuring softly.
10,000, 100,000, million.
It really is 3,200,000.
Chen Mo couldn't help but smile at her earnest counting. He patted Su Yue's shoulder and stood up from the sofa. Come on, let's go buy something. Didn't you say after the live stream you wanted to go shopping with me and pick up some cash? Su Yue looked puzzled and asked. What are we buying?
I stocked up on household supplies today. I went to the supermarket myself when Xiao Xiao was at kindergarten.
Chen Mo glanced down at Xiao Xiao. The little one blinked her big eyes, watching them expectantly.
He pinched her chubby cheeks and chuckled.
Not household supplies. I want to buy something expensive.
Su Yue froze, instinctively waving her hands.
Why buy expensive things? Just get something practical. But she immediately stood up and urged Chen Mo. Come on, come on. We need to buy something. What if this really is a dream?
We should buy something now, or it'll be gone when we wake up.
Chen Mo.
Xiao Xiao didn't understand what her parents were saying, but seeing her mom suddenly jump up excitedly, she hopped along too.
Let's go. Buy candy. Buy toys. Chen Mo picked up Xiao Xiao and leaned down to kiss Su Yue on the forehead. Don't worry, it's not a dream. You can buy whatever you want tonight. I need to buy something special.
Just as Su Yue was about to ask what it was, she suddenly seemed to remember something and immediately dialed her mother Jiang Lingyi's number on her phone.
Mom, do you think I'm dreaming? Your son-in-law, my husband, just made another 2 million today. Our savings are over 3.2 million now. Ah, who cares if it's a dream? We're going out to spend money now.
My old man says he wants to buy something expensive.
I'll screenshot the balance and send it to you. Even if it is a dream, at least we'll have proof.
There was a long silence on the other end. Just as Su Yue was about to hang up, Jiang Lingyi's voice suddenly rang out in a high-pitched scream.
What? Beep beep. Su Yue had already hung up. She didn't care about the details. She immediately sent the bank balance screenshot to Jiang Lingyi's WeChat.
Then, she hooked her arm through Chen Mo's, her eyes crinkling with a smile. In the stairwell, Chen Mo held Xiao Xiao while Su Yue linked arms with him. Just as the trio reached the first floor, they bumped into Auntie Wang from the neighboring building. Auntie Wang had just returned from her square dance session, waving a free urology clinic fan in her hand as she stared intently at Chen Mo's family of 3. She couldn't quite figure out why Su Yue's family, with no income whatsoever, still wore such happy smiles. Just last week, she had kindly reminded Su Yue that when a man loses his job, it's even more important to be frugal. Auntie Wang curled her lips into her usual concerned expression and called out in a loud voice. Oh dear, Yue, out shopping this late? Not that I'm prying, but with your husband out of work, you really shouldn't be spending too much on shopping trips. You need to watch every penny. She deliberately glanced at Chen Mo and added pointedly. Jobs are hard to come by these days, especially for older folks.
So many factories won't hire them.
Su Yue frowned, intending to nod casually and walk past. After all, neighbors see each other daily. But just then, Xiao Xiao, clutching her chubby little hands in Chen Mo's embrace, declared with utmost seriousness.
No way. Daddy and Mommy need to save every penny to buy lots and lots of things. Daddy made over 300,000 million? Oh well, anyway, yesterday they bought a big TV and a big refrigerator. Grandma Wang, you didn't see it, did you?
Auntie Wang's smile froze instantly, her eyes widening in shock.
3 million? But she quickly snapped back to reality. How could she take a child's words seriously? Over 3 million in just 2 days? Did he think his dad was the CEO of Tencent? Children shouldn't lie, you know. If your dad really made that much money, wouldn't he have upgraded your car and house already? And wouldn't you be attending an international kindergarten by now? Look at my son. Even though he didn't send my grandson to an international kindergarten, he still sent him to
Su Yue, whose brows were already furrowed, saw Aunt Wang actually taking little Xiao seriously and even disparaging her own husband. Her face immediately darkened, and her husband bragging mode kicked in again. Auntie Wang, you're absolutely right. My husband only makes a measly 3 million or so every 2 or 3 days. He really shouldn't be splurging while out shopping. She sighed dramatically, feigning distress. But money just sitting there loses value. What's the point of earning it if you don't spend it? Hey, Auntie Wang, what do you think my husband should do with 3.2 million earned in 2 days? It's a bit of a dilemma. Any suggestions? With that, she pulled out her phone and forwarded the screenshot she'd just sent to her mother, Jianglingy, to Auntie Wang. 3,200,000? Xiao Xiao chimed in with a sweet, childish voice. Right, Grandma Wan? Xiao Xiao didn't lie. Xiao Xiao is a good girl. Aubrey's face turned green as grass, almost dripping with envy. Chen Mo stifled a laugh, wrapped his arm around Su Yue's waist, and casually tossed out. Auntie Wang, we'll be heading out now. Enjoy your shopping. Long after the trio had walked away, Auntie Wang could still be heard gasping in shock where she stood. Chapter 47, he didn't even blink. When Chen Mo and his family returned to Century Shopping Plaza, he carried Xiao Xiao and led Su Yue straight into the Evermark boutique. The special item he intended to buy, a diamond ring, lay quietly within the store's glass display case. Though he knew full well that diamonds were merely carbon crystallized under extreme pressure and that their supposed eternity was nothing but marketing hype, he still wanted to buy it for Su Yue. Ever since their wedding years ago, he had owed Su Yue the diamond ring. Now that he had the means, he was determined to make amends for that long overdue gift. What other women have, my woman must have. The rules of the EK diamond ring perfectly aligned with his intentions, purchased with the man's ID, custom made for only one person in a lifetime. But Su Yue's footsteps halted at the storefront. Her gaze drifted over the silver ring on her ring finger as she shook her head. If you're thinking of buying a diamond ring, there's no need. We're an old married couple now. It'd be better to save the money for Xiao Xiao's piano lessons in the future. Chen Mo offered no explanation, nearly tightening his grip on her hand and pulling her into the store. Xiao Xiao danced excitedly in her arms. Buy something sparkly. Mommy wears big ones, Xiao Xiao wants something shiny. The moment Chen Mo entered with Su Yue holding Xiao Xiao, the shop assistants noticed the trio. Yet after merely glancing at Chen Mo and Su Yue's attire, they all went back to their tasks, some organizing VIP client lists, others tidying counters, not a single one willing to approach. Chen Mo's plain t-shirt and jeans, along with the silver ring on Su Yue's ring finger, automatically triggered the 80-20 rule they'd been trained to recognize. Such customers were 99% just window shopping. Their eyes were far sharper than those at the deluxe experience store the family had visited the night before. Moreover, it was now 9:47 p.m. With only 13 minutes left before closing, who would want to delay their departure to serve customers who clearly weren't serious buyers? Chen Mo, however, was quite content with the leisurely pace. He strolled with his wife and daughter from counter to counter, observing the sales staff's attitudes. After all, looking didn't cost anything. As for buying, Su Yue instinctively tugged at Chen Mo's sleeve, her gaze darting around the room. Maybe we should look at something else? Yesterday I saw this oven. But as they passed one counter, Xiao Xiao suddenly struggled to press her face against the glass, her little mouth forming an O. Wow, look! There's a little butterfly glowing inside this sparkly thing. It's all shiny and dancing. Chen Mo halted, glancing at the diamond ring beneath Xiao Xiao's soft little body. Su Yue glanced down at the price tag and gasped instantly, 1099.99.00 yuan. Before she could tug at Chen Mo's sleeve, he had already politely waved to the sales staff. Hello, could we take a look at this diamond ring? A salesperson with heavy makeup and wine-red nails reluctantly put down her phone and ambled over. Only when she drew near did she manage a perfunctory smile. Sir, is this the one you'd like to see? The center stone is 3.5 carats, D-color, flawless. The setting features 28 accent diamonds. The price is 110,000 yuan. Her script was textbook, but she emphasized the last word as if delivering a punchline. She even tapped her nails on the counter, yet didn't reach for the key to unlock it, her feigned apology evident. But I'm afraid you won't be able to see it today. It's already 10 o'clock and we're closed. Perhaps you'd like to try another store? Su Yue tugged tightly on Chen Mo's sleeve and whispered. Honey, let's just buy that oven first. We can make roasted chicken wings for Xiao Xiao this weekend. The clerk's smile faded further. Well, I won't disturb you two from buying the oven then. Enjoy your shopping. However, Xiao Xiao suddenly poked her head out from Chen Mo's embrace, pouting her little lips. Sister's lying. Teacher Xiao Lu taught us that class can't end before time's up. Sister can't leave early, it's still 5 minutes before 10. The teller frowned and turned away, choosing not to argue further. Her high heels clicked loudly as she walked off, muttering under her breath. Like parents, like children. No manners. Stop right there. Su Yue suddenly smiled. She slipped the silver ring off her ring finger and slammed it onto the glass counter. You can say I'm poor. You can say I dress plainly.
But you can't say my daughter is ill-mannered, and you certainly can't say my husband is inadequate. My daughter knows to buy Lego ambulances for nursing home residents. What about you? My husband earns 3.2 million in 2 or 3 days. What about you? No matter how bright your nails or how flawless your makeup, you can't hide the poverty in your bones. The teller's footsteps faltered, a sneer curling her lips. She didn't believe a word Su Yue said, just like Auntie Wang. She thought Su Yue was bragging. Earning 3.2 million in 2 or 3 days? Does she think she's the head of a rice mill? At that very moment, the other tellers in the store began whispering among themselves. Their eyes and voices carried obvious contempt and skepticism. 3,200,000 in 2 or 3 days? Ha! Why doesn't she just say her husband is a money printing machine, whispered one teller, her voice muffled behind her hand as she laughed derisively. Another teller curled her lip and rolled her eyes. Exactly. She doesn't even bother to make up a decent story. 3.2 million? More like $320. A third teller shook her head with a sarcastic tone. Some people just love to pretend they're something they're not. What's with all the rich lady act? Clearly, no one took Su Yue's words seriously. In fact, the more animated she became, the more ridiculous she seemed to them. Su Yue stood rooted to the spot, her gaze growing ever more resolute. She knew these people were like frogs at the bottom of a well. They couldn't comprehend her husband's ability to earn 3.2 million in just 2 days. Alright, bring me this one. I'll take it. Chen Mo gently clasped Su Yue's small hand, transferring the warmth from his palm to hers. Then he picked up the ring Su Yue had slammed onto the glass counter. He tapped the counter gently with that silver ring, the one that had once stood in for a diamond engagement ring. The sound was neither loud nor soft, yet it made the sales clerk spin around abruptly. You're buying it? Chen Mo smiled faintly, offering no reply. He pulled out his phone and opened the QR code scanning interface, but his finger accidentally slid over to the banking app. The bank balance of 3,276,538.62 yuan flashed briefly on the screen. Click. The clerk's pupils dilated violently, eyes widening in shock, lips parting in disbelief. Other tellers had been watching this exchange. The moment Chen Mo's balance flashed, every face in the branch turned pale. A collective gasp filled the air. He really has over 3.2 million. That woman wasn't bragging. I feel my face burning right now. Before anyone could react, Chen Mo had already switched back to the payment interface and aimed his phone at the QR code on the counter. Ding! A mechanical female voice echoed through the quiet store. WeChat Pay transaction completed, 100,999 renminbi and 99 cents. Each syllable felt like a slap, stinging the cashier's face and turning her pale as a ghost. Simultaneously, it stung the faces of everyone else in the shop, making the flush on their cheeks all the more glaring. 110,000, paid without a second thought, didn't even haggle. Didn't even blink an eye. Now, Chen Mo slipped his phone back into his pocket, scanned the room, then suddenly leaned forward, his cold gaze locked on the cashier's eyes. Could you please bring out that diamond ring? But his peripheral vision caught sight of the diamond ring he had just paid for, still sitting in the display case. Under the spotlight of the display case, the fire and brilliance of the diamond ring seemed to shift ever so slightly. Xiao Zhao's words echoed in his ears. Wow, there's a little butterfly glowing inside this sparkly thing. It's all shimmery and dancing. Chapter 48, what do you think? In the deathly quiet EK boutique, the sales clerk tremblingly opened the display case. The velvet tray slid out slowly, and under the spotlight, the 3.5-carat diamond ring instantly burst into dazzling fire. Please take a look. The clerk's voice was as thin as a mosquito's, trembling with nervousness. Wah! Her little mouth stretched into an O shape again. She struggled to break free from Chen Mo's embrace and lunged toward the diamond ring. Her big eyes widened to their fullest, and with a flurry of her chubby little hands, she managed to grab the ring. It sparkles and dances. Mommy, look. The little butterfly inside is really glowing. Su Yue couldn't help but pause in astonishment. It must be said, the diamond ring was truly exquisite. The 3.5-carat center stone shimmered with iridescent hues under the spotlight, while the 28 paved diamonds encircling the band resembled a galaxy. Especially the center stone, just as Xiao Xiao had described, it seemed to hold a tiny, luminous butterfly dancing within. It was worlds apart from the simple silver ring she wore. Hey! The teller almost warned Xiao Xiao not to damage the ring, but then thought better of it. With over 3.2 million in her bank account, spending 110,000 on a diamond ring was like splashing water. Why bother reminding her? She'd be better off using that time to figure out how to motivate her own husband to earn 3.2 million in just a couple of days, like this woman's husband. Chen Mo stared at the diamond ring priced at 10,999,999 that Xiao Xiao was casually playing with in her hand. Suddenly, the corners of his mouth turned up. He leaned forward and peered closely into the center of the ring's main stone. Under the spotlight, an unusual blue-green hue flickered within the main diamond. It was easy to miss if you weren't paying close attention. Interesting. His fingertip lightly tapped the diamond's girdle.
The pavilion facet angles on this D-color, flawless diamond are off.
Su Yue looked confused. What angle?
Chen Mo activated his phone's flashlight with one hand, angling it to illuminate the diamond and pointing it out to Su Yue.
See the discontinuity at the iridescent edge? It indicates an abnormal light reflection path.
That's what you and Xiao Xiao saw as little butterflies, actually a dispersion phenomenon caused by a cutting defect.
Hard to spot without close inspection.
His words landed with a thud.
The entire boutique fell silent once more.
All the sales associates froze in place. Fingers sorting VIP client lists stopped moving, cloths wiping counters halted mid-motion.
Every pair of eyes was fixed intently on Chen Mo.
The saleswoman standing before Chen Mo broke out in a cold sweat, her lips trembling slightly.
She stammered frantically at Chen Mo.
"Sir, you must have misunderstood.
We do have GIA certificates."
With that, she stumbled toward the back room, her high heels wobbling slightly as she walked. Moments later, she returned clutching a certificate with gold foil embossing, followed by a middle-aged man in a crisp suit. His bearing and demeanor suggested he was the manager of this EK boutique. The manager took the certificate from the clerk, his fingers trembling slightly as he unfolded it. A forced smile spread across his face.
"Sir, do you have concerns about the diamond's quality?"
As you can see, this ring features a top-tier D-color, if clarity diamond.
The GIA certificate number is GLB 548219.
His words trailed off before he could finish.
Chen Mo had already opened the angle measuring app he downloaded while the clerk was away.
As his phone scanned the diamond's pavilion, the screen flashed the jarring number, 41.2.
If I recall correctly, the GIA standard for an EX cut is a maximum pavilion angle of 40.9. This one can only be rated VG.
He flipped his phone to show Su Yue the reading. So, he suddenly snatched the certificate from the store manager's hand, opened the GIA website, and entered the certificate number GLB 548219.
The website displayed D-color if flawless EX cut. Su Yue was completely baffled. What EX cut? What pavilion angle? She didn't understand a single word.
In fact, she had no idea where Chen Mo had acquired all this diamond knowledge. But she suddenly realized her man looked incredibly handsome in this moment.
So, the little butterfly can't fly anymore?
Xiao Xiao was equally bewildered.
If Mama couldn't understand this knowledge, she certainly couldn't be smarter than her.
Chen Mo pinched Xiao Xiao's chubby cheeks, lifted her into Su Yue's arms, then addressed the store manager with deliberate clarity. "So, you forged fake certificates, exploiting consumers' tendency to only check the code and not verify the cut, passing off inferior goods as genuine."
Smack! A sales clerk accidentally knocked over a jewelry tray.
Beads of sweat rolled down the manager's forehead to his nose. He frantically wiped his face. Tonight, they'd encountered a troublesome customer and a highly knowledgeable one at that. Chen Mo had pinpointed the most common certificate swapping scam in diamond ring sales, the very practice their store was currently employing. This practice involved applying the GIA code of a diamond with EX excellent cut and if internally flawless clarity to a diamond with VG very good cut and VS very slightly included clarity. This allowed them to secure higher profits, enabling them to offer larger bonuses to sales associates and motivate them to sell more aggressively. The store manager's forced smile grew even wider. "Sir, you're joking. If you're a regular diamond buyer, you'd know every store uses some enhancement techniques these days." He leaned in half a step and lowered his voice.
"Sir, how about this? We'll offer this diamond ring at cost price." Cost price? Chen Mo's cold smile deepened.
GIA's official website lists this of clarity diamond at 150,000 yuan. You marked it at 110,000, clearly knowing its grade all along. If we were to strictly follow the consumer rights protection law.
He slowly scanned everyone in the store. "Do you know what refund 1, compensate 3 means?" Clang!
The heavily made-up saleswoman who had mocked him earlier stumbled backward, crashing into the counter.
Her lips trembled, turning pale and blue.
The store manager's face drained of color instantly, while the other staff members looked ashen, their calves beginning to shake. After a long pause, the manager finally managed to speak, forcing himself to say, "Sir, strictly speaking, this isn't a flaw. It's just the angle of the cut."
Chen Mo suddenly leaned forward.
The imposing posture made the manager involuntarily lean back.
He stammered, how about refunding 60,000? Chen Mo shook his head gently.
Even accepting 50,000 would constitute completed fraud. And 50,000 is a substantial sum.
Tampering with GIA records in the jewelry industry can be charged as fraud, with a minimum sentence of 3 years.
His gaze swept across all the clerks in the store, finally settling on the mocking clerk.
Accomplices, minimum 1 year.
The mocking clerk's legs buckled, nearly collapsing to his knees. The store manager's hand gripping the counter bulged with veins.
The rest of the staff turned deathly pale, biting their lips tightly.
"Sir!" The manager's voice cracked with tears.
"Return 80,000, no, 90,000. Would 90,000 suffice? Otherwise, we simply can't reconcile the books." Chen Mo looked at him with a faint, mocking smile. "What do you think?" Chapter 49. This is the next time you put a silver ring on my finger. The atmosphere in the store froze to a standstill. Every clerk held their breath, the manager and the mocking clerk nearing collapse. According to the Consumer Rights Protection Law, their actions constituted fraudulent sales, warranting a refund plus triple compensation. Moreover, their unauthorized alteration of GIA records to sell flawed diamonds as flawless ones could be prosecuted under criminal law as selling counterfeit or substandard products, a serious offense. Neither charge was something they could afford to face. Cold sweat trickled down the store manager's forehead to his chin, forming a small bead at his jawline. Looking utterly devastated, his hands trembling, he finally managed to say, "Sir, we'll give you a full refund. You can keep the ring, and we'll provide additional compensation." Almost simultaneously. "Honey." Suyue gently took Chen Mo's hand, her voice soft yet firm. "Let it go." Her gaze fell on the pale heels of the shop assistants. They've got it tough too. They stand 10 hours a day chasing sales targets, their knees are swollen with fluid, and they have to endure people's attitudes. And Suyue took the diamond ring Xiao Xiao was playing with, holding it high. Under the spotlight, the tiny butterfly inside the stone fluttered gracefully. "And besides, this ring is quite beautiful. A little flaw doesn't make it bad. Isn't that how life is? Who doesn't have flaws in their life?" She paused, a playful glint flashing in her eyes. "Flaw sounds like next time in Chinese. Isn't this the next time you put that silver ring on my finger?" With that, she slipped the diamond ring onto her ring finger, gave it a gentle shake, and looked up at Chen Mo. "Pretty, isn't it? My husband has such good taste." Chen Mo froze, silent for a long moment before replying softly. Your heart is still so soft." He turned to face the store manager and the mocking clerk. "You two should thank my wife. If it weren't for her, today's incident wouldn't have ended so simply." The mocking teller hung her head, her nails digging deep into her palms, unable to utter a word. The manager visibly exhaled in relief, but quickly regained his composure. "Please wait a moment," he said before hurrying back into the back room. Moments later, he strode back out, holding an EK lifetime warranty card, a POS machine, and an elegant gift box. "Sir, our store was at fault today. We will refund the full purchase price of the diamond ring and provide lifetime maintenance for this ring. This gift box is a small token from us to your daughter." Upon hearing there was a gift for her, Xiao Xiao eagerly tore open the box. Inside, a crystal butterfly hairpin sparkled brilliantly under the lights. "Wow, mommy and daddy, look! It's sparkling. Xiao Xiao has something sparkly too." Chen Mo remained silent, but Suyue smiled gently, softly stroking her daughter's head before turning to the store manager and saying softly, "Thank you. Don't jump to conclusions about customers so quickly in the future." All the cashiers, including the store manager, nodded vigorously. After the family of three left the EK boutique, the little girl skipped along wearing her new hair clip. Suddenly, she looked up and asked, "Mommy, why do little butterflies live in shiny things?" Suyue paused, thought carefully, then crouched down and gently tapped her daughter's nose. "Because the little butterfly knows that inside the sparkly things lies something more precious than perfection." Xiao Xiao blinked her eyes, seeming to understand yet not quite grasping it. Suddenly, she pointed her chubby little finger at Chen Mo. "Then why does daddy know the sparkly things hold secrets? He just mentioned a little pavilion. What's that pavilion with horns?" Suyue froze too. Why did Chen Mo know so much about diamonds? She picked up her daughter and looked up at Chen Mo. "Right. How do you know all this?" Chen Mo casually scratched his nose, just from scrolling through Douyin. Suyue looked skeptical. "You learned all that from scrolling through Douyin?" "No way." Little Xiao suddenly lifted her round little face. "Daddy didn't use his phone to look at sparkly things. He used to sneakily look at them on his computer at night." Little Xiao saw it when she woke up in the middle of the night. Suyue's breath caught. So he'd been thinking all along about making up for the diamond ring from years ago. The fiery brilliance of the diamond ring on her ring finger suddenly blurred before her eyes. She quickly lowered her head, only to feel a warm drop hit the back of her hand. Xiao Xiao frantically wiped Suyue's face. "Mommy, did I say something wrong?" Chen Mo gently embraced both mother and daughter, his voice resting on Suyue's hair. "I hope this belated but never forgotten promise finds favor with you." Suyue clutched Chen Mo's t-shirt and nodded softly. "I love it. Just like how I loved watching your back in the library during college." Xiao Xiao suddenly shook her little head, her crystal hair clip sparkling. "What about Xiao Xiao? Do daddy and mommy like Xiao Xiao?" The couple exchanged a glance, smiling simultaneously before answering in unison. "You're the free gift, buy one, get one free." Xiao Xiao froze instantly, her little mouth puckering as she burst into tears. Wah. Mid-cry, she suddenly threw herself into Suyue's arms, burying her face in her shoulder, looking utterly aggrieved. "Xiao Xiao isn't a freebie. Xiao Xiao is sparkly quantity." Chen Mo raised an eyebrow. "Sparkly count?" Xiao Xiao lifted her tear-filled eyes and carefully explained, counting on her fingers. It's less than 100 sparkly things. Mommy said the fewer there are, the more precious they are." Su Yue couldn't help but chuckle, gently wiping the tears from her daughter's face. It's a limited edition. Our Xiao Xiao is definitely a limited edition, the only one in the whole world. Chen Mo chuckled softly, pinching Xiao Xiao's chubby cheeks.
Not only is Xiao Xiao a limited edition, she's the most precious hidden edition, rarer than diamonds. Xiao Xiao finally broke into a smile, her chubby little hand touching the crystal butterfly on her hair clip as she proudly declared. Then Xiao Xiao is the super duper universe first limited edition. The couple chimed in unison once more. Of course, a priceless treasure. After Xiao Zhao's smile returned, she tugged gently at Su Yue's sleeve. Mommy, you said you were going to buy an oven. Xiao Xiao wants to eat Mommy's baked chicken wings again. It's been so long. Only then did Su Yue recall that when Chen Mo bought the diamond ring, she had indeed mentioned wanting a new oven. Their old one had been used for years, and the chicken wings she baked for Xiao Xiao always ended up burnt on one side and raw on the other. She looked up at Chen Mo and blinked. Mr. Chen, shall we go now? Your little greedy girl wants to buy an oven to eat roasted wings. Chen Mo scooped up Xiao Xiao with one arm and took Su Yue's hand with the other. Let's go buy one. While we're at it, let's replace all the appliances that need updating. Just get the expensive ones. You can take pictures for Auntie Wang later. This isn't showing off, it's keeping the receipts like you said. Giggle giggle. Su Yue laughed until she doubled over. Little Xiao was infected by her parents' joy, her face beaming with happiness. Chapter 50. Would Mr. Chen mind putting in some extra hours? Once again, they returned home from Century Shopping Plaza laden with purchases, elevating the home's freshness to an entirely new level. The robot vacuum circled the living room, beeping as it cleaned. The new oven Su Yue had been raving about stood quietly in the kitchen corner, facing the brand new range hood across the room. The bedroom now featured a plush wool rug that felt like walking on clouds. On this cloud-like surface, the smart children's bed they'd bought for Xiao Xiao played gentle lullabies, while a starry night light cast a warm, amber glow. Xiao Xiao bounced excitedly on her new bed for a while until the installation crew left. Finally exhausted, she curled up into a little ball, hugging her new busy bear stuffed animal, and fell fast asleep. Chen Mo quietly closed the bedroom door, only to be embraced from behind by Su Yue. Are you tired? Su Yue rested her head against his back, her voice low and soft, tinged with laughter. Chen Mo shook his head gently, then turned to pull his wife into his embrace. His gaze swept over the home that felt like a brand new one, and the corners of his mouth curved upward. Not tired. A mischievous glint flashed in Su Yue's eyes as her slender fingers tapped his chest. Then, would Mr. Chen mind working a little overtime? Chen Mo caught Su Yue's fingers, leaning down to kiss her red lips. But then the bedroom door creaked open. Xiao Xiao rubbed her eyes, still clutching the busy bear stuffed animal. Drowsy and disoriented, she mumbled. Daddy, Mommy, aren't you guys going to sleep yet? Are you playing kissy kissy? The couple froze simultaneously. Su Yue's ears burned as she quickly took a step back, lowering her head in panic. No, we were discussing who'll take you to kindergarten tomorrow. Xiao Xiao tilted her head, clearly skeptical, but sleepiness overpowered her curiosity. Yawning, she wobbled over and reached up for a hug. Mommy took me today, so Daddy can take me tomorrow, right? Teacher Xiao Lu said she can pick me up too. Before she could finish, she was already nodding off while standing. Chen Mo bent down to scoop her up. The little girl immediately clung to him like a koala, tilted her head, and fell fast asleep again. Su Yue couldn't help but laugh out loud, gently poking her daughter's soft, chubby cheeks. You little rascal, always coming out to cause trouble. Chen Mo carried the little one toward the bedroom, deliberately turning back to wink at Su Yue. Don't worry, we'll continue our discussion later. Half an hour later, on the living room sofa, the night air was seductive. Su Yue lay in Chen Mo's embrace, her voice dreamy and soft. Honey, remember to drink the goji berry and mulberry tea tomorrow, otherwise, day after day, you won't be able to handle it. Chen Mo. You've got that backwards. You're the one begging for mercy. But yeah, I should drink it tomorrow. It'd be a waste to buy it and not use it. It's definitely not because my back hurts, no, not at all. Don't even suggest that. Glancing at the clock in the living room, 11:52 p.m. Chen Mo gently carried Su Yue back to the bedroom bed. He lay down beside her, his mind wandering as he waited for the next day's baby game. With this much money in the account now, I could pay off both the car loan and the mortgage early. Maybe keep the mortgage funds for now. What if the new baby game needs money? The car loan can be paid off completely. I kept putting it off because I was thinking about getting a new car. Xiao Xiao is getting bigger, and this car. Maybe I should just buy a new one. I'm always running around and need a car. My wife has a license too, but it's inconvenient for her to take Xiao Xiao anywhere. Just as he was pondering, noon arrived precisely. Ding! Today's baby game generated. 1. The whale song in the stinky rock. At the farmer's market near the post office, around 7 in the morning, Uncle Sue's seafood stall would have foam boxes filled with freshly caught little sea fish. Among them was a plump cod brother, hiding a warm secret inside his belly. This greedy big fish accidentally swallowed Grandpa Whale's treasure capsule, a gray stone that glows warm.
Gently poke it with your little finger, and you can even smell the scent of the sea. Sneak a whiff, and you'll dream of whales singing at night. Give the stone a bath with a lighter, and it'll crack open its mouth with joy, spitting out a handful of glittering gold tooth keys. The golden tooth keys unlock the password cave, where fragrant treasures inside can be traded for tons and tons of candy. 2. The crying manga spirit. Beside the giant's gleaming foot lies a dimly lit old bookstall. Hidden among the stacks, the Dragon Ball manuscript weeps, clutching a half-eaten senzu bean. Quickly gather all 7 shining Dragon Ball stickers to summon the dragon and tickle it. It'll stop crying, start giggling, and give you 7 glowing scales. These scales dance under moonlight and unlock the virtual turtle hermit's house for you. Inside the virtual came house lie piles upon piles of gold coins. 3. Grandpa Camera's memory can. Old Tom from the post office alley turned into a star. His beloved old camera was sent to the cloud auction house, where an uncle dressed like a judge auctioned it off. This Leica camera is extraordinary. The mold spots on its lens glow secretly at midnight. Inside lies a secret from 1937, Uncle Panda guarding little animals in Stone City. The mechanical foot basin chickens from the Forgetfulness Bureau are patrolling. They want to erase these memories with rubber erasers. If the photos vanish, old Tom will dim with sadness in the stars. Attend the moonlight auction at 3 p.m. to obtain Grandpa Old Tom's Leica camera. Craft the developing magic potion, and the Leica will share its secrets. Deliver the photos to the Panda family's messenger before sunrise to receive a special badge and a bear piggy bank filled with gold coins. 4. Moonlight Construction Crew's secret mission. At the Sleepyhead construction site near Maggiaio, 7 unfinished buildings stand. Lately, the moon postman delivers glowing envelopes every night, and the cement babies secretly sing joyful songs, awaiting next month's arrival. Purchase them now. A simple sweep will make magic seeds sprout under moonlight. After blooming, harvest petals and nectar to exchange for blue and red candies. The White Cat manager will even deliver magical paint. 5. Tiny Ping Pong Hide and Seek. Nearby Golden Sparkle Bank and Lightning 4S store will hold a joint event at 10:30 a.m. Deposit $100,000 for a chance to win big anniversary celebration. Deposit $100,000 to enter the draw. The grand prize is a Xiaomi SU7 Ultra provided by Lightning 4S shop, worth nearly 100 large gold coins. But the grand prize ping pong ball isn't in the raffle box. The box is actually a prop box borrowed from a wedding company. The temp worker grabbed the wrong one, and the tiny ping pong ball hid in the prop box's secret compartment. Press the raised bump on the bottom left corner of the box 5 times to activate the spring mechanism. Then rotate the bump counterclockwise 90 degrees to open the small hole in the compartment and retrieve the Xiaomi SU7 Ultra car key. Chapter 51, Hands busy, eyes shining, dreams in the heart. As the baby game prompts flashed across his retinal display, Chen Mo's eyes gradually brightened. Today's game hints were almost identical to yesterday's all heavy hitters. 1. The whale song in the stinky stone. A codfish accidentally swallowed a piece of ambergris. Chen Mo's lips curved upward. Ambergris was a precious commodity, the raw material for top-tier perfumes, with high-quality specimens fetching tens of millions. 2. The crying voice of the comic spirit. Akira Toriyama's Dragon Ball manuscript leaked to the public? His heartbeat quickened. If he could snag this manuscript at a bargain price and pair it with the metaverse NFT concept, its value would be beyond measure. 5. The tiny ping pong balls hide and seek. Chen Mo couldn't help but laugh. Just moments ago he'd been considering replacing his car, and now he might score $1 million luxury electric vehicle for free tomorrow? As for 4. The Moonlight Construction Crew's secret mission. The 7 unfinished buildings around Maggiaio? He furrowed his brow slightly, but it quickly smoothed out again. Though he currently held 3.2 million yuan, it was nowhere near enough to purchase 7 unfinished buildings. But just because it wasn't enough didn't mean he couldn't leverage Lin Yan and Sui like he had the day before yesterday. After all, Yi Luxiao was still his little fangirl. Leaking this info to her dad, Yi Hongqiu, might put him at a slight disadvantage now, but down the line, who knows? This debt of gratitude would likely prove as difficult to repay as those owed to Lin Yan and Sui. But then again, the follow-up payments from Lin Yan and Sui should be arriving soon, right? With that thought, Chen Mo turned his gaze toward 3. Grandpa Camera's memory can. The 1937 Leica camera held the truth about Jinling City. Chen Mo felt a sudden heaviness in his chest. The Japanese are still rewriting history, denying that dark period, and refusing to apologize to the Chinese people. He must obtain these photographs. Even without reward, he must go. This has nothing to do with personal gain, it's the blood of our nation running through our veins. Slowly regaining his composure, Chen Mo breathed a sigh of relief. Today's schedule is much easier to manage than yesterday's. The time crunch yesterday caused tasks to overlap, but today we can complete everything in order. His gaze drifted back to Su Yue, fast asleep beside him. His expression softened as he gently tucked the air-conditioned blanket around her. But I'm afraid my dear wife will have to endure another hardship tomorrow. She'll still have to take little one to kindergarten alone. The next morning, the first light of dawn was just breaking. Chen Mo had already prepared breakfast for the family: shrimp dumplings, millet porridge, and warm milk. After untying his apron, he left a sticky note on the refrigerator before heading out the door. No sooner had he reached the underground parking garage of the residential complex than he bumped into Auntie Wang, the kind-hearted woman from the night before. Unlike last night, Auntie Wang now carried a vegetable basket instead of her urology fan, accompanied by a middle-aged man in a crisp suit and gold-rimmed glasses. The bespectacled man was currently bending down to climb into a Toyota Highlander worth over 300,000 yuan, deliberately wiping his fingers on the emblem on the steering wheel. The moment she spotted Chen Mo, Auntie Wang exploded. "Chen Mo!" she shrieked, charging forward, her vegetable basket shaking violently. "Your wife sent me screenshots yesterday, and I showed them to my son. He works at a bank and said they're photoshopped. Have you two no shame? If you're poor, just admit it. Why pretend to be rich?" Hearing Auntie Wang's words, the bespectacled man also jumped out of the car. He deliberately stood up straight, looking quite respectable, but the bitterness in his eyes was impossible to hide. "My mother is old. She hasn't done anything to you, yet you bully her like this? And you call yourselves neighbors?" He sneered coldly, tapping his finger on the Highlander's emblem. "Your car's a domestic Geely Xingrui, huh? TSK, driving a beat-up old clunker like that and pretending to be millionaires? Photoshopping pictures to deceive the elderly, is that the best your family can do?" Chen Mo's eyes turned icy. "Oof. Just one night passed and now it's our family bullying Auntie Wang. Photoshopping pictures to deceive the elderly." He shook his head gently. Some people's horizons just don't match the volume of their voices. He didn't want to deal with Aunt Wang and her son, not even exchange a word. He walked straight toward his Geely Xingrui grocery cart. But Aunt Wang wouldn't let it go. She chased after him, her voice echoing through the underground parking garage. "What's the matter? Got caught and now you're playing dumb? Let me tell you, my son's been working at a bank for 10 years. He's seen every kind of transfer record. That crappy screenshot of yours? He saw right through it, it's fake." Her son chimed in with a sarcastic retort. "Mom, just drop it. Why bother arguing with someone like this? They're just scraping by at the bottom. All they can do is Photoshop pictures online to feel important." Chen Mo didn't even turn his head, just twisted the key and started the engine. The grocery van's engine growled low as the Geely Xingrui shot forward. Behind them, Aunt Wang and her son's voices echoed through the parking lot. "Running away? Guilty conscience, huh? What's a broke bum trying to act like a big shot? What a loser, too scared to even speak up. Hilarious. I'll post this on my social feed later for everyone to see." 6:50 p.m., the temporary farmers market near the post office. Chen Mo stepped on the wet tiles, heading toward the seafood section. The pungent smell hit his nose, but he paid it no mind. His gaze scanned each stall like radar. He was searching for Uncle Su's seafood stall, as hinted in 1. The Whale Song in the Stinky Stone. Zhang's Seafood, Old Lee's Seafood. Suddenly, his pupils contracted sharply. Amidst the seafood stalls, beneath a blue waterproof tarp, a crooked sign peeked out. It boldly read, "Su's Seafood Shop." Beside the blue tarp stood rows of phone boxes. Inside one large phone box, several codfish with a bluish sheen lay motionless. The largest one in the corner had an abnormally rounded, swollen belly, and its gills had an unnatural grayish-white hue. "Hey, how much for this cod?" Chen Mo hurried over and asked the stall owner. Old Su, the stall owner, a man in his 50s with a cigarette dangling from his lips, glanced at Chen Mo, then at the half-dead cod before stating, 6 yuan per pound. Chen Mo smiled, skillfully scooping the cod out of the phone box and haggling like a domesticated house husband. "Hey, boss, this fish looks like it's about to turn white, and it's pretty big too, at least 40 pounds, right? That'll feed a family for ages." As he spoke, he leaned in to sniff the cod. A pungent stench hit him, not just the usual fishy smell, but also a faint, peculiar, musty fragrance. That was the unmistakable scent of ambergris. Chen Mo deliberately wrinkled his nose. "Boss, this fish is really turning white and stinking up the place. Take a whiff if you don't believe me. Cut me a deal." Old Su narrowed his eyes and scrutinized Chen Mo from head to toe. Suddenly, he grinned, revealing teeth yellowed by years of smoking. "Young man, the way you're standing there doesn't look like you're here to buy groceries." Chen Mo raised an eyebrow slightly but didn't respond. Old Su's grin widened, his face crinkling like an old wrinkled tangerine, his expression tinged with understanding. "I've seen people like you on TV, hands busy, eyes shining, dreams in your heart. Fine, $5 a pound. Let's make a good deal." Old Su took the cod, about to place it on the scale, when that irritating voice Chen Mo had heard earlier in the parking lot pierced through the market's clamor not far from them. "Oh my, so poor you can only afford dead fish?" Chapter 52, Hello and Goodbye. Accompanied by that shrill voice, Auntie Wang pushed her way through the crowd, vegetable basket in hand. Her son, the bespectacled man, followed close behind. "See, Mom? I told you so. I said it was photoshopped." The bespectacled man pushed his gold-rimmed glasses up his nose. Who in their right mind would come early in the morning to fight over dead fish?
Old Su's cigarette but flared suddenly as he shot a sideways glance at Auntie Wang and her son.
How's my fish dead?
Look, its gills are still fluttering. He blew out a smoke ring, his narrowed eyes flashing with a sharp gleam. Besides, what fish people buy to cook is none of your damn business. I've seen your kind on TV crooked trees blaming others for blocking their light when they can't grow straight themselves.
Auntie Wang's face flushed crimson.
She flung her vegetable basket, smashing it onto Old Su's stall.
Who are you calling a crooked tree? You stinking fishmonger, what do you know? How is it none of our business? Do you have any idea how that person bullied me last night? Her voice rising to a shrill pitch, she launched into a dramatic recounting of last night's incident, how Su Yue had humiliated her by posting screenshots online.
Naturally, she omitted the part where she deliberately provoked the situation. The elderly folks buying groceries nearby gradually gathered around, listening intently to Auntie Wang's story.
Pointing fingers and murmuring, the chatter surged toward Chen Mo like a tidal wave.
An old woman pursed her lips and muttered, "Young people these days, they're getting more and more out of hand." An old man with a basket of tofu nodded in agreement, "Exactly. They just pretend to be rich and bully us old folks." Then a woman clutching a bag of cheap frozen shrimp fixed her gaze on the corner of the Geely Xingrue car key peeking from Chen Mo's pocket.
Driving a domestic Geely and pretending to be rich?
My son drives a top-of-the-line Honda CR-V and wouldn't dare show off like that.
Finally.
After Aunt Wang finished her tirade, Chen Mo, who'd remained silent, spoke up calmly.
Finished?
If you're done, don't hold me up while I shop. Just then, Old Su flicked away his scorching cigarette but pulled another from the pack, flicked it on with a click, and took a deep drag.
Don't hold me back from doing business either.
Their words landed like bombs, instantly stirring up a hornet's nest. You too. Auntie Wang trembled with rage, about to hurl her vegetable basket again, only to realize she'd already flung it aside. She turned to the surrounding crowd, her voice completely breaking down.
Everyone, look. This is what young people are like nowadays.
Not a shred of remorse, acting like a dead pig fearing no boiling water. Her son yanked off his glasses, eyes bloodshot with fury. Living next door to you people is the worst curse my family could ever have. You bully my mother and still have the nerve to act like this.
I'm heading to the bank right now to check your family's transaction records.
I'll post everything on Douyin, Douban, and WeChat Moments so everyone can see your true colors. The crowd erupted in chaos at that moment. The old man with the tofu in his basket shook his head and muttered, "TSK, still so calm." The woman clutching frozen shrimp spat out a pft.
Acting. Keep acting.
Amidst the roaring chorus of curses,
Chen Mo's phone vibrated.
A call came in, the caller ID showing Sui. The final payment has been transferred, the voice on the other end rang out clearly above the market clamor.
As I said before, I prepared some Da Hong Pao.
I'll be waiting for you to come drink it, discuss valuation models, and talk about equity distribution.
Then, a crisp electronic female voice blared. Alipay received 600,000 yuan. The entire market fell instantly silent. Everyone froze in place, utterly dumbfounded.
Auntie Wang's mouth snapped open wide, her jaw nearly dislocated, her entire face frozen into a distorted O shape. Her mind felt like 10,000 llamas were stampeding through it. The bespectacled man's pupils contracted violently, his face contorting as his glasses clattered to the damp ground, the lenses cracking into shards. The old man carrying the basket of tofu stumbled, the basket smashing against his foot and smearing tofu all over his shoes. The auntie clutching frozen shrimp turned so red her face seemed ready to drip water. A direct deposit of 600,000 yuan could even replace the emblem on her son's top-of-the-line Honda CR-V with gold. Even the butcher at the distant chicken stall froze, blood dripping from his knife, his face frozen in disbelief.
600,000?
The bespectacled man's voice trembled. His fingers shook as he stammered, it must be a ringtone.
I've seen it all in banking. Before he could finish, Chen Mo's phone vibrated again.
It was Lin Yan calling.
Here's your share of the partnership profit. I'm transferring it now. You still owe me one.
Of course, I hope you'll use that debt to buy shares in my company.
WeChat Pay received 480,000 yuan.
Click. The entire market suddenly felt as if an invisible giant hand had clamped down on its throat. Everyone held their breath in tense silence. The old man with tofu paste smeared all over his shoes stumbled, his slipper catching on his ankle. The grandmother who had just muttered, "Young people these days are getting more and more out of hand," hunched over and pushed her way into the crowd. The woman clutching frozen shrimp unconsciously loosened her grip, scattering black-tailed shrimp across the floor. The butcher's knife slipped from the chicken vendor's hand, clattering onto the cutting board. Auntie Wang's legs gave way, her body sliding to the floor as if her bones had dissolved. The bespectacled man rushed to catch her, but his own knees buckled first. With a thud, he knelt straight down on the ground.
1.08 million.
That figure represented a height unattainable by countless people striving their entire lives, a dream forever out of reach for so many.
And now, in less than 2 seconds, two cold, emotionless electronic voices delivered the announcement as casually as saying hello or goodbye.
Old Su's cigarette fell to the ground once more. This time, it wasn't his own doing, he'd been startled.
He slowly raised his head, straining his eyes to look at Chen Mo. Chen Mo's calm profile looked as though he'd casually picked up a cabbage. "Boss, weigh it." Chen Mo spoke casually amidst the stunned silence. Old Su snapped back to his senses, reflexively grabbing the scale rod before quickly setting it down again. He pulled out a large plastic bag and began packing the cod for Chen Mo, a gleam flashing in his eyes. "Hey, I knew you weren't just any ordinary guy. This fish is on me, Old Su. Just keep patronizing my business from now on." Chen Mo glanced at Old Su, accepted the plastic bag without refusal, and nodded. Another unexpected turn of events. Whether it was the weight of the fish or water on the bag making it slippery, the plastic bag slipped right out of Chen Mo's hands. Thud. The cod hit the ground, its swollen belly bursting open with a pop. A sticky, blackish-gray mass rolled out. "Dragon!" A retired sailor in the crowd suddenly shrieked, "Ambergris?" At that very moment, another voice shattered from the ground. "Mom! Don't faint! This can't be. He? How could he?" Old Su's pupils dilated violently. The stone stained with fish blood glowed with an eerie iridescence in the morning light. Chapter 53, 8 million as the floor price. The retired old sailor staggered through the crowd, his weathered hands roughened by years of seawater trembling as he picked up the dark gray lump from the ground. He fished his reading glasses from his pocket and slipped them on. His thick-knuckled fingers gently wiped away the slime coating the surface, revealing intricate golden patterns beneath. This is top-grade whale's tears," the old sailor's voice trembled. "Look at these patterns. Only elderly sperm whales that feed on deep-sea squid can produce this golden thread pattern. You might not find one piece in 100 whales." The crowd fell into an eerie silence once more. The tofu vendor forgot to remove the slipper stuck on his ankle, leaving him frozen in place, one foot bare, the other shod. The old woman who called it unbelievable hunched so low she nearly touched the ground, as if a crack in the earth beckoned her to slip inside. How much is it worth?" stammered the woman whose frozen blacktail shrimp had spilled everywhere. The old sailor snatched a pristine plastic bag from Old Su, packed the dark gray lump inside, and handed it back to Chen Mo while gesturing an 8-character sign. 10 years ago, I saw something similar when I sailed to Oman. It was just over a liang, and that old fisherman sold it for 800,000. This one? 8 million is the starting price. Whoa! The entire market erupted. The gasps nearly blew the tin roof off this makeshift farmer's market. 8 million? Did you get that wrong? Buying a dead fish and scoring 8 million? He already made 1.08 million earlier, and now he's picked up another 8 million? China's bargain hunting king? I need to call my wife. We're eating fish for dinner this week. Auntie Wang had just been snapped out of her faint by her son, the bespectacled man, pinching her nose only to pass out again. Meanwhile, the bespectacled man suddenly felt severely oxygen deprived, struggling to breathe. He pinched his thigh hard to stay conscious, his bloodshot eyes bulging as he demanded. 8 million? This crappy rock is worth 8 million? You're lying. Rubbish stone? The old sailor sneered. Did you complain about the price when buying Chanel No. 5 for your wife? $3,000 for that tiny bottle just because it has 0.1% ambergris. He pointed at the new plastic bag in Chen Mo's hand and continued. This piece weighs about 0.8 kilograms and it's top-grade quality. Enough to make 5,000 bottles of perfume. Do the math yourself. How much do you think it's worth? The bespectacled man went limp, collapsing onto the damp ground as his gaze grew vacant. Of course. Chen Mo was a bit stunned himself. He knew ambergris was expensive, but he never imagined his piece could be worth 8 million. This first big haul of the day far exceeded his wildest expectations, so much so that he was stunned himself. But he quickly regained his composure. An estimated value of 8 million was not the same as actually cashing in 8 million. He hadn't expected to be able to exchange this piece of ambergris for 8 million. This, whale song in a stinky stone, just like Grandpa Shepherd's space gem and Joe Xiaotu's magic quill, was something he intended to exchange for something special. Something special concerning the backbone of the nation. As for the money, Old Su narrowed his eyes and stared at the ambergris in Chen Mo's hand for over 10 seconds before suddenly slapping his thigh. Damn it! I knew something was off about that cod we hauled in today. When the fishermen pulled it up yesterday, they said its belly was swollen like it was 3 months pregnant. My eye for people is sharp, but when it comes to judging things like this, not so much. He pulled out his phone to snap a picture. Hey, buddy, let me snap a picture. This'll be my bragging rights for half a year. But don't worry, I just misjudged it today. I knew you weren't like us ordinary folks. I've never got your kind of eye for this stuff. Chen Mo gave Old Su a long, lingering look, his gaze pausing for a moment on the cracked screen of Old Su's phone. His screensaver was a photo of his daughter. Old Su chuckled. My daughter. But said no more. After snapping the photo, Old Su pulled another black plastic bag to wrap the ambergris in an extra layer, slipping his phone number inside. If you ever need any rare seafood, just give me a shout. I'll save it for you. My name's Old Su. Every seafood stall knows I'm fair with my prices. Chen Mo smiled softly and nodded solemnly. All right.
As Chen Mo walked out of the seafood section, the bustling sounds from the stalls rose and fell in waves, as lively as during the New Year celebrations.
I spotted that fish first. How dare you snatch it from me? It's yours if you paid for it. I paid mine. Hey, boss. Cut open all these fish bellies for me. What? I'm not buying? I just scanned the QR code. You say I'm not buying?
After stowing the ambergris in the trunk of his Geely Xingrui, Chen Mo headed straight for Fragrance Workshop, a local perfume company in Chengdu. This was the special ingredient concerning the backbone of domestic production. Ever since the baby game appeared in the early hours, he'd been pondering how to monetize this ambergris. Ultimately, he decided to sell it to a perfume company.
Choosing Fragrance Workshop was no coincidence.
It was a news article he stumbled upon while searching for local perfume companies in Rongcheng. Rongcheng's local perfume brand Fragrance Workshop faces acquisition crisis as foreign giant Shangshi Fragrance forces low-price takeover.
The article mentioned that Li Yusen, the second-generation successor of Fragrance Workshop, like her father, was one of the few contemporary female entrepreneurs who insisted on traditional perfume-making methods.
Building upon her father's formulas, she refined and ultimately developed the perfume Kunlun Snow, which champions ancient Chinese perfumery techniques and refuses to use any industrial fragrances.
However,
in recent years, the American perfume giant Shangshi Fragrance has been monopolizing the high-end fragrance supply chain through capital operations and has colluded with other brands to refuse supplying raw materials to Shanyun Workshop. Among these is the most crucial ingredient, ambergris. Li Yusen refused to back down, steadfastly refusing to sell her formula, but she couldn't bear the fact that her stockpile of ambergris was nearly depleted.
Beneath this news article, some commenters even sneered.
Local businesses are so stubborn.
What's wrong with selling to foreign investors?
As the great businessman Li said, business knows no borders.
No matter how stubborn you are, Li Yusen, you'll eventually have to sign the papers. Otherwise, well, just wait for bankruptcy. Why not sell?
Our Chinese perfumes are inherently inferior to foreign brands. Look at how many more years they've been developing their craft.
And you're clinging to ancient methods? What market share do traditional techniques even hold in the perfume industry?
Reading these harsh comments, Chen Mo silently shut off her phone, her mind made up.
This ambergris, he would sell it to Fragrance Workshop. He would sell it to Li Yusen. And
he would sell it in a way that would completely shatter Shangshi Shangyun's defenses.
The news says today is the final round of negotiations between Fragrance Workshop and Shangshi Fragrance. This timing is perfect. At the same time, Rongcheng, Fragrance Workshop headquarters. Li Yusen's slender fingers clenched the acquisition agreement tightly, her fingertips trembling slightly. Across the desk, Zhou Shang, CEO assistant of Shangshi Fragrance, looked down on Li Yusen with an air of superiority. He took a leisurely sip of coffee, his eyes filled with condescending pity. Ms. Li, business knows no borders. The Kunlun Snow perfume will only reach its full potential within Shingshi's global network. Li Yusen clenched her fists in fury, her nails digging into her palms.
She disagreed with Zhou Shang's words completely. They made her sick to her stomach.
She knew Shingshi's tricks all too well. Over the years, this American-controlled local enterprise had acquired far too many time-honored Chinese brands. Yet after each takeover, they completely transformed them.
Though the labels still bore the original names, none adhered to traditional perfumery methods. Instead, they all used cheap synthetic fragrances mixed together.
You've even altered the formulas? Li Yusen's voice trembled violently.
You've discarded the very essence of our Chinese heritage.
How can you still talk about business knows no borders?
Zhou Shang smiled in response. Consumers only care about the label and the story we sell. As for whether the bottle contains ambergris or synthetic musk, he shrugged. Who cares? You. Li Yusen gritted her teeth, her face contorted with fury.
Suddenly, the phone rang.
The front desk's urgent voice came through the receiver.
Ms. Li, a Mr. Chen insists on seeing you. He says, it's about the spice collaboration? Chapter 54, take it. Upon hearing the receptionist's report, Zhou Shang raised an eyebrow and took a leisurely sip of coffee. Seems I have another visitor today. Should I step out?
Though he spoke thus, he made no move to rise. Seated immovably in his chair, he didn't even hint at standing. His delicate fingers held the coffee spoon, stirring the liquid gently within the cup.
Li Yusen took a deep breath and instructed the front desk over the phone. Please bring Mr. Chen in.
As the conference room door swung open, Chen Mo walked in dripping water from the plastic bag he carried. Zhou Shang snorted derisively, lifting his head toward Li Yusen with a forced smile.
Is this takeout you ordered, Ms. Li? It's leaking soup.
He raised his arm, tapping his wristwatch lightly as a reminder. Ms. Li, our time is valuable. Chen Mo strode straight to the conference table, gave the plastic bag a sharp shake, and the dark gray object rolled out, coming to rest between Li Yusen and Zhou Shang's line of sight.
I hear you're in need of this? Zhou Shang didn't register it at first, hastily covering his nose. Where did you get this stinking rock? But before he could finish, he froze in place. He recognized it. It was actually a piece of ambergris.
Almost simultaneously, Li Yusen sprang to her feet, her pupils suddenly contracting. Her eyes brimmed with astonishment and delight.
Ambergris?
Chen Mo gave a slight nod, casting a brief glance at Zhou Shang before turning to Li Yusen with a faint expression.
Now we can discuss the spice collaboration? Zhou Shang's gaze darted between Chen Mo and the ambergris.
A cold smile suddenly curled his lips.
This piece of ambergris is wild-caught, isn't it?
Still stained with fish blood.
Poof. The quality of wild ambergris is highly unpredictable. Judging by the appearance of yours, it barely qualifies as entry-level spice. He turned his head and looked at Li Yusen again. Ms. Li, are you really planning to use entry-level material to craft your so-called Kunlun snow? That would be a serious blow to your reputation. Li Yusen stared intently at the faint golden vein visible at the base of the ambergris, offering no reply. As the assistant to the CEO of a foreign perfume giant, Zhou Shang might misjudge due to arrogance, but she was the master of traditional incense making, she would never mistake it. The golden vein she saw was the signature whale's tear pattern of ambergris. Just as Li Yusen was about to speak, she saw Chen Mo leisurely pull a penknife from his pocket. With a click, the blade sprang open. He had specifically requested this penknife from the receptionist before entering the office. He knew that since Shangshi was in its final round of negotiations with Shang Yun, this penknife would inevitably come in handy. Chen Mo wiped the blade lightly with his sleeve, a faint smile curving his lips. Mr. Li, as far as I understand, the first step in traditional incense making is purifying the materials. With your permission, I'll borrow your office to demonstrate my skills. Then, he glanced at Zhou Shang. This gentleman must be Xingshi's representative. Let's show him what entry-level incense ingredients truly look like. The penknife sliced into the ambergris, and golden veins burst open like lightning. Instantly, the conference room filled with an exotic fragrance blending caramel and sea breeze. Zhou Shang's breath caught. The coffee spoon in his hand clattered to the floor, shattering into several pieces. Whale's tears? His voice choked, turning hoarse and raspy like a duck's croak. How is this possible? How could wild ambergris possess such quality? Though Li Yusen had already recognized the ambergris as tears of the whale, her lips still trembled uncontrollably when confronted with the truth. This was whale's tear. The pinnacle of ambergris, a treasure of the rarest kind. Its fixative effect was beyond ordinary ambergris. It could make a perfume's base notes linger on the skin for over 3 full days. Consider this, most perfumes on the market only last for 8 hours. Those that hold up for 24 hours are already rare as hen's teeth. Lasting over 3 days? That was practically legendary. Chen Mo cast a faint glance at Zhou Shang, the smile curling at the corners of his mouth growing more pronounced. Gentlemen, have you had your fill of entry-level ingredients? Now let's examine the backbone within these layers. With that, he produced a lighter and flicked it open, igniting a small flake of ambergris with a sharp click. The moment the flame touched the cut surface, a spiral of blue smoke shot upward, coalescing in midair into a peculiar pattern. Golden threads. Zhou Shang's suit back was soaked through. This is the pinnacle of the pinnacle. Only whales born before 1945 could produce. Li Yusen's tears instantly welled up and spilled over. Golden thread pattern. This was the ultimate fixative, one that traditional incense masters might spend their entire lives without ever encountering. Her father had devoted 50 years to the art of incense, yet never once touched such a treasure in his lifetime. And today, this man before her had simply placed it before her. Not charity, but partnership. Not pity, but inheritance. However, Li Yusen quickly realized another grave problem. Namely, Mr. Chen had come to discuss a spice partnership, yet such a top-tier specimen was completely beyond her means to purchase. At a conservative market estimate, a single gram would cost 15,000 yuan. Chen Mo's sample weighed approximately 0.8 kilograms. That meant 12 million yuan. This was completely out of reach. Zhou Shang clearly recognized the problem too. He wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, his expression regaining its haughty composure. Mr. Li, this piece of ambergris is indeed exceptional. But I recall your company's financial reports. I doubt you could even cover the tip of the iceberg. Why not let Shangshi take it? Or, your company could sign our agreement, join Shangshi, and we could purchase it together? Li Yusen bit her lip hard. Zhou Shang's words struck right at the heart of the matter, leaving her utterly speechless. Seeing the distress on Li Yusen's face, Zhou Shang's smile broadened. He composed himself and turned to face Chen Mo. Mr. Chen, correct? This piece of ambergris is indeed a treasure of unparalleled rarity. But keeping it in a small workshop like Shang Yun, with annual profits under 1 million, is nothing short of squandering a precious resource. Shangshi is willing to offer 15 million yuan. That sum would buy you 3 apartments in Chengdu, with enough left over to find yourself a pretty young lady. Why waste your time with a bunch of people on the brink of bankruptcy? Seeing Chen Mo's expression unchanged, Zhou Shang frowned again. Mr. Chen, Shangshi is a leading American-funded enterprise. We have the connections and the capital. You
Before he could finish, Chen Mo spoke calmly. But his words weren't directed at Zhou Shang, they were for Li Yusin.
Ms. Li, this incense, can it save your Kunlun snow? Li Yusin hesitated for a long moment before nodding with difficulty. It can survive. At least 8 months. But our company doesn't have that kind of money. Chen Mo hummed in acknowledgement, then said with a casual air. Take it. Chapter 55. I laugh at how some people take themselves too seriously. Chen Mo's take it rang out with such force. Click. The entire conference room froze as if someone had pressed pause. Li Yusin and Zhou Shang stood rooted to the spot, utterly speechless. Li Yusin stared fixedly at the piece of ambergris. After a long moment, her fingertips began to tremble. Though the tears in her eyes hadn't dried, her gaze had shifted from despair to shock, from the depths of the valley to the peak of the mountain. Her eyes now held a sharp, almost razor-like resolve. She slowly lifted her head and looked at Zhou Shang. Zhou Shang's expression had shifted from haughty arrogance to panic, his suit back soaked through as if water could drip from it. In Li Yusin's eyes, he saw her unwavering resolve. This meant his final round of negotiations with Shang Yun today had utterly failed. He couldn't fathom why that Mr. Chen would walk away from 15 million yuan, choosing instead to take a piece of top-grade ambergris to play with people like Shang Yun who were on the brink of bankruptcy. Oh, wait, it wasn't quite on the brink of bankruptcy anymore. Shang Yun could still hold out for 8 months. Zhou Shang forced a cold smile, clinging to a last-ditch effort, his voice now devoid of its earlier confidence. Mr. Li, think carefully. Xingshur's offer represents the highest acquisition terms in the industry. Are you truly willing to sacrifice your company's future for a single piece of incense? As he spoke, he shot Chen Mo a glare. Chen Mo didn't even bother to roll his eyes at him. Li Yusin didn't respond to Zhou Shang immediately. She reached out and gently traced the golden filigree patterns on the piece of ambergris on the desk, feeling its delicate texture. Then, she smiled. The smile was faint, yet it sent Zhou Shang's heart sinking. Assistant Zhou, Li Yusin began, you mentioned earlier that business knows no borders? Zhou Shang steeled himself to continue. Of course. Markets are global. Only by integrating Shang Yun into Shengshur can we achieve internationalization. That's what no borders means. SSSSH. Li Yusin calmly picked up the acquisition contract from the table and tore it clean in half right in front of Zhou Shang. Her action was tantamount to slapping Zhou Shang in the face. And not just his face, it was a slap in the face to Shengshur itself. You! Zhou Shang glared at Li Yusin with venom, his voice cracking like a castrated rooster. Do you know what tearing up this contract means? Shengshur won't let you off the hook. He panted, his eyes dark and menacing, yet a savage grin twisted his lips. You think this scrap of ambergris you picked up off the street will turn Shang Yun around? Ms. Li, you're 24 years old, how can you still be so naive? In 8 months, when this piece of incense runs out. He turned to Chen Mo, his voice thick with venom. Then you'll have to beg Mr. Chen here to pick up another piece for you. Otherwise, you'll still be begging us on your knees to buy it. Li Yusin's fingers tightened slightly. It had to be said, Zhou Shang was absolutely right. Once again, he had struck at the heart of Shang Yun's vulnerability. Ambergris wasn't something you could just pick up anywhere. Once this piece was gone, they'd likely face another supply shortage crisis. Li Yusin fell silent, but Chen Mo beside her suddenly let out a soft chuckle. Zhou Shang glared sharply at Chen Mo. What are you laughing at? I'm laughing at how some people take themselves far too seriously. Chen Mo leisurely pulled out his phone, opened the Alipay interface, and turned the screen toward Zhou Shang. Showing me your balance? To prove you're rich? Even if you're rich, you can't buy ambergris. Zhou Shang's words trailed off mid-sentence as his expression abruptly changed, his pupils shrinking to pinpricks. Sui? His voice cracked, trembling slightly. Rong Venture Capital? How did you get Mr. Su's transfer records? Are you too close? As CEO assistant at Shengshur Fragrances, Zhou Shang knew exactly what Rong Venture Capital Sui represented. Rong Venture Capital was a long-established institution in the Southwest Capital Circle. Last year, Sui led Rong Venture Capital in shorting the Japanese competitor Sakura Fragrance Path. Just days ago, he'd made another small profit in the London market by capitalizing on the Fed's interest rate hike. And right now, Shengshur had illicit off-market transactions in the OTC market. If Rong Venture Capital got wind of this, Shengshur could very well end up following Sakura Fragrance's path. Chen Mo had come prepared. He'd already uncovered this information during his research earlier that morning, which is why he now stood here with such confidence. He tucked his phone away, his tone flat, tinged with a mocking smile. So, Mr. Zhou, do you really think I'll still be scavenging for ambergris 8 months from now? Zhou Shang's face drained of color in an instant. Cold sweat beaded on his forehead once more, falling in large drops. He reached for his cigarette case, intending to light one, but found his fingers utterly unresponsive. Not only had today's negotiations failed, but this Mr. Chen had also seized a crucial leverage point. If he informed Sui, Shengshur Group would likely face a hostile takeover from the capital circles. This was like losing both the chicken and the rice? How could he face his boss back at the office? He feared he'd be kicked out like a stray dog. Mr. Chen. Mr. Chen. Zhou Shang's lips trembled. He wanted to say something, but found himself at a loss for words, his voice weak and pathetic. Li Yusin stared at him coldly, all warmth vanishing from her eyes. Assistant Zhou, our negotiations for today are concluded. Now, please leave. You. Zhou Shang's Adam's apple bobbed as he finally grabbed his briefcase and bolted for the door, only to stumble at the threshold. After Zhou Shang left, the conference room finally fell silent. Li Yusin watched Zhou Shang's retreating figure, as disheveled as a rat scurrying through the streets, and murmured softly to Chen Mo. Thank you. But he's right. In 8 months. Chen Mo let out a faint laugh, then we'll deal with it in 8 months. Every hurdle has its way over. Shang Yun will break through the siege. Li Yusin froze in surprise. Observing the confident expression on Chen Mo's face, she suddenly realized that if this middle-aged man had managed to rescue Shang Yun from crisis once, then 8 months later, he would surely find a way to pull her through again. Her task was to perfect the production and development of Kunlun Snow. Then, with this thought, Li Yusin took a deep breath. Her eyes held not only gratitude but also a newfound resolve. Mr. Chen, this piece of ambergris you've given us isn't merely an ingredient for Shang Yun, it's the lifeblood of our legacy. She paused, her gaze intense. Therefore, I formally invite you to become a shareholder of Shang Yun. Chen Mo raised an eyebrow, unsurprised. The reason was simple, Li Yusin was someone who remembered kindness. Moreover, the piece of ambergris he had offered this time was exceptionally valuable not only in price, but also in pulling Shang Yun out of the mire. Li Yusin continued. I'm willing to offer you 15% of Shang Yun shares as my repayment. Although Shang Yun's valuation isn't high at present, with this top-grade ambergris and your support, Kunlun Snow will surely endure and ultimately flourish. Her tone carried an earnestness that brooked no refusal. I hope you will accept. You deserve to be a part of Shang Yun. Chen Mo looked at her and suddenly smiled. By the time he left the Shang Yun workshop, it was already 10 in the morning. Chen Mo turned the key, started the car, and drove toward his residential complex. Next, it was time to meet up with that elusive Xiaomi SU7 Ultra. Chapter 56, Hey, buddy, move over? Outside the China Merchants Bank entrance, a red carpet stretched across the ground, balloons hung high, and a champagne gold arch spanned both sides. Inside the lobby, temporary glass doors divided the space into 2 distinct areas. The left side was the event raffle area. An LED screen on the display stand looped the slogan, Deposit 100,000 yuan for a chance to win a luxury car. A solid wood table was laden with snacks like nuts and cookies, while the complimentary beverage station offered various teas, coffees, and lemonades. A sleek, futuristic Xiaomi SU7 Ultra sat prominently on the display stand, its hood serving as the raffle box. The right side housed the bank's core business area, now bustling with people. The waiting area was packed, with individuals even seated on the steps. One elderly woman sat directly on her own folding stool, clutching her numbered ticket tightly. The VIP room door kept opening and closing as well-dressed clients came and went, leaving the account managers grinning from ear to ear. Ms. Wang, your recent deposit of 500,000 qualifies you for the draw. This way, please. The lobby assistant, struggling in high heels through the crowd, guided a woman clutching at Hermes bag toward the lottery area. Several middle-aged men sitting on the steps, clutching their numbered tickets, watched their retreating figures and muttered under their breath. Money really does make the world go round. We're stuck waiting here while she gets the VIP treatment. Chen Mo wasn't particularly surprised to see so many people in the bank. The allure of the SU7 Ultra was undeniable. A million yuan car for most ordinary citizens, if they could win it in the lottery, why would they spend money to buy one? After getting his ticket, Chen Mo stood waiting in the lobby. It wasn't even 10:30 yet, and the raffle hadn't officially started in the adjacent area. Of course, even if it started, no one would win. The instructions for 5. The tiny ping-pong ball hide-and-seek made it crystal clear. Only, there was no grand prize ping-pong ball in the raffle box. The raffle box was a prop box borrowed from a wedding planning company. The temporary worker had grabbed the wrong one, and the tiny ping-pong ball had hidden in a secret compartment of the prop box. When Chen Mo finally got his turn to process the transaction, the counter clerk reminded him that settling the car loan early required bringing his original ID. Chen Mo. Seeing the service area packed with people and realizing the VIP room for loan settlements wasn't available, Chen Mo immediately addressed the counter clerk. Excuse me, I'll have my wife bring her ID right now. Could you hold my number for me? The teller thought it over carefully and nodded in agreement. With so many customers waiting to deposit money inside the bank, making Chen Mo start the line from the beginning would mean who knows when his turn would finally come. Finally my turn. My legs are killing me. Before Chen Mo could even get up to leave, a woman clutching a knockoff Chanel bag plopped down behind him, pushing him aside. He could only mutter a thank you through the window. Clutching his ticket, he called his wife Su Yue to bring his ID while pushing through the crowd toward the lottery area. The waiting area was packed with no standing room left, and the scorching heat outside was unbearable. The prize draw area, however, still had seats available. Since he'd be coming here for the lottery anyway, he figured he might as well get an early start. The lobby manager noticed Chen Mo held a regular service area ticket, his eyes flashing a hint of disdain. But preoccupied with attending to VIP deposit clients, he couldn't be bothered to acknowledge him. Upon reaching the lottery area, Chen Mo grabbed a cup of coffee and another lottery ticket before casually finding a seat facing the air conditioner. He munched on complimentary nuts and cookies, quietly waiting for Su You's arrival. Shortly after he sat down, the raffle commenced. Ladies and gentlemen, for all clients with deposits over 100,000 yuan, the most exciting prize draw segment is now underway. Let us first invite client A0001 to the stage. May good fortune smile upon our first client. At the same time, the social hierarchy within the raffle area began to manifest. The man in the polo shirt diagonally behind nudged his female companion with his elbow. See that? Even someone driving a beat-up Geely came for coffee and the raffle. If they actually win, they'll strike it rich overnight. His companion burst out laughing. How do you know they drive a crappy Geely? The man replied smugly. I saw where he parked right next to our BMW. Then he went to the VIP line while we walked through the regular entrance. Chen Mo paid no attention, munching on nuts and sipping coffee as he watched the customers at the raffle area. One by one, they approached with hopeful eyes, only to walk away with disappointment etched on their faces. The dealership salesperson noticed Chen Mo sitting there, constantly eating nuts and cookies while sipping coffee. He immediately radioed over. Customer in Zone B wearing a t-shirt and jeans is taking advantage of the situation, stuffing himself with snacks. Should we go remind him? The reply came through the earpiece. Leave him be. We're borrowing the bank's space. Both the bank and our headquarters have instructed us to avoid trouble today. Those nuts and cookies aren't worth much anyway. Just then, a commotion erupted at the entrance. 3 or 4 pot-bellied middle-aged men strode in, keys jangling from their belts. Audi A8L, Mercedes S-Class, BMW 7 Series. They walked while talking loudly. The lead man, a particularly obese figure, wiped sweat from his brow as he complained. Why didn't they find a bigger venue for this event? It's stifling in here. Did they forget to turn on the AC? How can it be this hot? The salesperson immediately dropped the walkie-talkie and hurried over, plastering on a smile. It's on, it's on. You just came in from outside, that's why it feels hot. It'll cool down soon. His gaze swept across the venue, finally settling on the empty seat beside Chen Mo. Take this spot over here. The AC blows right on this side. Guys, take a break first. I'll have a salesperson get you raffle tickets. Another man, wearing an exquisitely crafted yet unbranded watch, glanced in Chen Mo's direction. His brow immediately furrowed as he snapped at the salesperson like a waiter being reprimanded. Are you blind? There are only 3 seats over there for the 4 of us. How are we supposed to sit? The salesperson apologized repeatedly, lifting his eyes again to search for seats for these customers. But then he noticed a man with a briefcase tucked under his arm walking straight toward Chen Mo. Hey, buddy, move over. We're a tight-knit group and it's sweltering in here. His tone was like ordering around a valet, the gold ring on his finger dangling in front of Chen Mo's eyes. Chen Mo lowered his eyelids, his gaze sweeping over their attire before pausing briefly on the salesperson. He gave a faint shake of his head, unwilling to acknowledge them, and continued eating his nuts and sipping his coffee. He knew exactly why the salesperson had pointed him out earlier. He'd simply mistaken him for a freeloading customer, hoping to curry favor with the middle-aged men by offering up his air-conditioned spot. Whoa! Seeing Chen Mo ignore him completely, the man with the leather briefcase instantly flared up. He slammed the briefcase under his arm onto the table in front of Chen Mo with a clang. I'm talking to you, you deaf bastard? The salesperson hurried over to smooth things over. Everyone, please calm down. There are plenty of seats here. It's all about the festive spirit, that's how you win the grand prize. Then he immediately turned to Chen Mo. Sir, there are still seats available in the VIP room over in the business area. Would you like to wait there instead? Though the salesperson appeared polite, Chen Mo knew he was essentially shooing him away. There were no empty seats in the business area VIP room now. Without lifting his head, Chen Mo spat out 2 words, no. You. The man with the leather briefcase instantly boiled over with rage. The others, the watch guy, the fat guy, and the rest were equally indignant. They stormed forward, ready to confront Chen Mo. The man in the polo shirt, who had been watching the commotion with relish, couldn't help but snort derisively. TSK, driving a Geely Xingrui and acting more arrogant than BMW or Mercedes owners. Chapter 57, Then I'll grant your wish. The polo shirt man's remark was like a spark igniting a barrel of oil, instantly setting the entire lottery area ablaze. Where there had been only scattered murmurs, a roaring tide of voices now surged toward Chen Mo from all directions. Who is this guy? Driving a crappy Geely and acting so cocky? TSK. His outfit, if not straight off a street vendor, it's definitely from some discount online store. And he has the nerve to act all high and mighty here? What's the big deal about letting someone pass? The poorer they are, the bigger their attitude. How can he be so confident in a 100,000 yuan car? What's he thinking? Trying to compete with people driving 800,000 yuan cars? Like he stands a chance. Seeing the crowd gather, the pot-bellied middle-aged man's arrogance flared even brighter. The man with the leather briefcase shot a sideways glance at Chen Mo, then pulled his BMW keys from his waistband and began twirling them with a smug look. The gold ring on his finger gleamed even more glaringly. You drive a crappy 100,000 yuan Geely? Wow, I wouldn't have known if you hadn't said anything. How dare you sit here? Get out of the way. The gas I've pumped over the years could buy you a brand new Geely. The watch-wearing man also snorted heavily through his nose, deliberately jiggling the elegant timepiece on his wrist. What class do you think you are, sitting here? You belong at the kids' table. Us guys can pull out over 3 million in liquid assets at the drop of a hat. What about you? The fat guy suddenly pulled out a few red bills from his pocket and slammed them down on the table. 500. Get lost. I'm sweltering here. Take this 500 to fill up your tank and buy some food. Stop freeloading on other people's free snacks and coffee, you're an embarrassment. The crowd erupted in laughter. The offer was deeply insulting, yet brutally realistic. Chen Mo was indeed snacking on the free nuts and cookies provided by the organizers and sipping their complimentary coffee. Chen Mo lifted his coffee cup and took a small sip. 500? What? Think it's too little? The fat man slapped down 3 more bills. 800. Is that generous enough? Seeing the conflict escalate, the salesman stamped his feet in frustration, cursing Chen Mo's ancestors in his mind. How could this man be so unreasonable? His mind raced and he quickly plastered on a smile, addressing the group of pot-bellied middle-aged men. Gentlemen, please calm down. How about this? I'll let this gentleman draw first. After he's done. Before he could finish, the man with the leather briefcase shot him a fierce glare. Why should he? Who does he think he is? Does he have more savings than us? Is he a bank VIP? Is he your dealership's dad? If anyone gets to draw, it's us first. Exactly, the others chimed in. Let us draw first so we can leave sooner. Every extra second with this guy, we're afraid we'll catch his poverty. The salesperson froze in shock at the tirade, but still managed a forced smile. He picked up his walkie-talkie and whispered a few words before bowing and scraping. All right, you guys go first. I'll get it sorted, you'll be up soon. Chen Mo gave the middle-aged men a cool glance, shook his head slightly, and said nothing more. Soon. The announcement sounded. Customers A0016 and A0017, please come to the stage for the prize draw. The 4 middle-aged men strode onto the stage with an air of superiority. Under the envious gazes of the crowd, one by one, they reached into the prize box. No surprises. For thank you for participating, announcements came as expected. The 4 men's faces instantly darkened like the bottom of a pot. Chen Mo shook his head gently, a faint smile still playing at the corners of his mouth. Seems like saving more money doesn't necessarily pay off. Not one of them even got a 50% off maintenance voucher. Ha, that's some luck. The watch guy, who had just stepped down from the display stand, had sharp ears. He caught Chen Mo's soft chuckle instantly, and his face flushed a deep, liver-like red. Who the hell are you laughing at? The briefcase man and his companions whipped their heads around, gritting their teeth as they retorted. Who the hell do you think you are, pointing fingers around here? The fat man's jowls twitched violently. Laugh all you want. Prove yourself by pulling that Xiaomi SU7 Ultra off the stand. Chen Mo looked at the middle-aged men with an air of calm detachment, nodding serenely. Fine. In a moment, I'll show you exactly how I pull out the Xiaomi SU7 Ultra. The 4 middle-aged men froze for a moment, then burst into raucous laughter. Holy, you're taking the piss, seriously? Ha, you're cracking me up. You really pulled it off. Hey, everyone, look. Here's a guy driving a 100,000 yuan Geely about to perform a million yuan Xiaomi SU7 Ultra draw. Anyone into filming TikTok videos? Record this, it'll go viral on TikTok for sure. The crowd joined in the commotion, some even whistling. The salesperson stood nearby, a faint, mocking smile playing at the corners of his mouth. He knew better than anyone present that no one could possibly draw the grand prize ball from the raffle box. That ping-pong ball was hidden in the false bottom. The chubby guy wiped the tears of laughter from his eyes as he yanked the salesman over, his voice booming across the entire raffle area. Since our Mr. Lucky here is so confident, why not let him cut the line and draw now? Let us see what he's got. The suggestion drew enthusiastic applause from the middle-aged men, who slammed their hands on the tables in approval. But the salesperson looked troubled. He knew full well that no one would win the grand prize regardless of cutting in line. But having already broken the rules by letting these 4 jump ahead, could he now allow an ordinary customer to do the same? However, before he could speak, the crowd around him made the decision for him. Just let him go up and draw. He claims he can win the Xiaomi SU7 Ultra, let him draw one for us to see. Exactly. Let us have a laugh too. I've never seen anyone be so certain about a probability event. Haha, imagine if he actually won the Xiaomi SU7 Ultra? That'd be the ultimate irony. But the girlfriend in the polo shirt wasn't having it. Let the old Geely go first. What if it ends up winning our Xiaomi SU7 Ultra? The polo shirt guy adopted a mock influencer voice and sneered. Honey, this is a probability event. Everyone has the same chance, it doesn't matter who goes first. Hearing the overwhelming clamor around him, the salesperson paused, then picked up the walkie-talkie again. He walked to a corner and reported the current situation. A deliberately hushed voice came through the radio. Let him draw first. It'll all be thanks for participating anyway. With that instruction, the salesperson dashed back to the group of middle-aged men and addressed Chen Mo. Alright then, let this gentleman draw the prize. Chen Mo rose calmly, his gaze sweeping across the entire prize draw area. A faint smile touched his lips. Alright, I'll grant your wish and draw the Xiaomi SU7 Ultra from the display stand for you all. Chapter 58, Congratulations, sir. You've won the grand prize. Amidst the laughter, Chen Mo strolled toward the display. The raffle box sat atop the hood of the Xiaomi SU7 Ultra. Naturally, the prompt 5. Ping pong ball hide and seek appeared on his retinal display. Press the raised bump on the bottom left corner of the box 5 times to activate the spring mechanism. Then rotate the bump counterclockwise 90 degrees to open the small hole in the compartment and retrieve your Xiaomi SU7 Ultra car key. Begin your prize draw. The host at the booth, also a staff member from the dealership, handed over a microphone with a professional smile. Yet Chen Mo could clearly see a hint of mockery in his eyes. Clearly, he had witnessed the entire scene from below the stage. Chen Mo didn't take the mic. Instead, he calmly reached into the raffle box, pretending to select a ball. His fingers slowly felt their way to the bottom left corner. There was indeed a tiny protrusion there, hard to detect without careful touch. Press this bump 5 times. He carefully performed the action at the bottom of the box, but the crowd below the stage grew impatient with his deliberate movements. What are you picking? Does just picking one guarantee the grand prize? Hurry up. Pick a ball already so we can laugh sooner. Oh, just pick one already. Like you actually think you'll win. The 4 middle-aged men banged on the table, egging him on. Hey, Mr. Lucky, need us lend you a magnifying glass to help you find it? The host couldn't help but urge him on. Sir, hurry up. We've got other customers waiting. Click. A faint mechanical click came from the bottom of the box. No one else noticed, but Chen Mo's fingertip had already triggered the hidden compartment's spring mechanism. Rotated another 90 degrees counterclockwise. Chen Mo gently pinched the raised button and rotated it 90 degrees counterclockwise. Another faint click sounded as he opened the tiny hole in the compartment. Thumb and index finger pinched the cool ping pong ball hidden within the hole. A faint smile touched his lips as he slowly withdrew his hand. A golden ping pong ball glistened under the light. Click. The entire prize draw area fell instantly silent. The fat man's pupils suddenly contracted. Veins bulged on his pale, fleshy neck, and beads of sweat the size of beans rolled down his temples. The watch-wearing man's mouth twitched uncontrollably as he swallowed repeatedly, his shirt soaked through with cold sweat. The woman in the polo shirt still pointed her phone camera at Chen Mo, but her thumb froze over the stop recording button. The host and sales staff below the stage all breathed raggedly, their nostrils flaring. Even the dealership manager watching the monitors backstage, clutching his walkie-talkie, suddenly froze in disbelief. His lips trembled, but no coherent words came out. Impossible, this box, clearly. Chen Mo surveyed the frozen expressions in the silent prize draw area, then turned to the host with a faint smile. What? Isn't this the grand prize? The host blurted out. That's impossible. Before he could finish, the manager stumbled out from behind the curtain, legs buckling as he rushed forward. He shoved the host aside and raised Chen Mo's hand, which was clutching the golden ping pong ball. Congratulations, sir. You've won the grand prize, the Xiaomi SU7 Ultra. As he spoke, he shot the host a fierce glare. His eyes clearly said, "Are you trying to ruin the entire dealership?" Chen Mo gave a slight nod. At least this dealership manager knew how to handle things. But then, at that very moment, a woman suddenly snapped back to her senses and shrieked. This man isn't eligible for the lottery. He was in front of me in the banking area earlier. I saw he didn't make a deposit, he's just here to pay off his Geely car loan, and he forgot his ID. This woman was none other than the one carrying the fake Chanel bag who had been standing behind Chen Mo earlier and had shoved him aside. Whoosh! The entire lottery area erupted in chaos. Everyone shouted with righteous indignation and hysteria. Scammer, get down here. Disqualify her. Give the Xiaomi back. Save it for us to win. Call the police. This needs to be reported to the authorities. The middle-aged men perked up again. The fat man wiped sweat from his face, grinned savagely, and pulled out his phone, opening the dialer. The watch-wearing man started bellowing at the security guards on site. Meanwhile, the woman in the polo shirt glanced at the still recording video, let out a long sigh of relief, and said with a flustered tone, Thank goodness, it's all on camera.
With such a dramatic twist, this will definitely get over 10,000 likes on Douyin today. The 4S store manager's face turned even paler at that moment. Offering a $1 million luxury car as a promotional prize was meant to boost bank deposits. They never intended to actually give it away, as the event cost was prohibitively expensive. But now, for some reason, this winner had pulled the ping pong ball hidden in the secret compartment. This meant that if they disqualified him, he'd go down fighting. The dealership would be finished, and so would his career. Paying off the car loan, if he pays it off, that counts. The dealership manager racked his brain for excuses for Chen Mo. In that moment, he suddenly realized that the nearly million yuan Xiaomi SU7 Ultra had become a hot potato. Squeak! The bustling prize draw area's glass door swung open once more. The branch manager came running over, his suit looking somewhat disheveled now, the tie askew around his neck, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. He took 2 steps in one stride to reach Chen Mo, bowing slightly. "Excuse me. Hello, are you Mr. Chen Mo?" Chen Mo nodded and hummed in acknowledgement. Wiping his brow, the branch manager carefully chose his words. "Your wife is currently waiting for you in the VIP room to process the car loan paperwork." Chen Mo raised an eyebrow. "Oh? Really? I thought the VIP lounge wasn't authorized for car loan processing?" The branch manager bent even lower, his voice thick with flattery. "Your spouse just went to the wrong place. While regular customers can't use it, for top-tier clients like you with over 4.2 million yuan in deposits with our bank, we can always open a special channel." He reached into his suit pocket, pulled out a gold-embossed business card, and presented it with both hands. "This is my personal contact information. For any business needs in the future, you can reach me 24/7. The prize draw area fell silent once more. Madame Chanel's red lips trembled slightly as the counterfeit handbag in her hand clattered to the floor. The overweight man's phone, poised to dial 911, clattered to the floor, its screen shattering instantly. The woman in the polo shirt trembled as she tried to stop the recording, but found she couldn't hit the stop button no matter how hard she tapped. Of course. In stark contrast to them was the 4S dealership manager. His smile reappeared, his back nearly bending double as he respectfully handed over the car keys. "Mr. Chen, here are your car keys. Please take them." Before Chen Mo could reach out, the manager eagerly shoved the keys into his pocket, moving so swiftly it seemed he feared Chen Mo might change his mind. At last, he needn't worry about the truth coming out. Besides, having this VIP customer with 4.2 million yuan in deposits win the car was far better than anyone else in the audience claiming it. Only then did the branch manager's eyes widen in belated realization his top-tier client had actually won a $1 million luxury car. "Mr. Chen, you're truly blessed with good fortune." After a moment of stunned silence, he suddenly raised his voice, deliberately ensuring the entire crowd heard him. "This proves our bank's joint lottery event with the 4S dealership is absolutely fair and impartial. We warmly welcome everyone to deposit with our bank in the future." Leaning close to Chen Mo's ear, he lowered his voice. "The bank recently launched an exclusive wealth management product with a 5% annualized return. Mr. Chen, would you be interested in?" Chapter 59. You must be the illegitimate child of some fortune god. When Su Yue stood at the bank entrance and saw Chen Mo slowly drive up in that brand new SU7 Ultra, she was stunned into questioning her own reality. Chen Mo had asked her to bring her ID to settle the car loan early. But the moment she stepped inside the bank, she was overwhelmed by the throng of people. After searching in vain for Chen Mo, she headed straight for the VIP lounge with the coldest air conditioning. She assumed the VIP lounge could also handle loan settlement procedures. The branch manager merely glanced up at her and said, "Ma'am, this is the exclusive VIP service area." Su Yue clutched Chen Mo's ID card, about to call him on her phone, when she suddenly noticed 2 new deposit notifications on her banking app. One deposit, 600,000 yuan. The other showed a deposit of 480,000 yuan. It all happened in less than 2 minutes. She froze in place, staring at the screen, her lips trembling in disbelief. "While I was dropping Xiao off at kindergarten, another 1.08 million yuan appeared in my account?" The branch manager caught her expression but casually glanced at her banking app and remarked offhandedly, "Over $1 million, just enough to meet the VIP threshold, but you'll still need to visit the counter for the car loan." Before he could finish, his casual expression froze. His eyes locked onto the staggering number displayed on Su Yue's screen. 4,292,169.28 yuan. 4.29 million? The branch manager abruptly stood up, immediately intercepting Su Yue with a polite bow. "Please sit down. I'll personally handle this for you." Meanwhile, upon learning that Chen Mo was currently inside the bank and even after proactively checking Su Yue's photo album for Chen Mo's picture, the branch manager dashed off to help her locate him. And so, Su Yue now saw the brand new SU7 Ultra, the car nearly every customer in the bank coveted, being driven right up to her. Won in a raffle. Both the dealership and the bank were incredibly generous, Chen Mo said casually as he placed the keys in Su Yue's hand. "Register this car under your name. It'll make picking up Xiao much more convenient for you." Su Yue felt completely dazed. This car, worth around 1 million yuan, was now theirs?
And it was won by Chen Mo in a lottery?
She stared at the keys in her palm, feeling the cool metal against her skin, yet the sensation couldn't mask the overwhelming sense of unreality.
She struggled to open her mouth, finally managing to squeeze out after a long moment. So, our family just got another car for free? From a raffle? Her husband's luck lately had been borderline unnatural, winning 80,000 yuan from a lottery ticket, stumbling upon misprinted stamps and miscast ancient coins while out shopping, and now winning a luxury car in a raffle? Could he really be some kind of chosen one? This felt like destiny itself. Wait.
Su Yue suddenly snapped back to reality, grabbing Chen Mo's arm.
And how did over 1 million yuan just appear in our account? Chen Mo blinked innocently. Didn't you forget when your sister Su Wanqing came over a few days ago? I provided Lin Yan from Jianhan Technology with the scoop about Wan's persona collapsing? Then, in the early hours of the next day, I received 200,000 yuan from Sui. Before he could finish, the branch manager in the VIP room had already hurried over. The branch manager's face was plastered with a smile. Mr. Chen, Mrs. Su, your VIP exclusive account upgrade is complete. For any future banking needs, we're at your service 24/7. Su Yue. So, she had only intended to come to the bank with Chen Mo to settle the car loan, yet now she had inexplicably become a top-tier VIP? Without spending a single penny, she'd gained another car? Plus, over 1 million more? She took a deep breath and slowly uttered 2 words, Chen Mo. Tell me honestly. She narrowed her eyes. Are you the illegitimate son of some god of wealth? Did your godly father come down to earth to claim you recently? Chen Mo. This just escalated? It's no longer about a money-loving turtle turning into a spirit. Glancing at his watch, it was nearly noon. Chen Mo said to Su Yue. Wifey, you go handle the new car registration at the DMV yourself. I've got other things to take care of. Su Yue nodded, her gaze drifting toward the SU-7 Ultra's steering wheel, eyes sparkling with eager anticipation. She didn't press him about his destination. She trusted Chen Mo implicitly, and even if she asked, he probably wouldn't say. Her old man always preferred handling things first, then surprising her later. Watching Su Yue drive away, Chen Mo turned and walked toward his own Geely Xingrui, the car that had been mocked by countless people. The stares that had just moments ago pointed and whispered at him in the lottery area were now all focused on the bank entrance, fixed on him with envious admiration. With the grand prize gone, everyone had naturally gathered at the door, watching longingly and admiringly. Chen Mo chuckled softly as he started the engine and sped toward the antique market. Now, he was off to play the third baby game, 3, a grandpa camera's memory can. Around 12:20 p.m., Chen Mo arrived at the antique mall. After parking, he didn't get out immediately. Instead, he pulled out his phone to check the anonymous post he'd made the night before. The post's headline read, "Sensational. Court seized Leica suspected to be counterfeit." The content read, according to reliable sources, the Leica camera to be auctioned by the court tomorrow has been appraised by experts. The lens mold spots exhibit unnatural radiating patterns, suspected to be artificially aged, and the internal components show severe corrosion, rendering its collectible value virtually zero. Accompanying the text were 2 meticulously edited photos of fake mold spots he had sourced from a certain online marketplace. At that very moment, the comments section exploded with heated debate, splitting into 2 camps. The convinced camp argued, I knew something was off with this camera. I was actually thinking of bidding on it. Thanks for the heads up, OP. No wonder the starting bid was only 300 yuan, turns out it was a scam. Already forwarded this to my collector group, everyone beware. Meanwhile, the conspiracy theorists questioned. The OP posted anonymously and then vanished afterward. Could they be spreading rumors on purpose to scare us off bidding? Don't fall for it. The OP claims expert authentication. Where are these experts? Exactly. Posts like this are just like public accounts read for entertainment, don't take them seriously. Chen Mo chuckled softly as he locked his phone, stepped off the car, and headed toward the second-floor studio of Zhou Molan, the antique expert Zhou Lao, who had identified that reverse-engraved coin at Mr. Wang's shop on the 3rd floor just 2 days prior. Meanwhile, in a high-end apartment, a short, Asian man with glasses sat before his computer, a glass of whiskey in hand, also reading the post. A faint smile played at the corners of his mouth. His name was Sato Kenjiro, but he preferred to be called Zhou Mingyuan, president of the East Asian Cultural Research Association. As an antiquities dealer funded by a certain right-wing organization in Japan, tasked specifically with acquiring and destroying evidence of Japanese aggression in China, he naturally dismissed the claims in this anonymous post. He had thoroughly investigated the owner of that Leica camera. Its owner was an American-born Chinese who had come to China during the War of Resistance as a missionary. Therefore, this Leica camera was highly likely. A new reply popped up on the computer screen. Original poster, dare you reveal your identity? You're not some lackey sent by Sato, are you? Sato's eyes narrowed slightly, but he quickly regained his composure. Taking a sip of whiskey, he shook his head. The folks at Panda House are still so naive. They'll never learn true hunters never bark online.
He was about to close the browser to rest before heading to the offline court auction.
Suddenly, another new reply appeared. And this reply was pinned to the top. This reply instantly made Sato's pupils shrink to pinpricks. Chapter 60. Some things are more important than reputation. The timeline shifts back to Chen Mo. Chen Mo stood before Joe Molin's studio on the second floor and knocked lightly. The door to Joe Molin's studio was open. He was bent over his desk, examining a copper coin with a magnifying glass. Hearing the knock, he looked up and narrowed his eyes at Chen Mo. "You're... Oh, I remember now. I recognize you. You're the young man who was at Mr. Wang's shop the other day. Wow, you really screwed over Mr. Wang last time. Impressive memory, Mr. Zhou." Chen Mo smiled, stepping inside without further pleasantries. He pulled out his phone, opened the post titled "Breaking Court Leica suspected to be fake," and slid it toward Joe Molin. "I'd like to ask for a small favor." Mr. Zhou glanced at the screen and immediately laughed. "I've seen this post. It appeared early this morning. The poster probably wants to bid on that Leica camera. Clever move, knows how to spread rumors." His gaze locked onto Chen Mo's eyes as he continued. "What exactly do you need help with? If it's just picking sides in a forum argument, this old man doesn't have time for that nonsense." Chen Mo didn't rush to explain. He simply swiped his finger lightly across the phone screen, scrolling the post to the bottom. "Original poster, got the guts to reveal your identity? You're not some lackey sent by Sato, are you?" Joe Molin's eyes widened in surprise. "Sato? Zhou Mingyuan? President of the East Asian Cultural Studies Association?" Chen Mo nodded, his voice barely audible. "The owner of this Leica camera, Old Tom, was a missionary in the Nanjing safety zone back then. Later, during the strategic retreat, he came to our Chengdu. The camera likely contains... Moreover, I found online that Zhou Mingyuan, president of the East Asian Cultural Research Association, has long dealt in Republican-era artifacts. Yet over a dozen pieces that passed through his hands have vanished without a trace." The old man fell silent. After a long pause, he removed his reading glasses, placed them on the table, and sighed softly. "You're the anonymous poster, aren't you, young man? You should know that in this antique trade, careless talk ruins reputations. Also, how did you know Zhou Mingyuan would be bidding?" Chen Mo shook his head. "I didn't know, but I guessed he would." 3. Camera Grandpa's memory. Can this baby game hinted, the mechanical foot basin chickens of the Forgetfulness Administration are patrolling. They want to erase these memories with an eraser. So it wasn't hard to deduce that someone connected to the foot basin chickens wanted to bid on this Leica camera. Combined with the recent flow of Republican-era artifacts in Rongqing, the clues pointed to the East Asian Cultural Research Association. Digging deeper revealed that Zhou Mingyuan was none other than Sato. However, whether Sato would actually show up remained uncertain to Chen Mo. But the odds were high he would. Old Joe suddenly smiled. "Well said, you think he'll come. Now guess whether I'll help you." Chen Mo met Zhou Lao's gaze directly and replied. "You will, because some things matter more than reputation." Joe Molin gave Chen Mo a deep look, replaced his glasses, and began tapping rapidly on the screen with his rough fingers. Joe Molin, Rongqing, reply. "Upon comparison, the mold spots on this camera are indeed artificially aged. Authentic Leica 3 mold should exhibit a natural radial pattern as shown in the image. This item is likely a 1990s Eastern European replica. The accompanying photo, naturally, had been prepared by Chen Mo long ago. No need for old Joe to search for it. It was a yellowed photograph of a Leica camera of the same model, lying in a museum." After sending the message, old Joe pushed the phone back to Chen Mo. "Remember, this old man has never told a lie in his life. This is the first time." Chen Mo solemnly took the phone back. "And the last." Just as Chen Mo thanked him and prepared to leave, Joe Molin suddenly called him back, lowering his voice. "Young man, you guessed right. Zhou Mingyuan will be coming this afternoon. He's been asking around this antique market about that Leica camera these past few days." I didn't say much." Chen Mo paused in his steps, nodded, and thanked him again. "Thank you for your kindness, old Joe. And thank you for the warning." Sato witnessed Joe Molin's reply at that very moment. His pupils contracted to pinpricks. He couldn't believe it. An Eastern European replica? Master Zhou personally came to verify? Having acquired Republican-era artifacts in Chengdu for so many years, Sato was well aware of old Master Zhou's reputation. He had even sought him out just days prior. Master Zhou was a titan in the antique world. He had handled more artifacts than Sato had ever seen, and every authentication report from museums across southwest China passed through his hands. Every shop in the antique market where Master Zhou resided, big or small, was currying favor with Joe Molin. If even he deemed it a fake. Impossible. Sato abruptly removed his glasses and vigorously wiped the lenses with his suit sleeve. He had personally inspected that Leica camera at the courthouse. The serial number, oxidation patterns, everything matched the craftsmanship of 1937. Is this old man lying, or did I genuinely misjudge it? Sato suddenly opened a folder, zooming in repeatedly on the Leica camera he'd secretly photographed at the courthouse, staring intently at the enlarged image. The mold patterns pixelated on the screen. What he had been certain were networked fungal filaments now, when compared to Joe Molin's reference image, actually appeared somewhat stiffly straight. Could it be? Sato's breathing grew heavy. He had once acquired similar Republican-era artifacts with equally perfect artificial aging. Only after bringing them back to the organization did he get chewed out mercilessly, realizing his mistake. The panda people are incredibly cunning. Sato stared at the starting bid of 300 yuan, suddenly understanding everything. He reached for his phone to call his assistant and reschedule the afternoon cultural lecture meeting. Before the number dialed, he lowered the phone again, a cold smile curling his lips once more. I'd forgotten that ancient Chinese saying, better to kill 1,000 by mistake than let one slip through. Whether it's a fake or not, we'll find out at court this afternoon. A 300 yuan loss is manageable, it's not much. After leaving the antique market, Chen Mo drove straight to his alma mater, Rongqing University of Science and Technology. He knew full well that Zhou Lao's endorsement alone would never make Sato back down. With the Leica camera's starting bid set at a mere 300 yuan, Sato would inevitably reason that even if he lost, the damage would be limited to just 300 yuan, barely enough for a Japanese meal. But the most crucial point lay elsewhere. Sato had organizational backing, a conglomerate stood behind him. Chen Mo had no such support. His bank account held a mere 4.2 million yuan, cold and hard cash that would vanish once spent. He couldn't engage in an endless bidding war with Sato. He had to consider his wife and daughter's livelihood. Acquiring the Leica camera at the lowest possible cost was undoubtedly the optimal choice. Of course, he had considered the game hint about the Panda family messenger and even contemplated approaching them directly. But the problem was, regardless of whether they would trust him, the financial guarantee hadn't been released yet. Or perhaps by the time he even got through to the court, the auction would already be over. Besides, if he sought out the Panda family messenger, wouldn't he lose his own reward, a special badge and a bear-shaped piggy bank filled with gold coins? That special badge, a stamp of approval from above, wasn't that something to covet? Chapter 61, The Legendary Senior is just too legendary. By the time Chen Mo arrived at the finance school of Rongqing University of Science and Technology, it was already 12:45 p.m. If Professor Zhang still maintained his habit of arriving late to the cafeteria, he should be in his office at this hour. As Chen Mo approached Professor Zhang's office, his suspicions were confirmed. The professor was berating his students, his booming voice echoing through the room. You lot are the worst batch of finance students I've ever taught. Remember that student of mine who helped revise the entire department's financial report analysis? It's still hanging in the teaching office as a model example. Opening the door, he saw 7 or 8 young juniors with heads bowed, necks tucked in like quails, enduring the scolding. Professor Zhang glanced up and spotted Chen Mo standing by the doorway. His weathered face instantly broke into a smile. Well, speak of the devil. He strode over to Chen Mo, pulling him before the students before Chen could speak. Pride beamed from his face. Look! This is the senior I was telling you about, Chen Mo. Whoosh! The younger students erupted into a buzz of excitement. A boy in a plaid shirt immediately sent a message. Little junior, the legendary senior Professor Zhang always talks about, he's alive and right in front of me. Another junior, dressed in a schoolgirl uniform, quietly opened her camera. The faint click of the shutter blended into the rustling of notebooks, barely noticeable. Professor Zhang smiled at Chen Mo, his tone completely different from when he'd been scolding students earlier. I saw your update in your class group chat. Making 180,000 in 2 days? Put. I told you if you put that brain of yours to work, you'd earn way more than that in half the time. People like Yang Ling and Lu Ming deserve a lesson from you to straighten out their twisted values. The younger students were utterly stunned. 180,000 yuan in 2 days? This legendary senior was just too legendary. You came to see me about something, right? Professor Zhang suddenly stiffened his expression, though a smile still escaped the corners of his mouth. Otherwise, with your personality, why would you make a special trip back just to see this old geezer? Chen Mo rubbed the back of his neck and offered a sheepish smile. Professor, how could I ever forget you? It's just that I've been busy lately, well, earning that 18,000, trying to straighten out Lu Ming and the others' values. I just didn't get around to it. But, he shifted gears again, I actually did come to see you about something. I need to borrow a few juniors. Professor Zhang raised an eyebrow, his tone teasing. What? Correcting Lu Ming and the others' values requires more manpower? Drag them back into the group chat for another round of humiliation? The junior in the schoolgirl uniform finally cracked, giggling out loud. It's not about correcting Lu Ming's values anymore, Chen Mo smiled and explained. I want to correct the values of some foreign friends. Professor Zhang froze. Foreign friends? Chen Mo handed over the court auction schedule, pointing directly at the Leica camera and stating bluntly. I suspect this Leica camera contains evidence from the year of the Nanjing massacre. And Zhou Mingyuan, the president of the East Asian Cultural Studies Association, well, his real name is Sato Kenjiro, will bid to acquire it and destroy the evidence. Professor Zhang's breath caught. So what do you propose? Chen Mo glanced at the younger students around him and said calmly. I need a few Japanese-speaking undergrads to pose as international students. Join me at the courthouse before 3 p.m. to stage a performance. 30 minutes. 500 each. Must be able to play the part of a complete Japanese person down to the bone. It'd be best if they spoke with a Kyoto accent. Sato was born in Kyoto, but not everyone can have a Kyoto accent. That'd be too coincidental. Professor Zhang's eyes widened instantly. 500? In half an hour? You're suddenly so generous? Back when I gave you feedback on your thesis, you wouldn't even buy me a bubble tea. The junior in the plaid shirt froze, then burst out laughing. Professor Zhang shot him a fierce glare. No charge. I'll pick a few sharp-minded students from the department who've passed N1 in Japanese. How could I charge for something like this? Not even a bubble tea. The plaid shirt junior couldn't laugh anymore because he was one of those N1 certified students. 10 minutes later, 3 N1 certified Japanese students stood in the office, including the plaid shirt junior. Chen Mo handed them a set of materials. The materials were still the Rongqing University of Science and Technology research project on cultural heritage finance practice prepared by a certain platform. Professor Zhang glanced at the seal at the bottom and said nothing. After Chen Mo finished assigning all the tasks and was about to lead the 3 students out, Professor Zhang pulled a research proposal titled Valuation Dilemmas and Financial Innovation in Cultural Heritage Asset Securitization from the pile of documents on his desk and thrust it into Chen Mo's hands. Hold on. Yours looks fake at first glance. Use mine instead. Replace the content with what you need. Keep the official seal and make a few extra copies of the questionnaire. It'll look more authentic. Chen Mo solemnly accepted the genuine research proposal from Professor Zhang, bowing deeply in gratitude to his beloved yet strict mentor. But Professor Zhang dismissed him immediately. Glancing at the clock on the office wall, he urged. Stop being so dramatic. Get out of here. You're waving fake documents in front of a university professor and asking me to help you make them look real? What kind of nonsense is that? Next time, bring your wife Su Yue to visit this old geezer. Your class produced 2 fine specimens. With that, he strode out of the office toward the cafeteria. Chen Mo watched Professor Zhang's retreating figure, murmuring to himself. Next time, I won't just bring Su Yue, I'll bring Xiao too. 2:30 p.m., under the blazing sun. Sato sat in the rest area of the court auction hall, sipping the court's black tea from a paper cup. After all these years in China, he had grown quite fond of the taste of black tea. His gaze swept across the room, finally settling on the entrance. 3 young men entered, each clutching thick stacks of documents, murmuring to each other in Japanese as they walked. I really don't get it. The professor clearly stated that Leica camera is a fake, so why is he assigning us a research project on it? Is it just because we're Japanese exchange students? I really don't get it. The professor clearly said that Leica camera is a fake, so why make us do the research project? Just because we're Japanese exchange students? Well, don't overreact. Just get the job done properly. Sato's ears twitched slightly. The 3 young men looked distinctly student-like plaid shirts, backpacks, one even sporting a Kyoto University ID lanyard. Sato's brow gradually furrowed. He gave his assistant a subtle nod. Go ask those 3 young men what they're here for. What research project? The female assistant sprang to her feet and headed straight toward the 3 young men. Perhaps feeling uneasy, Sato himself rose within 3 seconds, cup in hand, and followed toward the young men. Meanwhile, Chen Mo, who had been staring at his phone the whole time, slowly let the corners of his mouth turn up. Chapter 62, then let us play this out until the very end. The assistant reached the young men first, her face adorned with a professional smile, though her eyes held a hint of scrutiny. Excuse me, but your Japanese is remarkably fluent. Are you Japanese? Her tone was polite, yet she deliberately used the slightly teasing term Neonjin Japanese people that had emerged on Chinese internet forums, testing their reaction. Her tone was polite, yet she deliberately used the slightly mocking term Neonjin Japanese people that had surfaced on Chinese internet forums. She was testing their reaction. Genuine Koreans would likely be confused or even displeased by the term. The checkered shirt junior paused slightly, then immediately furrowed his brow slightly, a hint of impatience flashing in his eyes. Does neon gold refer to Japan? In formal settings, it's generally called Japan. The other 2 younger juniors also looked slightly displeased. That term is a bit concerning. Could you please refrain from using it? That term makes us a bit uncomfortable. Could you please refrain from using it? The female assistant smiled and nodded. This reaction confirmed they were undoubtedly fellow Japanese nationals. Just as he was about to ask the 3 young men if they were exchange students from Japan, Sato approached. Though his tone carried an apology, Sato's gaze swept sharply over the trio. I apologize. My assistant spoke disrespectfully. Sorry, my assistant just said something rude. Then, abruptly switching to Kyoto dialect, he asked at breakneck speed. International students? You mentioned research projects earlier, what's that about? International students? I heard you mention research projects earlier. What exactly does that mean? Kyoto dialect's grammar and vocabulary differ significantly from standard Japanese. Unless you've actually lived in Kyoto, it's hard to respond perfectly. The checkered-shirt junior instantly grinned, raising an eyebrow. Oh, Kyoto dialect. That sounds kinda casual, huh? I'm from Osaka and not great with Kansai dialect. The other freshman, the one wearing the Kyoto University lanyard, immediately chimed in, also using Kyoto dialect. But the other freshman, the one wearing the Kyoto University ID lanyard, immediately chimed in, also using Kyoto dialect. I'm from Kyoto. About what we were talking about earlier, the research project is actually a university joint research initiative. I'm from Kyoto. The research project we were talking about earlier is a university collaborative research initiative. Right then, this junior pulled out the paper titled Valuation Dilemmas and Financial Innovation in Cultural Heritage Asset Securitization. Alongside it was a survey form, which he presented with both hands, bowing slightly. This is our research project. Since you're Japanese too, Professor, would you kindly assist us? We'd appreciate it if you could fill out this questionnaire. This is our research project. Since you're Japanese, could you please help us? We'd like you to fill out this questionnaire. Sato nodded with satisfaction. The three young people before him were indeed international students. The female assistant had just asked about the word neon, which already confirmed they were Japanese. He then tested them further with the Kyoto dialect, which they understood perfectly. One even responded in the local accent. Sato naturally accepted the research materials and questionnaire. His eyes scanned them quickly. When he saw several cultural relics from today's court auction listed in the catalog, his breathing suddenly became rapid. He eagerly flipped to the corresponding pages and scanned them rapidly. Court auction agate, skipped. Auction jadeite, skimmed over. Leica camera. Sato's pupils suddenly contracted. Case 3, 1937 Leica Type 3 camera replica. Note, this case study examines an Eastern European replica. Analysis of court photographs reveals corrosion patterns inside the lens identical to those found in cameras from the same batch produced at the Kia factory in 1993. It can be concluded. This is... Sato's voice tightened slightly. Even such details? This research project is astonishingly thorough. The junior colleague with the Kyoto accent explained at the right moment. The professor said this camera's counterfeiting technique is unique. He wants us to document the auction process and analyze the collector market's reaction to the fake. Sato's temples throbbed. Professor Joe Molin and the international student's Chinese professor. It all made sense now. He closed the research proposal, his gaze settling on the bright red seal of Professor Zhang XX's research group from the School of Finance at Rongqing University of Science and Technology on the final page. Joe Molin said it was a fake. This Professor Zhang's research project was also found to be counterfeit. Even the starting bid for the Leica camera was only 300 yuan. All the clues converged in Sato's mind at that moment, forming a clear chain of logic that Leica camera was indeed a fake. This court auction deliberately released counterfeits, just waiting to see who would be the sucker. The Chinese are truly cunning. Sato cursed bitterly in his mind, hastily checking boxes at random on the questionnaire. After finishing, he dumped all the documents into the arms of his Kyoto-accented junior, crumpled the paper cup in his hand and tossed it into the trash, then returned to his seat in the front row. The female assistant swiftly returned to Sato's side, asking in confusion. Mr. Zhou, since you've already determined that Leica camera is a fake, why did you come back? Sato found himself momentarily speechless. He couldn't fathom why he'd returned to his seat. Having confirmed its authenticity, he'd inexplicably sat back down. Could it be that a lingering hope for the Leica camera still clung to his heart? Let's just see. Sato's eyes held a hint of confusion. The primary task of the three checkered-shirt juniors was essentially complete at this point. What remained was to deter the other collectors. The trio exchanged a glance and silently dispersed, approaching other collectors in the lounge area with their questionnaires in hand. Sir, could we take a minute of your time? We're conducting research on cultural asset finance. The halting Chinese echoed through the lounge, sending ripples of unease through the crowd. Whispers instantly filled the lounge as several collectors who had been preparing to bid began conferring among themselves. Is that Leica camera a fake? You didn't know? It's all over the antique forums. Appraisal expert Joe Molin confirmed it, and several collector groups are sharing the news. Now even Professor Zhang from Rongqing University of Science and Technology has verified it. Then why are you still sitting here? Everyone knows it's fake. No offense, but I just want to see how many suckers get taken. Amidst the hushed murmurs, one or two collectors turned and walked straight out without looking back. But Sato remained seated. Chen Mo glanced at Sato, still seated, and smiled faintly. Just as he'd expected, Sato had stayed. Of course. He had also anticipated that Sato would continue participating in the bidding later on. Leave the rest to me. Chen Mo glanced at the time on his phone, 2:57 p.m. Only 3 minutes remained until the auction began. Since you haven't left, Sato. Then let's see this play through to the very end. Chapter 63, let's solidify this money-bringing boy title of mine. At 3 p.m. sharp, the clerk strode into the auction hall carrying a file folder, followed closely by the auctioneer with his leather gavel case. All the fluorescent lights in the auction hall flashed on, illuminating the entire space brightly. The auction officially commenced. The auctioneer surveyed the 20-odd bidders scattered throughout the hall before bringing down the gavel. Now, the first item up for auction today, a 2015 Toyota Camry with 80,000 kilometers on the odometer. Chen Mo sat in a corner, casually flipping through the auction catalog. The Leica camera he desired was the 17th item up for auction today. None of the current lots were his target. Lot 5, a pair of jade bracelets, starting bid 10,000 yuan. Sato sat in the front row, his expression somewhat dazed, while his female assistant continued to voice her doubts. Mr. Zhou, what exactly are we looking for? That camera is definitely fake. Sato opened his mouth but couldn't utter a word. Finally, he shot his assistant a fierce glare and closed his eyes to rest. The assistant pressed her lips together and fell silent. As the auction progressed, the atmosphere in the room grew increasingly heated. When the 16th item came up for auction, Chen Mo noticed Sato suddenly open his eyes and glance repeatedly at the Leica camera photo in the catalog. Seizing the moment, the assistant urged again. Mr. Zhou, there's no need to waste time on a counterfeit. Sato frowned and raised his hand to cut her off. Quiet. This is the crucial moment. His tone was firm, though he failed to notice his voice trembled ever so slightly. The auctioneer cleared his throat and struck the gavel. Lot 17, 1937 Leica Type 3 camera, complete with original owner's accessory case. Starting bid, 300 yuan. Minimum bid increment, 50 yuan. The room fell silent. Not a single collector who had previously shown interest raised their paddle. Clearly, the publicity campaign by the 3 checkered shirt juniors had worked. Sato glanced around the room. His bidding paddle lifted slightly, then dropped back down. He remained undecided. All of this, of course, was observed by Chen Mo. A faint smile touched the corners of his lips. Now, it's our turn to take the stage. For this final act, Mr. Sato, don't let me down. The auctioneer's voice rang out, 300 yuan, going once. Going once. Just as the auctioneer was about to declare the lot unsold, a calm voice came from the corner. 350 yuan. Sato whipped his head around to see Chen Mo raising his bidding paddle. At the same moment, a murmur of whispers rippled through the hall. No way someone actually bid? Didn't this guy see the forum posts? Not only did he skip the forum, but those 3 international students didn't even approach him for the survey. Probably forgot he was here. Hey, this is exactly the sucker I wanted to see. Sato's gaze locked onto Chen Mo, as if searching his face for any sign that the Leica camera was genuine. But he only saw Chen Mo casually flipping through the bidding paddles, as if casually placing bids, treating a loss as just skipping a Japanese meal. 350, going once. Sato's fingers twitched spasmodically. 350, going once. 400. Sato suddenly roared, his bidding pad clenched so tightly it creaked. The moment the price left his lips, he froze in shock. His female assistant jerked her head up and grabbed his suit sleeve. Mr. Zhou. Chairman Zhou. Did you bid? Have you forgotten about that copy of the Continental Gazette you once acquired? Sato froze. The Continental Herald his assistant mentioned matched exactly the memory he recalled while reading that anonymous post in his apartment. A year ago, he had acquired that deliberately aged newspaper at a similarly low price. When he brought it back to the Footbasin Chicken Nest, the organization's higher-ups sneered at him. You claim this is from the Republic of China era? Why not say it's from the Western Zhou dynasty, last week? The auction hall lights suddenly blazed harshly, and a wave of shrill, derisive laughter erupted around him. Oh, Chairman Zhou has arrived too. Is this going to be a second round? Last time it was the newspaper, this time the camera, each item pricier than the last. Next time, why not just bring back a terracotta warrior? I recall Chairman Zhou was ridiculed for a week last time and didn't dare leave the house. This time, it might take him half a year. Sato felt an uncomfortable stickiness on his back. Reaching out to touch it, he discovered his shirt beneath his suit jacket was completely soaked, cold sweat trickling down his spine. 450. Chen Mo spoke again, his voice calm and detached. Sato's bidding pad suddenly felt like 1,000 pounds. His female assistant's voice cracked with tears. Chairman Zhou, please don't bid anymore. It's a fake. If you end up buying it like last time, I'm afraid. 450, going once. 450, going once. Sato clenched his fist tightly and raised his paddle. 500. He gritted his teeth and muttered to his female assistant. I'll pay out of my own pocket. Just think of it as skipping a Japanese meal. The surrounding snickers grew louder. Oh, Chairman Zhou's getting worked up? Holding a grudge against someone? Seriously? Snatching counterfeits when you know they're fake? Got too much money to burn? Why not donate it to charity?
We suggest renaming Chairman Zhou's East Asian Culture Research Association to the Wealth Giving Fund Research Association.
Sato's ears instantly burned. He could feel the gazes fixed on him, each carrying a different hue: mockery, pity, schadenfreude. Those stares felt like knives, stabbing him repeatedly. The female assistant stopped trying to persuade him, lowering her head to stare blankly at the catalog in her hands. Meanwhile, Chen Mo suddenly bit his lip, his brow furrowing tightly as if weighing something, hesitating over a decision. 500, going once. 500, going once. Seeing no further bids, the auctioneer asked, any more offers? Final bid. Chen Mo gritted his teeth and raised his paddle, 550. I'll take a gamble.
As Chen Mo's "I'll take a gamble" rang out, the snickers throughout the auction hall erupted into uproarious laughter.
These two really are locked in a battle of wills. Another gamble? TSK, this guy must be living in a dream world. If someone wants to, why not? What's wrong with paying $500 for a lesson?
The auctioneer had no choice but to bring down the gavel to restore order.
At the same time, he turned to Sato. Chairman Zhou, will you raise your bid? Sato had heard Chen Mo's "I'll take a gamble."
The confidence he gritted his teeth to muster had now retreated.
He pressed his lips tightly together, silent for a long moment. The auction hall began echoing with mock Japanese accents. Mr. Zhou, you might. Further away, the mockery grew clearer. Chairman Zhou, keep going. Prove you're our lucky charm.
Sato's face twitched uncontrollably, yet he heard his own hoarse bid burst from his throat like a living thing.
600. Chapter 64, Let What Should Surface, Surface. 600. Going once.
The auctioneer's hammer had barely fallen when a shrill cell phone ringtone suddenly exploded through the auction hall.
Chen Mo frantically pulled out his phone, bowing his head in apology as he answered, his voice deliberately amplified. What? The forum says the mold spots are artificially aged?
I didn't see that forum post.
Some international students started doing surveys in the lobby? I had no idea.
Nobody approached me, I was playing with my phone at the time.
I knew it.
I was just wondering how this camera could possibly have a starting bid of only 300, and only 2 people bidding. Sato's bidding pad slipped from his hand, landing with a sharp clatter on the floor.
I see.
Chen Mo hung up the phone and looked up at everyone, his lips trembling slightly.
Those 3 international students surveyed everyone except me. So you all knew about this already. That's why you didn't bid on the camera.
A wave of coughs rippled through the auction hall, several people even averting their eyes guiltily.
Sir, please maintain order in the hall. The auctioneer's gavel struck the table with a heavy thud as he sternly warned Chen Mo. Simultaneously, he announced in a clear voice, 600. Going once.
Chen Mo paid no heed, beginning to gather his things to leave.
The auctioneer immediately issued another warning.
Sir, leaving now will result in the forfeiture of your deposit.
Chen Mo froze in place, seemingly torn between choices. Meanwhile,
at that moment, Sato's breathing suddenly grew ragged. It turned out that the person who had been bidding against him hadn't even visited the forum, and those 3 international students hadn't approached him for the survey at all.
He knew nothing, he'd been bidding blindly. Then, if I keep bidding, won't everyone find out I've been duped by counterfeits twice? The organization would nail me to the pillar of shame. Final bid, 600 yuan. Sato abruptly stood up, bumping into his female assistant beside him as he rose.
She clutched her arm, tears welling up in her eyes.
I withdraw.
He glared at Chen Mo, who stood frozen in place. This camera is yours, sir.
Whoosh. The entire venue erupted in commotion. Oh, Mr. Zhou isn't pursuing it anymore?
Mr. Zhou chickened out.
He can't even match his own bid? That's hilarious. Actually, just between us, I kinda wanted to see Chairman Zhou bid on a fake again. Quiet. The auctioneer brought down the gavel again and turned to Chen Mo. Sir, since Mr. Zhou has withdrawn, do you accept the current bid?
Chen Mo thought seriously for a moment, then pointed at Sato.
How about letting Chairman Zhou reconsider?
After all, starting at 300 yuan, it'd be a shame to walk away now. After a pause, he added. I hear the East Asian Cultural Research Association has a generous budget.
Could it be they can't even spare 600 yuan now? Or is it that Mr. Zhou fears bidding on another fake and being criticized so badly he'd be too ashamed to leave his house? You! Sato's jaw muscles twitched violently, his molars grinding until they ached.
Sir, Mr. Zhou has definitively withdrawn.
We are now inquiring whether you accept the current bid.
You may also choose to withdraw, in which case the camera will be declared unsold. The auctioneer's words, Mr. Zhou has definitively withdrawn, suddenly ignited Chen Mo's emotions. He felt his heart pounding violently in his chest, blood boiling within him. His fingernails dug deep into his palms, yet his expression remained calm and composed. Finally, his strategy had forced Sato to withdraw. A slow smile spread across his lips. Turning to the auctioneer, he nodded and said softly, I accept the current bid. Then, he flashed a sly grin at Sato. Thank you for parting with it, Mr. Sato. He deliberately emphasized the words parting with it, his gaze locked on Sato's eyes. After all, not everyone has the courage to pay the price for history. Sato froze, his pupils tightening. As he stared at the curve of Chen Mo's lips, cold sweat instantly broke out on his forehead. What did he mean by that? Could there really be something inside that like a camera? Whoosh! The auction hall erupted in another wave of commotion. Something's off. He knows it's fake, so why is he accepting the current bid? What did he mean by what he said to Sato? Could it be? There's no maybe about it. Both Old Zhou and Rongqing University of Science and Technology confirmed it that camera is a fake. But even so, I still can't shake this feeling that something's off. He just flashed a smile at Sato. That smile. Sato's female assistant's mouth fell open in shock. Her gaze fixed blankly on the Leica camera beside the auctioneer on stage, a wave of intense unease washing over her. Even the auctioneer stared at Chen Mo in disbelief. He too had never imagined Chen Mo would make a last-minute bid and win the Leica camera. Of course. This didn't stop him from bringing down the hammer. As the camera was being placed into the olive green canvas bag, Chen Mo, who had just stepped onto the stage, suddenly pressed down on the auctioneer's hand. Please wait. Before accepting this counterfeit, I'd like to ask Mr. Zhou for a favor. He took the magnifying glass from the auctioneer's hand, slowly raised his head, and scanned the entire audience below the podium. His gaze finally settled on Sato. I understand Mr. Zhou has been inquiring about this camera recently. Could you kindly explain the serial number 347621 for everyone? He turned the camera's baseplate toward the audience below the stage. As the magnifying glass covered it, the serial number 347621 instantly came into view for everyone. Chen Mo's voice began to tremble. The shipping serial number from Leica's Nanjing dealership in 1937, 34 indicates the production batch from 1934, the third digit 7 is the dealership code, and the final two digits 21. Corresponds to the 21st camera donated by Leica to the Jinling Safety Zone in September 1937. This data is clearly documented in the War Archives section of Leica's official website. Click. The entire auction hall fell deathly silent. You could hear a pin drop. In the frozen air, Sato's face suddenly turned deathly pale. He had misjudged again. Last time he had mistaken a fake for genuine, this time he had mistaken genuine for fake. His lips began trembling uncontrollably as he slumped back in his chair, as if his spine had been ripped out. If there really was something inside this Leica camera, then he wouldn't just be nailed to the pillar of shame. He had voluntarily withdrawn his bid, handing this Leica camera over to Chen Mo. Sato's female assistant suddenly covered her mouth and stumbled backward. Her high heels clicked against the bidding pad Sato had dropped earlier, sending her crashing to the floor. She lay there motionless for a long moment. So you knew the truth all along? All that panic and hesitation, it was all an act? Sato staggered to his feet, his eyes fixed intently on Chen Mo. Chen Mo stowed the camera back into his canvas bag, his gaze icy. It wasn't acting. It was the performance of every person with a conscience. We merely brought what needed to surface to the surface. And you? You belong in the dock of history. With that, he pushed open the door and vanished into the blinding sunlight. Time to claim the reward. Chapter 65, Past Lessons, Future Caution. Chen Mo stood at the entrance of number 34 Shangxi Street, clutching a heavy canvas bag. The afternoon sun, past 4 o'clock, remained blindingly bright, making the national emblem on the Chengdu State Security Bureau building gleam intensely. He wiped the sweat from his brow and approached the armed police officer on duty. The soldier eyed Chen Mo warily, especially the canvas bag in his arms. Comrade, what brings you here? I need to turn in a historical artifact. Chen Mo felt his voice tighten slightly. Irrefutable evidence concerning the Nanjing massacre. The moment the words left his mouth, the armed police officer's eyes sharpened. Yet he remained vigilant as he asked Chen Mo. What kind of artifact? May I see it first? Chen Mo carefully lifted a corner of the canvas bag, revealing the old Leica camera inside. He flipped the camera over to show the serial number on its base to the armed police soldier, simultaneously pulling out the auction catalog from the court sale. This serial number is 347621, representing the 21st camera donated by Leica to the Nanjing Safety Zone in September 1937. Chen Mo patiently explained. Though the soldier didn't fully grasp the significance, he picked up the internal phone. Duty room, a citizen here wishes to surrender a cultural relic. He claims it's irrefutable evidence of the Nanjing massacre. Moments later, a middle-aged man in a navy blue polo shirt and black dress pants hurried over. His hair was streaked with gray, and deep crow's feet lined the corners of his eyes. I'm Li Weiguo from the Cultural Heritage Security Division, he introduced himself. His gaze froze momentarily upon seeing the Leica camera as he took the brown paper bag. Please follow me. After passing through several security checkpoints, Chen Mo was led into an unmarked conference room. Li Weiguo slipped on white gloves and gently removed the Leica camera. As he focused a magnifying glass on the serial number engraved on the bottom plate, the normally composed state security officer suddenly shuddered. Having worked with cultural relics for years, he knew exactly what the serial number 347621 signified.
His voice grew unusually soft in the presence of such weighty history. 347621. This is the serial number of a camera from the Jinling safety zone. Chen Mo's Adam's apple bobbed as he lowered his voice. There should still be undeveloped film in the dark compartment.
I wouldn't dare take it to a regular lab. I'm afraid their skills aren't up to par and they'd ruin the negatives.
Li Weiguo's pupils suddenly contracted. His hands trembled as he dialed the number. Technical division, bring equipment here immediately. Archives, retrieve the complete 1937 Leica donation records.
After hanging up, he braced his hands on the desk and took several deep breaths before regaining his composure.
Do you understand what it means if there's undeveloped film in the darkroom? I know. Chen Mo met Li Weiguo's gaze directly. It means our long wait has finally yielded new, irrefutable evidence.
The conference room door burst open as several technicians rushed in carrying a portable X-ray machine. When the scanned images appeared on the screen, everyone held their breath in stunned silence. There they were, 2 rolls of undeveloped film, lying silently in the camera darkroom. Activate the top-level cultural relic protection protocol immediately. Li Weiguo's voice cracked with emotion. Notify the Jinling Bureau and the higher-level archives we have new, irrefutable evidence. Over the next half hour, 8 or 9 department heads from various agencies streamed into the cramped, 20-square-meter conference room. The last to enter was Zhou Zhangyang, the deputy mayor of Rongqing, who had rushed over. Behind him followed 2 elderly men in military uniforms and officials from the municipal party committee's propaganda department.
Comrade Chen Mo.
Zhou Zhangyang clasped his hand firmly. I was urgently summoned from the municipal government's executive meeting. We take the cultural relics lead you provided extremely seriously.
Could you elaborate on the specifics of this camera?
Chen Mo briefly recounted the auction proceedings, specifically mentioning Sato's unusual behavior. When he mentioned the East Asian Cultural Research Association, one of the elderly men in military uniform suddenly spoke up. I am Zhao Xiaojun from the Anti-Japanese War History Research Institute of the Academy of Military Sciences.
We have been monitoring Zhou Mingyuan, Sato Kenjiro for quite some time.
This time, we will not let him slip through our fingers.
Chen Mo nodded slightly.
With Zhao Xiaojun speaking up, Sato's fate was already sealed. Zhou Zhangyang grasped Chen Mo's hand once more. Comrade Chen Mo, on behalf of the citizens of Rongqing and all our compatriots across China, I thank you. The discovery of this camera holds profound significance for restoring the truth of our history. It can be said that what you delivered today is not merely a camera, but a testament to the National Memorial Day, the cry of countless bones buried beneath the earth.
Zhao Xiaojun suddenly stood up and saluted Chen Mo.
The room fell silent.
Chen Mo hastily returned the salute,
but Zhou Zhangyang held his arm steady. According to Article 31 of the Cultural Relics Protection Law, individuals who make significant discoveries like yours should receive both moral encouragement and material rewards. He turned to Li Weiguo. Weiguo, per Article 4 of the Interim Measures for Rewarding Major Cultural Relics.
Li Weiguo understood immediately. We just received the first batch of medals from the provincial government last month. I'll go fetch them right away.
With that, he strode out of the conference room. When he returned, he held a red velvet gift box. As the box opened, a medal engraved with 1937-2025 gleamed with a golden luster under the lights.
On its reverse, the inscription "Let past events serve as a warning to future generations" was clearly visible.
Zhou Zhangyang took the box from Li Weiguo and solemnly pinned the medal on Chen Mo's chest.
This is a special medal recently established by the provincial government. You are its first recipient.
Chen Mo suddenly felt the special medal on his chest grow hot against his skin.
After fastening the medal for Chen Mo, Zhou Zhangyang continued slowly.
Comrade Chen Mo, in addition to this medal, you will also receive a reward of 100,000 yuan.
This sum will be directly deposited into the account you provided.
That won't be necessary, Chen Mo interrupted softly.
I only did what I should have done. Zhou Zhangyang looked deeply at Chen Mo.
This reward isn't just for you, it's for everyone who guards the truth of history. He gestured toward the camera being carefully sealed away.
Including those who didn't live to see this day. Chen Mo still shook his head, speaking frankly. This time, I wasn't the only one protecting historical truth.
There was also old Zhou Mo Lin from Rongqing Antiques Market, my university professor Professor Zhang, and my 3 junior classmates. Otherwise, I couldn't have snatched this camera from Sato.
Zhou Zhangyang patted Chen Mo on the shoulder. Rest assured, this time, no one will be forgotten.
He lowered his voice for the latter part.
Of course, all of your material rewards will have to wait until the official ceremony.
The others might not get as much as you. As they left the State Security Bureau, Li Weiguo, Zhou Zhangyang, and the others escorted Chen Mo to the entrance. The setting sun stretched their shadows long across the ground. Chen Mo lifted his gaze to the sky, where the evening clouds blazed like blood.
Chapter 66, The Dragon Ball Manuscript. Without time to go home for dinner, Chen Mo drove urgently toward the Huiguan electroplating factory.
Currently, 3 baby games had been completed: 1. The Whale Song and the Stinky Stone, 3.
Grandpa Camera's memory cans, and 5. Little ping pong balls hide and seek. While the cash reward for 3. Grandpa Camera's memory cans would arrive later, he had already received the rewards for the other 2. He exchanged the ambergris for a 15% stake in Fragrance Workshop, and SU7 Ultra had already arranged for Su Yue to transfer the vehicle registration. His next task was to complete 2. The Cry of the Comic Spirit. Following the game's hint, the old bookstall glowing dimly wasn't hard to find. Chen Mo circled the night market in the industrial park near the electroplating factory and quickly pinpointed his target. It was the only used bookstall in the entire night market. Before it, a shopkeeper in his 60s sat engrossed in a yellowed copy of The Legend of the Sword and the Fairy, illuminated by a small desk lamp. Not even glancing up as someone approached, he casually called out, "Browse freely. 5 yuan each for these old books." Chen Mo scanned the pile of old books on the stall, comic books, magazines, even university textbooks all jumbled together. His gaze finally settled on a stack of cardboard boxes tied with twine in the corner. Scribbled in marker across the top were the words 90s comics, with half a watermelon the vendor had just bought propped on top. "How much for these?" Chen Mo crouched down, moved the vendor's watermelon aside, and casually flipped open the top volume of Dragon Ball. 51 boxes? Just sell them as scrap paper. The shopkeeper finally lifted his head from The Legend of Sword and Fairy, pushing up his reading glasses that had slid down to the tip of his nose. "They're all pirated copies from back in the day. Nobody wants these anymore." Chen Mo rummaged through the cardboard box, immediately overwhelmed by the musty smell and dust. The pirated books inside varied wildly in print quality. Some had 2 or 3 consecutive pages completely devoid of ink. As he pushed aside a stack of crooked spines, a corner of dark yellow craft paper suddenly peeked out. Chen Mo's heartbeat quickened, his blood pressure surging. The crisp texture and fine stitching of the craft paper clearly marked it as the original manuscript envelope from Shueisha's weekly Shonen Jump. He had seen this exact detail in the manga Dream Eater. It seemed certain that this craft paper envelope contained the Dragon Ball manuscript. "I'll take this box." Chen Mo's heart thundered like a storm, yet his face remained as calm as a lake. He smoothly pulled out his phone and displayed the payment code. "What are you buying these for?" A man in a floral shirt suddenly leaned in, a gold chain as thick as a pinky finger dangling from his neck. "Who reads pirated comics these days? The originals are worth a pretty penny." Chen Mo ignored him and continued scanning the code to pay. "Oh, playing it cool now?" The gold chain guy snorted derisively, then turned to the shopkeeper. "Old Zhao, why do you attract such weirdos to your used bookstall? Last time, some guy bought a pile of junk comic books for 200 bucks. Old Zhao, the shopkeeper, slowly set down the books and removed his glasses. "Oh, it's you. Finished work? Remember you asked me to hold on to that copy of The Plum and the Golden Vase? I did. Here it is, right next to those college textbooks." The gold chain man finally walked away grudgingly, not forgetting to mock Chen Mo as he left. People these days, with the economy so bad, they must be burning through cash. While Chen Mo was paying, a fashionable girl in a crop top walked over arm in arm with her friend. Together they held a selfie stick, the lens swaying with their steps. "Hey everyone, we're now at the night market in the industrial zone. Today we're challenging ourselves to see if we can get dinner for just 10 yuan. The 2 girls' camera showed the live stream interface. In the Taodao-chan and Little Lychee live stream room, the viewer count displayed 3,000, with bullet comments taking ages to scroll by. "This is so boring. You could get dinner at the industrial zone night market for 8 yuan. Seeing the comment, the girl in the crop top visibly froze. Just as she was about to respond, her partner nudged her with an elbow. Turning her head, she saw her partner mouthing toward Chen Mo nearby. The girl in the crop top asked in confusion, "Little Lychee, what's up?" Xiao Lizzie abruptly shut off the live stream and whispered into Tao Tao Chan's ear, "See that guy? That's Chen Mo." Tao Tao was confused, "Chen Mo? Who's that?" "That guy." Xiao Lizzie licked her dry lips. "The influencer who helped Xiong Mengmeng gain nearly 1 million followers overnight. Yesterday, when we called her a scripted actress in her comments, her fans chased us around all day cursing us out." Tao Tao Chan's expression darkened instantly, her manicured nails digging into Xiao Lizzie's forearm. "Him?" She turned her head to glare at Chen Mo, grinding her teeth. "That bastard made us lose followers? What fan booster? He's just a scammer packaging internet celebrities. He even collaborated with Xiong Mengmeng on live-streamed product promotions. Our quality streams get 0 views, but his product live streams draw hundreds of thousands of fans online." Xiao Lizzie sneered coldly. "Yeah, because of him, that Xiong Mengmeng now charges at least 50 grand per ad. The girls all say this greasy middle-aged dude does this for a living, sleeping with influencers." "Wait." Tao Tao Chan's eyes suddenly lit up. "Look at that box of stuff he bought." She pointed at the Dragon Ball manga peeking from the cardboard box corner. "If we can make him look bad on stream, not only can we write his traffic, but we might even turn the tables on Xiong Mengmeng." Xiao Lizzie snorted through her nose. "Right, negative fame is still fame. Who cares? Let's cash in first." The 2 girls huddled together, whispering their plans.
Chen Mo had just finished paying and was about to carry the box away when a manicured hand pressed down on top of it.
Then, Tao Chan's sickeningly sweet voice rang out.
Hey everyone, we stumbled upon this old bookstall.
Hey, look who we spotted, that legendary uncle from Xiong Mingming's livestream just the other day.
No sooner had she finished than Xiao Lizzie chimed in, pointing the camera at a manga atop the box with a whiny tone.
Look, everyone.
These pirated books have spines that are all crooked. I wouldn't take them even if they gave them away for free.
Then she turned to Chen Mo. Do you usually read this kind of stuff, big shot? Or, are you planning to promote it in your livestream again, make a killing, then sleep with another influencer to boost their fame?
Oops, did I just speak the truth? Scattered comments drifted across the livestream. Whoa, it really is Chen Mo from Xiong Mingming's livestream.
Whoa, caught the real deal.
Host, watch your words. He's a fraud-fighting hero who cracked that nursing home embezzlement case.
Exactly.
Even if you're riding his coattails, you shouldn't do it like this.
My bro Chen is a positive influence ambassador. Watch out or your stream gets banned. TSK. What did the streamer do to deserve a ban? Haven't you seen all the stuff about your brother Chen online? Didn't you read it?
Chen Mo glanced at the two girls and shook his head indifferently.
Excuse me, move aside.
Chapter 67, I don't mind showing you what true value looks like. Chen Mo was about to leave, but Tao Chan and Little Lychee weren't about to let him go. Since they decided to go viral through controversy, they might as well milk Chen Mo's traffic dry. The stream had only gained a few extra viewers, nowhere near enough to achieve their goal of cashing in on the buzz.
Oh, don't rush off, afraid we'll expose you? Tao suddenly raised her voice, grabbing the edge of the cardboard box to block Chen Mo's exit.
Xiao Lizzie thrust her selfie stick forward, the lens practically pressed against Chen Mo's nose.
Everyone, look! This promoter guru is getting nervous and trying to run away.
She deliberately scraped her fingernail hard across the comic cover, instantly leaving a black scratch on the cheap pages.
You think this blurry printed pirated book is good enough to rip people off? Do you really think the audience is stupid? Is money that easy to make?
Suddenly, she leaned close to Chen Mo's ear, her voice low but clear enough for the recording equipment to pick up.
Heard you're raking in commissions off Xiong Mingming's comeback story?
Old man, I hope Mingming isn't pregnant, and your wife and kids don't know about this, right?
The surrounding crowd gradually gathered, pointing and whispering at Chen Mo.
Someone stood on tiptoe to peer. No wonder Xiong Mingming blew up again on the new platform. Turns out someone's pulling the strings behind the scenes.
Others filmed with their phones. Is he the guy behind packaging influencers and sleeping with them? He looks pretty honest. Amidst the commotion, a few distinct voices emerged. Several lean, middle-aged men in the crowd shouted back. What nonsense are you spouting?
He's a fraud-fighting hero who gave the seniors at Sunset Garden dignity in their twilight years.
How did he become such a despicable figure in your mouths? But their voices were faint, quickly drowned out by the cacophony of murmurs.
Or rather, the vast majority simply chose to believe the one-sided narratives they preferred.
The gold chain-wearing man, cigarette dangling from his mouth, swayed back over.
The copy of the plum in the golden vase he'd just bought was already gone.
Oh, so you're this collector buying this stuff to stream and fleece people?
He even deliberately bumped Chen Mo's shoulder. I wouldn't take this trash even if it were free.
And you're actually going to use it too.
Chen Mo coldly observed the two female livestreamers and the gold chain guy before him, suddenly letting out a soft laugh. He understood their mindset, pure jealousy, unable to bear seeing others succeed. He even understood the logic behind every single one of their actions right now, nothing more than furious rage at their own incompetence. Of course. He could also guess the other intention of those two live streaming girls. They wanted to deliberately smear him, piggyback on his traffic, and gain notoriety through controversy. Therefore, the best response was to ignore them completely. He shifted his body, cardboard box in hand, preparing to squeeze through the crowd. But, seeing this, Tao Chan grew even more smug. She glanced quickly at the rapidly rising view count on her phone screen, then grabbed Chen Mo's sleeve. Meanwhile, Xiao Lizzie took the chance to rummage through the cardboard box. Hey everyone, I'll keep digging through these tools the promotion guru tried to sell you. Maybe I'll find something slightly better quality. Hope it's not all junk. Almost instantly, she spotted the brown paper envelope, snatched it out, and held it up to the camera. Ooh, I found something good. This beat-up notebook looks decent, but I'm afraid. Chen Mo sighed softly, setting down the cardboard box before slowly straightening up. His eyes fixed on Tao and Little Lychee, his voice cold and sharp. Since you insist on courting disaster, I won't mind showing you what true value means. Tao and Xiao Lizzie exchanged a glance, then both curled their lips into cold smirks. What are you trying to be so profound about? Could these pirated books possibly? Before they could finish, Chen Mo waved his hand to cut them off. True, these are pirated books. But they're not trash, and I wouldn't use them to promote products. He pointed at the steak packaging in Little Lychee's hand, lowered his eyelids, and continued. It costs 10,000 times more than the traffic in your livestream. The onlookers murmured in astonishment. What the heck? That expensive? You mean that brown paper bag?
Doesn't look like anything valuable.
The gold chain guy craned his neck to glance at the paper bag, then suddenly sneered.
It's just a crappy brown paper bag. What's all the fuss about? Tao Tao and Little Lychee joined in the mockery. Exactly. A crappy paper bag, and they say it's worth more than our livestream views? Dude, do we look like fools? Chen Mo shook his head indifferently.
Some people's ignorance was beyond words. He took the craft envelope back from Little Lychee, his fingertips tracing the seal.
See the 3 strands of cotton thread binding this leather envelope?
That's the original Saihyosha manuscript packaging from the 90s. The gold chain guy's neck hadn't retracted yet, tears nearly spilling from laughter.
Shueisha, my ass. More like scam race society scamming suckers into crowdfunding junk. Tao Tao Chan laughed just as exaggeratedly. Did you hear that, everyone? This shoddy thread is supposed to be authentic Japanese?
Little Lychee stepped forward and gave the thread a sharp tug for effect. This quality is beyond belief. You could buy a whole bunch of this junk for 50 cents at a street stall.
The surrounding crowd erupted in boos. Keep acting, keep acting. Let's see if you can still hype up that leather envelope. Japanese-made thread? Why not claim your pirated books are Japanese-made too?
In Tao Tao Liang and Xiao Lizzie's livestream, the viewer count had now surpassed 8,000, and comments began flooding in rapidly.
That's hilarious. This guy's calling a deer a horse. Wait, I've seen that leather bag in a comic before. It does kinda look like. Just wait for my bro Chen to prove you all wrong. Ha!
A few days ago, he shelled out 4,000 for a bag worth 220,000.
Talk trash about my bro like that? You'll eat your words. And among them was a viewer with the ID Dragon Ball Super Fanatic. He swiftly dashed into a livestream called Anime Veteran Driver and typed out a subtitle in a flurry. Driver bro, hurry and check the room.
Someone seems to have found the real Dragon Ball manuscript. It's in Tao Tao Chan's livestream. The host of Anime Veteran was a seasoned pro who'd even worked as an anime appraiser for a while. Rubbing his messy hair and pushing his glasses up, he shook his head at the comment. Authentic Dragon Ball manuscript? Dude, you gotta be kidding. There's no way an original manuscript would leak out. If it were real, I'd eat my keyboard live on stream. Dragon Ball Superfan immediately sent a rocket tip, and golden text flashed across the screen.
Remember Chen Mo from the Xiong Meng Meng live streaming circle? He's the one who found it. Anime Veteran froze in shock. Almost every streamer knew about Xiong Meng Meng switching platforms a few days ago and gaining hundreds of thousands of followers overnight. And the mastermind behind it all, Chen Mo, was even more notorious. His eyes darted behind thick glasses as he hurriedly called out. Bro, hold on, I'm almost there. Chapter 68, this crappy drawing can buy 3 Porsches? Amidst the boos from the crowd and the snickers of Tao Tao and the others, Chen Mo leisurely unfolded the inner lining of the leather envelope and continued his calm explanation. See this embossed stamp? The unique spacing between the letters jump is from the special mold used by the editorial department back then. The gold chain guy nearly toppled over laughing. Wiping tears from the corners of his eyes, he clutched his stomach and bellowed. Still claiming it's a scam to fund the club? Oh my, if you hadn't said this was left by aliens, I might have believed you. Tao Tao Chan, of course, wasn't buying it either. Rubbing her exposed belly button, she quipped sarcastically. Folks, let's perk up our ears and listen closely to how our master manipulator blows this bull bag into a flower. She even deliberately scratched the steel stamp with her fingernail. This steel stamp, huh? Oh boy, how come Shueisha's stamp quality looks just like the print shop downstairs from my place? Little Lychee seized the moment to zoom the camera in closer. Let's take a look at this priceless. Before she could finish, her voice caught in her throat. The live stream's view count was exploding exponentially. Comments flooded in like snowflakes. I'm a fan of the veteran streamer tagging along to check out the room. Don't move, sis. That leather envelope looks like the real deal Shueisha's original manuscript envelope. You 2 streamers decent looking, but so aggressive? Do you even know who you're attacking? We've already called the platform super admin. Get ready for your accounts to be banned. Do you think you can insult anti-fraud heroes and justice ambassadors like this? Super admin, please show mercy. Let my veteran streamer bro verify its authenticity before banning. At that very moment, whispers spread through the surrounding crowd, carrying different voices. I definitely saw that logo in an anime magazine. That 3-strand knot pattern, only from the early 90s. Xiao Lizzie opened her mouth, nudged Tao Tao Chan with her elbow, and gestured for her to look at the livestream. Just as Tao Tao Chan turned to look, a voice chat request popped up. Tao Tao Chan instinctively accepted the call. Don't move. Keep the camera steady. A voice, trembling with excitement, cut in instantly. I'm an anime veteran on the same platform as you. Let me get a clear look at that steel stamp. Zoom in closer. Yes, that J letter. The veteran's voice trembled. See the unique curve on the last stroke? That's Shueisha's exclusive anti-counterfeiting technique from the 90s. It really is a Shueisha manuscript seal pouch. The chat exploded instantly. Holy crap. This is really a Shueisha manuscript envelope? Then that means there's an actual manuscript inside? Take it out and show us which anime it's from. This is legit expert verification. The driver used to be an anime appraiser. Can you tell me where this bookstall is? I want to buy some old books too. Driver bro, go to your keyboard eating stunt in your stream later, we're waiting. Tao-Tao-chan and little Lychee froze as if struck by lightning. Their faces turned deathly pale as they stiffly turned to stare at the leather envelope in Chen Mo's hands. This leather envelope is real? Does that mean there really are manuscripts inside? Did this smear campaign to ride the trend just hit a brick wall? Xiao Lizzie could barely steady her selfie stick, causing the livestream feed to shake violently. Impossible. Tao-Tao-chan's voice lost its usual saccharine sweetness. Beads of cold sweat rolled down her forehead, smudging her flawless makeup. Even if it is the real sealed envelope, so what? Who knows what's inside? Stop shaking. I see a serial number. The anime veteran suddenly raised his voice, thrusting his large face right up to the camera lens. Squinting behind his glasses, he scrutinized the serial number on the leather-bound envelope. Suddenly, his breathing became ragged, his voice crackling with uncontrollable excitement. DB 1703? This is Dragon Ball manuscript material. Every Sayusho bag has a unique serial number. DB stands for Dragon Ball, SD for Slam Dunk. Chen Mo obligingly turned the bag sideways to display the number, a thoughtful gesture. The livestream fell silent for a second before comments erupted like a volcano. DB. It's short for Dragon Ball. Aha! My childhood memories. Quick, show us the manuscript. 1703, could that be volume 17, chapter 3? Bro Chen snagged another bargain? Whoa, how much did you pay this time? Isn't this the same numbering as the stolen batch from 91? The veteran anime fan's voice trembled violently. The 1991 Shueisha theft report, it definitely mentioned DB 1703 among the stolen items. His voice suddenly rose, shrieking like a horse rooster. Quick, open it up. If it's genuine, page 3 should have Akira Toriyama's revisions for the Super Saiyan transformation. Chen Mo slowly opened the leather envelope, carefully extracting the manuscript inside and displaying it before everyone. The manuscript consisted of only 3 pages. The third page prominently featured a pencil sketch of Son Goku's transformation scene, with Japanese annotations in the margin. Lighting needs to be strengthened here, Toriyama. The seasoned anime enthusiast frantically ruffled his messy hair, shrieking incoherently. This exact panel. Little Goku's first Super Saiyan transformation. This is the most crucial panel. The original artwork the entire world's anime fans have been searching for. I actually got to see the real thing today. The livestream's chat exploded into frenzy, flooded with teary-eyed and childhood memories until the screen glowed red hot. Among the crowd, an expert shouted wildly, this manuscript could buy a nice car. But another voice immediately countered. Bro, don't pretend to know what you don't. Just one car? You're seriously underestimating the value of Akira Toriyama's original artwork. Let me tell you this sketch could easily buy 3 Porsches and still have change left over. Whoa! The surrounding crowd erupted into frenzy. 3 Porsches? That's practically a mid-sized villa. Honestly, I think that guy's being conservative. If some domestic tycoons got their hands on this, it wouldn't just buy a mid-sized villa, it'd set you up for life. Mr. Zhao, do you have any other used books? Let me take a look. The gold chain-wearing man's cigarette butt fell with a snap onto his crotch, burning a hole without him even noticing. His face turned the color of liver, and after a long moment, he finally managed to stammer out. This crappy piece of paper could buy 3 Porsches? Tao-Tao-chan's face had long since turned ashen. Little Lychee's selfie stick had fallen to the ground unnoticed, the live stream camera now capturing only the dusty sky. The two girls never imagined their meticulously crafted scandalous plot would crumble like trash before these 3 pages. Tao-Tao-chan forced herself to steady her nerves. At least this incident had generated a significant surge in traffic. She reached down to pick up the selfie stick but froze in place. Somehow, their livestream had been permanently banned by the super admin, the reason stated being the dissemination of false information. She looked up at Chen Mo, only to find his figure had already vanished into the crowd. Chapter 69, Pricing Childhood Memories. While Tao-Tao-chan remained slumped on the ground in a daze, Chen Mo had already slipped away from the scene, carrying the leather envelope. At 6:30 p.m., he appeared at a company called Gumo Culture Technology. Manager Wang had been waiting in the office for nearly 40 minutes. When the glass door slid open, he breathed a sigh of relief. Earlier that morning, he had received a call from someone claiming they wanted to rent his company's Konica Minolta PI 5000 scanner for just 1 hour, offering a rental fee of 60,000 yuan. The 60,000 yuan rental fee was 3 times the usual rate. At first, he thought the other party was joking, but when the 10,000 yuan deposit rang through from Alipay, his eyes widened in disbelief. Manager Wang strode forward with a fiery smile. You must be Brother Chen. We've been expecting you. I've recalibrated the lens on this Konica Minolta PI 5000 and warmed it up for 2 hours as you requested. It's ready for you to use. Chen Mo gave a slight nod and followed Manager Wang into the scanning room.
Just as Manager Wang was about to ask about the scanning content, Chen Mo produced a confidentiality agreement. The triple rental fee covers this confidentiality agreement, as I mentioned this morning.
Please review it, Manager Wang. I need to ensure the scanned content won't appear in your case database. Manager Wang took the agreement. Clients requesting confidentiality agreements was standard practice in the industry.
However, when he saw the penalty clause stipulating 2,000% of the scanning fee for breach, he gasped.
$1 million? If I breach this, I'd owe you 1,200,000? Are you scanning a national treasure like the Song Dynasty copy of the Luo Shenfu 2? Chen Mo didn't respond.
He slipped on dust-free gloves and carefully laid the 3 manuscript pages flat on the scanning platform.
Manager Wang's eyes instantly widened in shock. This is Master Akira Toriyama's manuscript? Holy, no wonder you want me to pay 1.2 million. Chen Mo nodded and gently activated the machine. By the time Chen Mo returned home with the scanned copies and the original manuscript, it was already 7:30 p.m. The little one had finished dinner, but Su Yue hadn't eaten yet. She preferred to wait for Chen Mo to come home before eating together. Daddy's home. Little one threw herself into Chen Mo's arms. Su Yue smiled as she fetched his slippers from the shoe cabinet. Her eyes lit up when she saw the stack of second-hand manga in his arms. Hey! Why did you buy so many comics? There's so much Dragon Ball. When I was little, my sister Wanqing and I loved reading them, but we didn't have much time back then. We had to study this and that, so we bought tons of comics and secretly read them under the covers. As she spoke, she pulled out a Dragon Ball volume and began flipping through it carefully. It really brings back childhood memories. Hearing her mother say this, Xiao Xiao followed suit. She also pulled a volume from the cardboard box and began reading with relish. However, she couldn't understand a word. Pointing at Son Goku, she asked her mother. Mommy, why is he called Son Goku too? Isn't Son Goku the Monkey King with all that fur? Su Yue laughed heartily and patiently explained to Xiao Xiao. This Wukong is different from the one we know. He comes from another planet and started as the lowest ranked warrior. Through his own hard work, he gradually became the strongest. Little Xiao still didn't understand, blinking her big eyes. So is he like Daddy? Chen Mo smiled as he lifted Xiao Xiao into his arms, gently poking her little nose. Daddy isn't that strong. This little Wukong, though in Daddy's childhood memories, he was the strongest character ever. Little Xiao pondered thoughtfully. Moments later, she grabbed 2 Dragon Ball volumes and scampered over to the sofa. Daddy and Mommy read these when they were little, so Xiao Xiao wants to read them too. Watching Xiao Xiao lean against the sofa, seemingly half understanding as she read Dragon Ball, Chen Mo changed his shoes, then swept Su Yue into his arms and exclaimed happily. Hey, honey, you know what I found when I bought these comics today? Su Yue glanced at the Dragon Ball volumes in her hands, her mind elsewhere as she replied. Found $1? Books do tend to have money tucked inside. This afternoon I transferred the title on that Xiaomi SU7 Ultra. Chen Mo waved the manuscript in his hand. $1? This is worth way more than $1. 3 pages of genuine original artwork by the master Akira Toriyama. Smack! The Dragon Ball slipped from Su Yue's hand and fell to the floor. Without the usual playful mischief, the couple wolfed down their dinner. After eating, Su Yue immediately set about washing the pots and dishes, while Chen Mo headed straight for the study. Though called a study, it was actually the spare room. In their 3-bedroom apartment, space was tight. One master bedroom was reserved for their future child, and the remaining guest rooms served as the study. By the time Su Yue entered carrying a cup of mulberry and goji berry tea, Chen Mo had already finished drafting a sales proposal for scanned manuscripts on his old computer. Following the prompt for the baby game too. The cry of the comic fairy, the scales will dance in the moonlight and open a virtual turtle hermit's house for you. He naturally thought of redeeming it via NFT. Using NFTs allowed for a complete separation of digital rights from the original manuscript copyright. Though it meant sacrificing a bit compared to selling the physical manuscript outright, it was currently the optimal solution. Original manuscript rights involved Shueisha and the legendary Akira Toriyama. The mere issue of copyright ownership could spark endless disputes, and he had no desire to get entangled in such a complex vortex. His plan was to secure the digital rights and then donate the original manuscript to the Rongqing Museum free of charge. This approach would avoid future complications while preserving the scarcity value of the digital rights. To maximize profits while accounting for the current economic downturn, he planned 4 specifications for the scanned copies. The Shenlong Level Digital Collector's Edition, limited to 1 copy, features a nano-level 3D scan with a Metaverse Turtle Hermit's House branded plaque. It can be displayed for 1 year and is priced at 588,800. The Scion Class Digital Authorized Edition, limited to 5 copies, utilizes dynamic digital copyright for single-page manuscripts. It is for display only, not commercial use, and includes an invitation to the Rongqing Museum manuscript donation ceremony. Priced at 88,800.
Capsule Corporation Digital Commemorative Edition, limited to 100 copies, featuring high-definition scanned digital files with blockchain certification.
Priced at 2,888.
The final tier is the Kame Sanin Charity Edition, available in unlimited quantities. It features AI-generated dynamic digital postcards priced at 88, with all proceeds donated to impoverished mountainous regions across China. The primary focus remains donating to Ma Jiayo. He hopes that shepherd grandfather lives a better life. Seeing the 4 specifications Chen Mo finalized, Su Yue nearly spilled her mulberry goji tea onto the keyboard.
In disbelief, she asked Chen Mo. The original manuscript is meant for the Rongqing Museum. We're selling digital rights. Isn't this pricing outrageous? Will anyone actually buy it?
Chen Mo's lips curved into a faint smile as he replied.
Trust me, woman. Dragon Ball isn't just our childhood memories, it's everyone's. Remember how long we had to save our pocket money to buy a single volume when we were kids? He tapped his finger on the confirmation button. Now it's our turn to put a price on those memories.
Chapter 70, in the blink of an eye, our family gained 1.21 million. While Chen Mo's finger hovered over the confirmation button, online discussions about his 3-page Dragon Ball manuscript had already exploded. On the homepage of a certain Dragon Ball forum, a post titled DB1703 Original Manuscript Unearthed at Industrial Zone Night Market shot to the top like a rocket. The original poster, World Martial Arts Tournament Champion, unleashed over 20 exclamation marks in the content.
It's real. The veteran streamer confirmed it live. That steel stamp is undeniable.
And the manuscript's serial number perfectly matches the stolen batch from 91. Attached was a blurry screenshot of a brown paper bag from the livestream. Replies instantly surpassed 1,000.
Is this real? Is 1703 the scene where Goku first transforms into a Super Saiyan? It's confirmed.
I just watched the veteran streamer's replay.
Tears in my eyes. That's my youth right there. You're giving away your age up there. We all had childhoods, but yours was the youth. Give me the address. I'm flying to Chengdu right now. The same frenzy erupted on Weibo's trending topics.
Hashtag Dragon Ball manga manuscript appears in China. Hashtag has shot to the top of the trending list.
A major anime influencer even posted a 9-panel collage under this topic. Here's the value breakdown for DB1703. 1.
These 3 pages are pivotal for the Super Saiyan concept's initial development.
2. Akira Toriyama's annotations are extremely rare. 3. Its insurance value was already $2 million when stolen in 1991. The comments section is buzzing. No way did my childhood get crushed under half a watermelon back then? Is it too late to scour the night market's used bookstalls in Chengdu now? Big shot Chen Mo, please show us. Don't hoard it.
The same frenzy erupted on Douyin and other platforms. Videos flooding the feed under the hashtag Akira Toriyama original artwork emerges sprouted like mushrooms after rain. A beauty blogger in Hanfu held up a Dragon Ball manga and screamed at the camera. You guys get it, right? My dad just burst in saying this was his youth hidden in textbooks back in the day. He's this emotional over just one comic book. If he found out the actual original manuscript surfaced, he'd probably have a stroke from the excitement. Cut to the next video. A middle-aged man holds a yellow Dragon Ball Tankaban, the turtle character tattoo on his hand clearly visible. On Redbook, rich ladies from another world are also going viral with their posts. One user posted a 90s comic shop commemorative pin left by their grandfather. Folks, how much is this worth? Another shared a mountain of manga volumes. I was a comic fanatic back in the day too. Meanwhile, that anime veteran livestream had already surpassed 500,000 viewers. He had undeniably captured this massive wave of traffic, a stark contrast to the permanently banned duo Teotajiang and Xia Lizzie. In the livestream, anime veteran munches on his mechanical keyboard while reviewing the broadcast with a magnifying glass. Ugh, this keyboard tastes awful. See this pencil mark? That's Akira Toriyama's pen pressure. Guys, do you know how much Astro Boy sold for at that auction in Paris back in the day? Before he could finish, a golden bullet screen rose slowly. A Dragon Ball die-hard fan had gifted a rocket. Enough already. Brother Chen's launching his digital collectibles sale. The entire livestream fell silent, frozen like a screen freeze. The veteran streamer snapped back to reality, his voice cracking. WH? What? Quick, send me the link. 5 seconds later, the comments exploded. Holy crap, there really are NFTs. The limited edition one is only 88,000. Only 88,000? Only? I'll go for the cheaper one then. Bro, got you covered. There's a cheaper one with 100 copies, $28.88. Already snagged the charity edition. I'm just buying a ticket to relive my childhood. Veteran anime fans were so desperate they wanted to smash their computers. Give me the link. What's the point of you guys buying them yourselves? Hurry up, they'll be gone soon. Meanwhile, Penguin Animation headquarters. The operations team leader bursts through the door, beads of cold sweat rolling down his forehead. Mr. Wang. The dragon tier item got snatched in seconds. The conference room fell instantly silent. Everyone froze in place, the room so quiet you could hear a pin drop. After a 2-second pause, Director Wang finally snapped. Didn't I tell you to keep a tight leash on operations? How could it be gone? Do you even understand what that dragon tear means to us? It's a traffic bomb. The operations manager was berated relentlessly. He lowered his head and whispered. It was snatched by Ling Yan's Jianghan Technology branch in Rongqing. Director Wang's face turned ashen as he roared again. Contact Jianghan Tech immediately. We're willing to pay double the price for the Dragon class. Also, draft a press release stating we secured the Scion class. The operations manager hung his head even lower, his voice barely audible. We contacted Lin Yan, but she won't sell it. And the Scion grade is gone too. Director Wang was furious enough to spit blood. Then get in touch with Chen Mo immediately. Ask if he's still selling that cardboard box with half a watermelon in it. The operations manager froze. Then how do we word the press release? To all Dragon Ball fans, we deeply regret to inform you that we at Penguin only bought a box meant for watermelons. Director Wang. Su Yue stared intently at the computer screen as transaction pop-ups flashed frantically, as if someone had hit fast forward. Degimo 2001 paid 588,800 yuan. Mihoyo paid 88,800 yuan. Billy paid 88,800 yuan. Su Yue's lips trembled. This means the Dragon class and Scion class are completely sold out. Chen Mo smiled faintly, but before he could speak, the entire computer screen suddenly went blank. The mouse cursor fluttered helplessly in the top left corner. What the hell? Su Yue's brows immediately furrowed, her heart racing. Chen Mo gently stroked Su Yue's hand, reassuring her. Don't panic. It's just a sudden surge in traffic, the platform's servers can't handle it. Sure enough. After a few seconds of lag, a site-wide notice popped up. Due to a surge in traffic, the platform is undergoing emergency capacity expansion. After about 5 or 6 minutes, the computer emitted a faint ding sound. Immediately afterward, the transaction page reloaded. Only now, every product displayed a gray sold-out tag on its right side. Su Yue could hardly believe her eyes. This, sold out already? She glanced down at her phone's banking app to check her balance and let out a startled gasp. 1,210,000? Just in that short while? Our family just gained 1.21 million? Chen Mo nodded softly and pulled Su Yue into his arms. In truth, Su Yue wasn't the only one screaming at that moment. Anime Veteran was wailing in his livestream. Holy, you guys aren't human. You're so cruel. You were the last to tell me the address, and I didn't get any. I didn't get a single thing. A comment floated by. There's still the charity edition. Buy that. At least it'll preserve a childhood memory. Chapter 71, I'm here to discuss business with Mr. Yi Hongqiu. China Merchants Bank. Your account ending in 2396 received a deposit of 1,210,000 renminbi on September 2nd at 2033. Current balance, 4,334,976 renminbi and 27 cents. This balance already subtracted the remaining car loan and penalty interest paid off in full by Chen Mo and Su Yue, plus the over 90,000 yuan spent last night on the robot vacuum, carpet, range hood, etc. Su Yue stared at the balance fluctuation in the banking app, her fingers suddenly losing all strength. The phone clattered heavily to the floor, its thud echoing dramatically through the study. She frantically pulled away from Chen Mo's embrace to retrieve the phone. Chen Mo noticed the fine hairs on her neck standing on end, her body trembling slightly, even her spine quivering. For Su Yue, despite being somewhat prepared mentally after days of being stunned by Chen Mo's earnings, witnessing over 1.2 million yuan earned in a single transaction was a first. Last time at the futures exchange, it was only 880,000 yuan, and the live-streamed down jacket sales brought in 800,000 yuan. Even the Xiaomi SU7 Ultra Sheet 1 in this morning's draw, though valued at nearly $1 million, was just a car. Su Yue couldn't even begin to describe the magnitude of her shock. In just 3 or 4 days, her family's savings had skyrocketed from over 30,000 yuan to over 100 times that amount. Wait, why am I saying only? Only 880,000? Only 800,000? Am I getting carried away? A wave of unreality washed over Su Yue, as if she were dreaming. Yet the solid 4 million plus yuan in her bank account screamed it wasn't a dream, it was stark, brutal reality. Xiao Xiao crawled out from between the sofa cushions, clutching a Dragon Ball comic. She padded over to the study and saw her mother's stiff silhouette. Tilting her little head in confusion, she asked, "Did Goku freeze you, mommy?" Su Yue snapped back to reality, suddenly turning around and throwing herself into Chen Mo's arms. She planted a flurry of kisses on his face. "Moi, my husband is so amazing, moi. Over 4 million. Just now we made 1.21 million in one go. Now we have over 4 million at home. I'm going to save up for Xiao Xiao's tuition from kindergarten through college and set aside a nest egg for her dowry." Chen Mo shook his head with a smile. Seeing Su Yue like this, he didn't dare tell her that he hadn't just earned 1.21 million today, the 100,000 reward from 3.
Camera Grandpa's memory can hadn't even hit his account yet.
Of course, he dared not mention that he had already prepared a steady stream of income for Su Yue and her daughter.
That came from the 15% stake in Shan Yun Workshop from 1. The Whale Song in the Stinky Stone. With his ambergris, fragrant rhythm workshop could sustain operations for another 8 months. Within that time frame, he was confident he could expand and strengthen the workshop, restoring it to its former glory. If necessary, he still had the trump cards of Su Yi and Lin Yan. Seeing her mother like this, Xiao Xiao couldn't help but let out a soft gasp. Mommy, you're blushing.
Su Yue stopped kissing Chen Mo, stood up, turned around, and quickly walked over to Xiao Xiao. Suddenly, she scooped Xiao Xiao up cartoons and all into her arms and showered her with kisses. How could it be embarrassing for mommy to kiss her own husband's daughter? Xiao Xiao giggled nonstop under the kisses, reaching for Su Yue's phone. Not shy, not shy. Is mommy going to call grandma and auntie? You always call them to say daddy made money. Su Yue laughed until she was shaking. Alright, let's call them now. Tell grandma and auntie that Xiao Xiao's daddy is becoming a bigger and bigger hero. Chen Mo watched Su Yue and their daughter so excited, and his heart was filled with joy too. But he couldn't stay with his wife and daughter to share in their happiness any longer. He still had one final, 4. Moonlight Construction Team's secret mission to complete. After all, no one knew when the glowing envelopes from the Moon Postman's nightly deliveries would actually arrive. What if he hadn't found Yi Hongzhou before the policy was implemented? That would mean losing the profits from this baby game. Chen Mo rose, gently hugging his wife and daughter before saying softly, "Honey, I'll be out for a bit. I'll be back soon. Just need to handle something." Su Yue immediately lifted her head, her voice trembling with anxiety as she asked Chen Mo, "Where are you going now?" She didn't really want to pry. Chen Mo had been acting secretive lately, always coming home with jaw-dropping revelations. But now those shocking things were becoming increasingly valuable, and she feared her heart couldn't take it. Chen Mo offered no further explanation, merely adding, "Just going to sell some intel to Yi Luo's father, Yi Hongzhou. See if I can score a bigger apartment." Then he walked out the door. Su Yue, holding Xiao Xiao, simply replied, "Oh. Then get back safe and sound." Before he could finish the word all, her eyes widened in shock, her voice rising several octaves. What? Teacher Xiaolu's dad is Yi Hongzhou? You're selling him information? To see if you can get a bigger apartment? Hey, how do you even know what information to sell? Chen Mo descended the stairs, got into his car, and drove straight toward Yi Hongzhou's residence. Regarding 4. Moonlight Construction Team's secret mission, he didn't want to involve his little fangirl, Yi Luxia. With Yi Luxia's impulsive personality, she'd likely make things worse. Yi Hongzhou's home was located in Rongqing's most luxurious villa district, Yunqi Rose Garden. Not only did it feature a variety of villas, but the surrounding amenities were also exceptionally comprehensive. There was nothing you couldn't find there. As Chen Mo's Geely Xingrui slowly rolled through the gates of Yunqi Rose Garden, the electronic recognition system emitted a shrill alarm. Beep, unregistered vehicle, unauthorized entry. Inside the security booth at the entrance, a middle-aged guard immediately stood up, leaned out, and frowned as he barked at Chen Mo. "Hey, what's your business here? Where are you headed? This is a private residential community. Non-owners are prohibited from entering. If you're a visitor, please have the owner come to meet you." The guard had been fined for letting delivery personnel enter without authorization just 2 days prior, making him highly sensitive to unfamiliar faces now. A faint smile played at the corners of Chen Mo's lips as he calmly replied from inside the car, "I'm here to discuss business with Mr. Yi Hongzhou at Building 18. You're here to discuss business with Mr. Yi? The security guard scrutinized Chen Mo from head to toe. Chen was dressed in clothing from a budget retailer, driving a domestic car worth around 100,000 yuan. And this was the guy coming to discuss business with Mr. Yi? Mr. Yi was a real estate tycoon in Rongqing. Everyone who came to see him was dressed in suits and ties, with potbellies, driving BMWs or Autos. The guard's face twitched. He waved his hand dismissively, like shooing away a fly. Go on. Stop fooling around. You're probably here to hand out flyers, and that'll cost me my bonus. Get out of here, or I'll have to kick you out." Chen Mo didn't budge, merely giving him a calm look. "Are you sure you don't want to report this?" The guard finally lost his patience. "You really want me to kick you out? Don't push your luck. The owners here are either rich or powerful. There are tons of people trying to sneak in every day." But then, before he could finish, a bright pink Lamborghini roared to a halt, executing a perfect drift to stop right in front of the security booth, parallel to Chen Mo's Xingrui. The door flew open. Yi Luxia leaped out, her high ponytail bouncing as she exclaimed, "Brother Chen! What are you doing here?" Chapter 72, Mr. Chen. Those words were quite intriguing. Seeing Yi Luxia greet Chen Mo with such warmth, the security guard's face instantly turned ashen. Miss Yi. Yi Luxia didn't even glance at him, instead throwing herself against Chen Mo's car window. Her youthful body curved into a graceful S shape, stunningly beautiful, her large eyes shining with an almost frightening intensity.
Brother Chen, did you come to see me? Chen Mo sighed helplessly. I'm only here to see your father. I need to discuss something with him. Yi Luxia pouted. I thought you were here for me. Then she turned and glared at the security guard. Why are you blocking him? Don't you know he's my idol? The security guard immediately broke out in a cold sweat. I am sorry, Miss Yi. I truly didn't know. Yi Luxia snorted lightly, then yanked open Chen Mo's car door. Come on. I'll take you inside. Chen Mo glanced at Xingrue. What about my car? Yi Luxia waved her small hand dismissively. Leave it here. This security guard will watch it. I'll have Uncle Cheng come pick it up later. The security guard stared dumbfounded as Yi Luxia dragged Chen Mo into her pink Lamborghini. The supercar roared into the compound, leaving him rooted to the spot. His walkie-talkie crackled with his colleague's teasing voice. Oldly, you're done for. You know Miss Yi's temper. Oldly felt like crying. How was I supposed to know this guy was acquainted with the Yi family's heiress and so intimately at that? The bright pink Lamborghini sped along the paths of Yunqi Rose Garden, flanked by meticulously manicured lawns and low-growing flowers Chen Mo couldn't name. After a full 5 minutes, a vast artificial lake finally came into view at the path's end. The tranquil lake reflected the blue sky and white clouds, its shores lush with trees and birdsong. Basketball and soccer courts flanked opposite ends, separated by a man-made stream where colorful koi glided through crystal-clear water. At the heart of this man-made landscape stood a uniquely designed building. Its fluid elliptical main body embraced a crescent-shaped outdoor pool, every curve formed by natural lines. The 360-degree seamless design made it resemble a dazzling jewel cradled in the palm of a hand. Yi Luxia introduced it proudly. What do you think? Isn't my place pretty nice? Chen Mo nodded, slightly stunned. It's beautiful. Yi Luxia batted her eyelashes and tilted her head up, saying, If you like it, Chen Mo, my dad just secured another construction project. I'll have him build one just like this. Then I'll sneak you the keys, as a little coming-of-age gift. Chen Mo. Was Yi Luxia being a bit too rebellious? Always talking about stealing. Would Xiao Xiao really not be corrupted by her? Chen Mo shook his head. No need, no need. Could you introduce me to your dad? I actually came here today to discuss some serious business with him. Yi Luxia pouted again, boring. Even Xiong Meng Meng is more interesting than you. The car slowed to a stop on the circular driveway in front of the villa. A middle-aged person in a housekeeping uniform approached. Miss, you're back? Dinner is ready. Mr. Yi has already eaten and is now in his study. Yi Luxia skipped ahead, pulling Chen Mo toward the villa. Come on, I'll take you to meet my dad first. Oh, and Uncle Chang, could you please bring over the white SUV from the security booth? It belongs to my friend. The middle-aged man glanced at Chen Mo and nodded slightly, certainly. Upon entering the villa, Chen Mo was once again stunned. The Yi family villa was opulent and magnificent. An exquisite crystal chandelier hung in the grand hall, its warm yellow light casting honey-colored patches across the cream-colored walls. The dome ceiling seemed hand-painted with pale gold vine reliefs, hinting at a Nordic style. To the left of the oak flooring stood a rattan wine cabinet, rows upon rows of red wine bottles neatly arranged. To the right, an entire wall was covered in photographs. Each frame was adorned with a gold border, chronicling Yi Luxia's journey from the moment she was born to her present adulthood. One enlarged photograph of Yi Luxia riding a horse took center stage. Yi Hongqiu smiled, his eyes crinkling, standing beside a beautiful, youthful woman. Presumably, that was Yi Luxia's mother. The study is upstairs. Yi Luxia took Chen Mo's hand and led him toward the spiral staircase. Just then, a middle-aged man in loungewear descended the stairs. He stood tall and straight, his expression stern, his gaze sharp as an eagle's. Spotting Yi Luxia holding Chen Mo's hand, his brow furrowed imperceptibly. Dad! Yi Luxia called cheerfully. This is Chen Mo, whom I've told you about. He has something to discuss with you. Yi Hongqiu's gaze lingered on Chen Mo for a few seconds before he gave a heavy His words were concise. Come to the study. Turning back to Yi Luxia, his tone was firm yet unmistakably gentle, the very picture of a doting father. Little dear, go eat first. Yi Luxia stuck out her tongue. Got it. She leaned close to Chen Mo's ear and whispered. My dad's always like this, tough on the outside, soft on the inside. Don't be nervous. Yi Luxia skipped off to the dining room, while Chen Mo followed Yi Hongqiu into his study. Though spacious, Yi Hongqiu's study appeared remarkably simple. Bookshelves covered all 4 walls, densely packed with volumes. The only prominent feature was the wooden desk directly ahead, adorned with an old desk lamp. Near the lamp lay a book whose cover seemed to read How to Communicate Effectively with Your Teenage Daughter. Ahem. Yi Hongqiu noticed Chen Mo's gaze and walked over to the desk without showing any emotion. He picked up another book to cover the one on display, then cleared his throat twice. Xiao Lu mentioned you. It was because of you that she became a kindergarten teacher for your daughter. Well, it's good to retain a childlike spirit. What brings you here today? Chen Mo cut straight to the point. There are several unfinished buildings near Majiayo. Would Mr. Yi be interested?
Yi Hongqiu stared at Chen Mo for several seconds before shaking his head and smiling lightly.
Young man, if this is why you came, I'm afraid you'll be disappointed. His business instincts kicked in. With a faint, ambiguous smile, he said to Chen Mo. Those unfinished buildings? That was years ago. Manhwa is remote from the city center, with outdated road planning.
Those projects have been abandoned for so long that the industry has long reached a consensus.
Taking them over would mean immediate losses. There's no profit margin whatsoever. Chen Mo met Yi Hongqiu's cautious gaze directly, his words clear. What if the higher-ups decide to redevelop that area? What if it becomes the core of a new city development in the coming years?
The study fell into a deathly silence. After a long pause, Yi Hongqiu slowly lifted his head, the languor vanishing from his eyes. Mr. Chen, your words are indeed thought-provoking.
Chapter 73. Does Mr. Yi still think it's just a few unfinished buildings? Yi Hongqiu raised an eyebrow at Chen Mo. Evidence?
Chen Mo calmly pulled out his phone and pulled up the meteorite data he'd uploaded to the Chinese Academy of Sciences. Yi Hongqiu took the phone, his brow gradually furrowing.
Just this?
Chen Mo replied with a faint smile, of course. A shadow passed over Yi Hongqiu's eyes, and he was about to dismiss Chen Mo when the latter leisurely pulled up several more sets of images.
The magnetic field around Manhwa is highly unusual.
Over the past 3 years, meteorites falling in the vicinity have been 3 times more frequent than in other regions.
Yi Hongqiu's frown deepened, his tone growing impatient. So?
Therefore, the Chinese Academy of Sciences has already begun secretly scouting locations.
Chen Mo met his gaze directly. An astronomical observatory requires both isolation from light pollution and convenient transportation. Manhwa possesses both a unique magnetic field and proximity to the soon-to-be-constructed provincial highway extension, making it an ideal site.
Yi Hongqiu suddenly chuckled softly. Young man, such speculation. I wonder if you've been following developments in Manhwa lately, Chen Mo interrupted.
If I'm not mistaken, the Chinese Academy of Sciences has already dispatched teams to conduct surveys and measurements.
Yi Hongqiu's gaze sharpened. As Rongqing's real estate magnate, he monitored property developments constantly. Yesterday, his assistant had reported a mysterious research team entering Manhwa, which he'd dismissed as routine geological surveying. Interesting, Yi Hongqiu murmured, settling back into his chair with a shrewd gleam in his eyes.
But even if they're building an observatory, what about those half-finished buildings? Chen Mo smiled and shook his head. The observatory is just the beginning. Next will come the supporting research dormitories, children's schools, logistics bases. He took a step closer toward Yi Hongqiu. Mr. Yi should understand better than I do the scale of infrastructure investment that follows when a national-level research institution settles in a remote area. So, do you still think those are just a few unfinished buildings? Silence fell once more in the study. Yi Hongqiu's gaze drifted to the artificial lake outside the window. The water shimmered under the night sky, mirroring the flickering emotions within him at that very moment. Chen Mo took in every nuance of Yi Hongqiu's expression.
A meaningful curve slowly formed at the corners of his mouth as he delivered the decisive blow. Mr. Yi, if you were to take over those unfinished buildings now, I believe the higher-ups would offer you even more preferential policies. For instance, you might not have to pay for certain building materials.
But more importantly,
he paused deliberately before continuing. You would secure prime land parcels for the next decade in advance.
100-fold return on your investment.
All of the above information was inferred by Chen Mo based on the phone call from the Chengdu branch of the Chinese Academy of Sciences in Grandpa Shepherd's Space Gem and the clues provided by Moonlight Construction Team's secret mission.
It was practically a done deal.
If he hadn't been penniless and resource-starved, he would never have disclosed this information to Yi Hongqiu so readily.
Of course, sharing it wasn't wrong either. It meant Yi Hongqiu now owed him an enormous favor.
When it came to playing the connections card, if you played it right, you were bound to come out on top.
Watching Yi Hongqiu sink into deep thought, Chen Mo turned and walked away. His objective achieved. Next.
Yi Hongqiu stared at Chen Mo's retreating figure before suddenly calling out.
Wait.
Chen Mo halted at the doorway, turning with a faint, almost imperceptible smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Yi Hongqiu pulled a blank contract from his drawer, his pen tracing sharp lines across the paper.
90% for me, 10 for you.
His gaze sharpened like an eagle's as he looked up. You handle intelligence.
I handle operations.
Also. Yi Hongqiu abruptly tore off a corner of the contract and scrawled a string of numbers in sweeping strokes.
This is my private number.
Though, of course, you might have already gotten my phone number from Xiaolu. Within Rongqing, one call.
Chen Mo met Yi Hongqiu's gaze and nodded. Agreed. But Mr. Yi, I prefer to keep favors in my heart. Yi Hongqiu laughed heartily. Very well. Xiaolu was right. You truly have charisma. If only you weren't married. Chen Mo cut off Yi Hongqiu's trailing words and politely took his leave. Mr. Yi, you're joking. It's getting late and I should be heading home. My wife and daughter are waiting for me.
After leaving Yi Hongqiu's study, Chen Mo hurried away, anxious to avoid running into his young admirer Yi Luxia again.
Fortunately, she was still eating and hadn't noticed him. By the time Chen Mo arrived home, it was already past 9:40 p.m. Su Yue was humming a tune as she rocked Xiao Xiao to sleep. Sun Wukong, fighting monsters, the turtle hermit. Little one murmured incoherently in her sleep, still clutching her Dragon Ball comics tightly. Su Yue couldn't help but chuckle softly. Looking up, she spotted Chen Mo standing by the door. She raised her index finger to her lips. Chen Mo nodded, then tiptoed into the bedroom. You still haven't answered me, Su Yue mouthed silently. What information did you sell to teacher Xiao Lu's father? Chen Mo gazed at Xiao Xiao's round, chubby face, resisting the urge to pinch it. He lowered his voice and said, Forgot I sold a meteorite to the Chinese Academy of Sciences? They told me an observatory and school are being built at Majiao next month. Researchers will be stationed there. Su Yue's eyes widened in shock. You sold that information to Yi Hongqiu? Realizing her voice was too loud, she quickly covered her mouth. Glancing at the sleeping child, she whispered, Are you sure? Don't misjudge this. Teacher Xiao Lu is a good person. If we get caught in the middle later, it'll be awkward. Chen Mo's fingers gently brushed his wife's shoulder as he nodded. Don't worry, it's reliable. With the system providing the information, plus confirmation from the Chinese Academy of Sciences themselves, how could it not be reliable? A smug smile touched his lips as he added. Mr. Yi Hongqiu didn't ask for it for nothing. He agreed to a 90-10 split. 91%? Su Yue couldn't help but gasp, her wide eyes widening further. Those projects are worth tens of millions, even hundreds of millions. A 10% share would be millions? Chen Mo motioned for her to lower her voice, gesturing toward the sleeping child. Millions might be a small figure. The real issue is the debt of gratitude Yi Hongqiu owes. Su Yue froze in place. But Xiao Xiao stirred, suddenly rolling over and mumbling sleepily. Mommy and Daddy, counting money again? Su Yue quickly leaned over and patted her daughter gently. No, sweetie. Go back to sleep. But Xiao Xiao rubbed her eyes and sat up in her crib, clutching her Dragon Ball comic book, demanding Su Yue tell her a story. Mommy tell story, Xiao Xiao sleepy time needs mommy tell Dragon Ball story. Su Yue sighed helplessly, pressing her hand to her forehead. She turned to Chen Mo and said, Mr. Chen, your daughter's awake. You take over this time. I'm going to get a drink. Chen Mo picked up the comic book. Look at this Son Goku, he's big and round. And look at this little piggy Bajia, also called Little Wulong, he's big and round too. Little one. Su Yue had just taken a sip of water when she heard Chen Mo's bizarre storytelling. She immediately spit it out with a pft. Forget it, I'll handle this. Chapter 74, From Anti-Cancery Medicine to $1 Million Daily Income. By the time Su Yue finally lulled Xiao Xiao to sleep, her own eyelids felt too heavy to lift. Fighting off the last vestiges of wakefulness, she tucked the air-conditioned blanket around Chen Mo before collapsing beside him. Another day off for the cow. Chen Mo chuckled silently, switched off the nightlight, and waited quietly in the darkness for midnight to arrive. All of today's baby games had been completed. 1. The Whale Song in the Stinky Stone redeemed 15% equity in Fragrance Workshop. 2. The Cry of the Comic Fairy exchanged for 1.21 million yuan. The original manuscript hasn't been donated to Rongqing Museum yet, I'll take it tomorrow. 3. Camera Grandpa's memory can exchanged for 100,000 yuan plus an honorary medal inscribed Let past events serve as a warning to future generations. The 100,000 yuan hasn't arrived yet, it's on its way. 4. A Moonlight Construction Cruise secret mission redeemed an 80-20 split plus a personal debt claim from Yi Hongqiu. 5. Ping Pong Ball's hide and seek. This was settled by driving back the Xiaomi SU7 Ultra, now registered under Su Yue's name. So, what new baby games will this fresh day bring? At 12 o'clock sharp, the new baby games refresh. Ding! Today's baby games generated. 1. The Magic Iron Chest of Old Goods Island. Near the Cloud Auction House, on Old Goods Island, the brown bear vendor's tin box beeps away just 50 rainbow candies to take it home. Scan it with the little star scanner, ding, and suddenly 2 Bitcoin sprites pop out from the bottom of the box. One tall, one short, they'll tap dance wearing little gold hats. The coin castle guard gasps, goodness. These 2 little ones could trade for 2 chocolate Tesla yachts. Uncle Brown Bear's electronic scale clacks shut in shock. 2. The Secret Kingdom of Game Cartridges. Inside Little Fish's belly lies Dog Egg Brothers Arcade Shop. Among his pile of worn-out cartridges, a tiny thing glows. Insert the cartridge into the Time Machine game console, and it springs to life with a singing rainbow level. Hidden within this rainbow level, Uncle Mario's green pipe conceals a secret map never released back in the day. Step on glowing coin clouds, leap over rainbow question mark blocks, and you'll find it. Find this secret map, and a rainbow bridge will lead you straight to Nasdaq. The Gaming King's messenger awaits you, followed by an endless line of diamond ponies queuing up to deliver gifts. 3. The Worm-Eaten Roots Revenge Party. Beside the farmer's market, a spontaneous herbal morning market gathers. The Yi Grandpa's stall always gets mocked for his rotten tree roots. They're so dark, they look like little coal briquettes.
No one knows that deep in the night, the bark peels off with a crackling sound, revealing astragalus sprites and taxol warriors inside.
Hand in hand, they dance the antiviral waltz.
The herbal merchant's glasses shatter with a crack. Turns out the roots house a cancer-fighting task force.
The market's electronic scales start dancing too, overwhelmed by the root's skyrocketing value, too many zeros to count.
4. Stone Baby's Green Light Miracle. At 2 p.m. in the Emerald Forest's live show, the white stone baby tearfully lamented, "Everyone says I'm a dumb rock." Suddenly, the spectrometer sprite popped out. Beep. Beep. You have a jade princess living inside you. A sliver of green light cracked through the stone.
Jewelers' calculators went wild with zeros. The mischievous live stream cloud puffed up like cotton candy and floated away.
Gently cradle the stone, and its veins will shimmer with jade-like brilliance in your palm. 5. The Tang Dynasty's Secret of the Guqin Sister.
The ancient zither in the Shuing Qin society beside Wuhuo Temple always goes out of tune because a coughing Tang Dynasty fairy hides inside its belly. White-gloved brother brings Uncle Owls for photo shoots, while Grandmaster Grandpa plays the Great Huqin on the ancient zither. Strings ring out with a zhang as red stardust spills, forming tiny characters. I'm a child of the Lei Xiao family. The clock grandfathers bow in unison, presenting singing purchase checks. The civilization inscription beneath the zither glows with neon delight. Chen Mo was no longer sleepy, his eyes brightened in the darkness. 1.5 bitcoins, Mario's unreleased hidden levels. He mouthed silently, anti-cancer medicine, jade blind boxes, and a Tang Dynasty zither. Whoa! Chen Mo sucked in a sharp breath.
Today's baby game offerings were equally high caliber, all major items, especially that Tang Dynasty zither. If genuine, it could be worth tens of millions. He rose quietly, walked to the window, and began plotting tomorrow's plan in his mind. A smile slowly spread across his lips. In chronological order, tomorrow I'll start with the anti-cancer medicine to rake in $1 million.
But the anti-cancer medicine is in the farmer's market section, a bit too conspicuous. I just got a piece of ambergris from there.
The night passed in silence.
The next morning,
Chen Mo rose early, prepared breakfast as usual: vegetable and egg pancakes, multigrain porridge, and a cup of hot milk. Left a sticky note on the refrigerator, then drove out. The herbal market near the post office and farmer's market started with just a few mountain villagers selling wild mushrooms. As foot traffic at the temporary market grew, it gradually evolved into a sizable herbal marketplace. Upon arriving at the herbal market, the fresh scent of medicinal plants mingled with the bustling atmosphere of the marketplace. 70 or 80 stalls lined the sidewalk. A Miao grandmother sorted sun-dried Polygonum multiflorum, a Tibetan man pulled saffron from his backpack, and several elders haggled in their dialect. Chen Mo slowed his pace, his gaze sweeping over the earth-stained herbs on each stall. The insect-eaten tree roots indicated by the system were hidden among them.
Suddenly, a commotion in the corner caught Chen Mo's attention.
It belonged to a well-groomed middle-aged man. A crowd swarmed his stall, where he apparently hired a herbalist.
A loudspeaker blared on loop. Loose herbs, quality guaranteed, expert approved.
Chen Mo wasn't drawn to the stall itself, but to an elderly man beside it.
The old man, also dressed in ethnic attire, had a deeply hunched back and carried a large bamboo basket. He didn't seem to have a fixed spot of his own.
After searching for a while, he curled up in a corner beside the greasy-haired middle-aged man, pulling mountain goods one by one from his basket. Among them was a piece of astragalus root, its surface covered in black spots and riddled with wormholes.
Astragalus contains multiple active compounds that regulate the immune system, and the immune system can fight tumors.
Besides, this morning market, only this one stall belongs to an elderly man.
The rest are all middle-aged men and women.
Chen Mo strode over to the old man's makeshift stall and asked directly.
"Old man, how much for this astragalus root?"
The elder picked up the root with his rough hands, a hint of resignation on his face, and replied earnestly.
"This root is rotten. It doesn't look good. City pharmacies won't even look at it. If you want it, take it for 300 yuan. Chen Mo glanced up at the old man and nodded. "Then please pack it up for me. I'll take it."
The old man began wrapping the astragalus root for Chen Mo when suddenly, the greasy-haired middle-aged man from the neighboring stall poked his head through the crowd.
"Sir, don't bother with this stall, it's just unsightly junk. Come to me. Expert Zhang personally inspects every item. The quality of my herbs is absolutely guaranteed."
Simultaneously, the expert beside him, dressed in a suit and wearing a bronze plaque reading Senior Medicinal Herb Appraiser on his chest, peered through the crowd and gave Chen Mo a subtle nod, exuding an air of authority.
Chapter 75, You call this trash?
Hearing the middle-aged man's words, Chen Mo glanced at him and the so-called expert Zhang out of the corner of his eye but ignored them. Instead, he pulled out his phone to pay. The greasy-faced middle-aged man, seeing this, immediately bellowed at the top of his lungs. "Sir, you truly have an eye for quality." He deliberately held up the glossy, smooth astragalus root from his stall and shouted to the crowd gathered around him.
$300 for a rotten tree root, yet no one wants my genuine goods.
Beside him, the so-called expert Zhang pushed his glasses up in a knowing gesture. "Some young people these days," he said, "always trying to be different.
But being different requires some common sense, doesn't it? He glanced at the root in Chen Mo's hand. If astragalus has insect damage, its active ingredients degrade. Buying that stuff is worse than grabbing a piece of ginger at the farmer's market next door. At least ginger can season your food. The surrounding crowd immediately burst into snickers. An auntie carrying a basket of groceries turned to Chen Mo and lectured him. "Young man, you've never bought herbs before, have you? The piece you're looking at is clearly worm-eaten. I'd wager all the active ingredients are gone. Listen to Mr. Zhang's advice, buy from Mr. Lu's stall instead." Chen Mo paid no heed, but the elder grew visibly embarrassed. His wrinkled face flushed crimson as the murmurs swirled around him, his voice dwindling. "Young man, I haven't paid for this. My astragalus root is indeed worm-eaten and rotten. Just take 150, no, 20 in cash. It'll barely cover a boxed meal for my wife." Chen Mo looked down at the old man's flustered expression, slowly pulled 100 yuan bills from his wallet, and solemnly placed them in the old man's rough palm. "Old man, don't mind what others say. Your goods are worth this price. Some people just don't recognize quality, it's their loss." "Wow." Lu, the stall owner, slapped his thigh and laughed until tears streamed down his face. "Everyone, look! Look! Someone actually passed up a real dragon to chase a toad, and while the seller only wanted 20, he offered 1,000. That so-called expert Zhang shook his head solemnly and sighed. "Young man, such an impulsive purchase. For 1,000 yuan, you could buy 4 pounds of top-grade astragalus root from Mr. Lu here, and he's buying a black, rotten tree root." The crowd erupted in laughter. He looked so refined, how could he be so clueless about picking things? Not only did he pick poorly, he overpaid. What did my granddaughter say about this? Oh, right, total sucker. Sigh, young people these days can't even tell good from bad. The same basket-carrying auntie who'd previously tried to dissuade Chen Mo shook her head in disbelief and pleaded again, 1,000 yuan for a tree root? It's just not worth it. Lu, the stall owner, seized the moment to press his advantage, grabbing his astragalus roots and shaking them loudly. "Look here, look there. See the grain of my astragalus? See the color? Savvy buyers take it by the 10-pound sackful. Keep your eyes peeled, folks, don't be like some people who mistake junk for treasure." And just as Chen Mo took the astragalus root and prepared to leave, a startled cry erupted from the back of the crowd. "Wait! Isn't that the guy who found ambergris at the farmer's market yesterday morning?" The area instantly fell silent. Then, the place erupted. "What? He found the ambergris? The guy who bought codfish and got a stinky rock instead, that stinky rock worth 8 million yuan. Hey, it really is him. China's king of bargain finds." Lu, the stall owner's smile froze, and expert Zhang's glasses slid down to the tip of his nose. They'd all heard rumors about someone finding ambergris worth at least 8 million yuan at the farmer's market yesterday. But they never imagined this guy buying rotten tree roots was actually the same person who found the ambergris yesterday. But soon, Lu the vendor's eyes darted about, and he burst into even louder laughter. "Ha ha ha! A bargain? That's just his luck." His gaze fixed on the rotten tree root in Chen Mo's hands. "But here, ambergris is ambergris, and rotten tree roots are rotten tree roots. Even if you were a god, you couldn't turn rotten tree roots into a rare treasure." Expert Zhang caught on immediately and chimed in. "Ah, yes. Mr. Lu is absolutely right. Different trades are like different mountains. Spices are spices, medicinal herbs are." He dragged out his words. "One must specialize in their field." The onlookers began murmuring among themselves. Could he have really misjudged this time? Probably misjudged it. Look at that astragalus root in his hand, all black and shriveled, full of wormholes. Of course. Some onlookers started moving closer to the old man, their eyes drawn to his mountain goods. Maybe there really is something special here. Let's take a look, it won't hurt to check. The herbal middlemen in the crowd also began to shift their eyes, quietly squeezing closer to Chen Mo. They all lowered their heads to scrutinize the rotten root in his hands. Chen Mo shot a cold glance at stall owner Lu and the so-called expert, unwilling to say another word. He turned to leave. Seeing Chen Mo's expression, stall owner Lu felt like he'd punched a pillow. Adding to his rage, the onlookers began reaching out to rummage through the old man's mountain goods. His temper flared, and he could no longer control himself. He kicked out, aiming for the old man's basket. Clatter! Half the basket of herbs spilled out instantly. The stall owner's fleshy cheeks twitched as he spat out a tirade. "You old fool! You're peddling junk to fool people, ruining my business. Get out of here now, or I'll call the Drug Regulatory Bureau." Hearing this, Chen Mo abruptly halted, spun around, and his gaze sharpened like a blade. "You! Pick up the old man's things." Stunned by Chen Mo's glare, the vendor stumbled back half a step but still defiantly shouted. "What? You think you can lay a hand on me?" He deliberately kicked the scattered herbs again. "So what if I kick them? This junk is all for scamming people." Before he could finish, Chen Mo raised the rotten tree root in his hand, his gaze shifting between the old man's aggrieved face and Lu's arrogant expression. "You call this trash?" His voice was calm and measured, yet it felt like a bucket of ice water dousing the market's clamor. Onlookers instinctively held their breath. The middleman drug dealers straightened up at that moment, each taking a step back. Could this man, who had pulled off a bargain miracle at the farmer's market just yesterday, be about to perform another miracle today? Step back, or my heart won't take it.
A sneer froze on vendor Lu's face, while a chill of foreboding crept into the heart of Zhang, the so-called expert beside him. Chen Mo's fingertips gently traced the ugly wormholes. Suddenly, he pinched with all his strength. Snap! The blackened shell at the worm-eaten spot shattered instantly, sending a shower of purplish-red powder drifting down. Chen Mo slammed the root against Lu's stall. The black outer layer peeled off like an eggshell, revealing a crystal-clear, purplish-red core that glowed with a honeyed amber luster under the sunlight. Chapter 76, A Century-Old Blood Astragalus King? The moment Chen Mo peeled away the black shell to reveal the crystal-clear purple-red core, the vegetable vendor who had earlier persuaded him suddenly felt her legs go weak, nearly collapsing to her knees. This, my father once spoke of this, purple-veined, golden-hued. Another auntie immediately covered her nose, eyes wide with disbelief. That fragrance, it's so intense. Expert Zhang's glasses slid down his nose in a cold sweat. Without pausing to retrieve them, he fumbled for his phone, trembling as he activated the flashlight multiple times before finally illuminating the cross-section. Within the purplish-red veins, specks of gold sand-like luster were actually flowing. An elderly man dressed in Miao attire suddenly exclaimed in Miao. Blood. Blood Qi King. This is the sacred medicine of the E-people our ancestors spoke of. The crowd was momentarily stunned. When a Miao-speaking interpreter arrived, the room erupted in a frenzy, boiling over like water. It really is the blood Astragalus King. My grandfather told me about this, never imagined I'd see it with my own eyes today. Both the ancient Miao medicine formulas and the compendium of Materia Medica record it. Astragalus root, the worm-eaten, remains uncorrupted, with purple veins forming in its core. This is called blood astragalus. I know this. Last year in Yunnan province, a 200g piece of blood astragalus sold for a staggering 3.8 million yuan. His piece is also 200 grams. It looks like it's over a century old. Did he snag another bargain? Sweat poured from Lu's forehead as his lips twitched, unable to speak. He stumbled backward, accidentally knocking over his stall. The glossy, smooth astragalus roots spilled everywhere. Chen Mo stepped forward slowly, his gaze piercing. As a herbalist, do you still consider this junk? Bending down, he picked up a piece of astragalus root Lu had dropped and turned to the densely packed crowd. Surely some of you here are experts. Could you help me determine the quality of this? I admit I know little about herbs. Boom! The crowd erupted in waves of laughter. What a show-off! You snagged a bargain and still claim ignorance? A second-rate herbal dealer snatched the astragalus root, held it to his nose, and sniffed it carefully. He spat it out with a pfft. Sulfur smell. It's a fake treated with sulfur. Chen Mo coldly stared at Lu, the stall owner, who was slumped on the ground. Did you hear that? Your top-grade sulfur-smoked goods on your stall don't even have 1/10 the potency of this junk. Lu's face turned ashen as he lay on the ground, panting like a beaten dog. And at that moment, the elder stared blankly at the blood astragalus king in Chen Mo's hand. His rough fingers trembled as if reaching out to touch it, only to jerk back as if electrocuted. Tears wound their way down his deeply lined face. I'm useless. If only I'd discovered this sooner. My wife's cancer treatment costs. Chen Mo paused as he turned to leave. Returning to the old man, he first gathered and organized the herbs Lu had kicked aside, then carefully placed the blood ginseng back into the old man's palm. Take it, he said, patting the old man's rough hand before rising to leave. But after taking just 2 steps, the old man hopped up to catch up, his bony fingers clutching Chen Mo's sleeve tightly as he stubbornly shoved the blood astragalus back into his hand. What's sold, this old man can't take back. His voice choked yet remained resolute. We mountain folk, keep our word. The crowd fell silent at first, then erupted in thunderous applause. The woman who had urged Chen Mo wiped away tears, while the elders gave him thumbs up. Chen Mo gazed into the old man's eyes clouded and cloudy, as if they had weathered too many hardships in life. He sighed, please wait a moment, old man. Then he took out his phone and dialed the 114 directory assistance line. Please transfer me to the Rongqing Traditional Chinese Medicine Association. Seeing Chen Mo looking up the association's contact information, the middleman exchanged glances and kindly approached him. Bro, let us connect you directly to Rongqing's largest pharmaceutical company, Jisher Pharmaceuticals. We know their purchasing manager, Mr. Wang. Chen Mo paused briefly, then nodded. One of the dealers immediately dialed the number and pressed speakerphone. Director Wang, hey, it's Xiao Sun here. About that special medicinal herb you mentioned wanting to acquire last time, it's not us who found it. It was another kind-hearted guy, the blood astragalus king, with a century old. Before he could finish, a thunderous crash erupted on the other end. Silence followed, as if the phone had hit the floor. Then, a deafening roar blared through the line. A century-old blood astragalus king? That's a once-in-a-century find. Xiao Sun, I'm warning you if you're trying to pull a fast one on me with some sulfur-treated fake. The young herbalist quickly held the phone up to the blood astragalus king.
Chief Wang, I wouldn't dare deceive you.
Listen carefully to the texture. He tapped it lightly, and the purplish-red cross-section emitted a crisp, jade-like ring. Silence hung on the line for a moment before a hurried, trembling voice demanded.
Where are you now? At the herbal market? I'll be there immediately. Wait 20 minutes, no, 15.
Also, don't call other pharmaceutical companies like you did last time, or I won't buy any more herbs from you.
The onlookers simultaneously pulled out their phones, some snapping photos, others recording videos.
That so-called expert Zhang glanced at Lu, the vendor sprawled on the ground, and tried to slip away quietly. But several Tibetan herbal farmers deliberately blocked his path. The old man fidgeted nervously, rubbing his hands together, while Chen Mo calmly found a clean rock to sit on. In less than 15 minutes, murmurs of commotion rose from the back of the crowd. A middle-aged man in a white lab coat hurried over, accompanied by 3 young assistants carrying professional testing equipment. Accompanying them were officials from the Drug Administration Bureau.
Someone in the market must have reported Lu and Zhang to the authorities.
Upon seeing the regulatory officials, Lu, the stall owner, sank into utter despair, his body slumping like a pile of soft mud.
Expert Zhang, too, turned deathly pale, surrendering without a fight.
The man in the white coat wiped sweat from his brow as he pushed through the crowd, demanding of the young medicine peddler.
Where is it? Where is that century-old blood ginseng root you mentioned?
Xiao Sun chuckled and pointed toward Chen Mo and the old man.
Minister Wang, it's right there. See, I didn't lie to you, did I?
Following Xiao Sun's gesture, Minister Wang's eyes instantly locked onto the purplish-red blood astragalus king in Chen Mo's hand. He rushed forward in 2 strides, nearly twisting his ankle in his excitement. Finally steadying himself, Director Wang hurried to Chen Mo and the old man. He smoothed out the wrinkles in his white coat, which had become disheveled while pushing through the crowd, and cleared his throat, forcing calm.
Sir, and the elderly gentleman, might we examine your herb for a simple test?
His assistants behind him had already silently set up the testing equipment.
Staff from the drug administration stood nearby, escorting stall owner Lu and expert Zhang, observing the entire process with keen interest. Chen Mo nodded and handed over the blood ginseng king he was holding.
Before long, one of the 3 assistants jumped up.
Minister Wang. The meter's off the charts.
Active ingredient levels are 38 times the limit. Chapter 77, I want 0.1% of the derivative drug profits.
The detector's alarm shrieked piercingly. The young assistant's eyes widened as his voice trembled. Minister Wang.
The astragalicide content is 38 times over the limit.
Whoosh. The crowd erupted once more, shrieks piercing the sky. Last year in Yunnan, the 3.8 million case only had 30 times the active astragalicide. 38 times?
That's double the price. This isn't just medicine, it's pure gold. The staff from the Drug Administration Bureau, who had been escorting vendor Lu and expert Zhang, forgot all about them. They all rushed forward, snatched the testing device, and checked it repeatedly. Cold sweat instantly broke out on their foreheads. This. Lu, the vendor, who had been forced to stand, collapsed back to the ground, his lips trembling uncontrollably.
Impossible. That was clearly rotten tree roots.
Beside him, Zhang the expert watched his glasses clatter to the ground. He looked utterly devastated, his face ashen, legs shaking like a sieve.
38 times? This must be a once-in-a-century find. How much could this fetch? It's worth so many times more than my entire booth rental fee.
Minister Wang took a deep breath, his gaze shifting between Chen Mo and the old man as he asked.
Sir, old man, what exactly is this blood astragalus king? The old man hastily waved his withered fingers toward Chen Mo. The item belongs to the boss. I've already sold it to him. Minister Wang's gaze shifted to Chen Mo.
Though his face still bore a smile, a fleeting, barely perceptible look of contempt flashed in his eyes. Having spent 2 decades navigating the pharmaceutical industry, he'd seen his share of opportunists snatching bargains. This man before him, dressed immaculately with fair, delicate skin, how could he possibly resemble someone who'd spent years gathering herbs deep in the mountains? Add to that the crowd's constant murmurs about snagging a bargain. This man had likely exploited the Yi elder's simple kindness to swindle him out of his bargain.
Director Wang narrowed his eyes and said to Chen Mo, "This gentleman's luck is truly remarkable, isn't it?"
His tone carried a hint of indifference, no longer pressing for a purchase. Scammers like Chen Mo, who preyed on the elderly for bargains, would typically seek him out urgently to negotiate prices. His gaze drifted casually over the patches on the old man's tattered robe.
"What do you plan to do with this blood-red astragalus?
Such a precious herb, if it falls into the hands of someone who doesn't know its value,
it might well be ruined."
Chen Mo keenly sensed the contempt in the man's words but responded with a calm smile. "I was hoping to consult Minister Wang on how, according to industry practice, profits should be distributed for medicinal herbs that hold both therapeutic and research value."
Minister Wang raised an eyebrow, cleared his throat, and adopted the posture of an elder lecturing a junior. "Young man, the herb trade demands integrity. Look at this elderly gentleman. He spent his entire life foraging in these mountains. Without him, you wouldn't have obtained this blood astragalus king. Don't forget, this elderly gentleman. Chen Mo nodded. He understood Minister Wang's implication. Wasn't that precisely what he was doing now? Offering concessions to the elder. So what exactly is Minister Wang suggesting? 3 million.
Minister Wang stated the figure, his eyes testing the waters. But you must give 1 million to the old man.
That's the market price and the price of conscience.
The surrounding crowd immediately stirred with commotion.
3 million? Minister Wang, that's a pretty steep price you're pushing for. Exactly.
That one in Yunnan wasn't even as potent as this one, and it sold for 3.8 million. Before Chen Mo could speak, the vegetable vendor who had been persuading him grew impatient.
Sir, that's just not fair. They clearly.
Minister Wang waved his hand to interrupt, his gaze fixed intently on Chen Mo as he spoke with deliberate emphasis.
Young man, don't forget the well digger when you drink the water.
Take the lion's share 3 million and give the remaining million to the old man.
Your conscience won't ache. Chen Mo smiled calmly. Yes, Director Wang is right.
We shouldn't forget those who dug the well when we drink the water.
But if we give the elderly man 1 million, it might not be enough.
The old man had mentioned his wife had cancer.
If it was early stage, 1 million would suffice. But what if it was mid to late stage? 1 million would be nowhere near enough. However,
his words were misinterpreted by Minister Wang, who assumed Chen Mo was complaining about the amount. The contempt in his heart deepened, and Chen Mo's standing in his eyes now fell below even that of the second-hand drug dealer, Xiao Sun.
What? Think it's too little? Minister Wang sneered.
So greedy, as expected.
Name your price. The elder began coughing violently.
Trembling, he pulled the stack of bills Chen Mo had given him from his chest.
Leader, it's not like that. This old man wanted 20.
This boss gave me 1,000, but when he heard my wife has cancer, he returned the herbs.
It was this old man who refused to take them, so he called you.
Before the old man could finish, the vegetable vendor seized the moment to interject.
Exactly. That's what I was trying to say. You interrupted me. He could have kept it all for himself, but when he heard the old man's wife had cancer, he waited for you guys to come.
Several Miao men leapt to their feet. True to their fiery nature, they immediately formed a circle surrounding the old man, Chen Mo, and Minister Wang.
The clanging of Miao knives filled the air. Minister Wang, we witnessed this gentleman repaying the blood ginseng king with his own blood. If you don't handle this matter fairly today, we won't let you leave this market.
Minister Wang froze, his fingers trembling slightly. For the first time in 20 years of negotiations, he felt shame. And this shame stemmed from the goodwill of a stranger, goodwill he had misunderstood.
You mean, he voluntarily returned the herbs to you?
Minister Wang's voice trembled so badly even his own mother wouldn't recognize him. The old man nodded firmly.
The crowd around them chimed in, recounting the incident in detail.
Some even pulled out their phones, showing photos and videos they had recorded. Minister Wang felt his cheeks burn fiercely. He recalled his earlier moral lecture and remembered Chen Mo's unwavering calmness when misunderstood. That wasn't the feigned composure of a bargain hunter deceiving an elderly person, it was the unflinching serenity of someone with a clear conscience. I'm sorry, Minister Wang suddenly bowed deeply to Chen Mo. I judged a gentleman by my own petty standards.
My apologies.
He immediately turned to his assistant and ordered. Call the company and explain the situation to the leadership. Our offer will be 1.5 times the Yunnan auction price, with 2 million yuan paid to the elderly gentleman on the spot.
Additionally, before Minister Wang could finish, Chen Mo shook his head and smiled. Minister Wang, why not hear my proposal? Minister Wang looked at Chen Mo with confusion. Chen Mo raised an eyebrow and said softly,
What I want is 0.1% of the profits from this blood astragalus king derivative drug.
Whoa!
The three assistants gasped simultaneously, and Minister Wang's face twitched. He knew exactly what that figure represented given the scale of the anti-cancer drug market. It would translate to tens of millions in annual, ongoing revenue.
Observing their expressions, Chen Mo continued calmly.
I want this 0.1% profit to be invested in herbal collectors like this elderly gentleman. Minister Wang, I'm sure you've seen the news. Too many herbal collectors suffer broken limbs from accidents each year.
Minister Wang gave Chen Mo a deep look, then turned and dialed a number. After a brief exchange, his expression turned unusually grave. The chairman has agreed. However,
Jishir has requested an increase in the profit-sharing ratio to 0.15%, with the additional 0.05% specifically allocated for herbal gatherers' occupational insurance and skills training. Additionally, we will allocate an extra 1 million yuan, half as a token of appreciation for you, the bargain hunter, and half for the elderly gentleman.
We will also cover all subsequent medical treatment for his spouse. Moreover, the chairman has spoken highly of your character.
The old man suddenly dropped to his knees with a thud, tears streaming down his face.
Benefactor, how can this old man ever repay you? Chen Mo quickly helped the old man up, smiling softly.
No need to repay it. This is what you deserve. The Meowmen simultaneously removed their headscarves and bowed deeply to Chen Mo and Minister Wang in the Meow village. This was the ritual greeting for the most honored guests. Suddenly, someone in the crowd began singing an ethnic group's toast song. As the melody filled the air, thunderous applause erupted throughout the entire medicinal herb market. Chapter 78. You guys just love dropping by to deliver materials? By the time Chen Mo left the herbal market with 500,000 yuan in hand, it was already 9:30 p.m. Now he needed to complete the baby quest 1, the magic iron box on Antique Island. According to the game hint, this junk island near the Cloud Auction House should be the flea market near the Court Auction House. And the brown bear vendor's tin box is beeping. Just 50 rainbow candies to take it home. If he guessed correctly, was likely the BP pager, that once popular 90s flirting gadget. At 9:45, Chen Mo arrived at the flea market. The moment he stepped out of the car, a musty scent mingled with the passage of time hit him. The blaring speakers echoed with overlapping shouts, recycling old phones, computers, gold. Trade your old stuff for cash. Following the system's guidance, he quickly located an electronics recycling shop in the market's central area. The owner was a burly man with a full beard, the quintessential bear-like vendor. Chen Mo stepped inside. The small shop was crammed with vintage electronics, old Xiaobawang learning machines, BBK landline phones, and near the entrance sat a rusty metal box overflowing with pagers. The owner, puffing on a cigarette and chewing betel nut while playing a game on his phone, immediately greeted the customer with enthusiasm. Are you here to sell or buy, boss? He pulled a bag of betel nuts from his pocket and waved it. Want one? Chen Mo glanced at the bag in the owner's hand and shook his head. Thanks, but I don't chew betel nuts. I'm just browsing. Seeing Chen Mo decline the betel nuts, the shopkeeper pulled out a crumpled pack of Baisha cigarettes from his pocket. Have a cigarette? Just browsing here? These are all vintage appliances, dirt cheap. Chen Mo politely declined again, then walked straight to the rusty metal box by the door. He crouched down, casually flipping through the yellowed pagers inside, and asked, how much for these pagers? The owner spat out the betel nut residue, pulled another one from his bag, and chewed as he replied. These? Old relics. Weigh them by the pound. $50 a pound. This whole box, machines and all, weighs over 5 kilos. I'll give you a deal 250. Chen Mo chuckled, I don't need that many. I just want 1 or 2 as keepsakes. These things were all the rage back in the day, almost every guy had one. The boss blew a smoke ring, narrowing his eyes. You sure you want this? Hey, if it's just 1 or 2, it won't be this cheap, $25 each. Chen Mo frowned. This guy was the classic street smart shopkeeper, friendly and hospitable normally, but the moment profit was involved, he turned into a penny pincher. Still, he didn't say anything and squatted down to pick through the pagers. Though the sudden price hike left a sour taste in his mouth, $25 wasn't exactly breaking the bank. Following the system prompt, he scanned the box with the little star scanner ding, and suddenly, 2 Bitcoin sprites popped out from the bottom, one tall, one short. The bottom of that pager should have the Bitcoin private key engraved or written on it. Chen Mo quickly rummaged through the metal box, and soon a particularly ancient pager at the bottom caught his eye. The casing was badly worn, but the bottom bore a faded inscription. 5KZB8UF4G2QE3JW7. As he stared at the sequence, Chen Mo's heartbeat surged, his breathing quickened, and a tingling sensation like an electric current shot up the back of his neck. This sequence represented 1.5 bitcoins. At the current market price of 700,000 yuan per coin, that meant over $1 million yuan. He slipped the pager into his slightly sweaty palm without showing any emotion, then casually picked another one. Standing up, he addressed the owner, who was still happily chewing betel nut and smoking like a god. I'll take these too. 100. The owner quoted an exorbitant price. Chen Mo's eyes turned cold. Weren't they just 25 each a moment ago? The owner chewed his betel nut with a satisfying crunch, unconcerned. Yeah, but you said that was just now, didn't you? Chen Mo shook his head, placed the other pager back, then scanned the QR code to pay. The WeChat payment confirmation tone made the shopkeeper's cheeks puff out in a beaming smile. And, just as Chen Mo slipped the pager painted with a Bitcoin private key into his pocket, a Tesla Model Y sped past the entrance. But within a second, screeching brakes echoed as it abruptly reversed, pulling up crookedly at the curb outside the shop. The window rolled down, an iPhone 14 poked out, and with a click, snapped a photo of Chen Mo's retreating back. 2 seconds later, Yang Ling, their college class monitor, reapplied to join the class group chat. With his return, Lu Ming also rejoined. Simultaneously, the group chat was flooded with a background photo of Chen Mo shopping at the second-hand store. Caption, look at this. That's Chen Mo, the guy who was showing off in the group last time. Now he's reduced to scavenging junk at the flea market. The group instantly erupted. Hey, it really is Chen Mo. Didn't he show off 2 screenshots last time? One was of Lin Yan, and the other was of Sui. I suspected those screenshots were fake last time, but didn't dare say anything. Pride comes before a fall, huh? At Su Yue, look at your husband now scavenging junk at flea markets. And he was the one puffing himself up to sponsor Zhou Xiaodu with 20,000 yuan.
Just as Chen Mo was about to put his phone away, it started vibrating wildly. He opened it to find Yang Ling and Lu Ming had rejoined the class group chat, both frantically spamming the screen. Everyone, take a good look. This is the true face of our class's great philanthropist. Scouring the flea market for second-hand pagers, haha. Should we crowdfund to help our poor classmate Chun? Class monitor Yang, send us your location, I wanna come see this too. The shop owner puffed smoke curiously as he leaned in, then burst out laughing. Hey boss, you're quite the entertainer. Showing off with fake pics in the group chat. He tapped his knuckles on the metal box beside him. Forget the pager. Got an old computer here. Take it home and Photoshop something more legit? Computer's yours for 800. Chen Mo gave a faint smile, muted the group chat, and before he could say anything to this streetwise shopkeeper or even turn to see where his squad leader Yang Ling was standing behind him, the sound of the car door slamming shut echoed. Oh my, what a coincidence. Running into an old classmate here. Hey, did you run out of the money from those Photoshop screenshots you shared in the group last time? How come you're hunting for a pager here now? Class monitor Yang Ling was walking over, arm around his influencer-looking girlfriend. His iPhone 14 was still recording video, while his girlfriend covered her nose with a dramatic expression. Bro Ling, is this the rich classmate you mentioned? Rich enough to come scavenging in this stinky dump? Chen Mo sighed inwardly, his gaze shifting between the boss and Yang Ling. He gave a faint, forced smile. You two really enjoy providing material like this? Chapter 79, Balance, 1.5 BTC. You two just love delivering material like this? Chen Mo's smile was as thin as water. Yang Ling burst into laughter upon hearing this, raising his phone to snap photos of Chen Mo. Oh no, our great philanthropist is getting flustered. He switched back to the class group chat and sent a voice message. Guys, I'll send you the video in a sec. Check it out, the king of junk pulling a pretentious stunt. The class group chat exploded with messages. Zhao Ting, Lina, and others who'd been humiliated by Chen Mo last time were recklessly dancing. Lu Ming, class monitor Yang, send your location. I'm heading over to see this in person. Lina, where's the video? Hurry up and send it. I've got my popcorn ready. Zhao Ting, at Yang Ling, make sure to film it clearly, I need to make memes. Lei Ping, at Su Yue, is your husband really supporting you by scavenging junk? Seeing everyone's comments in the group chat, Yang Ling's smug expression grew even broader. He glanced toward the door, then gave his influencer-faced girlfriend a pinch on the waist. The influencer-faced girl immediately got the hint, covering her nose as she took a half step back. She then shouted at the curious passers-by peeking into the shop. Hey folks, judge for yourselves. Someone's pretending to be rich while scavenging junk, bullying my honest Ling Ji. Her deliberately high-pitched voice cut through the flea market, drawing the attention of passers-by who turned to look. Scavenging trash but pretending to be rich? What's the story? Damn it, go check it out. Hey, so this guy bought a used pager, and then this Tesla pulls up with a guy and a girl inside, yelling like crazy. Apparently the pager buyer had been showing off in his class group chat. I told you so, show-offs get struck by lightning. The shop owner, Ban, saw the commotion and immediately joined in. Cigarette dangling from his mouth, beetle nut juice dripped from the corner of his lips onto his bushy beard. Hey, junk dealer, $50 for a pager? How much you plan to sell this junk for? Can you even flip it for 10? Enough for a pack of smokes? He deliberately waved the 50 yuan payment receipt Chen Mo had just scanned. Who's feeding the material here? Don't you have any sense at all? The crowd grew larger and larger, people streaming toward the junk shop until it was soon packed tight. He's a con artist, right? My son says there are tons of these scammers online these days. Old man, you got it wrong. He's not a scammer, he's just a poser whose act got busted. Isn't that the same as a con artist? Dressing like a regular person but pretending to be rich? Put. Sigh, young people these days just can't learn to be down to earth and work hard. Then a punk teenager with colorful tattoos on his arms raised his voice. Hey, old man, did you time travel here? Think this is the 90s? That thing in your hand? Back when my dad was young, it was worth a fortune. Now, my family's got antiques too, want to buy them from me? His words were met with a chorus of mocking laughter from the crowd. Yang Ling's influencer-faced girlfriend doubled over, her chest heaving with laughter, causing the men around her to swallow hard. Under the mocking stares of the crowd, Chen Mo slowly flipped his pager over, revealing the faded characters on its underside. Know what this is? It's just a crappy pager, Yang Ling sneered. What's it do? Send WeChat messages? Play TikTok videos? Then, as if suddenly struck by insight, he slapped his forehead. Got it. This is a pager for contacting aliens. Hey, Mo, can you tell me as a favor, are the aliens trisolarans or singers? The group burst into laughter again. His influencer-looking girlfriend rolled her eyes dramatically. Let's go, Ling. This place stinks. We're off to check out the new iPhone. The junk shop owner doubled over laughing. What a show-off. You make this pager sound like some $1 million mystery. Chen Mo shook his head indifferently, calmly pulling out his phone. He opened the blockchain wallet app and aimed the camera at the characters. A crisp ding rang out, the clear electronic tone cutting through the crowd's clamor. The phone screen abruptly shifted, revealing an interface that made everyone's pupils shatter into dust. Balance 1.5 BTC. Real-time value 1,050,000. The air froze instantly. The scene froze like a still photograph. The middle-aged women gaped, the men stared wide-eyed, and the yellow-haired youth looked utterly petrified, frozen in place, forgetting even to breathe. Then, whoosh! Everyone burst out laughing, shrieks of astonishment filling the air. Holy cow! What the heck is worth over $1 million? Mom! Mom! This is the Bitcoin I told you about. That blonde-haired eagle-eyed guy Trump you see on TV? He's openly selling this stuff. This. What the hell is this? It's so embarrassing, let's get out of here before we burn up. Yang Ling's phone clattered to the floor. Somehow, the recording he'd been filming had gotten knocked and ended up being sent to the class chat group, where it was now flooding the feed. Lu Ming, holy crap, Yang the class monitor finally posted a video. Let me check it out. Lina, forget it, I'm grabbing some sunflower seeds and watching the video too. Lei Ping, at Su Yue, wanna watch with us? The group chat ended abruptly, followed by a deathly silence. Then, Lu Ming left the group chat. Lina left the group chat. Lei Ping recalled a message. Zhao Ting, at Yang Ling, Yang class monitor, please don't rejoin after leaving. You've ruined our class's unity. The antique shop owner swallowed his betel nut with a gulp, but snapped back to his senses first. He lunged at Chen Mo, screaming hysterically. Wait! I won't sell this pager. It might be my dad's, no. My grandfather's inheritance. Chen Mo deftly dodged the lunge, calmly stowed his phone, and fixed the shopkeeper with a cold stare. Cash for goods, boss. Still unwilling to give up, the boss lunged forward to grab it again, only to be stopped by the owner of the neighboring second-hand phone shop who had come over to watch the commotion. He leaned in close and shouted. If you try to steal it, you'll end up behind bars. If they can prove it, that's their skill. You've been sitting on this junk for years and never claimed it. The crowd's sentiment shifted instantly. Exactly. You've been selling it as junk all this time, and now that someone found a treasure, you want to back out? Who'd dare buy anything from your shop now? Call the cops. Crooked merchants like this should be arrested. The shopkeeper turned beet red, plopped down on the ground, stuffed a betel nut into his mouth, and began wailing while beating his chest. My poor, long-dead grandfather. The owner of the second-hand phone shop next door raised his voice again. What's so miserable? Don't you think everyone knows this junk is what you collected? Just then, Yang Ling's influencer-faced girlfriend suddenly broke free from his grip. Stomping along in heels at least 8 centimeters high, she clattered over to Chen Mo. Hey, can I add you on WeChat? I'm into blockchain too. With your Bitcoin balance, you could buy 2 Teslas and pay cash for both. As she spoke, she deliberately pulled down her neckline, drawing another wave of audible gulps. Chen Mo frowned deeply, sidestepped her completely, and walked out the door under the burning stares of the crowd. Chapter 80, Boss, is this piano accurate? Chen Mo drove through Chengdu's bustling streets, speeding toward Wuhou Temple. Having earned over 1.5 million yuan in roughly 3 hours, he was now off to complete his next baby game. 5. The Tang Dynasty's secret of the Guqin sister. The ancient zither at Shuing Qin Society beside Wuhou Temple always went out of tune because a coughing Tang Dynasty fairy hid inside its belly. The white-gloved brother brings Uncle Owls for photo shoots. Master Grandpa plays the great Huqin on the ancient zither. Strings ring out with a zhang, scattering red stardust that forms tiny characters. I am a child of the Lei Shao family. The clock grandfathers bow in unison, presenting singing purchase checks. The civilization inscription beneath the zither glows with neon delight. Wuhou Temple Chen Mo had passed by it yesterday on his way to the State Security Bureau, less than 5 kilometers away. Around 10:40, he spotted the temple's red walls and turned into a quiet alleyway, driving while searching for the Shuing Qin Society indicated by the system prompt. He found it quickly. The shop sign hung crookedly, flanked by 2 sun-faded banners, one reading old instruments for low prices, the other store for sale. Chen Mo found an empty spot to park and pushed open the shop's wooden door. The proprietor was a middle-aged man with a beer belly, sipping strong tea while cross-legged and polishing a guzheng. Spotting the customer, he casually draped the cloth over the strings, grabbed his purple clay teapot, and stepped forward. Hey, looking at gushings? Come on in, have some tea freshly brewed Yunnan pour. Chen Mo glanced at the tea leaves floating in the cup and politely declined, just browsing. His gaze swept over the cheap instruments hanging on the wall, and suddenly his scalp tingled with unease because he knew nothing about music. Moreover, the system's guidance on the Guqin was limited to one point: it was always out of tune. How was he supposed to find it? Seeing Chen Mo decline the tea, the shopkeeper showed neither awkwardness nor annoyance, instead sipping from the teapot spout as he continued. What kind of instrument are you looking for, sir? I've got some real gems here. Chen Mo pondered briefly before walking over to a zither shaped like a banana fan. He extended his index finger and plucked it lightly. A
A sound like a broken gong echoed through the shop, causing the arrow strings in the corner to vibrate inexplicably.
Sir, is this instrument accurate?
The plump shopkeeper, sipping from his teapot spout, choked on a mouthful of strong tea that shot straight down his throat.
Cough cough.
Young man, this is a Ming Dynasty crack pattern zither.
Its tuning is as precise as an atomic clock. Oh. Chen Mo remained expressionless, uttering a faint "oh" before moving to a guzheng.
He gently plucked a string, its sound heavy and low like an old ox's bellow.
Is it in tune? The plump shopkeeper's smile froze. But I just tuned it. How could it be out of tune? It's more accurate than a piano. Oh.
Chen Mo uttered another indifferent "oh" before moving to another instrument. As he plucked a string, it snapped abruptly.
Is it in tune? The chubby shopkeeper immediately leapt to his feet.
You're not here to buy a chin, you're here to cause trouble.
Keep this up, and I'll call security. As a holder of intangible cultural heritage, how could my chin be defective? Chen Mo.
This made it even harder to find. Almost every instrument in this chubby guy's shop was out of tune.
Chen Mo continued aimlessly wandering around the shop, the chubby owner trailing behind him, glaring with disapproval.
Suddenly, Chen Mo's gaze was drawn to a corner. Beneath a wobbly mahjong table lay a dark, shapeless object.
Could it actually be a zither? Chen Mo tilted his head to examine it. Looking closer, it really was a zither.
For strings hung with dried oil stains, and characters were carved into the soundboard, though they'd been filled in with putty. The shopkeeper tilted his head along with Chen Mo, gazing at the mahjong table and booming in a deep voice. We do sell mahjong tables, but buying one at a music shop seems a bit off.
Chen Mo glanced at the plump shopkeeper, straightened his head, and replied. Not the mahjong table, the instrument under it. The plump shopkeeper's eyes lit up instantly.
He certainly remembered the instrument beneath the mahjong table, an old relic left behind by the previous owner. The instrument was completely out of tune and had sat untouched in the shop for 3 years.
He never imagined anyone would inquire about it today.
He hurriedly tilted his head to follow Chen Mo's gaze, only to instantly wince with a grimace. Ouch, my neck! Ignoring the pain, he struggled to move the mahjong table aside.
The piano's body emitted a dull thud.
The plump shopkeeper rubbed his hands together, winking and saying,
You've got an eye for this stuff, boss. This is, a Ming Dynasty, no, wait, a Republican-era replica lay-style chin. 3,000 yuan, just consider it. Chen Mo shot the plump shopkeeper a withering glance, scanned the code. The plump shopkeeper hurriedly pulled out his phone, set up the payment QR code, and turned toward Chen Mo. Don't blame me, boss.
I'm selling this little shop, and I tore off the payment QR code while cleaning. This works.
Chen Mo scanned the code with a beep.
Suddenly, Alipay triggered an alert. The payment screen displayed a 30,000 yuan transaction, with the note boldly stating, Tang Dynasty Lei Qin authenticity guaranteed.
The chubby shopkeeper quickly laughed it off. Ha. Would you believe me if I said my finger slipped? While adjusting the payment amount, he muttered under his breath. Young people these days have no sense of honor. Even mobile payments come with auto detection.
Once this fool buys that firewood stick, I'll post on my moments. Some idiot shelled out 30,000 for a fake ancient zither. Anyway, I'm shutting this shop down soon. I'm so broke I can't even afford bitter tea seeds anymore.
Chen Mo.
Just as Chen Mo finished paying and was about to leave with the zither, the shop door burst open.
7 or 8 people carrying cameras barged straight in. A white-haired elder wearing white gloves addressed the camera with eloquence.
Viewers, this is the live broadcast of the Chengdu treasure hunt. We're now at Shuyin Qin Society next to Wuhou Temple. We hear the owner, Master Sun, is an intangible cultural heritage inheritor of Qin music. The camera immediately cut to Master Sun, the portly proprietor, capturing a close-up of him frantically wiping away tea stains and incidentally framing the faded clearance sale banner in the shot. Today we're exploring this shop to see if we can recreate yesterday's legendary appraisal moment, the 10,000 yuan fake blue and white porcelain.
Hearing the white-haired man introduce himself on camera, Chen Mo couldn't help but frown.
He knew a thing or two about this show, Chengdu Treasure Hunt. Despite its name, the show was actually edited for ratings, deliberately highlighting exposing fakes to create buzz. Far from championing consumer rights, it exploited viewers. Their cameras loved capturing the awkward expressions of customers when exposed for buying fakes. Chen Mo tightened his grip on the ancient zither and strode toward the exit. But before he could step outside, the director's voice echoed from within. Professor Wang, ratings are dropping, get to the point. Simultaneously, Professor Wan's voice echoed in Chen Mo's ear. Young man, is that zither you're holding one you just bought? Chapter 81, how about we make a bet? Hearing Professor Wang's words, Chen Mo's heart sank. He had no desire to engage further with this show, Chengdu Treasure Hunt. He despised programs that exploited others' awkwardness for ratings, and his pace quickened immediately. However, the production team clearly had no intention of letting this material slip away. Since its premiere half a year ago, the show had garnered ratings by tackling exposing scams, yet it remained mired in controversy. After all, no one wanted to be publicly mocked as a sucker on camera. Young man, wait.
Professor Wang, spry for his age, stepped across and blocked Chen Mo's path.
Without waiting for consent, he reached out and grabbed the head of the ancient zither from Chen Mo's hands. His white gloves instantly stained with the instrument's accumulated grime. He dramatically furrowed his brow for the camera. Viewers, look at this instrument this young man purchased. The camera panned, zooming in from Chen Mo's face to the dried oil stains on the zither's surface and the carved characters filled with putty. Professor Wang let out a soft sigh. This thing's so filthy it could breed poisonous insects. The carving's been plastered over like Sadako's face you bought a moldy washboard. The program team posted it in the Bilibili livestream, and the comments exploded. Dying laughing HHH. Professor Wang's mouth is as sharp as ever. Haha, this is the first time I've seen someone buy something this filthy on a show. And look at how he just grabbed the instrument, treating it like a treasure. Seeing Professor Wang's attitude, Chen Mo's brows furrowed, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. He already despised shows that reveled in others' embarrassment. What's more, this so-called Professor Wang had grabbed the guitar without permission, and no one from the production team had stopped him. It was as if the local gangs are so rude. Let go, Chen Mo said coldly. If you won't show respect, don't blame me for not showing any either. Caught off guard by this sudden defiance, Professor Wang's smile immediately faltered. He gave a nervous chuckle, attempting to lighten the mood. Young man, no need to get so worked up. We're just helping you authenticate your treasure. What if you'd paid too much? Chen Mo waved him off, his gaze sweeping over the camera still recording. He laughed coldly. Whether it's a loss is my business. This instrument is now sold to me, it's my property. Did you get my permission to film? Did you get my permission to touch my instrument? Professor Wang stumbled back, stung by the icy words. Though the show had encountered difficult amateurs before, this was the first time they'd faced someone so direct, sharp, and downright intimidating. The entire production crew froze. The director, who had already raised his hand to signal the cameraman to pull back the lens, suddenly noticed the ratings numbers on the monitor screen skyrocketing. 0.3%. 0.5%. 0.8%. The surge far exceeded the norm. The live chat exploded with comments, blanketing the screen like a blizzard. Holy, this guy's got some guts. This episode is way better than the last one, so much more thrilling. Don't cut away, I need to see what happens next. Professor Wang's face is turning green, haha. The director's eyes were glued to the skyrocketing view count. He pursed his lips, then changed his hand signal in the next instant. Keep filming, stay on him. Then, he flashed Professor Wang an upward gesture. The message was clear, ratings were soaring. Keep escalating the conflict. Professor Wang understood immediately. His eyes flickered, but his composure returned. He stepped in front of Chen Mo once more, adopting a look of deep regret. Young people these days don't know a good thing when they see it. Our production team kindly offered to authenticate your item, and you turn around and put on airs? As he spoke, he suddenly reached out again and strummed the strings forcefully. Zhung. A shrill sound like nails scraping glass instantly reverberated throughout the store. Just look at this tuning. It's worse than the speakers used by those square dance ladies. Chen Mo's frown deepened. He caught every gesture from the director and Professor Wang's increasingly aggressive tactics. He hadn't expected this production team to be so relentless for ratings and views. What he hadn't anticipated was that the production team's low standards would only get worse. As Chen Mo fell silent, comments began flooding the live stream chat. Dude, you're backing down already? Stand your ground. Isn't standing up to them what you're all about? Ugh, he's backing down already. What a letdown. Bye-bye. Can't hold his ground anymore. His voice is all messed up, how's he supposed to stand up to them? Ratings began plummeting in a straight line, dropping from 1.1% just moments ago to 0.9% in mere minutes. The director watched the ratings plummet, his face turning pale. He frantically gestured at Professor Wang, keep going. Don't stop. Ramp up the tension. Create conflict. Professor Wang got the signal but hesitated. Chen Mo hadn't spoken again, just glaring coldly at him and the crew. He couldn't stir up conflict on his own. The male assistant from the production team pointed behind them at the sweating Sun Fat, the restaurant owner. Professor Wang instantly understood. He signaled for a crew member to block Chen Mo, then turned and approached Sun Fat. His white-gloved hand patted Sun Fat's bulging beer belly. Mr. Sun, did you buy that intangible cultural heritage inheritor certificate on some online marketplace for 9.99 yuan with free shipping? How could you sell customers a guitar like this? How much did you sell that guitar to this customer for? Cold sweat instantly beaded on Sun Fatso's forehead like soybeans. He frantically scrambled to find his certificate. This was bound to happen. Who said my certificate was 99 yuan with free shipping? It's clearly 12. Ugh. I mean, it's clearly the one issued to me after I learned the craft from my grandfather and father. This instrument. I sold it to him for 30,000. No, wait, 3,000. It's a replica, just a replica. Professor Wang immediately seized the opening, deliberately raising his voice so the microphone could clearly pick it up.
3,000 yuan for this piece of junk?
He lunged forward, closing in on Chen Mo, spittle nearly splattering the instrument's surface.
Young man, you paid 3,000 for this piece of junk? Enjoy being the sucker?
This thing's not even good enough to light a fire, it'd just make too much smoke.
I advise you return this instrument to Mr. Sun right now.
Our show exists to expose fraud for people like you who pretend to know what they're buying. Otherwise, the whole city of Chengdu will know you're the sucker who paid 3,000 for a piece of crap. With that, he lunged to snatch the ancient zither from Chen Mo's hands, seemingly intent on grabbing it for a few close-ups to thoroughly humiliate Chen Mo.
Chen Mo finally lifted his eyes to Professor Wang, his tone eerily calm. Since Professor Wang is so certain, why don't we make a bet? Chapter 82, My big brother Chen has finally screwed up.
The moment Chen Mo uttered, "Why don't we make a bet?" the live chat exploded once more.
That's the spirit. Don't back down, go all out. Hey, you just love a good show, don't you?
This isn't something you can just go head to head on. That tone sounds off from the get-go.
How did you all predict this? How did you know what this guy was betting on? Wait. Did you notice? Who does this guy look like? Isn't he just like Chen Mo, the mastermind behind Xiong Mingming's live streams? Hey, you're not kidding, it really is my big bro Chen. He snagged an authentic Dragon Ball manuscript yesterday.
The ratings shot straight up from 0.9%, the numbers jumping wildly. The director stared at the monitor, grinned, and flashed Professor Wang an OK sign, promising him he could bet on anything. But, just as Professor Wang was about to speak, cut. The live feed abruptly cut to a commercial, accompanied by upbeat music.
Want to know how much your family heirlooms are worth? Download the Treasure Appraisal Master app now. Chaos erupted on set as the advertising staff frantically thrust a phone at the director.
Director Liu, the comments are all saying this guy is Chen Mo, the one who snagged the Dragon Ball manuscript yesterday. Professor Wang shot a warning glance, but still had the production crew continue blocking Chen Mo. He then swiftly moved to Director Liu's side, lowering his voice under the cover of the commercial music.
Cut to an ad now? The audience is waiting for the drama.
Director Liu waved the ad team's phone, its screen flooded with bullet comments.
Chen Mo? That bargain-hunting king of domestic finds?
Ha, looks like Professor Wang's about to get humiliated this time.
Cut back quick, I want to see him get called out.
This time he probably won't get humiliated, that tone just doesn't sound right.
Will it be Brother Chen who crashes and burns this time, or Professor Wang? Can't wait to find out.
Professor Wang stared at his phone, then suddenly burst out laughing.
Him? The so-called king of bargain finds?
Director Liu, you heard that awful sound when I strummed that junk guitar earlier. Man, calling it a fake would make the fake seem classy. Film this, watch me use my authority to shatter his bargain hunter myth. Director Liu watched the steadily climbing numbers, licked his lips, and waved his hand.
Roll camera. Ratings hit 2%. Since that piano is indeed fake, let's go all out. The more he can't handle it, the higher our ratings will soar. As the commercial ended and the red light flashed, Professor Wang stood before Chen Mo, dramatically spreading his hands.
Viewers, we've just received news that the man before us is none other than yesterday's bargain hunter who found the Dragon Ball manuscript.
Now this bargain hunter wants to make a bet with us. Should we take him up on it?
The screen flooded with comments, bet. We want to see the clash between the bargain hunter and the fake busting king. Professor Wang's assistant held up the clapperboard, smiling confidently. Alright, we'll take this bargain hunter up on his bet.
He locked eyes with Chen Mo. So, what do you want to bet on?
A meaningful smile curved Chen Mo's lips.
Let's bet whether this guitar is worth 3,000.
If Professor Wang hadn't been mindful of his on-screen image, he would have bellowed like a pig. Director Liu had turned away, his body shaking violently, clearly laughing himself nearly unconscious.
3,000 for that guitar in Chen Mo's hands? Ha! You could buy a whole bunch for 300. Fine, I accept. What's the wager? Professor Wang asked, struggling to suppress his laughter.
Chen Mo gave everyone a casual glance and chuckled lightly. If this instrument in my hands is worth over 3,000, your production team must apologize to every passerby you've ever debunked.
If it's not worth it, I'll perform eating the instrument live for everyone? The comments exploded. Is the bet that big?
This episode is way better than all the previous ones.
Oh no, why is it live? Can't even fast forward. I'm still at work.
Donation gifts rained down like a meteor shower.
Professor Wang snorted coldly, muttering to himself, eat my piano? Ha! It won't kill you.
Director Liu laughed so hard he nearly doubled over. With a wave of his hand, he signaled the cameraman to zoom in on Chen Mo for a close-up. The message was clear, remember this face at LL be swollen soon. Chen Mo shook his head and turned to the chubby shop owner cowering in the corner, barely daring to breathe.
Boss, lend me a piece of deer skin. Sun Pengji pondered for a long moment, utterly baffled by the request.
Only when the production crew reminded him that deer skin was used to polish Guqin did it dawn on him. He tossed Chen Mo the very cloth he used to wipe his own instrument, muttering under his breath.
What deer skin? I don't have any. Your instrument isn't worthy of a real one anyway, this will do just fine. Professor Wang. Director Lu. The live stream audience.
This Sun Fatso, the intangible cultural heritage inheritor of Qin music, must have genuinely bought it. Chen Mo glanced at the rag Sun Fatso handed him, then turned to find a soft, dry cloth in the shop before beginning to polish the guqin in his hands. Squeak! As the first oil stain was wiped away, half a worm-eaten mark appeared on the neck of the zither. Just as Professor Wan was about to mock him, Chen Mo abruptly stopped and gently rotated the zither under the light.
The livestream fell into an eerie silence.
The flood of comments froze, as if everyone on the other side of the screen had held their breath.
Snap!
A dry patch of putty flaked off the engraved mark, revealing the two seal script characters Lei Xiao at the nut.
Lei Xiao.
The cameraman holding the camera suddenly uttered the words aloud, his voice trembling.
The chat exploded. Holy crap! Lei Xiao? The Lei Xiao from the Tang Dynasty's renowned loot-making family? Did my bro Chen snag another bargain? Can someone enlighten us about Lei Xiao?
Kid, let your old man fill you in. Fewer than 10 Lei family zither survive today, and last year one sold for over 100 million at auction.
That's fake, right? If I carve ganjiang on my kitchen knife, does that make it an artifact too? Exactly. Don't jump to conclusions so quickly. Can you really determine it's Lei Xiao just by carving two characters?
Professor Wang's expression darkened instantly, but he quickly regained his composure.
How could one authenticate an artifact based solely on two characters?
The ancient zither in Chen Mo's hands had such poor tone quality it absolutely couldn't be a Lei Xiao. Maintaining his confident smile, he addressed Chen Mo.
Young man, an inscription of Lei Xiao doesn't necessarily mean it's the real Lei Xiao.
He deliberately tapped the zither's surface with his white-gloved finger, producing a dull thud.
Chen Mo calmly turned to the plump shopkeeper cowering behind the counter.
Shopkeeper, you still have that intangible cultural heritage bearer plaque hanging.
Why not play us a tune?
Sun Pingji instantly broke out in a cold sweat, suddenly feeling like the whole world was against him.
I.
Professor Wang seized the moment to taunt Sun Fat with a sarcastic tone.
Could it be that Mr. Sun's musical heritage inheritor?
Sun Fatso glanced at the camera filming him, his beer belly heaving violently. Gritting his teeth, he crawled out from behind the counter, sat down on the stool with the guitar thrust into his arms like a duck being forced to swim, and ran his fingers over the strings.
Zhun. The shrill noise, like nails scraping glass, rang out once more. Everyone in the live stream burst out laughing. My mom just asked where that donkey was braying. This is what they call an intangible cultural heritage inheritor? Oh no, Brother Chen's really screwed this time. Chapter 83, this is a national treasure, damn it.
Professor Wang heard Sun the fat shopkeeper pluck that instrument to produce a donkey bray. His conviction that the thing wasn't even worthless as a fake solidified, and the sneer on his lips deepened. He turned to the camera and shrugged dramatically.
Mr. Sun, that plucking just now.
He deliberately dragged out his words. The male assistant from the production team immediately caught on, adding a comical donkey bray sound effect at that very moment.
Is it that his intangible cultural heritage title is watered down, or is this instrument just a fire poker?
As he spoke, he feigned concern, wiping the strings with his white gloves. Viewers, it seems a certain bargain hunter is about to make good on his promise. Director Lu immediately signaled, and as the camera panned over the guqin, the male assistant added a countdown to eating the guqin clock.
Professor Wang glanced at Chen Mo before continuing. But we value humanity, and it's almost noon anyway.
Our production team will treat the bargain hunter to a complimentary bottle of erguotu liquor. Wood paired with liquor, the more you savor, the more you enjoy. The show's impact was explosive. Did my big bro Chen just get wrecked? Bargain hunter versus fake busting king. The fake busting king totally won. Any twists? You bet there is, bro, twist or no twist. Feeling bad for my bro Chen for a second, he's gonna eat his guitar. But why am I so excited about this? Amidst this volcanic eruption of comments, gifts flew through the air like confetti. Sun Fat, the shop owner, was drenched in sweat, slumped on the piano stool, utterly bewildered.
His eyes were vacant. Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing?
Chen Mo glanced at Sun Fat, pulled out his phone, and was about to call the Rongqing Museum. He admittedly knew nothing about music, and Sun Fat's claim to be an intangible cultural heritage inheritor was as fake as they come. To verify the authenticity of the guqin now, he'd have to call in the museum experts.
It was also convenient to donate the authentic Dragon Ball manuscript to them while he was at it.
Director Lu saw Chen Mo about to call and gestured to the cameraman.
The camera zoomed in on Chen Mo again.
Professor Wang spoke up at just the right moment.
Seems you're calling for outside help? Young man, outside help won't change the facts. Before he could finish, bang!
The door to the Music Society burst open. An elderly man with graying hair and a face etched with the wrinkles of time, yet with eyes that sparkled with sharpness, strode in. Behind him followed several young men in their 20s, all dressed uniformly in the museum's light blue uniforms. The old man's gaze darted like lightning, instantly locking onto the ancient zither in Sun Fatso's arms. He brushed aside the production crew members, strode directly to Sun Fatso, and snatched the zither away.
Move aside.
Sun Pongzi stumbled backward several steps and plopped down onto the ground. The live stream exploded like a bomb had been dropped, erupting in chaos.
Holy crap! Isn't that Director Yang from the Rongqing Museum? Master Yang himself? Could this zither really be? Wait, why is old Master Yang plucking the strings too? Could it be that even he?
Professor Wang watched helplessly as the old man's fingers touched the strings.
Zheng.
Another donkey-like noise erupted, even more jarring than Sun Fat's playing.
The comments exploded again. Oh no, even old Master Yang's messed up. Did my brother Chen really hit the jackpot this time? My heart aches for brother Chen all over again. No turning back now. Even old man Yang, the museum director, played that note. It's a done deal. Eat your instrument, brother Chen. Professor Wang certainly recognized curator Yang, not just him, but the entire production crew knew him.
After all, their show frequently interacted with museum staff. Seeing even Oldly produce a donkey-like sound, everyone nearly burst out laughing. Director Lu was laughing so hard he was in pain. Oldly's appearance had already boosted the show's ratings significantly, now sitting at 3.1%. Professor Wang was about to burst out laughing himself, ready to deliver another sarcastic remark, when he saw Curator Li suddenly close his eyes, take a deep breath, and gently pluck the strings with his age-spotted fingers.
The next second. Boom!
The melody of the Great Huqin erupted like thunder, its notes charging forth like iron cavalry, swords and spears clashing in unison. The entire music society seemed to tremble as if the very air had been shaken. Professor Wang froze in place, his gaping mouth wide enough to swallow an egg. Director Lu's hand gesture froze mid-air, and the male assistant's phone clattered to the floor.
The live stream's comment section instantly emptied.
Everyone stared wide-eyed at their screens, forgetting to post comments. Director Yang's fingers danced across the strings, the music surging like crashing waves one moment, then whispering like a spring in a deep valley the next. Everyone was spellbound, utterly entranced. Even Sun Fat's belly began to tremble involuntarily, as if the legendary Lu Shan himself had leapt across 1,000 years to dance the barbarian dance before Yang Guifei. A 6 months pregnant mom typed tearfully, "My baby's kicking me in the womb, it feels like it's moving to the rhythm." When the final note fell, the music lingered unexpectedly, swirling through the shop like an echo that refused to fade. The live stream chat fell silent for a full 3 minutes before erupting in a deluge of astonished exclamations. Holy crap, that tone? Did they switch instruments? Didn't it sound like a donkey braying just now? My mom just asked why I'm kneeling to watch the live stream. Is this really a Lei Xiao Guqin? Hey, everyone, look. Professor Wang's face is blacker than the bottom of my pot. Master Yang slowly rose to his feet, trembling hands cradling the ancient zither as his voice choked with emotion. This is the genuine Lei Xiao. This is pine wind and clear echoes, crafted by Lei Xiao in his early years. Look at these crack patterns. His fingertips gently trace the serpentine cracks across the zither's surface. The Chen family music treatise records that among Lei family zither, snake belly cracks are the rarest, occurring once in a century. The live stream exploded instantly, erupting in chaos. Holy! It's the real deal? This is a national treasure. Did Brother Chen snag another bargain? Hey, Brother Chen, hiring bag carriers? I want to tag along for the ride. Who just called this a fire poker? Step out and get beaten. Professor Wang, come eat your instrument. Curator Yang spun around, glaring at the production crew. If my assistant hadn't alerted me, I wouldn't have arrived in time. This national treasure of a Guqin was about to be ruined by you clowns. Your show has zero substance, you'd sell your souls for ratings. The Qin's tone is perfectly fine. It's just out of tune from years of pressure. Once the strings are reset, it'll return to standard Tang Dynasty pitch. You bunch of academic frauds pretending to know what you're talking about. I've already reported your program to the Cultural Bureau for malicious destruction of cultural relics. A deathly silence fell over the set. Amidst the silence, Chen Mo calmly turned to Professor Wang and Director Lu. Remember your promise. Apologize to every passerby you've ever debunked. Oh, and Professor Wang, pairing wood with wine? This wood is probably beyond your means for a lifetime. Suddenly, Director Lu's phone rang. He instinctively answered it. A voice with a heavy accent came through. Hello, this is the Royal London Collectors Association. A viewer mentioned your program discovered a Lei Xiao Guqin? We're willing to make an offer. Director Lu's eyes widened in shock. How much? The voice on the phone rang clearly to everyone's ears, £80 million, cash payment. At that moment, every pair of eyes turned toward Chen Mo. Chen Mo silently nodded to himself. Indeed, Chinese cultural relics were this coveted worldwide. Chapter 84, This ambition deserves a peerless genius. Duo. Young Master Duo? The chat exploded with question marks, followed by a frenzy of comments. What was the last bid? I think I've gone deaf. Hey, if you don't need your ears, donate them to someone who does. He said £80 million. 80 million.
Can someone help convert this to RMB? Kid, it's nothing, just over 700 million lighter click. Holy. I've never seen that much money in my life. Brother Chen just casually picked up a building worth 700 million. Translate this, what's an international superstar? This is an international superstar. The live stream special effects gifs exploded like a nuclear blast, their glow nearly drowning the entire screen. On camera, director Lu's lips trembled, Professor Wang's face turned ashen, and his white gloves had unconsciously clenched into fists. Their show had fought tooth and nail, sacrificing dignity and integrity, yet their annual revenue barely scraped together 10 million, not even enough for a mere fraction. Chen Mo paused briefly, then a plan formed in his mind. This ancient zither belonged to China. It couldn't be allowed to flow out of the country. According to the cultural relics law, it couldn't be legally sold, especially now that it had been exposed on the show treasure hunt in Rongqing. The only option left was to donate it to the Rongqing Museum. This also aligned with the system prompt. The clock grandfathers would bow collectively, presenting a singing acquisition check, while the cultural inscription beneath the zither joyfully flashed neon lights. This instrument belongs to the bloodline of our Chinese civilization. Chen Mo cleared his throat and addressed the camera, his voice resonating in every viewer's ears. In accordance with the cultural relics law, I hereby donate it to the Rongqing Museum. As the words fell, as if by coincidence, a deep tolling of bells echoed from the direction of Wuhou Temple. Boom! The viewers in the live stream room collectively stood up literally. I'm tearing up right now. Who just said in the chat that Brother Chen would sell out the country? Get the hell out of here. This is the kind of opportunity you can't pass up. Brother Chen radiates pure positivity. Elder Yang's eyes welled up with tears. Suddenly, he bowed 90 degrees. Chen Mo hurriedly helped Elder Yang up, repeatedly saying, "This is too much honor, too much honor." But Elder Yang insisted on completing the bow, his voice choked with emotion. "This gratitude, you deserve it." After finally helping Elder Yang to his feet, just as he was about to speak, he saw Chen Mo say, "Oh, right. I have another manuscript to donate to the museum, the authentic Dragon Ball manuscript I found yesterday." Old Master Yang's hands began to shake violently. He had seen the trending topic authentic Dragon Ball manuscript surfaces in China yesterday, but he never imagined that the person who found the genuine Dragon Ball manuscript was the same person who found the ancient Lei Xiao zither. The very person standing before him now, Chen Mo. Old Master Yang grabbed Chen Mo's arm. "Dragon Ball manuscript? You mean Mr. Akira Toriyama's? The original storyboard for Chapter 17, the first appearance of the Seance." Chen Mo pulled up yesterday's scanned copy from his phone. "The manuscript is currently in the trunk of my car." The live stream erupted once again. Holy, Brother Chen's scale is truly worthy of being called a peerless genius. In the trunk? Like it's no big deal? That's the actual Dragon Ball manuscript. Two national treasures, one from China, one from South Korea. But clearly ours is superior. Old Yang suddenly pulled out his phone and tremblingly dialed the mayor's direct line. At that moment, Vice Mayor Zhou Zhengyang was leaning over, pointing at the Leica camera in the center of the conference table. The images of the Nanjing massacre captured by this camera will become new historical evidence. It was snatched up yesterday at a judicial auction by an enthusiastic citizen named Chen Mo. The phone rang. Zhou Zhengyang hung up and resumed the meeting. The phone rang again. Zhou Zhengyang hung up once more. The phone rang again. Zhou Zhengyang dug his fingernails into his palm. "Excuse me, I need to take this call." He ducked under the table. The moment he answered, Old Yang's urgent, booming voice blasted through. "Old Zhou. Call the Culture and Tourism Bureau immediately. Now. Right this instant. Old Yang, I'm in a meeting right now. Some kid named Chen Mo donated the Lei Xiao Guqin." "What?" Zhou Zhengyang jolted upright, his voice doubling in volume. "Is it from the same lineage as the Nine Heavens ornament in the Forbidden City? 30 years older." Old Yang's voice cracked slightly. "It's the Pine Wind in clear echoes. And that Chen Mo also donated an original manuscript of the Dragon Pearl." "Wait." Zhou Zhengyang abruptly stood up, knocking the projector into violent swaying. "You said Chen Mo? Yesterday, someone named Chen Mo donated a Leica camera to the State Security Bureau here. It contained evidence from the Jinling security zone. No, it can't be the same person. It can't be that coincidental, right? Old Zhou, just watch the TV. The show Treasure Hunt in Rongqing, we're both on it right now." The sound of a TV turning on came from the other end of the line. Immediately after, Zhou Zhengyang let out a startled cry. It really is the same person. Realizing he was in a meeting, Zhou Zhengyang took a deep breath to compose himself before speaking in a solemn tone. "Mr. Yang, listen carefully. National treasures hold immense significance, and this is live television. Activate the museum's emergency protocol. Yes, that's the Cultural Relics Protection Contingency Fund. When you submit the subsequent reimbursement, I'll have the Finance Bureau open a green channel for you. I'll also call the Culture and Tourism Bureau over for a meeting." After hanging up, a smile touched Zhou Zhengyang's lips. His gaze fixed on the TV in the conference room as his fingers tapped lightly on the table. This Chen Mo 2 days, 3 artifacts. He radiates positive energy. Impressive. But that bargain hunter nickname netizens gave him? Not ideal. I think civilized ferryman suits him better. You really leave a lasting impression.
After ending his call, old Yang beckoned an assistant over.
Prepare a check in our museum's honorary curator certificate. The assistant immediately retrieved a blank check from a document case.
The check bore the embossed seal of the Rongqing Museum Special Fund, along with a gilded certificate. Mr. Yang personally wrote the full amount of the museum's contingency fund's 600,000 yuan on the check before handing it, along with the certificate, to Chen Mo. Chen Mo accepted it with both hands. Lu Dao, Professor Wang, and the others standing nearby felt even more ashamed.
The live stream audience went absolutely wild. Did you hear that call just now?
My big bro Chen is so awesome, 3 cultural relics in 2 days.
Brother Chen, I genuinely love to be your underling. I'm flying to Chengdu right now. Holy crap, Brother Chen found a Leica camera yesterday? Does it contain evidence from the Jinling safe zone?
I suggest we salute Brother Chen too.
He's unmatched in the nation. Chapter 85, I doubt you could support our entire neighborhood. At 12:30 p.m., Chen Mo stood before his front door. Currently, the baby games 1. The Magic Iron Box of Secondhand Island 3.
The Revenge Party of the Worm-Eaten Tree Root and 5. Sister Guqin's Tang Dynasty Secret have all been completed. Now all that remained were 4.
Stone Baby's Green Light Miracle and 2.
The Secret Kingdom of Game Cartridges.
As for the order of these last 2 baby games? Naturally, 4. Stone Baby's Green Light Miracle comes first. It has a time limit.
The reason for returning home was the system prompt, 2 p.m. at the Emerald Forest live show. This quest must be completed within someone else's livestream. Of course. He needed to prepare beforehand. The system also warned, if you're mischievous, the live streaming cloud will puff up like cotton candy and escape.
Chen Mo gently pushed open his front door.
The living room was quiet.
The curtains were drawn halfway, and the air conditioner blew a gentle chill.
Su Yue was curled up on the sofa, a thin blanket draped over her waist, fast asleep.
An unfinished cross-stitch lay on her chest.
Xiao Xiao was at kindergarten now, no longer needing her constant care. Yet despite having more free time, she still worked on her cross-stitch, her diligent nature unchanged.
Chen Mo tiptoed over, about to pick up the cross-stitch from Su Yue's chest. Honey, you're back? Su Yue's voice was thick with sleepiness.
Her eyes half open, she instinctively shifted her body, as if making room for Chen Mo to sit beside her. Her posture resembled that of a cat caught between sleep and wakefulness. Chen Mo sat down in the space Su Yue had just vacated and reached out to ruffle her hair.
You don't have to cross-stitch anymore.
This old man can earn money now, and our savings are enough for us. After a pause, he added, went out this morning and made a little extra cash.
Oh.
Su Yue murmured vaguely, burying her face deeper into the sofa cushions.
How much? Over 210,000. An eerie silence suddenly fell over the living room. 3 seconds later. Swish.
Su Yue shot up from the sofa, her hair standing on end like a startled lion cub. Her eyes widened, her lips trembled slightly, and her voice cracked.
You said that again? Du Xiao? Chen Mo calmly pulled out his phone, then produced the check issued by old Master Yang.
Bought a tree root, made 500,000 yuan. Then bought a pager with half a Bitcoin inside. Finally, stumbled upon a national treasure of China, the Lei Xiao ancient zither.
Su Yue was utterly stunned. Tree root. 500,000 yuan? A pager, 1.5 bitcoins? The Lei Xiao ancient zither. Her breathing quickened noticeably, her chest heaving violently.
It took her a long moment to regain her composure before her expression turned serious.
Has your dad been keeping a closer eye on you lately? Chen Mo was completely confused. My dad? He passed away when I was still in school. Su Yue shook her head repeatedly. No. I mean your godfather's dad. You've really leveled up. Before, you'd make 100,000 in a day, but now you've brought home over 2.1 million in just one morning. Even winning the lottery wouldn't be this fast. Chen Mo smiled as he pulled Su Yue into his arms. So, honey, you don't have to cross-stitch anymore, right? You believe I can support the family now? Su Yue's eyes still held a dazed look.
Now I'm starting to wonder if you could support our entire neighborhood. Her gaze suddenly landed on the clock display on Chen Mo's phone, and she jolted in shock.
Ha! It's only noon. Are you still going out this afternoon? Chen Mo couldn't help but laugh. What, you want me to go earn another 2 million in the afternoon? Su Yue waved her hands frantically. Oh right, wait, no. Let's not make any more money. I'm afraid my heart can't take it.
Chen Mo's lips curved upward, his smile growing wider. Actually, you can make money from home too.
Su Yue.
After Su Yue heated up his meal, Chen Mo ate and then headed straight to the study, bringing along a small jade pendant and a tiny quartzite carving ornament Su Yue had bought. Chen Mo had been busy outside these past few days, so Su Yue no longer waited for him to come home for meals like before. Still, she kept up the habit of saving him leftovers.
Chen Mo opened his computer and the task prompt for
Stone Baby's green light miracle appeared simultaneously on his retinal display. If there's a malicious live streaming cloud, then this Jade Forest live show must have shills. When it comes to Jade Stone gambling, having shills involved is practically an industry norm. The preparations I made earlier should come in handy. He shifted his gaze from the small jade pendant and Su Yue's quartz stone ornament, opened his browser, and searched the entire web for Jade Forest's live show. He quickly found a live stream room named Emerald Forest, hosted by a streamer ID called Angry Dragon Brother, who hadn't started broadcasting yet. He clicked into the room, downloaded all of Angry Dragon Brother's past broadcasts, then opened the free online tool Bullet Screen Analysis Master. Importing the bullet screens from the recordings, he launched the analysis. As the software ran, various analytical icons and data reports instantly appeared. Sure enough, he identified 5 or 6 shills. Their comments contained words like rise, profit, and stable at a staggering 92% frequency, far exceeding the 18% rate among regular viewers. Moreover, these individuals shared another common trait: their bullet comments were sent the moment Angry Dragon Brother uttered his lines, a reaction time impossible for humans. It was as if those bullet comments had been pre-written. What are you so engrossed in? Su Yue had finished washing the dishes at some point and now stood behind Chen Mo, holding a cup of goji berry and mulberry tea. Chen Mo took the cup, sipped slowly, and replied with a smile, nothing much. Just killing time watching a live stream. Su Yue glanced at the Jade Forest live stream channel, a hint of caution flickering in her eyes. Honey, even though we're better off now, don't gamble on jade stones. It's no different from gambling 9 times out of 10 you lose. Even if you win, it's just a small piece of pork, and in the end, you'll still lose the whole pig. Chen Mo nodded. Yeah, don't worry. I don't gamble. He truly wouldn't gamble. With system prompts guiding him, could that even be called gambling? That's called precision harvesting. After hearing Chen Mo's words, Su Yue softly hummed in agreement. She turned back to the living room, picked up the unfinished cross-stitch on the sofa, and returned to the study. She said nothing, merely sitting quietly beside him. Her fingertips deftly twisted the golden thread as it weaved through the fabric, producing a soft rustling sound. Chen Mo's gaze shifted from the computer screen to Su Yue's hands, and his thoughts suddenly drifted back to their university days. Back then, she'd been just like this, quietly reading while sharing songs from her phone through earbuds. Only now, the music in her earbuds had been replaced by the clamor of live streams, and the book in her hands had become an unfinished cross-stitch. Finally, 2 o'clock in the afternoon arrived. Bao Zhaolonga went live. Bald-headed and wielding a powerful flashlight, he bellowed into the stream. Hey everyone, show's on. We just got a new shipment of stones, come check them out. Chen Mo nodded slightly. Well, as you wished, here they are. Chapter 86, One Cut to Heaven, One Cut to Hell. Check this out, folks. This Moixia open-cut stone has a shell as tight as a young lady's belt. In the livestream, Raging Dragon swung his powerful flashlight, suddenly illuminating the black velvet cloth spread across the table. The raw stone, numbered 0001, lay at its center, its serpentine veins winding like blood vessels within the spotlight. Folks, this is what we call earthworm-wrapped mud, the divine material from Imo Shisha. Just look at the thickness of this mist layer, the texture of these sand grains. Today I'm letting you all in on a leak, just 20,000, just 20,000. Cut it open and you'll get imperial green, tenfold profit. Brother Long shouted energetically while slamming his flashlight onto the black velvet cloth. With a sharp snap, the intense light revealed the irregular patterns within the raw stone labeled 0001. The chat exploded instantly. Brother Long is awesome. This is definitely going to be a color explosion. Is this for real? He's hyping it up like crazy. New here? Hey, Dragon Brother never picks a bad stone. Follow his lead, you can't go wrong. Just then, a rocket bearing the ID One Cut Fortune shot upward, trailing a rainbow-colored plume, its red text dominating the screen. Dragon Brother, save this one for me. The 0007 rough I bought from you last time, cut into ice glutinous rice jade, made me a cool 80k. Almost simultaneously, Jade Life set off their special effects. Mine. Follow Dragon Brother's picks, and you'll go from driving an Alto to a BMW. Chen Mo watched these two IDs firing rockets, along with the comment in the bullet stream saying, follow Dragon Brothers picks, you can't go wrong, from the user Jade Gambling Prince. His fingertips tapped lightly on the tabletop. These were precisely the 3 shills from his comment analysis. Su Yue's embroidery needle hovered mid-air as she stared at the glossy skin 0001 raw stone in the livestream. She asked, is this stone really worth 200,000? It's only selling for 20,000. Chen Mo chuckled. He noticed Brother Long's thumb rubbing the stone's surface, leaving a trace of suspicious green powder lodged in his fingernail crevices. Not worth it. It's just his sales tactic. Su Yue suddenly understood. It's just like those meat sellers at the morning market, they'll slap frozen meat and claim it's fresh. As they spoke, the 0001 rough stone had already been snapped up by one cut to wealth. Jade Life pounded his chest in frustration during the livestream.
Damn slow hands. Why did I move slower than everyone else?
I missed such a golden opportunity to strike it rich. Brother Long offered sympathetic consolation to Jade Life. Bro, opportunities to strike it rich come and go. I've got new stones every day, maybe something big will come up later.
Don't worry, once I'm rolling in it, I won't forget you.
He then signaled the cutter to carry the 0001 rough stone to the backstage area.
The backstage camera now showed the cutting machine's blades sinking into the stone's surface.
Brother Long suddenly sprang up from his chair, slapping his thigh with a loud smack.
See? I told you. It's rising and skyrocketing. Pure yang green.
The camera promptly zoomed in for a close-up. On the cut surface of stone 0001, a vivid green band swirled through the stone like a living creature. Long Ji's face suddenly crammed into the frame, his freckled nose nearly touching the lens. Holy, this isn't just 10 times the value, we can get at least 5 full green bracelets out of this.
Wealthy bro, you're killing it here. How about another rocket tip for your buddy? Bro, do you want us to buy it back, or should we ship it to you to sell yourself? If we buy it back, I'll offer you a flat 200,000 yuan. What do you say?
One cut to wealth flooded the screen with rockets again.
Brother Long, buy it back. I'll take the cash.
Without hesitation, Brother Long transferred 200,000 yuan to the account provided by One Cut to Wealth via the camera. One Cut to Riches flashed another rocket.
Thanks, Dragon Brother, for making me richer again. I'm going house hunting tomorrow.
The live chat exploded with excitement, drawing in more and more viewers.
Damn impressive. Bro Dragon is so generous. Bro Dragon, please take us along.
This is truly heaven in one cut. Yet no one noticed the cutter quietly cradling the 0001 rough stone, tossing it into the scrap pile. Su Yue stared in shock at the dense barrage of comments, her eyes wide.
Did it really yield imperial green? That single cut just now, that one cut to wealth, made over 100,000 profit after deducting the initial investment?
Chen Mo shook his head calmly and explained. That one cut to riches was just a plant. The so-called explosive gain of the 0001 rough stone was nothing more than ordinary water foam jade pre-treated with dye.
Su Yue nodded, seeming to grasp the concept only partially.
Then, tilting her beautiful face upward, she asked Chen Mo again.
But no one's going to stop them from scamming people like this?
Brother Long's shouts echoed from the computer again. Next stone, number 0002. In the livestream, Brother Long disdainfully poked the surface of the 0002 stone with tweezers, chuckling offhandedly. TSK, this surface is cracked like the clothes women wear on the streets these days, full of holes.
10,000 yuan? You could toss it in water and hear it clang.
Chen Mo watched Brother Long's arrogant display, shook his head indifferently, and murmured to Su Yue.
Someone will take care of it.
When they cut the wrong stone, that'll be their comeuppance. His gaze swept over the neatly numbered rough stones arranged on Brother Long's table as his right hand swiftly tapped away at his phone. Soon, he pinpointed the stone highlighted by the system alert. White stone, baby tearfully whined. Everyone says I'm a dumb rock. It was an unremarkable white stone, numbered 0005, its surface rough as old tree bark. It stood out like a sore thumb among the colorful array of high-end rough stones, priced at 10,000.
This must be it. Chen Mo examined the stone lying quietly in the corner.
Several natural cracks on its surface did indeed resemble tear stains. Brother Long was currently holding up raw stone number 0002 and hawking it.
Anyone interested in this stone? If not, I'll move on.
Brothers with extra cash might want to take a look, you never know, it could yield something good. But I stand by my judgment, this stone isn't worth it.
The comments flooded in. Trust Dragon Brother, pass on this one.
This 0002 doesn't match my lucky number.
I'm not buying.
Brother Long said it's no good, no one's buying.
Move on already. I want to see number 0003.
But a seller named Little White Loves Jade bucked the trend, hesitating before placing an order.
I'll buy it. I just asked my uncle, and he said this one's okay, won't lose money on it.
The moment those words appeared, the chat exploded.
Bro, you're new here, right? Don't listen to your uncle, follow Dragon Brother's advice. He's spot on. Exactly.
This is like throwing 10 grand down the drain. Maybe he just loves the sound of money splashing in the water, ha ha. Brother Long stared at the ID, then glanced down at the raw stone in his hand. Suddenly, he grinned.
Alright, since you bought it, I'll take responsibility for cutting it open. Let's see if your uncle's right or if I am. Chapter 87, Who Said It Was a Waste?
The moment the stone cutter roared to life, Brother Long raised an eyebrow at the cutter without missing a beat.
This was their old rule code.
If a good piece emerged, the blade had to be subtly deflected, burying the genuine gem among the waste. This maintained Brother Long's reputation for keen eyes while allowing him to pocket the real treasure from the customer. As the blade sank into stone 0002, the cutter's hand suddenly jerked. His face drained of color in an instant, his eyes widening as his pupils contracted to pinpricks. This stone, dismissed as worthless by Brother Long, revealed a stunning streak of bright green at the cut surface. This was top-grade material with high ice and floating green flowers. Brother Long sucked in a sharp breath, his Adam's apple jerking violently as he greedily swallowed. This stone was conservatively worth at least 500,000 yuan. He shot a quick glance to the cutter, who understood instantly. With an imperceptible flick of his wrist, the blade veered away from the jade's true color vein, slicing only a layer of pale stone skin. Told you it was junk. Brother Long shrugged, pointing at the cut surface, beads of sweat forming on his freckled nose. Newbies always think they're the chosen ones. In the livestream chat, One Cut to Riches and Jade Gambling Prince immediately led the flood of comments in agreement. Brother Long's eye is spot on as always. Don't listen to the naysayers, some folks just don't want to see you succeed. Exactly. Brother Fortunes upgraded his car multiple times following Dragon's advice. With that 0001 stone, he's ready to house hunt again. Damn, Dragon Brother is seriously spot on. However, Xiaobai Loves Jade suddenly connected with Brother Long via live audio. The stream filled with static-filled static, then a pleasant female voice emerged. Did you cut it crooked just now? Brother Long froze, then awkwardly laughed as he reached to cut the connection. He showed no mercy just because she was a girl. Hey, girl, cut it out. Everyone saw perfectly clearly just now. There was no crooked cut. If you don't believe me, wait until I finish streaming and watch the replay. As soon as he finished speaking, a rocket from Jade Life shot skyward. Brother Long has such a great temper. If it were me, I'd have blocked them right away. Brother Long, hurry up and move on to the next piece. I'm counting on you to make me rich. Su Yue lifted her eyes and paused her embroidery needle. This girl named Xiaobai just lost 10,000 yuan for nothing enough to build a house back home. Her tone brimmed with regret, yet like most viewers, she failed to see the deception unfolding. Chen Mo's gaze grew deep as he watched the livestream. Yes, Xiaobai lost 10,000 yuan. His tone shifted abruptly as he paused, and some people might lose even more. The livestream's atmosphere grew increasingly heated. Brother Long's sales pitch grew more frenzied, the sheen of oil on his forehead glistening under the camera's glare. The next few stones brought joy to some and sorrow to others. The sorrow belonged to those who had lost their money for nothing, while the joy was reserved for Brother Long and his shills. Their scam ensured not only that the money would be pocketed, but also that the good jade would end up in their hands. Gambling on jade stones? Of course there are winners and losers. Come on, let's move on to the next 10005. Brother Long placed the 0005 stone onto the black velvet cloth on the table. Priced at 10,000, it was encased in a grayish-white skin, its cracks resembling axe blows. Under the lights, it emitted a lifeless, dull sheen. Ugh, he poked through the skin with tweezers in disgust, revealing a chalky interior. Is this even a jade stone? It looks like a gravestone. I wouldn't take this rock even if you paid me 10 grand. Anyone want it? I'm listing it. The chat exploded with laughter. This rock? I don't want it either. Bad luck. Bury it. Whoever buys this is a sucker. The moment the link went live, Chen Mo clicked the buy button. We'll take it. Su Yue instinctively grabbed his wrist, but her protest, however, was far weaker than before. Her eyes sparkled with eager anticipation. Clearly, she too had been swept up by the one-click paradise atmosphere in the livestream. The moment Chen Mo placed the order, Brother Long noticed immediately. A smirk twisted his lips, his tone tinged with teasing. Hey, someone actually bought that tombstone. Let me see who the big shot is. Silence is golden, just bought it. You must be new here, bro. I wouldn't recommend buying that rock. The live stream erupted in waves of laughter. Big spender. Buying this rock? Even Brother Long warned us to steer clear. Dragon, cut it open. I want to see the big spendery, that's my kind of show. Just think of the 10 grand as a lesson learned, we've all been there. Brother Long scanned the chat, licked his dry lips, and addressed the camera. Silent brother, I'll cut it open for you right now. The rules are the same, if something valuable comes out and you want us to buy it back, we'll transfer the money on the spot. If you want it shipped back, I'll send it out as soon as I go offline. Cut it. Chen Mo sent a comment. Su Yue set down her cross-stitch, her eyes glued to the livestream. Unconsciously, her fingers tightened around Chen Mo's wrist. Honey, what if we don't get anything? That 10,000 yuan will just go down the drain like that girl Xiaobai's did. Maybe we shouldn't gamble. Gambling is bad. Chen Mo gently stroked Su Yue's fingertips and smiled softly. It's okay. Buying this stone isn't gambling at all. It wasn't gambling after all, it was harvesting. The roar of the cutting machine echoed once more, only to abruptly halt. The cutter's hand froze, his eyes nearly popping out of his head. Beneath the blade, a vivid, vibrant green hue slowly spread along the saw teeth, bleeding across the snow-white stone flesh like ink on paper. Under the bright flashlight, that vivid green even faintly refracted a rainbow halo. Dragon! Dragon! The cutter strained to keep his voice low, but his excitement made it high-pitched. It's green, even better than 0002.
Dragon Brother also saw the pool of emerald green on the cut surface. His pupils contracted sharply, and his breathing grew heavy. He knew all too well the value of this exceptional quality. It was green snow floating in the air, with a market price starting at a minimum of $1 million. Brother Long immediately signaled to the cutter with a glance. The cutter understood instantly, subtly adjusting his wrist once more. Snap! The blade abruptly veered off the jade's main vein. Just like with Little White Loves Jade, it had only sliced off another piece of grayish-white stone skin. Oh dear! Brother Long slapped his thigh, his face plastered with feigned regret. Bro, your luck. I told you this was junk. Su Yoe's fingernails dug unconsciously into Chen Mo's wrist as her voice brimmed with regret. Honey, our money's down the drain. I told you gambling was bad. Chen Mo shook his head, shifting his gaze from his phone to the computer screen. A faint smile slowly spread across his lips. Who said it's down the drain? Chapter 88, Are you staying for the new year? Long Ji's feigned sigh still echoed in the livestream when Chen Mo's voice call request suddenly popped up. Brother Long. Chen Mo's voice was eerily calm. I'll demonstrate an experiment first. Brother Long was baffled. Unlike Little By Loves Jade, who had immediately accused him of cheating, Chen Mo's approach left him unsure of Chen Mo's intentions. For a moment, he froze in place. Seizing this rare opening, Chen Mo immediately turned the camera toward the goji berry and mulberry tea Su Yue had brewed for him. He casually picked up the small jade pendant from the table and dropped it into the cup with a thud. Meanwhile, Su Yue's quartzite ornament floated on the surface. Genuine jadeite has a density of 3.33, he declared, tapping his thermos a must-have tool for middle-aged men. Fakes have a density below 2.6. The scene abruptly cut back to the screen recording on Chen Mo's phone. When Brother Long lifted scrap number 0005 with one hand, the muscles in his forearm visibly tensed, and his wrist trembled unnaturally. Action Director's analysis shows. Chen Mo played the slow-motion breakdown. The force in Brother Long's movement perfectly matches the exertion of a human lifting dumbbells a 3.3 kilogram force curve. This means the stone I bought genuinely contained jadeite. Its high density and weight required Brother Long to exert dumbbell lifting strength. The Action Director software, of course, was downloaded by Chen Mo when he and Su Yue were watching the livestream together. The very moment he uttered, when they cut the wrong stone, that'll be their comeuppance. Whoosh! The bullet comments exploded instantly. Holy crap, a genius just showed up. Bro, throw the stone I just bought into water to test it. Holy crap, I'm actually learning something from watching a livestream. I'm so screwed, so screwed. Wait, that doesn't make sense either. How do you explain why the cutter's blade was white when it sliced through? Su Yue was equally stunned. She stared at Chen Mo in disbelief, wondering for the first time how two students taught by the same teacher and both former top students could be so vastly different. Why hadn't she thought to use these techniques? They were all knowledge she'd learned. Xiaobai Loves Jade bombarded the screen with over 10 comments in rapid succession. Bring out my number 0002. I want you to recut it. I clearly saw it go off course. Chen Mo's words and the barrage of comments in the livestream instantly made cold sweat break out on Brother Long's neck. He forced a smile. Bro, you have to accept defeat. You saw it yourself just now. Our cutter produced a blank piece. Theory is theory, but facts are facts. With that, he attempted to forcefully disconnect the live feed. But Chen Mo merely smiled. His steady voice, tinged with authority, cut through the static of the livestream like a sharp arrow. Brother Long, are you about to cut the connection? If you do that now, it'll be like confessing guilt without being asked, admitting you have something to hide. As he spoke, he displayed the live streaming platform violation handling regulations on his phone screen, a document he and Su Yue had downloaded while watching the stream together. The platform explicitly states that during live interaction segments for transaction disputes, a streamer unilaterally cutting off communication constitutes a severe violation. Every second of interruption is logged by the platform, with violation points accumulating. Once your points are maxed out, your live stream channel will face permanent suspension. Brother Long, are you really willing to throw away your hard-earned streaming career so easily? Long Ji's hand froze mid-air, his face alternating between pale and crimson. He knew Chen Mo was right. This streaming platform relied on its rules to regulate streamers and protect user rights. If he rashly cut off the mic, he'd be walking right into a trap. Yet he couldn't bear to let Chen Mo expose his scam live on air. However, just as Brother Long hesitated in shock, Chen Mo seized the moment to drop another bombshell. Brother Long, you just said the truth? Fine. Let me show you what the real truth is. Chen Mo switched his phone to a popular AI software, dragged the 0005 raw stone video from his recorded livestream into it, and activated the AI engine. After inputting keywords, the analysis results generated automatically. Detected cutting path deviation. Actual cutting point deviated 0.52 mm from natural color vein. Error rate 98.7%. Indicates deliberate human intervention. He displayed the findings before everyone, letting out a cold laugh. Someone was afraid of cutting into the real deal, so they deliberately cut it crooked, right? The live stream erupted into chaos. This refund. The AI has proven it. Damn it, I'm reporting this to the cyber police. Xiaobai loves Jade fired off over a dozen comments in rapid succession. Give me back my 0002. You scammer. Mine must be cut wrong too. Su Yue froze again. Oh my husband looks just as handsome now as he did that night buying the diamond ring. Wait, no, how come my husband seems to have anticipated every single one of his moves? As if he'd anticipated Long Ge's anticipation. Of course. Chen Mo's foresight extended far beyond that. Suddenly, he smiled and asked. Brother Long, why the sudden silence? Are you waiting for the cutter to swap out the 0005 rough stone? He tapped lightly on his phone, paused, then continued. Today's AI can analyze whether you've made a cutting error. It can certainly analyze the surface features of the 0005 rough stone. Should I delete the live stream replay to cooperate with you? Click. The warning glance Brother Long had just formed froze in his eyes. In the 20-degree air-conditioned room, beads of cold sweat rolled down his freckled nose. His calves trembled violently, his face as white as paper. Cut. Reset and recut my 0005 rough stone according to the standard. Chen Mo's voice carried an authority that brooked no argument. Long Gu swallowed hard. Bro, that's not compliant. But, before he could finish, the cutter on the small screen suddenly went berserk, firing up the stone-cutting machine again. I'll cut it. Whatever happens in the livestream isn't my fault. Long Gu made me do it all. I knew nothing. His blade plunged into rough stone 0005 for the second time, and the stone skin peeled away like a cicada's shed exoskeleton. A starburst of emerald-grade brilliance erupted before everyone's eyes. This emerald was as transparent as water, with evenly distributed snowflake-like inclusions. Under the spotlight, it displayed 3 distinct shades of green. Under direct light, it shone with a vibrant sun green, and side lighting, it deepened to an emerald green, and against the backlight, it transformed into a lustrous apple green. Even more astonishing, the fine snowflake inclusions refracted a rainbow halo at specific angles. The cutter's legs buckled, nearly bringing him to his knees. This is truly green snow floating in the air. Worth over $1 million. Long Gu slumped lifelessly in his chair, gasping for breath. He tried to shut down the livestream but found the platform had locked the controls. You actually reported me? Chen Mo sneered coldly. Report you? Or should I just keep you around for the new year? Then, his tone softened abruptly. Is that little white girl still around? Apply for compensation. The platform has already intervened, so you should be able to get it. Long Gu looked utterly devastated as he watched helplessly while Chen Mo and Little Bai Loves Jade initiated a 1.5 million yuan compensation agreement. The platform automatically approved it, advancing it to the next review stage. When the notification sound rang out, the crimson red announcement in the livestream exploded. Permanent ban. Chapter 89, you made 3.1 million today? The scarlet ban notice still flickered on the screen, but Su Yaoi's fingers had already crumpled the fabric of Chen Mo's sleeve. We just made another million in a moment? Her voice was as soft as a dream-like murmur. Really, we can make money at home, a whole million. Today you made 3.1 million yuan? You. The creaking of the old computer tower in the study echoed as Su Yue stood speechless for a long moment, unable to form coherent words. Then, she stopped talking altogether. Suddenly turning, she threw herself into Chen Mo's arms. The thermos knocked over, spilling tea onto the keyboard. She frantically grabbed tissues to wipe it down. Honey, how did you get so good? And you even know how to use software like Action Director. Chen Mo took the tissues from Su Yue's hands and gently wiped the keyboard. Remember when Xiao Xiao was born? We couldn't afford a videographer, so we filmed it ourselves with a phone. That's when I first used this software to edit the video. How could it be the same? This time it's... Su Yue lifted her head, about to ask Chen Mo how he thought to use density to distinguish real Jedi from fake, but her gaze was drawn to the livestream where comments were still flooding in. I sold my house to follow Brother Long into Jade gambling, and that scammer took everything. My house is gone. My child's tuition money. I followed Brother Long buying that number 0003 stone, and now my child's education is down the drain. These sudden comments sent a chill down Su Yue's spine. That bald man with freckles all over his nose, how many people had he ruined, leaving them penniless? How many families had he torn apart? If not for Chen Mo, would more people like them have recklessly thrown their life savings into the abyss? Husband. Su Yue's fingers trembled slightly as a wave of dread washed over her. If it weren't for you, would more people have been swindled out of everything they had? Chen Mo clasped her cold fingertips, offering no reply. He couldn't answer that question. Because in this world, beyond Brother Long's livestream, countless other scams were still unfolding everywhere at this very moment. Even for the victims who had been scammed before in Brother Long's livestream, he was powerless. He couldn't recover the losses they had already suffered. Xiaobai Loves Jade was an exception. She had arrived just as Chen Mo was stepping into the fray. So, Chen Mo sighed, reaching out to shut down the computer.
Jadestone gambling is just like regular gambling, only the house wins.
Don't step into this quagmire. Su Yue suddenly pulled away from Chen Mo's embrace, snatching the cross-stitch frame.
The gold thread flashed sharply in the moonlight.
Got it, honey. Next time I see a live stream like that, I'll resist the temptation and report it immediately? No. Su Yue jabbed the needle fiercely into the fabric. I'm installing all the analysis software you used today first. Chen Mo. He glanced at his phone. It was already 3:04 p.m. Chen Mo stood up and headed out. He had one last baby game to complete. 2. The Secret Kingdom of Game Cartridges. According to the game prompt, inside Little Fish's belly lies Dog Egg Brothers Arcade Shop. Among his pile of worn-out cartridges, a tiny object glows. Insert the cartridge into the time travel game console and it will jump out, unlocking a singing rainbow level. Find this secret map and a rainbow bridge will lead straight to Nasdaq. The Game King's messenger awaits you, followed by an endless line of diamond ponies queuing to deliver gifts. This likely refers to a shop called Dog Egg Brothers Arcade on a certain platform. Among the used cartridges he uploaded, the second-hand copy of Super Mario Bros. Contains an unreleased test version. Hey, where are you going again? Su Yue called out to Chen Mo just in time. Chen Mo paused at the entrance, out to run an errand.
He deliberately swallowed the word earn. Su Yue's heart leapt into her throat. She jogged over and tugged at his sleeve.
Honey, don't make money. The more you earn, the more I fear this might be a dream. Chen Mo smiled faintly, knowing his wife would react this way. He looked down at Su Yue and gently pinched the back of her hand. Does that hurt? Ouch. What are you doing? If it hurts, it's not a dream.
I'll go find a game cartridge and be right back.
Oh. Su Yue patted her chest and exhaled deeply. As long as it's not about making money.
Wait, that's not right. I used to think we never had enough money, but now I wish you wouldn't make any. Just earn a little, but please don't make millions anymore.
Chen Mo.
Taking the elevator downstairs, Chen Mo opened the Douyin app on his phone and found the Dog Egg Brothers game shop. That copy of Super Mario Bros. Was sitting in his store, priced at 30 yuan. After the game popped up on Douyin early this morning, he'd actually checked the exact address of Dog Egg Brothers Arcade on Douyin and discovered the owner, Dog Egg Brother, was also from Rongcheng. That's why he decided to go find the owner in person for a face-to-face transaction. Otherwise, he would have snapped up the copy of Super Mario Bros. Back in the wee hours.
Opening the chat window, Chen Mo typed his message.
Hi, I'm also from Chengdu and want to buy your copy of Super Mario Bros. I saw your profile mentions in-person transactions.
Are you available now?
Soon, the other party replied. I'm free, but I need to remind you of 2 things. First, that cartridge is my dad's old one, and I'm not sure if it still works. Second, you'll need to come to my place. I live near Rongcheng Computer City, but I can't leave home for too long. My mom is sick, and I need to take care of her. Chen Mo frowned slightly as he read the 2 messages sent by Dog Egg Brother. It wasn't because he had to go to the other person's place, but rather the information revealed made him feel a vague sense of unease. He couldn't pinpoint why, but a heavy weight settled in his chest. Okay.
Chen Mo replied.
The elevator had just reached the underground parking garage.
He got behind the wheel and sped toward Rongcheng Computer City. Meanwhile,
as he drove toward the computer mall, halfway across Rongcheng, in a small rented room, a teenager around 18 years old quietly gathered the clothes drying in the communal hallway and brought them inside. In the cheap 1-bedroom apartment, a pot of herbal medicine bubbled away in the living room, filling the space with a bitter scent. Mom, I'm heading out, the teenager said, slipping the Super Mario Bros. Cartridge into the pocket of his faded jeans.
An uncle is coming to buy a game cartridge.
The woman on the bed stirred, her emaciated hand emerging from beneath the covers. Xiaoyu, don't sell your father's things.
Mom, I poured your medicine. Drink it when it cools.
The boy poured the liquid from the pot into a bowl and carried it to the bedside.
Dad's been gone for 5 years. I know I shouldn't sell his things, but we're really out of money. My part-time job doesn't cover Mom's medical bills.
Her hand fell limp, tears streaming from sunken eye sockets.
It's me who's useless. I've been a burden on you.
The boy stood up straight, his thin frame stiffening. The cassette tape in his pocket pressed against his thigh as he shook his head firmly. No, taking care of Mom is what I should do, just like you and Dad took care of me when I was little. After one final check, the medicine bowl cooling by the bedside, the phone beside Mom's pillow, the urinal within easy reach under the bed, the boy stepped out the door.
Chapter 90, Is this thing worth anything? The sun at 3 or 4 in the afternoon was merciless.
Xiaoyu crouched on the steps of the east gate of the computer mall, sweat trickling down his temples and soaking the collar of his yellowed t-shirt, leaving white salt stains.
Hey, isn't this our class filial son?
A shrill whistle pierced his eardrums, the sound coming from behind him. Xiaoyu instantly tensed up, every hair on his body standing on end. He didn't even need to turn around to know who was approaching. It was Wang Chang, Li Hao, and Zhang Yang, the trio who had bullied him relentlessly at school for his meekness and poverty. Wang Chang dangled an e-cigarette from his mouth, his dyed yellow hair swaying as he slung his school uniform over his shoulder, revealing a Guanyu tattoo sticker on his arm. Behind him trailed the lanky Li Hao and the mountain like Zhang Yang. The trio formed a triangle around him.
No way, no way. Didn't your mom say she was about to kick the bucket? How come you've still got the energy to be hanging around here?
Wang Chang deliberately crouched down to eye level with Xiaoyu, blowing a cloud of smoke right into his face.
Li Hao crouched down too, pinched Xiaoyu's chin, and laughed.
Don't judge him so fast. Maybe he's here to buy a graphics card at the computer mall, just like us, so he can play games at his damn funeral.
The obese Zhang Yang remained silent, but his actions were even more outrageous. He smashed the unfinished bottle of Happy Fat Boy soda he was holding onto Xiaoyu's back with a loud clang. The black liquid spread across Xiaoyu's t-shirt, sticking to his back. Oops, sorry, my hand slipped. Xiaoyu dug his fingernails deep into his palms. He didn't want to argue with these three school bullies who had tormented him since elementary school because the more he argued, the worse they'd get. Besides, he needed to wait for Chen Mo to arrive. He didn't want to delay selling that game cartridge. Even though it would only fetch 30 yuan, it could still buy his mother a dose of traditional Chinese medicine. What's up? Forgot your vocal cords at home? Gone mute? Xiaoyu's silence infuriated Wang Chang.
He suddenly grabbed Xiaoyu by the collar and yanked him up.
You sure could wail when your dad died, huh? Clunk.
The cartridge in Xiaoyu's pocket fell out. He scrambled to pick it up from the ground like it was a precious treasure, struggling desperately. He couldn't lose it. Losing it meant losing the money for his mother's herbal medicine. Seeing the game cartridge in Xiaoyu's hand, Li Hao burst out laughing.
Holy, I thought it was something else.
You treat it like a treasure, but it's just a game cartridge?
Seriously, this relic must be your dad's. Why the hell are you bringing out your dead old man's junk?
Zhang Yang snorted through his nose. To sell it, of course. He set up a second-hand shop online, peddling all this dead man's junk.
While Zhang Yang was talking, Wang Chang snatched the cartridge from Xiaoyu's hand.
After glancing at it, his expression became wildly exaggerated.
Mario? This thing can sell for money? Give it back. Xiaoyu suddenly became extremely agitated. He lunged forward to grab it back, only to be slapped across the face by Li Hao. Zhang Yang seized the moment to deliver two swift kicks.
Wang Chang eyed Xiaoyu sideways, a cold smirk curling his lips.
You skinny little thing think you can steal? Don't you have any self-awareness? You're getting so worked up, it makes me even more curious. Is this thing really worth something?
He held the game cartridge and nudged Zhang Yang with his elbow.
Check his store. See how much he's selling this thing for.
Zhang Yang pulled out his phone and burst out laughing.
30. Ha ha ha.
Wang Chang and Li Hao doubled over, laughing so hard they held their sides.
$30? That's not even enough for me to order takeout. How can you even bring yourself to sell this? You think your dad would roll over in his grave if he found out? Exactly. You'd be better off selling your damn underwear, might even get $50 for it.
Xiaoyu stood rooted to the spot, glaring furiously at Wang Chang and his two buddies. His fists clenched so tightly his knuckles turned white. He desperately wanted to fight back. These guys always taunted him with those bloody scars. But he still couldn't bring himself to do it. Last time he'd fought back, his mother, frail enough to be blown over by the wind, had dragged herself to the police station in the middle of the night to bail him out. After that night, she'd run a fever for 3 solid days.
Still thinking about fighting?
Wang Chang stared into Xiaoyu's eyes, blew smoke in his face, then kicked him hard in the stomach.
Damn it, I hate it when people like you glare at me like that.
Xiaoyu fell backward onto the steps, his knee smashing against a sharp edge. Agonizing pain exploded from deep within his bones, but before he could recover, Zhang Yang's shoe came down hard on the back of his hand.
I hate your kind of look too.
Li Hao joined in, punching and kicking Xiaoyu.
Want that game cartridge? Fine.
Just call us daddy a few times for us to hear. As the three attacked, a crowd began gathering around them. The computer mall owner leaned against the doorway watching the spectacle. Couples held up their phones to record videos. Security guards frowned and strolled over slowly, but stopped short a few paces away. No one stepped forward, only whispers drifted over. Kids sure fight hard these days.
Is that cartridge even worth $2? Quick, film it. Might make the trending list.
Even students their own age hurried past, heads down. Let's get out of here before they drag us into it.
Perhaps finding the bullying insufficiently satisfying, Wang Chang pulled a lighter from his pocket. With a click, the flame shot out.
Grinning maliciously, he held the game cartridge over the flame.
Burn your $30. See if you can sell it now. Xiaoyu went berserk.
He let out a feral growl, grabbed Zhang Yang's empty can from the ground, crushed it in his fist, and lunged at Wang Chang's temple. Wang Chang flinched, jerking his head aside just as the flattened can scraped past his temple. You little.
You think you're hot? Trying to kill me?
He delivered another heavy kick to Xiaoyu's chest. The blow knocked Xiaoyu flat on the ground, where he lay motionless for a long moment.
Surrounding onlookers wore expressions of shock, yet still no one dared to intervene. TSK, he doesn't know his own strength.
If that yellow-haired kid hadn't dodged just now, he might have ended up a murderer.
Did that kick from the blonde guy kill him?
He's lying motionless on the ground.
He's not dead. Look, his chest is still moving. Why isn't security doing anything? He hit him that hard. He's not fighting inside the computer mall. Security only intervenes inside the mall. Just as Wang Chang and his crew were about to unleash more violence on Xiaoyu, the screech of brakes pierced the chaos. A white Geely Xingrui slammed to a halt across the street. A tall, clean-cut man stepped out of the car. He strode towards Xiaoyu, his cold gaze sweeping over Wang Chang and his two accomplices before settling on the smoking cassette tape in his hand. In an instant, he understood what had transpired. Let him go. Chen Mo's voice was as cold as steel, carrying an undeniable sense of authority. Chapter 91. You don't even know 1/10,000th of its value. Let him go. The command landed like a thunderclap, causing Wang Chang and the others to shudder simultaneously. They felt as if some primordial beast had locked onto them, abruptly halting their actions as they all whipped their heads around to look behind them. When they recognized the intruder as a middle-aged man dressed entirely in free shipping gear from a certain online retailer, Wang Chang reinserted his e-cigarette into his mouth and exhaled another puff of smoke. Who the hell are you? I advise you not to stick your nose in this. Zhang Yang straightened up, forming a small wall in front of Chen Mo. Back off, or we'll beat you up too. Li Hao, however, suddenly switched to a cheerful expression and grinned at Chen Mo. Uncle, before you meddle, you need to understand one thing: that kid just now nearly killed our big brother Chang with a soda can. Chen Mo blared coldly at the three yellow-haired punks. He couldn't understand that they were dressed like proper young men, clearly from decent families, so why did they enjoy bullying the weak? Ignoring Wang Chang and the others, he shoved the hefty Zhang Yang aside with his shoulder. This was his first physical confrontation in days and against three greenhorns barely 18. Zhang Yang staggered from the impact, clenching his fist to strike back at Chen Mo. But when he saw Wang Chang standing there, watching indifferently, he reluctantly lowered his fist. Chen Mo walked over to Xiaoyu, gently helped him up, and wiped the blood from his cheek. Are you okay? I'm here to pick up the game cartridge. He had arranged to meet Dog Egg Brother at the computer mall for the exchange. Arriving to witness this scene, with Wang Chang still clutching the scorched cartridge, how could he not realize the beaten boy was Dog Egg Brother? Xiaoyu clutched his chest as Chen Mo helped him up. Guilt immediately welled up in him, threatening tears. Uncle, they have the game cartridge. They burned it with a lighter. He hadn't cried when beaten, but the scorch marks on the cartridge made tears well up. If Chen Mo refused it, he wouldn't be able to buy the Chinese medicine his mother needed. I see. Chen Mo patted Xiaoyu's back reassuringly, though sticky cola splattered all over his hand. Just then, Wang Chang let out a strange chuckle and waved the game cartridge in his hand. Whoa, I thought someone was butting in. Turns out it's the buyer. Seriously, old man? He's selling you this game cartridge for $30? You're not actually going to buy it, are you? What a sucker. Chen Mo stared impassively at Wang Chang, then pulled out his phone, opened Xianyu, and clicked buy. 30 yuan? I doubt you know even 1/10,000th of its value. It's mine now. I own it. Hand it over. Before Wang Chang could respond, Zhang Yang slapped his belly and roared with laughter. Listen to this. Listen to this. Does any sane person say stuff like 1/10,000th? Does this crappy cartridge cost 300,000? Ha! I bet it wouldn't even cover the price of my sneakers. Li Hao also gave Chen Mo a sidelong glance, a cold smile curling his lips. Uncle, you really think we're kids? Ha! My dad has stacks of these game cartridges. Want some? I'll sell them to you for 3,000 each, not 30,000. Whispers rippled through the crowd. That looks like a Super Mario cartridge. It's just an old game worth 300,000? 1 in 10,000, ha! Don't be so harsh on him. He meant well. He stopped those kids from fighting. But kindness shouldn't involve scamming people like this. Man, these days, so-called kindness has no boundaries. Even the computer store owner leaning against the doorway, watching the spectacle, shook his head. He turned and went inside. When he came back out, he held two identical cartridges covered in dust, muttering to himself. I have these too. But how come I never knew these things were worth 300,000? I only sell them for $10 apiece. Wang Chang wasn't buying it either. He snorted, weighing the cartridge in his hand as charred edges crumbled, sending plastic flakes scattering. 1 in 10,000? 300,000? Hey, old man, do I look like a fool? Do I seem like someone you can bluff with a couple of lines? Only Xiaoyu's eyes suddenly widened. He stared intently at Chen Mo, his pupils sparkling with excitement. That cassette is really worth 300,000? Is it true? If it really was worth 300,000, did that mean there was money to treat his mother's illness? He had already lost his father. He didn't want to lose his mother too. But the spark of hope flickered and vanished almost instantly. Even if the cassette tape was worth 300,000, Chen Mo had just bought it. Xiaoyu still only had 30 yuan. He could still only afford one dose of traditional Chinese medicine for his mother. Ignoring Wang Chang, Chen Mo looked down at Xiaoyu beside him and replied indirectly. How are you feeling? Are you okay? Should we go to the hospital to get checked out? Xiaoyu pressed his chest, pain still visible on his face, yet he put on a carefree front. His words were heartbreaking. I'm fine. Just a scrape. I'm used to it. If I go to the hospital, who'll take care of mom? Chen Mo scrutinized Xiaoyu closely, confirming it was indeed superficial. Only then did he turn and stride toward the computer store owner who had produced the identical cassette. His back was straight and tall as his voice drifted from behind. Come on, then. Want to test it out? Of course. Some of you can burn that cartridge right now, or smash it. But I doubt you'd ever be able to pay for the consequences. Ha! Playing ghost. Wang Chang tightened his grip on the cassette, the scorched marks glaring in the sunlight. By all logic, he should have smashed this worthless thing to pieces on the ground. After all, it was only $30 even if he had to pay the middle-aged man, it would be no more than skipping a pack of cigarettes. But Chen Mo's words 300,000 had hooked itself into his mind like a fishhook. Combined with the undeniable aura radiating from Chen Mo's retreating figure, it suddenly made him grin. Swinging his arms, he followed into the shop. Try it and die? Ha! If it's fake, how about you wire me 300,000 right now? Zhang Yang and Li Hao exchanged bewildered glances before stumbling after him. The crowd of onlookers surged in after them. Is it really worth 300,000? Who knows? We're just here for the show, it's all about the excitement. Look at that guy's expression, might be legit. Bull. If it were real, I'd eat it myself. Who didn't play Super Mario as a kid? When did that thing ever cost 300,000? The couple taking photos held their phones high. Whoa, I sucked in my wife's breath that cassette tape is worth 300,000? Let's go find out right now. Are you crazy? Filmmaking like a live stream, spouting rhymes like that, why don't you go study for grad school instead? Xiaoyu stared at his bleeding fingernail, hesitating whether to follow inside. Chen Mo had already placed the bid on Douyin, the 30 yuan had been transferred. That could buy his mom another dose of Chinese medicine. But Chen Mo's heartfelt words burned hot in his eyes. He felt a warmth from this stranger that reminded him of his father's embrace. Just one look, Xiaoyu breathed on his palm. Then I'll go get mom's medicine. Chapter 92, over 1,500,000 yuan. Upon arriving at the computer store owner's shop, Chen Mo wasted no words. He walked straight up to the owner, who was still holding 2 copies of Super Mario Bros., and said, Hey, boss, I see you've got game cartridges. You must have a console in your shop. Can I borrow it? You can charge me by the hour. The owner chuckled and pointed to an analog pocket in the corner. Go ahead. No charge. It'd be rude to charge after letting you watch the whole show. This thing got stuck on me, bought it nearly 4 years ago and never sold. You can test if it's broken or not. Then he changed the subject, rubbing 2 game cartridges in his hand. Do you really think these cartridges are worth 300,000? If you want 300,000, I'll sell you these too. I've got more in stock. Let me be a millionaire too, okay? Chen Mo didn't respond, his gaze drifting to the dust-covered analog pocket in the corner. Just then, Wang Chang glanced at Chen Mo and noticed the middle-aged man's gaze wasn't focused on the game console at all. Instead, it resembled the look one might see on TV or in movies when staring at some kind of torture device. That look made him feel something was off. You. Insert the cartridge. Chen Mo seemed to sense Wang Chang's gaze and gave him a nod. Who the hell do you think you are? What gives you the right to boss me around? Wang Chang's curse caught in his throat as he realized, with a start, that he had somehow found himself standing beside the analog pocket, his right hand reaching toward the machine as if compelled by some unseen force. It was as if Chen Mo's words held some magical power, compelling him to obey without conscious thought. Holy! What's going on? This guy's got some kind of poison. Wang Chang stumbled backward, knocking over a plastic stool. Li Hao couldn't help but laugh. Bro, it's just inserting a cartridge. What are you afraid of? Yeah, it's just inserting a cartridge. What am I afraid of? Wang Chang forced his chaotic thoughts aside. Let's see what tricks he's got up his sleeve. The scorched cartridge clicked into place. The power button lit up and the familiar childhood BGM began to play. As the opening animation of the Mushroom Kingdom popped onto the computer screen, Wang Chang's confidence returned completely. He immediately got his revenge. Ha! This is just like the one I played as a kid. So, uncle, is this the 300,000 you mentioned? The obese Xiang Yang joined in the heckling. Boss, you said you still had stock in your store? Give him 10 boxes, 30,000 each. The surrounding crowd let out a collective gasp. Hey, 30 grand for this? Is he dumb or are we? Thought there'd be some twist, but this is it? Bro, don't get your hopes up for a twist. If he pulls one, you'll be the one with the sore face. The computer store owner clutching 2 game cartridges turned beet red, frantically signaling to Chen Mo. Bro, cut it out. This is getting out of hand. Don't make a fool of yourself in my shop. Xiaoyu silently stepped behind Chen Mo at that moment. He'd originally planned to just take a look and leave, but now he wasn't leaving. He didn't want this uncle who'd brought him warmth to suffer the same hurt he had. He wanted to share some of the pain with Chen Mo, even if that game cartridge dad left behind wasn't worth 30,000 yuan.
Chen Mo remained silent, his fingers flipping the controller buttons as he guided the red-capped Mario into the specific pipe leading to the first level. In Super Mario Bros., players could enter a level selection pipe through specific actions in stages 1-1 and 1-2 to choose levels from other worlds. He chose the final stage. He skillfully smashed bricks, ate mushrooms, and jumped flagpoles until the final level ended. The crowd erupted in even louder boos. If he finished the final level, the game was over. How could it possibly be worth 300,000? Wang Chang was about to continue his mockery when Chen Mo spoke first. He surveyed the entire crowd and said calmly, "Had enough watching? Then prepare to witness a miracle." His thumb slammed down on the select button. The computer screen suddenly froze. The background music stretched eerily, and Mario's pixelated face distorted into a mosaic. Someone in the crowd gasped. "What's going on? Did the screen freeze?" But then, before his words had even faded, the screen crackled again, and the brick wall slowly cracked open, revealing a dark purple starry sky behind it. Floating within this starry expanse were game characters none of them had ever seen in their childhoods. Semi-transparent mushroom people, winged chestnut creatures, and in the distance, a spinning rainbow castle. Each diamond-shaped tile seemed to refract light in different colors. At the bottom of the entire scene, a line of small Japanese text appeared. 1992 Nintendo Internal Test Version Ver Omega. Click. Time itself seemed to pause at that very moment. Everyone froze in place instantly. The couple recording the video dropped their phone, its screen shattering into a spiderweb pattern. What is this? Why have I never seen this level when I played this as a kid? What do those small characters at the bottom mean? Honey, you studied Japanese, right? Translate it. Does Yamit even count as Japanese? Perhaps it was the couple's words that snapped everyone back to their senses, or maybe someone recognized the line of Japanese text at the bottom of the screen. Whoosh! The entire crowd erupted in a thunderous roar of astonishment. This is the unreleased test level Nintendo's offering a reward for on their official site. Holy crap, I heard Nintendo was buying these back. This one's worth over 300 grand. Bro, it's way more than 300,000. Their official bounty is around 250,000 US dollars, over 1.5 million renminbi, and the black market price is even higher. Over $1 million? For this, over 1.5 million? The computer store owner stared at the identical cartridge in his hand, then looked up at the screen. His lips trembled as he muttered. This can't be real. The rainbow test level. My dad said there are only 3 copies in all of Asia. Why didn't I get one of these when I restocked? Wang Chang's e-cigarette fell to the floor, shattering into 2 pieces. Zhang Yang's jaw nearly dropped to the floor. Li Hao's pupils contracted violently, his Adam's apple felt like it had a fishbone stuck in it, and he couldn't speak for a long time. They never imagined that a mere 30 yuan second-hand game cartridge could conceal an unreleased test version level 1 worth over 1,500,000 yuan. After all, the combined life savings of their parents wouldn't even reach that amount. With this, Xiaoyu had truly risen from rags to riches. Xiaoyu's wealth had crushed them in every possible way. Wait. All 3 simultaneously realized something. Xiaoyu had already sold that game cartridge to Chen Mo. No matter how valuable it was now, it didn't mean a penny to Xiaoyu anymore. Xiaoyu was still the same Xiaoyu they could bully. Meanwhile, Xiaoyu watched the game's visuals unfold before him, listening to the surrounding chatter about the cartridge's value, a bitter ache growing in his heart. If only he had discovered that hidden beta level, he could have made over $1 million. Then he wouldn't have to worry about his mother's expensive medical bills anymore. But sadly, he hadn't. But maybe it was for the best. At least this uncle wouldn't get hurt over this incident. With that thought, Xiaoyu turned to leave. He needed to go get some traditional Chinese medicine for his mother. Chapter 93, Dignity isn't something others give you. Just as Xiaoyu turned, Chen Mo's voice suddenly called out from behind him. Wait. His fingers tapped on the keyboard, opening Nintendo's official website. He found the bounty notice, and the $250,000 buyback price stared back at everyone. Everyone swallowed hard. A hint of greed even flashed in the eyes of Wang Chang, Zhang Yang, and the others, as if each was fantasizing about how wonderful it would be if that money were theirs. Xiaoyu stared at the $250,000 buyback price, biting his lip as he tried to appear nonchalant. He had already sold the cartridge, it no longer belonged to him. His uncle hadn't been hurt like he had, and that was enough. But why did a sour taste still well up inside him? It was as if he himself had become greedy, wanting that money to treat his mother's illness. According to Article 635 of the Civil Code, Chen Mo said calmly, meeting Xiaoyu's eyes, a contract entered into under a fundamental misunderstanding may be rescinded by the aggrieved party. He turned to the computer store owner, please bear witness, sir. In truth, the Chinese legal provision Chen Mo cited has long been a subject of considerable debate. Under normal circumstances, if a seller fails to inspect an item before selling it, it's difficult to claim a material mistake, just like Mr. Wang from the antique shop earlier. This constitutes negligence on their part. But Chen Mo deliberately phrased it this way because he too had once been 17 or 18 and understood the mindset of youth.
Xiao Yu was already insecure enough. To say this was his own fault would be like rubbing salt in the wound, especially since it was his father's keepsake. Directly calling it a gift was even worse at his age. He was extremely sensitive to the word charity. The moment Chen Mo's words fell, whoosh! An even louder gasp erupted from the crowd than when they discovered the test level. What? He's turning down $250,000? This isn't a major misunderstanding, is it? What kind of family just walks away from $250,000 without a second thought? Wang Chang's breath caught in his throat, his cheek muscles twitching uncontrollably. Li Hao tasted blood on his tongue, realizing he'd unconsciously bitten through the inside of his cheek. Zhang Yang's knees suddenly went weak, his bulky frame suddenly appearing half a head shorter than everyone else. Just moments ago, the three of them had been convinced Xiao Yu was still the same kid he'd always been. Little did they expect that in the blink of an eye, Chen Mo would return that game cartridge to him, propelling him to new heights. Over 1.5 million yuan. They'd only ever seen that kind of money in novels and TV shows. Never in their wildest dreams did they imagine that Xiao Yu, the kid they'd always bullied, would suddenly possess it all in this very moment. Xiao Yu felt blood rush to his head. He couldn't believe this buyer uncle would return the game cartridge he'd sold. After all, the transaction was already settled. Uncle. You're giving it back? This is 1.5 million yuan. Chen Mo nodded gently, his tone calm. Didn't you say your mom was sick? Take this for her medical treatment. But before that, he paused, his gaze shifting to the bounty notice on Nintendo's official website displayed on the computer. Rongqing doesn't have a branch office, only agents. You need to call the Hongqing branch. Following standard procedures, barring any issues, you should receive the check within 3 hours. Xiao Yu licked his dry lips and glanced at the time. It was already 4:10 p.m. If he waited another 3 hours, his mother would be left unattended during that time. Mom had uremia. After Dad passed away, she missed the window for early treatment and now had difficulty moving around. But if he didn't wait, the family was already penniless. There was no money left for his mother's treatment. 3 hours was enough time for his mother's potassium levels to rise dangerously high, yet it was also enough to secure the $250,000 needed to cover 6 months of dialysis. Xiao Yu finally picked up the phone and dialed the number listed on the bounty notice for Nintendo's Hong Kong branch. Hello, I have your beta cartridge, the one with the hidden level. Before he could finish, the customer service representative switched to professional mode. Please hold while I transfer you to our authentication department. 3 minutes later, a man identifying himself as the technical supervisor replied in standard Mandarin. Hey, we've already pulled up our internal database. Could you please take a photo of the 12-digit laser code on the cartridge's gold fingers and send it to us via WhatsApp? Xiao Yu looked utterly confused, admitting he couldn't understand a word. Chen Mo grasped the gist. He borrowed an ultraviolet light from the shop owner and shone it on the edge of the cartridge. A set of codes immediately appeared clearly. After instructing Xiao Yu to take a photo and send it, rapid keyboard clicks echoed from the other end of the line. Verification passed. The supervisor's voice suddenly cracked with excitement. Where are you right now? We're rushing over immediately. Xiao Yu was still confused, so Chen Mo patiently explained. He's asking where you are right now. Xiao Yu snapped to attention and quickly gave the address of the computer mall. Another burst of keyboard clatter followed before the supervisor said. We've arranged for an appraiser to take the next Cathay Dragon flight KA-820. They're expected to arrive at Chengdu Shuangliu Airport in about 2 hours and 15 minutes. As Chen Mo had anticipated, around 7 p.m., a man in a dark blue suit carrying an aluminum alloy appraisal case hurried into the shop. The crowd had not thinned but grown thicker, seemingly eager to witness the massive 1.5 million yuan reward firsthand. Wang Chang, Li Hao, and the others hadn't left either. They were completely rooted to the spot, their feet frozen to the ground as if encased in cement, unable to take a single step. Excuse me, thank you. The man pushed through the crowd, a thin sheen of sweat on his forehead from the rush. He stopped in front of the analog pocket, opened the case, slipped on an anti-magnetic glove, and pulled out a high-powered magnifying glass for a thorough inspection. Confirmed genuine. The man straightened up, pulling a HSBC cashier's check from his inner pocket. This is a $250,000 site draft. Nintendo Hong Kong has completed the foreign exchange declaration. You can cash it for RMB at any mainland bank branch. Xiao Yu took the draft, tears welling up in his eyes. Something rolled in his throat, but his body bent before his mind could react. Chen Mo swiftly caught his elbow, his palm radiating gentle strength. Son, remember this, beneath a man's knees lies his backbone. He may bend before heaven and earth, he may bend before his parents, but he must never bend before fate. Also, remember this, if anyone bullies you again, don't resort to crushing cans like you did today. He paused, his gaze sweeping over the crowd of onlookers. Look at those eyes. Do they dare look down on you now? Dignity isn't something others give you. It's something you earn with your skills, smashing it into the ground. The light it shines is enough to make everyone bow their heads. Everyone flushed crimson, while Wang Chang and his two friends turned ashen. Xiao Yu nodded vigorously.
Suddenly turning to the man who'd given him the check, he choked out. "Sir, could you please help?
Split that check and give me 20,000. Without him, I can't get this money. Without him, I'll lose my mom. Without him."
The man in the suit paused slightly, his gaze shifting between Chen Mo and Xiao Yu. Suddenly, a worldly smile spread across his face. He reopened the briefcase, drew a pen, and scribbled his signature on the back of the promissory note. Then, pulling a blank checkbook from an inner pocket, he raised an eyebrow at Chen Mo.
"So you're the intermediary for cultural relic recovery."
Nintendo has a dedicated incentive program for intermediaries who facilitate such recoveries.
"Would you prefer 200,000 renminbi or 20,000 US dollars? Chen Mo regarded the suited man with a meaningful look.
He knew full well whether Nintendo actually had such a system. Just as he was about to shake his head in refusal, Xiao Yu grabbed his sleeve, tears still streaking his face.
"Uncle, don't push it away. You said dignity is something you earn yourself. If you won't take it, I won't take the money either."
Scattered applause began among the onlookers, growing louder and louder until it shook the heavens. "Take it, kid. When he was being bullied just now, you were the first one to rush to his defense.
You deserve this money more than anyone else." The man in the suit lowered his pen, his elegant handwriting blossoming across the check. 200,000 yuan. Funds available immediately.
Zhang Yang yanked Wang Chang backward desperately, while Li Hao's pants had somehow become damp in a patch.
Chen Mo patted Xiao Yu on the shoulder. "Let's go. Your mom's been waiting too long. I'll take you home." Chapter 94, Daddy's the Lucky Seat. By the time Chen Mo emerged from Xiao Yu's rented apartment, it was already past 8 in the evening. In the dim hallway, the light bulb flickered on and off.
The air was thick with a damp, musty smell and the bitter scent of traditional Chinese medicine. He had just seen Xiao Yu's mother, a frail, pale woman curled up on the narrow bed, her arms still bruised from dialysis.
Uremia. And because of lack of money, she'd missed the optimal treatment window.
He slid into the car, slammed the door shut, and the world fell silent. Outside the window, the city remained bustling, neon lights flickered, traffic flowed like a river, and the shouts of night market vendors, the laughter of couples, and the clinking of glasses at street stalls all drifted in through the glass, blurred and indistinct.
Chen Mo gripped the steering wheel, suddenly feeling a bit dazed. Over 1.5 million yuan could sustain this family, but it could never buy back health.
Xiao Yu and his mother would still have to grit their teeth, struggling to balance illness and daily life. He took a deep breath and dialed the number for Director Wang at Jisher Pharmaceuticals. This was all he could do within his means. He would offer the greatest assistance possible.
"Understood. I'll handle it."
Adding one more uremia patient to the 0.1% profit margin for blood astragalus king isn't a big deal.
"I trust your integrity, Mr. Chen." After hanging up, Chen Mo pressed the accelerator, merging into the endless stream of traffic. Such is the world, some revel in high-rise banquets, others struggle in dark corners, some radiate brilliance, others rust away. Yet regardless of circumstance, everyone strives to survive in their own way. At 9 o'clock that evening, Chen Mo returned home. The motion sensor light in the entryway illuminated the hallway with a warm yellow glow. Su Yue was holding a Dragon Ball comic, telling stories to Xiao Xiao. The little one listened with rapt attention, but upon seeing Chen Mo return, immediately flew into his arms. "Daddy's home."
Su Yue rose too, fetching slippers for Chen Mo from the shoe cabinet as she smiled and said,
"Why are you home so late today?"
Teacher Xiao Lu came for a home visit this evening and tattled on someone. Xiao Xiao tugged anxiously at Chen Mo's pant leg, lifting his chubby face to protest loudly.
"It wasn't tattling. I invented a new constellation for Daddy." "Oh?" Chen Mo raised an eyebrow. "What new constellation?"
Su Yue couldn't help but chuckle. "Teacher Xiao Lu taught the kids about constellations today, but your daughter insisted you're the fortune constellation." She even stumped Teacher Xiao Lu. Xiao Xiao stood with her hands on her hips, utterly convinced.
"Daddy really is the money-making constellation."
He's earned so much pocket money these past few days. We've replaced all the stuff in our house several times already. When Su Yue brought the reheated meal to the table, Chen Mo was sprawled across the sofa, acting as a horse for Xiao Xiao. It seemed children everywhere loved horseplay. Even in Yi Luxia's villa, photos of her riding a makeshift horse as a child were displayed.
"Let's eat first." Su Yue brought out the warmed-up meal from the kitchen.
"Xiao Xiao, come down quickly.
Daddy's been busy all day." "No way."
Xiao Xiao wrapped her arms around Chen Mo's neck. "Big fortune seat. Daddy said he'd take little fortune seat Xiao Xiao to gallop across the grasslands."
Su Yue sighed.
"Great, now the 12 zodiac signs would have to add big and little fortune seats, making it 14 signs." Xiao Xiao had already eaten earlier, so dinner was just Su Yue and Chen Mo. Xiao Xiao obediently ran to the living room to watch Peppa Pig. At the table, Su Yue ladled a full bowl of yam and pork rib soup for Chen Mo, its surface dotted with crimson goji berries. Her eyes crinkled with a smile.
Chen Mo. Why did he feel like the well-rested ox from yesterday was about to be called back to work tonight?
Chen Mo picked up a piece of pork rib with his chopsticks and placed it in Su Yue's bowl before taking a sip of the soup.
"Hey, after we went out this afternoon." "Wait.
Su Yue suddenly raised her hand, making a pause gesture. She closed her eyes and took 2 deep breaths, her prominent chest rising and falling noticeably as if she were psyching herself up. After a moment, she opened her eyes, her expression resolute.
Alright, go ahead. How many millions did you make this afternoon? Chen Mo. Not millions. Just 200,000. Su Yue exhaled deeply, unconsciously patting her chest. Thank goodness, not millions.
But then, her movements froze abruptly. She stared at herself in disbelief. Wait, something's off here.
When did I become so numb to hearing only 200,000?
She turned to look at the living room, where Xiao Xiao was happily watching cartoons. Suddenly, she felt Xiao Xiao was right. Chen Mo really was born under a lucky star.
So now our family's balance is 7.65 million? Su Yue turned back, asking in realization.
We already had 4.3 million before, and today we are in 3.15 million. Her voice floated lightly, as if suspended in the clouds, more afraid of waking this ongoing dream than anything else.
This dream had been going on for days now. Chen Mo chuckled softly, pulled out his phone, and opened the banking app. It hasn't fully cleared yet.
Su Yue leaned in, her small head peering at the screen displaying 4,820,946.27 yuan. The 4,820,946.27 yuan had already deducted 3,000 yuan for the piano, 30 yuan for the game cartridge, 1,000 yuan for the Blood Chi King, 10,000 yuan for the Jade Stone, and added the 500,000 yuan from the Blood Chi King.
Chen Mo swiped through the transaction details.
Among today's income, only that old tree root brought in 500,000 yuan.
I haven't had time to cash out the Bitcoin or the check yet.
If I have time tomorrow, I'll cash them all out.
That money from Zhang's scammer partner might also arrive tomorrow. Today's earnings truly only included the Blood Chi King payment.
The 200,000 yuan check for the game cartridge, the 600,000 yuan check from Rongqing Museum, and the 1.05 million yuan in Bitcoin hadn't been cashed yet. As for the 1 million yuan compensation claimed from the Jade Stone gambling incident in the livestream, the platform hasn't paid it out yet.
It'll probably take another couple of days. After a pause, Chen Mo added. Oh, I spent some money today, 230 yuan on game cartridges, 3,000 yuan on a piano. Su Yue blinked, then suddenly burst out laughing.
Well, our Mr. Chen is worth over 7 million now, and he's keeping track of a 30 yuan expense. Just reporting to the household finance minister, Chen Mo said, deliberately adopting a stern expression and mimicking a bank teller's tone. Your account currently shows a balance of 4,829,946 yuan and 27 fun. Su Yue chuckled and playfully nudged him. After dinner, the couple put their little one to sleep. The diligent ox, having conserved water alongside the fertile soil, then plowed hard on the sofa. Su Yue finally drifted into a deep sleep in Chen Mo's arms. Chen Mo's eyes were slightly unfocused. Perhaps the system really should level up. It wouldn't hurt to pop out some kind of energy potion. After all, even the most diligent ox could eventually wear itself out. But Chen Mo's days didn't last long. A sharp gleam returned to his eyes. Because a new day had dawned. And with it came a new baby game. Chapter 95, Snagging Bargains proved harder than expected. Ding! Today's baby game generated. 1. Moonlight Treasure Box on Flea Island. On Uncle Bald Hippo's stall on Flea Island, a faded pinewood box lay quietly, its clasp still wrapped in half a piece of faded red silk ribbon. It awaits someone who knows how to strike it with 20 kilograms of force at a 30-degree angle. When the hidden compartment slowly unfolds like a sleeping petal, 200 silver coin fairies dressed in brocade-patterned gowns tiptoe out in single file. Bathed in moonlight, one could hear the silver coin sprites softly humming folk songs from the Republic era. When the waltz of all the silver coins was complete, the golden cat would come knocking with its treasure. 2. The Sleeping Sofa Bank. In a corner of Jingli Ancient Street, within a demolition house piled high with relics of bygone eras, an old, patched sofa suddenly creaked and shifted. Its upholstery automatically lifted at the left corner. 50 crisp Great Unity banknotes, still fragrant with fresh ink, emerge in a neat procession, each adorned with a gleaming national emblem. They marched in formation like participants in a military parade, their edges glowing with the distinctive golden halo of 1965 banknotes. The wooden frame of the sofa suddenly echoed with a distant voice, collect all 50 parade participants, and you shall unlock the peony treasury beneath the People's Bank. Rumor has it the old sofa's right corner holds other secrets, see if any plump woodworms lurk within. 3. The Millennium Code in the scrap copper pile. Amidst the rust-speckled mountains of scrap at the antique market's junkyard, a verdigris-covered fragment suddenly began to tremble. As sunlight pierced the clouds and touched its surface, the copper patina flaked away like grains of time. The gilded inscriptions within swirled through the air, weaving into the totem characters Bo Ju and tracing the shape of the missing tripod leg from the Forbidden City's treasured artifact. As the night breeze swept by, the Taodai patterns on the copper plate began to swallow and spit out the moonlight from 3,000 years ago. 4. The Imperial Secret Recipe in 10 Yuan Chili Sauce. Behind the glass counter of old-use home-style restaurant in the urban village, greasy plastic bottles of chili sauce glistened in the sunlight. Twisting open the cap, a century-old swirl of aromas swept over. Dried tangerine peel and cinnamon dance on the tongue to imperial court music, while cardamom and fennel weave the vermilion-lacquered corridors of the royal kitchen. Yet where snow lotus should grace the scene, Sichuan peppercorns whisper with a faint tingle of numbness, recounting tales of an imperial chef's escape during the Guangxu reign. On the mottled bottle, oil stains suddenly flowed into a line of small script: "He who finds the snow lotus of Tianshan may exchange it for a lost golden spoon from the imperial kitchen." 5. The time capsule watch in the scrapyard. A rusted old Mercedes yawned, its glove compartment clicking open to reveal a Rolex with a panda eye dial. Hidden in velvet for 40 years, its strap clung to red clay from the Le Mans circuit, its crown dusted with sea salt from 1972. The second hand froze at 10:15 on a stormy night, guarding a luminous secret: polish its face, and rust transforms into golden gears spinning out precious coins. The old Mercedes smiled, wrinkles creasing its face. It knew some stories never rust, only set off anew on a sunny day, carrying the sea breeze. Chen Mo's gaze drifted slowly across his retina, starting from the first item and sweeping downward. $200 silver. His gaze lingered on the first line of text, his brow furrowing slightly. What he hadn't expected was that today's first baby game would be at the flea market again. He'd just collected Bitcoin there, causing quite a commotion. This time, snagging a bargain might be tough. And this one has a hidden compartment requiring 20 kilograms of force at a 30-degree angle. He instinctively clenched his fist, as if gauging the magnitude of a 20-kilogram force. His gaze shifted downward to the second item, 3rd series renminbi Great Unity banknotes. 50 pieces. Chen Mo's pupils contracted slightly as his mind raced through the calculations. I recall that Great Unity's series featured 10 yuan notes. Each is currently worth around 30,000 yuan on the market. That means this set is worth over 1.5 million. Taking a deep breath, he turned to the third item, a fragment of the missing Western Zhou dynasty Boju tripod. His breath caught. The image of that iconic treasure from the Palace Museum flashed through his mind, but it quickly dissolved into a wry smile. Another national treasure. Sigh, national treasures only build connections, not wealth. He sighed softly and turned to the fourth item, a secret imperial recipe for spicy sauce from the Guangxu era, missing the snow lotus pollen. Chen Mo's lips curved upward in an almost imperceptible smile. This was a gem recreating it could potentially launch the next Laogan Ma-level brand, generating steady income. Even better, even the most ordinary Dan Dan noodles on his family's dinner table might one day taste like imperial cuisine. The thought of Xiao Xiao possibly bestowing upon him a new food connoisseur's zodiac sign nearly made Chen Mo laugh out loud. A 1973 Rolex with panda eyes? Chen Mo's gaze lingered on the last item in the baby game. This should be a 1972 Rolex Paul Newman Daytona. This model is exceptionally distinctive and holds significant collectible value. This watch easily worth at least 1.5 million. After examining all 5 baby games, Chen Mo had a clear idea. A gleam of determination flashed in his eyes. There was no time limit today. Then let's head to the flea market first, while it's still quiet. Then we'll wander Jinli Ancient Street to retrieve those Great Unity notes. After that, we'll hit the scrapyard for some scavenging to deliver another grand gift to the museum. He deliberately emphasized the word scavenging as he spoke. If old Yang from the museum heard that, he'd probably be furious. Around noon we'll grab lunch at Old Yu's homestyle restaurant and pick up some chili sauce. Finally, we'll go pick up a Rolex. With his plan set, Chen Mo stretched contentedly. Then I'll be back in time to spend the evening with my wife and kids. Perfect. Thinking of Su Yue tomorrow, no, today wide-eyed and dramatically asking how many millions he'd made, he couldn't help but smile. He pulled her closer, nestling her against his chest. A night of silence. Early the next morning, Su Yue awoke in the bedroom, finding Chen Mo's spot beside her still empty. On the living room dining table lay the familiar quartet: pan-fried buns, oatmeal porridge, fried eggs, and a glass of milk. A sticky note remained on the refrigerator, similar to before, but today it had an extra line: "Don't wait for me for lunch. I'll eat out." Su Yue's lips turned down slightly. Had she grown accustomed to Chen Mo leaving so early? But she quickly adjusted her mindset, her gaze softening. Her man was busier than ever now, earning more and more money. What she needed to do was be his strongest support. Of course, if possible, she also wanted another baby, a little brother for Xiao Xiao. Chen Mo drove toward the flea market. After entering, he casually parked in an empty lot. The moment he opened the door, he felt several burning gazes piercing him from all directions. Whoa! Finding those $200 silver today was going to be tougher than he'd imagined. Chapter 96, Is he crazy, or are we? As Chen Mo entered the flea market, those intense stares followed him like shadows. The whispers around him, rising and falling, were surprisingly clear even amid the market's clamor. Look! It's him! A furniture vendor nudged his wife with his elbow. He bought that pager from Boss Zhang yesterday, the one hiding Bitcoin inside. Heard it's worth over $1 million. Boss Zhang wailed all night, crying like his own mother had died. The second-hand book vendor's wife chimed in immediately. Haven't you seen Treasure Hunt in Chengdu? He's the guy who even got our museum director involved. Yesterday's livestream showed him picking up a lei xiao ancient zither heard it could buy our entire market. The most outrageous was the hardware store owner around the corner, who was mysteriously gesturing at a customer with his phone.
See? He's cracked corruption cases, busted fraud rings, and even launched an influencer's career.
As he spoke, the hardware shop owner licked his lips, his eyes brimming with longing. Rumor has it, he even sleeps with internet celebrities.
The customer glanced at the phone and asked, "So he's here to snag another bargain today? You guys still dare to sell him stuff?"
The hardware store owner slammed his phone down on the counter, glancing sideways at Chen Mo as he slowly approached.
"Sell him what?"
"If he dares step into my shop, I'll turn everything upside down first."
"What if $1 million treasure is hidden in some screw cap? Then I'll get to taste that internet celebrity flavor too."
The customer shot the hardware store owner a disdainful glance, set down his wrench, and headed toward another hardware shop. Meanwhile, the owner of the pager Chen Mo had bought from him yesterday, Zhang, who had been puffing on a cigarette and chewing betel nut like a god, saw Chen Mo re-enter the flea market. His eyes instantly turned red. He swallowed another mouthful of betel nut, his gaze fixed on Chen Mo as if he wanted to devour him whole. Meanwhile, the second-hand cell phone shop owner next door, the one who had spoken up for Chen Mo yesterday, took a long, slow sip of his strong tea and remarked,
"Finding bargains is a skill. What good does your envy do? Stop selling to others and inspecting everything yourselves. You've been doing that for decades, yet I've never seen you unearth a single gold nugget."
Chen Mo strolled slowly through the flea market, silently sighing to himself. He casually stopped at a shop selling second-hand porcelain and stepped inside. The owner was a lean, dark-skinned man. From the moment Chen Mo entered, his eyes darted around like searchlights, following Chen Mo's every glance as if playing a game of red light, green light.
Chen Mo pretended not to notice, strolling leisurely around the shop. Blue and white porcelain plates, pink glazed vases, coarse earthenware tea sets. His gaze finally settled on an ordinary porcelain teapot. The moment he lifted it to weigh it in his hands, the lean, dark-skinned man lunged forward in a single swift stride, snatching the porcelain teapot from his grasp. "Wait! I think I left something inside this pot,"
the dark-skinned man muttered, turning the pot over and over 3 times, examining even the spout.
Finally, he even pulled out a magnet to test it. Finding nothing unusual, he tore off the $50 price tag. "5,000 for this pot. No haggling."
Chen Mo watched silently as the lean, dark-skinned man stood with his neck stiffened, his eyes darting nervously around the room. The corners of his mouth twitched slightly. After a long moment, he turned and walked away without a word. Behind him, the dark-skinned man muttered in frustrated anger, "What a nutcase." Chen Mo browsed a few more shops, but nearly every vendor acted like the dark-skinned man. Whenever he casually picked up an item to examine it, the shopkeeper would immediately rush over to scrutinize it, then demand an exorbitant price.
Finally, Chen Mo entered an antique and second-hand shop.
His fingertips barely touched the dust-covered snuff bottle on the shelf when he casually remarked to the plump auntie shopkeeper, who hadn't paused her morning exercises in front of the TV screen,
"That thing? $100.
Unlike the other shopkeepers, this plump auntie didn't rush over to inspect it before demanding an exorbitant price.
Because she had already inspected that snuff bottle thoroughly yesterday.
After Chen Mo bought a pager and discovered Bitcoin, she had meticulously checked every item in the shop, afraid of missing any treasure.
Since it was just ordinary merchandise anyway, what difference did it make to sell it for 100 yuan? Other shopkeepers weren't doing business, that was their loss.
You'd have to be a fool not to make money when it's right there for the taking.
Chen Mo's lips curved into a faint smile. An opening, here it was. He pulled out his phone and scanned the faded payment code on the wall with a beep. The plump shopkeeper froze mid-motion.
She shot forward, snatched the snuff bottle, and scrutinized it again. Only after confirming it was indeed ordinary merchandise did she frown and shove it back into Chen Mo's hand.
You're buying it? What else?" Chen Mo clutched the snuff bottle and strode out of the antique shop.
Just as he was about to step out the door, the plump shopkeeper's mutter reached his ears.
Could he have just been buying blindly?
This guy's acting strange today, picking out junk to buy.
However,
as Chen Mo approached the green trash bin nearby, the plump auntie's voice caught in her throat. The antique shop owners who had been watching him collectively froze in shock. With a casual flick of his wrist, Chen Mo sent the newly purchased snuff bottle soaring through the air in a perfect arc, landing right inside the trash bin.
Is he crazy, or are we just tossing away something he just bought? Could it be that his bargain hunting relies purely on luck and we've been overthinking it all? Fat Auntie will definitely pick it back up later and keep selling it.
After tossing the snuff bottle, Chen Mo strolled leisurely onward, arriving at an antique sundries shop. The proprietor, Old Wang, a shrewd-looking little old man, was just placing a chipped enamel cup onto the shelf.
The same enamel cup as the famous one.
The body still bore a faint imprint, serve the people.
Without further ado, Chen Mo addressed the little old man, Old Wang. Hey, how much for this enamel bowl?
Old Wang's small eyes darted around as he sized up Chen Mo, then shifted back to the enamel basin in his hands.
He'd witnessed Chen Mo tossing the snuff bottle earlier and had already inspected this basin thoroughly. 100. No haggling. After a pause, he added. I've checked it. No gold beans inside. MHM. Chen Mo nodded lightly, scanning the QR code to pay as before.
Before handing over the enamel cup, the old man reflexively gave it another check, this time merely giving it a casual shake, no longer examining it closely.
Chen Mo took the enamel cup and stepped out the door.
After taking just a few steps, he casually tossed the enamel cup into a pile of fallen leaves by the roadside.
Whoosh!
The flea market vendors were utterly dumbfounded.
What's he doing? Buying it just to throw it away? I'm starting to doubt it. Is his bargain hunting really just luck? Damn it, I better double check my inventory. If he comes back, I'll rip him off too, then buy it back. Chapter 97. Yesterday he gave away 1.05 million, today he hands out assists. Chen Mo continued wandering through the flea market.
Some shopkeepers still eyed him like a thief, covering and hiding their wares, refusing to sell. But others, fooled by his dumb with deep pockets facade, happily handed over rusty pocket watches and crumpled linen garments. Just as these shopkeepers claimed, they had carefully inspected the items one last time before Chen Mo arrived at their stalls. Satisfied there was nothing valuable, they quoted their prices, aiming to fleece Chen Mo. Of course, Chen Mo wasn't a fool. Even though he was fishing in a rich spot, when he encountered items worth only a few dozen yuan but priced at thousands, he chose to walk away. Money doesn't grow on trees, but he wasn't about to be fleeced like this.
And,
as Chen Mo repeatedly played his buy and discard game, the atmosphere in the market began to shift subtly.
Buy what you like, then toss it. Seriously? Did this guy switch careers to scavenging today? Ha ha ha, look at him, doesn't he look like a gambler who just lost big? Let him profit 1.05 million yesterday. Today's losses will teach him a lesson. The shopkeeper whose pager Chen Mo bought yesterday was even more agitated. His blackened hands, stained with betel nut residue, ran through his bushy beard. He took a drag from his cigarette, stuffed another betel nut into his mouth, then strode out of the shop to catch up with Chen Mo. Exhaling a smoke ring, he said. Whoa, snagged a bargain yesterday, and today you're scavenging for trash? That's quite the fall from grace. What's the matter? Can't find a treasure, so you're throwing things in a fit of rage? Come on, buddy, why not snag another bargain today and show everyone what you're made of? Shopkeeper Zhang's booming voice drew uproarious laughter from the other shopkeepers.
Chen Mo merely smiled without comment, continuing to wander until he reached a second-hand watch shop. The watch shop owner was a slightly effeminate man in a floral shirt, bent over the glass display case with his butt sticking out, eagerly watching the farce of Chen Mo buying and then discarding items. Spotting Chen Mo's approach, he swayed his hips as he turned, curling his fingers into a delicate gesture. Oh, I finally decided to visit my shop, huh? His voice trailed off with a suggestive inflection as he winked. Feel free to browse and buy whatever you like here, it's all junk anyway, but I've inspected it all. You. Shopkeeper Zhang spat out a mouthful of betel nut juice but forced himself to watch Chen Mo browse despite his disgust. Chen Mo glanced at the flamboyant shopkeeper, then at Zhang, saying nothing. His gaze swept over the glass display case before casually pointing at a mechanical wristwatch that wouldn't keep time. How much for this one? Oh my nice, the flamboyant shopkeeper swayed her hips as she opened the display case, pulling out the non-functioning watch. She traced circles on the case with her index finger. This one I'll take 200 from you, don't let it fool you with a little repair, it'll still work. Before she could finish, Chen Mo scanned the QR code to pay, grabbed the watch, and headed for the door. The mix of motor oil and women's perfume in this watch shop made him feel quite uncomfortable. Outside the shop, another toss sent the newly purchased watch plummeting straight into the trash bin. Oh my! The flamboyant shopkeeper gasped, covering her mouth. She hurried over, bending over to rummage through the trash bin. You're such a person, why throw it away, give it back to me. I could sell it again. Shopkeeper Zhang followed Chen Mo out. He too felt out of place in that watch shop, pursing his lips and even stopping mid-chew on his betel nut. Only after following Chen Mo out did he take a couple of vigorous chews. Witnessing Chen Mo toss the watch into the trash, he took a deep drag on his cigarette and bellowed at the top of his lungs. Hey yo hey! Hey everyone, come see! Our big shot Chen has scored another bargain. He deliberately dragged out the words bargain fine so long he nearly ran out of breath. Still unsatisfied, he added two more lines in a sarcastic tone. Too bad this bargain was too shabby for our Mr. Chen to bother with, so he tossed it right back in the trash. Guess that's what they call a sucker, a total sucker. The antique shop owners erupted in laughter once more. The antique furniture shop owner's wife nudged him with her elbow. Didn't you say this guy picked up some Bitcoin thing worth over $1 million from Mr. Zhang yesterday? Does he look like that now? To me, he looks just like old man Wang, the junk collector. The antique bookstore owner's wife shook her head, rolling her eyes. Is that all? Scavenging trash everywhere hoping for luck, and then Chengdu treasure hunt alarms the museum director? Probably bought the script, huh? No wonder it got banned. Before she finished, her eyes suddenly lit up as if she'd thought of something. She pulled out her phone and aimed it at Chen Mo. Hold on, I'm filming this to post in the comments section of Treasure Hunt in Rongcheng. Let everyone see the person you've hyped up as the one who alarmed the museum director just buying a pile of junk and tossing it back into the trash. The hardware store owner, who had been eyeing Chen Mo with envy, now joined the crowd filming the antique bookstore owner recording Chen Mo. He snorted coldly through his flat nose.
Pfft, I thought he was something special. Doesn't seem so great now.
I'll record this too, maybe this clip will make me famous.
I could even sleep with an internet celebrity. Their actions instantly stirred up a hornet's nest.
The skinny, dark-skinned pottery seller jogged over to adjust his angle. The plump antique dealer burst out of her shop. Even the flamboyant guy who'd been rummaging through trash bins for watches just moments ago wiggled his way over.
Seeing this, shopkeeper Zhang got even more excited.
He practically flew over to Chen Mo, walking backwards with his mouth wide open, beetle nut juice dripping from the corners. The camera was practically shoved in Chen Mo's face.
Hey, Mr. Famous Chen, smile for us. Don't look so serious. Tell us how you felt picking up Bitcoin yesterday, and how it feels scavenging trash today.
5 or 6 people trailed Chen Mo like flies on honey, phones raised. Some even deliberately ran ahead, kicking trash cans into his path, waiting to film his performance of tossing garbage.
Chen Mo walked slowly amid the camera flashes and snickers, yet a faint, almost imperceptible smile lingered at the corners of his mouth.
He felt like he couldn't keep up the act much longer. He truly hadn't expected that Mr. Zhang, who had gifted him 1.05 million yuan yesterday, would deliver such a divine assist today. Without him, this scheme might never have reached its climax. But with him here now, it was like a catalyst, fast-forwarding straight to the final cleanup.
Come on.
Shopkeeper Zhang backed up, phone in hand, his broad face flushed crimson from both the beetle nut and the mocking laughter. There are still 7 or 8 trash cans up ahead. By more we love watching. Chen Mo paid no mind, leading everyone to a shop called Republican Relics.
The bald shopkeeper stood there, arms crossed, watching Chen Mo's predicament with amusement.
This was precisely the shop indicated by the system prompt. And that pinewood box containing 200 silver coins from the Republic of China era now sat quietly on the second shelf of the store.
Chapter 98, how about it, Boss Joe? Sell me one more time? My turn now?
The bald shopkeeper stood with arms crossed, his gleaming scalp rivaling Su Zhang's, glistening oily under the sun. A sneer tugged at his lips.
How much are you planning to throw in the trash this time?
Chen Mo ignored his mockery, his gaze sweeping over the dusty shelves.
Republican-era copper locks, enamel pocket watches, gold-painted powder compacts.
His gaze finally settled on a copper-bodied enamel cigarette case. He reached out to pick it up, and the bald shopkeeper immediately grinned, shamelessly calling out his price.
8,000. Not a penny less.
The surrounding crowd erupted in laughter. Mr. Zhou, you bought this junk for 200 last week.
Buy it. Isn't it pretty easy to flip?
Tisk, Boss Chen can't be broke, can he?
That's ridiculous, he just scored over $1 million yesterday. Shopkeeper Zhang leaned forward, waving his phone closer.
The mingled scent of cigarette smoke and beetle nut wafted straight into Chen Mo's nose.
Buy it, Boss Chen. Throw it in the trash, and we'll film your rich kid wastes fortune vlog. Chen Mo feigned hesitation, weighing the cigarette pack in his hand before placing it back down under the crowd's intense stares.
But then he picked up a pair of brass binoculars.
800, the bald shopkeeper deliberately reversed the price. Can you hide gold coins in the tubes of these binoculars? Would they spill out if you toss them in the trash? Pfft, he wouldn't dare buy anything expensive. He'd never pay 800. Didn't you see him just picking up cheap stuff earlier, pretending to be all high and mighty? The second-hand bookstore owner's wife stood on tiptoe as the camera panned over Chen Mo's composed face. Big Boss Chen, didn't you just pick up over $1 million? What happened to your bargain hunting swagger from yesterday? Why not buy something expensive and show us off? Shopkeeper Zhang chuckled, stuffing 2 beetle nuts into his mouth. After finding all that money in my shop, you're stingy over a few hundred?
If it were me, I'd buy 2 packs of beetle nuts, eat one, toss one. Facing the crowd's teasing, Chen Mo remained utterly unfazed. He placed the brass telescope back on the shelf and reached for his ultimate target of this trip. The faded pinewood box indicated by the system prompt. A faded pinewood box lay quietly on his stall, its clasp still wrapped in a half-faded red silk ribbon. Chen Mo's hand finally rested on the pinewood box. It was large, its surface bearing clear marks of age. The grain was distinct, the color deep, giving it an antique feel. The aged clasp on the box was severely faded, tightly bound by a half-piece of equally faded red silk ribbon. Chen Mo's heart suddenly began to pound violently. After all, from the moment he entered the flea market, every move had been orchestrated for this very moment's success or failure hinged entirely on this single action. And more importantly, the 200 silver dollars hidden inside this box were worth 1.5 million yuan, a full 500,000 yuan more than the Bitcoin he de-snagged yesterday. The bald shopkeeper seemed to notice Chen Mo's brief pause, but mistook it for him still weighing the price. He snorted derisively. TSK, Mr. Chen really is too pricey to buy. Fine, I'll let you have it for 200, a bargain price. He deliberately looked at the other shopkeepers beside Chen Mo and raised his voice. It's completely empty inside, I personally opened it up to check. Perfect for firewood.
Shopkeeper Zhang also noticed Chen Mo's brief hesitation and his brow immediately furrowed. Hold on, let me check again. I got ripped off yesterday, ugh, just thinking about it makes my heart ache. My poor old man. The bald shopkeeper huffed and puffed as he helped Chen Mo carry the pinewood box down.
He personally twisted open the rusty latch in front of everyone, revealing the empty interior.
What's there to be scared of? I've inspected this box thoroughly since acquiring it. If there was anything inside, I could.
Before he could finish, Chen Mo had already scanned the QR code to pay. He took the wooden box from the bald shopkeeper and turned to walk out the door.
I wouldn't know. The bald shopkeeper finally finished his sentence, following Chen Mo out the door. Heh, where are you planning to dump it? I'll follow and pick it up, could sell it for another 200.
Hearing the bald shopkeeper's words, Zheng finally relaxed and joined the others in following Chen Mo to the next store.
Little did they know, Chen Mo no longer needed to visit the next shop.
But, just as they crossed the threshold, whether because the box in Chen Mo's hands was too heavy or the threshold was too high, Chen Mo stumbled over it.
The box slipped from his grasp.
The box hit the floor with the force and angle described in the baby game prompt. It's waiting for someone who knows how to strike it with 20 kilograms of force at a 30-degree angle. Shopkeeper Zhang burst into a pig-like laugh, nearly dropping his phone. Oh my, our famous Mr. Chen is getting impatient. He hasn't even reached the trash can yet, and he's already eager to toss the box away? Old Zhou, you don't need to walk any further, just pick it up and sell it again. The old bookstore owner slapped her thigh.
Hey, you know what? That box landed perfectly right on the corner of the step. Like he was aiming for it.
The lean, dark-skinned pottery seller smacked his lips and turned to the bald shopkeeper. Old Zhou, that box you picked up might only fetch $100 now. That sucker must have dropped it pretty hard, might have even cracked it open. The bald shopkeeper spat on the ground, his mouth twisting into an even wider grin as he stared at the box.
What do you know?
If it cracked from the fall, it'd be worth even more, it'd have more character, look more like an antique. As the crowd chattered back and forth, a sharp crack echoed from the bottom of the box.
Their laughter instantly choked off, halting abruptly.
Every head whipped around mechanically toward the box on the floor. There! A crack suddenly split open the top of the pinewood box, revealing a hidden compartment that sprang open. 200 silver dollars, gleaming with a cold metallic sheen, were now laid bare before everyone's eyes.
The plump auntie in the front row gasped, "Whoa!" She crouched down, but her fingers recoiled the moment they touched the coins. The icy texture and the crisp clinking sound left no doubt, these were the real deal. Shopkeeper Zhang's sneer froze on his face. His eyes widened in shock and his phone clattered to the floor. Where did this hidden compartment come from? Old Zhou, didn't you say you inspected it thoroughly? The bald shopkeeper's face drained of color as he scrambled on the floor, frantically prying open the box, his eyes fixed on the exposed hidden compartment slot. This makes no sense. I clearly removed every screw. How could this tilt-impact mechanism be so meticulously designed? The other shopkeepers trembled, stuffing their phones into pockets. Why keep filming? The more they recorded, the more like clowns they looked. I remember these silver dollars were worth about 80,000 each. That's nearly 1.6 million here. Yesterday I found 1.05 million, today 1.6 million. Turns out I'm the real clown. He must have come here specifically for this wooden box. Everything he did was to get it. With his IQ, if he doesn't snatch the bargain, who will? He's completely rubbing our noses in the dirt. Chen Mo brushed dust off his trouser leg, bent down to pick up a silver dollar, and traced its engraved patterns with his fingertips. My apologies, my hand slipped. His tone was flat as his gaze swept across all the shop owners. Only after smashing it open did I realize this box was a treasure. How about it, Mr. Zhou? Sell it to me again? This time I'll offer 1.5 million. Chapter 99, the cash from the exchange could knock someone out. Chen Mo left the flea market, cradling the pinewood box, under the envious stares of the shopkeepers. The 200 silver dollars inside the box weighed heavily in his arms, clinking softly with each step. Over 1.5 million. The number buzzed in his mind, 500,000 more than yesterday's Bitcoin windfall. He forced his lips downward, struggling to suppress the upward curve, yet his eyes still glowed with intense heat. He took a deep breath, forcing down the surging emotions. Now was not the time for celebration. He planned to wait until he completed all of today's baby games before cashing in all at once with the coin dealer. At the same time, he needed to exchange yesterday's checks and Bitcoin by then. That moment would be the true harvest. He estimated the converted sum would be enough to knock someone unconscious. As he passed through the market exit and returned to his car, a sudden, intense commotion erupted behind him. Without turning around, he knew the shopkeepers were smashing their merchandise. See if they could find another bargain worth over $1 million. Only after starting the engine and setting the navigation for Jili Ancient Street did Chen Mo allow himself to exhale a long, heavy breath. Then, with a stomp on the gas pedal, the car flew toward his second treasure hunt. 2. The Sleeping Sofa Bank. In a corner of Jili Ancient Street, within a demolition-bound house piled high with relics of bygone eras, an old, patched-up sofa suddenly creaked and shifted. Its upholstery automatically lifted at the left corner. 50 crisp, ink-scented Great Unity banknotes emerged in a neat procession, each adorned with a gleaming national emblem. They marched in formation like participants in a military parade, their edges glowing with the distinctive golden halo of 1965 banknotes. The wooden frame of the sofa suddenly echoed with a distant voice, "Collect all 50 parade participants, and you shall unlock the peony treasury beneath the People's Bank." Rumor has it the old sofa's right corner holds other secrets. See if any plump woodworms lurk within.
Actually, early this morning, Chen Mo had carefully researched online clues related to the second baby game. He wanted to know the exact building number of this demolition property. He couldn't just blindly search every building in the demolition zone. The crucial clue lay in the game hint, something plump and worm-like. Following that clue, he almost effortlessly pinpointed Unit C, apartment 302 in Jinqiu Residential Complex, located behind Jinli Ancient Street. The original owner of that apartment had quite the background. He had once been a community worker in the Jinli Ancient Street neighborhood. After securing a stable position, he became an ordinary staff member at the sub-district office. Within a few years, he rose to become the head of a certain department. He was a frequent presence in Chengdu news broadcasts, delivering speeches in a crisp suit. When the camera panned to the notes in his hand, the voiceover invariably praised him as a model of integrity. Of course, this apartment no longer belonged to the high-ranking official surnamed Ji. It had been transferred to his nephew, Lin Minghui. This nouveau riche, who rose to prominence through his uncle's connections, is notorious locally. He once drove a modified car into someone and fled the scene after throwing money at them. He forcibly seized a bar in Jinli Ancient Street and frequently caused disturbances while drinking with his rowdy friends. He was a carbon copy of Sun Xiaoguo. It was precisely because of Lin Minghui's glorious deeds that Chen Mo ultimately settled on Unit C, room 302. Interesting. With a nephew like this, I won't even mention his uncle privately. Someone who rose from the bottom not only fails to give back to the working class but instead indirectly defrauds and oppresses them. Chen Mo narrowed his eyes, tapping his fingertips lightly on the steering wheel. Turn right in 500 meters to enter Jinli Ancient Street. The navigation prompt interrupted his thoughts. He gently turned right, and the car entered Jinli Ancient Street. Shortly after entering the street, the distinctive ruins of a demolition zone came into view. The blue metal fencing around Jinqiu residential area bore a crookedly spray-painted character for demolish, while discarded furniture from residents piled up in the corners. Chen Mo parked outside the cordoned-off area and followed the floor stickers forward, quickly locating Unit C. The moment he stepped onto the concrete staircase of Unit C, a barrage of coarse curses mixed with the screeching sounds of furniture being dragged echoed from above, reverberating painfully in his eardrums. "You haven't eaten? That plasma TV costs tens of thousands. If you break it, what will you use to pay for it? You couldn't afford it even if you sold your kidneys." The voice carried the arrogance typical of a nouveau riche, its tone distinctly youthful. Clearly, it belonged to Lin Minghui. As the rant echoed, a hoarse voice joined in. "Hear me? You lot better watch your step. If you break anything here, you won't be able to afford to pay for it. If you want your pay, get your asses moving. Any more dawdling and you're all out on your asses. I'll find someone else to do the job." The moment the rant ended, the voice shifted into a sycophantic tone, dripping with obsequiousness. "Brother, calm down. These country bumpkins haven't seen the world. Let's not waste our breath on them. I'll see if there's anyone more sensible on hand. If I'm not mistaken, this voice belongs to the foreman of the moving crew hired by Lin Minghui." Chen Mo tiptoed up the stairs, pausing at the third-floor corner. The door to room 302 stood wide open. 4 or 5 movers were nervously shifting furniture while a young man in a Givenchy t-shirt stood at the doorway. The Rolex on his wrist glinted with a harsh golden light in the dim hallway. This was Lin Minghui. The contractor, whose voice changed faster than his face, was now bent over lighting Lin Minghui's cigarette. He sported a general's belly, a gold chain thicker than a thumb hanging around his neck, and the fat on the back of his neck had gathered into several folds. And neighbors crowded around them, craning their necks, the air thick with fawning heat. An auntie in a floral blouse clutched a bottle of orange juice, offering it at just the right moment with a voice sweet enough to make one sick. "Minghui, it's so rare to have you back. Here, have some juice. My son just started working this year. Could you maybe mention it to your uncle? See if he could help arrange something for him." An uncle in a t-shirt twisted open a freshly cut watermelon, his face equally plastered with smiles as he offered it, his eyes darting toward the Rolex on Lin Minghui's wrist. "Mr. Lin, we've been relying on your kindness all these years. It's hot out, have some melon to cool down. About that demolition compensation. Could you help your uncle push things along? You've got connections." "Heh, my son's getting married soon, and we need the money fast." Chen Mo watched the distorted faces in the stairwell, some with servile smiles etched with humiliation, others with evasive eyes hiding resentment. These postures, warped by greed, resembled the counterfeit goods he'd casually discarded at the flea market moments ago. He sighed softly and continued up the stairs. Reaching the door of 302, he peered through the gaps in the crowd into the room. Inside, Room 302 was cluttered with high-end furniture piled haphazardly. The old sofa flagged by the system had been kicked roughly into the corner. Its faded corduroy fabric was stained with mud, patched upon patched, standing out like a sore thumb amidst the gleaming new furnishings. Chapter 100, You're getting the hang of it, no need for me to guide you anymore. Chen Mo stood amidst the crowd, his gaze fixed on the old sofa in the corner of room 302. The sleeping sofa bank was right before his eyes, but Lin Minghui's smug expression made him frown slightly. This nouveau riche who rode his uncle's coattails. He sneered inwardly. Given Lin Minghui's arrogant and domineering personality, directly asking to buy the old sofa now would not only invite trouble but might also arouse suspicion. After a few seconds of contemplation, a plan formed in his mind. Chen Mo deliberately took a few steps upstairs, then feigned being jostled by the crowd. With a sudden push, he stumbled through a gap in the crowd and crashed into the doorway of room 302. Lin Minghui, puffing on a cigarette and fiddling with his Rolex bracelet, froze at the sight. The gold chain-wearing contractor immediately scowled. What the hell are you pushing for? You've barged right into someone's home. Do you even know whose place this is? Chen Mo's eyes crinkled into a flattering smile as his hands fumbled awkwardly in his pockets, mimicking the motion of pulling out a cigarette. In truth, he had quit smoking long ago. His pockets held no cigarettes, and even if they did, he wouldn't offer them to Lin Minghui or the gold chain contractor. Sorry, someone upstairs asked me to collect some old furniture. I just got pushed as I was going up, so I came inside. Hey, where's my cigarette? Did I finish it? Chen Mo's searching motion froze abruptly, his voice sounding both foolish and flustered. He adopted the same posture as the village guardian, as if genuinely frustrated by the loss of his cigarettes. Lin Minghui certainly wouldn't want Chen Mo's cigarettes. He thought even the cigarettes of the gold chain-wearing contractor were subpar, let alone those of Chen Mo, the junk collector. He took a step back, as if afraid of being tainted by Chen Mo's grime, then narrowed his eyes to appraise him. The look in his eyes was like he was sizing up trash, and a sneer immediately curled his lips. This old guy had practically walked right into his trap like a dumb rat. This boring moving process was suddenly getting a little more interesting. He casually tossed the half-smoked cigarette on the ground, crushing it under his shoe, and drawled out his words. Scrap collector? After a pause, he nodded toward the plasma TV the movers were struggling to carry. See that? Those guys are moving a TV. I don't really want it anymore. You want to buy it? I paid 38 grand for it. I'll sell it to you for 50. How about it? The gold chain-wearing contractor's eyes twinkled as he stifled a laugh and chimed in. Scrap collector, Brother Huey's giving you a chance. That TV still sells for 42 grand in stores. The moment the two spoke, the neighbors around them instantly caught on. The lady in the floral shirt immediately squeezed in to urge him, buy it. You'll make 8,000 off it. The t-shirt wearing uncle also pushed forward with effort. Heh, Brother Hui letting you buy it means he thinks highly of you. Look, we don't get chances like this. Buy it, don't let Brother Hui down. The hallway echoed with a chorus of buy it. Buy it, like a swarm of flies circling rotten meat. Chen Mo followed the direction Lin Minghui was pointing and saw the plasma TV being carried unsteadily by the movers. He struggled to stifle a laugh, controlling his micro-expressions, and deliberately shook his head. But I don't have that kind of money. Seeing Chen Mo's flustered expression, Lin Minghui burst out laughing. Oh my, this junk collector must be missing a screw, he actually wants to buy it. The crowd immediately joined in with uproarious laughter, much like how people would stand and applaud after Uncle Lin finished his speech on stage. Ha ha, he really isn't the sharpest tool in the shed. What class is this guy? Thinking he can share a TV with Brother Hui. This junk collector's entertaining, let's tease him some more. Amidst the roaring laughter, Lin Minghui suddenly kicked the mahogany coffee table beside him. Now, this one original price 19,000. Take it for 20,000. He deliberately emphasized the words original price 19,000 with dramatic intonation, his eyes practically overflowing with mockery. The gold chain-wearing contractor immediately chimed in. Brother Huey's having a fire sale today. You junk dealer, you're getting a steal here. Hurry up and buy it, thank Brother Hui. The floral shirt auntie went even further this time, grabbing Chen Mo's arm so hard her nails dug into his flesh. Young man, it's like manna from heaven. I saw this coffee table at the supermarket last week, same price Minghui quoted. It's been unchanged for years. Grab it now, you won't regret it. The t-shirt wearing uncle pulled out his phone with deliberate precision, opened a web page, and slapped his thigh as he exclaimed. It really is like manna from heaven. An identical one sold at auction for hundreds of thousands. Your wife will absolutely praise your taste when you bring it home. Chen Mo glanced at the webpage. He opened. It wasn't an auction site at all, but a short-form video platform. The surrounding crowd once again erupted with shouts of buy it now, and it's a steal, a cacophony that made Chen Mo feel nauseous. Chen Mo could barely hold back his laughter, his fingers trembling slightly. Things were unfolding exactly as he'd anticipated. He resumed his awkward expression, rubbing his hands together absent-mindedly. Boss, this. I still can't afford it. Roaring laughter erupted, flooding the hallway like a tidal wave. Listen to him.
He actually thinks he can afford it.
Oh my god, I'm going home to get my wife to come see this junk collecting fool.
Hilarious. He's the dumbest fool I've seen all year.
Lin Minghui was laughing so hard tears were welling up. This clueless uncle truly provided some genuine entertainment value.
Teasing him had really lifted his spirits. Gasping for breath, he huffed, "You junk collecting fool, dig into your pockets. See what you can afford in this room of mine?" Chen Mo gave a silly grin and held up 2 fingers. "I only have 200 yuan. Ha ha ha." The crowd roared with laughter. Trying to buy something worth tens of thousands with 200 bucks? You must be dreaming.
Lin Minghui laughed until his stomach hurt. Having had enough of this cat and mouse game, he waved Chen Mo away like shooing a mosquito.
Alright. If you don't have the money, don't stand around getting in the way. Get lost. Go collect your junk.
A flicker of disappointment crossed Chen Mo's eyes.
Why was Lin Minghui so clueless? Was it over already?
He still needed a little guidance. He had to remind him that this game wasn't over yet.
That old sofa in the corner hadn't even made it onto the shopping list yet. However, before Chen Mo could say anything, Lin Minghui's own gaze swept over the old sofa. "Hey, I just noticed that beat-up sofa over there. Want it? You've got 200, right? Give it to me, and you can take it."
This time, neither the gold chain-wearing contractor nor the surrounding neighbors chimed in immediately. They merely exchanged glances.
The sofa clearly wasn't worth much. It was old and worn. Lin Minghui's sudden price drop clearly meant he genuinely wanted to sell it. But whether that sofa was actually worth 200 yuan? The neighbors knew the truth all too well. That sofa wasn't even Lin Minghui's. It wasn't even his uncle's.
His uncle had bought this house secondhand before he made it big, and the sofa had been left behind by the previous owner. That meant the sofa was at least 30 or 40 years old. It was worth far less than 200 yuan, yet Lin Minghui was trying to rip off this scrap dealer fool at the last minute. But a fleeting gleam of sharpness flashed in Chen Mo's eyes. This Lin Minghui was getting the hang of it, no need for guidance.
Chapter 101, Why not enjoy a little more freedom? Beep.
The payment confirmation chime rang out crisply in room 302. Lin Minghui puffed on a freshly lit cigarette while the gold chain-wearing contractor folded his arms, both staring at Chen Mo like they were watching a circus act. That old sofa weighed at least 200 pounds. They were eager to see how this fool, who looked like a village guard, would manage to move it. "Uncle, if you're moving that, watch your back, you won't have spare cash for hospital bills." Lin Minghui took a deep drag. Nothing beat his Zhanghua cigarettes.
He elegantly blew out a smoke ring, offering his kind warning to Chen Mo.
Chen Mo, however, walked straight up to one of the movers and borrowed a screwdriver. Of course, he had no intention of actually moving that old sofa.
For one thing, it was too heavy for him to lift. For another, these people had been laughing at him since he walked in.
It was time to give them a little shock.
Upon seeing Chen Mo borrow the screwdriver, the woman in the floral blouse immediately took 2 steps back, covering her mouth. "Oh my, what is that fool up to?"
Lin Minghui froze for a moment but made no move, merely watching coldly. He was a man who operated in both the legitimate and underworld spheres.
If Chen Mo made any reckless move, he could guarantee Chen Mo would first lose his entire fortune and then see his family destroyed.
Under everyone's stunned gaze, Chen Mo strolled leisurely toward the old sofa with the screwdriver.
With a downward thrust of his wrist, the screwdriver plunged into the patch on the left side of the sofa with a soft thud.
Moldy cotton batting spilled out like festering wounds, and the stench of mildew and decay instantly exploded through the room, assaulting everyone's nostrils.
Holy! The gold chain contractor nearly vomited his breakfast. Is there a dead rat in here or what?
Lin Minghui flicked his cigarette away, clutching his nose and mouth. His eyes flashed with mockery as he bent over double.
"You idiot, are you trying to make me laugh myself to death today? Think you can just tear it down and move it? With your IQ, you'd probably screw up putting it back together." The t-shirt guy hurriedly hid the watermelon he was twisting behind his back.
"Fools are fools.
Damn it, you've ruined my watermelon."
The hallway erupted in another wave of laughter. Everyone assumed Chen Mo planned to dismantle the sofa piece by piece to move it out.
But then, the next second, everyone's laughter abruptly stopped. A dark yellow corner of paper peeked out from the tear, fluttering gently in the air conditioner's cold breeze. Chen Mo gently pried it open with his screwdriver.
Inside, the third series of renminbi Great Unity bills unfolded like a deck of cards, cascading into plain view before everyone's eyes.
1965 edition, serial number III.
The t-shirt wearing uncle abandoned his watermelon and lunged to the front. "I was scrolling through Douyin last night and saw videos of these old bills.
This condition alone is worth at least 30 grand.
Here." He stared intently at the Great Unity notes. 30, 50, 55, there are 50 of them here. The hallway fell deathly silent. 50 bills, each worth 30,000, that's 1,500,000. Every eye widened in shock. Some didn't even notice their phones hitting the floor. The stench of decay somehow faded, replaced by the ink scent of millions, making hearts race.
Mine. This is all mine.
Lin Minghui suddenly roared, lunging forward with a twisted expression.
This apartment is mine. The sofa is mine too. I'm not selling it. Here's your 200 yuan back, now get lost. Chen Mo didn't stop Lin Minghui, letting him pick up every last coin.
Someone was willing to pick up his money without batting an eye. He was more than happy to let them. Once Lin Minghui had gathered the scattered big unity notes into his palm, Chen Mo shifted his weight slightly, twirling the screwdriver in his hand. He strolled leisurely to the right side of the sofa.
Got it all? There's more.
Lin Minghui nodded instinctively, then suddenly his eyes widened.
More? Don't try any tricks on me, or I'll kill you. Chen Mo shook his head calmly, plunging the screwdriver into the sofa for the second time.
Everyone held their breath, eyes fixed unblinkingly on the crack the screwdriver had torn open, like starving wolves staring at their prey. A greasy paper packet rolled out from the rotten cotton stuffing. Lin Minghui lunged forward again, but this time Chen Mo wouldn't let him. With a swift sidestep, Chen Mo blocked Lin Minghui with his own body, then bent down smoothly. The oil paper parcel landed in his hands.
Why the hell are you stealing my?
Lin Minghui snarled, his fists clenched tight.
He was ready to punch Chen Mo in the throat if he didn't give it back.
He assumed the oil paper package contained big Unity banknotes or some other valuable item.
What's the rush? Chen Mo looked at Lin Minghui with a meaningful smile. Why not enjoy your freedom a little longer? You'll have plenty of time to be anxious later, once you're locked up. What do you mean? Lin Minghui's brow furrowed deeper. Chen Mo's smile sent a chill down his spine. Chen Mo offered no reply, instead prying open the oil paper parcel with a screwdriver. A thread-bound notebook appeared in his palm, its gold-embossed cover reading meeting minutes now faded to a dull brown. Meeting minutes?
The gold chain contractor voiced his confusion first.
He couldn't understand why meeting minutes would be carefully wrapped in oil paper and hidden inside a sofa. Could these minutes be as valuable as the great Unity banknotes?
The surrounding neighbors were equally baffled, clueless about the significance. Lin Minghui's neck veins bulged as he raised his fist to strike Chen Mo. Chen Mo had been grinning so sinisterly earlier he'd assumed it meant something significant. Little did he expect it to be nothing more than a mere meeting record. It wasn't exactly worthless, but it was utterly useless.
He'd been played by a fool.
I think you should take a look first, Chen Mo said softly, flipping open a page.
Lin Minghui's fist froze mid-air.
His pupils contracted violently as cold sweat instantly drenched his forehead, soaking his back in an instant.
The yellowed page Chen Mo had opened bore the stark inscription.
September 15, 2016, received 2 cartons of cigarettes from manager Zhou. One pack contained a bank card with 200,000 yuan.
Arranged for his son's placement in XX Bureau.
March 22, 2017, Boss Wang gifted shares in foot massage parlor must provide long-term access to police records for him. Lin Minghui suddenly began to tremble. Those distant dates and events gradually sharpened in his mind, fear creeping up his spine like a venomous snake. That handwriting belonged to his uncle. As a child, he had often heard his mother recount his uncle's glorious deeds, praising his uncle's capabilities. Naturally, he was familiar with his uncle's actions throughout his career.
You know him? Chen Mo tapped Lin Minghui's ashen cheek with the ledger. Your uncle's promotion diary is quite detailed, isn't it? Chapter 102, was buying the sofa just the beginning of the scheme? Lin Minghui's pupils shrank to pinpricks.
Suddenly, like a mad bull, he charged at Chen Mo simultaneously, his right fist transformed into a claw as he lunged to snatch the ledger. Give me back that book.
Do you know who my uncle is? Do you know who I am? Do you think we'd let you? Chen Mo took a half step back, his phone pressed to his ear. The number 4 Vice Mayor Zhou Zhengyang in his contacts was already dialing.
He had considered mailing the ledger directly to the Commission for Discipline Inspection, but as he'd anticipated, he couldn't carry this sofa away.
To retrieve its contents, he'd have to do it right under Lin Minghui's nose.
Lin Minghui would inevitably see this ledger.
So the quickest and easiest solution was to play the connection card.
Chen Mo had donated a Leica camera to the State Security Bureau, contributed Dragon Ball manuscripts and the ancient Lei Xiao zither to museums. Vice Mayor Zhou held a favorable impression of him. Mayor Zhou, this is Chen Mo said calmly. I am Chen Mo, residing at Unit C, Apartment 302 in Jinshou Community. I have discovered a ledger personally recorded by Director G detailing bribes received.
Heavy breathing echoed on the other end of the line. What?
We just uncovered Director G's serious disciplinary violations and we're about to have the Commission for Discipline Inspection question him.
You found evidence before us? Don't move. Don't move at all. I'm heading over immediately with Secretary Li from the Commission. Click.
Lin Minghui froze in his tracks.
He was standing close to Chen Mo and heard Zhou Zhengyang's voice crystal clear through the phone. How could he not recognize Zhou Zhengyang?
Zhou Zhengyang had just said he was about to send the Commission's comrades to talk to his uncle. This so-called talk was likely. His calves began to tremble involuntarily, and the cold sweat on his forehead thickened. If his uncle fell, everything he'd done over the years would be laid bare under the sun, every detail exposed.
He finally understood the meaning behind Chen Mo's smile.
He was truly going to spend the rest of his life behind bars. The gold chain-wearing contractor suddenly dropped to his knees with a thud. He had sent Uncle Lin Minghui expensive cigarettes and liquor every year, along with bank cards containing at least 100,000 yuan, which was how he had managed to get in on the opportunity to get rich alongside Lin Minghui. Now, all the wealth he'd amassed over the years might be confiscated, and he himself would be locked up. Neighbors in the hallway held their breath. The floral shirt auntie spun and vanished into the crowd, while the t-shirt uncle muttered frantically, "I didn't see anything.
I don't know anything." You knew all along?
Lin Minghui pointed at Chen Mo, his teeth chattering as his voice echoed through the hallway.
From the moment we bought that sofa, it was all a setup?
Chen Mo shook his head indifferently, snorting derisively as he snatched the 50 big unity bills from Lin Minghui's trembling hands. The bills slapped against his face with a sharp crack. At first, I just wanted to pick up this opportunity, then I happened to find the ledger. You'd better reflect on this inside. Building skyscrapers on stone slabs requires integrity as the foundation. After a pause, as if remembering something, he added, "Oh, forgot to mention these 50 big unity notes aren't your uncle's. They belong to the original owner, who now goes by the surname Chen."
What if your uncle had placed the ledger on the left side? Might he have discovered them sooner? Might he have stayed on the straight and narrow? 10 minutes later, hurried footsteps echoed from downstairs.
Zhou Zhangyang burst in with Secretary Li from the Discipline Inspection Commission and other comrades, all holding body cameras.
Flashes illuminated Lin Minghui's deathly pale face.
It was the same familiar routine, but this time, there was no reward.
By the time Chen Mo emerged from the commission's building, noon had arrived.
The sun baked the asphalt until it seemed to soften.
Zhou Zhangyang's black sedan hadn't driven off. He leaned against the door, smoking.
Spotting Chen Mo emerge, he promptly crushed his cigarette butt and handed him a bottle of ice-cold mineral water.
"You're quite a young man. I've reviewed your file. You're not even 35 yet. Interested in taking the civil service exam? With your passion and talent, you could go far in politics." Chen Mo smiled. "Thank you for your kind words, Mayor Zhou.
I'm content running my small business to support my family. I have no strong desire for a career in public service."
Zhou Zhangyang gave Chen Mo a thoughtful look and nodded. "All right, everyone has their own path. No hard feelings.
If you ever run into trouble, come find me. Within my power and without breaking any laws or rules, I'll help you out."
"You must be hungry now.
Come on, I'll take you to our municipal government cafeteria. Their braised beef is especially delicious." Chen Mo politely declined, "I'm truly sorry, but I have some things to attend to today."
"Next time, I'll treat you."
Zhou Zhangyang paused, then burst into laughter, slapping Chen Mo on the shoulder.
"All right, you treat me next time. I'm not picky. A bowl of beef noodles in Ronqing will do just fine."
This exchange drew surprised glances from passing disciplinary inspection commission officials. Back in his car, 50 yuan notes lay quietly on the passenger seat, while Chen Mo let out a silent sigh.
It wasn't because he'd declined Zhou Zhangyang's offer to take the civil service exam or join him for lunch.
Rather, it was because noon had arrived, delaying his early morning plan to scavenge at the scrapyard.
"I'll just do the scavenging in the afternoon. The baby game doesn't say there's a time limit."
It's noon now, perfect time to try that spicy sauce at Old Yu's homestyle cuisine. Chen Mo turned the ignition key, pressed the accelerator, and drove toward the urban village. This spicy sauce from Old Yu's homestyle cuisine was none other than the 4. Imperial secret recipe in 10 yuan spicy sauce, the very sauce missing that crucial snow lotus pollen ingredient. After driving for nearly half an hour, Chen Mo arrived at the urban village. After searching carefully, he found the Lao Yu's homestyle cuisine tucked away in a corner. It was a tiny shop, barely 20 square meters, but spotlessly clean. Most small eateries developed a layer of greasy film on their windows over time, yet this one was completely free of grime. However, despite the cleanliness, it was already noon, yet there was only one customer inside. The shop next door was bustling with customers, and delivery riders' motorcycles were piled up like a small mountain at the entrance. What's more, the lone customer had ordered a table full of dishes but hadn't touched most of them. Not eating was one thing, but this customer was also muttering something to his phone.
Chen Mo pushed open the glass door and walked straight to the cash register.
The owner, a deeply wrinkled man in his 50s, was staring at the customer talking into his phone with a worried look. "Hey, boss, give me a bowl of manhwa wine, plus some fish-flavored eggplant. Also, do you sell that spicy sauce?
I want to grab a bottle for the wife to try."
At the same moment Chen Mo spoke, the customer's voice echoed through the restaurant. "Folks, steer clear of this Lao Yu homestyle cuisine place.
It's a rip-off joint using nothing but gutter oil. The owner's health permit is expired." Chapter 103, Summer Insects Cannot Understand Ice. "Look closely, everyone." The customer pressed his phone right up against the yellowed health permit on the wall. "See that? This permit expired this month. Xiao Qin's restaurant reviews never hold back. Isn't this worth a follow?" Old Yu heard Xiao Qin's words, hunched over and stumbling as he left Chen Mo behind. He approached Xiao Qin and pulled a crumpled piece of paper from his apron pocket. "The new license is really being processed, Host Qin.
I told you last week when you came I've already submitted the application for replacement, but it hasn't come through yet.
Here's the receipt for your reference. Cut the crap.
Xiaoqin swatted away Lao Yu's receipt, turned, and strode over to Chen Mo. Bro, take my advice, don't eat anything from this place, even if they give it away for free. As he spoke, he deliberately held his phone up for Chen Mo to see. The live stream's viewership of 32,000 was slowly climbing.
See this? Xiaoqin's restaurant reviews hit 100k followers. Never lie to my loyal viewers.
This owner uses swell oil for cooking.
Last week alone, 3 people got diarrhea after eating here. Chen Mo glanced at this Xiaoqin and instantly understood.
This was nothing more than a restaurant reviewer trying to extort money, and since the owner couldn't pay up, he was deliberately smearing the place. Likely, the restaurant's current dismal business had something to do with this Xiaoqin.
Sure enough.
The next second, he lowered his voice, turned his phone camera to the side, and spoke rapidly. Bro, just play along and finish this review livestream. I'll split some cash with you for your trouble. This old miser's too tight-fisted, otherwise he'd paid the promotion fee ages ago.
Chen Mo shot him a piercing look.
He couldn't be bothered with such a petty extortionist who thrived on slandering others.
This man wasn't even worthy of a second glance.
He calmly sidestepped Xiaoqin and addressed old Yu again, his voice as flat as water. Boss, bring me a bowl of Mao Shui Wang and some fish-flavored shredded pork.
Also pack me a bottle of chili sauce to go.
His slender fingers tapped lightly on the counter.
As the food constitution states, sauce thrives on flavor but perishes in noise.
After a pause, he lifted his eyes to meet old Yu's, his gaze as still as an ancient well. Pay no mind to the noisy ones.
You can't explain ice to a summer insect. Just let him bark. Xiaoqin's face instantly turned ashen. The comments in his livestream instantly shifted.
This guy's got some culture.
Bro Qin just got subtly dissed, lol. Translation needed. What did he just say?
A flash of anger flickered in Xiaoqin's eyes, his chest tightening with fury. But mindful of maintaining his image on stream, he forced a cold smile as the camera locked onto Chen Mo.
These days people still defy common sense and insist on eating slop? Must be wallets fatter than brains, using their stomachs to boost shady eatery sales?
Chen Mo ignored Xiaoqin's provocation, merely signaling to old Yu with his eyes to head to the kitchen.
Old Yu glanced at Chen Mo, then at Xiaoqin and the phone in his hand.
He seemed to want to say something more, but finally sighed, hunched over as he walked toward the kitchen, his voice trembling.
Host Qin, let's just handle this like last time.
I'll cover this order.
Please don't make things difficult for the customer.
Xiaoqin froze, then his eyes lit up instantly. Last week, when he tricked other customers by claiming there's hair in the food, old Yu had also voluntarily waived the bill. At the time, Xiaoqin had simply assumed the old man was just avoiding trouble. But when he tried the same trick on Chen Mo just now, old Yu offered to waive the bill again. Only then did he realize. This old guy wasn't afraid of trouble at all. He was clearly afraid of shortchanging his customers. This was a breakthrough. If he just pushed the customers to the limit, wouldn't old Yu willingly cough up the promotion fee? Xiaoqin's tongue pressed against his molars as his pupils gleamed with excitement. Finally, he could make this old codger cough up the promotion fee. Realizing this, Xiaoqin circled around Chen Mo like a shark smelling blood. He deliberately cranked his phone volume to maximum and bellowed into the livestream.
Hey everyone, check this out.
This sucker won't listen to reason, spending real money to eat gutter oil.
Must have iron worms in his stomach.
With each line, he edged half a step closer to the kitchen door, deliberately letting his taunts seep inside.
Just as he'd anticipated, old Yu's spatula clattered intermittently.
Several times, the sound of the stove being turned off echoed through the kitchen. He even heard old Yu's footsteps approach the back door, pause briefly, then retreat back inside.
This is actually working.
Xiaoqin's smile grew wider, his language increasingly crude. This was killing 2 birds with 1 stone, revenge for Chen Mo's earlier dig and forcing old Yu to cough up that promotion fee.
He was thoroughly enjoying himself. You know why nobody comes to this place? The owner used to be a toilet cleaner. Who knows if they're still stuck to his frying pan? And people actually eat his cooking? Ha! If they end up with diarrhea in the hospital, the doctor'll ask if they ate a toilet plunger. A wave of jeers flooded the comment stream. Maybe he actually likes eating. How does a place like this even stay open? Why hasn't anyone reported it? Amidst the uproar, several highlighted comments exploded. Qin, can you zoom in? That guy looks like Chen Mo. Holy, it really is him. The guy who donated Lei Zhao's ancient zither and the Dragon Ball manuscript. Xiaoqin's pupils suddenly contracted, his eyes nearly popping out of their sockets. He knew Chen Mo well, the legendary figure who stumbled upon the Dragon Ball manuscript in an old bookstore, bought the Lei Xiao Guqin from a second-hand shop, and casually helped amateur streamer Xiong Mengmeng become a million-follower sensation. Hesitation instantly gripped his heart. The cases of Tao Dao-chan and Little Lychee from just days ago were still vivid in his mind. Even though he wasn't deliberately trying to ride Chen Mo's coattails, the process and outcome would be the same. Weren't they all mocking him to achieve their own ends? Xiaoqin swallowed hard, his Adam's apple jolting.
He instinctively pulled his phone back, but his eyes darted to the live stream's viewer count starting at just 32,000. It had now surged to 58,000. The screen was flooded with gift donations. Cold sweat beaded on Xiao Qin's palms. He wanted to pull the phone back but couldn't bear to. After weighing his options for a long moment, he gritted his teeth and edged the phone forward slightly. The camera captured Chen Mo's rugged profile in sharp focus. Folks, who'd have thought we'd run into a celebrity in this dive? Check it out, it's our very own Chen Mo, the famous Chen. He deliberately bumped the table with his shoulder. Is our celebrity here to pick up today? Damn it, time to gamble. In this world, the timid starve while the bold feast. He claimed to have 100,000 followers, but in reality, he barely scraped by with 30,000. He was a tiny time streamer, which was precisely why he'd come extorting promotion fees from old you. Reaching hundreds of thousands or even millions of followers? He'd be pushing up daisies before that happened. Might as well make a move now. He'd already been mocked, there was no turning back now. Besides, he clearly held one advantage, Toteo-chan and the others were hunting for bargains. But what kind of bargain could they possibly find in a restaurant? Go for it. Chapter 104, you call this substandard? Chen Mo still ignored Xiao Qin. He sat at the table, leisurely waiting for the owner to serve the food, treating Xiao Qin's taunts like the buzzing of flies and mosquitoes. Whatever. The world is full of all kinds of people. Seeing Chen Mo completely ignore him, Xiao Qin waved his phone around, circling Chen Mo's table while chattering incessantly. Mr. Famous Chen, you're not here to pick up today, are you? The here isn't tasty. I scouted a few places last month, want me to hook you up? Switch to another spot. As he circled the desk for the third time, old Yu emerged, hunched over, carrying a tray of dishes. Fresh grease stains dotted his apron. The chili oil in the white porcelain bowl of blood and tripe stew bubbled fiercely, the sauce on the fish-flavored shredded pork glistened with a glossy sheen, and the fiery chili paste in the glass jar tucked in the corner of the tray was a vibrant, mouth-watering red. After setting down the 2 dishes and the jar of chili sauce for Chen Mo, old Yu murmured, "Enjoy your meal," then sighed. Lowering his voice, he said to Xiao Qin, "Host Qin, please stop disturbing the guests while they eat. I'm willing to pay you to promote my place, isn't that acceptable?" His tone was pleading and humble, the wrinkles between his brows deepening. However, Xiao Qin was no longer satisfied with a few thousand yuan in promotion fees. Watching the live viewership numbers in his stream surge wildly, he sneered inwardly. With this wave of traffic secured, a few thousand from old Yu? Pfft, he couldn't be bothered. His enthusiasm only grew. Ignoring old Yu entirely, he left the man standing awkwardly by the side while he pulled up a chair and sat directly across from Chen Mo. The phone camera was pointed straight at Chen Mo's face. "Hey big shot, check out this dish. That blood curd is as dark as ink, totally past its prime. You really want to eat this? If you do, you might be heading to the dentist in 5 minutes, or rather, the proctologist." The comments rolled in like a blizzard. "Brother Qin, your tongue's coated in honey today. Love hearing this." Sitting here waiting for Brother Chen to eat his words. "Bro Qin, don't stop. Keep roasting him. Remember this moment how cocky you are now. Soon you'll be eating your words." Chen Mo, however, didn't even lift an eyelid. He simply picked up his chopsticks, leisurely picked up a piece of fish-flavored shredded pork, and popped it into his mouth. But, the instant his tongue touched the dish, his brow furrowed imperceptibly. This taste is off. It wasn't bad. It felt like something was missing. The sweet, sour, and spicy notes of the fish-flavored shredded pork should have been distinct layers, but now they seemed suppressed by something, leaving only a monotonous saltiness with a faint, unnatural bitterness. Xiao Qin keenly noticed Chen Mo's expression change and immediately slapped the table with exaggerated laughter. "Ah, everyone look. Our big celebrity actually ate something awful. Did you see that face? It's killing me. I told you this place's food was off." The live stream was flooded with comments once more. "Wait, is there really something wrong? Wait, isn't this plot twist off? How come Brother Chen got called out like this? Cut the crap, will you? Pay attention to the plot twists. Has there ever been one where my big bro Chen didn't pull off a reversal? Whoa, are you all siding with Brother Chen? This makes our Brother Qin look so weak, pitiful, and helpless." Chen Mo set down his chopsticks and looked up at old Yu, who was still standing humbly by the side. "Boss, what's in this dish?" Old Yu rubbed his hands nervously, his voice trembling. "It's just the usual stir-fry method, using our homemade chili sauce." "Didn't you just say you wanted to buy some? That bottle on the table is my homemade chili sauce." Chen Mo turned his gaze to the bottle of chili sauce on the table. He unscrewed the cap, dipped his fingertip into it, and took a small taste. Sure enough, the base of the chili sauce remained. The faint aromas of dried tangerine peel and cinnamon were still discernible. But the crisp, refreshing sweetness of snow lotus had vanished entirely, replaced by a harsh, throat-burning heat. It tasted like a cheap artificial flavoring had been forcibly added to enhance the taste. Truthfully, Chen Mo never imagined that omitting a single ingredient from the Imperial secret recipe would ruin the sauce so completely. He had always assumed that even without snow lotus powder, the sauce should still be passable. After all, it bore the title of Imperial secret recipe.
Sir, this chili sauce is actually a family heirloom. My family used to run a restaurant back in the day and business was booming. But then my grandfather's generation experienced the war, forcing them to flee southward. That's when the flavor of this sauce changed. Old Yu explained with a hint of guilt. Chen Mo nodded. This matched the hint from the baby game, Imperial Chef escaped during the Guangxu era. Xiao Qin chimed in sarcastically from the side. Oh, more excuses. First it was the expired health permit, now it's expired ingredients. With subpar skills and sewer-grade ingredients, how could you possibly make anything tasty? Chen Mo ignored him. The food wasn't bad, but everyone knew whose fault it was that business had gone downhill. He turned his gaze back to Old Yu and asked calmly. Was the recipe for this chili sauce changed by your grandfather's generation? Old Yu paused, let out a heavy sigh, then walked into the kitchen. When he returned, he held an oil-stained recipe book. Flipping to the last 2 pages, he said. Sir, please take a look. This is our family's ancestral chili sauce recipe. My father told me that back in the day, our family was quite well off. We made a lot of money running the restaurant. But during the evacuation, somehow, the recipe was lost. The recipe we use now is all my grandfather pieced together from memory. As Chen Mo gazed at the chili sauce recipe in Old Yu's hands, his heart suddenly began to race. This was the very imperial secret recipe in the 10 yuan chili sauce, the ultimate reason he had come here. This recipe, if enhanced with snow lotus powder, could be worth millions. Who knows? It might just become the next Lao Gan Ma brand. Chen Mo had initially planned to taste the chili sauce after dinner before slowly broaching the subject with Old Yu. He figured Old Yu wouldn't readily hand over the recipe. But unexpectedly, Old Yu had just laid it out before his very eyes. If he weren't a decent man, he could have jotted down the recipe and walked out right then and there. Old Yu wouldn't even have known what had happened. Xiao Qin suddenly burst into laughter, his tone dripping with sarcasm. Oh, so it's an ancestral recipe? And your family used to be wealthy? Why not just say your great-grandfather was a royal chef and this chili sauce is a secret imperial recipe? Guys, did you hear that? Haha, this kind of crooked boss will make up anything to wriggle out of trouble. Chen Mo's gaze turned cold as he finally lifted his eyes to Xiao Qin. Shut up. 3 words, spoken casually, yet they felt like a bucket of ice water dumped over Xiao Qin's head. The live chat exploded instantly. Holy crap, that aura. Brother Qin got taken down in an instant, haha. My Chen big bro is still my Chen big bro. Xiao Qin's face flushed crimson. Chen Mo's words and the chat comments ignited an uncontrollable rage within him. He leapt to his feet, grabbed the bottle of chili sauce from the table, and slammed it hard onto the floor. Imperial secret recipe chili sauce, my ass. I'll show everyone exactly what kind of cheap crap this is. As the glass bottle shattered on the floor, a rich, pungent aroma suddenly exploded, instantly filling the entire shop. Xiao Qin continued ranting, see that? This cheap crap. Before he could finish, Chen Mo slowly rose to his feet. He bent down, picked up a shard of glass coated in chili sauce, and held it up to the sunlight outside the shop. Substandard? A chili sauce lost to history since the late Guangxu era, and you call it subpar? Chapter 105, What I Wanted Has Arrived. A chili sauce lost after the Guangxu era, and you call it shoddy? Chen Mo's voice wasn't loud, but it thundered like a muffled clap of thunder in Xiao Qin's ears. Xiao Qin's pupils suddenly contracted. He knew full well the man before him was Chen Mo, the ruthless collector who'd snatched up the Dragon Ball manuscript and Lei Zhao's ancient zither. Had he snagged another bargain this time? Could that old man's chili sauce truly be connected to the imperial secret sauce of the Guangxu era? Cold sweat crawled down his spine, his face turning pale. The livestream chat fell silent for 2 seconds before erupting like fireworks. Holy! Guangxu era? Did my bro Chen snag another bargain today? There really is a twist. When Brother Chen appears on screen, it's bound to be something special. Front row selling sunflower seeds and stools. Hey, Brother Qin, why's your hand shaking like that? Chen Mo didn't even glance at Xiao Qin's deathly pale face as he strode straight toward Old Yu. Boss, I'll need to use your kitchen. Without waiting for an answer, he strode toward the back kitchen. Along the way, he pulled a small plastic bag from his pocket filled with snow lotus powder. He had driven around to several Chinese medicine shops for this bag of snow lotus powder, only to be told by every single one that snow lotus was a nationally protected plant. Even cultivating it artificially was extremely difficult with very low yields, making it unavailable in pharmacies. Left with no choice, he had to call Director Wang at Jishir Pharmaceuticals, who managed to get him a tiny bit of Tibetan snow lotus. The moment Chen Mo produced the bag of powder, Old Yu's eyes narrowed. His memory instantly flashed back to childhood. He recalled his great-grandfather buying that snow-white powder from herbal medicine peddlers. In the back kitchen sat several jars of Old Yu's homemade chili sauce. Chen Mo heated the wok until it glowed red-hot, then opened a jar of the sauce. He mixed in the snow lotus powder and poured it into the sizzling oil. Sizzle. The sweet fragrance of saffron, the lingering sweetness of dried tangerine peel, and the pungent aroma of star anise exploded in succession, blending with the crisp freshness of the snow lotus.
A rich, authentic fragrance, as if traversing centuries, erupted like a volcano, filling the air. The previously dark brown sauce underwent a transformation in that instant, glowing with a golden red sheen in the oil, like molten amber. Old Yu froze, suddenly clutching his mouth as he crouched down, tears streaming down the wrinkles at the corners of his eyes. This aroma, it was identical to the chili sauce his great-grandfather had made. Xiaoqin was utterly flustered, his nostrils quivering at the tantalizing aroma. The broken jar of sauce still carried a deep, fiery heat, but the freshly simmered paste now felt like countless tiny needles tickling his tongue. He fought desperately to control himself. Though his livestream had reached 100,000 viewers, everyone could still hear his audible gulps. Some observant viewers even spotted the drool that had slipped from the corner of his mouth. Check out Brother Chin's face, screenshot it for memes. Holy crap! I can practically smell the aroma through the screen. Which shop in Chengdu is this? Please share the address, Godfather. I need to buy some right now. At that very moment, customers eating noodles at the neighboring shop all collectively looked up, as if pulled by invisible threads, and began streaming toward Old Yu's shop. What is that smell? It's so delicious. Can you add a spoonful to my noodles? I'll pay a whole bottle of chili sauce for it. Holy crap, this is the first time I've ever smelled chili sauce this good. Old Yu's once quiet private kitchen was instantly packed to the rafters. Even the owner next door joined the crowd, shouting, Old Yu, did you upgrade your chili sauce? How did it get this fragrant? Can you supply my noodle shop regularly? This aroma alone makes me want 3 bowls, no toppings needed. Amidst the clamor, Chen Mo calmly turned off the heat. The golden red chili sauce rippled gently in the pot, its fragrance spreading like ripples. Customers drawn by the scent gathered around, some holding bowls, others clutching chopsticks, and a few grabbing large soup spoons, all eyes fixed on the freshly cooked sauce. Chen Mo scooped up a spoon and gave each person a small portion. Hot oil splashed onto the noodles, creating a sizzling sound. Heavenly flavor. Absolutely perfect. Spicy without being harsh, fragrant without being greasy, with a lingering sweetness and the refreshing crispness of snow lotus. This beats every chili sauce on the market. Owner, are you selling this sauce? I'll pay double. The live stream chat exploded. Damn it, my phone's getting ruined from all this drool. Need someone to buy this for me. Now. Immediately. Right this second. Didn't the Godfather share the address? Scooping out the last bit of chili sauce, Chen Mo walked to his dining table. He dabbed a little onto his blood and tripod pot with chopsticks, then held it to Xiaoqin's nose, pale as a sheet. Want to try some? I don't. Before Xiaoqin could finish her sentence, her body acted first. Instinctively opening her mouth, the moment the blood and awful stew touched her tongue, her taste buds exploded. First came the crisp, refreshing taste of snow lotus, like melted mountain snow rushing over the tongue. Then the rich, mellow notes of dried tangerine peel unfolded layer by layer on the tip of the tongue. Finally, a hint of the Imperial Kitchen's signature golden thread honey dates lingered in the throat. Is this really the same manhwa wang as before? How could adding chili sauce make it taste so incredible? Was this chili sauce that magical? It turned something ordinary into something extraordinary. Xiaoqin's eyes widened in utter disbelief. He'd tried countless viral foods, but this spoonful of sauce completely redefined his understanding of delicious. He even imagined that if this sauce were slathered on a burger, it could turn KFC into a state banquet. The livestream audience watched their usually cocky brother Chen stand there like a dumb goose, his expression shifting from shock to dazed confusion, finally twisting into bitter regret. Is it good? Chen Mo asked calmly. Xiaoqin opened his mouth, only to find himself utterly speechless. And then, just then, a group of market supervision officers burst in. The team leader, clutching a brand new business license, pushed through the crowd. Mr. Yu, congratulations! Your shop's new sanitation permit and business license have been issued. Before he could finish, he sniffed the air. Holy crap, what's that smell? It's so delicious. Even better than my mother-in-law's cooking. He scanned the room suspiciously, taking in the reveling diners. Suddenly, his gaze landed on Xiaoqin in the corner, trembling as he secretly deleted video footage from his phone. The young officer strode forward, grabbed Xiaoqin's wrist, and snatched the phone away. Captain, remember this guy? He was in our station last week. We warned him for spreading food rumors. As Xiaoqin was led away in handcuffs, Chen Mo handed the remaining snow lotus powder from the small plastic bag to Old Yu, who had been crouched on the floor, and whispered, Mr. Yu, your family's traditional chili sauce might be a secret imperial recipe passed down through generations. Your ancestors might truly have been imperial chefs. Here's the missing ingredient, keep it safe. Your business will only get better from here on out. Old Yu's fingers trembled violently as he clutched the bag of snow lotus powder. Just as Chen Mo turned to leave, Old Yu suddenly staggered to his feet and grabbed Chen Mo's sleeve. Sir! A faint smile touched Chen Mo's lips. What he sought had arrived. With kind-hearted people, harsh tactics are unnecessary. Gentle guidance alone can lead both parties to mutual understanding. Chapter 106, a 15% profit margin equals billions. Old Yu's hands still trembled, the lingering scent of chili sauce filling the shop. This man, who had spent his entire life hunched over, stood perfectly straight in that moment. Sir! He seized Chen Mo's wrist with surprising force. This shop isn't worth much, but today, you gave it dignity. I have a request. With everyone here, bear witness. The diners in the shop fell silent, their eyes fixed on this unusual pair. A simply dressed old man and a middle-aged man who had just breathed new life into a dying chili sauce brand. Old Yu grabbed the greasy order form beside the cash register, flipped to a blank page, and began scribbling furiously. But after writing just a few words, he scratched his head and looked up sheepishly.
What's the gentleman's name? A familiar face among the diners answered for Chen Mo. His name is Chen Mo. He's the one who donated the ancient Lei Shao zither to Rongqing treasure hunt yesterday. He's a legend. Old Yu thanked them and continued writing. When finished, he carefully tore off the order slip and handed it to Chen Mo with both hands. Chen Mo took it and unfolded it to read. Today, I voluntarily allocate 15% of Lao Yu chili sauce's profits to Chen Mo. This document serves as proof. The handwriting was crooked, yet every stroke radiated solemnity. Old Yu rubbed his hands together, a hint of guilt on his wrinkled face. Please don't think it's too little. I know business isn't great right now, but with the formula you helped improve, I believe we'll definitely grow bigger and bigger. Earn 100,000 a year, no, someday we'll reach 1 million. His eyes brimmed with hope and gratitude as he looked at Chen Mo and added. This isn't just about repaying a debt. It's because you've given new value to our family's heirloom chili sauce. If my great-grandfather knew, he'd approve of this decision too. Chen Mo glanced up at the faded Lao Gan Ma poster on the wall. Old Yu was still heading in the wrong direction. Lao Gan Ma focused solely on chili sauce and sold hundreds of millions annually, becoming Guizhou province's leading enterprise. If Old Yu just stuck to running his restaurant, he'd never even scratch the surface of the gold mine his ancestors left behind. If you agree, I'll sign the contract right now, Old Yu persisted. If you think 15% profit is too low, I can add a bit more? Chen Mo shook his head. Old Yu, you've got the wrong approach. Silence fell over the room again. Everyone froze, including Lao Yu. How could the direction be wrong? This seemed perfectly reasonable. We're not in the restaurant business, Chen Mo stated flatly, his words landing like a stone in still water. Everyone exchanged bewildered glances, momentarily frozen in disbelief. If not food service, then what? Someone finally asked. Old Yu's been in the restaurant business his whole life. Chen Mo pointed at the faded Lao Gan Ma poster on the wall. We'll follow this model. Whoa! A collective gasp rippled through the crowd. Lao Gan Ma rakes in billions annually, with profits alone reaching hundreds of millions. Following this model, that 15% profit share, wouldn't that also amount to hundreds of millions? And Old Yu gets 85%, that DB even more. He leap over the Dragon Gate in one go, wearing a sable coat on TV. Old Yu's lips trembled slightly. But what about the initial capital? And all the paperwork, factory space, distribution channels? For Old Yu, if his chili sauce could become as popular nationwide or even worldwide like Lao Gan Ma, he'd be thrilled. Then when he went to the afterlife, he could proudly tell his ancestors, I made chili sauce famous. But reality? He had no capital, no connections. Chen Mo's phone suddenly vibrated. He glanced at the caller ID, a faint smile touching his lips as he pressed to answer. Hello, Mayor Zhou. Ha ha ha, Chen Mo. Zhou Xingyang's hearty laughter came through the line. I was scrolling through videos during my lunch break and just saw your improved chili sauce. Damn, you snagged another bargain. Chen Mo replied with a smile. Mayor Zhou, you're too kind. This isn't about seizing an opportunity, it's about creating a culinary delight for the citizens of Rongqing. It's a shame you're not pursuing a political career, kid. You've got away with words. Zhou Zhenyan's voice carried a hint of regret, but his tone quickly shifted to excitement. This chili sauce could easily become a Qingdu intangible cultural heritage project. Alright, are you still at that shop? Talk to the owner. The city will fast-track all the paperwork and funding for him. Click. Everyone in the shop stared wide-eyed, their mouths gaping wide enough to fit an egg. This legendary master actually knows Vice Mayor Zhou? Judging by his tone, their relationship seemed quite close. And most crucially, Vice Mayor Zhou said that for this chili sauce to be included in the Intangible Cultural Heritage Project, the city would fast-track all procedures and funding. What did this mean? It meant that Old Yu could complete all the preliminary work at virtually zero cost. He could secure the funding first through the approval process, then take out a bank loan. Old Yu's hands trembled even more violently now, but this time, it wasn't from nervousness, it was because he saw hope. You heard what Vice Mayor Zhou said, Chen Mo remarked with a smile to Old Yu. Congratulations. This time, you're really going to expand your business. Old Yu's eyes welled up with tears as he repeatedly thanked Chen Mo. What no one knew was that if this chili sauce hadn't been discovered by Chen Mo, Vice Mayor Zhou might not have granted full authority and given it the green light all the way. Of course, support would still have been provided, just not on such a grand scale. After leaving Lao Yu's private kitchen, Chen Mo got back into the car. Only 2 tasks remained for today's baby game.
1. Moonlight treasure box on second-hand island was done.
The 200 silver dollars sat on the passenger seat, still waiting to be cashed in. 2. The sleeping sofa bank was also completed.
50 yuan notes now lay beside the silver dollar, companions in waiting. 4. Imperial secret recipe and 10 yuan chili sauce not directly cashed out, but converted for a 15% profit. So now only Millennium Whisper in the scrap heap and Time Treasure Watch in the junkyard remain. The national treasure is at the scrapyard near the antique market, and that junkyard is also nearby.
But that Rolex in the junkyard can ultimately be cashed in at the antique market too. The silver dollar and the large unity note can be exchanged there as well. Chen Mo paused briefly, realizing where his next stop would be.
The plan he'd made early this morning had been disrupted by the sofa bank baby game, forcing him to reconsider which of the remaining 2 games to tackle first. He turned the key, pressed the accelerator, and the white SUV shot forward like an arrow, heading straight for the antique market.
He was now heading to complete 5. The time-traveling watch at the junkyard. Chapter 107, then I'll play along with you.
Rongqing had more than a dozen junkyards, both official and private, scattered mostly along the city's outskirts. The Xinhang Recycling Resources Company that Chen Mo passed by yesterday is privately owned and located right next to an antique market, not on the outskirts of the city. The main reason is that there's a scrapyard nearby, and the owner sells scrap copper and iron for convenience. Of course, such privately run scrapyards often conceal other things as well. For instance, certain used cars re-enter the market starting right here. When Chen Mo entered the scrapyard, it was already 1:42 p.m. As soon as he stepped through the iron gate, the complex smell of rust mixed with engine oil hit his nose. A dozen or so used car dealers were hammering and tinkering across the vast scrapyard. A middle-aged man, his suit caked in grease, his belly bulging like a 7-month pregnancy, his belt stretched so tight it had slipped down to his crotch, was enthusiastically pitching nearby. This BMW 5 Series just needs a new radiator and a fresh coat of paint. It'll sell for 80 grand. This Passat's bodywork's still decent, swap out the front end and it'll sell right away. Mr. Zhang's just blowing smoke again, a fellow dealer muttered under his breath. That Passat's engine's clearly been flooded, like swapping the front end will make it sell? Does he think buyers are idiots? Unfazed by the exposure, Boss Zhang remained cheerful. Fools are easier to con. Yesterday I picked up a water-damaged Civic. I just rolled back the odometer by 30,000 kilometers, and by afternoon I had a buyer. Made a sweet 30 grand profit, felt great. Ha ha ha. The used car dealers shared a knowing chuckle. Amidst the laughter, Chen Mo's lips twitched slightly. With these refurbished cars, buyers would likely end up at the repair shop before long. After exchanging a few more idle chants with the dealers, Boss Zhang finally noticed Chen Mo standing off to the side. A new face. His eyes lit up instantly, and a greasy grin spread across his chubby face. This meant another fat cow had walked right into his trap. Hey, boss, looking at cars? Boss Zhang puffed out his belly, rubbing his hands as he approached, his belt slipping down a notch. Chen Mo remained calm as his gaze swept over the junkyard. Just browsing for now. Just browsing, huh? Mr. Zhang grinned, immediately turning his back to Chen Mo. He made a shushing gesture toward the used car dealers, then winked and gave them knowing looks. His meaning was clear: you guys, keep your mouths shut. Watch how I fleece this guy. The dealers caught the signal, exchanged knowing glances, and grinned silently, returning to inspect the wrecked cars. Yet their ears pricked up, listening intently. Mr. Zhang waddled over to Chen Mo like a plump penguin, his belly jiggling. He introduced himself with feigned enthusiasm. What kind of car are you looking for, boss? Sedan or SUV? I've got everything here from family runabouts to luxury sedans. He pointed to a gleaming Audi A4 nearby. This one, the original owner, was a female teacher. You know how women drive, right? It's been maintained impeccably, only 50,000 kilometers on the odometer, and now it's just 99,900. Chen Mo glanced at it. A distinct waterline was visible near the window. He replied coolly. So that car's been flooded too, right? Mr. Seng's smile froze momentarily before quickly returning to normal. Wow, boss, you've got sharp eyes. But rest assured, all the flood-damaged cars here are only lightly submerged. The engines are absolutely fine. Chen Mo shook his head slightly. Calling a waterline near the window minor flooding was a stretch. Boss Zhang's knack for blatant lies was truly unmatched. He navigated around the tires strewn haphazardly across the ground and continued deeper into the junkyard. Seeing this, Boss Zhang hurried after him, his sales pitch still flowing. How about this Lexus? Genuine import, accident-free. Or this Mercedes E-Class? Interior looks brand new. Chen Mo still ignored him, searching for the rusted old Mercedes mentioned in the system prompt. The used car dealers, however, began chuckling quietly. They nudged each other's elbows, stifling their laughter as they watched Boss Zhang get the short end of the stick. Old Zhang really bit off more than he can chew this time, whispered one dealer in a floral shirt. Another tall, thin one snorted, he's just lazy. Not even cleaning the obvious waterline? Even amateurs can spot that. He really thinks his customers are idiots. One of them fixed his gaze on Chen Mo's retreating figure, his brow furrowing. I swear I've seen this guy somewhere before, but I just can't place him. At this, the man in the floral shirt snapped to attention. Pointing at Chen Mo, his mouth formed an O as he stammered. He. He's that bargain hunter. Whoosh. Everyone suddenly understood. In the blink of an eye, they swarmed around Chen Mo, their eyes gleaming greedily like starving wolves spotting meat. A single thought consumed them all: whatever Chen Mo bought, they would outbid him for it. They too would snag a bargain, feast on the meat, and rake in 100,000 or so to fatten themselves up. Chen Mo finally stopped at the farthest corner of the junkyard. Before him stood the very rusty old Mercedes-Benz highlighted in the baby game notification. Mr. Zhang stared at the rust-covered Mercedes, showering it with exaggerated praise, his words practically flying out of his mouth. A 1985 Mercedes-Benz S-Class. Just look at this engine. Honestly, some of our domestic Chinese cars today still can't match this engine. Chen Mo shot Boss Zhang a meaningful glance, cutting him off to ask the price. How much for this car? The fat on Boss Zhang's face trembled. After all, the Mercedes he was hyping had no wheels left, was rusting to pieces, and if you took it to a repair shop for refurbishment, the owner would probably call you a complete idiot. He'd planned to haul it to the scrapyard at month's end to sell as scrap metal. But now, someone actually wanted it. And what he never expected. Just then, the lanky car dealer's eyes darted around. Suddenly, he bellowed at the top of his lungs, beating everyone else to the punch. Mr. Zhang. How about this beat-up Mercedes? 3,000 yuan? I'll take it. Before the words had even faded, the flower-shirted car dealer had already lunged forward. I'll give you 5,000. 8,000. 12,000. The price skyrocketed to 30,000 in an instant. Though Mr. Zhang was baffled, his heart was already bursting with joy. Every pore on his chubby face glistened with delight. These shrewd used car dealers were actually bidding against each other for this vehicle and the price had reached 30,000. 30,000 enough to buy a used car originally priced at 100,000. TSK, these dealers must have lost their minds today. Chen Mo, however, watched the bidding dealers with a calm expression, a faint, almost imperceptible smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Alright, you want to play this game? Then I'll play along. Chapter 108, you might make a killing, but I never lose. Who bid 30,000? Boss Zhang grinned so wide his cheeks nearly split. He instantly pulled his phone from his pocket. Here, scan to pay. The bidder who called out 30,000 was the dealer in the floral shirt. He swiftly pulled out his phone and scanned Boss Zhang's payment code. Beep. The notification sounded. Money and goods exchanged. Fearful the flower-shirted man might back out, Boss Zhang hurriedly pressed the rusty car keys into his hand. This pile of scrap metal is yours now. Ah. The other bike dealers let out a collective sigh of regret. Chen Mo, standing nearby, watched the scene calmly. He truly wasn't in the least bit rushed. Game prompt, the glove compartment clicked open, revealing a Rolex with panda eye dials. It also prompted, the second hand stopped at 10:15 on a stormy night. Locked inside was a luminous secret, polish its dial, and rust would transform into golden gears, spinning out precious coins. This meant the Rolex in the glove compartment wasn't just frozen in time, covered in rust and dust. In other words, those who don't recognize its value might miss out entirely. After all, it's perfectly normal for such a Rolex to be deemed worthless. Moreover, even if the guy in the flowery shirt snagged this Rolex, it would only mean losing 1.5 million in revenue today. Baby game updates daily. You might score big today, but I never lose out. After scanning the code, the guy in the flowery shirt lunged at the rust-covered Mercedes like a hyena. He slashed the cracked leather seats with a wrench, pried off the grease-stained dashboard with a screwdriver, and finally used hydraulic pliers to violently pry open the glove compartment. Moldy dust fell in flakes on the back of his neck as spiders scurried along the compartment walls. Burying his oil-sweat-drenched head inside, his fingers groped wildly through the sticky velvet lining before yanking out a watch encased in cobwebs. What the hell is this? The flower-patterned shirt held the rust-covered Rolex. The panda eye dial was coated in grime, its hour markers pitted by corrosion, the second hand frozen at 10:15. He scraped the bezel hard with his fingernail, sending reddish-brown rust flakes tumbling down. 30,000 for this? Cold sweat beaded on the man's forehead. Suddenly, the lump of iron in his hand felt scorching hot, making his heart race. If his wife found out about this, wouldn't she pack up the kids and head back to her parents' place overnight? What a rash decision. At that moment, the crowd erupted in laughter. Whoa! Brother Hua hit the jackpot. The lanky guy craned his neck and shrieked, "This watch matches your floral shirt perfectly. You look like you just got back from a Hawaiian beach vacation." You bet, someone else laughed, patting the hood. Take a good look, it might even be a Rolex. Someone even snapped a photo of the floral shirt and posted it on WeChat Moments. Spent 30 grand on an iron coffin, thinking there might be a leak to salvage. Turns out it's just a crappy watch. Our poor brother Hua suggests we rename him Hua 30,000. Hell. Flower shirt gritted his teeth, suddenly slamming the watch into the glove compartment. Damn it. I refuse to believe in superstition. This time, he tore the Mercedes apart like a madman. He ripped out the seat foam, peeled back the floor mats, and finally unscrewed the gas cap. He held it to his nose and sniffed nothing but gasoline fumes. Not a single leak. Hua Shirt's despair deepened. Cold sweat poured down his face like a waterfall. He'd literally bought an iron coffin for 30 grand, not a single leak to salvage. This wife was definitely taking the kids back to her parents' place. Meanwhile, the jeering laughter from the other used car dealers grew louder. Ah, look at our dear flower brother's face. Yeah, what a great bargain he got losing 30 grand down the drain. Oh, as if you didn't bid just now. I just acted on impulse. So this bargain hunter isn't so special after all, just an ordinary guy, huh? The used car dealer's chatter gradually shifted to Chen Mo. The lanky one leaned against a scrap Toyota, dragging out his words with a sarcastic tone. If you ask me, this bargain hunter reputation is probably just a rumor blown out of proportion. Other dealers nearby kindly corrected him. Brother, that idiom rumor mongering isn't used like that. Chen Mo's lips curled in an almost imperceptible smile. Everything unfolded exactly as he'd anticipated. This crowd had no clue what a Rolex Paul Newman Daytona was. Mr. Zhang's lips also curled upward. No, they split wide, stretching to his ears. He hadn't fully grasped what the used car dealers were saying about snagging bargains or being a shrewd buyer. Of course, he didn't need to understand. All he needed to know was that 30 grand was going into his pocket far better than selling scrap metal. But before he could bask in his satisfaction for long, the man in the floral shirt tugged at his sleeve, his voice trembling with desperation. Brother Zhang, I don't want this car anymore. Please, have mercy and give me my money back. Zhang Boss yanked his arm free, his belt sliding down another notch with a snap. What the hell are you thinking? I made it clear from the start, cash for goods, no refunds. You agreed to it yourself. As he spoke, he shot another fierce glance at the guy in the flowery shirt, his eyes darting repeatedly toward Chen Mo. The man in the floral shirt immediately caught the signal and turned back to Chen Mo with a pleading look. Bro, didn't you want this car just now? How about I sell it to you? I bought it for 30 grand, and you saw it yourself. I'll let you have it for 25 grand? Chen Mo wanted to laugh inside. You guys jacked up the price yourselves, and now you want me to buy that pile of junk for 25,000? Do I look like a sucker? I might buy it after all. That heap of junk includes a Rolex Paul Newman Daytona worth 1.5 million, but the price? It'll only be scrap metal value. Let's wait a bit longer. We'll talk when you come begging me for scrap metal prices. He gave the flowery shirt a dismissive glance, said nothing, and turned back the way he came. Then he stopped in front of an Audi A8 with flat tires, its roof caked in bird droppings. Mr. Zhang waddled over, his beer belly swaying. His chubby hand wiped a white streak through the bird droppings on the Audi A8. 2006 top-of-the-line Audi A8. 800 grand when it rolled off the lot. Just flat tires. If you really want it, I'll pump them up for you later. Guaranteed. Chen Mo cut him off again. How much? Hearing the question, Boss Zhang glanced at the used car dealers behind him, swallowed hard, and held up 8 fingers, 80,000. But to his surprise, this time the dealers didn't start bidding against each other. Instead, they'd learned their lesson. The moment Boss Zhang named his price, they all swarmed around the Audi, shouting in unison, let us inspect it first. See if it's really worth 80 grand. This included the lanky guy who misused the idiom rumor mongering. As for the guy in the flowery shirt, though he joined the inspection, he still turned back to shout at Chen Mo. Bro, how about 20 grand? I'll take a 10 grand loss. What do you say to 20 grand for that car? Chen Mo watched the swarm of used car dealers swarming over the Audi A8 for inspection, the smile on his lips growing wider and wider. Chapter 109, time to close the net. The used car dealers inspected the Audi A8 thoroughly. The lanky one lifted the trunk mat only to find dried rat droppings. The flowery shirt guy removed the door trim panel, revealing a half-empty bottle of yellowed mineral water. Someone even crawled under the chassis, emerging covered in mud and dust. That's it? The lanky one wiped his bird-dropping covered hands on the car's front grille. Ha! This bargain hunter is nothing but a myth made up by 3 people calling a tiger a tiger. This time, the car dealers didn't kindly point out his idiom error. Instead, they murmured among themselves. Was that guy just getting lucky with his previous finds? He's messed up twice today. Maybe all those bargain finds and donations were just hype. These days, the media will stoop to anything for a profit. Did you notice? None of his so-called bargains ever produced detailed inspection reports. This really could be a publicity stunt. Hua Shirt's heart sank another notch. If Chen Mo really was just lucky or hyping things up, then spending 30 grand on that Mercedes made him a total sucker. No wonder he wouldn't take 20,000. That car was probably only good for scrap metal. Chen Mo tapped his index finger lightly on the Audi's roof, producing a hollow thump-thump sound. He glanced around at the crowd and asked calmly, "Finished inspecting everything?" Before waiting for a response, he flashed the QR code interface and addressed Boss Zhang. 80,000, right? I'll take it. The air froze. The used car dealers stared at Chen Mo in astonishment.
They couldn't understand why he would buy a car that clearly wasn't worth 80,000, especially since they had already finished the inspection and hadn't found any missed issues. Could it be that they had missed something? Mr. Zhang couldn't care less about their confusion. A car sold, money in hand, life was sweet. Patting his bulging belly, he switched to the payment QR code, ready for Chen Mo to scan. But at that critical moment, the lanky guy gritted his teeth, suddenly lunging onto the hood and scanning Boss Zhang's payment code with his own phone. Beep. Alipay payment received 80,000 yuan. I paid. This car is mine now. The lanky guy's voice cracked as he shouted, veins bulging on his neck, a desperate gamble, like a player betting his entire fortune. Mr. Zhang was stunned, his beady eyes widening in disbelief. What the hell? These shady dealers who'd haggle over $100 until midnight were now splurging, one dropping 30 grand on a rusty Mercedes, the other 80,000 on a crappy Audi? He glanced down at his belt, which had slipped down to his hips, suddenly wondering if it was too tight, causing insufficient blood flow to his brain and making him hallucinate. The other used car dealers were also stunned. They hadn't expected the lanky guy to suddenly beat Chen Mo to the punch and scan the QR code. They'd thoroughly inspected this A8 inside and out and hadn't spotted any hidden issues. And then, what was even more surreal was that this lanky guy, who had just been snarkily muttering about rumor mongering and 3 men make a tiger, was now red-eyed and scanning the QR code to pay the full amount? Brother, bye. Someone stammered, did your family's 18 generations of used car dealing, profiteering genes suddenly mutate today? The lanky guy gasped for breath, his legs weak. He knew he was losing his mind. But he just had to take the gamble. Chen Mo had pulled out his phone to pay. If this A8 didn't contain what he wanted, why would he spend 80 grand on a piece of junk? We definitely didn't inspect it properly earlier. The lanky man scrambled into the A8 like a mad dog, his fingers digging into every crevice. There's gotta be something in here, there has to be. Otherwise, why would he pull out his phone? However, after 10 minutes, he slumped in the driver's seat like a dead dog, his eyes hollow and vacant. How could this be? How could there be nothing? My 80 grand. How many used cars would I have to sell to earn 80 grand again? The crowd erupted in thunderous laughter once more. I told you 3 people make a tiger, someone deliberately mimicked his misuse of idioms. Brother Bai is putting on a modern fable for us. Someone pointed at the cockroach egg stuck in the tall, skinny guy's hair and roared with laughter. Brother Bai, spending 80 grand to get a head full of cockroach eggs? You're aiming for the stars, aren't you? The guy who'd snapped a photo of Flower Shirt for his WeChat moments, the one who'd made Flower Shirt change his name to Flower 30,000, clicked his camera again, capturing the lanky guy's current expression. He posted another update. 80 grand for a bird nest, another one gone mad. Our poor Brother Bai should change his name to Brother Throwaway Money. But Flower Shirt felt his breathing ease considerably. What a relief. He cheerfully pulled out his phone, like the post his colleague had just shared, and deliberately commented. Brother Bai is so generous he splurged 5 grand more than me. He also changed the tall, skinny guy's nickname from Yin Yang Bai to Bai A 10,000. But soon, something felt off. So this bargain hunter really relied on luck? Had he really just thrown away the 30,000 yuan he spent on that beat-up Audi? The more he thought about it, the more anxious he grew, cold sweat beading on his forehead. No way. That's 30 grand. Enough to top up my foot spa membership 10 times over. With that thought, the guy in the flowery shirt practically ran up to Chen Mo, plastering on a fawning smile. Big brother. Big brother. My car, just take another look at it? 15 grand, and it's yours. Just then, the lanky guy suddenly sprang out of the Audi, stumbling over. I'll sell it for 50 grand. Boss, weren't you about to pull out your phone to scan the QR code? I'm offering 30 grand less than Mr. Zhang's price just now. He'd seen the guy in the flowery shirt ask Mr. Zhang for a refund, and he knew Mr. Zhang's temperament all too well. If Boss Zhang could actually give a refund, well, pigs might fly. So rather than haggle with Mr. Zhang, it made more sense to flip the car to Chen Mo. The man in the flowery shirt's eyes bulged wide. You're out of your mind, White A 10,000? Playing so hard? Dropping 30 grand right off the bat? Get lost. The lanky guy shot the flowery shirt a fierce glare, then turned to Chen Mo with a forced smile. Brother, you've got great taste. This Audi's got a genuine V8 engine. I'll knock 3 grand right off. 10,000. The flower shirt guy glared back fiercely at the lanky guy. This guy had no business ethics. How was he supposed to sell that beat-up Mercedes to Chen Mo now? He was the one who came first. Veins bulged on the lanky guy's forehead, his temples throbbing. 55 grand. I'll throw in a year of free car washes. Damn it. Big sale, huh? I know that trick too. The guy in the floral shirt bellowed back, 8,000. I'll transfer the title right now. 50,000. 5,000. I'll take it for 40 grand. Mr. Zhang's belt had completely slipped down to his ankles. He rubbed his belly in bewilderment. In over 20 years in the business, he'd seen customers resell items at a loss right after purchase, but never anyone like the lanky guy and the guy in the flowery shirt who were slashing prices to the bone. If this keeps going, won't it be cheaper than scrap metal? Chen Mo nodded indifferently. That's enough. Time to close the deal. Chapter 110, you only see the skin, not the bone. 3,000.
The man in the floral shirt bellowed, his nails digging into his palms.
30,000.
The lanky man countered, but after shouting the figure, he suddenly snapped back to reality. He stared at the 80,000 yuan transfer record on his phone, then glanced at the Audi A8 parked beside him. Raising his hand still smeared with bird droppings, he slapped himself hard across the face.
Damn it, he yelled hoarsely. I already played the fool once today. Am I going to do it again? However,
the man in the floral shirt grinned, his smile slightly sinister. He leaned close to the lanky man. Though he tried to keep his voice low, his heavy breathing betrayed him. Brother Bai, could you get 40 grand for that Audi with the V8 engine stripped out? Selling it now means losing 40 grand, but keeping it means losing 80 grand.
Ha! Foolish? That's throwing money down the drain, not a penny recouped. Now that's foolish.
Raising his voice again, he twisted his grimace into a fawning grin and turned to shout at Chen Mo. Big brother, I've slashed the price down to 3,000. I'm taking a 27,000 loss myself. Just buy it, okay? The lanky man's pupils suddenly contracted. Chen Mo shook his head slightly, yet a faint smile lingered at the corners of his mouth. Even if you gave it away for free after losing 30 grand, that piece of junk is useless to me. I'd only get scrap value for it. With that, he turned to walk away, heading toward the Lexus ahead. The man in the floral shirt, sensing Chen Mo's hesitation, immediately grabbed his arm to stop him. After all, when he tried to sell it before, Chen Mo hadn't uttered a word. Bro, don't go. Who says it's only good for scrap? Take that Mercedes aircon compressor, strip it down, and the scrap aluminum alone could fetch 3 grand.
The surrounding car dealers couldn't hold back their laughter, snorting in derision.
Boss Zhang's fat belly jiggled with each chuckle. They'd all seen the flower-patterned shirt inspected Mercedes before the engine compartment was rusted solid, and the AC pipes had been chewed to shreds by rats. Where on earth could he salvage 3,000 yuan worth of aluminum? But Chen Mo abruptly halted in his tracks, as if struck by the man in the flowery shirt's words.
He turned back and asked, "You really think it'll fetch 3,000?
The flower-shirt man immediately pounded his chest, nearly pulling out his wife to swear on her life.
3,000 yuan, I swear. If I'm lying, may I get hit by a car the moment I step outside?
Look, scrap aluminum sells for 3,000, scrap iron sells for 3,000 too.
You buy it for 3,000, and you're still making 3,000.
Well, toy cars are cars too. The surrounding used car dealers chimed in with scattered comments. Having had their fill of the spectacle, they figured a little help might earn them a lifetime of gratitude.
That's right, we've all seen it before.
That air conditioner can be sold as scrap aluminum. Scrap aluminum prices are up now, it should be worth more than 3,000.
3,000 won't hurt your wallet, and even if the aluminum doesn't sell, the scrap iron alone is worth 3,000.
Chen Mo seemed persuaded. He turned around and sighed softly.
Fine, 3,000 it is. Let you recoup some losses.
He pulled out his phone to pay, his movements swift and decisive. Moreover, after completing the payment, he deliberately turned his phone screen toward the crowd, making sure everyone clearly saw that he had paid. The moment the mechanical female voice confirmed the 3,000 yuan had been transferred, the smug grin on the man in the floral shirt suddenly froze. He stared down at the payment receipt, then looked up at Chen Mo, his expression twisting into a vicious grimace once more.
Ha! You call yourself a bargain hunter? Well, your day's finally come.
He took a step back, his eyes flashing with vengeful satisfaction.
Because of you, I lost 30 grand for nothing. Now you're gonna lose 3 grand for me. Let me tell you straight, if you take that air conditioner compressor to the scrapyard, the owner will call you an idiot. Ha, bargain hunter? You still fell into my trap.
The man in the flowery shirt now wore the smug expression of a petty villain reveling in his triumph. The surrounding car dealers froze for a moment before erupting into laughter.
Holy! Brother Hua, you're awesome. Man, why didn't I think of that? Looks like I'm no match for Brother Hua's shady dealings. Quick, snap some pics. The bargain hunter's comeuppance. Post this, and it'll go viral for sure.
The vendor who posted the WeChat moments was the first to pull out his phone, pointing the camera at Chen Mo with a wide grin.
Smile for the camera, big shot. I've even got the headline ready for you, shocking.
Bargain hunter spends 3,000 on scrap metal, suffers massive loss, no bargain to be had. Mr. Sang's belt fell completely to the ground. He held onto his pants, laughing so hard his fat jiggled wildly.
Brother Hua, no, brother 310,000. You finally made something of yourself, kid.
Chen Mo stood still, quietly observing Hua's shirt's smug face, then suddenly chuckled softly.
So you're absolutely certain I didn't snag a bargain?
Hua's shirt briefly recalled the details of his inspection of the car, then slapped his thigh and burst into laughter.
Ha 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 ha.
I even took the gas tank off that piece of junk.
If there was a leak, you think I wouldn't have spotted it? But you? You didn't even touch that car and you were so sure it had a leak? You think your eyes are made of titanium radar or something? The surrounding car dealers joined in the uproar, some even whistling. Exactly. You just glanced at it from afar and declared it had a leak? TSK, even the male lead in a short drama isn't as cocky as you. What a tough guy. Stubborn as a dead duck, insisting there's a leak when there isn't. Heh, today's show is even better than Day in Society. Chen Mo said no more. A bunch of clueless folks pointless to argue. He turned and walked toward the rusty Mercedes. The crowd followed, laughing and joking, their phone cameras all pointed at him, ready to capture the precious moment of the bargain hunting god getting exposed. Reaching the Mercedes, Chen Mo opened the door and pressed the glove compartment. It clicked open. The Rolex watch, discarded earlier by the man in the flowery shirt, rolled out. Chen Mo picked up the rust-covered watch, its dusty surface now exposed for all to see. Whoa! A roar of laughter erupted. This is the leak you were talking about? The lanky man had recovered by now, his eyes burning with hatred toward Chen Mo. If not for Chen Mo, he wouldn't have lost 80,000. He dramatically pounded the hood, his laughter shrill, as if only this could vent the hatred in his heart. You'd have to pay to have the rust removed before selling this thing for scrap. The guy in the flowery shirt was laughing so hard tears streamed down his face. He wiped his greasy face haphazardly, turning it into a smudged mess. Holy, you're gonna laugh me to death. Fine, I'll cover 27 grand no loss. Got to enjoy such a great show for free. The car dealer who'd posted on WeChat Moments snapped another photo of the watch in Chen Mo's hand with a loud click. Giggling like a pig, he posted it to his feed. All-powerful WeChat Moments. Urgent help needed. How much can this piece of junk sell for? Waiting online, pretty desperate. He stifled a laugh, thought for a moment, then added. The bargain hunter extraordinaire, yep, you read that right, the same guy who donated that Lei Xiao ancient zither. Today's haul, 3,000 yuan for scrap metal and a broken watch. Suggested new nickname, Charity King of Chengdu. Several replies popped up instantly. He spent 3,000 yuan on this? What the heck happened today? First Hua lost 30 grand, then Bai lost 80 grand, and now the bargain hunter lost 3,000. Ah, I knew that Lei Xiao ancient zither was scripted. Reading these comments, the car dealer who posted the WeChat Moments laughed so hard he slapped his thigh, shoving his phone screen right in front of Chen Mo. Bro, the public really does have sharp eyes. Chen Mo nodded slightly, his fingertips lightly tracing the rust on the watch face. You know why you guys can only sell used cars? Because you only see the skin, not the bones inside. Chapter 111, I didn't snag a bargain, I snagged you guys. Chen Mo wiped the dust from the dial, revealing the words Paul Newman engraved upon it. The side casing also clearly displayed the etched letters Dawn. He lightly scraped the crystal with his fingernail, sending flakes of rust floating in the sunlight. A 1972 Paul Newman Daytona. Fewer than 1,000 exist. Oh, forgot to mention, you probably don't know this, the Paul Newman Daytona was custom made by Rolex for race car driver Paul Newman. Extremely collectible. Current market value? At least 1.5 million yuan. The used car dealers and Boss Zhang all froze. But then, ha! The guy in the floral shirt burst out laughing first, doubled over with laughter, his shoulders shaking. Wake up, man. It's noon, not night. You can't dream up such sweet fantasies during lunch break. The lanky guy banged the hood again, laughing so hard he gasped. The case is rusted through, and you're talking about 1.5 million? Why not just say 15 million? Exactly, the others joined in the ribbing. What's a Paul Newman Daytona? We don't get it. Might as well say 15 million, that'd be more impressive and sound more believable. Just as the car dealer who posted the WeChat story was about to shoot another mocking video, he suddenly noticed a new reply under his post. This is a Daytona? Did you get your location right? I'm coming over to check it out. The dealer recognized the sender of this new reply. He was a wealthy client who frequently bought racing parts from him, and also a seasoned collector. The car dealer's hands suddenly shook like a sieve, and his phone clattered to the floor. What's wrong? Flower Shirt picked up the phone, read the message, and his face turned pale. Are you kidding me? The crowd gathered around, leaning in to read the message. Immediately, voices erupted in a cacophony of opinions. This is definitely fake. The guy's messing with you. Just delete it. A rusty watch like that for 1.5 million? Ha! It's obviously a scam. Who the hell would believe that? Chen Mo listened to their comments, his gaze sweeping over their twisted faces. He shook his head gently. These people would never understand. To them, it was nothing more than a rusted-out piece of junk, good only for scrap metal. They only knew how to refurbish wrecked cars into premium used vehicles, perpetually passing off flood-damaged cars as original condition to swindle customers. Is the true value of antiques in their appearance? No, it lies in their very essence. His fingertips traced the watch face, the Paul Newman engraving faintly visible between his knuckles. Ding! The car dealer's phone buzzed again with a notification. The wealthy collector sent another voice message. Don't let the watch slip away. I'm on the highway now. I'll be there soon. The navigation voice in the background was clear: destination in 3 kilometers, Xinheng Renewable Resources Company. The group exchanged glances. It must be a scam, stammered the man in the floral shirt, unable to resist stealing glances at the watch in Chen Mo's hand. The lanky man shifted his feet toward Chen Mo without seeming to notice, muttering under his breath, that watch. Mr. Zhang, one hand steadying his pants, the other trembling as he searched Paul Newman Rolex on his phone. The auction records that popped up on the screen made the hand holding his pants go completely limp. Chen Mo cast one final glance at the group before turning to leave. The watch was already in his possession. Spending another second with these narrow-minded fools felt like an insult to his intelligence. But just then, a Maybach bearing the license plate Shui 88888 screeched to a halt at the junkyard gate. The shrill screech of brakes kicked up a cloud of dust. A man in his 50s leaped out of the car, rushing straight toward the crowd while shouting, "Where's the watch? Quick, let me see it." Upon reaching Chen Mo, he spotted the watch immediately and addressed him. "Excuse me, may I take a look at that watch? If it's a genuine Daytona, would you consider selling it to me for my collection?" Oh boy. This saved him the trouble of finding a buyer to trade it. Thanks to that car dealer who posted on WeChat moments for his helpfulness. Chen Mo nodded slightly and handed the watch to the Maybach man. The Maybach man took the watch, his movements suddenly becoming extremely light and deliberate, as if cradling some fragile, priceless treasure. As his finger brushed past the Dawn engraving on the bezel, it trembled slightly. He immediately pulled out a magnifying glass and focused it on the serial number engraved on the case side. His chest heaved violently as his breathing quickened. It really is the 1972 prototype. The Maybach man snapped his head up, his voice trembling. Would you sell this watch? Could you sell it to me? I'll pay the market price 1.5 million. Click. The words landed like a bomb. The entire junkyard seemed to freeze solid. Everyone froze in place, utterly motionless, their breaths caught in their throats. And the next second, the man in the flowery shirt went limp like a noodle, collapsing softly to the ground. That wrecked Mercedes worth 30,000 yuan. That watch he touched and tossed back, worth 1.5 million. Sold off for a mere 3,000 yuan. Each scene exploded in his mind, leaving him seeing stars. I'm blind. The lanky man snapped his teeth with a crack, then frantically pushed through the crowd toward the Audi A8 he'd bought for 80 grand. Once again, he didn't care about the bird droppings splattered on him as he scrambled inside. It must be in my car too. He was about to buy this very car from me. His voice was hoarse and unpleasant, his eyes bloodshot. He didn't even notice his fingers bleeding from the metal edges as he frantically searched the car. Mr. Zhang's chubby face twitched violently. He swung his arm wide, and with a sharp crack, the slap sent him spinning in place, his pants sliding down to his calves. How the hell did I not notice this when I bought the car? 1.5 million yuan. Meanwhile, the car dealer who posted the WeChat story was secretly deleting it from his phone. How embarrassing, he just mocked the guy for buying junk metal and junk watches, only to get slapped in the face with a 1.5 million yuan reality check less than half an hour later. Facing the Maybach man's questioning, Chen Mo smiled faintly. No rush. Let me just say one thing to that guy. Turning to the lanky man frantically rummaging through the Audi's trunk, his voice was as calm as if he were asking, "Have you eaten yet? Stop searching. There's nothing in that Audi of yours. From the very beginning, I wasn't picking up leaks, I was picking you up." The lanky man's body froze abruptly, his hands dropping limply to his sides as a bead of blood trickled down his middle finger. Only after uttering those words did he respond to the Maybach man. "Alright, I'm done talking. 1,500,000. It's yours." The crisp sound of the successful transfer echoed eerily in the silent junkyard. Chen Mo glanced down at the newly credited 1.5 million, a faint smile touching his lips before quickly fading into composure. 1,500,000 yuan, a staggering sum for ordinary people, was merely icing on the cake for him now. His card held several million coldly, with millions more yet to be cashed out. This latest 1.5 million merely made the numbers look a bit nicer. Still, the feeling was undeniably pleasant. Even though his excitement for money wasn't as intense as before, much like how rewards in Baby Game grew larger yet gradually desensitized him, and Su Yue receiving this 1.5 million still brought a pleasant lift to his spirits. It's like when someone from Chengdu draws a good tile while playing mahjong, though it won't change the outcome of the entire game. Joy still wells up from the heart in that moment. Of course, if one insists on framing it as laying the groundwork for future capital accumulation, making those bosses work for you, then this is still far from sufficient. As Chen Mo turned to leave, the man in the floral shirt remained slumped in the oil stains, blood seeping from the tall, thin man's fingernails, and the bright red handprint still visible on Boss Zhang's plump face. Still, no one spoke. No one dared to speak. They could only stare blankly as Chen Mo walked away. Back in his car, Chen Mo floored the accelerator, heading straight for the scrapyard. Today, only one final Baby Game remained. 3. The Millennium Secret in the Scrap Copper Pile. Chapter 112, Let's Play a Game. At 2 in the afternoon, the scrapyard reeked of an especially pungent odor.
It was an indescribable mix of odors, a tangled web of smells. The musty stench of rotting cardboard boxes mingled with the sour tang of leaking batteries and the rusty odor of decaying scrap iron. Chen Mo nearly vomited the moment he stepped inside. Fighting back nausea, he looked with admiration at the owner, who was leisurely napping in a recliner with a fan blowing on him. The owner, likely in his 50s, lay sprawled across a recliner, drool dripping from his mouth. Perhaps influenced by the antique market just a kilometer to the left, he clutched a copy of Treasure Appraisal magazine even in his sleep. Chen Mo gently nudged the boss's plastic recliner with his toe. The owner opened his eyes groggily, a long silver thread of drool stretching from the corner of his mouth. He sucked it back in with a slurp, then looked around blankly before his gaze finally settled on Chen Mo. "Boss, where's the scrap copper?" Chen Mo asked. "Huh?" The boss took a moment to process before slowly scrambling to his feet. Shuffling in his worn-out slippers, he headed deeper into the scrap pile, muttering, "You want scrap copper? I thought you were selling it." "Over here. Scrap iron and copper are all over here." Chen Mo carefully navigated around scattered plastic bottles and cardboard boxes, keeping close behind. The boss stopped beside a tarpaulin. He casually lifted the grimy tarp, revealing a jumble of scrap metal underneath: tin sheets, aluminum alloy, copper wires. "It's all here. Scrap iron too. How much do you want?" The boss scratched his belly. "Scrap copper is 18 yuan per pound now." Chen Mo crouched down, sifting through the metal scraps. He searched for scrap copper, recalling the system prompt. Amidst the rust-covered metal mountain at the antique market's scrapyard, a fragment covered in verdigris suddenly began to vibrate. But after searching for a long time, he still couldn't identify the verdigris-covered fragment. Among the scrap copper, there were many fragments, and many of them had verdigris. Looks like I'll need to bother Joe Molin from the antique market for another appraisal soon. Chen Mo casually picked up a fragment with jagged edges and examined it closely. "What is this piece from?" The shopkeeper yawned and grinned. "Who knows? I'm just a scrap collector, why should I care? You think I'm lying awake at night clutching a copy of Antiques Appraisal, dreaming of windfalls falling from the sky? Ha! I've got nothing better to read. Give me a product manual and I'll pore over that too." Chen Mo. The owner kicked at the pile of scrap metal and continued. "This could be scrap from some factory, or maybe demolition debris from a renovation job. How much scrap copper do you need? I'll help you pick it out. I'll give you 15 yuan per pound." Without batting an eye at the grime, he squatted down and started sorting through the scrap copper for Chen Mo. After a while, they finally gathered a pile of scrap copper. Of course, Chen Mo rejected anything that clearly wasn't a national treasure fragment, like copper wires. Looking at the pile they'd gathered, Chen Mo couldn't shake the suspicion that the fragment shaped like a tripod leg might be the national treasure shard. But he couldn't quite make up his mind, as several other pieces also looked old and quite similar. So he decided to buy them all. After all, the antique market was nearby, and he could take the entire lot to Old Man Joe for appraisal. Besides, he planned to exchange his silver dollars and unity coins at the antique market later anyway, so it was convenient to handle everything at once. The shopkeeper swiftly grabbed a torn burlap sack, stuffing the items inside while grinning broadly. "Is this enough, boss? Want some more?" Chen Mo gave the remaining scrap copper another careful look, confirming none matched the system prompt. He shook his head. "No, this is all I need." The sack landed on the grease-stained electronic scale. The needle wobbled for a while before finally settling at 53 Gene. "That'll be 800 yuan flat," the boss said, wiping sweat from his grimy hands. "Shall I deliver it to your place on my tricycle? Or somewhere else?" Chen Mo scanned the QR code on the wall to pay. "No need. I'm heading to the antique market next door." Antique market? The owner's grip on the sack suddenly loosened. The bag, heavy with scrap copper, thudded onto his big toe, causing his face to contort in pain. He glared at the sack of junk metal he'd just loaded himself, his Adam's apple bobbing painfully. "Yes, sir. You don't think this might contain?" "Well, it might contain national treasures." Chen Mo didn't deny it. He picked up the sack and headed for the door. "I'll have old Joe at the antique market appraise it." The boss was utterly dumbfounded. It seemed he'd just missed out on a fortune. He glanced back at the copy of Treasure Appraisal magazine lying on the lounge chair and suddenly felt he should buy a few more copies in the future. After stowing the sack of scrap copper in the trunk, Chen Mo drove to the antique market. As soon as he pulled the sack out, a sarcastic voice piped up from behind him. Well. Isn't this the big shot who snatched that reverse die from me? What's this? Turned into a junk collector now?" There stood Boss Wang, the same man Chen Mo had twice outmaneuvered until he was practically spitting blood, strolling over from behind while fanning himself with a small folding fan. First, he covered his nose and mouth with his fan, casting a disgusted glance at Chen Mo's sack. Then he nudged it with his toe. Well, scrap metal indeed. Humph, run out of cash from that rebellious mother deal and now you're moonlighting? Come on in. Step into my shop and I'll give you some scrap iron and copper for free." Chen Mo gave Mr. Wang a faint glance before hoisting the sack and heading inside. Joe Molin's studio was on the second floor. He could understand Mr. Wang's prejudice against him. Prejudice is a mountain, after all. Anyone who'd been cheated out of over 100,000 wouldn't exactly be smiling at others. Of course. But you couldn't entirely blame Chen Mo. Mr. Wang had provoked him first, acting like a shady merchant. Seeing Chen Mo knew nothing about copper coins, he'd sold them at 9 times the market price. What was most infuriating, however, was that when old Master Zhou recognized the reverse-carved master coin, Wang had actually attempted to blatantly violate the unwritten rules of the antique trade by snatching it back from Chen Mo. What kind of person would do that? Seeing Chen Mo ignore him, Mr. Wang grew even angrier. Fanning himself, he quickened his pace to catch up, his tone dripping with sarcasm. Oh my, look who's here. Found a bargain and suddenly thinks he's hot stuff? Bringing all this junk to the antique market, do you think we're a scrapyard? Chen Mo still ignored him. Seeing Chen Mo still ignoring him, Boss Wang grew even angrier. But then again, someone like you, a bargain hunting god, probably started out at the junkyard, right? Your eye for treasure is truly unique. Trash we ordinary folks can't even see, you treat like gold. Hey, don't tell me that sack of yours is stuffed with a few crushed soda cans too? Chen Mo ignored him again, taking the elevator to the second floor. There, he found the door to Master Zhou's studio locked tight, with a sign hanging on it, lunch break. Opens at 2 p.m. Mr. Wang followed Chen Mo upstairs, about to say something else, when Chen Mo suddenly turned around and flashed a bright smile. Since Boss Wang has so much free time, and I happen to be free too, why don't we play a game together? Chapter 113, what are you talking about? The game Chen Mo referred to, of course, was having Mr. Wang authenticate the national treasure fragment for him. Old Master Zhou Mo Lin had gone for his lunch break. Chen Mo had considered calling Old Master Yang from the Rongqing Museum to come for the appraisal, but then realized Yang might not arrive until after 2 p.m. It would be better to wait right here for Zhou Lao's studio to open. Besides, Mr. Wang behind him was clinging like a toad, croaking incessantly with his sarcastic, endless chatter. Well then, if you're determined to make a fool of yourself, to lose face, to ruin your reputation in the antique market, don't blame me for being ruthless. Of course, if Mr. Wang truly had the ability to find that fragment of the national treasure for me, it would save me the trouble of seeking out old Zhou. I'd already troubled old Zhou once before. To bother him again now. I just couldn't bring myself to do it. Hearing Chen Mo's words, Boss Wang froze at his sudden, dazzling smile before taking a cautious step back, his fan fluttering faster. You, what game are you playing? Trying to trick me again? Ha! Rest assured, I've learned my lesson. You won't fool me this time. Chen Mo gave Mr. Wang a faint glance, the corners of his mouth lifting slightly. Whether I'm trying to trick you or not, just hear me out. You're the one with the keen eye who started from a scrapyard, right? Could you help me appraise this pile of junk and see if there's anything truly valuable in here? Mr. Wang's eyes darted around as his mind raced. This must be some new trick. That dazzling smile was definitely a setup. The memory of that reverse engraved die was still fresh. He wouldn't fall for it again. Cut the crap. This pile of scrap metal? I could tell with my eyes closed nothing but modern industrial waste. What good stuff could possibly be in here? He said this, but his eyes couldn't help but glance at Chen Mo's sack. Chen Mo deliberately opened the sack a bit wider, revealing the copper plates covered in verdigris inside, and said with a mocking smile. Mr. Wang, don't be so quick to dismiss it. In the antiques business, plenty of people have stumbled upon national treasures at scrapyards. Mr. Wang snorted disdainfully through his nostrils, his lips curling in contempt. You must be living in a short video world. In today's society, the only place you'd find treasures in a junkyard is in short videos. Chen Mo casually plucked a copper plate from the sack, twirled it before Mr. Wang, and chuckled softly. Well, if you think there's no treasure left to find at the junkyard, why won't you play this game with me? What exactly are you afraid of? You're always saying I treat junk like gold. Prove it to me, then. Several shop owners had gathered around to watch the spectacle. Some covered their noses, others pointed and whispered, and a few even started cheering. Old Wang, you brag about your eagle eyes every day. Go ahead and appraise this for us. Exactly. Wash off that black stain from misjudging the reverse mother seal. Otherwise, people will keep laughing at you in their idle chats. Hey, we're talking about a national treasure here, Old Wang. Stuff from the scrapyard? You'd be lucky to snag a bargain, let alone a national treasure. You won't even appraise this? The crowd's words made Mr. Wang's face flush alternately pale and red. His pride stung, and his gaze fell back to the sack at Chen Mo's feet. He stiffened his neck and declared. Fine, I'll look. If there's no national treasure in there, you eat every single copper coin in this sack. Wang had spotted it instantly. That sack of copper scraps was straight from the junkyard, still reeking of its foul stench. As the surrounding shopkeepers had said, finding any worthwhile items among the scrapyard's copper scraps was already a long shot. Discovering a national treasure among them would be like seeing a ghost in broad daylight. So, this was actually worth a shot. Mr. Wang clamped his fan tightly over his nose and mouth, crouched down, and began rummaging through the copper pieces in the sack. He picked them out one by one, sifting through them like he was sorting through trash. Ha! He lifted a piece, examining its jagged edges. If this scrap copper is a national treasure, ho ho, I'd be worth over 100 billion. Look at the cut, clearly machine cut, still sporting fresh verdigris. He flung the coin clatteringly to the ground. It bounced and rolled to the feet of the onlookers. Some instinctively took half a step back, as if afraid the grime on the coin would soil their shoes. Mr. Wang continued rummaging through the sack. He picked up the second piece with 2 fingers and waved it in front of Chen Mo. Oh, this one's seen some years. Before anyone could react, he suddenly let out a sinister laugh. Too bad it's the bottom of a brass hot pot. Haha, look at this curve, this thickness, tsk. Even though this base looks like it's 20 or 30 years old, it's still a modern industrial product. You can get these for 30-something on Taobao or Pinduoduo. A wave of laughter erupted from the crowd. Perhaps finding 2 pieces of junk in a row, or maybe the crowd's laughter gave Mr. Wang confidence, but he grew increasingly smug. His movements became more exaggerated and distorted, as if he were conducting an archaeological dig with meticulous care. And with each item he turned over, he'd first pretend to discover a treasure, only to then harshly devalue it. This performance drew continuous, increasingly loud and grating laughter from the onlookers. It really is just junk from the scrapyard. Dude, you don't seriously think there's a national treasure in here, do you? It's 5202 AD, and you're still this naive. Something's got me wondering this guy lugged a sack of scrap copper into our antique market. He just headed toward old Joe's studio. Could he actually be trying to get old Joe to appraise it? Hey, that's Chen Mo. Holy crap, I just realized it's that bargain hunter from the short videos. Holy crap, the bargain hunter picking through trash? Mr. Wang's exaggerated performance was clearly meant for Chen Mo and the surrounding crowd. The mockery was unmistakable. Oh hey! This one's even more interesting. He pulled another copper piece from the sack curved with intricate patterns across its surface. He deliberately held it aloft, circled the crowd, then feigned deep thought. This one seems a bit off. Upon closer inspection, he suddenly realized and sneered. Oh, it's a scale weight from a copper balance. The wear and tear on this thing really does make it look like a national treasure. I wonder, if you sent this to a museum, would they reward you or call you a complete idiot? Another wave of laughter rippled through the crowd. Without pause, Boss Wang dug deeper into the sack. Hey, this one. He suddenly paused, pulling a fragment covered in verdigris from the depths of the sack. The irregularly shaped fragment resembled the legs of a tripod, its surface thickly coated in verdigris. Faint patterns were still discernible beneath the patina. It was one of the fragments Chen Mo had hesitated over at the scrapyard. Let me see. Boss Wang scraped the verdigris with his fingernail, revealing the dark red copper beneath. Ha! A fragment from an old-style copper lock. You still find these old junk things in remote villages. I saw farmers using them to lock pigsties back in Majiayo. Just then, a trembling voice rang out from the back of the crowd. What are you talking about? Chapter 114, The Museum's Crown Jewel? Joe Mullen slowly emerged from the rear of the crowd, people parting like a receding tide to make way for him. Mr. Wang, who had been holding the copper fragment aloft for display, froze mid-air upon hearing old Joe's words. His peripheral vision caught old Joe's approaching figure, and the copper fragment slipped from his grasp with a clatter, landing on the ground. The fragment rolled to old Master Joe's feet. Mr. Wang himself remained frozen in an awkward, comical pose, creating a rather bizarre scene. Chen Mo took a step forward with a faint smile. Master Joe, I'm afraid I must trouble you again today. These copper pieces seem quite unusual to me. Would you mind taking a look? Old Joe didn't respond, merely giving Chen Mo a meaningful glance before slowly crouching down to pick up the copper piece at his feet. He pulled a magnifying glass from his pocket. As a seasoned appraisal expert, he always carried it with him. As old Master Joe produced the magnifying glass, the surrounding crowd fell utterly silent. Even Boss Wang snapped back to attention with a start, craning his neck to peer toward old Master Joe like a toad stretching its neck. The magnifying glass moved back and forth over the copper piece. Old Master Joe's fingers suddenly paused, his fingertips trembling imperceptibly. This is... Mr. Wang's heart leapt into his throat, and beads of sweat instantly formed on his forehead. Just moments ago, he'd claimed the copper fragment was part of an antique lock. Now, he was about to be proven wrong. If he was exposed like this, he wouldn't be able to run his shop in the antique market anymore. How would his fellow dealers look at him? Last time he failed to recognize the reverse engraved die, and now another black mark would be added to his record. They'd all laugh their teeth out. But contrary to Mr. Wang's expectations, the crowd around him wasn't waiting to see him make a fool of himself. Their hearts were racing, and some even had cold sweat breaking out on their backs. They had mocked Chen Mo earlier too. If old Joe declared that bronze fragment a treasure, wouldn't that be slapping them in the face as well? Even if they intended to mock Mr. Wang, now was not the time. Preserving their own dignity came first. Master Joe took a deep breath and declared solemnly. This is, well, indeed a fragment of an antique copper lock. Mr. Wang deflated instantly, slumping as if the air had been sucked out of him. Oh, it's a copper lock fragment. Then he realized Zhou Lao had just confirmed his own guess.
He couldn't hold back any longer and burst out laughing, fanning himself even more vigorously. Master Zhou, you're spot on. I knew it, what good could come from a scrapyard.
He even wanted to bring this pile of junk to you for appraisal.
TSK almost sullied your hands.
Turning to the crowd around him, his smug expression grew even broader, his lips curling into a wide grin.
Hear that?
Old Master Zhou says it's junk.
Heh, let's see someone eat scrap metal right here.
The onlookers around them suddenly sprang back to life, each one becoming lively and energetic again.
Holy crap! Master Zhou's appraisal was spot on.
Ah, I thought old Zhou was going to embarrass us, but instead he embarrassed this Chen Mo guy.
Scavenging scrap iron and copper from junkyards, then bringing it to our antique market claiming its treasure? Seriously?
Several shop owners had already pulled out their phones to start recording, preparing to post it on the antique forum.
They'd even thought of the title. Folks, who could have guessed? The bargain hunter's humiliating moment. Chen Mo's lips twitched. As expected, experience trumps youth.
He understood the look in old Zhou's eyes. It was a small act of payback for the last time Chen Mo had troubled him. After all, Chen Mo had made old Zhou lie for him back then.
In the antiques trade, loose lips could ruin one's reputation.
Just as Chen Mo was about to speak, he saw old Zhou crouch down again, digging deep into the burlap sack. Chen Mo had just mentioned he'd come for an appraisal, and now that the payback was over, it was time to get serious about the appraisal. Old Master Zhou held Chen Mo in high regard for his integrity.
Master Zhou, what are you doing? Boss Wan's fan froze mid-air. You're really going to be so stubborn?
This is just junk picked up from the scrapyard.
It's not worth your appraisal. Master Zhou offered no reply.
He pulled another fragment from the sack, this one shaped like a tripod foot, smaller than the previous piece. Beneath the verdigris, however, seemed to lurk some peculiar patterns.
Those peculiar patterns looked somewhat like bullseye designs? Ha! I know this one.
Boss Wang snapped his fan shut before Zhou Lao could speak, pointing at the fragment and exclaiming, "It's a piece of an old-style bronze lock, a topic we just covered in class."
He turned to the crowd, winking and nodding. Did you see those patterns just now?
They kinda look like ox head patterns, the most common design on old rural copper locks.
The crowd erupted in laughter again.
A young shopkeeper chuckled so hard his shoulders shook. "Mr. Wang, you're going to take Master Zhou's job and become an appraisal expert yourself."
And, amidst the uproar, old Zhou's hands began shaking violently.
He couldn't steady the magnifying glass, and it crashed to the floor, shattering into several pieces. Suddenly, he pulled out a piece of flannel and began carefully wiping the edges of the shards. A gleam slowly appeared in his eyes. This is... Old Zhou's voice seemed to drift from afar, a fragment of the Boja tripod. Snap! The antique market, bustling just moments before, fell into complete silence. The shopkeepers recording with their phones tried to pull them back, but inadvertently captured Boss Wang's face, now as pale as paper.
Impossible. Boss Wang's voice was weak and trembling. The Boju tripod is housed in the Capital Museum. It's their prized treasure. These are scattered fragments of ancient artifacts.
Old Zhou was so overcome with emotion he could barely form coherent sentences.
Look at the layers of patina. Do you see the inscriptions beneath?
Heaven help us, the forging technique of these bullhead patterns.
Whoa, steady me. Someone's legs buckled instantly.
Among all that scrap metal the junkyard collects, there really are national treasures.
Whoa!
Another gasped so sharply he choked on his own saliva, bending over and coughing violently.
Mr. Wan's legs shook like a sieve.
He felt like he couldn't hold it and maybe he'd already wet himself. Clamping his legs together, he tried to slip to the back of the crowd. But he found himself unable to move a single step, as if all his strength had been drained from him. Thud! The ground shook violently. Just like last time, it was the sound of Boss Wang's knees hitting the ground. Chen Mo gently helped old Zhou, who had been crouching to assist with the appraisal, back to his feet. He then leisurely picked up the fan Boss Wang had dropped, slipped it back into the man's sweat-dampened hands, thoughtfully opened it, and gave it a gentle shake. "Mr. Wang, I'm a bit forgetful. Did you just say you wanted me to eat this entire sack of scrap copper? Do you still think I need to eat it now?" Chapter 115, The Money Exchange Arrives. Old Zhou dialed old Yang at the Rongqing Museum with trembling hands. Taking a deep breath, his voice was low and solemn. "Old Yang, the fragment of the Boju tripod has surfaced." A deathly silence suddenly fell on the other end of the line. After a long pause, old Yang's voice finally came through, tinged with hesitation. Are you certain?" The words had barely left his lips when the line fell silent again, as if old Yang himself had been stunned into speechlessness. After all, this call came from Zhou Molin, a titan in the antiquities world whose approval stamped every appraisal report for museums across southwest China. Mistakes were unthinkable. This was a fragment of a museum's prized collection. The bullhead pattern, the heaven's blessing inscription, the layers of patina, everything matches. Old Zhou's voice trembled with unchecked excitement. "It's right here in our antique market. I'm on my way." Old Master Yang's voice seemed infected by Zhou's fervor, suddenly charged with excitement. "No, wait. This must be reported to the municipal government.
This is a fragment of the Capitol Museum's prized artifact. After the call ended, the entire antique market fell into a deathly silence, so quiet you could hear a pin drop. Everyone held their breath. This was huge. But then again, how could it not be? A fragment of the museum's crown jewel was bound to cause a stir. It made perfect sense that it would alert the Chengdu municipal government and the Chengdu Museum. Mr. Wang's face turned ashen. The fan Chen Mo had shoved back into his hand clattered to the floor. He could no longer hold his bladder, and a foul-smelling stream of urine flowed down his trouser leg. Well, he was done for in the antique market now. He failed to recognize the reverse mother carving, getting swindled out of over 100,000 yuan. He mocked the scrapyard's national treasure as worthless junk, even swearing up and down that others should eat it. And now, he'd been so terrified he wet his pants. Any one of these blunders alone would earn him half a year of ridicule from his peers. Oh dear, the directors from Chengdu Museum are coming soon. You wet your pants, how will the officials view our antique market now? The crowd noticed Boss Wang's accident, shot him a disgusted look, then summoned a few fellow dealers to drag him toward his third-floor shop. Dragged along like a dead dog, Mr. Wang faintly heard the snickers echoing from the crowd. Half an hour later, the sharp screech of brakes echoed outside the antique market as two black official vehicles pulled up one after the other at the entrance. The door of the lead Audi swung open, and Deputy Mayor Zhou Zhenyang of Rongqing strode out, followed by Old Master Yang from the Rongqing Museum and several experts from the Cultural Relics Bureau. Upon reaching the second floor, Zhou Zhenyang immediately spotted Chen Mo. A look of surprise and admiration instantly spread across his face. "Comrade Chen, it's you again?" Old Master Yang practically rushed over, completely disregarding protocol or seniority. His hand clasped Chen Mo's tightly, his excitement palpable. "Chen Mo. You young man truly astonish us. You're going to collect every single artifact of our Chinese heritage." In recent days, Chen Mo had donated the Dragon Pearl manuscript and the Lei Shaoguqing to the Rongqing Museum, gifted the Leica camera containing film of the Nanjing massacre to the State Security Bureau, and now uncovered fragments of a Western Zhou dynasty Boju tripod. This was no longer mere picking up bargains. It had escalated to a major discovery on the scale of rewriting history. Zhou Lao carefully handed the Boju tripod shards to Yan Lao. Yang Lao slipped on white gloves, and the Cultural Relics Bureau experts behind him immediately presented their specialized appraisal tools. After a thorough examination, Professor Yang spoke, his voice trembling uncontrollably. "There's no doubt about it, this is a fragment of the Boju tripod. The patterns, the patina, the inscriptions, they match the piece in our Capitol Museum perfectly." Mayor Zhou immediately ordered. "Contact the Capitol Museum immediately to confirm whether this is a dispersed cultural relic." Another half-hour passed. Under the guidance of the Capitol Museum leadership via video conference, preliminary appraisal confirmed that this fragment was indeed part of the Western Zhou Boju tripod, classified as a national first-class cultural relic that must be surrendered to the state. What followed was the familiar routine: donation, commendations, and Mayor Zhou's speech. Once all formalities concluded, Mayor Zhou patted Chen Mo on the shoulder and solemnly declared, "Comrade Chen Mo, thank you for protecting our Chinese cultural relics. Your recovery of the Boju tripod fragment brings honor to Rongqing and its people. Therefore, our municipal government has decided to award you 1 million yuan and confer upon you the title of Outstanding Individual in Cultural Heritage Protection." A check for 1 million yuan was pressed into Chen Mo's hand. Chen Mo looked down at the check in his hand, then raised his head to thank Zhou Zhenyang. But before he could finish, Zhou Zhenyang continued joking with a smile. "The museum's contingency fund is exhausted. This comes from the city government's special reserve fund. Comrade Chen Mo, if you keep finding national treasures like this, I fear our finances won't hold up this year. Also, are you absolutely sure you don't want to consider a career in public service? Perhaps that path would suit you better." Chen Mo shook his head, folded the million yuan check neatly, and slipped it into his pocket. "Mayor Zhou, I'm truly sorry. My thoughts remain unchanged since noon. I just want to be an honest, ordinary citizen running a small business, providing well for my wife and children." Mayor Zhou gazed meaningfully at the pocket where Chen Mo had tucked the million yuan check, then burst into laughter. "This isn't exactly a small business venture. Just for the national treasures you've donated these past few days, our finance department has already issued you several million in bonuses. All right. Since you've made up your mind, I won't press you again. But remember what I said: if you ever face difficulties, as long as it's not illegal or unethical, come find me. If I can help, I will." Next, Chen Mo informed Mayor Zhou that he might be unable to attend the Leica Camera Awards ceremony. Truthfully, it wasn't that Chen Mo didn't want to go. It was simply that the baby game system updated new games daily, and he was constantly out earning money. Mayor Zhou wasn't particularly surprised. Businesspeople were often busy, after all. However, he suggested that Chen Mo's wife attend instead, as this was a solemn ceremony tied to a painful chapter in China's history. Chen Mo considered it and nodded in agreement. Xiao Xia was now attending kindergarten, and Su Yue currently had little to occupy her time at home. He didn't want her to spend all her days cross-stitching, so attending the ceremony could serve as a welcome break.
Of course, Zhou Zhangyang had his own motives for suggesting Chen Mo's wife attend in his place. After everything that had transpired these past few days, he had grown increasingly impressed with Chen Mo. While he publicly stated he wouldn't push Chen Mo toward a political career anymore, deep down, he hadn't given up on the idea. Sometimes, the influence of a spouse proved more effective than persuasion from others. And after everything had concluded, Chen Mo and old Zhou entered old Zhou's studio together. What followed was the most thrilling and crucial moment of all. The moment to cash in the money had arrived. Chapter 116, I want to see how much the deposit has reached. Chen Mo followed old Zhou into the studio. With a gentle close of the door, old Zhou shut out the outside clamor. Master Zhou, thank you for everything earlier, Chen Mo said with a sincere smile. Master Zhou waved it off, sitting down at the tea table. He leisurely brewed a pot of de hong pao, its fragrance filling the air. No big deal. He glanced up at Chen Mo with a half-smile, half-teasing expression. That first appraisal was just a little payback for you making me cover for you last time. But boy, you've stumbled upon another major oversight, this time fragments of a Boju tripod. That was completely unexpected, especially since you acquired it from a scrapyard. I knew that first appraisal was just a little payback for me. Chen Mo shook his head slightly, not responding. But then he pulled out a silver dollar in 50 yuan notes from his pocket, placing them on old Zhou's table. The 200 silver dollars were too cumbersome to carry, so he'd left the rest in the car. After all, he'd been lugging a sack of copper coins at the time. Mr. Zhou, I'd like to exchange something. This. Did you snag these bargains too? Old Zhou's eyebrow shot up. At a glance, he recognized the silver dollar and the large unity notes on the table as genuine, and in excellent condition at that. He casually picked up the silver dollar and examined it carefully under the light, its silver gleaming. Nice condition. Genuine. At this moment, old Zhou hadn't yet grasped the gravity of the situation. A yuan shirkai silver dollar fetches around 5,000 to 8,000 yuan on the market. The de Tuanjia note goes for about 30,000 yuan. I'll call over a few coin dealers from our antique market. Over 1,000,000 yuan, they should be able to scrape it together. Chen Mo smiled faintly. Mr. Zhou, I have more than just this one silver dollar. Downstairs in my car, there are another 200. Whoosh. The sound of old Zhou sucking in his breath echoed clearly through his studio. He scrutinized Chen Mo intently, taking a long moment before uttering the same words Su Yue had spoken. Are you possessed by the god of wealth or something? First you found a Leica camera, then a Lei Xiaoguqin, then Dragon Ball manuscripts, and now 50 yuan notes and 200 silver dollars. In just a few days, you've scored a couple million yuan from these lucky finds. It's not just 2 or 3 million. With the unity notes and silver dollars, it should be close to 10 million. Chen Mo dared not tell old Zhou the truth, fearing it might be too much for his heart. After all, old Zhou was getting on in years. Respect your elders and cherish the young. Seeing Chen Mo silent, old Zhou set down the silver dollar in his hand. After a moment's thought, he continued. 200 yuan shirkai silver dollars would fetch around 1.5 million yuan. 50 great unity notes would also be about 1.5 million. The coin dealers in the antique market probably couldn't come up with over 3 million in one go. Besides, your business today caused quite a stir in this antique market. Everyone knows you're backed by Mayor Zhou, Elder Yang, and me. They're all eager to curry favor with you. I hope you can continue to uphold your integrity. He stood up, walked to the desk, pulled out a notebook, found a number inside, and dialed it. Old Qian, come over here. A friend needs to sell some goods. After hanging up, old Zhou sat back down, poured Chen Mo a cup of freshly brewed de hong pao tea, then thought for a moment before taking out another cup and pouring some for himself as well. Wait a moment. Old Chen should be here soon. Chen Mo took a sip of tea and nodded in wait. A few minutes later, a soft knock sounded at the studio door. A tall, lean man entered. He appeared to be around the same age as old Zhou, but his attire was noticeably more upscale, and he carried himself with a much sharper demeanor. Dressed in a Zhongshan suit with polished leather shoes, his gaze was piercingly sharp, as if he could not only discern the authenticity of objects at a glance but also see straight through people's hearts. His index finger appeared to be missing, as if he had suffered some misfortune in his youth. Mr. Zhou, old Qian nodded to him upon entering, his voice deep and measured. Old Zhou nodded in acknowledgement and gestured toward Chen Mo. This is Chen Mo, a friend of mine. He has some items he wishes to sell. He then gestured toward old Qian. Old Qian, I suffered a loss in my youth. Old Master Zhou trailed off, hesitant to continue. Old Qian smiled calmly, extending his hand to Chen Mo and introducing himself, Chen Chang. I deal in coins. I'm also a friend of old Zhou. Chen Mo shook old Qian's hand, his gaze shifting between old Zhou and old Qian. These two clearly had a story. Mr. Qian, hello. I'm Chen Mo. After the handshake, Qian Chang finally turned his attention to the silver dollar on the table. While waiting for Qian Chang to approach, Chen Mo had returned to his car and brought all the remaining yuan shirkai silver dollars back. Now, they lay before Qian Chang, gleaming silver. Qian Chang picked up one yuan shirkai silver dollar, examined its edge teeth under the light in Zhou Lao's studio, then set it down.
He didn't bother inspecting the remaining 199 coins. Instead, he casually flipped through the great Unity notes before saying, "Anyone who's friends with old Master Joe must be trustworthy. I trust these yuan Shirkai silver dollars and Detuanjia notes, they look to be top-notch quality. 200 yuan Shirkai silver dollars and 50 Detuanjia notes, a total of 3.1 million yuan for the lot. How does that sound?" When Qian Cheng uttered the phrase being friends with old Joe means you're a person of integrity, his eyes flickered noticeably. Chen Mo noticed his missing index finger and roughly understood the story between him and old Joe. But since neither man wished to bring it up, Chen Mo naturally kept silent. As for Qian Cheng's offer, it was actually slightly above market value. As old Joe had mentioned, yuan Shirkai silver dollars typically traded between 5,000 and 8,000 yuan each, with exceptionally well-preserved specimens fetching up to 10,000 yuan. Single Detuan notes ranged from 20,000 to 30,000 yuan. Qian Cheng's offer exceeded Chen Mo's expectations, clearly a gesture to save face for old Joe. 3 million yuan, then. Perhaps I'll have other coins to exchange with you in the future. Let's settle this at 3 million for now. Chen Mo voluntarily lowered the price by 100,000 yuan, anticipating that he might indeed have more coins to exchange with Qian Cheng later. Qian Cheng gave Chen Mo a meaningful look before turning his gaze back to old Joe. Without refusal, he said, "All right then. I look forward to our continued cooperation." Without further ado, he immediately transferred 3 million yuan to Chen Mo. Then, gathering his things, he pushed open the door and left. From the moment he entered to the moment he departed, the entire process was clean and efficient, devoid of any unnecessary pleasantries or movements. Hearing the notification of 3 million yuan arriving in his account, Chen Mo's heart surged with excitement. His fist clenched involuntarily. 3 million yuan, this was no small sum. For the average person in this world, it might be impossible to earn that much money even in a lifetime of hard work. And he had achieved it by playing a baby game in just one day. He heard the notification of 3 million yuan deposited. Add to that the 1.5 million yuan Rolex from the junkyard and the 1 million yuan check Zhou Zhanyang just handed over, and the total reached 5.5 million yuan. 5.5 million in a single day, and that didn't even include the 15% profit share from old Yu's secret shop for the future chile sauce venture. This was unimaginable in the past. Even just 2 or 3 days ago, his daily earnings were merely hundreds of thousands or a million at most. In just a few short days, his income had multiplied several times over. This baby game system is truly amazing. So, where are you planning to go next to snag another bargain? Old Joe's words snapped Chen Mo back to reality. Turning to look at him, Chen Mo saw old Joe lifting his teacup, his gaze lingering on him with deep meaning. Chen Mo also picked up his teacup, sipping the black tea to moisten his dry mouth and throat. His gaze flickered slightly as he replied, "Next, I need to make a trip to the bank. If you're hunting for bargains, wait until tomorrow." The bank visit, of course, was to cash all the checks from yesterday and today. Chen Mo wanted to see just how much his savings would amount to once every single check was cleared. Chapter 117, You Run a Small Business? After leaving old Joe's studio, Chen Mo returned to his car. Glancing at the time, it was only 3:17 p.m. With over an hour left before the bank closed, he had ample time to cash both yesterday's and today's checks. While driving, he logged into the Binance app on his phone readers. Please don't try this, prioritize driving safety. Before heading to the bank, he wanted to convert yesterday's 1.5 bitcoins. Binance was the world's largest cryptocurrency trading app. Although trading was banned domestically, identity verification through overseas nodes remained feasible. He opened the fiat trading channel, selected one-click sell, entered 1.5 BTC, and the system instantly displayed the estimated amount, 1,050,000 Chinese yuan. Confirm sale. Within minutes, his phone vibrated as a bank notification popped up. China Merchants Bank, your account ending in 2396 received 1,050,000 Chinese yuan on September 4th at 15:22. Current balance, 10,365,812 Chinese yuan and 27 cents. Previous balance, 4.82 million. Today's transactions, 1.5 million from Rolex sale, 3 million from silver dollars and Unity coins, 1,100 spent on antique market knockoffs, 200 on sofa, 3,000 on wrecked Mercedes, 800 on scrap copper, 34 on meals. Plus, 1.05 million just arrived in Bitcoin. This balance instantly skyrocketed to over 10 million. Gazing at that 10 million plus balance, though mentally prepared for this moment, Chen Mo still felt a surge of blood rushing to his scalp. Under the surge of this adrenaline, every cell in his body seemed to shout with joy and exhilaration, making him unable to resist letting out a loud roar inside the car. On August 30th, he had been an unemployed middle-aged man, desperately seeking work for his family only to face rejection everywhere. Yet in just 4 short days, the cold, hard balance in his account had reached over 10 million. And he still had over a million in checks waiting to be cashed. The 1 million yuan compensation from the live streaming platform for the Jade purchase hadn't even been deposited yet. The 100,000 yuan reward from the State Security Bureau and the cash-carrying accomplice of that con artist Zhang hadn't arrived yet either.
And then there were the ongoing dividends from his 15% stake in Shangyun Workshop, plus the 15% profit share from Old Yu's private store. The income stream ahead was as endless as the rolling Yangtze River flowing eastward. This baby game system is faster than a money printing machine. Chen Mo was a bit dazed. Beep! A shrill horn blared from the side. Chen Mo instinctively jerked the steering wheel hard to the right, narrowly avoiding a bus that whizzed past. Passengers on the bus patted their chests in relief. The driver rolled down his window and yelled, "Are you out of your mind? If you're reckless, don't drag me down with you." Chen Mo snapped back to reality, suppressing his excitement. He gave an apologetic smile and focused on driving. Half an hour later, Chen Mo entered the lobby of China Merchants Bank. This time they weren't holding any events. Only a handful of customers were scattered inside. A uniformed lobby manager hurried over. "Sir, how may I assist you?" "Check cashing," Chen Mo replied, pulling 3 checks from his wallet. "The amounts are quite large, so I might need to use the VIP counter." The manager took the checks and glanced at them. His eyes widened in shock. 60,000, 20,000, and 100,000 each. The 600,000 yuan check was issued yesterday by the Rongqing Museum using their reserve funds when Chen Mo donated the Lei Xiao Guqin and the Dragon Ball manuscript. The 200,000 yuan check was a reward from Nintendo Hong Kong after helping Xiao Yu. The final 1 million yuan check had just been issued by Zhou Zhenyang at the antique market. The lobby manager held the 3 checks, looked up, and re-evaluated Chen Mo. This time, her gaze was entirely different. "Please wait a moment." She hurried to the counter and whispered a few words. Before long, the branch manager emerged briskly from the bank interior, his face beaming with a broad smile. He was the very same person who had assisted Su Yue with her transaction the day before yesterday and announced that Chen Mo had won the Xiaomi SU7 Ultra. "Mr. Chen. It's you." The branch manager proactively extended his hand to shake Chen Mo's. Out of courtesy, Chen Mo extended his hand too, but unexpectedly, the branch manager immediately grasped it with both hands and shook it warmly. "Are you here to conduct business today? This way, please. This way. Our bank launched a new wealth management product yesterday. Would you like to learn more about it, Mr. Chen?" The branch manager led Chen Mo to the VIP lounge, where the lobby manager promptly served coffee. Glancing at the 3 checks in his hand, a flicker of surprise crossed the branch manager's eyes before he quickly resumed his professional smile. "Mr. Chen, regarding these funds. Last time your balance was over 4 million, and now another 1.8 million. May I ask what line of business you're in?" For clients like Chen Mo with large capital movements, banks routinely inquire about occupation and source of funds. The branch manager's question was standard procedure. Chen Mo was well aware of the bank's rules. He lifted his coffee, took a small sip, and smiled faintly. "Just some small-scale businesses here and there. Rest assured, all my funds come from legitimate sources." The branch manager wisely refrained from further questions, turning to instruct the teller to expedite the transaction. 5 minutes later, the teller hurried over with the paperwork, whispering something into the branch manager's ear. The branch manager's expression immediately darkened. "Mr. Chen, one of your 3 checks is for special contingency funds from the Rongqing Museum, and another is for municipal government contingency funds?" Special reserve funds from municipal authorities were typically reserved for major events or exceptionally distinguished contributors. Ordinary citizens rarely had any access to them. Chen Mo calmly sipped his coffee again. "Yes, I donated several national treasures to the museum. They issued it." His tone was utterly detached, as if, well, this coffee had too much sugar and wasn't quite to his taste. The teller and branch manager exchanged a glance, their demeanor instantly shifting to one of heightened respect. Hold on. We'll expedite this immediately." The teller dashed out again, but within 2 minutes, she was trotting back. This began to irritate the branch manager. Hadn't he specifically ordered her to expedite the matter? Less than 2 minutes had passed, and she was already back. "Don't tell me you're done already." Ignoring the branch manager's expression, the teller leaned in and whispered something else. The branch manager's face suddenly contorted violently. He nearly toppled from his seat. His eyes widened as he stared at Chen Mo, uttering in disbelief. "Mr. Chen, your account balance was over 4 million 2 days ago, and now it's just over 10 million? Chen Mo nodded slightly. "Yeah, didn't I just say? I've been running around doing some small-scale trading." The branch manager nearly lost his voice. Your business is indeed quite small." 10 minutes later, the teller returned, this time holding a transfer receipt. She had finally processed Chen Mo's check. "Mr. Chen, the full 1.8 million has been credited to your account." Chen Mo glanced at his mobile banking app. Balance, 12,165,812.27. Satisfied, he tucked away his phone and rose to take his leave. The branch manager escorted him to the door, personally pulling open the glass door for him, and once again handed him his business card. "Mr. Chen, this is my personal number. I'm available 24/7. Should you ever need any financial assistance, don't hesitate to reach out." Chapter 118, the cold, hard 12 million in his account.
Chen Mo slipped the cold, hard 12 million plus back into his pocket and climbed back into the car.
The moment he got in, a delayed wave of days washed over him. It was the jarring impact of sudden wealth, knocking Chen Mo back into the driver's seat. He glanced down at his mobile banking app. 12,156,812.27 yuan still lay coldly displayed on the screen. Yet he felt a fire ignite within him, so intense it made his fingertips tremble as he unconsciously drummed them on the steering wheel.
Over 12 million yuan. Just now, in the bank, I didn't feel this way. Am I a dinosaur or something? Chen Mo took a deep breath, exhaling slowly as he fought to suppress the raging fire within. He certainly didn't want a repeat of that terrifying road incident from earlier at the bank. After finally quelling his excitement, the corners of his mouth curled upward uncontrollably. Chen Mo.
After nearly 10 minutes of this internal struggle, the wild excitement in Chen Mo's heart finally settled. Only then did he start the car and press the accelerator. The Geely Xingrui slowly pulled out of the bank parking lot and began heading home. As he passed a fruit shop, something seemed to occur to him. He pressed the right turn signal, pulled over to the curb, and stopped the car. He wanted to buy some fruit to take home. Su Yue loved durian, and Xiao Xiao adored peaches. He also wanted to buy a big watermelon. After all, summer meant gathering around the table as a family to share chilled watermelon slices. That was what summer was all about. He stepped into the fruit shop, selected a plump golden pillow durian, picked out several juicy peaches, and finally carried a heavy, large watermelon. Cashier, ring it up. Scan here. Durian 198, peaches 38, watermelon 25. Total 261. Chen Mo scanned the QR code and paid without a moment's hesitation. He hadn't hesitated before when buying Lego for Xiao Xiao, a coat for Su Yue, or new appliances and furniture for the family. But spending so freely and without restraint like this? Today was the first time. After all, 261 yuan was barely a drop in the bucket compared to what he had in his bank account now. Chen Mo chuckled, carrying the fruit back to his car. The police officer hadn't issued a ticket, so he drove home without delay. Upon arriving, however, he found the house eerily quiet. Chen Mo glanced at the clock in the living room. 4:20 p.m. At this hour, the wife should be picking up Xiao Xiao from school. He placed the fruit on the dining table and glanced around the house. Ever since Xiao Xiao, that little dumpling, had arrived, the place looked like a pigsty if he didn't tidy up and clean every single day. I'm idle anyway, so I might as well tidy up. My wife always did this before, but today I'll help out. Chen Mo rolled up his sleeves, started by mopping the floor, then neatly folded the clothes scattered on the sofa and the manga little Xiao had carelessly tossed about. Finally, he dusted every surface of the appliances and furniture. After finishing, he glanced at the clock. It was almost 5 o'clock. He tied on an apron and opened the refrigerator. There were still some ingredients inside, enough for him to get creative. Surveying the ingredients, he already had dinner planned: braised spare ribs, garlic shrimp with glass noodles, oyster sauce lettuce, and a corn and pork rib soup. 3 dishes and a soup, a balanced mix of meat and vegetables, nutritious and healthy. Chen Mo was quite the cook, evident from the breakfasts he prepared, though his busy work schedule had rarely allowed him time in the kitchen before. Since losing his job, he occasionally cooked instead. But to be honest, the family's financial situation had never been great. They never bought high-quality ingredients, let alone expensive ones. What kind of delicious dishes could you make with that? It was only recently, with their finances improving, that Su Yue could keep shrimp in the fridge. Before that, the family wouldn't have shrimp even once a month. Chen Mo tied on his apron and began preparing the ingredients with practiced efficiency. His knife skills were sharp, his timing precise, and soon the kitchen filled with an enticing aroma. Just as the braised spare ribs finished reducing, the sound of a key turning in the lock reached them from the doorway. Su Yue returned with Xiao Xiao in tow. Wow! It smells so good! Xiao Xiao tried to rush into the kitchen without changing shoes, sniffing eagerly. Su Yue grabbed him by the back of his neck, forcing him to stop. Only after changing his shoes was he allowed to go. What's Daddy making? It smells so good. Little Xiao skipped into the kitchen, circling the pot with drool practically dripping down her chubby little legs. Chen Mo looked down at his daughter's sparkling eyes and couldn't resist bending down to pinch her chubby cheeks. Braised spare ribs. They'll be ready soon. There are peaches on the living room table, go eat those. Little one cheered and dashed toward the living room dining table, shouting as she ran. Mama, Daddy made braised spare ribs. Daddy said there are peaches on the table too, and Xiao Xiao can eat them. Su Yue set down her bag and walked to the kitchen doorway, looking at Chen Mo with some surprise. You're home so early today? And suddenly cooking? Chen Mo smiled without answering directly, simply saying, go get Xiao Xiao to wash her hands. Dinner's almost ready. Su Yue nodded and turned around, only to see Xiao Xiao opening the plastic bag on the dining table. A large durian was revealed before her eyes, and her eyes lit up instantly. You bought durian too? Yeah, I saw it on the way home. Thought you'd like it. Su Yue's lips curved into a faint smile as she murmured softly, thank you. Chen Mo stirred the shrimp in the wok without turning his head. What's there to thank me for? You're my wife.
If I didn't buy it for you, who else would I buy it for? A wave of sweetness washed over Su Yue. She was about to step out of the kitchen to take Xiao Xiao to the bathroom to wash her hands, but the next second, her beautiful brows furrowed tightly. Is today a special day or something? She asked softly, turning toward Chen Mo. Chen Mo kept tossing the shrimp in the wok. Nothing special. Just stopped by the fruit shop and grabbed some on the way. Su Yue didn't believe him for a second, eyeing him suspiciously. Really? MHM. That curt MHM only deepened Su Yue's confusion. She tilted her head, pondering for a moment before tentatively venturing, our wedding anniversary? Chen Mo nearly laughed out loud. Our wedding anniversary is in January. This year's already passed. Then, our dating anniversary? Not exactly. Xiao Xiao's birthday? Xiao Xiao's Gemini birthday? That's already passed. How could you, as her mother, forget your own daughter's birthday? Su Yue pursed her lips, then suddenly grabbed the hem of his shirt. Her tone softened, tinged with a hint of petulance. Tell me quickly, what anniversary is today? Sure enough, men and women are alike when asked what anniversary it is, they can't answer right away. Sometimes, their answers even got more and more off the mark. Chen Mo finally couldn't help but laugh. Su Yue must not have checked her phone all day, otherwise, she would have known the family savings had broken through 10 million. He bought fruit and cooked himself, partly to celebrate this memorable occasion. You haven't checked your phone all day, have you? Su Yue nodded. I finished that cross-stitch today and didn't even have time to check my phone. Chen Mo smiled and turned off the stove. Then go check your phone now. As soon as the words left his mouth, both their phones suddenly chimed with 3 text message alerts at the same time. The sizzling sounds from the wok still filled the air, yet they couldn't drown out the loudness of the text alerts. Amidst the 3 alerts, Chen Mo even detected a hint of something else. Could it be, maybe, the money that hadn't arrived yet finally came through? Hey, what a coincidence! Chapter 119, 131,855.127 yuan. Su Yue glanced down at her phone. The screen lit up, displaying 3 neatly arranged unread messages. Just as Chen Mo had anticipated, these 3 messages were confirmation notifications of funds received. The 20,000 yuan reward from Zhang the swindler's accomplices, the 100,000 yuan reward from the National Security Bureau, and the 1 million yuan compensation from the live streaming platform all had arrived at this very moment. China Merchants Bank, your account ending in 2396 received a deposit of 20,000 renminbi on September 4 at 1708. Current balance, 12,185,551 renminbi and 27 cents. China Merchants Bank, your account ending in 2396 received a deposit of 100,000 renminbi on September 4 at 1708. Current balance, 12,285,551 renminbi and 27 cents. China Merchants Bank, your account ending in 2396 received a deposit of 1 million renminbi on September 4 at 1708, with a current account balance of 13,185,551 renminbi and 27 cents. Over 13 million yuan. Su Yue's pupils suddenly contracted. Her fingers trembled violently, and the phone clattered onto the kitchen floor. She stood frozen in place, eyes wide, lips slightly parted, yet unable to utter a single word. The card suddenly had over 13 million yuan? Yesterday it was just over 4 million, and the day before that, only a few tens of thousands. How could it suddenly become over 13 million? Her mind went blank, as if struck by a heavy hammer, leaving her completely dazed. Honey? Are you okay? Chen Mo's voice sounded beside her, but to Su Yue, it felt like it was drifting in from a distant dream. She didn't answer Chen Mo. After a long moment, she slowly bent down, picked up her phone, and read the text message again to confirm she hadn't misread it. 13,185,551.27 yuan. She blinked, then blinked again. No matter how many times she blinked, the numbers remained crystal clear, not changing one bit. That's right, 13,118,551 yuan and 27 fun. A surge of heat suddenly welled up from her core, instantly spreading throughout her body, igniting her blood, leaving her limbs tingling and her ears flushing red. This was the feeling of hitting 10 million? This was the sensation of sudden wealth? She suddenly recalled Chen Mo's reaction buying durians, cooking, the spotless floor and tidy sofa proving he'd cleaned the house. So, he was celebrating this? Hey, honey? Chen Mo's voice came again, this time tinged with amusement. Finished reading? Su Yue snapped her head up, looking at Chen Mo beside her. Chen Mo held a plate of braised spare ribs in one hand and a spatula in the other, a smile playing at the corners of his lips, his eyes full of mischief. You? She opened her mouth, her voice trembling slightly. You're celebrating this? Not entirely. Chen Mo carried the braised ribs toward the dining table in the living room. Xiao Xiao had already picked out 3 peaches and was running toward the kitchen, clearly intending to wash them and give one each to Daddy and Mommy. I just happened to pass by the fruit stand since you and Xiao Xiao love them. Cooking was just to help you with the chores. But, well, I guess I am celebrating a little. After all these years, our family savings finally hit 10 million. Su Yue. She took a deep breath and slowly exhaled, trying to calm herself down. But her heart seemed utterly unwilling to listen, still pounding wildly as if it might burst through her chest. Yes, all these years since she and Chen Mo got married, scrimping and saving, their savings had never exceeded 100,000 yuan at most. And that was only because Chen Mo worked himself to the bone as a corporate drone while she spent day and night cross-stitching. But now, the household savings had finally surpassed 10 million. And it wasn't earned by Chen Mo working himself to the bone, nor by her cross-stitching. Mama? Xiao Xiao stopped beside Su Yue, clutching 3 large peaches. She looked at her questioningly. What's wrong? Why is your face so red? Redder than the peaches. Su Yue crouched down, pulling Xiao Xiao tightly into her embrace, her eyes brimming with tears. It's nothing, Mommy's fine. Mommy just feels so happy and blessed that we suddenly have so much money. Xiao Xiao squirmed against the tight embrace, wriggling like a little loach. Did Daddy earn lots of little money again today? Su Yue nodded firmly, glancing at Chen Mo's retreating figure. Her husband's back seemed to grow straighter with each step. Yes, Daddy did earn a lot of money today. Combined with what we had before, our family's money keeps growing. Xiao Xiao froze, her big eyes suddenly brightening. Quick, call Grandma. Mom, call Grandma and tell her Daddy made lots of little money. Grandma will go wow, again. Su Yue. Damn it. The wave of emotion she'd been building up just got completely washed away by this little dumpling. Su Yue took the 3 peaches from Xiao Xiao's arms and washed them for her. Xiao Xiao couldn't reach the countertop yet, so she had to help. Mama, this peach is for you. Xiao Xiao stood on tiptoes, offering her the largest, reddest nectarine with sparkling eyes. Just as Chen Mo finished placing the braised spare ribs on the dining table and headed back to the kitchen, Xiao Xiao seized the moment to shove the second largest, second reddest peach into his hand. Daddy, eat this one. Chen Mo took the peach and gently pinched his daughter's soft, round cheeks. Thank you, sweetheart. After standing up, he began preparing the second dish, garlic shrimp with glass noodles. Seeing this, Su Yue picked up the knife nearby and deftly started slicing the lettuce. Let me help you. Chen Mo glanced at her, the corners of his mouth lifting slightly. Not daydreaming anymore? Su Yue's ears flushed again. The knife clattered rhythmically on the cutting board as she huffed. Daydreaming? Your daughter gave me the biggest, reddest peach, and you didn't. Oomph. Chen Mo. Why did he suddenly feel the peaches sitting nearby ones he couldn't bear to eat yet suddenly seem less appealing? After a flurry of activity, 3 steaming dishes and a soup graced the dining table. Xiao Xiao climbed onto her high chair and eagerly reached for the spare ribs, only to have Su Yue gently pat her chubby hand. Use your chopsticks. Oh. Xiao Xiao pouted, clumsily gripping the chopsticks as she wrestled with the spare rib. One careless move sent it tumbling into the soup bowl with a plop, splashing droplets everywhere. Oh no. She shot a sly glance at Su Yue before blinking innocently at Chen Mo. Daddy, the pork rib, it jumped into the soup to swim. What should we do? Chen Mo nodded sullenly and made up nonsense. Because it saw you didn't give Daddy the biggest, reddest peach, so it doesn't want to talk to you anymore and went swimming by itself. Su Yue. Is this petty man really my husband? Xiao Xiao. Su Yue helped Xiao Xiao pick out the ribs. Xiao Xiao continued wrestling with the ribs, took a couple of bites, then suddenly looked up as if struck by an idea. Daddy, Mommy, do we have lots of little money now? Chen Mo placed a shrimp in her bowl. Yes, so Xiao Xiao needs to eat well and grow tall. Then can I eat peaches every day? No way. Su Yue shot it down immediately. Too many peaches will give you a tummy ache. Xiao Xiao puffed out her cheeks, took a big bite of the spare rib, and muttered under her breath. We have money now, but you won't let me eat peaches every day? So stingy. Su Yue. Is this really my daughter? Such a spoiled brat. Chen Mo. Chapter 120, A New Day, A New Baby Game. After dinner, Chen Mo and Su Yue stood side by side at the kitchen sink. Warm water gushed from the faucet. Chen Mo washed the dishes while Su Yue tidied up, taking the clean dishes and loading them into the dishwasher they bought not long ago. The dishwasher they'd bought the day before yesterday was high-end, yet it shared a common flaw with most models on the market. It struggled to clean thoroughly when faced with heavy grease. With no other choice, Chen Mo had to perform a manual pre-wash. The couple worked in silent harmony, neither speaking a word. The atmosphere was subtle yet warm. Outside the window, dusk deepened as streetlights flickered on one by one throughout the neighborhood. After rinsing the cutting board and wiping away the water stains, Su Yue suddenly let out a soft laugh. What are you laughing at? Chen Mo turned to look at her. Nothing, Su Yue shook her head, a smile still lingering at the corners of her mouth. It just feels pretty amazing. What's so magical? Su Yue wrung out the damp dishcloth in her hand and continued. We clearly have over 10 million in our account now, yet here we are, still washing dishes and scrubbing pots. Chen Mo smiled too, rinsing the dish soap foam off his hands under the faucet. What else? This is the warmth of ordinary folks. Are we supposed to hire a housekeeper and sit on the couch counting money like in that movie Shihong City? Su Yue couldn't help but picture the movie scene, bursting into laughter until she doubled over, giggling out loud. That would be ridiculous. Forget it. Let's keep this everyday warmth in our home for ourselves. No need to let the housekeeper profit from it for nothing. After washing the dishes, Chen Mo suggested the family go out for a stroll to see if they needed to buy anything else. But Su Yue didn't want to go out. On this special day when their family savings had hit 10 million, she wanted to savor the warmth of being together. She had a feeling that as Chen Mo earned more and more each day, this kind of warmth might become increasingly rare. Of course, her main thought was to put Xiao Xiao to sleep and spend some quality time alone with Chen Mo. She genuinely wanted another child to give Chen Mo a son and give Xiao Xiao a little brother. Chen Mo was unaware of the latter thought. Seeing Su Yue shake her head, he guessed the former, but he said nothing more. Such matters were best proven through actions later. Verbal promises held nowhere near the weight of deeds. Besides, in his heart, while making money was important, family mattered just as much. Otherwise, he wouldn't have abruptly interrupted Yi Hongqiu's words during their visit the day before yesterday. In the living room, a dull variety show played on the television. Chen Mo and Su Yue sat side by side on the sofa. Before them, on the coffee table, sat a beautiful large porcelain bowl filled with cubes of seedless watermelon, its red flesh chilled by ice cubes. The two watched the female contestants' affected expressions on TV while poking at the watermelon with toothpicks. The coolness was refreshing, and the sweetness seeped into their hearts. Xiao Xiao sat on the floor, using the sofa as a table. A Dragon Ball manga lay open before her as she scribbled with watercolor pens on a sketchpad. Instead of creating something meaningful, she ended up drawing herself as a big spotted cat. "Daddy!" Xiao Xiao suddenly pounced at Chen Mo's feet, holding up her sketchbook. "Look! I drew Goku!" Chen Mo leaned in to look. Oh boy, that wasn't Goku at all, it was clearly Sanmo. The sketch showed a stick figure with 3 hairs sticking up on its head, and beside it was the crookedly written W Kong, but even that was misspelled as WOKQMG. "That's really well done," Chen Mo nodded earnestly. "Though Wukong looks a bit skinny." Little Su pouted, "That's because I haven't finished yet." Then he went back to work, carefully adding 3 or 4 more lines to the stick figure. This time, it was Su Yue's turn to clap enthusiastically. As she clapped, she praised. "Xiao Xiao is so talented, making Wukong plump in just one stroke." Xiao Xiao's pout deepened. "I drew muscles, mama. My Wukong isn't fat at all." Xiao Xiao kept drawing until she tilted her head and fell asleep on the sofa. The couple tiptoed over and carried her to her bed in the bedroom. Immediately after, Su Yue flashed a seductive smile. "Honey, on this memorable day, I'd like a little extra reward." Well, Old Ox was in for another overtime shift. Repeating their usual routine, the couple conserved water together before engaging in a passionate encounter on the sofa. After their satisfying release, Su Yue drifted back to sleep in Chen Mo's arms. Only Chen Mo remained in the darkness, his eyes vacant. But soon, midnight struck. Ding! Today's baby game generated. 1. The dice bowl in the card room. At the mahjong table in the community senior center, that large, black ceramic bowl missing chunks has accompanied Oldly for 20 years as he shakes the dice. The engraved inscription Jin Zhan on its base dozes beneath layers of tobacco stains. When aged vinegar washed away the film of time, the iridescent rainbow hues suddenly awoke from the Jin kiln master's fingertips. The delicate glaze patterns stretched like dancers in the flames, performing a $1,000,000 waltz of glaze colors. Tea stains along the rim flowed into a line of small regular script, imperial decree, designated for the Janning tea banquet in the first year of Dogwon. 2. The magical painting baby in the foot spa. Thump! Thump! Hammers from the village renovation project pounded the walls of the Watercloud's foot spa, shaking the place to its foundations. Hanging above, a dusty little painting baby wore a wrinkled face covered in moldy pimples. It wept tearfully. "Everyone says I'm just a print." No one knew that when alone, the painting's eyes would roll gurgle gurgle. Hidden beneath the mold spots, its tiny hands were actually shimmering ink-wash bridges. Wiping the dirty little face of the painted baby with a sleeve reveals a jam-colored red seal in the corner bearing the character Tuesday. Look closely at the character 2 and you'll discover it's composed of 156 rainbow candies. 3. The blinking tape fairy. In a cardboard box at Geely Ancient Street's Nostalgic Times audio shop lies a cassette tape crowned with a faded polygram logo. It quietly blinks, emitting a faint glow amidst a pile of English learning tapes. The hippo shopkeeper waves his hand. "Take it all for $10. Perfect as toy wheels for the little one." But when the music teacher slipped it into the player, it burst into joyful song. 150 notes danced around it, its voice as soft and sweet as freshly picked cotton candy. This is the original recording of Teresa Tang hidden inside the cassette. The teacher's eyes sparkled. 4. The basketball shoes that love to paint. In the corner of a charity shop near the fruit store, a pair of quiet basketball shoes used their laces as paintbrushes. Their soles were smeared with rainbow-colored paint, leaving adorable little star prints with every gentle step. A sparkling purple badge pinned to its tongue. The special Little Artist No. 8 medal was marred by a stubborn brown coffee stain. Beneath its insole lay a tiny sketchbook, filled with drawings of the Los Angeles sunrise at 4 a.m. and the thrilling moments on the basketball court.
All the drawings combined formed the pattern of a championship, the image of 120 dawn sunrises.
5. The glowing star wand.
In the prop warehouse of Jinli Ancient Street Film City, a forgotten plastic toy stick lay forgotten. A faded label clung to it like a tiny band-aid, bearing the blurred letters ILM. When moonlight slipped through the window, the toy stick suddenly hummed and glowed with a gentle blue light. It turned out to be a genuine Jedi lightsaber, only no one had played with it in so long that it had quietly fallen asleep. It longed to play Jedi Knight with the surrounding exhibits every day, using its glow to cast all sorts of fun shadows on the walls. The warehouse shelves were puzzled. Why is this original prop, worth 130 Force credits, sitting here with the replicas?
Chapter 121. Today's bargain hunt officially begins.
Chen Mo stared at the 5 baby games appearing on his retinal display, his pupils slightly contracting.
Today's baby games selection was similar to yesterday's, each priced around 1.5 million credits. Altogether, that was another 7 or 8 million. So, after today, wouldn't the savings hit 20 million? Whoa!
Chen Mo took a deep breath to steady his nerves, his gaze settling on the dice bowl from the card room. The first baby game listed, 1 dice bowl from the card room. The system described it as a worn bowl that had accompanied Old Man Lee for 20 years of dice rolling, with the characters Jin Zhan engraved on its base. His heart jolted violently, followed by a bitter laugh. This was another national treasure. That bowl was likely an imperial Jian Kiln Yalbian Tenmaku tea bowl bestowed in the first year of the Daguan era of the Northern Song dynasty. Man, national treasures really only build connections, not wealth.
A direct loss of 1.5 million. Chen Mo muttered to himself, his gaze drifting downward. Wait. No way. How could a national treasure only be worth 1.5 million? He turned back to scrutinize the detailed description of the first baby game item.
Only then did he notice a crucial detail he'd missed earlier. This national treasure was missing a large piece.
A large piece missing, so it's only worth 1.5 million? Chen Mo's lips slowly curled upward.
Because this meant the missing portion constituted 30% or more of the whole.
In other words, this Yalbian Tenmaku bowl could be collected and resold. Of course, Chinese cultural relics could only be sold to Chinese citizens. They would never be allowed to flow out of the country.
With this thought, Chen Mo turned his attention to the second item, 2, the enchanted painting from the foot spa. The system description stated it was a painting mistaken for a print, covered in mold spots and dusty grime. Yet it immediately added that a seal bearing the character 2 was stamped in its corner.
This must be a genuine ink sketch by the late master Wu Guanzhong.
But it's hanging in a foot massage parlor. I'd have to go there to buy it. And who knows if that place is even legitimate. Chen Mo glanced down at Su Yue, fast asleep in his arms. If the foot spa turned out to be shady, he'd have to explain himself to his wife for ages. Shaking his head helplessly, Chen Mo turned his attention to the third baby game, 3, Blinking Tape Fairy. In the Nostalgic Times music store on Jinli Ancient Street, tucked away in a cardboard box, lay a cassette tape bearing the faded polygram logo. It turned out to be the original master tape of Teresa Tang. In this entertainment-obsessed era, this could genuinely fetch 1.5 million yuan, whether sold to collectors or repurchased by Universal Music Group, which acquired Polygram. The owner wants to sell this 1.5 million yuan item for just $10. Chen Mo chuckled softly, his gaze drifting downward to rest on the painting basketball shoes. His breath caught momentarily when he saw the system description, the purple badge on the tongue, number 8 Little Artist, and the sunrise over Los Angeles at 4 a.m. The purple badge on the tongue must be the 2008 Olympic team commemorative patch. These were Kobe Bryant's battle boots for the Olympics. Unbidden, Kobe's iconic fadeaway jump shot flashed through his mind. Alas, after retirement, the little flying fox met his end in a helicopter crash, his life's journey forever frozen in 2020.
1.2 million, that's the most conservative cash-out price.
If auctioned off, these game-worn sneakers would fetch at least 3 million. Chen Mo muttered under his breath, glancing at the final item, 5, glow-in-the-dark star wand. His hand trembled when he saw the ILM label.
An original lightsaber prop from Industrial Light Magic? Chen Mo's excited voice nearly woke Su Yue.
She shifted slightly and drifted back into a deep sleep. He gently tucked the blanket around Su Yue, but his eyes remained fixed on the system prompt. He couldn't fathom why an original lightsaber from Star Wars would end up in the prop warehouse of Jinli Ancient Street Film Studio. And it was mixed in with a pile of replicas.
Hey, why am I overthinking this?
It ended up in Chengdu for a reason. I just need to cash it in for a quick profit or keep it as a collector's item. The Star Wars film series carried the sci-fi dreams of many childhoods, including those of contemporary Hollywood heavyweights like directors Cameron and Nolan.
This lightsaber prop holds immense collectible value. Like those Kobe Bryant sneakers, its starting price is at least 1.3 million yuan, with no upper limit. The community senior center is right near the neighborhood, so today I can start by picking up the dice bowl at that senior center. Then I'll head to the foot spa in the urban village to collect Master Wu Guanzhong's paintings, followed by picking up Teresa Tang's master tapes and the lightsaber prop at Jinli Ancient Street. Either one can come first. On the way back, I'll grab Kobe's sneakers last. Kobe's sneakers are near the fruit shop.
Xiao Xiao was complaining earlier that we're stingy, we have money but won't let her eat peaches every day.
Fine, I'll buy some more peaches on the way back.
Chen Mo rose quietly from the sofa, picked up Su Yue, and carried her toward the bedroom.
The sofa was certainly no match for a bed, especially after a night of battle and another night spent on it. Waking up the next day, his back ached so badly he couldn't straighten up. Ah, age catching up, huh?
If only the system could upgrade and reward some other magical potions.
That night, Chen Mo slept soundly.
In his dream, he completed all 5 baby games for the day, and his household savings surpassed 20 million. He was blissfully content.
Early the next morning.
Morning sunlight streamed through the curtains into the bedroom.
Chen Mo was already bustling about in the kitchen, apron tied around his waist. He popped 2 slices of bread into the toaster.
When the crisping sounded and the slices popped up, he deftly removed them, spread mayonnaise, and topped them with lettuce leaves, tomato slices, and ham. Then he sliced each sandwich diagonally to finish them. After finishing the sandwiches, he heated milk and fried bacon.
Today's family breakfast consisted of sandwiches, bacon, and hot milk.
When Su Yue rubbed her eyes and emerged from the bedroom, she discovered Chen Mo hadn't left early like usual.
Smelling the bacon's aroma, she asked in surprise. You haven't left yet this late? Chen Mo turned his head, his gaze lingering on Su Yue's face for a few seconds. His wife seemed a bit more radiant than yesterday.
He smiled as he plated the fried bacon.
Yeah, no need to rush like usual today.
I thought I'd stick around for breakfast with you and the little one before heading out. After arranging the bacon on the plate, he carried out the sandwiches and hot milk.
Following the aroma, Su Yue grabbed a sandwich and took a bite, not even bothering to wash her face or brush her teeth.
She closed her eyes contentedly.
Mr.
Chen's cooking skills are really improving. Chen Mo mimicked Su Yue's tone when scolding the little one, placing his hands on his hips and saying sternly, "Go wash your face and brush your teeth."
Mum.
Su Yue planted a kiss right on Chen Mo's cheek, and that single kiss melted everything away. Xiao Xiao emerged with her hair all fluffed up and witnessed the entire scene.
Mommy and Daddy, you're so embarrassing.
She covered her face with her chubby hands, but peeked through the gaps between her fingers.
Chen Mo laughed heartily as he nudged his daughter toward the bathroom.
Wash your face, brush your teeth, then come eat breakfast. At the same time, he nudged Su Yue toward the bathroom. Don't think one kiss is enough to bribe me out of washing your face.
Oomph, one time won't cut it, you need to do it twice. 20 minutes later, Chen Mo stood at the entrance changing his shoes. Su Yue helped him adjust his clothes. The moment the security door closed, the smile on his face gradually faded. Today's bargain hunting expedition officially begins. Chapter 122, if it's handed to you, you better cash in.
The first stop, planned since dawn, was the Jin Kiln Bowl being used as a dice cup at the senior center. This center, built by Chen Mo's neighborhood community, was just a 10-minute walk from his apartment complex, no car needed.
The moment Chen Mo arrived at the senior center, a shrill, boisterous laughter erupted from inside. Wang Damei, what grudge do you hold against Chen Mo's family? A hoarse yet resonant voice teased. You've been coming here daily to berate him. Anyone unaware would think he lives right across from you.
Only us longtime neighbors in this complex know you don't even live in the same building as him.
Pa! Auntie Wang's shrill voice pierced Chen Mo's eardrums. You don't know the half of it.
That kid picked up some stinking rock at the market the other day and sold it for a fortune. Chen Mo paused at the entrance of the senior activity center, his brow furrowing slightly. He hadn't expected to run into Auntie Wang here again. Ah, what a small world, and when you meet, you ask if their face still hurts.
That can't be right, Auntie Wang. How much could a stinky rock possibly be worth? Selling it for a fortune? Could you at least bring a script and follow it when you're bragging? Someone questioned skeptically.
Auntie Wang's voice carried palpable resentment, tinged with envy. I heard it's some kind of dragon's blood resin used for perfume. My son bought that wasteful daughter-in-law of mine a tiny bottle that cost over 3,000 yuan. That chunk of his could make 4,000 or 5,000 bottles.
Seriously? 4,000 or 5,000 bottles? That's over 10 million yuan, another person exclaimed in astonishment. You bet.
Aunt Wang's voice rose sharply. He picks up a stinking rock and suddenly thinks he's God's gift to the world. Just the other day, my son and I asked a few extra questions, and he acted like he was about to die.
He looks down on us like dirt. Chen Mo. TSK. No one can beat her at telling blatant lies.
That day, it was clearly you and your son who provoked him first. Besides, I never even gave you two a proper glance the whole time. How exactly did I come across as looking down on you? As Chen Mo struggled to recall the day's details, murmurs began to ripple through the activity room. Young people these days, they get a little money and they're already so full of themselves. There's this kid in our building too, got a bit of cash and immediately starts keeping a dog. That dog's hair is all over the elevator. He's got that same dead-eyed look too.
Is that long something perfume really worth that much? Could be just hype. If he found all that money, why is his wife still holed up at home all day? Shouldn't she be out getting beauty treatments or something?
You never know, an old lady's voice chimed in, deliberately hushed as if sharing a secret. My daughter says she keeps seeing him on short videos.
She says he keeps finding all kinds of treasures. One day it's some ancient zither, the next it's a rare comic book.
As she spoke, the old woman abruptly changed the subject, deliberately steering the conversation elsewhere.
But there's something odd. Lately I keep seeing him coming and going at all hours. Once I even ran into him, he smelled like perfume. Her words sparked a knowing chuckle throughout the activity center.
This time, however, the chuckles carried not just envy but also a hint of pity.
Men like that, once they get money, they go bad. Only when they're hanging on the wall do they behave.
He's collected so many treasures, he must be keeping a mistress on the side. No need to say it, even old lady's son caught the scent of another woman on him.
What else could it be but a mistress? Ha! If he's got a mistress, no amount of money will be enough. That's a bottomless pit.
He'll be down to our level before long. No wonder his wife stays home all day, she's afraid people will laugh at her. Chen Mo stood outside the door, growing increasingly furious as he listened. These old folks had nothing better to do than gossip all day long. He desperately wanted to storm in and flip their tables, but reason told him he couldn't do that.
He was here to collect the antique dice bowl, not to pick a fight. But acquiring the dice bowl presented another problem.
This was an elderly activity center.
How could he enter naturally and then casually propose a purchase to old Manly?
After all, though middle-aged, he was hardly at the stage of sitting at the same table with these seniors.
As he pondered his approach, the center's door creaked open from the inside. An elderly gentleman emerged, carrying a thermos filled with tea.
His eyes lit up the moment he spotted Chen Mo at the entrance.
Well, look who's here. Isn't this Mr. Chen from our neighborhood, the one who finds all sorts of treasures?
This elderly gentleman was none other than the owner of that hoarse yet resonant voice from earlier, and the owner of the dice bowl, Mr. Li, a fellow resident of Chen Mo's neighborhood.
The activity center fell instantly silent.
Auntie Wang shot to her feet, her face turning pale. She grabbed her purse and slipped toward the restroom.
I just remembered, I forgot to turn off the gas at home. Come in and sit. In contrast, old Manly seemed unusually enthusiastic, almost to the point of absurdity. He grabbed Chen Mo and pulled him into the activity center. We were just playing guess the dice. Why don't you try your luck too? Chen Mo only then noticed several porcelain bowls arranged on the mahjong table in the activity center.
One of them was upside down, with a large chunk missing from its body. Chen Mo's pupils suddenly contracted. That chipped porcelain bowl must be the Jinjian Jin kiln bowl mentioned in the system prompt.
Old Li. A curly-haired auntie made a beckoning gesture toward Old Li. Didn't you just say you weren't playing guess the dice? We're playing mahjong now. Chen Mo understood perfectly what the woman meant.
She was scolding Old Li for inviting such an obnoxious, envy-inducing person like Chen Mo into their game.
Old Li understood perfectly.
He frantically shot glances back at her while deliberately drawing out his words. Mr. Chen from our neighborhood is an expert. Otherwise, why would people bring their treasures to him for appraisals? Let him try his luck and take a look at my family heirloom. Saying this, he shoved the chipped porcelain bowl on the table into Chen Mo's hands.
Mr. Chen, help this old man determine if this family heirloom is truly valuable. Is it worth the 500 yuan I just lost? The curly-haired auntie's eyes darted around as she instantly caught on old Manly was deliberately setting a trap for Chen Mo. The other seniors in the activity room exchanged knowing glances, grinning broadly as they waited for the show to begin. That porcelain bowl of Li Deyes was so badly cracked a family heirloom? Worth 500? It was probably trash, even the ragpickers wouldn't give a second glance. However, at that moment, Chen Mo was utterly thrilled inside. He didn't even notice the seniors' envious and eager glances, hoping he'd fall into the trap. Just as he was fretting over how to steer the conversation toward the dice bowl, old Manly thrust the bowl into his hands himself. A deal handed to you on a silver platter, not taking it would be an insult to you, old Manly. Chapter 123. Performing solo is exhausting. Chen Mo's fingertips traced the rim of the bowl twice. Eyes lowered, he examined it closely, confirming once more that this battered bowl was indeed the dice bowl mentioned in the system prompt. Beneath the haze of tobacco stains and grease, the engraved characters Jin Zhan on the bowl's base flickered faintly. After a moment's thought, a plan formed in his mind. As the laughter in the activity center gradually subsided, Chen Mo suddenly lifted his eyes and smiled. This bowl is worth 500. Grandpa Li spit out his tea. The entire activity center erupted into chaos as Grandpa Li's spurt of tea sent shockwaves through the room. This crappy bowl is worth 500? Ha! My pickle jar looks fancier than this thing. Grandpa Li, just sell it to him for 500. Consider it winning back your gambling losses. It's so beat up, even a dog wouldn't want it as a bowl. The curly-haired auntie slapped her thigh, laughing so hard her eyes nearly disappeared. You won't believe it, but Old Li really did use this bowl as a dog bowl once. His dog refused it, saying it hurt its mouth. That's why Old Li took it to gamble with dice. Ha ha! A bowl a dog won't use is worth 500. Grandpa Li laughed the loudest among the group of elders, his wrinkles crinkling like an old chrysanthemum. Hear that? Expert certified. A bowl my dog found too rough on its mouth can fetch 500 bucks.
As he spoke, he narrowed his eyes and shot Chen Mo a look whose meaning couldn't have been clearer. Neighbors say you often find all sorts of treasures? So this is what they look like? Chen Mo watched the group of elderly people laughing until they were bent over double, and the squinting old lady glaring at him. He lowered his head, staring at the faint patterns along the rim of the bowl and shaking his head. His plan was unfolding step by step, but the sheer blindness and deafness of these neighbors had completely surpassed his expectations. They'd all heard from others that he'd found many bargains. By normal logic, after he quoted that bowl's price is 500, shouldn't at least someone glance at it? Whether they could tell or not was one thing, but at the very least, they could have shown some interest. Performing for an audience of one was exhausting. But this reaction only fueled Old Man Lee's enthusiasm. What's the matter? Think I'm wrong? You really believe it's worth 500? More than that, Chen Mo replied calmly, lightly tapping the bowl with his index finger. The dice bowl emitted a crisp sound. This is an Imperial Jian Kil Niao Bian Tenmaku tea bowl from the first year of the Daguan era of the Northern Song dynasty. Though it's chipped, the Yao Bian glaze color is still quite good. On the market, it's worth at least 1.5 million. The air froze instantly, and everyone's laughter abruptly stopped. But 3 seconds later, even louder roars of laughter erupted like crashing waves. Oh my, Chen Mo. You see I'm over 60 now and want to laugh me to death? If you laugh me to death, you'll have to compensate me for my loss. You're so rich, no need for much, just pay me the equivalent of this broken bowl, 1.5 million. Chen Mo, hold on a sec, I'll fetch a bowl from home. Just slap a few million on it, and I'll be as rich as you. The old lady who'd earlier claimed her daughter kept seeing Chen Mo's treasure hunting videos and accused him of keeping a mistress immediately pulled out her phone and called her daughter. Honey, everything on those short videos is fake. Stop watching them. Just find a decent man to marry. The curly-haired auntie laughed so hard her dentures fell out. Bending over to retrieve them, she gasped, what the heck? A Northern Song dynasty antique? Old Lee, your dog's discarded bowl is actually an antique worth 1.5 million yuan? Grandpa Lee laughed so hard he leaned on the table, coughing, and pointed at the bowl in Chen Mo's hand. A 1.5 million yuan dog bowl? Wait, no, a 1.5 million yuan imperial antique from the Northern Song dynasty? How did you even tell? Why didn't I know this dog bowl was an antique? Fine. If you really think it's worth 1.5 million, hand over the cash now and the bowl is yours. He deliberately emphasized a 1.5 million yuan dog bowl, as if desperately trying to prove Chen Mo was blind. Little did he know that despite living a long life dreaming of sudden wealth, he'd never realized his own shabby bowl was the very thing that could make him rich overnight. For a moment, the lively atmosphere in the activity room threatened to lift the roof off. Chen Mo set down the bowl and turned to leave. He wasn't stupid. Sure, the bowl was worth 1.5 million, but paying 1.5 million for it? Ha! That would make him a sucker. He was here to snag a bargain, not let the bargain snag him. Besides, he was certain Old Man Lee would call him back. For Lee, this little drama wasn't over yet. Of course, that was precisely part of his plan. Hey, don't go. The curly-haired woman shouted as Chen Mo turned to leave. You said 1.5 million. Why won't you buy it now? Others immediately joined in the heckling. Did your bluff get called? Those videos of you finding treasures bet they're staged. Just as Chen Mo had anticipated, Old Man Lee grabbed the hem of his shirt, his wrinkled face contorting into a twisted expression. Leaving already? Didn't you find tons of treasures? Made a fortune? What's this 1.5 million too steep? Could it all be fake? Chen Mo ignored him, shaking off his hand and continuing on. But Old Man Lee had no intention of letting him go. A joker like Chen Mo, who could turn his old bowl into a 1.5 million antique, was a rare find. He hadn't had his fill of fun yet. Wait. If you can't come up with 1.5 million, then how about 500? Consider it a gift from you. Oh, wrong. I meant, consider it a gift from me to make you laugh. Chen Mo still ignored him. Old Man Lee persisted with a shameless grin. What? Can't even spare 500? You said it was an antique. You think 500 is too much for an antique? Fine, how about 300? I'll take a little loss. Chen Mo still ignored him. Old Man Lee persisted. Fine, can't even scrape together 300? How broke are you? Did you blow all your treasure hunting money on your mistress? Forget it. I'll knock it down a bit more, 200, just 200. Chen Mo abruptly stopped in his tracks, turning to look back at the elderly folks inside the activity center, their faces contorted with laughter. After scanning the room, his gaze settled on Old Man Lee. Neighborly envy was common, but this level of jealousy bordered on pathological. Sometimes he wondered if the elderly scam artists in society weren't fundamentally the same as these folks. It wasn't that the elderly had turned bad, it was that the bad had grown old. Are you sure it's 200? Chen Mo said to Old Man Lee, enunciating each word deliberately. Grandpa Lee nodded repeatedly, shoving the cracked bowl back into Chen Mo's hands. He pulled out his phone, opened his QR code, and his eyes sparkled with smug satisfaction as if he were about to witness Chen Mo stepping in dog poop.
200 it is, no cheating young or old. Here, scan this. My granddaughter just taught me how to use this e-payment yesterday. Chen Mo said nothing more, pulling out his phone to scan and pay. Beep WeChat Pay received 200 yuan. Thanks for parting with it.
A slow smile spread across Chen Mo's lips. His plan was complete. The National Treasure tea bowl was now his.
He turned and headed for the door.
He didn't want to linger a moment longer in this senior center.
However,
at that very moment, Old Manly halted Chen Mo with his aged, raspy yet resonant voice.
Wait! Don't leave yet!
Chapter 124 Old Manly, you're truly a character. Grandpa Li grabbed Chen Mo's arm again, preventing him from leaving. The wrinkles around his eyes grew even more pronounced as he asked.
Mr. Chen, in such a rush to keep Sanner company? Take it easy, old man here has a few more questions for you. Haha, I'd like to ask our expert, how does it feel to spend 200 bucks on a dog bowl? Does it make you feel like you're burning money?
The moment this first question was uttered, the senior activity center erupted in another thunderous wave of laughter.
Old Li, you're a real piece of work, ha ha ha. Chen Mo, I have a dog too.
Old Li's dog bowl is trash, but mine's still in use, probably better than his.
Want me to sell you mine?
I need to call my daughter and ask how to record short videos.
I'm going to film this and show it to her. Chen Mo stood rooted to the spot, no longer in a hurry to leave.
Because if he left now, it wouldn't matter to him personally.
But what about Su Yue and Xiao Xiao? Wouldn't these old folks make his wife and daughter afraid to even see their backs in the neighborhood from now on?
That wouldn't be good for Xiao Xiao's development, nor for Su Yue's daily life.
Alright, I'll be the bad guy then.
Chen Mo sighed softly, lifted his eyes, and finally confirmed with Old Manly.
Mr. Li, are you sure you're selling this bowl to me? Absolutely. Without a doubt.
Grandpa Li grinned so hard, cloudy tears welled up at the corners of his eyes.
Forget 200 yuan, even if I sold it to you for 150, I'd still be making a killing.
This bowl was just a dice cup to me, but in your hands, it's gotta be worth at least 1.5 million yuan, right? With that, he lifted his head high and declared triumphantly to the other elders gathered around.
Everyone here is my witness. Expert Chen is buying a dog bowl for 200 yuan. No backing out now. And I won't back out either.
If either of us changes our mind, may we both get hit by a car the moment we step outside.
Alright, that's exactly what I wanted to hear. Chen Mo nodded, turning toward the sink by the window.
Since you're so convinced this is a dog bowl, I'll show you exactly why it's worth 1.5 million. Everyone watched in confusion as Chen Mo turned on the faucet, letting clear water wash over the bottom of the bowl.
Even at this moment, the curly-haired auntie couldn't resist taking a dig at Chen Mo.
Well, Mr. Expert is quite particular. Even when buying a dog bowl, he can't resist washing it first. Chen Mo ignored her, watching the water wash away the grease stains from the bowl's bottom. Once the grease was fully soaked and softened by the water, he extended his thumb and scraped forcefully across the Jinjian engraving. The grime faded away, and a faint blue iridescent glow instantly burst forth from the glaze. The characters Jinjian appeared before everyone's eyes. The hubbub at the activity center abruptly fell silent.
Chen Mo calmly turned around. Mr. Li, do you know what the Jinjian mark on the bottom of this bowl means? This. Grandpa Li and the other elders froze in unison. But then, Grandpa Li smugly flicked his graying hair. Oh, I thought it was something else. How could I not know Jinjian? This old bowl's been with me for decades.
Back in the day, I tried to sell it to a junk collector for 5 yuan, but he wouldn't take it. He even said, Jinjian means this bowl is too shallow, it's only fit for feeding livestock in the barn.
The elderly folks all looked as if they'd suddenly understood. And here I was thinking I'd stumbled upon something special.
Mr. Li, you're such a joker. Your performance just now was worthy of TV. You almost fooled even me. Decades ago you couldn't sell it for 5 bucks, but now you've made a killing selling it to our expert Chen for 200. The curly-haired auntie laughed so hard her dentures nearly flew out. No wonder even your dog dislikes it.
Chen Mo's mouth twitched.
To mistake the Northern Song tribute Jinjian pattern for shallow bowl bottom, this Mr. Li must have suffered his share of disadvantages from lack of education in his youth. He was quite the character. He said no more, instead holding the bowl's base toward the sunlight. The seemingly stained patches refracted a rainbow halo under the rising sun, while the iridescent patterns on the bowl's walls flowed like a starry river.
See clearly now? This is the hallmark of a Northern Song Jin Kiln Yaobian bowl. Its glaze shifts iridescences with every angle of light. Chen Mo's words struck the crowd like a thunderclap. The curly-haired auntie who had been laughing moments ago suddenly fell silent. Squinting at the battered bowl bathed in sunlight, she stared in disbelief.
It really did change color.
Old Li, you wouldn't have.
Old Manly frantically pulled out his reading glasses and put them on, only to be startled by the refracted rainbow halo, causing the glasses to slide back to the tip of his nose.
Impossible. How did I never notice this before? Wait, isn't this the refraction phenomenon we learned in middle school?
Ha! You're pulling our leg with this.
Chen Mo shook his head gently. Whether I'm fooling you or not, listen carefully. He flicked the rim of the bowl with his middle finger. A crisp metallic ring echoed through the activity center. Hear that? This isn't the sound of some ordinary broken bowl. It's because this bowl has an extremely high iron content. It's the unique iron glazed body characteristic of Jian kiln ceramics. That's why it produces this metallic ring. Grandpa Li's lips began to tremble. The crowd of elders stood dumbfounded, rooted to the spot. Chen Mo ran his fingers over the bowl's chipped edge and continued. Modern porcelain shards are usually sharp and jagged, but this one, due to its high iron content, has naturally formed a passivation layer over 1,000 years of oxidation. Mr. Li, you've been using it for dice for so long, didn't you ever notice that the edge of this $1 million dog bowl doesn't cut your fingers at all? Old man Li's legs grew weak. He'd played dice with that broken bowl for decades. How could he not know Chen Mo was telling the truth? The bowl's edge truly didn't cut. The curly-haired woman drifted over to Chen Mo like a sleepwalker. Her trembling hand reached for the chip, but the moment it touched it, she jerked it back as if electrocuted, her eyes wide with terror. It really doesn't hurt. Chen Mo gave the curly-haired woman a casual glance before lifting the bowl slightly, ensuring everyone could see its base. Only then did he shake his head slowly and repeat. The crucial part is right here. Beneath the character Jin and Jin Zhan, there's small text reading Daguan first year. Mr. Li, you might misunderstand Jin Zhan, but surely you know what year Daguan Yuan Yen refers to? The senior activity room fell deathly silent. The curly-haired lady's face turned paler than the plaster on the wall. The other elders weren't faring much better. Each of them broke out in a cold sweat on their foreheads, frozen in place like statues. Stunned as chickens, that was the perfect description for them at that moment. Of course. Old man Li suffered the most. Staring at the 200 yuan payment record on his phone, he felt the world spinning. His legs buckled, and he was about to collapse to the floor when Chen Mo instinctively caught him, saying calmly, "Hang in there, old Li. It's just a 1.5 million yuan dog bowl. Go home later and look around. Maybe you'll find a few more like it. Then sell them to me for 200 yuan each." With that, he stepped outside into the perfect sunlight. Chapter 125, Just Browsing. As Chen Mo left the senior center, the sky was perfectly lit. He casually tossed the Jian kiln tea bowl onto the passenger seat, but immediately reconsidered. The tea bowl was porcelain, nothing like those silver coins. One hard break, and that 1.5 million might turn into 150. After a moment's thought, he opened the back door and placed it in the small child's seat. The child's seat had 4 seatbelts, providing much more stability. Shuyanjian Foot Spa. Returning to the driver's seat, Chen Mo glanced at the navigation system. It showed a 34-minute drive to the foot spa. He slammed his foot on the accelerator and sped off. Half an hour passed in the blink of an eye, gone with the tunes of a few songs. After entering the urban village, he made a couple more turns before spotting the Shuyanjian sign on an old building plastered with a banner reading "Discounts during renovation." The character in Shuyanjian was missing the door radical, making it look like some kind of suggestive hint. Construction materials were scattered on the cement ground outside, and the doors of Shuyanjian were tightly shut. At this hour, the foot massage parlor hadn't opened yet. This place doesn't feel quite legitimate. But whether it's legitimate or not, I really underestimated this one. What kind of foot spa opens this early? Chen Mo muttered under his breath, glancing at his watch. It was only 9:30 a.m. He hesitated about knocking. After all, he'd come this far. Returning empty-handed seemed rather pointless. Squeak! Just as Chen Mo was wavering, the door to Shuyanjian opened. A young female technician wearing a tight miniskirt emerged, twisting a trash bag in her hand as she walked out, yawning all the while. Chen Mo glanced at the trash bag in her hand. Sure enough, it contained several used condoms. The young technician seemed taken aback to find a customer waiting at the shop door so early. Spotting Chen Mo, she froze for a moment before swiftly tossing the trash bag into the bin. Putting on a professional smile, she swayed her hips as she approached, cooing sweetly. "The boss here for a foot massage this early? You're in a hurry, aren't you? We're not even up yet. Please take a seat inside while I wake up my colleagues and the boss." With that, she led Chen Mo inside. The interior was dimly lit, the floor uneven and littered with construction materials. A peculiar odor hung in the air, a sickly sweetness from cheap incense mingled with the heat of hormones and the pungent formaldehyde from the construction materials. Chen Mo instinctively wrinkled his nose. The technician asked Chen Mo to rest on the sofa for a moment while she went into the back room alone. Loud knocking echoed from the door. "Mr. Wang, wake up. We have a customer here for a foot massage." Rustling sounds followed by a dull thud as something heavy hit the floor. A man and a woman's voices came out one after the other. "Whoa, holy! I thought it was Uncle Hat coming. Mr. Wang, why are you wearing my underwear?" Chen Mo. Moments later, a middle-aged man with a gold chain as thick as a pinky finger around his neck emerged from the inner room, rubbing his sleepy eyes as he walked. Following closely behind was a young woman wearing an equally short, tight skirt. She glanced outside briefly before hurrying upstairs. Their foot massage rooms were all upstairs. Early in the morning. Mr. Wang yawned, revealing a mouthful of yellowed teeth. He pulled a pack of cigarettes from his pocket and offered one to Chen Mo. Getting a foot massage? Any regular therapists? If not, I'll recommend technician number 8. She's got amazing skills. Yeah, that girl who just went upstairs. Chen Mo declined the cigarette, shaking his head as his gaze swept the shop walls, searching for the painting indicated by the system prompt. No thanks, I'm just browsing. Mr. Wang froze, his hand holding the cigarette stiffening. He clearly hadn't expected someone to enter a foot massage parlor not to get a foot massage, but to just look around. He took a deep breath, pulled back the cigarette he'd offered, lit it himself, and drew a long drag. Through the swirling smoke, he narrowed his eyes, sizing up Chen Mo from head to toe before grinning. First time here, bro? Don't be shy. Our girls here are skilled as hell. Guaranteed to make you feel good. Leaning closer, he lowered his voice and winked suggestively. Bro, if it's your first time, you might not know if you like it here, you can always add an extra hour. Special services aren't out of the question either. The smoke mingled with the lingering scent of last night's alcohol from Mr. Wang, assaulting Chen Mo's nostrils. He took a step back, his gaze still scanning the walls of the establishment, shaking his head firmly. No thanks, I'm just browsing. Mr. Wang looked at Chen Mo as if he were an idiot. Seriously, dude? Are you messing with me this early? You come to a foot spa and don't get a foot massage? Just browsing? Think this is a vegetable market? You got something wrong in the head? The female technician nearby eyed Chen Mo like he was a simpleton and snorted derisively. You've been waiting outside our shop since dawn, and now you come in just to look around? Can browsing cool you off? Aren't you in a hurry? Chen Mo ignored them, his gaze lingering on a painting hanging in the corridor leading to the inner rooms. It depicted a half-naked woman reclining sideways, the lines blurred and the paint flaking off. Chen Mo stared at it for a long time before noticing a faint, faded seal in the corner of the painting. This was precisely the magic painting Baby hinted at by Baby Game. That faded seal without prior knowledge, Chen Mo might not have even noticed it, let alone an ordinary person. The owner followed Chen Mo's gaze and his eyes lit up instantly. Wow, this guy's a hypocritical phony. His eyes darted around before he leaned close to Chen Mo, lowering his voice and winking suggestively. Oh, I get it. You're just shy since it's your first time here, bro. My bad for being so forward. So, how's the painting? Pretty wild, huh? Left behind by the previous owner. But just looking at it is boring. You need a girl to watch it with for the full experience. Don't worry, bro, I'll find you one with the same vibe as the painting. The young female technician wore an I get it expression, grinning as she chimed in. Boss, we actually have a few technicians who match the vibe of the painting. Technicians number 16 and number 18 are both perfect fits. The key is... Her voice suddenly took on a breathy quality, sweet and sultry, utterly captivating. The key is, those two girls are young and beautiful. Not only are their techniques superb, but their oral skills are also. Mr. Wang patted Chen Mo's shoulder at just the right moment, his tone suggestive. Come on, brother, let me take you upstairs to a private room. Don't be shy, feel right at home here. I'll have both number 16 and number 18 come up. You can pick one to enjoy in the private room. If you want both, I'll knock off 20%. Chen Mo still shook his head. No thanks, I'm just here to look at this painting. Chapter 126, Come wash your feet at Shui Unjian. Before Chen Mo's words had even finished, the smile on Mr. Wang's face froze again, and his expression gradually darkened. Is this guy seriously out of his mind? Making fun of me first thing in the morning? He comes to the foot spa just to browse around, then suddenly takes a liking to a painting? Isn't the real person more interesting than the painting? Bro, are you messing with me? The female technician beside him rolled her eyes dramatically, her voice dripping with sarcasm. Boss, stop pretending. You've been staring at that half-naked painting this whole time, yet you're acting like some righteous gentleman with high morals? She paused, then covered her mouth and giggled, her tone turning coy. Hey, you're not actually shy, are you? First time here? I get it. Why don't you pick me? I'm number 28. Let me show you how it's done. Chen Mo ignored their teasing and asked directly. Is this painting for sale? He didn't want to linger in this kind of establishment. Besides, he was certain that without the system's prompt, he wouldn't have recognized the painting, and neither would the shop owner or the technicians. So this time, he opted for a direct purchase. However, Mr. Wang immediately burst into loud laughter. Buy the painting? You're joking, right? He slapped Chen Mo's shoulder again, but this time with significantly more force, the meaning clearly different from before. You're such a proper gentleman, aren't you? Coming to a foot spa to buy a painting, but it's a half-naked one? Planning to take it home to look at? The young female technician doubled over laughing. Mr. Wang, maybe he wants to unwind with it at home. Chen Mo's brow slowly furrowed. He shot a glance at Mr. Wang and the technician before striding over to the painting and pressing his question. Is it for sale? Mr. Wang followed Chen Mo to the painting, his gaze fixed on the half-naked lady on the wall. He couldn't quite figure it out. The lines of the woman in the painting had been wrinkled by time, the peeling paint resembling scabbed wounds, and beneath the mold spots in the corners lay a suspicious vermilion-colored patch. Why on earth would this customer be interested in such a painting? He himself wanted to get rid of it within the next day or two. The previous owner kept this painting up, Mr. Wang said, taking a deep drag on his cigarette. The ember instantly ignited the filter tip. He flicked the butt away, his gaze turning contemptuous toward Chen Mo. I don't care for it. I find warm jade by my pillow far more interesting than these lifeless lines. You want to buy it? Fine. His tone shifted abruptly as he demanded an exorbitant price. Give me 5,888. It's a lucky number for opening business. Chen Mo snorted through his nose and turned to leave. Seeing Chen Mo walk away without a second thought, Mr. Wang's heart sank. This crappy painting was left by the previous owner, hanging there for years without even a glance from customers. Today, finally, someone wanted to buy it. Why not sell it? Every 100 yuan earned was 100 yuan saved. It could cover today's electricity and water bills. Besides, this truly was the first customer of the day. Business people believe the first deal shouldn't fall through, lest it jinx the day's fortune. Hey, hey, hey! Don't go! Manager Wang hurriedly called out to Chen Mo, forcing a smile. 8,000. Be sure to come get a foot massage at our Shuyanjian next time. Chen Mo stopped in his tracks, not even turning his head. 300. Mr. Wang's forced smile vanished. 300? Do you think I'm begging for money? Chen Mo took another step toward the door. Wang stood frozen for a moment, then steeled himself. Damn it, 300 it is. Better than tossing that painting in the trash. He hurried after Chen Mo, forcing a smile back onto his face. Hey, hey! Just kidding. 300 it is. Sold. He waved at the young technician. Don't just stand there. Take the painting down. But the moment Chen Mo scanned the QR code and paid, Mr. Wang's expression shifted instantly. After confirming the payment notification, he leaned in close to Chen Mo, his lowered voice dripping with malicious teasing. Bro, no offense, but this painting was moved down from the private room upstairs. It's seen over a decade of worldly experiences, might even still carry a bit of that special scent up there. Ha, taking it home for 300? You sure know how to live within your means. The young technician handed Chen Mo the removed painting while adopting a similarly sarcastic tone. With Mr. Wang setting the tone, she felt emboldened to follow suit. Boss, where are you gonna hang this at home? Bedroom or living room? I'd suggest the bedroom, just don't get too excited when you're admiring it. Chen Mo took the painting, his fingertips brushing against a moldy spot on the corner. Suddenly, he felt the painting come alive in his hands. With Wang and the technician's words still ringing in his ears, he felt an urge to vindicate this painting. He narrowed his eyes slightly. Boss, do you have any wet wipes? Mr. Wang was pulling a cigarette from his pack to light it when he heard the request. He immediately stopped lighting it and burst into laughter. What's this? You think the special scent is too strong and need to wipe it down before taking it? Fine, the boss has special requests, will gladly oblige. He turned to instruct the female technician, bring this boss a wet wipe. The technician rummaged through the front desk, pulled out a wet wipe, and handed it to Chen Mo, her false eyelashes dripping with a sneer. It certainly needs wiping. Otherwise, the smell is too strong. Chen Mo carefully wiped away the grime around the seal. As he did so, a faded character gradually emerged. Oh? This painting actually has a signature? Mr. Wang leaned in, his gold chain dangling before Chen Mo's eyes. Could it be by some art academy student? Chen Mo gave him a faint glance. Do you recognize this character, boss? Mr. Wang flicked his unlit cigarette into a flame with a sharp snap, his voice brimming with confidence. Who do you think you're looking down on? This is clearly the character 4T. Chen Mo shook his head. Ignorance was truly frightening. This is the character 2, derived from Tu Shi Hua Kai. It was a signature Mr. Wu Guanzhong often used in the 1970s. Mr. Wang's laughter faltered. Cut the crap. It's just a crappy red seal. Though he didn't recognize the character, he had heard of the renowned painter Wu Guanzhong. A painting by such a renowned artist would never hang in his foot spa. No need to think twice, this must be a fake. The young technician chimed in. Exactly. You're trying to pass off a crappy red stamp as some painting by Luo Guanzhong? Is fooling people that much fun? How pitiful this technician couldn't even tell Wu Guanzhong from Luo Guanzhong. Chen Mo ignored her and flipped the canvas over. The moment he peeled back the mounting, a faint scent of pine soot ink wafted out, starkly contrasting with the foot spa's stale air. Smell that? Pine soot ink. Now look at this canvas, it's specially made Xian paper from the 70s. This warp weft density, could your home printer even produce paper like this? Mr. Wang suddenly slapped Chen Mo on the shoulder, cutting him off. Bro, cut the act. Is a crappy painting worth $300 really worth all this fuss? Instead of wasting your time, come get a foot massage at my place, Shuyanjian. Chapter 127, similar paintings sold for 1.56 million. Chen Mo let Mr. Wang's heavy hand rest on his shoulder as he gently scraped away flaking paint from the painting's edge with his fingertips, revealing the unique brushstroke texture beneath. He continued calmly.
This is the folded band texture, a signature technique of Mr. Wu Guanzhong from the 1970s.
Fold your mother's belt. Mr. Wang finally lost his temper.
His hand on Chen Mo's shoulder pushed him forcefully outward.
If you want an appraisal, go home and do it. Stop putting on airs here. Think I'm easily intimidated? Only now did the female technician recall that Luo Guanzhong wrote fiction. She rolled her eyes at Chen Mo. Yeah, get lost. Luo Guanzhong wrote water margin and now you're mixing it up with painting. Chen Mo gave Boss Wang and the technician a long, lingering look before letting out a heavy sigh. Talking to people like this was like playing the violin to a cow. He decided to take a more direct approach. He gently wiped away the dust and mold spots from the edges of the painting. On the yellowed Xian paper, tiny, delicate characters appeared like floating threads. 1978, painted by Wu Guanzhong in the capital. Snap.
Mr. Wang's eyes suddenly widened, the fleshy cheeks on his face twitching involuntarily.
This.
The female technician remained clueless, but observing Mr. Wang's expression, she sensed something was amiss.
She couldn't quite grasp it. Luo Guanzhong wrote novels, didn't he? Just one called Water Margin? Could his paintings really be so valuable?
As if answering the technician's unspoken question, Chen Mo let out a cold laugh, pulled out his phone, and pulled up a news article.
An authentic ink sketch from 1978. His voice was low, but each word cut like a blade.
A similar piece sold for 1.56 million at last year's Poly auction.
Snap. The entire foot spa fell into an eerie silence. Mr. Wang's mouth hung open, his face turning pale in an instant.
His eyes were filled with utter disbelief.
Could it be that his foot spa truly housed an authentic Wu Guanzhong painting? And he de-sold it off as junk for 300 yuan to cover utility bills?
The female technician's eyes, hidden beneath her fan-sized false lashes, were equally wide with shock.
What the hell? A painting by Luo Guanzhong sold for 1.56 million yuan? 1.56 million yuan could easily build a house back in her rural hometown.
She wouldn't have to work so hard washing feet for others, nor endure the humiliation of providing other services to customers while putting up with that lung-fogged husband.
Clang!
Upstairs, it sounded like technician number 8, who deep in eavesdropping, had accidentally knocked over the foot basin. The clatter seemed to reset the start button for both Mr. Wang and the female technician. Mr. Wang swallowed hard, his throat making a strange ha-ha sound before his lips trembled as he stammered.
Then, why is Wu Guanzhong's painting hanging in my foot spa? The female technician sucked in a sharp breath and echoed. Yeah, Luo Guanzhong's paintings are so valuable, why would they be in a place like this?
Chen Mo stared into the eyes of the lady in the painting and shook his head gently. This painting was likely part of the collection donated to Singapore years ago.
When the overseas Chinese returned, they brought it back. Since it depicts court ladies, the impoverished descendants didn't recognize its value. It ending up in the hands of common folk is only natural.
Mr. Wang's plump face visibly paled further. He staggered backward 2 steps, his heavy frame crashing into the cabinet behind him. The impact sent the lucky cat figurine toppling off the shelf, shattering into several pieces. Over 150,000 yuan painting. His voice suddenly became shrill, like a castrated rooster being choked. Trembling, he reached out to snatch the painting back.
I won't sell it. I'll give you back the 300 yuan.
Chen Mo swatted away Mr. Wang's hand with a single flick, calmly rolled up the painting, and looked down at him from above.
Mr. Wang, in a cash-on-delivery transaction, you expect to renege on your word? Sometimes, reading more books is beneficial. At the very least, the civil code would inform you that a transaction entered into voluntarily by both parties cannot be revoked.
After a pause, he continued in measured tones.
Do you still find jade more interesting than dry lines? By the way, do you have any similar pieces? Sell me a few more. I just love paintings that VE seen the world.
Mr. Wang rolled his eyes and fainted on the spot.
The young technician immediately shrieked at the top of her lungs. Mr. Wang, you can't die. You still owe me last night's payment. If you're going to die, at least pay up first. It's just a painting, it wasn't yours anyway.
Worst case, go check if any other private rooms have those Luo Guanzhong paintings. Mr. Wang stirred from his faint at the shrieking.
Luo my ass. It's called Wu Guanzhong.
Ouch, my heart hurts so much, my 1.5 million plus. He stepped out of the shop with an air of nonchalance.
Sunlight fell on the Shuyanjian sign, where the missing door in the character Jian seemed oddly ironic. Chen Mo placed the painting and teacup on the rear child seat.
After getting into the car, he glanced at the rearview mirror. Mr. Wang was stumbling up the stairs to the second floor, clearly intent on searching other private rooms for paintings.
Chen Mo shook his head.
Not only were there no other valuable paintings in the shop, but even if there were, Mr. Wang's eye for art probably wouldn't recognize them.
He pressed the accelerator. Next stop, Jinli Ancient Street. Jinli Ancient Street held 2 treasures, the original master tape of Teresa Tang and the authentic lightsaber prop from Industrial Light Magic. Following Lingchen's plan, he would secure the master tape first, then the lightsaber prop. On the drive to Jinli Ancient Street, Chen Mo didn't listen to music again.
Instead, he turned on the car radio.
To his surprise, as if guided by some unseen connection, the radio began playing Teresa Tang's timeless classic that had swept the nation. Sweet, sweet, your smile is so sweet. As he listened to this nostalgic old song, the archway of Jinli Ancient Street soon came into view. Chen Mo parked his car and made a slight turn on Jinli Ancient Street before locating the Nostalgic Times music store indicated by the system prompt. Like Sun Pangji's Shuing Music Society, this shop displayed a banner outside announcing a clearance sale. Inside, shelves were packed with CDs, vinyl records, and all kinds of celebrity posters from the former gangster actor Ekin Cheng to the soft-hearted Rin Xianqi. In the corner by the entrance, stacks of cardboard boxes were piled high, each filled with yellowed cassette tapes. Some covers had faded, some labels had peeled off, and most cases were covered in deep creases and severe damage. Chen Mo pushed open the shop door, and the music echoing inside was once again Teresa Tang's Sweet Sweet. The owner, a middle-aged man in his 50s, was holding a megaphone and passionately shouting to the crowd of middle-aged men and women inside. Come see. Come look. Everything's $10. For $10, you won't lose out or get ripped off. You'll buy back memories of your youth. These middle-aged men and women were almost all browsing CDs and vinyl records inside the shop. The cardboard boxes in the corner by the door went completely unnoticed. Yet among them, one figure caught Chen Mo's attention. She was a woman in a light green dress, around 28 years old, with a unique aura almost like she possessed a special artistic sensibility. She was casually browsing the store when a group of older men gathered around her. The older men enthusiastically introduced items to her. Young lady, this Red Sun is a classic. We danced to it during our youth. Check out this Heart Too Soft album. Our generation grew up listening to it through adolescence. Indeed, men are forever young at heart. Only when hung on the wall do they truly settle down. Is this the music teacher the system suggested? Chen Mo pondered for a moment, then dismissed the thought and headed toward the cardboard box in the corner by the door. He was searching for that cassette tape with the faded polygram crown on it. Chapter 128, I'm just a bargain hunter. Sweet, sweet, your smile is so sweet. Teresa Tang's enchanting voice drifted through the old shop, filling Chen Mo's heart with sweetness. After all, it was rare to have such leisurely moments to hunt for bargains. The feeling of being completely undisturbed was truly sweet. Chen Mo searched intently through the cardboard boxes for Teresa Tang's cassette tapes. One box searched, nothing. Then another box. But, just as Chen Mo was rummaging through the third box, a commotion erupted behind him. Young lady, these are old-fashioned tapes. No one has cassette players at home anymore. They're useless now. Yes, cassette tapes are relics of a bygone era. They can't display images, and the sound quality isn't great either. It's inevitable they'd be phased out. No use for them, said the girl in the light green dress, turning toward her section. Chen Mo ignored the commotion behind him, continuing to rummage through the boxes. He couldn't care less about no one having tape decks anymore, or poor sound quality, or tears of an era. He wasn't looking for that Teresa Tang tape to listen to it anyway. Suddenly, a faint fragrance tickled his nostrils. Immediately, the pale green figure crouched beside him, her melodious voice asking, "What are you looking for?" Chen Mo inwardly cursed his luck. He glanced up at the pale green figure. Sure enough, it was that girl with the unique aura and artistic flair. Behind her, the group of middle-aged men and elderly gentlemen were now glaring at him with disapproval. That feeling, it seemed tinged with jealousy. Can't I just quietly snag a bargain once? Chen Mo couldn't help but grumble inwardly. These days, every bargain hunt had ended in failure. Given the current situation, this attempt wouldn't go smoothly either. It was just too difficult. Seeing Chen Mo's slightly furrowed brow, the girl hurriedly explained. "Ha! Don't get me wrong. I was just watching you pick out tapes and it reminded me of when my dad used to take me to the music store to choose tapes when I was little. My dad really loved tapes, so it just slipped out." Chen Mo. Did I forget to shave this morning? Why do I look so old? Almost like her dad. I'm looking for Teresa Tang tapes. Chen Mo offered a kind-hearted lie. My mom liked her, so I thought I'd see if I could find any. However, what Chen Mo never expected was that this innocent lie would suddenly open the girl's floodgates of conversation. Her eyes lit up instantly. Your mom likes Teresa Tang too? What a coincidence. My dad loved her too. I grew up listening to her songs. Her voice was so natural and warm. This. Chen Mo was at a loss for words. While he had heard Teresa Tang's songs before, he had little musical sensibility and couldn't discern the so-called natural warmth. All he knew was that she sang Sweet Sweet, I Only Care About You, and that her ex-boyfriend was Jackie Chan. All he could do was nod silently. Fortunately, the girl didn't press further. Instead, she enthusiastically began rummaging through Chen Mo's tapes for Teresa Tang. Let me help you look too. If there are any extras, I'll buy one for my dad. An extra pair of hands was welcome. But if that extra person was a pretty girl, constantly surrounded by old men, and those same old men had just been giving him suspicious looks, then it was definitely not a good thing. Unsurprisingly, an older gentleman perfectly embodying the spirit of young at heart in his polished leather shoes, casual slacks, and crisp shirt suddenly crouched between them, waving a CD in his hand. Young lady, what's so great about these old tapes? Look, I just found a brand new special edition CD of Sweet Sweet Love. Listen to CDs instead.
Exactly, chimed in a middle-aged man who crouched down beside them, his cologne overpowering. These tapes are moldy and the sound quality is terrible. You should take care of your ears, young lady. He shot a sidelong glance at Chen Mo as he spoke. Some people resort to such despicable tactics to deceive young girls, with no regard for others' health.
Chen Mo was utterly baffled. What the heck? Are you sure you're talking to me?
I was just browsing tapes on my own.
This girl came over herself. How am I using underhanded tactics? Not caring about others' health? Oof. If you had that level of awareness, you should take it and take good care of your own wife. You'd definitely have a happy family, instead of constantly chasing after others, trying to please them. And you're not even getting anything out of it. The girl clearly didn't care what the uncles were saying.
She ignored them completely, focusing on helping Chen Mo find Teresa Tang tapes while continuing her conversation with him.
Which version of the cassette do you think is more collectible, Faint Melancholy or Sweet Sweet? Ha? What version is Faint Melancholy? No idea. I'm just a bargain hunter. Why are you asking me such a specialized question? Chen Mo had no clue, but his answer wasn't needed anyway.
Because the girl's question instantly ignited the jealousy of the older gentleman nearby.
What do young people today know about collecting?
The spry old man with a youthful spirit suddenly raised his voice, his fingernail scraping against the CD in his hand with a grating sound. Back when we were playing with hi-fi systems, you were still in diapers. The middle-aged man behind him chimed in immediately.
Exactly. Cassettes are obsolete.
Their sound quality is terrible. Any music app on your phone blows them out of the water, whether it's Faint Melancholy or Sweet Sweet Love.
Anything on cassette has zero collectible value. Another old man perked up instantly.
Pushing his reading glasses up his nose, he flashed a gold tooth and grinned.
My grandson says cassettes are electronic junk now. How could junk have any collectible value? If you want something worth collecting, young folks these days are all into vinyl, right? We've got that right here in the store. Young lady, forget about cassettes. Let me take you over to the vinyl section.
Chen Mo pretended not to hear, her fingers continuing to probe the bottom of the cardboard box.
Similarly, the girl acted as if she hadn't heard a word. Her slender, fair fingers continued rummaging through the cardboard box just like Chen Mo's.
Their mutual disregard only fueled the older men's jealousy.
Were they already this in sync? Ignoring us completely?
Yet they had nowhere to vent their frustration, forced to swallow their anger. Finding no opening, they couldn't just start cursing at Chen Mo for no reason that would make them look like irrational, brain-dead fools.
Just then,
Chen Mo's fingertips suddenly brushed against a cassette tape bearing a faded polygram label. Unlike the others, this tape had no sticker, it was completely bare. All it bore was a gold-stamped T logo. Chen Mo knew little about music, but when he'd come across this game in the early hours, he'd looked up some information. That T emblem was precisely the mark polygram used to designate their original master tapes back in the day. This meant the tape his fingers now touched was the very original master tape of Teresa Tang the system had indicated.
Chapter 129, how about we give it a listen? Chen Mo carefully removed the tape with its faded polygram label. Suddenly, the girl beside him in the pale green dress let out a soft hum.
She had noticed the tape in Chen Mo's hands. However, she had never seen a tape this bare, without a cover. As for that gold embossed T logo, old Deng seemed to have mentioned something about it, but she couldn't quite recall the details right away. Is this a Teresa Tang cassette? She asked curiously, leaning closer.
A faint scent of jasmine drifted from her hair.
My dad has a huge collection of Teresa Tang tapes, but I've never seen one like this.
This T.
Her hand reached out involuntarily, accidentally brushing against Chen Mo's wrist. The soft warmth of their skin startled them both.
Snap.
The plastic case of the CD in the old man's hand cracked with fine lines from his grip, but a smile immediately spread across his lips. The breakthrough he'd been longing for had finally arrived. He immediately shifted his focus, launching into a sarcastic tirade at Chen Mo.
Well, young folks these days have all sorts of tricks up their sleeves, huh? Trying to swindle a young lady with a tape that doesn't even have a cover? This is clearly one of those bootleg tapes from our time. These bootleg tapes had everything: skits, stand-up comedy, and sometimes even that kind of sound.
Just then, the owner of the Nostalgic Times grabbed a megaphone and shouted over.
Hey, old man. You broke my CD, you owe me $10.
The leisurely old man was instantly speechless, the words he'd been about to say to Chen Mo stuck in his throat. The old man couldn't speak, but the middle-aged man reeking of pungent cologne stepped in at just the right moment.
These unbranded knockoffs?
Probably scavenged from the trash heap.
Watch out, kid. Man, people's scams these days are endless. Using junk like this to hit on girls. Chen Mo was speechless. What the hell did I say or do? I just pulled out this original master tape of Teresa Tang that the system prompted me to show. How did that turn into hitting on someone? How did that become a scam? If you can't see straight, why not donate your eyes to someone who needs them? It was clearly this girl who approached me first.
Chen Mo ignored the old man's comments entirely.
He didn't even say anything to the girl in the light green dress. He simply grabbed the cassette and walked straight to the counter. "How much is this tape, boss?" All he wanted now was to buy this tape quickly, claim ownership, and leave the store to hunt for the original industrial light magic lightsaber prop. The shopkeeper's megaphone made Chen Mo's eardrums buzz. "Everything in this shop is $10. Everything tapes, CDs, all $10. This tape is 10 yuan. Thank you for your business." Chen Mo took a step back, pulled out his phone, and scanned the QR code the owner displayed. The original master tape of Teresa Tang was now his. Just as he was about to leave the shop, he never expected the girl in the pale green dress to chase after him. She seemed to have only just recovered from their earlier physical contact, her ears still tinged with a faint blush. Her gaze fell on the cassette in Chen Mo's hand, her breathing slightly hurried. Could I take a look at that tape? I think I remember what this T label means." But then, the group of older men followed the girl over. Before she could finish speaking, the casually dressed gentleman snatched the cassette from Chen Mo's hands and roughly pried open the case. "What's the big deal? It's just a pirated tape. He's playing hard to get with you, and you're still falling for his tricks." The old man had finally found an opening to confront the shopkeeper, but the shopkeeper cut him off, leaving him with nothing to say. His anger had nowhere to vent. But when he saw Chen Mo paying for the cassette while the girl clung to him, refusing to let go, that rage completely consumed his reason. A crappy cassette tape could snag a pretty girl? I've got a DVD right here, the special edition of Sweet Sweetback's Badasses song, and you won't even glance at it. I'll be damned if I don't see what that pirated tape has that's so irresistible. What could possibly make you, silly girl, cling to him like that? No! The girl's startled cry rang out as the laid-back old man violently pried open the case. But Chen Mo remained unhurried. He watched the old man's rough actions with a cold gaze. "Old man, you've damaged my tape. I might not be able to afford to pay for it." The leisurely old man glared at Chen Mo. "Who the hell are you calling old man? I'm about your age." In front of the girl, he absolutely couldn't let her know he was much older than her. Just now, that shopkeeper had called him old man, leaving him speechless for a moment. Now Chen Mo was calling him old man too? He'd be damned if he let that happen. And who do you think can't afford to pay? A crappy pirated tape, $10 worth. You think I can't cover it? After glaring at Chen Mo, he instantly switched expressions, snorting as he pulled the tape out of its case and waved it in front of the other old men who had followed him over. "This? You think I can't afford to pay for this?" The uncles and elders who had followed him burst into laughter. "Young man, you really underestimate people. $10 isn't even enough for us to buy breakfast." Kid, I'm not bragging, but I could buy everything in this store without batting an eye." Some people only see others through their own limited perspective. None of them noticed the cassette tape swaying before their eyes, revealing the gold embossed text on its inner side, 1977 Teresa Tang Sweet Master Tape Replica Edition. Beneath the text lay a string of small, mysterious codes. The girl, however, saw it. Her voice began to tremble, her pupils contracting sharply. "So, it really is." She whipped her head toward Chen Mo. "Do you know what you found? This is a replica of the original master tape for Teresa Tang's Sweet. Last year at the Hong Kong auction." "Ha ha ha." The leisurely old man burst out laughing, interrupting her. "Keep spinning your yarn. Auction? This junk doesn't even have a cover and you call it an original master tape? Little girl, you've really been hoodwinked by his sweet talk." The man with the Gulong perfume chimed in. "Exactly. Scammers are getting more sophisticated these days. How could a clearance sale for $10 at a record store possibly have an original master tape? That label? I bet he stuck it on when you weren't looking. Don't fall for it. What do you know?" This time, the girl in the pale green dress finally acknowledged the group of older men, but her tone was sharp, showing them no mercy. "What do we know? We know you're being played right now." The men continued their earnest, brainwashing lecture to the girl. The girl stomped her foot in frustration. How am I playing hard to get? This is the original master tape of Teresa Tang's Sweet. Sigh. Chen Mo observed the girl's expression and the unrelenting harassment from the elders. He pointed indifferently at a dust-covered tape recorder in the corner. "There's a player over there. Why don't we give it a listen?" Chapter 130. If it gets damaged, we really can't afford to pay for it. Click. The tape slid into the cassette slot. The piano prelude flowed out like a clear spring. The entire record store fell silent. Even the shopkeeper lowered his megaphone and stopped hawking. The girl abruptly covered her mouth, her eyes instantly reddening. "My dad once told me the T mark means it's a master tape. This piano intro, this breath, Dad was right. This really is the original recording only found on master tapes." The leisurely old man's expression changed instantly. "What nonsense. It's just..." The song abruptly began, cutting him off. Teresa Tang's clear, sweet voice unfolded like silk, carrying the youthful memories of most in the shop just as the name Nostalgic Times suggested. Every breath she took was distinctly audible, each vibrato carrying the raw warmth of the original studio recording. The sound quality was so pure it felt as though the singer from 30 years ago stood just inches away, singing softly.
All the customers in the shop paused, immersed in the enchanting music.
Yet a question arose in their minds: how could this cassette tape produce sound quality superior to vinyl?
The shop owner stood frozen, his mouth agape. As someone in the audio business, he knew exactly why this tape sounded so good, because it was the master tape. The value of this master tape was worth millions. Had he just sold it for $10? The leisurely old man's fingers trembled violently, nearly dropping the cassette case from his grasp.
He'd dabbled in audio equipment in his youth.
This pristine sound quality, these subtle breaths between notes, it wasn't the texture of a pirated cassette at all.
Could this actually be the genuine master tape?
A flicker of panic crossed the leisurely old man's eyes. He recalled the girl's earlier words and the words visible on the inner sleeve of the cassette: 1977 Teresa Tang Sweet Sweet Master Tape Replica Edition. His fingers began to tremble as he instinctively reached to return the cassette case to Chen Mo. Because, as Chen Mo had said, if this really was the master tape, he couldn't afford to pay for the damage if he broke it. The man wearing the Gulong perfume had been smirking coldly, waiting to see Chen Mo make a fool of himself. But the moment Teresa Tang's voice filled the air, his smile froze on his face.
This sound quality can't be right.
His throat tightened, his voice unconsciously lowering. Though he hadn't dabbled in hi-fi like the leisurely old man in his youth, he'd still spent his adolescence listening to love songs. He could still tell the difference in basic sound quality.
The audio coming from this cassette tape sounded better than any love song he'd ever heard.
There was no way this was some 10 yuan piece of junk.
Could this be the actual master tape?
Seeing the shop owner's stunned expression and the leisurely old man's cold sweat, his own face darkened instantly. His heart sank violently and his legs grew weak. Just moments ago, he had sworn up and down that this was a counterfeit product, that the label inside the cassette had been slapped on by Chen Mo himself. And now, in the blink of an eye, reality had delivered a resounding slap across his face. But the saddest part was the girl in the pale green dress, the one he'd been trying to chat up earlier. Now, immersed in the music, she was looking at him and the old man with an expression bordering on pity. He read that look; it was her way of saying, "You ignorant, pathetic men."
His pride stung instantly.
Forcing himself to speak, he stubbornly retorted,
"So what if it's a master tape? Who knows if it's really valuable?"
Of course, he muttered this so quietly only he could hear it. Even he didn't believe his own words, feeling a pang of guilt. As if answering his own question, or perhaps adding to the girl's earlier words interrupted by the old man's laughter, Chen Mo promptly pulled up a news article on his phone. Last year at a Hong Kong auction, a demo tape of Teresa Tang's master recording sold for 1.7 million Hong Kong dollars.
So, do you still think you could afford to replace this tape if you damaged it?
With that decisive statement, the leisurely old man promptly shoved the cassette case into Chen Mo's hands, stumbling through the crowd and heading straight for the exit. Having lived 50 or 60 years, he'd weathered every storm imaginable and possessed considerable resilience. Yet never before had he felt such utter humiliation. If he didn't leave now, he'd have nowhere to hide his old face. Seeing the casual-looking old man flee, the perfume-wearing uncle followed suit. But after barely 2 steps, he collapsed to the ground. The shock of 1.7 million Hong Kong dollars was simply too much for him. Just moments ago, he'd stubbornly insisted that even if it was the master tape, it was worth no more than 200,000 or 300,000, 50,000 at most. Reality had just delivered another resounding slap across his face. Actually, reality had slapped him twice. 1,700,000 Hong Kong dollars, that's 1.55 million renminbi. His monthly salary was only 4,000, or even 5,000 at most. To save up 1.55 million, he'd have to live without eating or drinking for nearly 26 years. Add living expenses, and it would take 64 years, a lifetime.
That stings.
Others pick up a tape and get 3 minutes of fame, while he'd have to work his entire life.
Just then,
the shop owner suddenly lunged at the tape recorder. "I'm not selling this tape."
Chen Mo was ready for this. He quickly stopped the tape recorder and snatched out the cassette.
"All accounts settled, boss. You even announced over the loudspeaker, $10.
Thank you for your business."
Chen Mo tucked the tape back into his pocket, ignoring the shopkeeper's regretful gaze, and walked straight out of the store.
The sun nearing 11 o'clock was blindingly bright.
He squinted slightly, preparing to head to his next destination, Geely Ancient Street Film Studio. The lightsaber props from Industrial Light Magic were there.
Wait!
Hurried footsteps echoed behind him. The girl in the pale green dress had caught up, her breath still uneven, cheeks flushed from the short sprint.
Chen Mo halted and turned to face her.
After catching her breath, she looked at him earnestly and said,
My name is Lin Wanner. I'm Rongnin's music teacher." "I know. The system mentioned you were a teacher." Chen Mo nodded, waiting for her to continue.
Lin Wanner paused, as if hesitating, but finally continued.
"I'm sorry.
First, I want to apologize for my rudeness in the store earlier. Actually, it's because I saw that original tape of Teresa Tang and I got too excited." Her fingers pinched the hem of her skirt as her voice softened.
"My father was a professor at the music academy. He loved Teresa Tang. When I was little, her songs were always playing at home. Later, he passed away.
My mother and I miss him dearly.
Every time I hear Teresa's voice, I remember him.
Because of him, I developed an unbreakable bond with music.
Because of him, I also learned about the T logo.
So when you played that master tape, I felt like I was transported back to my childhood.
Chen Mo could empathize with Lin Wanner's experience. He too had lost his father during his school years. Take care not to grieve too deeply. Life must go on.
Lin Wanner's eyes began to redden again. She looked up and met Chen Mo's gaze directly.
If you're willing, I'd like to ask my mother tonight. She might be interested in acquiring this master tape.
Please rest assured, if my mother decides to keep it, she won't pay less than market value.
Our family isn't exactly short on cash.
Chen Mo gave Lin Wanner a deep look, then nodded to this well-off girl.
This was actually quite good.
It saved him the trouble of finding a buyer or negotiating a buyback with Universal Music in the US.
Chapter 131, Lightsaber, found.
After exchanging a few more pleasantries and swapping contact information, Chen Mo said no more and turned to leave. After taking a few steps, he heard Lin Wanner call out behind him, Chen Mo.
Chen Mo turned around.
In the sunlight, Lin Wanner stood at the entrance of the music store, her expression gentle. Thank you for letting me hear such a pure master tape.
Thank you for letting me revisit that afternoon my father taught me to recognize the T symbol. Chen Mo didn't respond, merely nodding slightly before stepping into the crowd.
The lightsaber props from Industrial Light Magic were stored in the prop warehouse of this film studio. The two locations weren't far apart, no need for a car, just a 10-minute walk. By the time Chen Mo reached the film studio's west gate, it was already 11 a.m., yet he still saw some extras crouched in corners nibbling on cold steamed buns. The lunch delivery tricycle had already arrived, parked crookedly by the roadside, its cargo emitting the pungent smell of low-grade lard.
The life of an extra wasn't as glamorous as people imagined.
Short videos often featured extras flaunting their production-boxed meals, but only they knew if it was truly tasty.
Moreover, with the rise of short dramas, the demand for extras has skyrocketed, intensifying competition in the field.
Where once there might have been a chance to rise above the crowd, now it was merely a gamble, nothing more.
Chen Mo approached a boy with a face full of acne and politely asked, "Excuse me, do you know the way to the prop warehouse?"
The boy hurriedly swallowed a bite of his bun, pointed in a direction, and mumbled.
"See that sign for the boss from the universe crew? Turn right there.
There's a tin shed over there, that's the prop warehouse."
"Thanks," Chen Mo replied before heading in the direction indicated. The boy's voice called after him, "Are you a production assistant for the short drama? Does your crew need extras? I can handle the work." Chen Mo shook his head.
He wasn't a production assistant and couldn't help the boy, he was just here to snag a free meal. After wandering through the cluster of antique-style buildings for nearly 10 more minutes, he found the tin shed the boy had mentioned. The corrugated iron structure was rusted and weathered. Inside the guardhouse sat a young administrator, around 24 or 25, currently goofing off. His phone, propped on the desk, played an episode of The Story of the Rose.
Ifei's wife smiled sweetly on the screen.
Chen Mo walked to the window, slipped a pack of soft Zhonghua cigarettes he'd bought on the way and a red envelope inside, and said with a smile,
"Bro, can I borrow some light?"
The young attendant's eyelid twitched. His gaze shifted from Ifei's wife to the cigarettes and red envelope, then lifted to squint at Chen Mo outside the window.
He said nothing.
Chen Mo said nothing either, only slipping another red envelope through the window.
This one was at least half as thick as the first.
After a long silence, the attendant nonchalantly shoved the red envelope into a drawer, stood up, and opened the prop warehouse door for Chen Mo.
"The rule is rental only, no sales." Chen Mo smiled, quietly brushing against the administrator's arm.
Another red envelope landed in the administrator's palm as he stated bluntly, "I want to buy out a few old props outright."
The administrator's voice cracked slightly. "Buy, outright? Well, that depends on what kind of props they are.
Plus, you'd need to register them.
You'd have to write down the production company name. You know how to write that, right?" Chen Mo didn't actually know much about it, he'd never been involved in the entertainment industry.
But since the manager had made it so obvious, it was easy to figure out. It was simply a matter of making up a production company name and writing prop replacement due to damage.
"Got it." Chen Mo nodded.
The administrator's expression shifted instantly, plastering on a smile as he slipped the red envelope into his pocket. While flipping through the registration book for Chen Mo, he asked,
"What props are you looking to buy outright?" Chen Mo pulled up a blurry photo on his phone.
Something like this, a 70s sci-fi prop.
Probably buried deep in the warehouse.
The administrator found the logbook and handed it to Chen Mo. Staring at the photo on Chen Mo's phone, he suddenly realized.
A lightsaber. I happen to have a replica here.
The original movie prop is too iconic, most production teams won't dare use it, afraid of getting flack from fans if it's mishandled.
It's been gathering dust in the warehouse for years.
Then his tone shifted abruptly.
But if you want to buy it outright, the price is 2,000. Chen Mo didn't hesitate, scanning the QR code to pay 2,000. The administrator's smile broadened. He hurriedly instructed Chen Mo on the registration process. On that registration form in your hand, just write your production company name. Then under purpose of use, write prop wear and tear. Exactly as he had suspected. Chen Mo lowered his head to fill out the form. He paused briefly when it came to the production company name, then solemnly wrote, Star Wars. The administrator stared. The administrator looked at Chen Mo in astonishment. Bro, you've got some nerve naming it that. After ushering Chen Mo into the warehouse, the administrator gave him a few more instructions. Finally, with a serious expression, he emphasized one last thing. If you run into other crews picking props later and they ask, make sure you say that lightsaber is yours, you donated it before and now want to keep it for your collection. Got it. I understand. The rule here is rent only, no sales. Chen Mo applied his knowledge immediately, his gaze sweeping over the shelves in the warehouse. The administrator's gaze toward Chen Mo now carried a hint of approval for his understanding. He then left Chen Mo alone in the warehouse and stepped outside himself to modify the lightsaber's computer records. And he also needed to schedule another date with his wifey Faye on his phone. The warehouse shelves were filled with an array of props. The front rows held items for period dramas, replica Ming Dynasty vases, Qing Dynasty court robes. The further back he went, the thicker the dust on the objects became, and the more worn and dilapidated they appeared, broken statues of Guan Yu, faded Republican-era screens. Chen Mo scanned row after row, finally spotting a pile of sci-fi props, missing limbs and rusty space guns on the last few shelves. This must be the sci-fi props section. He muttered under his breath, his fingertips brushing over the dust-covered props without finding the industrial light magic lightsaber prop. Sweat trickled down his temples as he continued searching. Finally, in the shadows of the bottom shelf of the last row, he spotted a glint of metal. He crouched down, stretching his arm to reach for it. The metallic sensation traveled through his fingers and coursed through his entire body. Gripping the dusty metal hilt, Chen Mo yanked sharply, and a lightsaber slid free. Gently wiping away the dust, he revealed the oxidized aluminum patterns that had weathered over 4 decades. In the dim warehouse, they glowed a blue-gray hue, like a slumbering dragon slowly opening its eyes. System prompt, glowing star stick. Industrial Light Magic's lightsaber prop. Found it. Chapter 132, Your crew's called Star Wars? Chen Mo gripped the lightsaber, ready to step outside, when a cacophony of laughter and chatter grew louder from beyond the warehouse walls. It sounded like a film crew approaching. As he walked from the innermost section to the warehouse's iron door, it suddenly swung open, flooding the space with a blinding slant of sunlight. Holy crap, you scared the hell out of me. Someone's actually in here. A young guy who looked like a production assistant rushed in first, only to be startled by Chen Mo standing behind the door. He hadn't expected anyone else to be in the warehouse selecting props. And no sound had come from inside. Behind him followed 5 or 6 crew members, led by the director wearing sunglasses and a baseball cap deliberately tilted askew. Through the brim, one could see his once bushy sideburns now completely bald. Sha Zhang, is that lightsaber we saw last week still here? The young production assistant shot a withering glance at Chen Mo, who had startled himself, then bellowed toward the warehouse duty room. At that moment, the dim lighting inside the warehouse meant none of them noticed the lightsaber in Chen Mo's hand. Chen Mo was delighted with himself, clutching the lightsaber as he headed toward the iron gate. No sooner had he stepped outside than he encountered the frantic warehouse manager rushing toward him. The man frantically signaled to Chen Mo while clutching the logbook, his face plastered with an apologetic smile. That lightsaber, its previous owner now wants it back for their own collection. He then nodded toward Chen Mo. See, this gentleman here, he's also with the production crew. He probably needs it for filming. Chen Mo understood the warehouse manager's implication. He wanted Chen Mo to vouch for him, to provide a witness to prove he hadn't embezzled the item. Chen Mo paused, considering. First, he had indeed snagged a bargain from this warehousekeeper. Offering a small favor wouldn't be unreasonable. Second, given the current situation, leaving wouldn't be as straightforward as he'd hoped. After all, this film crew wanted lightsabers too. It was only then that everyone noticed the lightsaber clutched in Chen Mo's hand. But they didn't believe a word of the warehouse manager's talk about donations or personal collections. Industry unwritten rules, everyone understood them. See through it, but don't call it out. The crew often slipped the warehouse manager a little something to take home collectible props. The entire crew scrutinized Chen Mo from head to toe. The young production assistant took the warehouse logbook from the manager and handed it to the director in the baseball cap. The director glanced at it and burst out laughing. Your production is called Star Wars? The laugh echoed through the warehouse, drawing the entire crew toward the registration book. Instantly, a cheerful atmosphere filled the space. No way, dude. Are you guys remaking a Hollywood blockbuster? If you dare call it Star Wars, your crew must have raised billions in funding, right? Wait, that doesn't make sense. If you're filming Star Wars, why are you shooting at our Rongqing Jinli Ancient Street Film Studio? Why not go to Dongyang Film Studio? The male lead and female lead laughed the hardest. The male lead, clad in skinny jeans and flip-flops, scrutinized Chen Mo's attire before slapping his thigh. Bro, your crew can't seriously think filming is like playing in the mud with kids, right? Just slap on a fancy name, grab some random props, and expect to rake in the cash?
The female lead, with her quintessential influencer face and false eyelashes fluttering like fly swatters, snorted through her delicate little nose.
Now even cosplay clubs dare call themselves film crews? And they named it Star Wars? Ha!
Chen Mo scanned the entire crew, his gaze finally settling on the male and female leads. This was clearly a low-budget production crew. The leads' appearances suggested they'd been picked from the extras pool. Suddenly, a line from a book he'd read flashed through his mind. When the poor rise up, they become more ruthless than the rich, more adept at exploiting other poor people. This description fit the male and female leads perfectly. They were now treating Chen Mo as part of the crew. Meanwhile, the warehouse manager glared at Chen Mo with frustration. Bro, I told you to pick any name, not just make something up. See? Now you're getting laughed at. That's just how the entertainment industry works, especially with the rise of short dramas. There's a clear hierarchy of contempt. Amidst the laughter, the director in the baseball cap removed his hat, revealing a shiny, bald forehead as smooth as a boiled egg. He shuffled over to Chen Mo, painstakingly shifting his earlier mockery into a fawning smile.
Buddy, could our crew rent that lightsaber for 3 days?
We'll pay double the market rate and we'll coordinate the rental schedule to avoid overlapping with your shoot. Renting props was certainly more economical for a production than buying them outright or creating them with special effects. After all, they only needed it for a few shots. It wasn't worth purchasing a lightsaber prop specifically, nor was it worth the high cost of creating one with effects. The director in the baseball cap, oh wait, he'd been promoted to the director with the boiled egg-shaped head, was offering double the market rate, which came out to $200 a day. That was a high price, and he'd even agreed to stagger the rental period with their shoot.
Most production teams would agree to that. However, Chen Mo shook his head and calmly declined. No rental.
His refusal clearly caught everyone off guard, leaving them all momentarily stunned.
Then, the male lead's temper flared.
He took a step toward Chen Mo, but, intimidated by Chen Mo's aura, silently retreated half a step.
Wait, do you even know who our director is? Have you seen how many hit short dramas he's produced?
Renting a prop from your crew is no big deal. The female lead rolled her eyes right there on set. Typical cosplay club hoarding a crappy prop like it's some kind of treasure.
The production assistant, though not quite as arrogant as the male and female leads, wasn't far behind.
His words seemed ordinary, but his tone carried an air of superiority.
Bro, relax. We'll credit your crew in the end credits for using your props. Who knows? This might be your big break. Right?
Besides, we'll coordinate our schedule to avoid overlapping with your prop usage.
You won't lose out at all. It's 600 yuan for free. Why not splurge on a few extra chicken drumsticks with your boxed meals?
Even the warehouse manager leaned in, lowering his voice to persuade Chen Mo. Bro, when you asked me to buy this lightsaber outright, I knew you weren't actually part of a production crew.
Since you're not, what's the harm in lending it to them?
There's no competition involved, and you're making a few $100 for free.
Chen Mo gave everyone present a long, lingering look.
Yeah, there was no competition. He could indeed make a few hundred. But
a production crew this arrogant might just wreck this lightsaber.
Worse yet, if they discovered it was real, they might never give it back.
Then, why would I even rent it out? Do I have some deep-seated grudge against money? No way. Chapter 133. Do you still insist on borrowing it? Chen Mo's refusal instantly darkened the entire crew's expressions.
Director Chang Guang's bald head gleamed in the sunlight. He took off his sunglasses, narrowed his eyes, and spoke with a threatening tone.
Dude, I'm giving you face here.
Our show, The Cosmic CEO, is aiming for Best Sci-Fi Short Series this year.
Rest assured, I'll credit your crew in the end credits. As he spoke, he pulled out his phone and displayed 3 Weibo-verified official production accounts.
The CEO's stand-in wife runs away with the baby, 430k followers. Rebirth, my life as a crooked-mouthed parasite in a wealthy family, 310k followers. The Overlord from the Cosmos, 260k followers.
See? My last 2 hit shorts racked up over 1 billion views across platforms. Putting your crew's name in the credits will skyrocket your show.
Director Salted Egghead tucked away his phone, his crooked mouth stretching into a signature devilish grin. The expression mirrored the poster for his production company's project, Reborn, my life as a crooked-mouthed parasite in a wealthy family, down to the last detail. Even the twitch at the corner of his mouth was identical.
What was your production company called again?
He deliberately tapped his shiny forehead.
Oh, right, Star Wars, wasn't it? What if I posted an announcement online right now?
Saying our 2 production teams got into a dispute over props, causing the delay of the Overlord from the Cosmos.
Would my 800,000 fans storm your set and tear it apart? His words drew another round of laughter from the crew. The male lead took another step forward while laughing. With the director openly backing him, he felt his confidence returning. But the flip-flops had barely moved an inch before Chen Mo's icy aura sent him scurrying back. He pouted defiantly. How dare your production team name this thing Star Wars? You don't seriously think slapping a Hollywood blockbuster title on it will get you a free ride off someone else's popularity, do you? Ha! That era is over. The era of Star Wars is over. Got it? The female lead fluttered her false eyelashes and retorted with a sarcastic tone. Oof. The more fly-by-night the production crew, the higher they talk. We've already weighed the pros and cons. You're still clutching those trash props like they're gold. If you miss this chance with us, your crew will never get back on its feet. The warehouse manager beside them stared at Chen Mo in confusion. He genuinely couldn't understand what was wrong with lending a lightsaber. Why refuse? First off, 3 days could net him several $100. You'd be an idiot not to take that money. Second, he knew Chen Mo wasn't part of the crew, but couldn't ordinary folks still get their names in the credits? Couldn't they ride the wave of publicity? What if it took off? Chen Mo gave the director and crew a cold smile, shaking his head indifferently. He was actually somewhat eager for the director to post that announcement. That way, he could witness his official account get flooded with hate comments. With only 800,000 followers, what was there to be proud of? His dismissive shake of the head, of course, ignited the crew's fury. Boom! The entire halogen egghead crew erupted in fury. How could this guy be so stubborn? After all that heartfelt pleading, he still refused to lend a hand. Did he really treat that lightsaber prop like a sacred treasure? But, though they seethed, they had nowhere to vent it. They couldn't openly snatch Chen Mo's lightsaber, that would be robbery, and they'd get arrested by the hat-wearing officer. Fine. 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 Director Lu Dan Tu repeated the word 3 times in a row, his voice trembling with fury. He pulled out his phone again, his fingers flying across the keyboard as he typed. Just you wait. I'm drafting an announcement right now. Just as he was composing the announcement, the young production assistant beside him deliberately glanced sideways at the registration form tucked under his arm. Suddenly, as if discovering something shocking, he shouted. Director! He didn't even stamp the production contract. This guy's a total fraud. In truth, everyone in the industry knew this unwritten rule. Even without the production contract, extras could still buy props outright from the prop manager. As long as you paid enough, like Chen Mo did, it was fine. The Sword of Spring had made it clear, extra cash was required. But right now, they couldn't care less about the unwritten rules. All they cared about was venting their pent-up rage on Chen Mo, who was as thick-skinned as a pig that wouldn't get scalded by boiling water. The production assistant had provided the perfect outlet. The director, with his salt and pepper hair, immediately put down his phone. He gave the young stagehand an appreciative glance before turning to Chen Mo with a vicious glare. You don't even have a contract stamp. How dare you take this lightsaber prop? This is theft. Return it immediately. The female lead immediately pulled out her latest iPhone 16 Pro Max and aimed it at Chen Mo. I'm going to post online about you impersonating crew to steal props. You'll be hunted down like a rat. The male lead, who'd been seething all along, took a deep breath, mustered his courage, stepped forward, and reached out to grab the lightsaber from Chen Mo's hand. Why waste words with a thief? Hand it over. Chen Mo sidestepped the lunge. The male lead couldn't stop his momentum and slammed into a shelf, knocking over a replica Ming Dynasty vase. The vase shattered instantly, scattering shards across the floor. The warehouse manager screamed at the top of his lungs. My vase. That was a prop for a big period drama shoot this afternoon. Stop fighting over it. This guy isn't part of the crew, but I told you before he donated the lightsaber and now wants to keep it for himself. If you don't believe me, I'll show you the computer records. But the crew paid him no mind. They just needed an outlet for their frustration, not a reason. Chen Mo's stubborn, aloof act had been grating on their nerves for ages. Ha, what a phony. Seeing the male lead fail to grab the lightsaber, the young production assistant charged forward, shouting. Damn it, you don't want the wine, you want the punishment, huh? I'll give you more than you bargained for. Chen Mo sidestepped again, casually extending his foot to trip the stagehand. This guy was pushing it too far, using industry unwritten rules to fuel his rage. Thud. The stagehand took a faceplant, smashing his nose into the ground and drawing blood instantly. The entire crew erupted in chaos. The director, with his salt and pepper hair, rolled up his sleeves and roared. You dare hit someone? Chen Mo stood with his lightsaber, its tip lightly tapping the ground, producing a clear metallic ring. His gaze swept calmly over the crowd as he spoke in measured tones. Hit someone? No, you've got it wrong. This was self-defense. According to Article 20 of the criminal law, one bears no criminal liability for legitimate defense against unlawful aggression. Do you even know how much this lightsaber you're trying to steal is worth? Here's a reference price. Sotheby's sold one last year for 180,000 US dollars, that's 1.3 million renminbi. So, may I ask, do you all still insist on borrowing it? Or do you insist on robbing me? Chapter 134, tell me, are you worthy? As Chen Mo finished speaking, the entire crew froze in shock. What the hell? That lightsaber prop costs $180,000? And it's a Dallo? That's 1.3 million yuan? Director Picklehead burst out laughing, his shiny bald head glinting harshly in the sunlight. 1.3 million? Dude, did you just teleport here from another dimension? Let me tell you, the same thing on Taobao is 130 yuan with free shipping, and on Pinduoduo it's even cheaper. The entire crew instantly erupted in laughter, as if someone had pressed a start button. The male lead clutched his sore waist, laughing as he pointed at Chen Mo with a look of sudden realization. I get it now. You're not a time traveler, you're reborn. And before your rebirth, you were a Jedi Knight, right? The female lead's false eyelashes quivered with laughter as she shoved her iPhone right up to Chen Mo's face, squealing. Ha! Seriously? Sotheby's? Why not just say this crappy lightsaber was Luke Skywalker's? The young production assistant tilted his head back, struggling to stop the blood from running down his nose. His mouth stretched wide in a booming laugh. Bro, our director's right, you really did time travel. You came straight from some fake film school in Beijing. Oh wait, now it's Dubai. Dubai. You're making up stories without even drafting them first. But despite the laughter and commotion, no one dared to step forward and try to snatch Chen Mo's lightsaber again. The warehouse manager had already made it clear twice that lightsaber now belonged to Chen Mo. The deterrent of the law was a real thing. But while they couldn't make a big move, their petty schemes kept coming. No one actually believed Chen Mo's lightsaber was worth $180,000, 1.3 million renminbi. And their frustration hadn't been fully vented yet. Taking advantage of Chen Mo's distraction, the male lead feigned instability, deliberately leaning his body toward the lightsaber intending to snap it in two. The production assistant similarly feigned walking back to his crew, deliberately splaying his legs wide like an outward-pointing V, then swept his right foot toward the lightsaber. Chen Mo, of course, anticipated this. He raised the lightsaber and sidestepped, sending the male lead crashing into a display rack. This time, he knocked the entire rack over, sending a pile of antique props crashing to the ground in shards. The stagehand fared worse. His right foot missed its target and couldn't retract in time, landing him in a full split before Chen Mo. His nose, already bleeding, contorted his face into a more ferocious grimace. Ouch! My thigh's torn. Help me up. The warehouse manager was screaming just as loudly. Holy, my props. You boss crew better pay full price for these. Seeing the crew's underhanded tactics, Chen Mo decided to give them a taste of his own medicine. Open attacks are easy to dodge, but hidden arrows are hard to guard against. He had anticipated this one, but he wasn't omnipotent, he couldn't foresee every move. Who knows? Next time, their little tricks might completely destroy this lightsaber. Then he'd be looking at a minimum loss of over 1.3 million. Since they didn't believe him, he'd prove it with facts. Chen Mo skipped the small talk and went straight to the warehouse manager. Got a UV light? The warehouse manager instantly stopped his howling and shook his head in confusion. No, but we have an ultraviolet flashlight used for toon rating short plays. Chen Mo didn't quite grasp why toon rating required an ultraviolet flashlight, but now wasn't the time to dwell on it. He calmly addressed the warehouse manager. Could I borrow that UV flashlight? What for? The manager was equally baffled. He couldn't fathom why Chen Mo's train of thought had jumped so abruptly, one moment discussing industrial light magic's lightsaber props, the next demanding a toon rating UV flashlight. Chen Mo scanned the entire cast and crew of the Overlord with a faint expression and a soft voice. Let them know if they're worthy of borrowing this sword. This time, the entire crew was baffled. It was clearly just a Prapataba or Pinduoduo knockoff costing 210 yuan including shipping, and he actually wanted to prove it was worth $2.1 million? Had he hit his head on a door? Worthy? Worthy of a key? The warehouse manager stayed put, quietly offering a gentle reminder to Chen Mo. Bro, just let it go. Whether it's worth 180 grand or not, it's up to you. You don't have to tell us. But before he could finish, the young production assistant miraculously sprang to his feet with a swift swoosh and strode purposefully toward the shelves to rummage through them. Here. I'll find you an ultraviolet flashlight. You absolutely have to let us know if it fits or not. After rummaging through boxes for a while, the stagehand finally produced a plastic-looking UV flashlight. Its batteries were nearly dead, emitting a faint glow like a firefly. The crew burst into even louder laughter. Hey, hurry up and let us know. We can't wait. The male lead rubbed his waist sarcastically. The female lead rolled her eyes and continued to confront Chen Mo with her phone. What exactly are you trying to prove with this UV flashlight? Making such a big deal out of it in the dead of winter, don't get yourself tangled up in this. The director, with his salt and pepper hair, folded his arms across his chest, looking like he was ready for a show. Ha! You think a UV flashlight is all we're good for? I'll be damned if I don't see what you're up to. Just wait and see how you'll save face later. Chen Mo ignored him, took the flashlight from the male lead, and shone it on the hilt of the lightsaber. ZZZ. Under the faint violet glow, the words slowly appeared on the inner side of the hilt. ILM #A417 on May 25, 1977 MKH. The entire crew looked utterly bewildered. They didn't recognize it. The male lead scoffed, what the heck is this? Some barcode? Can you scan it? The female lead turned her phone camera toward the sword hilt, snapping a photo of the 2 lines of text that had appeared. Still rolling her eyes, she pretended to know what she was talking about. That's probably some Taba order number. Clang! The director, with his salt and pepper hair, dropped the registration book tucked under his arm onto the floor. It was understandable that the rest of his crew didn't recognize it, but as the director, having watched countless classic films and read all sorts of gossip, how could he not recognize it? Industrial Light Magic. 1977, A New Hope. Luke Skywalker. Only 5 intact lightsabers remain. His lips trembled as if electrified. With each word that burst from his mouth, he staggered backward a step until his cold sweat-soaked back slammed against the shelf. Only then did he scream in terror. This is a relic even the Hollywood Museum couldn't borrow. Click. The room fell instantly silent. The female lead's fake eyelashes, thick enough to swat flies, stopped fluttering. Her mouth gaped wide, utterly mismatched with her petite, influencer-perfect face. The male lead's flip-flops scraped against the floor with a faint, audible friction in the silence as he crept backward, even more timid than when he'd been intimidated by Chen Mo's aura earlier. The production assistant's nose suddenly gushed blood, thick droplets splattering onto the floor. Under the stunned gazes of everyone present, Chen Mo's fingers traced the oxidized patterns on the hilt of the lightsaber. Suddenly, BZZZT. A brilliant blue plasma beam shot from the hilt, tracing a dazzling arc across the dim warehouse. Dust particles glowed vividly in the blue light, and the blade emitted its signature hum of energy. This was Industrial Light Magic's special effect from 40 years ago, still perfectly preserved to this day. The stunned crew members were struck down once more. The female lead's eyes began to blink violently. Her false eyelashes finally couldn't take it anymore and fell off completely, landing in her wide-open mouth. The male lead's sandals ceased their faint squeaking, his legs had gone weak, forcing him to kneel. The young stagehand's nose suddenly stopped bleeding with a plop. Who knew lightsaber effects could even stop bleeding? Chen Mo twisted his wrist lightly, the lightsaber's tip hovering steadily before the director's constantly rolling Adam's apple. Now tell me, are you worthy? Chapter 135, A Moment of Rage. Chen Mo flipped his wrist, and the lightsaber hummed as it retracted into its hilt. The blue light faded, leaving only the stunned, blank faces of the crew members in the warehouse. He turned and walked away, hearing the warehouse manager's heart-wrenching wail behind him. Oh my props. We've wrecked so many props today, and now we've lost a lightsaber too. You boss crew will pay full price for the replacements. Ouch, my heart aches. My 180,000 yuan lightsaber. Only then did he realize that the lightsaber he'd sold for 2,000 yuan had fetched 1.3 million yuan at Sotheby's last year. Of course, that was Chen Mo's own admission. Why didn't I just ask for 200 yuan less when I sold it? 1,800 yuan and 180,000 US dollars, same number. If it had been that, it wouldn't hurt so much, right? Without looking back, Chen Mo waved his lightsaber. It vibrated faintly in his palm, as if mocking the ignorance of the crew members and warehouse manager behind him. Today's baby game had completed 4 tasks, leaving only 4. The basketball shoes that love to draw. These were the little flying man Kobe Bryant sneakers worn during the 2008 Olympics, highly collectible, with a base value of 1.2 million yuan and a sky-high ceiling. I should collect these sneakers and exchange them together. Oh well, I'll have to bother old Joe again. But if I want a higher premium, old Joe would definitely advise auctioning them. Getting more money is naturally a good thing, but the auction process takes too long. We'll see. First, let's go collect the sneakers. This time, he didn't place the lightsaber in the child seat. Being a metal product, he put it in the front passenger seat. Even if it fell, how far could it go? Half an hour later, Chen Mo drove to the Love Hut charity shop near yesterday's fruit store. The parking lot was nearly full, with only one spot left. In truth, the Love Hut charity shop was much like the community recycling bins downstairs from Chen Mo's apartment. Residents donated unwanted clothes, shoes, and other items here. The proceeds from the charity sales went toward helping elderly orphans and disabled children. Occasionally, people would donate treasures mistakenly as trash to such shops or community donation bins, or items like gold chains and diamond rings would be tucked inside clothes. It's a treasure hunter's paradise. The catch? You either need insider knowledge or a keen eye for value. Chen Mo parked his car in the last spot of the lot. No sooner had he come to a stop than a brand new BMW X5 pulled up behind him. The horn blared. The window rolled down, and a middle-aged man in a polo shirt, wearing a mechanical watch on his wrist, leaned out with a smile. Hey, buddy, do me a favor? My son's rushing to tutoring. Could you move your Xingrui? His tone was thick with insincerity and a hint of arrogance, as if implying that driving a beat-up Geely Xingrui made him unworthy of occupying a parking spot. Chen Mo glanced at the passenger seat. There sat a boy of 13 or 14, headphones on, scrolling through short videos on his phone, completely oblivious to the situation unfolding before him. He didn't even have a textbook beside him. He looked nothing like someone heading to tutoring. Chen Mo turned off the engine, pulled the handbrake, and unbuckled his seatbelt, all without responding or even glancing at the middle-aged man. The man's smile froze, then he forced another one. He reached into the storage compartment beside the handbrake, pulled out a leather bill holder, and withdrew a 200 yuan note, waving it outside the window. 200 yuan. Just move your car, please. I'm really in a hurry.
Chen Mo pushed open the door and stepped out. As he passed the BMW X5, his shoulder bumped the middle-aged man's hand, sending the 200 yuan bill fluttering back inside the car.
The man's face turned instantly ashen. He yanked open the door. What the hell do you think you're doing? Driving a crappy Geely, wearing cheap knockoff clothes, and you have the nerve to hog my spot? I kindly gave you 200 bucks, and you have the nerve to bump into me? Go ahead and ram my car, then see if you can afford the repairs. Yeah, right. Kindness? Chen Mo didn't want to argue and started walking away. Suddenly, Dad, didn't you buy that BMW on credit?
The boy in the passenger seat took off his headphones, looking puzzled.
Mom was complaining this morning about why we bought it.
The monthly payments are so high, we should have just gotten a Geely. Also, I'm not going to tutoring. You said you'd take me to the charity shop to get an internship certificate, saying it'd give me extra points for getting into a top high school on the entrance exam.
Didn't you give that uncle 200 bucks?
I remember there's no parking lot around here. He must have driven forever to find a spot, then walked all the way back. The man's curses abruptly stopped, followed by a furious voice that reached Chen Mo's ears.
Shut up! What nonsense are you spouting? You're his son? You ungrateful brat!
But you really can't even afford to install etc. Our family pays over 4,500 yuan in car loans every month, and Mom says you only make a measly 3,000 yuan a month.
I'll beat the crap out of you. Spilling everything you shouldn't. What, can't I support you on 3,000 a month? Even if I only make 3,000, that's still better than someone dressed head to toe in pinduoduo.
Chen Mo chuckled softly and turned toward the charity shop. After Chen Mo left, the middle-aged man, enraged, deliberately parked his BMW X5 right behind Chen Mo's Xingrui. Just as he was about to get out, he seemed to think better of it and moved his car back, parking it beside the greenbelt. He muttered to himself, "Not worth it. If he sees me blocking him and rams my BMW out of the way, I'll be the one losing big." The middle-aged man perfectly embodied the phrase, getting angry in a fit of rage. Chen Mo arrived at the charity shop. Under the Worn Love Hut sign, several volunteers were sorting donated items. The glass display window showcased a variety of old items, a teddy bear missing an arm, a coffee cup without its lid, and, of course, mostly worn-out clothes. Chen Mo pushed open the door. An older volunteer, around 50, saw Chen Mo's empty hands and knew without asking that he was there to shop. Smiling, he inquired, "Looking for something? Feel free to browse and choose. All proceeds from this shop go to support elderly individuals living alone and disabled children in our community. We keep records for verification." Chen Mo nodded, his gaze sweeping the shop. Volunteers had organized the space into distinct sections: daily necessities, children's toys, women's clothing, and more.
Kobe's sneakers should be in the sports section. Chen Mo headed toward the sports section at the far left and sure enough, spotted rows of used sneakers. Just as he started walking over, the door was violently shoved open. Then, a familiar voice rang out. "Is the manager here?" "I'm the department manager from CD Technology who contacted you yesterday. It's hard to explain over the phone, so I thought I'd come in for a face-to-face chat." Whoa, it was that middle-aged man whose son had caused trouble in the parking lot. Chen Mo didn't buy his story. What department manager earned just over 3,000 yuan a month and wouldn't even specify which department he worked in? After finishing his sentence, the middle-aged man seemed to spot Chen Mo. His breathing immediately hitched. Enemies meeting face to face, indeed. If he didn't seize this moment to save face, whenever would he get another chance? Chapter 136, Children Speak Without Reserve. Oh? The legendary war god of Mujuoduo here to show some charity? The middle-aged man, accompanied by the kid, walked over to Chen Mo with a sneer on his face. He eyed Chen Mo up and down, noticing his empty hands, and feigned sudden realization. Oh, not here to donate. Just picking up trash. Then he feigned confusion. Wait a minute. Stuff here isn't cheaper than what you'd get on Mududo. Shouldn't a battle god like you be looking for value? Man, if you'd just taken that 200 bucks I offered you earlier, you could have chopped away on Mududo a whole lot more times. The kid's eyes lit up. He wriggled free from his dad's grip and dashed straight to the used men's clothing section. Grabbing an old t-shirt printed with Gojo Satoru from Jujutsu Kaisen, he gestured excitedly. "Dad, this shirt's only 20 bucks. So many kids in my class wear this." He was hinting that he wanted the middle-aged man to buy him this used t-shirt. The middle-aged man understood his son's thoughts perfectly well, but he still snatched the worn t-shirt from the kid's hands. Pointing at the yellowed sweat stains around the collar, he sneered. "This is someone else's discarded trash. You'd actually wear second-hand clothes? Who knows if the last person had a skin disease? And it's only 20 bucks? Ha! Which piece of clothing in our house costs less than 20? As he spoke, he deliberately glanced at Chen Mo, his eyes brimming with superiority. Chen Mo couldn't care less. For him, clothes weren't about price, only comfort. Ignoring the middle-aged man, he continued toward the sporting goods section. Instead, a volunteer in his 50s frowned and looked up. He addressed the middle-aged man defending the charity shop. Sir, all clothing and bedding donated by community residents undergoes thorough disinfection and cleaning. Please be considerate with your words. Poof. The middle-aged man snorted softly, choosing his words carefully since he still needed the store's assistance. Where's your manager? I don't see him. Just a few volunteers here? A resident from the neighborhood donated a large batch of clothes this morning. The manager drove out to collect it. If you need to speak with him, you'll have to wait a bit, the veteran volunteer replied truthfully. The moment the veteran volunteer finished speaking, the kid brother blurted out another gem, as if his earlier silence had been spent pondering. Dad, wait a minute. Why don't we have any clothes that cost 20 yuan? This shirt looks like one of those Halen Zigia knockoffs you bought on Pinduoduo 19.9 yuan with free shipping. That night you were wondering why there weren't any for 9.9 yuan with free shipping. And the clothes you bought me were also 19.9 yuan with free shipping. Oh, and the facial cleanser you got for mom. Before the kid could finish, the middle-aged man clamped his hand over his mouth. But the entire exchange naturally reached the ears of the veteran volunteer. He couldn't help but chuckle, not out of mockery, but with a touch of mischief mixed with gentle resignation. Children speak without restraint, children speak without restraint. A faint smile touched his lips. These days, only children untouched by the world's rough edges could strip a parent's dignity so completely. Likewise, Chen Mo had overheard the exchange. He had just reached the sports equipment section when his footsteps halted abruptly. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught the middle-aged man's face turning the color of liver, and a barely perceptible smile played at the corners of his own lips. His smile bore none of the indulgent warmth an elder might show a younger generation. Instead, it carried a silent mockery. After all, just 3 minutes ago he'd been accusing others of putting on airs, and a second before mocking someone as a Pinduoduo war god. Now, his own son had exposed him, revealing that his entire collection was nothing but low-grade knockoffs identical to everyone else's. The contrast was downright comical. Seeing the middle-aged man's face turn beet red, how could he possibly save face now? The old volunteer quickly stepped in to smooth things over, beckoning to the boy. Kid, come here. I've got a pair of headphones donated yesterday. One side's a bit quieter, but the sound quality's great. I think it's some brand name or other. He even deliberately raised his voice, trying to break the awkward silence. But the boy didn't budge. Instead, he blinked at his father, looking serious. Dad, was I wrong? You said that night, buy while you talk about it. At 19.9, you can't go wrong. It's more than half the price of a physical store. Shut your mouth. The middle-aged man finally snapped, his voice urgent and flustered, veins throbbing on his temples. This week, you're coming with me for a paternity test. You don't look like my own flesh and blood. He glared fiercely at the boy, then shot an equally intense glare at the veteran volunteer. What are you laughing at? You couldn't afford the BMW parked outside my place in a lifetime. And those donated headphones yesterday? One side was completely dead. Do you think my son's a beggar? My son has headphones, but they weren't $20. I spent over 1,000 to buy them for him. Clearly, he had misinterpreted the old volunteer's smile and his kindness. His angry outburst instantly froze the air in the charity shop. Other volunteers busy with tasks dropped their work and turned to look. The short-haired lady registering donations immediately furrowed her brow like a twisted rope and snapped back. Sir, while our items are second-hand, they represent the kindness of our neighbors. If you're dissatisfied, why come in at all? Look across the street, the mall sells only brand new goods. The college student volunteer sorting old books wasn't about to back down either. I may be a student, but I understand that parents are a child's best teachers. Wouldn't you agree? The misunderstood veteran volunteer, however, didn't get angry. Instead, he walked over to the boy and pulled him closer. Kid, don't mind your dad. He's just upset. You got your headphones. Now let's go check out some sneakers. When I was your age, I always wanted a good pair to play basketball in. With that, he tilted his head back, nudging the boy toward the sporting goods section while addressing the middle-aged man. Don't say things like that to the kid. He can't handle it. The boy's eyes had already turned red from his father's words about the paternity test, his face pale. He moved mechanically as the old volunteer nudged him along, his gaze vacant as they approached the shelves. Until he caught sight of that familiar purple and gold at the bottom shelf, the colors of his most revered team, the Lakers. The boy's dull eyes lit up again. He sprinted to the shelf, trembling as he cradled the heavily worn sneakers. Inside the tongue, the gold-embossed signature KBH shimmered faintly under the lights. Oh no, kid got there first. Chen Mo, standing on the other side of the shelf, silently sighed to himself. Both sides of the shelf were stocked with merchandise, and he'd happened to search the opposite side. Kid's luck was just a bit too good. But then again. Chapter 137, These Shoes Are Mine. Chen Mo wasn't the least bit bothered about being beaten to the punch by the kid. He knew the kid's father, the middle-aged man who took out a loan to buy a BMW but couldn't bring himself to install an ETC, the one who dressed himself and his son head to toe in Pinduoduo bargain finds yet mocked others for donating to charity. That middle-aged man was the epitome of someone who valued face above all else.
Even if little brother truly recognized those Kobe Bryant signature sneakers and grasped their value, his vain and stubborn father would never permit his son to spend more than 19.9 yuan on a pair of crappy shoes. Even if the kid somehow pulled off the impossible and snagged the deal, Chen Mo would secretly be glad. At the very least, this windfall could ease the kid's life a bit. No more wearing $19.99 knockoffs with free shipping, no more enduring his father's rages where paternity tests became a constant threat. But deep down, Chen Mo knew full well that little brother had almost no chance of snagging the bargain. He would be crushed by his father once more, watching helplessly as another chance to change his fate slipped away. Little brother cradled the worn purple and gold sneakers, his fingers trembling slightly. The gold embossed KB8 signature on the tongue was already worn, yet in his eyes, they shone brighter than any new pair. This is Kobe Bryant's game-worn sneakers. Little brother recognized these Kobe Bryant sneakers. Kids his age who idolized celebrities knew every mole on their favorite actors' faces. How could they not recognize Kobe's signature sneakers? He looked up abruptly, his voice trembling with excitement. Dad, there's a pair of Kobe's signature sneakers here. Real Kobe shoes from the 2008 Olympics. Look, they even have Kobe's jersey number on the tongue. The middle-aged man, still fuming from his earlier embarrassment, strode over, snatched the shoes, and snapped impatiently. What Kobe's signature sneakers? They're just a pair of beat-up shoes. Kobe, all you ever think about is Kobe. If you put half that effort into your studies, I wouldn't have to drag you to this store. They're falling apart and you're still going on about Kobe? If they were really Kobe's signed sneakers, why did the last owner donate them? Here, take off the shoes you're wearing now. Write LBJ23 on them, then they'll be LeBron James signed sneakers too. He even rudely flipped the sole over, snorting derisively. Look at this. The air cushion is completely worn flat. And you still want to buy them? The kid's eyes welled up again as he gestured urgently. But the signature is real. This is the Zoom Kobe 4 silhouette, an Olympic limited edition. There are collectors online who specifically. Shut up, the middle-aged man snapped, flipping open the tongue and glaring at his son. The signature's real? When was your Olympics before 2007? Kobe switched to number 24 in the 2007 season. The 2008 Olympics. The signature says number 8. He flung the sneakers onto the shelf. This is as fake as it gets. All you ever do is obsess over this useless crap. Are you taking this on the high school entrance exam? Testing on Kobe or James? How many extra points will that get you? I spent over 1,000 on those headphones so you could study English, not pretend to be cool listening to trash. The sneakers hit the shelf with a dull thud. The Olympic rings emblem on the heel swayed under the light, like a silent mockery. As the middle-aged man smashed the shoes, the shop fell silent once more. The volunteers who had spoken up for little brother, the short-haired auntie, the college student volunteers, and others all wore the same expression. They opened their mouths to speak, but in the end, they could only sigh. These volunteers knew that if they continued to speak up for the kid, the middle-aged man's anger would only grow, eventually consuming the boy. Besides, they couldn't speak up anyway. The middle-aged man was probably right. This charity shop had a dedicated sports section, and they possessed some basic sports knowledge. Kobe Bryant did switch to jersey number 24 in 2007, while the Beijing Olympics took place in 2008. This meant that if these sneakers were Kobe's actual Olympic Games shoes from 2008, the signature should read KB24, not KB08. The veteran volunteer suddenly grabbed the kid's trembling shoulders, his brow furrowed tightly. Admittedly, he thought the middle-aged man might be right. Having worked at this shop for nearly a decade, he had seen plenty of parents look down on the items here, but smashing shoes in front of a child like this? This was a first. Even if it was meant to teach the child a lesson, this was not the way to do it. Sir! The veteran volunteer spoke up, his voice low. This isn't the way to teach a child. Children don't understand the world, but we must. You can't smash shoes, these are donated to help others. However, the middle-aged man only grew more animated. Pointing at the warped Kobe Bryant sneakers on the shelf, he retorted. What? Did I say something wrong? Aren't these crappy shoes fakes? Then tell me, if they're not fakes, why are they priced at 300 yuan? Why not 3 million? And while you're at it, explain why the signature says 8 instead of 24. The veteran volunteer was momentarily at a loss for words. It's not what you think. Little brother suddenly wrenched his hand free from the volunteer's grasp, tilted his head back, and addressed his father. These are the 2008 Olympics reissue. Kobe was already wearing number 24 back then, but to commemorate the 2008 Olympics, he still signed KB8 because 8 was also one of his jersey numbers. His voice grew louder, his eyes flashing with stubborn determination. In a way, he resembled the middle-aged man. Olympic shoes have special serial numbers. Our PE teacher is a huge Kobe fan too. He told us about it when he taught us basketball. Smack! A resounding slap cut the kid off mid-sentence. The middle-aged man's face turned ashen, showing no regret for slapping his son. He even felt it was his divine right as a father. Where the hell did you learn to talk back? At your age, you don't learn what's good, but pick up all this nonsense?
How dare you defy your father? The veteran volunteer instinctively reached out to pull the boy away.
Similarly, other volunteers in the store began moving toward them. But at that very moment, little brother didn't shed a single tear. His left cheek was swollen and red, his eyes still rimmed with tears, his body slightly unsteady. Yet he clenched his jaw, tilted his head back, and glared defiantly at his father. The middle-aged man was enraged by that gaze.
You dare glare at me? What, have you gone mad now? He raised his hand to slap the kid again.
Just then, Chen Mo, who had been observing coldly, suddenly chuckled softly. He swiftly circled around to the other side of the shelf, picked up Kobe's signature sneakers, and ran his fingers lightly over the marker's signature on the tongue. His voice was calm as he said, "I'll take these shoes."
Chapter 138, Your son has better taste than you.
Hearing Chen Mo's words, the middle-aged man froze, his raised hand suspended mid-air.
He watched as Chen Mo pulled out his phone and scanned the payment code on the wall. Deep WeChat Pay received 300 yuan.
The mechanical female voice rang out jarringly in the quiet store. Chen Mo lifted the shoes, his fingertips lightly tracing the KB8 signature on the tongue. He glanced at the middle-aged man and remarked casually,
"He's right. These are the 2008 Nike Kobe Dual Era Limited Edition shoes.
If I recall correctly, the Lakers officially bought back a similar pair last year for $170,000. He looked up at the middle-aged man, his tone calm yet sharp.
Your son has better taste than you. Too bad you didn't even have the patience to hear him out."
The middle-aged man's face instantly turned liver-colored again. He yanked his hand back and pointed it at Chen Mo's nose.
Who the hell do you think you are? $170,000 and you call my taste poor? Ha! If you had any taste, how could you mistake these $300 knockoffs for genuine Kobe signature sneakers? If you had real taste, why are you still playing the Pinduoduo warrior? If you had any discernment, would you be shopping for second-hand clothes and shoes in a place like this? Wouldn't you have gone to the mall across the street to buy brand-name goods long ago?
The middle-aged man was visibly agitated, advancing a step closer with each word, spittle flying from his mouth.
He'd clearly chosen Chen Mo as his new outlet for frustration.
After speaking, he made a sudden, aggressive grab behind him, seemingly trying to pull little brother in front of him. But he'd forgotten that Chen Mo had already taken 3 quick steps back, putting them beyond the reach of his arm. His grasp snatched at thin air. Oh dear. His emotions were at their peak, and this turn of events made him look utterly ridiculous and humiliated. The middle-aged man slunk back a large step before finally grabbing the kid's shoulder with his free hand, pulling him forward. His voice rose to mask the awkwardness. You say I have bad taste? Well, your taste is truly impeccable. It's practically on par with my 14-year-old son. The volunteers in the store sighed again. Some shook their heads, others lowered their gaze to tidy the shelves. Even the veteran volunteer standing nearby said nothing more. At that moment, the middle-aged man was like a rabid dog, ready to snap at anyone within reach. He was not someone to provoke now. Pulled before him, the boy still didn't shed a tear, his head held high. Chen Mo observed the boy's expression and let out a soft sigh before methodically peeling back the tape beneath the insole. Beneath it lay a long faded label. The label read LAL 0809 season. Translated, it meant the Los Angeles Lakers, 2008-2009 season. See that? This is a label only found on authentic NBA Player Edition shoes. Counterfeits on the market almost never have this sticker. They wouldn't dare put it on. He opened his phone browser, searched for Kobe's signature, and placed the signature on the tongue of the shoe next to the one on the screen. A person's handwriting is nearly impossible to alter. This is Kobe's rookie year signature, Kobe Bryant, November 20th, 96. See? The slant angle is identical, even the flourish at the end of the capital K is exactly the same. Finally, he flipped the shoe over and pointed to the most worn groove. Kobe was right-handed. He drove by pushing off the outer edge of his forefoot. You can look that up on the NBA's player profiles. Look at this wear pattern, deep on the outer forefoot, shallow on the inner heel. The middle-aged man wasn't listening at all. He stiffened his neck and sneered. And this is your proof these are Kobe's signature sneakers? How abstract. How unconvincing. In truth, it wasn't just him who found it abstract. The volunteers in the store felt the same way. NBA Team Player Edition labels are indeed rarely seen on the market, but that doesn't mean they don't exist. Chen Mo had said almost, not all. In other words, some counterfeiters, in pursuit of authenticity, would still take the risk of affixing Player Edition labels. Handwriting is also easy to fake. Someone can imitate another's signature hundreds or thousands of times, especially with Western scripts all letters, so even if it doesn't look exactly right, it can still pass. As for the wear patterns on the soles, they're even less conclusive. Most people are born right-handed, and the wear patterns on the shoes of right-handed players tend to be quite similar. Only little brother, listening to Chen Mo's words, saw his eyes gradually light up, as if he had finally gained someone's recognition. Of course. Chen Mo himself felt his explanation lacked a bit of persuasiveness, so he cut to the chase. With a couple of clicks, he snapped 2 photos. Then, he opened his Weibo app, tagged the official Lakers account, attached the freshly snapped photos of the game-worn sneakers, and captioned,
2008 Kobe Olympic Game shoes. Seeking authentication. The moment the post went live, the middle-aged man's scorn poured out like a floodgate had opened, washing over Chen Mo with a sneer. Oh, Mr. Big Shot's really pulling out all the stops now, huh? Tagging the Lakers official account? Let's see if they even bother replying. Speaking of which, why not tweet Trump? That guy loves chatting on Weibo. Maybe he'll even reply to you. Dad. The boy suddenly tugged at his sleeve. Seeing the middle-aged man's expression, his voice grew cautious again. That seems to be real. Shut up. The man slammed his hand on the shelf, sending sports gear rattling. What a load of crap. I played basketball myself back in the day. Fine, you still think you're right. You still think his taste is good. Well, I'll prove it to you. Doesn't your brother-in-law love Kobe too? Your mom's family has tons of Kobe posters. I'll send him a WeChat right now. He mimicked Chen Mo, snapping 2 photos of the sneakers with a click. Then he opened WeChat, searched for ages before finding his brother-in-law's account, sent the photos, and added 2 voice messages. Brother-in-law, isn't this hilarious? Your nephew insists these sneakers are Kobe's autographed pair from the 2008 Olympics. And guess what? Someone else just told me my taste is off. Take a look. See if it's my eye for style that's off, or if that guy's a brain-dead sucker. After sending the voice messages, he tucked his phone away and looked at Chen Mo smugly. Just wait. You'll see who really has the bad taste. I can already picture it spending $300 on a pair of junk sneakers. When you get home, will your wife make you kneel on a durian? The veteran volunteer couldn't stand it anymore. He shot Chen Mo a look and whispered. Sir, is there anything else you'd like to purchase? Look, we have some jerseys over there. Would you like to take a look? The middle-aged man roared with laughter. See? Even the volunteer says so. Before he could finish, his phone rang a call from his brother-in-law. At the same moment, Chen Mo's phone also vibrated. His wasn't a ringtone, but a WhatsApp video call request. The location tag read, Los Angeles. Chapter 139, Some Lessons Take a Lifetime to Digest. The middle-aged man stared at the WhatsApp video call request labeled +1 310 Los Angeles on Chen Mo's phone, his throat suddenly tightening. A wave of foreboding washed over him. Could this call really be from the Lakers? But upon reflection, he dismissed the thought as his own overactive imagination. Chen Mo had just tagged the Lakers' official account on Weibo. It was midnight in the Western Hemisphere now. Even if there were NBA games, they'd all be over. What kind of team would be so idle as to call someone in the middle of the night after a game ended instead of sleeping? Besides, even if it were real, shouldn't they have replied on Weibo first? With that thought, he instinctively answered his brother-in-law's call, still unable to resist a sharp remark. Hey, bro-in-law, those shoes I just sent you, they're knockoffs, right? Fake. Before he could finish, Chen Mo calmly answered the video call. On the screen, Lakers equipment manager Jason's face was clearly visible, with the encrypted tennis arena in the background. Countless fans clad in purple and gold jerseys were cheering wildly. They were celebrating the Lakers' narrow 1-point victory over the Golden State Warriors after 4 overtime periods. Jason crouched down, covering his phone to muffle the surrounding cheers. In broken Chinese, he exclaimed excitedly. Oh my God! Sir, these shoes! This is real! The anti-counterfeiting code matches the archive perfectly. He grabbed a tablet, opened the database in front of Chen Mo, and tapped the screen frantically. Look here! Kobe's own handwriting, for Chinese fans. We've been hunting for this missing shoe forever. $170,000. We'll buy it back. No. $200,000. Fake. The middle-aged man's shout into his phone abruptly shifted, his voice cracking into a comical question mark. On the other end, his brother-in-law's voice was equally agitated and urgent. Brother-in-law. Where did you find these shoes? These are Kobe's authentic signed sneakers. Don't even think about saying they're fake, just buy them. This year, the Lakers' official buyback program for these shoes is worth at least $200,000. Hey! Did you hear me? Why aren't you saying anything? Just buy them. They're worth money. With that cash, you and my sister won't fight anymore. Clunk. The middle-aged man's phone hit the floor. Chen Mo glanced at the dazed middle-aged man, then said into the phone to Jason, I'll call you back later. I'm a bit busy right now, before hanging up. The moment he hung up, the entire charity shop froze. Everyone seemed frozen in place. The veteran volunteer froze, his mouth forming a wide O. $200,000? Those sneakers he thought were knockoffs worth an entire apartment? Just moments ago, he'd been trying to smooth things over for Chen Mo, afraid the guy would get upset, even suggesting Chen Mo check out other sections. But now, it turned out those sneakers were genuine. His throat tightened, his lips grew dry. After all these years working at this charity shop, he'd certainly seen treasures mistaken for trash before, but something worth an entire apartment? This was a first. What if? The veteran volunteer couldn't help fantasizing. If he'd discovered these shoes himself, could it have ended the daily arguments over money between his son and daughter-in-law?
The college volunteer stared fixedly at Chen Mo's phone screen, his fingernails digging unconsciously into his palms. His mind buzzed. Moments ago, he'd dismissed Chen Mo as eccentric, convinced the young man was spouting nonsense talk of player edition labels, Kobe's signature, wear patterns. Now, he too was dreaming. Like the veteran volunteer, if he could find those sneakers, he could take that 1.4 million yuan and do so much give back to society, start his own company. He could even win back the love he'd lost. The volunteer with the short hair stood in the corner, a silent smile slowly spreading across her lips. Her family was relatively happy she had a husband who loved her and children who cherished her. Unlike the old volunteer and the college student volunteer, she didn't dwell on such thoughts. She simply felt it served him right. A father like that kid's deserved to see what he'd thrown away with his own hands. Otherwise, he'd never learn his lesson. But now, tears suddenly streamed down little brother's face like beads from a broken string. He hadn't cried when his father cursed him or beat him, but now he wept. His head remained tilted back as tears streamed down his cheeks. His gaze fixed intently on the pair of Kobe Bryant sneakers in Chen Mo's hands. Then, he lunged forward and embraced them, as if clutching a dream finally validated. His voice choked with emotion as he thanked Chen Mo. Thank you for proving these shoes are mine." The middle-aged man's face turned as pale as paper. His lips trembled, yet not a single word escaped him. He looked down at his shattered phone. His brother-in-law's voice still came through the receiver, but it had grown tremulous, filled with regret and remorse. Sis-in-law. You didn't really think those shoes were fake and give them away, did you? You've lost a life-changing opportunity." The middle-aged man finally collapsed, plopping down onto the ground. He buried his face in his hands and let out a wail that sounded inhuman. What have I done? What a sin! Only now did he grasp the full extent of his actions. He had cursed his son, beaten his son, and with his own hands, his own fists, and his own words, he had thrown away over 1.4 million yuan, an entire apartment. If that money had stayed in the family, neither he nor his son would be wearing knockoff clothes from that online store, and his wife wouldn't be using cheap facial cleanser. That 1.4 million yuan could have completely transformed his fate. Chen Mo lifted the sneakers, took a deliberate step toward the middle-aged man, and murmured softly, "Actually, I originally intended these shoes for your son, but..." His tone shifted abruptly, growing cold and detached. "But I believe that if you get these shoes without earning them, once you have money, you'll only become more abusive toward your child. You won't take responsibility for your family, and you won't learn from today's lesson. Some lessons must be digested over a lifetime." With that, he walked over to the boy, gently wiping the tears from his face. "Kid, don't blame me. But I promise you this, whenever you face hardship, you can come find me. My name is Chen Mo. Here's my number." Then he left the charity shop. After he departed, a gasp erupted from within the shop. It came from the college student volunteer. He's Chen Mo, the legendary bargain hunter. Hearing the volunteer's exclamation, the boy lifted his swollen eyes. He walked over to the clothing section, touched the used Jujutsu Kaisen Gojo Satoru t-shirt he had originally wanted to buy, and ultimately put it back. "Dad, let's go home. We won't ask the manager for an internship certificate. From now on, I want to prove myself." Chapter 140, Funds Received, 4.5 million. Chen Mo returned to his car, placing the sneakers on the passenger seat alongside the lightsaber from Industrial Light Magic. And so, all 5 baby games for the day were completed. Next came the redemption phase. Regarding cashing out, Chen Mo didn't want to make things overly complicated. He didn't even want to hold on to today's windfall until tomorrow or some distant future date. After all, tomorrow would bring tomorrow's baby games. Therefore, he decided to trouble old Zhou once more. Only old Zhou possessed the connections to absorb such a large quantity of goods at once. After all, yesterday he had enlisted old Qian to clear out all of Chen Mo's large denomination banknotes and silver dollars. He drove his SUV toward the antique market. Passing by Rongyin, he glanced at the time. It was just past 1:10 p.m. After a moment's thought, he turned into the Rongyin compound. Old Zhou had a habit of taking afternoon naps. Just like yesterday, he wouldn't be at his studio until 2 p.m. Visiting now would likely result in another cold shoulder, just like yesterday. He grabbed lunch at Ronyin's student cafeteria and picked up a large watermelon for old Zhou at a nearby fruit shop. He couldn't very well show up empty-handed again after bothering him today. Just before getting back in the car, he spotted a pharmacy. After a moment's thought, he went inside and bought a box of Suxan pills before setting off again. When Chen Mo reappeared at the antique market, the timing was perfect, exactly 2 in the afternoon. He tucked the Sushin pills into his pocket, stuffed all 5 of the bargains he'd picked up from the car into the oversized plastic bag he'd gotten extra for the watermelon, hoisted the watermelon, and headed toward Mr. Zhou's studio on the 2nd floor. Master Zhou had already arrived at the studio and was brewing tea. Looking up, he saw Chen Mo walking in with the watermelon and assumed he had come to thank him for yesterday's help. He hurriedly waved his hands and said, "No need, you're two." Before he could finish the word trouble, he spotted the other plastic bag in Chen Mo's hand filled with broken bowls, scroll paintings, and other items.
The purple clay teapot in his grasp nearly slipped from his fingers. Anyone with eyes could tell Chen Mo had stumbled upon another bargain.
When I joked yesterday about where you'd go next to find bargains, I was just teasing.
You actually took it seriously?
Chen Mo chuckled softly, first handing the watermelon to old Joe before placing the plastic bag on his tea table.
5 bargains he'd snagged that day clattered out onto the table.
Old Joe, still holding the watermelon and clutching the purple clay teapot, suddenly widened his eyes in shock. He hastily set down both the watermelon and the purple clay teapot, reaching out with trembling hands to touch the Jian kiln tea bowl. But the moment his fingers brushed the glaze, he jerked back as if electrocuted.
A Yaobian Tenmuku?
This hairline pattern, this rainbow sheen.
This is an imperial tea vessel bestowed by Emperor Huizong of Song.
He grabbed the painting of court ladies again. Upon seeing the character 2 in the corner, he gasped in disbelief.
An early ink sketch by Wu Guanzhong?
When he spotted the cassette tapes, old Joe felt his studio spinning.
A polygram master tape? And it's the original master tape for Teresa Tang's Sweet Sweet?
As his gaze shifted to the lightsaber in Kobe Bryant's autographed sneakers, Chen Mo promptly handed him a heart pill.
Zhou Lao swallowed one but remained visibly shaken, breathing heavily.
The original 1977 industrial light magic prop.
Sotheby's auctioned an identical one last year.
Kobe's autographed sneakers. This pair from the 2008 Olympics with 8 signatures is incredibly rare. Only 5 exist worldwide. Later, he changed it to 24 signatures. Old Joe slumped back in his chair, staring at Chen Mo as if he were a monster. You're not possessed by the god of wealth. You've opened the third eye and dug up the underworld king's ancestral tomb.
Chen Mo.
He sensed old Joe was losing his bearings. Looks like next time he couldn't just buy heart pills, he'd need to stock up on blood pressure meds too.
Old Joe was mixing metaphors like crazy now. Opening the third eye?
With the baby game system, it was practically the same thing.
But digging up King Yama's ancestral tomb? What on earth was that about? How did snagging a bargain connect to his family's graves?
After resting for a while, old Joe finally came to his senses. He rubbed his dry eyes, his voice slightly hoarse.
Do you have any idea how much these things are worth? Chen Mo nodded slightly. I have a rough idea. That's why I came to you.
Old Joe's gaze fell on the large watermelon on the tea table.
He took a deep breath and picked up the phone. I'll need to call a few old friends over. Next time, one watermelon won't be enough. No, there won't be a next time. Come back tomorrow. This old man might be going down to meet my great-grandfather. Chen Mo replied softly. That won't happen. Tomorrow I'll bring you an extra box of blood pressure meds.
See, today I should have brought you heart pills. You're still jumping around like a kid. Old Joe. Jokes aside, before old Joe made his call, Chen Mo seriously stated that the master tape of Teresa Tang's Sweet Sweet and the Kobe Bryant autographed sneakers were temporarily off the market. The master tape depended on Lin Wanner's decision, and he'd already had the Kobe signed sneakers officially authenticated by the Lakers. Selling them to someone else now would be downright shady. Of course, if Lin Wanner ultimately declined the master tape, he would still hand it over to old Joe for disposal. Additionally, he made another request. He hoped the Jian kiln tea bowl would be acquired by a Chinese collector, not allowed to end up overseas. He had decided on this early this morning.
Any other requests?
Old Joe asked quietly after listening to the end.
Chen Mo shook his head. That's all. Old Master Joe dialed the number. 3 hours later, 3 luxury cars appeared in the antique market's parking lot. A Hong Kong-born collector now residing in Chengdu, holding the Jian kiln tea bowl in Zhou Lao's studio, wet with emotion. Teaware bestowed by Emperor Huizong himself. Master Zhou, you finally parted with such a treasure for me. A white-haired elder in traditional Chinese attire, supported by his son, clutched Wu Guanzhong's painting of court ladies tightly, refusing to let go. A painting by the venerable Master Wu from the 1970s. I told everyone he had this lady painting, but no one believed me. Now they do, don't they?
Yet one young man stood in stark contrast to these two elders, thoroughly engrossed in playing with a lightsaber. As he swung it about, he remarked,
My dad's filming in Hengdian and sent me here. You know what? This authentic lightsaber feels amazing.
Judging by his appearance, Chen Mo could almost confirm this young man was one of China's most famous directors. Yes, the one behind the Crazy series. Wow, old Joe really has an extensive network. He knows everyone.
Unlike me, all I know are capitalists and the power structure. Chen Mo let out a soft sigh.
After old Joe saw off his 3 old friends, 3 new deposits appeared in Chen Mo's account. Jian kiln tea bowl, 1.6 million. Portrait of ladies, 1.5 million.
Lightsaber, 1.4 million.
Total received, 4.5 million.
Chapter 141, over 17,600,000 now. After Chen Mo received the payment, the balance in his account reached 17,681,093.27 yuan.
This amount already deducts 200 yuan for acquiring the Jin Kiln tea bowl, 300 yuan for the lady painting, 1,570 yuan for soft Zhonghua cigarettes and 2 red envelopes used to purchase the lightsaber, 2,000 yuan for the lightsaber itself, 10 yuan for the cassette tape, 300 yuan for the Kobe Bryant sneakers, and 70 yuan for the large watermelon and sushin pills. Over 17,600,000 yuan. Chen Mo felt a slight surge of excitement, then swiftly swiped his finger across the screen to dismiss the account notifications. Just days ago, this figure would have made his blood boil, his body tremble, and his voice crack with excitement. But now, oh, just a few million more. His tone was as calm as if he'd just noticed a few hundred extra bucks in his pocket, money cold and emotionless. Money was no longer something that could make him lose his composure. However, old Zhou, upon hearing Chen Mo's words, grew visibly unsteady. His expression mirrored that of Sa Binang after Jack Ma declared, "I'm not interested in money." His eyes were filled with shock and utter speechlessness. Shaking, he reached for the bottle of sushin pills again, popping one into his mouth. The way you just said oh, a few million more sounded like buying a cabbage today. You better leave now. This old man can't take it anymore. Chen Mo stood up with a smile and relit his phone. Alright, I'll leave. But before I go, I should give you some gratitude money. Old Zhou waved his hand dismissively, nodding toward the watermelon rind in the trash can with his chin, a faint, ambiguous smile playing at the corners of his mouth. The gratitude fee? It's already gone into my belly. This old man shared every last bit rind and all with my buddies. Sweet as can be. As he spoke, his calloused hands gently but firmly pushed Chen Mo toward the door, his touch light yet carrying an unmistakable insistence. Pushed along by old Zhou, Chen Mo headed toward the door. Alright then, I'll bring it over tomorrow. Old Zhou's hand froze mid-motion. He understood perfectly well what Chen Mo meant. This guy was planning to bring another bargain find to him tomorrow. Old Zhou drew a deep breath, his voice heavy with the weight of years. Chen Mo, just pretend I was talking nonsense yesterday. Don't come tomorrow. This old man wants to live a few more years. Chen Mo looked utterly innocent. Master Zhou, you'll live a long time. I'll bring extra blood pressure meds tomorrow. Old Zhou froze, glaring at Chen Mo. What good are blood pressure pills? As long as you're here, you're the Grim Reaper's soul-snatching rope. You're not just collecting loose ends, you're here to claim my life. Yesterday it was Yuan Dao Tu, today it's Emperor Huizong of Song, tomorrow you'll be hauling the Forbidden City's underground vault here? Chen Mo thought for a moment, then replied earnestly. Who knows? Maybe I can build a new underground vault for the Forbidden City. Old Zhou. Speechless, old Zhou reached for another heart pill to pop into his mouth. Chen Mo quickly raised his hand to stop him. Don't overdo it, all medicine has its side effects. I'll leave now, okay? You rest up. Tomorrow I'll try to snag some milder bargains, skip the Song Huizong stuff and go for Kangxi or Qianlong instead. At this, old Master Zhou's chest heaved violently again. Gritting his teeth, he snapped, "Get lost." Got it. Chen Mo chuckled as he pushed open the door. Just as it closed, he could still hear old Zhou sighing bitterly from inside the studio. What a sin. Meanwhile, just as Chen Mo drove back to his residential complex and parked his Geely Xingrui in the underground garage, Lin Wanner's call came through. Her voice came through the receiver, with the faint sound of someone playing Sweet Sweet on the piano in the background. Mr. Chen, hello. I couldn't resist coming home early to ask Mom. She wants that master tape and is offering to buy it at market price 1.55 million. What do you think? Chen Mo paused briefly before nodding. 1.5 million yuan. Let's round it off. Alright, but I'll need to trouble you to come to Rongyin tomorrow. I'm fully booked with classes and can't get away. Chen Mo agreed, got out of the car, and hung up. Just then, his phone lit up again. The number +1 310 flashed. He answered softly. Hey, boy. You said you'd call later, but it's almost 2 a.m. in LA now, way past midnight. You never reached out. I've been waiting for your call, downing 3 cups of coffee. Jason's booming voice made Chen Mo's eardrums vibrate. Truthfully, Chen Mo hadn't intentionally avoided Jason. He'd been busy exchanging money, and he knew the time difference between them. He didn't want to disturb Jason in the middle of the night. So his initial plan was to wait until evening, which would be early morning in LA, to reach out to Jason. But he hadn't expected Jason to be so impatient. Chen Mo silently moved his phone away from his ear and explained. I was just handling. Before he could finish, Jason cut him off. I just briefed the club's general manager on the specifics. We've confirmed the $200,000 buyback. We've already dispatched someone on a flight to Chengdu. They'll arrive tomorrow. Chen Mo frowned. A transcontinental flight for a pair of sneakers? Jason laughed heartily. Kobe sneakers hold significant commercial value. Flying them internationally is necessary. Of course, we're also attending Nike's Asia-Pacific Summit while we're here. As you know, most of our players wear Nike sneakers. So, we'd appreciate your attendance at the Asia-Pacific Summit tomorrow. If you don't mind, the ESPN crew would also like to film the handover ceremony.
Chen Mo flatly refused. I don't want to be on camera.
Jason clearly hadn't anticipated Chen Mo's refusal.
Appearing on ESPN was a coveted opportunity for fame many dreamed of. He froze on the other end of the line for a moment before pleading. Just a shot or two. If you don't want to be seen, we'll blur you out. We'll pay you too. Chen Mo remained firm. No need to mention compensation. No need to keep the footage either.
I'll just give you my shoes when the time comes. Jason sighed, his voice tinged with helpless resignation.
Alright, your way. Once our team arrives in Chengdu, we'll send you the exact address.
The Asia-Pacific Summit is at the Chengdu Finance Center, so it'll be hectic.
We'll probably still need you to deliver them. See you tomorrow. Chen Mo hung up. After locking his car, Chen Mo exited the underground garage and took the elevator to his floor.
Turning the key, he pushed open the door. Su Yue sat stiffly on the sofa, her eyes fixed on the phone beside her, yet she dared not glance at it. It was as if some man-eating monster lurked inside the device. Seeing Chen Mo return, she didn't go to the shoe cabinet to fetch his shoes as usual. Instead, she stood up with a nervous look on her face and pointed at the phone, saying, I turned off the notifications on my banking app. I saw you spending hundreds or even thousands again. This must mean something big is waiting for me later. I'm afraid I won't be able to handle it. How much did you make today? If it's too much, you might not want to tell me. His wife still hadn't gotten used to the ever-growing, enormous sums of money. Chen Mo suddenly felt like teasing her. After changing his shoes, he strolled leisurely over to Su Yue and feigned deep thought. Spent a few thousand. So far, only made about 450. Su Yue breathed a sigh of relief, patting her chest. Thank goodness, it's only 450 yuan. Chen Mo curved his lips. 10,000. Chapter 142, Are you trying to make the fortune 500? Su Yue froze abruptly beside the sofa, her eyes widening in shock, lips trembling slightly. 4 million? MHM. Chen Mo smiled softly at Su Yue and nodded. I knew it. I knew it. Su Yue snapped back to life, her chest heaving as her voice rose several octaves. You absolutely wouldn't come home having earned just a few $100. Her tone wasn't one of delight at her man's earnings, but rather a mix of playful scolding and mild shock at the sheer amount. The speed at which you're making money is terrifying. Su Yue's voice suddenly softened, as if reminiscing. Just look at yourself. A few days ago, you made only tens of thousands on the first day, then over 100,000 on the second. The third day, hundreds of thousands. The fourth day, over 1 million. Chen Mo watched his wife's earnest expression as she recalled the details, unable to suppress a smile. Right, after that it was millions a day. Today it's 4.5 million. But? He shifted gears again, adding casually, oh, and there's another 3 million or so coming in. Should be deposited tomorrow. Su Yue fell silent, her gaze fixed on Chen Mo. Her expression shifted from shock to a peculiar blankness. When I married you, it wasn't because you were the son of a money god. I never imagined your father would visit you this often. Su Yue paused for a long moment before speaking, her voice light and airy. Yet, as if suddenly realizing something profound, her eyes gleamed brightly as she asked Chen Mo. Hey, I just realized something. Did your college calculus professor teach you how to make money? It's growing like a mathematical step function. Chen Mo raised an eyebrow. Su Yue held up one finger. Day 1, 10,000 yuan. Then she held up a second finger. Day 2, 10,000 yuan. Third finger, third day, 6 figures. 4 fingers, fourth day, over 1 million. She took a deep breath and continued. And now, you've jumped straight to the daily revenue level of a multinational corporation? Chen Mo chuckled softly. It's not quite that exaggerated. How could it not be? Su Yue grabbed Chen Mo's arm so tightly her nails dug into his flesh. Do you know what the daily net profit figures in those listed companies' financial reports are? 4.5 million? No, you've surpassed 4.5 million. You're at 7.5 million. You're already outperforming a bunch of mid-sized multinational corporations. Su Yue grew more animated as she spoke. Forget the distant past, just look at my dad. Even with Wanqing's support, his company's daily profits aren't nearly as outrageous as yours. Are you planning to single-handedly storm into the Fortune 500? Chen Mo watched her animated expression and suddenly found it amusing. He mimicked her high-pitched tone. Call her. Quick, call grandma and let her scream too. Su Yue doubled over laughing, punching Chen Mo's chest until it thumped loudly. Then, abruptly stopping her punches, she planted her hands on her hips, hopped onto the sofa, and shouted like a little girl. Awesome! After the shout, she threw herself into Chen Mo's arms, demanding he spin her around. Well, this old ox sure had his work cut out for him, plowing the fields and handling all the other chores too. Chen Mo helplessly held Su Yue as he spun her around. Is it really necessary? Didn't you already have a few million in your account before? Yesterday it hit 13 million. That's already beyond what ordinary people can achieve. Do you really need to be this excited? It's not the same. Su Yue let go after 2 spins and said earnestly, before it was wow, so much money.
Now it's wow, my husband can out-earn a bunch of multinational corporations in a single day. Or wow, my husband can make in one day what others can't earn in a lifetime. Tell me, how could that possibly be the same? Wait. Su Yue suddenly remembered something and blurted out, at this growth rate, doesn't that mean tomorrow should be? Chen Mo stopped Su Yue just in time, pinched her cheek, and glanced at the time. Don't get ahead of yourself. Shouldn't we go pick up Xiao Xiao now? Let's go out for dinner tonight. It's so hot, I saw you sweating buckets while cooking. Su Yue blinked her eyes. Oh, Mr. Chen, are you complaining about my cooking now?
We've only been married a few years, and sure enough, love is gone, only family affection remains.
Oh, then let's eat at home. You cook. Seeing you sweat makes me feel the love. Chen Mo replied casually. Su Yue. At the kindergarten gate, Xiao Xiao was hunched over a table, scribbling a crooked craft drawing while Yi Luxia patiently guided her beside her. When the familiar voice reached her ears, she could scarcely believe what she was hearing. Of course, she wasn't the only one stunned. Yi Luxia couldn't believe it either. Xiao Xiao. Xiao Xiao snapped her head up, her eyes lighting up instantly. Daddy had actually come to pick her up. Since the new semester started, Daddy hadn't come even once. Yi Luxia's eyes also lit up. She hadn't expected Chen Mo to come today either. Before, it was always Su Yue who picked Xiao Xiao up. Daddy! Xiao Xiao immediately dropped her art project and dashed toward the door, only to trip over her own right foot midway. A pair of gentle, slender hands caught her securely. Xiao Xiao, don't run so fast. Be careful you don't fall. It was Yi Luxia's voice. Daddy's first pickup of the new semester. Little Xiao didn't pause to thank Yi Luxia before hurrying back toward Chen Mo. Seeing Xiao Xiao like this, Chen Mo's heart softened. Indeed, since the new semester began, Su Yue had been the one picking up and dropping off their child. This was actually his first time coming to pick up Xiao Xiao. He ruffled Xiao Xiao's soft hair. Daddy will try to pick you up more often from now on. Xiao Xiao tilted her head up and asked earnestly, but won't that make Daddy miss out on earning lots and lots of little money? Mommy picking me up is just as good. Daddy can go earn little money to buy peaches for Xiao Xiao. Chen Mo. The mood he'd worked so hard to cultivate was shattered in an instant. She really is my daughter, still thinking about last night's peaches. But come to think of it, when they passed that fruit shop on the way to the charity store today, he'd completely forgotten to buy her another peach. I'll buy some after dinner tonight. It's so nice that Brother Chen has time to pick up Xiao Xiao today. Yi Luxia stood nearby, her eyes crinkling as she watched Chen Mo. The late afternoon sun cast a soft glow around her. Chen Mo politely thanked Yi Luxia for her earlier assistance. Hello, Teacher Xiao Lu. Thank you for just now. Yi Luxia chuckled and shook her head. I should be thanking you. The information you gave my dad last time turned out to be spot on. He's currently acquiring those unfinished buildings in Majiayo. After exchanging a few more pleasantries with Yi Luhua, the family prepared to head out for dinner. During the conversation, Su Yue extended an invitation to Yi Luxia to join them, but Yi Luxia politely declined. Teacher Lu, are you sure you don't want to join us? Su Yue pleaded warmly. You've been so attentive to Xiao Xiao these past days. Our whole family wants to thank you. Yi Luxia remained firm in her refusal. No, thank you. I still have lesson plans to prepare tonight. Besides, it wouldn't be appropriate for me to join your family dinner. Then perhaps another time, Chen Mo replied politely, lifting up Xiao Xiao, who was already eager to dash out the school gates. Yi Luxia nodded, turning to pick up Xiao Xiao's unfinished craft drawing. Xiao Xiao, remember to finish your drawing tonight. Teacher wants to display it on the showcase wall. Xiao Xiao squirmed in Chen Mo's arms. I know. I drew Daddy, Mommy, and me. Tonight I'll draw Teacher Lu and Sister Meng Meng. Yi Luxia smiled sweetly, so sweetly. Chapter 143, Your kindergarten really is full of talented kids. After leaving the kindergarten, Su Yue's eyes sparkled as she suggested. Let's go for hot pot tonight. When I went to the market to stock up on groceries today, I spotted a new hot pot restaurant near our neighborhood just a half-hour walk away. It even has a kids' play area. I immediately thought we should bring the whole family there someday. The moment Xiao Xiao heard about the playground, she bounced up like a little bunny. I wanna go. I wanna slide down the slide. Chen Mo smiled as he picked up his daughter. He'd considered giving her a piggyback ride, but since they were on the street and Xiao Xiao seemed a bit heavier, he simply held her in his arms instead. Alright, let's go eat hot pot then. When the three arrived at the hot pot restaurant, it was peak dining hour and a long line stretched out the door. Of course, the playground was swarming with kids. After all, a large portion of the customers at this restaurant, like Su Yue, had come specifically for the children's play area. While adults had to queue for food, children could rush straight to the playground. Xiao Xiao dashed in eagerly, bouncing on trampolines and sliding down slides. Watching their daughter play happily made the wait feel less tedious. Though they waited nearly an hour, it seemed like only a short while to the couple. After the server led them to their table, Chen Mo went to retrieve Xiao Xiao from the play area while Su Yue began ordering their favorite dishes for her husband and daughter. Just as Xiao Xiao, who hadn't had enough playtime yet, was being lifted and seated by Chen Mo onto the booster seat, the waiter brought over the red oil broth base, its spicy aroma wafting through the air, along with the side dishes. Xiao Xiao instantly lost all interest in playing and began excitedly waving her little chopsticks. "I want those little balls," she exclaimed, pointing at the fish balls on the side dish plate. Chen Mo smiled as he dropped all the fish balls into the hot pot broth, then added the shrimp paste Su Yue loved, before finally dipping some tender beef slices for himself. Once the fish balls and shrimp paste were cooked through, he scooped them all out and placed them separately into Su Yue and Xiao Xiao's bowls. Su Yue watched the scene, chin resting on her hand, suddenly overcome with emotion. "Sometimes I can't believe it, you earn more in a day than some people do in a lifetime, yet you still take such patient care of us." Chen Mo didn't even look up. "Who else should I take care of? One is my wife, the other my daughter." Making money is important, but the responsibilities of an old man and a father can't be ignored. Su Yue made a funny face, then switched to recounting a funny incident from the supermarket earlier that day. Hearing her mother's story, Xiao Xiao stuffed food into her mouth while recounting her own kindergarten adventures, like Xiao Mei wetting the bed during nap time and Xiao Shui stuffing modeling clay up his nose. She recounted these stories vividly, gesturing wildly with her hands. They even made the guests at the next table laugh. "Your kindergarten is full of characters." Chen Mo added another piece of tender beef to his daughter's plate. "Talent chicken? What does that mean?" Xiao Xiao tilted her head in confusion. "Ha!" The guests at the next table burst out laughing. Su Yue quickly interjected, "It means all the kids in your class are really talented." "Oh." Xiao Xiao nodded, seeming to understand yet not quite. Suddenly, she pointed at the hot pot and exclaimed, "Mommy, look! That fishball is trying to escape." Su Yue acted swiftly, plucking the crumbling fishball with her chopsticks and placing it into Xiao Xiao's bowl. She breathed a long sigh of relief. Thankfully, her daughter hadn't dwelled on the talented chicken topic. Amid the steamy haze of the hot pot, Chen Mo watched his wife's happy, contented expression and their little one's adorable face smeared with sauce, a warm wave of emotion flooding his heart. After eating their fill, the trio strolled through the pedestrian street. Two large hands held the little one's tiny hands, left and right. The streetlights stretched their shadows long and thin. After a full day of eating and exploring, the little one was already nodding off, exhausted. Chen Mo picked her up, and she instinctively found a comfortable position, resting her little head on his shoulder and murmuring, "I can't sleep yet." Teacher Xiaolu said, "We have to finish the drawing tonight." Su Yue carried the little one's backpack and water bottle, gently smoothing down the child's tuft of hair. "Shall we go home?" Let's go home." Chen Mo adjusted his posture to make Xiao Xiao more comfortable. By the time the three of them got home, it was already 10:30 p.m. Su Yue seemed utterly exhausted too. After a quick shower, she went to bed early with her daughter, giving old Neo a day off. Chen Mo suddenly felt a bit unsettled. After his own shower, he hesitated over whether to wake Su Yue to tell her he wouldn't need to work overtime tonight. Just then, the system notification arrived. Ding! Today's baby game generated. 1. Lucky twins on the lottery shelf. At the lottery counter in the senior center, the third scratch card from the left was secretly drawing little stars on its back with gold ink. The 11th card from the right spotted it and squirmed impatiently, "Draw one on me too." Sure, the shop owner's cat yawned. "Stop fussing, you too. You'll be bought soon enough." Sure enough, the moment both tickets were scratched, golden 1 million symbols popped out. They happily held hands and twirled in circles, leaving all the other lottery tickets gawking in awe. 2. Baby Iron Man's first armor. At the Iron Man booth of an anime expo near the financial tower, a chipped model counted ants with rusty joints. Its chest reactor was missing a corner, resembling a blueberry cookie bitten into. "Knockoff," the shiny new figures jeered. The chipped model silently turned away, revealing small engraved letters on its back, "1 Malawian Kwacha prototype Stark Industries certified." As sunlight kissed the chest reactor, honey gold light suddenly flowed from the armor's crevices. If it could be displayed in a collector's case, a $2 million price tag would rest at its feet. 3. Teacher Han's mud sprite. Beneath the western wall of Ronin Art Academy, a lump of mud adorned with withered leaves dozed. 8 intertwined fingerprint swirls crisscrossed its surface, the lingering warmth of Teacher Han's hands from a moonlit night when he created his Mother-in-Child series. Hidden on the clay's reverse is a tiny carved character for beauty, beside which rests half a fingerprint heart. Within these seemingly discarded ridges pulses the original rhythmic form of Mother-in-Child. Upon awakening, the small clay block felt no discouragement or disappointment. It knew it was the most satisfying improvisation of that night for Teacher Han. It also knew someone would take it to an appraiser, who would hammer it down at 1.7 million. 4. Princess Shangsheng beneath the stove. Beneath the old stove in the new hot pot restaurant near the neighborhood, a charred piece of wood lay pressed down. Each day it listened to the iron pots clanging their evening song, its surface coated in grease and soot like a tattered cloak. That rotten wood even smokes too much when burning, the iron pot scorned it. But when moonlight filtered through the window lattice, the wood suddenly began to bubble. These weren't ordinary bubbles. Each one contained a fragrant cloud of agarwood, sent a fragrance worth 1.6 million yuan. 5. The starstone that performs magic. In the fish tank of the aquarium shop across from the foot spa, a plump red stone appeared to be teaching clownfish how to blow bubbles. It looked perfectly ordinary. Until one day, tickled by sunlight, achoo, it sneezed, suddenly glowing with a violet aura. The crystal ball in the shop gasped in shock, "Good heavens! Could you be?" From then on, it gained a new identity, the Shakurai gemstone capable of splitting into 2 million glowing little stars. Chapter 144, Today's bargain hunt begins. Chen Mo leaned against the headboard. 5 baby games glowed with a faint blue light on his retinal display. He dimmed the bedside lamp, making the text stand out more clearly in the darkness. 1. The lucky twins on the lottery shelf. The lottery shop next to the senior center. The third one from the left and the 11th one from the right. Chen Mo's eyes suddenly lit up. These were actually 2 lottery tickets worth 1 million each. Last time the system had given him 1 ticket, but it was only worth 100,000 yuan. This time, it was 2 tickets worth 1 million yuan each. Lottery shops usually open at 8. After 8, these tickets belong to the Chen family. Chen Mo chuckled softly. 2. Iron Man's original armor baby. Financial Tower. Anime Expo? Chen Mo frowned, grabbed his phone, and searched. Sure enough, there was an anime expo near the Financial Tower. He clicked to reserve his spot. He knew everything about Marvel movies. He understood that Marvel rose and fell with Iron Man, and he knew Iron Man's famous line, "I love you 3,000 times." Of course, he also knew a bit about the one Malawian kwacha prototype's significance. It was the original test mold for the first Iron Man movie's prop suit. This prototype held considerable collectible value, making the 2 million yuan valuation quite reasonable. But if sold through an auction house, it should fetch around 2.5 million. Since I'm heading to the Lakers tomorrow to deliver Kobe's official game shoes, I'll just grab it on the way. 3. Teacher Han's Mud Sprite. Seeing Ronin, Chen Mo's lips curved upward involuntarily. Wasn't this the school where Lin Wanner taught? He'd even had lunch there today. Teacher Han's Mother and Child series. Chen Mo knew little about Teacher Han, only that his real name was Han Meilin, a highly influential contemporary Chinese sculptor. Last year, his Mother and Child series fetched a staggering 8 million yuan at auction. The initial sculptural rhythm must refer to the earliest discarded drafts. That's why it only fetched 1.7 million. When I deliver the master tape to Lin Wanner tomorrow, I'll go pick it up from the west wall of their school. 4. Princess Xiangshan under the stove. New hotpot restaurant, Old Stove. Chen Mo suddenly laughed out loud. That was the hotpot place they'd eaten at tonight. He'd been puzzled, then why would a hotpot restaurant have a stove? Isn't it all about boiling and dipping? Later, Su Yue explained his confusion. Any restaurant would build or buy a stove and bring in firewood, symbolizing prosperity and vitality, just like lighting the hearth in a new home. This made him take another look at the hotpot restaurant's stove. It sat to the right of the food pickup area, with cast iron pots resting on an ebony wood base. The dark piece of wood the system referred to was undoubtedly the inconspicuous wooden block beneath the stove. At the time, he hadn't noticed it at all, nor had anyone else, not the owner, not the staff. Only the system could detect such a treasure. 5. The starstone that performs magic. Foot spa. Chen Mo glanced at Su Yue sleeping soundly beside him. This plump red stone was again across from the foot spa. That place isn't exactly a legitimate establishment. He shook his head helplessly. Still, he had to go. The Shukla gemstone was a South African national treasure-level mineral, worth 2 million yuan. Even if it was in a foot spa, what harm was there in going again? He wasn't going for a foot massage, he was going to snag a bargain and make some money. After analyzing today's 5 baby games, Chen Mo pondered briefly before formulating his plan. First, he'd head to the lottery shop to buy those 2 million yuan tickets. Next, he'd go to the comic convention near the Financial Tower to acquire the Iron Man 1 Malawian kwacha prototype, and while he was there, he'd give away the Kobe Bryant sneakers. Then he'd head to Ronin to pick up Teacher Han's discarded draft of Mother and Child, give the master tape to Lin Wanner by the sapphire across from the foot spa, and finally return to the hot pot restaurant to purchase the agarwood. After finalizing his plan, Chen Mo switched off the bedside lamp. Moonlight seeped through the slits in the curtains, casting silver patches across the floor. He glanced at Su Yue sleeping soundly beside him, then turned his head toward the small cot. The steady breathing of both wife and daughter was faintly audible. Reassured, he closed his eyes, his mind already envisioning tomorrow's acquisition of the 5 items. A night of silence. Early the next morning. As dawn broke, Chen Mo stood quietly before the stove. He gently retrieved dried shiitake mushrooms from the refrigerator, sliced them thinly, then rinsed rice and placed it in the rice cooker to simmer. Next, he took out a piece of pork tenderloin, sliced it into thin strips, and lightly marinated it with cooking wine and cornstarch. This morning, he planned to make mushroom and lean pork congee for his wife and daughter. As the aroma of congee began to waft through the kitchen, he poured the shredded pork into the pot and stirred it quickly with chopsticks. After finishing all this, he unscrewed the gas cylinder, heated oil in a pan, and cracked in an egg. After frying the eggs, he poured milk from a family-sized carton into 3 tall glasses and heated them in the microwave.
By the time the milk was warm, the mushroom and lean pork congee was bubbling away.
Only then did Su Yue stir. Appearing at the kitchen doorway in her pajamas, she murmured dazedly, "So early?"
"Once I wake up, I can't get back to sleep," Chen Mo replied, drizzling a few drops of sesame oil into the porridge.
"Go wake up Xiao Xiao. Breakfast is ready."
In the bathroom, Xiao Xiao, still half asleep, was being forcibly washed and brushed by Su Yue, her face full of reluctance. Only when she reached the dining table did the aroma lift her spirits.
Chen Mo glanced at the clock in the living room. It was already 7:20.
He placed a fried egg in Su Yue's bowl and another in Xiao Xiao's. "I'll take you both to kindergarten later." Before he could finish, Xiao Xiao froze at the table and burst into tears. "Miss Dear told me to finish my drawing. I fell asleep last night and didn't finish it.
It's all your fault for not waking me up." Su Yue was nearly laughing at Xiao Xiao's frustration.
Clearly, the little one had fallen asleep while playing on the pedestrian street last night, yet now she was blaming her parents. Mid-sob, Xiao Xiao suddenly slid off her high chair. Barefoot, she scampered over to the sofa, grabbed her backpack, and trotted back to the table. She rummaged through it, pulled out yesterday's art project, and immediately hunched over the table to resume drawing. Chen Mo quietly slid her porridge bowl aside, watching her daughter sprawled across the table, her little bottom sticking high in the air as the watercolor pencils scratched Xiao Xiao across the paper. Every few strokes, she'd wipe away tears, turning herself into a little spotted cat.
"Look! I'm done!"
Xiao Xiao suddenly sat up straight, holding up her drawing. Beside the original 3 little figures, 2 more stick figures had appeared.
"This is Teacher Xiao Lu, and this is Sister Meng Meng," Xiao Xiao declared with righteous conviction. Su Yue's lips parted. Staring at the 2 extra abstract figures, she burst out laughing. "Chen Xiao Xiao, you sure know how to cut corners." After breakfast, Chen Mo and Su Yue dropped Xiao Xiao off at kindergarten. Su Yue planned to stop by the pharmacy to buy some folic acid in preparation for a second child, though she didn't mention it to Chen Mo. Chen Mo took the opportunity to bid Su Yue farewell and officially began his bargain hunting expedition for the day. Chapter 145, $2 million lottery tickets in hand. When Chen Mo arrived at the lottery shop near the senior center, he realized he'd miscalculated. The shop had opened at 7:30 sharp, and several customers in their 40s were already seated inside. They were enjoying the air conditioning while studying the double color ball and super lotto trend charts on the wall, scribbling notes on scrap paper. The shop owner was actually someone Chen Mo knew, a neighbor living on the second floor of the same building in their residential complex. Originally named Lin Rong, he later decided that name lacked artistic flair. He went to the police station himself and changed it to something fresh and delicate, a name that sounded exactly like the protagonist of a web novel, a teenager of 18 or 19, Lin Shi. But don't be fooled by his artsy new name, he was actually well over 40, a greasy middle-aged man. Perhaps because he divorced his wife in his 30s and lost most of his assets to her, his psyche had become somewhat twisted and neurotic. He couldn't stand seeing other families prosper. He especially couldn't stand seeing others make big money. This mindset made him perpetually envious of the joyful laughter in Chen Mo's household. However, upon seeing Chen Mo lose his job and income, his heart suddenly swelled with satisfaction. But this satisfaction didn't last long. Soon, he found himself seething with envy toward Chen Mo, who had started making money by snagging bargains, first the Lei Shaoguqin, then the Dragon Ball manuscript. He even stumbled upon a piece of ambergris and solved several cases. Just hearing about Chen Mo's earnings topping 10 million. Yesterday, at the nearby senior center, he'd snagged an ancient Song Dynasty Jian kiln tea bowl from Old Man Li, reportedly worth over 1.5 million yuan, which infuriated the old man so much he ended up hospitalized overnight. Of course, the anger also left him feeling short of breath. He downed several bottles of beer before finally drifting off. The moment Chen Mo stepped into his shop, the man broke into a sarcastic grin. Well, isn't this the TikTok bargain hunting guru who lives in my building? Paying a visit to my humble shop today, come hunting for bargains? Chen Mo shot him a glance, his brow furrowing. Lin Shi's tone rubbed him the wrong way, but he held his tongue. He knew Lin Shi's character and recognized him as the lottery shop's owner. He certainly didn't want to gain an advantage with his words only to lose 2 million from his account. Just browsing. Chen Mo scanned the shop once before heading toward the shelves. The system alerted him, the third scratch-off ticket from the left and the 11th from the right on the shelf were both $1 million jackpot tickets. Just browsing? A peculiar curve tugged at Lin Shi's lips. This is a lottery shop, not some junkyard or scrapyard. There aren't that many valuable things for you to pick up. His tone shifted as he winked and added. Heard you bought Old Man Li's 1.5 million antique for $150 yesterday. Made the old guy so mad he ended up in the hospital. Aren't you going to visit him? You'd feel guilty if you didn't at least pay him back 500,000 to 600,000. Chen Mo still ignored Lin Shi. He knew that the more he talked, the easier it was to ignite this powder keg. Given Lin Shi's temperament, he genuinely might refuse to sell him lottery tickets. He continued toward the shelves, gradually making out the scratch-off tickets, good fortune on the far left and peace and prosperity on the far right. However, Chen Mo ignored Lin Shi, but Lin Shi's words sent ripples through the lottery shop.
The lottery players who had been staring at the trend charts all turned their heads, their eyes gleaming with something unusual. Whether they knew Chen Mo before or not, in this moment, they knew him. What the hell? Is this guy a lucky finder? He snagged 1.5 million yesterday? That's luckier than winning the lottery. He's not just lucky, it's downright weird. Have you seen Douyin? Ugh, this guy's always snagging big wins, and they're all huge jackpots. Damn, I'm so jealous. Whispers began to spread through the store. Chen Mo could feel the sticky stares of the lottery players piercing his back, filled with envy, but mostly with all kinds of jealousy and resentment. People who could stare at lottery charts all day were almost always those desperate for overnight riches. Chen Mo was used to their kind of gaze. He moved unobtrusively to the shelf, flipping through the good fortune scratch-offs with his fingers. He couldn't just pull out the third one from the pile, that would look too deliberate. Whoa! She suddenly leaned halfway out from behind the counter, the lingering scent of last night's alcohol stinging Chen Mo's nose. You actually picked one? Damn, I thought you were just browsing casually, planning to swipe something from my shop like you did with Old Lee. Never expected you'd actually pick a lottery ticket. He deliberately scratched the counter glass with his ballpoint pen, producing a sound that made your teeth ache. Lottery tickets are a game of probability, not like those bargains you pick up. Just because you have luck finding steals doesn't mean you have luck with lottery tickets. Watch out for getting hooked. Once you're hooked, your tens of millions will be gone. Once you're broke, your wife will divorce you just like mine did, and your kids will call someone else dad. The shop erupted in laughter. A 50-something man in a cheap white t-shirt laughed the hardest, revealing a mouthful of yellowed teeth. He was probably another divorced man, not exactly living the dream. Chen Mo acted as if he hadn't heard a word. He picked and chose among the good fortune scratch-offs, putting on quite a show before finally selecting the third one. Then he moved to the far right, picking through the peace and prosperity scratch-offs, repeating the same routine as before. Seeing Chen Mo buy only one ticket before moving on to another type of scratch-off, she slapped the counter and laughed. Dude, you're gonna kill me. Since we're neighbors, I'll let you in on a secret. These instant lotteries are pure probability. They're nothing like your weird little tricks for snagging bargains. Buying tickets like this makes you no better than a fool. Only a complete idiot buys them one by one and randomly picks different types. Normally, you buy a whole book of one kind, at least that way you might break even. The shop erupted in laughter. The t-shirt wearing uncle chimed in. Maybe he spent all his windfall money on his wife. At the man's words, she suddenly slapped his forehead in realization. Right, I forgot something. Someone in our neighborhood said men go bad when they have money. Could it be your wife found out about your affair with Sanner and took control of your finances? Chen Mo glanced at Shi, pulled out the 11th scratch card from the Peace and Prosperity pack, and said indifferently, I'll take these too. How much? Fortune strikes 50, Peace and Prosperity 30, 80 total. Chen Mo scanned the QR code to pay, securing 2 million yuan lottery tickets. Chapter 146, let's see if this one can save my face. Chen Mo was about to leave the lottery shop with his 2 tickets. But he wanted to leave, but Shi wouldn't let him go. What, leaving already? Shi leaned against the counter, her ballpoint pen no longer scribbling on the glass but tapping against it instead, producing a rhythmic tapping sound. Aren't you going to scratch them off here? He forced a fake smile, his eyes narrowing at Chen Mo. You wouldn't be afraid of ruining your reputation as the god of bargains, would you? The lottery players in the shop immediately burst into derisive laughter again. The scratch-off tickets Chen Mo bought were indeed rarely taken away unopened. Most people scratched them right there in the store and cashed in any small prizes on the spot. He was probably worried about tarnishing his reputation as a master bargain hunter. The t-shirt-clad uncle grinned again, revealing his big yellow teeth. Old Lin's right, let us see what's under there. I just bought a few scratch-offs myself and let everyone see. I'm not scared, so what's a lucky finder like you afraid of? His words sent the lottery crowd into another round of laughter. What level are you at? How can you compare yourself to him? Exactly. What if he ends up like you and doesn't win anything? You don't care, but he's got his reputation to worry about. It's different. Finding hidden gems can lead to treasures, and scratching lottery tickets can definitely win big prizes. Scratch one for us here and show us. Chen Mo abruptly stopped in his tracks, not because Shi and the crowd had goaded him, but because he'd caught a crucial piece of information. The t-shirt guy had mentioned buying several scratch-offs just now. This meant there was a chance he'd bought the exact same 2 scratch-offs he held. In other words, if he had bought them, the sequence the system had indicated would have changed. That meant the 2 tickets in his hands might not win the 2 million yuan. If that's the case, I'll have to make another trip back to this lottery shop later. What a hassle. Chen Mo's fingers tightened slightly. After a moment's thought, he turned back to the counter and laid the tickets flat on the glass surface under the amused gazes of the crowd. I'll scratch them here then, he said calmly. At the same time, his gaze swept toward the trash can inside the store. Unfortunately, he didn't find the scratch-off ticket the t-shirt guy had discarded in there. Here, take this. She shrugged her shoulders as she handed him a 5-cent coin with blackened edges. Use this to scratch it. Rub off some of my luck. The
The sarcasm in his tone was thick enough to cut with a knife. Chen Mo took the coin and began scraping the coating.
His fingers moved, but his eyes darted toward the table beneath the trend chart. Sure enough, he spotted 2 scratched-off peace and prosperity tickets and 1 good fortune ticket on the table. These 3 were mixed in with the other 2 tickets, making 5 in total. So if someone took tickets from the top, the second good fortune would be the $1 million one, and peace and prosperity would be the 9th. But if they didn't take from the top, then the odds would be much higher. You'd have to buy the whole stack. But most people would take from the top. I'll buy another single ticket later. If I didn't bet correctly, I'll buy the whole stack. As Chen Mo pondered this, a sudden burst of laughter erupted beside him. Immediately, the entire lottery shop erupted in uproarious laughter. He turned his head, his gaze fixated on the good fortune lottery ticket in his hand. The coating had already been scratched off, revealing the glaring words, "Thank you for your business." Holy crap, the t-shirt guy wiped tears of laughter from his eyes. Even the lottery god slips up sometimes. Lin Shi's smile stretched from ear to ear. His pen stopped tapping the glass and began pounding the ticket scanner instead, the sound growing louder. Come on, you've got another one. Let's see if peace and prosperity can save your face. When the peace and prosperity ticket was scratched open, even the cat dozing in the cool corner of the shop was startled awake by the burst of laughter. It let out a meow and scampered away. Peace and prosperity revealed the same message, "Thank you for your patronage." $80 down the drain, someone whined. Lin Shi dropped his mocking tone and shook his head with feigned regret. I told you lottery tickets are games of chance. They're nothing like your underhanded tricks for snagging bargains. But then, he lowered his voice, abandoning all pretense. You don't want these 2 tickets, do you? They're worthless. I'd like to give one to Old Man Li and one to Auntie Wang. They'd probably love them. Chen Mo, however, seemed oblivious to the sarcasm. He walked back to the shelf and, following his earlier plan, pulled out the 9th National Prosperity and People's Well-Being ticket and the 2nd Good Fortune ticket. His scanning and payment were swift and decisive, as if the awkwardness had never happened. Again? Lin Shi raised an eyebrow. Looks like you're raking in some serious cash from these bargains. The t-shirt guy bellowed, Whoa, look at this. He's gone all in, determined to defend his reputation to the death. A cheerful, lively atmosphere filled the store. Even the lottery players began spontaneously crowding around Chen Mo. The trend charts on the wall lost their appeal. Chen Mo's scratch-off tickets were the real entertainment now. Chen Mo still laid the ticket flat on the counter. Using that 5-cent coin, he began scraping off the coating of good fortune ahead, completely unfazed by the crowd. As the coating slowly revealed itself, the laughter in the shop gradually died down. Lin Shi's body leaned forward involuntarily, her breathing growing heavy. The t-shirt uncle's hands began to tremble slightly, his yellow teeth chattering. The other lottery players all froze with smiles on their faces, their mouths agape, speechless. When the words 1 million finally revealed themselves in full, the lottery shop fell so silent you could only hear the hum of the air conditioner. Everyone stood frozen in place, utterly stunned. Is this right? Lin Shi's voice came out like it was being squeezed through clenched teeth. His face turned an alarming shade of pale as he stared intently at the ticket. There it was, printed in black and white across the paper, 1 million. This can't be right. The t-shirt wearing uncle also stared intently at the printed million yuan figure, his face etched with utter disbelief. The lottery players around them all stared wide-eyed, gasping in disbelief. Their eyes were filled with shock and envy. Chen Mo scanned the crowd, tilted his head, and asked in a calm tone, What's wrong with it? With that, he tucked away the scratched-off good fortune lottery ticket. The lottery shop couldn't redeem the 1 million yuan prize. He'd have to go to the lottery center. Next, he took the 50-cent coin and began scratching off the coating on the peace and prosperity ticket. As he scratched, he spoke calmly. You said that peace and prosperity ticket didn't save my face. Well, let's see about this one. Chapter 147, it really is 2 million. When the golden characters 1 million on the peace and prosperity ticket reappeared before everyone's eyes, the entire lottery shop came to a complete standstill. Lin Shi's breathing became ragged like an old bellows. Beads of cold sweat formed on his forehead. Suddenly, his legs buckled and he nearly slid down the counter. Fortunately, his fingers unconsciously hooked the edge of the counter, preventing him from collapsing on the spot. Is this right? His voice trembled uncontrollably. As the words escaped his lips, his face drained of color even further, his lips turning pale. This can't be right. The t-shirt guy's voice cracked like a split log. His eyes bulged as if they might pop out. His gaze darted back and forth between the 2 lottery tickets on the counter, utterly incredulous. Another million? The lottery players had turned into lightning-struck toads, forgetting even to draw in cold air. All of them gaped, utterly speechless. A balding man smoking a cigarette, his head receding like the Mediterranean Sea, didn't even notice the cigarette but burning his hand. The scent of roasted meat wafted from his fingers. This can't be right. Lin Shi suddenly erupted, grabbing both tickets from the counter and shoving them into the scanner. I've run this shop for years, not just double millions.
but even a single million has never been won here. You're rigging this. The scratch-off tickets were fed into the ticket validator, and the gears began turning. Beep. Two identical beeps echoed through the lottery shop as the electronic screen erupted with a shower of gold. Instant win ticket redemption voucher. Amount, 1 million yuan. Please present your ID at the Municipal Welfare Lottery Center to claim your prize. The t-shirt-clad man clutched his chest and stumbled backward, knocking over the plastic stool behind him. It's really 2 million. I bought both types of tickets today. Why didn't I buy more? If I had, this 2 million would be mine. 2 million. With that kind of money, I could just sit back and live off the interest. Everyone would change their opinion of me because I'm rich. Lin Shi's pupils contracted violently. It wasn't so much that he didn't believe the tickets were real, it was that he refused to accept Chen Mo winning 2 million. His face contorted into a mask of distortion as jealousy burned fiercely within him. Why? Why did Chen Mo get a perfect family and luck so good it made him a millionaire overnight, while he didn't? He snatched the 2 tickets from the scanner and lunged to tear them apart. Chen Mo gave him a leisurely glance and said indifferently, "Go ahead and tear them. Just remember to pay me back the 2 million yuan afterward." Lin Shi's hand froze. He certainly couldn't afford to pay 2 million yuan, not even 200,000 yuan. Moreover, according to the lottery management regulations, tearing them up would land him in jail. Chen Mo calmly retrieved the 2 tickets, flicking them lightly with his fingertips. "So, are you satisfied now?" With that, he pushed open the shop door and strode out, leaving Lin Shi and his disheveled crew behind in the store. And, after leaving the lottery shop, Chen Mo drove straight to the financial tower. As soon as he turned onto Finance Avenue, his phone rang urgently. This must be the Lakers team calling. Thinking this, Chen Mo answered the call. Sure enough, it was the Lakers team on the other end, though still speaking Chinese with an American accent. It was much better than Jason's yesterday. "Mr. Chen, this is the Lakers Asia-Pacific Affairs team. We've arrived early and are currently at the financial tower preparing for the Nike Summit. The specific location is Conference Room 1503 in Tower A. Rest assured, as per your request yesterday, we are the only ones in the conference room. No ESPN, no reporters. Would it be possible for you to deliver Kobe's shoes now? The summit concludes at 2 p.m., and we've booked return flights departing at 2:30 p.m. Chen Mo chuckled softly. I'm on my way to the financial tower right now. 20 minutes later, Chen Mo arrived at the 1503 conference room mentioned on the phone. Inside, only the Lakers team was present, no ESPN personnel were in sight. A bespectacled Chinese-American man greeted Chen Mo. Behind him, 2 tall white staff members in dark gray suits carefully inspected the Kobe Bryant sneakers Chen Mo had brought before nodding to the Asian man. The Asian man retrieved an envelope from his briefcase. This is a standard chartered bank cashier's check for $210,000, payable on demand. After a pause, he added, personal incidental income tax has already been deducted by the team's finance department. You won't need to pay any additional taxes. The extra 10,000 is a gesture of goodwill from our team. Thank you. Chen Mo nodded and accepted the envelope. Inside, the check bore the signature of the Lakers general manager. Oh, right. As they were about to part ways, the Chinese-American man suddenly asked, is there some kind of movie event near the financial center? When we got into the elevator just now, we saw Iron Man and Captain America walking by. Chen Mo smiled wryly. There's a comic convention on the second floor of the nearby Fuan building. Those you saw were probably cosplayers. As he spoke, he seemed to already see the one Malawian kwacha prototype beckoning him in the system prompt. No wonder, the Chinese-American man muttered under his breath. Emerging from the financial tower, Chen Mo headed straight for the second floor of the nearby Fuan building. The moment he entered the convention, he was knocked off balance by the roar of the crowd. The official booths lining both sides of the main aisle gleamed with vibrant displays, while showgirls in form-fitting outfits handed out glittering anime merchandise. There were Yen Yun, Spider-Man, Genshin Impact, and Mortal. Chen Mo pushed through the crowd, scanning the surrounding anime stalls as he searched for the Iron Man booth indicated by the system. Upon reaching Zone C, he locked onto his target, Booth 27. A desolate space littered with broken model parts, a chipped Ultraman statue, a Transformers figure missing both arms. But what caught Chen Mo's particular attention was a pile of metal scraps that looked like they'd been salvaged from a junkyard. Those metal scraps must be the Iron Man 1 Malawian kwacha prototype. Chen Mo strode toward Booth 27. The vendor, a middle-aged man in his 40s wearing a t-shirt, was engrossed in videos through his headphones. He seemed to sense someone approaching, glanced up at Chen Mo, then returned to his videos. These are all props left over from past comic conventions. Pick whatever you like, everything here is cheap. Chen Mo nodded, his gaze settling on the pile of scrap metal. They were haphazardly stacked at the back of the stall, covered in dust and suspicious stains. The chest plate component, its edges most severely worn, was partially hidden beneath the pile. The grooves revealed the faint glint of circuit boards. No doubt about it, this was the Iron Man 1 Malawian Kwacha prototype. Chen Mo crouched down, studying the pile of metal as he asked the vendor, "How much for these?" The vendor took a swig from a nearby mineral water bottle, pulled out his earbuds, and finally replied, "Oh, you mean this? If you want it, I'll weigh it out for you by the pound. 81 pounds. It's a prop left over from a comic convention last year. Dead heavy. I didn't even want to bring it here today. By the pound. 81 pounds. Wonder what Iron Man director Jon Favreau and actor Robert Downey Jr. would think if they knew." Chapter 148, Pay Up. Or should I clean it for you? Chen Mo crouched down, pretending to casually inspect it. When his fingers touched the backplate, he spotted a small engraving at its base. "1 Malawian Kwacha prototype, Stark Industries certified." "This junk's worthless," Chen Mo declared loudly, tossing the armor plate back with a clang. "And you found this at some old comic convention? You want $80 a pound for this?" A guy browsing anime pins at the next stall shifted away in disgust. "Hey!" The uncle hurriedly picked up the armor plate. "Look, kid, haggling isn't like this. My price is a bit high, but you can negotiate. You didn't even counter. How am I supposed to proceed?" The uncle genuinely wanted to sell this pile of scrap metal. It was heavy. After all, carrying it back and forth had left him drenched in sweat. Chen Mo glanced at the shell in the man's hand, feigning hesitation before finally speaking after a moment. 300. I'll take the whole lot." "Whoa!" The man froze in shock. "Young man, I said you could haggle, not that you should drive me into the ground. Come on, add a bit more." As he spoke, he pulled another armguard wrapped in electrical tape from a cardboard box beside him. "Look, I've got the matching set here. Throw in a little more, and I'll sell you the whole lot." 301. Just one more yuan? Fine. 450. Chen Mo finally sealed the deal at 305 yuan. The uncle silently fetched a woven bag for him. After all these years in business, this was the first time he'd seen someone haggle over every single yuan. Chen Mo dragged the heavy woven bag through the crowded aisle when suddenly, he was jostled by the crowd. He instinctively sidestepped, but the bag brushed against a female cosplayer taking selfies nearby. The cosplayer wore a meticulously tailored Scarlet Witch costume. Chen Mo's brush left a conspicuous grease stain on the fabric. She was dressed exquisitely and strikingly, but unlike most cosplayers, she was a regular at comic conventions with a specific purpose: to attract the attention of wealthy young men, to snag a wealthy husband. Seeing her expensive costume stained now, she felt both frantic and furious. She knew that wearing a soiled costume like this to the convention would invite ridicule from fellow cosplayers. Not only would it be a loss of face, but how could she possibly land a wealthy husband? "Don't you have eyes?" the cosplayer shrieked, leaping back. A large black stain already marred the front of her expensive custom battlesuit. Her trembling finger pointed at the stain. "Do you know how much this outfit cost? I waited 3 months to get it." Chen Mo immediately dropped the bag and apologized. "Sorry, someone just shoved me and I accidentally bumped into you, but it's still my fault. Listen, I saw a dry cleaner nearby on my way over. I'll cover the cleaning costs." Before he could finish, the cosplayer cut him off with a cold laugh, her voice rising sharply. "Dry cleaning? This is special fabric. It'll be ruined if you wash it." Her shrieks drew the attention of passers-by, who began gathering around them. Whispers spread through the crowd. "Oh, it's that Chiyuchan girl. Well, that explains it. Didn't she hook some rich kid at last month's convention and swindle him out of over 100 grand? Ha, looks like she bit off more than she can chew this time. She's clearly trying to extort money, but that guy's dressed to the nines. He probably can't afford to pay her back." The surrounding murmurs made Senyuchan's face flush red and pale in turn, but she quickly regained her haughty demeanor and shouted at the crowd. "What are you all staring at? He bumped into me first." Then she turned to Chen Mo, extending her manicured hand. 3,000. Not a penny less. Or this isn't over. She no longer cared that people had figured out she was trying to extort Chen Mo. In this world, money was the only thing that mattered. Money ruled supreme. Face and reputation were mere illusions. Only by shedding all shame could one truly rise above others. As soon as she finished speaking, murmurs rippled through the crowd once more. 30,000? How could she even say that? Her outfit is worth 2 grand tops. Honey, don't overestimate her. I just looked up her dress online. It's only around 7,000. Truly worthy of the name Senyuchan, a role model for us all. Chen Mo frowned. He'd heard the murmurs. This girl called Chiyuchan was asking for an outrageous sum, clearly treating him like a sucker. He tried to gently dissuade her, choosing his words carefully. "Young lady, most dry cleaners these days can handle special fabrics. Plus, that place around here is pretty high-end. I can accompany you. First, we'll go buy a set of everyday clothes. then head to that dry cleaner. Or, if you insist on the exact uniform, send me the link. Are you deaf? Chen Yu shot Chen Mo a withering glare. I said this can't be dry cleaned. You country bumpkin. Seriously, you can't even come up with 30 grand? Ha, uncle, you're really down on your luck. You must be over 30 now, and you can't even scrape together 30 grand? Don't make me call the cops. Now, immediately, transfer the money to me. She pulled out her phone, opened the payment QR code, and shoved it in Chen Mo's face. You're not getting away with this today. Chen Mo stared at the girl, speechless. How could someone's values be so twisted? And she was a woman. No less. Seeing Chen Mo's silence, Xian Yuchan's voice rose another notch, nearly reaching soprano pitch. Playing dead. Ha! Listen to me, you forced my hand. Just wait. I'm calling the cops right now to have Officer Hat come arrest you. Though she threatened to call the police, she didn't press any buttons. Deep down, she knew that if it came to that, the police wouldn't make this man pay 3,000 yuan in compensation. He'd only make him pay the original price. But though she didn't dial the number, she began shoving Chen Mo. Her initial intent was to push his shoulders, but realizing she wasn't tall enough, she settled for shoving his arms instead. That shove, the woven bag in Chen Mo's hand collided with the pillar, emitting a dull thud. A metal component slid halfway out of the loosened opening. Chen Mo's gaze instinctively followed the protruding metal piece. His body bent forward slightly, as if to push it back in place, and his brow furrowed even deeper. Chi Yuchan keenly noticed the change in Chen Mo's expression. She immediately bent down to grab the exposed metal edge. What goodies are hiding in there? Chen Mo shot her a disapproving look and snatched the bag away half a step ahead. Senya's manicured fingers brushed against the woven bag. She stared blankly at her fingertips, then suddenly seemed to realize something. Then, she abruptly grabbed the mineral water bottle that had fallen to the ground, twisted off the cap, and tilted the bottle toward Chen Mo's woven bag. Looks like the stinky stuff in this bag is pretty important to you. Last chance. Pay up, or I'll wash those stinky things for you? Add me on WeChat, MMY66618. More book recommendations in my moments. Tomato, Tushio, Shuchi, Jihu, Story Club, and various platforms.